The murmurs of the crowd filled the tension-laden audition room, as the staff prepared to announce a question that would change everything for the one known as the destined monster genius. Her astonishment was palpable as she probed the origins of a talent that defied conventional training. Kang Woojin, however, dismissed her probing with a nonchalant confidence, revealing his unlikely background as a self-taught design major. Yet, the male judge's skepticism deepened. Such flawless acting seemed impossible for anyone untrained. Kang Woojin merely smirked, shrugging off his extraordinary performance as if it were nothing at all. With a dismissive gesture from the judge, Kang Woojin turned and began to leave, the audition seemingly concluded. But then, he paused, a chilling warning echoing back. Any broadcast of his work would be met with legal action. An immediate, profound shock rippled through the judges, their faces a tableau of disbelief at his audacious threat. The female judge, still reeling, scoffed at his self-taught claim, now certain she had witnessed an extraordinary, undeniable genius. In the brutal jungle of the entertainment industry, the male judge mused, such rare monsters of talent sometimes emerged. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin remained lost in thought, the audition's strange events replaying in his mind. Alone now, Kang Woojin slumped, the full weight of his recent actions crashing down in a wave of profound embarrassment. His embarrassment lingered, but a new confusion seized him as he realized a strange object now lay in his possession. He examined the unsettling black square card, a peculiar item found inexplicably alongside his script. A day ago, the world was still ordinary, marked only by the mundane clicks of daily life. As morning light streamed in, a throbbing headache pounded within Kang Woojin's skull, signaling a rough awakening. A frustrated groan escaped him. He remembered little from the night before, particularly how he had found his way home. He recalled triumphantly quitting his job and celebrating with friends, but after the second round, his memories blurred into nothingness. Dismissing his memory gaps, Kang Woojin was suddenly jolted by the distinct buzz of his phone. It was Kim Youngdae, whose voice crackled through the phone, teasing Kang Woojin about his tired state and questioning his safe return. Kang Woojin, bewildered by his blank memory, questioned how much they'd consumed, only for Kim Youngdae to reveal his unexplained 30-minute disappearance. Still unable to recall anything, Kang Woojin pressed his friend for the actual reason for the call, only for Youngdae to express his surprise at Kang Woojin's memory loss. Then, the bombshell dropped. They had agreed to attend the super actor preliminary audition together, leaving Kang Woojin utterly astonished. The Super Actor reality show, broadcast by SBC, was a phenomenon designed to uncover hidden talents, drawing everyone from trainees to ordinary people. Kang Woojin questioned his friend's sudden serious ambition for acting, but Youngdae cut him off, revealing he'd already passed the first round and needed support for the next. Youngdae's voice became whiny and desperate, attempting to persuade Kang Woojin with promises of samgyeopsal if he came to support him. Kang Woojin playfully brushed off the offer, much to Youngdae's exasperated fury. Then, Youngdae delivered the name that would change everything. Hong Hae-yeon would be one of the judges. Kang Woojin's surprise turned into immediate intrigue at the mention of the famous actress. The next day, Kang Woojin found himself still flustered by the thought of Hong Hae-yeon, her name a sweet hum in his mind. Despite his initial reluctance, Kang Woojin found himself amidst the murmuring crowd of the audition venue. In his mind, the chance to see the radiant goddess Hong Hae-yeon made the entire journey worthwhile. As Kang Woojin pointed out a spot in the crowded room, Kim Youngdae's voice trembled with debilitating nervousness. Kang Woojin, surprised by his friend's sudden trembling, questioned why someone with acting experience was so utterly terrified. Kim Youngdae, trembling and pale, suddenly blurted out his desperate need for the restroom, leaving Kang Woojin utterly dumbfounded. Kang Woojin vehemently urged Youngdae to hurry, warning him against a mishap during his performance, but Youngdae's protest was cut short. With a frantic rush, Youngdae dashed off, demanding Kang Woojin contact him if his name was called, to which Kang Woojin impatiently agreed. Kang Woojin found a wry amusement in Youngdae's predicament, though a flicker of concern remained about his friend's timely return. 10 tense minutes stretched into an unsettling silence. His initial amusement now replaced by growing anxiety, Kang Woojin worried about Youngdae's prolonged absence and the impending call. Suddenly, the staff member's voice rang out, calling Kim Youngdae's name, and Kang Woojin's heart leaped in immediate panic. He forced a strained laugh, desperately trying to convince himself he must have misheard, even as internal panic mounted. The staff's insistent call shattered his denial, and a jolt of horror ran through Kang Woojin as he realized his friend's name truly had been summoned. A frantic realization struck him. Youngdae must have encountered some disaster in the restroom, leaving him in a desperate state. Kang Woojin rushed to the staff, apologetically explaining his friend's absence and offering to retrieve him, surprising the staff member. The staff member warned of immediate disqualification, prompting a desperate plea from Kang Woojin for more time, stressing the injustice of such an ending. The staff member, exasperated, reluctantly agreed to a moment, then discovered a complication within his own paperwork. With a sly, almost imperceptible shift, the staff member resolved the issue, leaving Kang Woojin to wonder if his plea had truly swayed him. An extension was granted for Youngdae's late arrival, and Kang Woojin, utterly relieved, mentally vowed that his friend would owe him dearly. With a soft creak, Kang Woojin pushed open the imposing double doors, stepping into the brightly lit audition room. The staff member informed him the audition was being filmed and told him to wait, leaving Kang Woojin utterly confused about his role in this unexpected turn of events. Then, his eyes fell upon Hong Haiyun among the judges, and he was instantly starstruck, mesmerized by her truly stunning presence. The staff confirmed his identity as Youngdae's friend and smoothly handed him a script, instructing him to wait. This was for improvisational acting, the staff explained, the very script Youngdae was meant to follow, leaving Kang Woojin bewildered. The staff suggested he read the script to pass the time, and as he did, the enigmatic black square card came into focus. He pondered the strange black square, a stirring curiosity compelling him to examine its mysterious nature. Then, with a sudden hiss, a vibrant blue light erupted as Kang Woojin's hand instinctively brushed against the card. A swirling blue light enveloped him, intensifying with an otherworldly energy that pulled him into its mysterious depths. The black square dissolved into a breathtaking vortex of vibrant blue, shards of light scattering into an impossible, ethereal space. He plunged into the luminous blue void, a disorienting freefall through an unknown realm. Slowly, his eyes fluttered open, revealing irises now tinged with an otherworldly yellow in the mysterious blue haze. A gasp escaped him as he surveyed the perplexing, dark space, utterly bewildered by his impossible surroundings. The truth dawned on him, he had been drawn into that strange black square, now questioning if this surreal reality was merely a film or simulation. Then, with a gentle hum, a brightly glowing rectangular object materialized before him in the dark void. A mysterious screen pulsed into existence, declaring the object a damaged script with only 10% readability, leaving Kang Woojin utterly confounded by its strange terminology. He clutched the glowing script, a dawning realization connecting it to the very papers he had received for the audition just moments before. As the script rustled, it revealed bizarre character options, frightened man and stranger, deepening Kang Woojin's profound bewilderment. With a curious tap, his finger landed on the option, A, frightened man. Text materialized around him, announcing the preparation for, A, frightened man, from the damaged script, with only a tenth of the scenario implemented. Kang Woojin, startled by an unseen voice, frantically called out for its source, just as the system declared the reading had begun. With a disorienting whoosh, he was violently yanked into a surreal nightmare, a blood-red forest that twisted under an unseen, menacing sky. Amidst the eerie, rustling red foliage, he cautiously looked around, questioning if this terrifying vista was merely a dream. He reached out, the texture of the twisted reality beneath his fingers proving too vivid, too real, to be a mere dream. Then, a faint rustle preceded an icy shudder that ran through him, an overwhelming, primal fear seizing his very soul. Driven by pure instinct, his feet began to pound frantically across the blood-tinged ground, a primal urge to escape consuming him. He ran, a desperate, breathless blur, through the crimson forest, knowing only that escape was his sole, vital command. Even as his lungs burned and his legs screamed, a part of him questioned the frantic terror that propelled his flight. The memory of the black space collided with his present reality, intensifying his fear as he struggled to comprehend the terrifying shift. Then, the horrifying truth slammed into him, he wasn't just running, he was being actively, relentlessly hunted. A calm, chilling voice echoed behind him, a sinister command to cease his desperate flight. With a desperate cry of denial, his foot caught, and he fell heavily, tumbling onto the crimson ground. A searing pain coursed through him, a stark, agonizing sensation that made him question the very reality of his predicament. A heavy step closed in, and the shadowy figure loomed, its declaration of hunger-wrenching desperate pleas for help from Kang Woojin's terrified throat. He begged, his voice raw with terror, believing with horrifying certainty that his very life hung precariously in this surreal, agonizing nightmare. His plea was abruptly cut short as a brutal pierce tore through him, a horrifying silence following his final, desperate cry. In stark silhouette, the shadowy figure delivered its final, devastating blow, stark white splashes marking the horrific impact. The bloodied knife, gripped by an unseen hand, slowly dripped crimson onto the ravaged ground. A chilling giggle escaped the shadowy figure, its glowing red smile mocking as it casually spoke of finishing its kill and craving pizza. In his rapidly dimming vision, the distorted image of his attacker was the last, terrifying sight reflected in his tear-filled eye. A final, guttural scream was followed by a ragged gasp, and then, a chilling gulp, the last sounds of a life extinguished. Then, with a final, eerie flicker, the system declared the reading of Frightened Man concluded. His raw screams ripped through the silence, a visceral echo of the terror consuming Kang Woojin's every fiber. A single tear escaped, reflecting the profound inner turmoil that still haunted his widening eye. With a sudden thud, Kang Woojin collapsed onto the floor, leaving the judges and staff utterly bewildered by his sudden, dramatic performance. The trio of judges and staff remained frozen, their expressions etched with a disbelief that deepened the silence. A wave of profound shock washed over the female judge, her mind struggling to process the raw, unexpected talent she had just witnessed. He fell silent, wrestling internally with the aftermath of his intense performance and the gnawing embarrassment that now consumed him. A wave of acute regret crashed over Kang Woojin as he recoiled, utterly mortified by his own uninhibited outburst. Kang Woojin realized with a fresh wave of mortification that he had unwittingly revealed the bizarre depths of his recent experience, now desperate to flee the scene of his perceived shame. The female judge, visibly captivated, pressed Kang Woojin on the origins of his astounding talent, her questions shimmering with awe. Amidst the overwhelming awe for the goddess-like Hong Haiyan that threatened to consume his thoughts, Kang Woojin fought to regain composure, deciding to project a tough facade to mask his profound embarrassment. Kang Woojin clarified he was merely a self-taught design major from a local university, betraying a flash of internal pride at his own understated brilliance. The male judge, deep in thought, voiced his utter disbelief. Kang Woojin's performance defied the notion of an amateur, no matter his claims of being self-taught. Kang Woojin casually dismissed his incredible performance as not that difficult, though his inner thought screamed a desperate plea to downplay his deep, persistent embarrassment. Urged by an inner panic, Kang Woojin abruptly announced his departure, then sharply warned them against broadcasting his performance, threatening legal action as his inner self bolted for the exit. A profound, stunned silence enveloped the room as the judges and staff remained utterly speechless, reeling from Kang Woojin's baffling exit and unexpected threat. The female judge scoffed at Kang Woojin's self-taught claim, but the male judge, convinced of his extraordinary genius, declared him a rare monster in the industry, unknowingly setting in motion a growing misunderstanding. Kim Youngdae enthusiastically greeted Kang Woojin, playfully questioning his whereabouts and the outcome of his audition. Kang Woojin, blushing with a sudden surge of embarrassment, tried to brush off Kim Youngdae's revelation about the judge's inquiries, despite his rapid elimination. Kang Woojin's curiosity suddenly piqued, and he abruptly demanded to see the script Kim Youngdae was holding. As the script was smoothly handed over, a shock of recognition and annoyance flooded Kang Woojin, causing him to curse aloud. Kang Woojin immediately recognized the dreaded black square, certain that touching it would once again draw him into a strange, otherworldly space. He grappled with the surreal reality of his experience, questioning how such an impossible phenomenon could genuinely exist outside of dreams or imagination. Realizing the script for Frightened Man mirrored his recent ordeal, Kang Woojin speculated that he would be forced to experience the roles and situations from any script he touched. Kang Woojin, determined to confirm his theory, declared his urgent need to investigate further, unilaterally arranging a taxi to search for more scripts at Kim Youngdae's place. While inside a vivid thought bubble, the chibi Kang Woojin complained about the odor in Kim Youngdae's home, prompting an annoyed retort from the chibi Kim Youngdae. Kim Youngdae, puzzled by Kang Woojin's sudden and uncharacteristic interest, questioned his friend's motives. Kang Woojin, focused and serious, asserted his need to investigate something crucial. Kim Youngdae produced 2 aired drama scripts and 1 unproduced screenplay, precisely confirming Kang Woojin's expectations. Kang Woojin observed that the mysterious black square pattern appeared on these new scripts as well, noting he had already completed his checks on the first. After checking the time, Kang Woojin intently asked Kim Youngdae to observe him closely as he prepared to interact with the script, prompting a bewildered comparison to E.T. With a sudden, explosive energy, Kang Woojin was abruptly transported into a dark, ethereal space enveloped in a brilliant blue glow. Exasperated by the bizarre environment, Kang Woojin decided to focus his attention on a glowing white square floating before him. He observed that the number of white squares had increased, confirming his suspicion that they correlated with acquired scripts, then declared his intent to exit the space. Trapped in a hexagonal confinement within the blue expanse, a chibi Kang Woojin impatiently rolled his eyes, waiting for an escape that seemed to defy his every command. Frantically, a chibi Kang Woojin flailed and shouted an array of commands, desperate to log out, go outside, and escape the bewildering space. Kim Youngdae expressed concern when Kang Woojin abruptly froze in a pointing gesture, then appeared disoriented. Kang Woojin noted that 5 minutes had passed in the bizarre space without any real-world time elapsed, finding the phenomenon intriguing, much to Kim Youngdae's continued worry. Kim Youngdae, surprised, relayed a whispered message from super actor PD, who wanted to speak with Kang Woojin, leaving him utterly puzzled. Battling a resurgence of profound embarrassment, Kang Woojin reluctantly answered the phone, forcing himself to compose his voice. The audition staff joyfully informed Kang Woojin that he had passed the first round, inviting him back and remarking on the interesting story of his passing. Kang Woojin, feigning disinterest, angrily rejected the invitation, scoffing that his participation was merely to pass the time. The audition staff, amused and slightly flustered, found Kang Woojin's casual dismissal of his remarkable acting talent disingenuous, hinting at its true depth. Kang Woojin insistently declared his lack of serious intent, demanding that the staff forget about his nonsense performance. Though disappointed by Kang Woojin's lack of interest, the audition staff reluctantly agreed to discard his audition footage, lamenting his missed opportunity for fame. Kang Woojin awkwardly cleared his throat, then sheepishly requested a copy of his performance footage, to which the staff readily agreed. The audition staff concluded the call, turning away with a satisfied smile. The male judge startled the audition staff by abruptly asking if the caller was the same individual from earlier. The audition staff explained Kang Woojin's rejection of the second round, describing him as an oddity who participated merely out of boredom. The male judge, with a sly, calculating smirk, subtly inquired if the staff had managed to obtain Kang Woojin's contact information. Exhausted, Kang Woojin lamented that he was too tired to finish his investigation at Kim Youngdae's place. Kang Woojin recounted how Kim Youngdae's frantic reaction to the phone call had forced him to flee, but not before he made an important discovery. An informational graphic revealed the first rule: entering the black square caused real-world time to halt. A second graphic illustrated that the black square remained invisible to everyone else, intensifying its mysterious nature. A final graphic revealed the magic word exit as the key to leaving the bizarre space, prompting Kang Woojin to resume his earlier investigation with newfound focus. Kang Woojin, surrounded by scripts, noted he possessed 2 aired dramas, Elegant First Daughter, and Thug Prosecutor, along with an unproduced screenplay. Recognizing he couldn't take his phone into the bizarre space, Kang Woojin began tapping on it to conduct some preliminary research. Kang Woojin decided to check the basic details and viewership ratings of the dramas, affirming the value of his preliminary research. With his hand poised over the script's black spiral, Kang Woojin prepared to re-enter the strange space and confirm his findings. As anticipated, a third white square had appeared, confirming Kang Woojin's expectation within the blue glowing space. Reading the details on the white squares, Kang Woojin noted the vastly different grades and reading percentages for the new scripts, prompting a confused huh. Kang Woojin pondered the meaning of the script grades, realizing they couldn't be about quality and guessing they related to something else entirely. He hypothesized that the grades correlated with popularity or performance, citing the viewership ratings, and decided to investigate if unproduced screenplays could also be graded. Kang Woojin's eyes widened in profound surprise and confusion at an unexpected sight. A new white square displayed information about Detective Agency, an unproduced movie screenplay, shocking Kang Woojin with its B grade. Kang Woojin realized the system could grade works even in pre-production, noting that B grade was the highest he'd seen so far, and promptly decided to exit the space. Having understood the grading system, Kang Woojin decided to set aside Detective Agency for the moment, focusing on other matters. As Kang Woojin began to read the aired scripts, his phone buzzed, interrupting his concentration. Kang Woojin saw the notification for his embarrassing audition video, sent by Super Actor PD. Despite feeling nauseous with embarrassment, Kang Woojin resolved to watch his performance video, considering it crucial evidence of his experience in the bizarre space. A finger pressed the play button, initiating the video. Kang Woojin was depicted in extreme anguish, crying out for help, seemingly re-experiencing the intense emotions of his acted role as the scene dramatically crashed. The female judge watched Kang Woojin's distress unfold on the television screen. The female judge, deep in thought, questioned whether such a raw, intense display could truly be acting. She expressed profound astonishment, questioning how such visceral expressions of being stabbed could be conjured without genuine experience. The male judge urged writer Park Yunmi to consider Kang Woojin's absurd expressiveness, suggesting it could perfectly embody a specific character. The female judge bolted upright, startled as a specific character role, sociopath, came vividly to mind. A document titled Behavioral Analysis for Creating a Sociopath Character was revealed. The male judge asked if she was referring to that specific, violent role, which was visually depicted with a shadowy figure holding a bloody knife. The female judge, beaming with newfound confidence, admitted her previous worries about finding an actor for the challenging role and declared her intention to meet Kang Woojin in person. Kang Woojin reacted with extreme fear and confusion, likely experiencing another intense scene from a script. The female judge remarked that Kang Woojin's performance was unexpectedly impressive, despite his apparent distress. Kang Woojin, initially surprised then confused, experienced an excited realization: his first-round success wasn't a fluke, his bizarre acting skills were genuinely the cause. In his imagination, Kang Woojin smugly boasted of his genius to the judges, who watched in utter shock and disbelief. Kang Woojin, blushing with a mixture of embarrassment and pleasure, realized his awkward attempts to act tough had been misinterpreted as the confident demeanor of a prodigy. Dismissing the audition as inconsequential, Kang Woojin refocused his attention on thoroughly investigating the bizarre space and the black spiral script. Kang Woojin firmly believed there were still undiscovered features within the bizarre, glowing blue vortex. Kang Woojin decided to use the newly acquired scripts to re-enter and experience the bizarre space, just as he had before. A chibi Kang Woojin, in a thought bubble, expressed apprehension about the potential dangers of being unexpectedly stabbed within the simulated experiences. Kang Woojin let out a long yawn, indicating he was feeling relaxed or had just woken up. Emerging from his latest experience, Kang Woojin felt less disoriented, pondering if his body was somehow adapting to the bizarre space. Kang Woojin began to review his observations and findings from his recent immersive experience. He made a profound realization: he absorbed every line, sensory detail, emotion, and thought of the characters he embodied, even that of a cafe male clerk. Kang Woojin stood in the blue glowing space, contemplating the deeper implications of his immersive experiences. He concluded that every role and its world became permanently imprinted on him, as illustrated by a chibi version of himself floating upside down as a cafe clerk. Joyfully, Kang Woojin abandoned his working holiday plans, contemplating a new career as an actor and the interesting life it promised. Kang Woojin noticed his phone ringing from an unfamiliar number. Kang Woojin answered the call and was asked if he was indeed Kang Woojin. The male judge identified himself as producer Song Man-woo, asking if Kang Woojin remembered him. Kang Woojin, initially surprised, recognized the caller as the bearded male judge from his audition panel. Producer Song Man-woo, eager and smiling, confirmed his identity and urgently requested to meet Kang Woojin as soon as possible. Kang Woojin, playing hard to get, demanded to know the reason for the meeting first, maintaining his tough guy facade. Producer Song Man-woo smoothly stated that the topic was sensitive and best discussed in person. Kang Woojin reluctantly agreed to the meeting, specifying 4 p.m. as his only available time. Producer Song Man-woo, pleased, confirmed the meeting, mentioning that other involved parties would be present, and asked if Kang Woojin could find the location. Kang Woojin agreed to the meeting details, acknowledging the address would be sent. Kang Woojin pondered the producer's motives for requesting a meeting. Recalling Kim Youngdae's comment about the producer's prominence, Kang Woojin decided to research his fame. Kang Woojin's eyes widened in surprise as his phone displayed news articles highlighting producer Song Man-woo's significant fame and influence in the entertainment industry. Kang Woojin, now aware of the producer's fame, worried about the meeting's purpose, hoping it wasn't another request for him to act. Kang Woojin's earlier fears were confirmed, and he sat distressed before a tablet. Producer Song Man-woo, direct and serious, questioned Kang Woojin about his unique, non-dialogue acting style and requested a monologue performance. 3 judges and staff members stared intently at Kang Woojin, intensifying the pressure. Additional attendees also stared intently, heightening the scrutiny on Kang Woojin. Overwhelmed by the intense stares and the request for a monologue, Kang Woojin realized his suspicion that he was expected to act had been confirmed. Kang Woojin internally panicked, realizing the sheer impossibility of performing with his limited experience, and wondering if silence was his best strategy. Producer Song Man-woo calmly offered Kang Woojin the tablet, granting him creative freedom in his performance. Kang Woojin realized with alarm that the crucial black square feature was absent from the digital script on the tablet. Kang Woojin concluded that he could only access the empty space through physical scripts, which he currently lacked. Kang Woojin internally contemplated the dire consequences of being unable to access the bizarre space. Kang Woojin feared that his unique acting abilities would be exposed as a lie without the power of the bizarre space. Kang Woojin was consumed by intense panic, grappling with the desperate question of what he should do next. Kang Woojin's frustration mounted as the crucial black square feature failed to appear on the monitor. A growing dread settled over Kang Woojin. He realized the subspace was only accessible through physical scripts, which he currently lacked. Panic set in as Kang Woojin grappled with the terrifying possibility that his unique acting abilities would be exposed as fake without the bizarre subspace. Yet, a deeper question emerged in Kang Woojin's mind: was risking his very existence for such concept acting truly necessary? He began to reflect on his true self, believing the real Kang Woojin was nothing more than an ordinary man. An uneasy worry etched itself onto the faces of the judges and staff. Kang Woojin began his performance, describing a casual walk down the street when suddenly an event transpired. The bearded male judge listened with rapt attention, his focus unwavering. A chaotic realization struck him: he was merely a commoner, devoid of acting knowledge, and perhaps honesty was his only recourse. He continued his narrative, recalling the abrupt moment a cat lunged towards him. Both judges reacted with profound shock as the male judge began to voice his stunned assessment of Kang Woojin's acting. The male judge angrily declared Kang Woojin's performance to be utter trash, while a bewildered chibi Kang Woojin insisted he had done nothing. A torrent of frustration erupted from all 3 judges. His current acting was drastically worse than before, shocking them with its ineptitude. A chibi Kang Woojin, arms crossed, defiantly proclaimed that there must be an underlying reason for this perplexing situation. Initially resigned to a poor performance, Kang Woojin then glimpsed something that ignited a fierce resolve, prompting him to maintain his tough demeanor as he spoke. Kang Woojin defiantly demanded release, claiming he was caught, leaving the bearded male judge utterly bewildered. Kang Woojin stood, arms crossed, radiating an unexpected confidence. His eyes, now glowing with an intense yellow light, conveyed a profound and otherworldly focus. A sudden jolt of realization struck the male judge. Kang Woojin was not merely bad, but deliberately performing as someone unable to act. With a sly smile, the male judge revealed his theory. Kang Woojin's poor acting was a deliberate expression of his dissatisfaction. The female judge and others were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the male judge's incredible explanation. A bewildered chibi Kang Woojin, arms crossed, pondered the paradoxical concept of acting like you can't act. Kang Woojin voiced his confusion, questioning if the bearded man was misinterpreting his actions, perhaps seeing him as some eccentric genius. With renewed determination, Kang Woojin resolved to maintain his current concept, explaining that their sudden, unexplained request had provoked his behavior. Kang Woojin expressed his displeasure, prompting the male judge to quickly apologize and attempt to calm the escalating tension. The male judge contritely explained his eagerness to showcase Kang Woojin's talent, then urged him to sit and listen to a full explanation. A reluctant chibi Kang Woojin sank into a seat with a thud, eliciting a sigh of profound relief from the male judge. In his mind, the male judge was resolute. He would not let such a mighty, monstrous talent slip through his fingers. Cutting straight to the chase, the male judge revealed his true intention, to cast Kang Woojin in an upcoming drama. A wave of surprise washed over Kang Woojin as he realized the true purpose of his summons was a direct casting offer. His confusion deepened, expressed in an astonished utterance. Deeply skeptical, Kang Woojin wondered if the man was truly serious, unable to believe the situation unfolding before him. With a sly smile, the audition staff member presented Kang Woojin with the script, revealing it as a highly exclusive text, and challenged him to choose any role and perform it. The male judge offered ample time for Kang Woojin to choose a role, though internally, he believed the perfect part was already determined if Kang Woojin truly revealed his monstrous talent. The female judge pondered the mystery of Kang Woojin's performance, then decided to read the script herself to better understand. Two distinct thudding sounds echoed in the quiet room. Kang Woojin's pronouncement of his chosen role, Assistant Manager Park, in the dog scene, sent a shockwave through the female judge. The female judge silently rejoiced at his choice of the challenging sociopath role, while the male judge marveled at Kang Woojin's immediate and fearless selection of such a difficult character. The female judge, wide-eyed in astonishment, hesitantly asked if he could truly perform without the script. Kang Woojin confidently affirmed his readiness, leaving the female judge astounded by his seemingly instantaneous grasp of the entire role. With a confident smile, the male judge agreed to proceed, urging them to begin the performance immediately, while the female judge watched nervously. The male judge called out, then settled into a state of intense anticipation, wondering what kind of extraordinary performance this monster would unveil. Kang Woojin stood deep in thought, his finger thoughtfully touching his lip. With a soft hiss of energy, Kang Woojin's eyes began to glow, his hand instinctively rising to cover his mouth as an intense aura radiated from him. Both judges watched in profound shock as Kang Woojin's gaze, and indeed his entire aura, underwent a dramatic and complete transformation. With a confident smirk, Kang Woojin instructed them to begin, leaving the female judge to silently question his incredible ability to grasp such complex emotions so quickly. His intense yellow eyes gleamed as a subtle smirk played across Kang Woojin's lips. Both judges recoiled in utter shock, struck by the sheer intensity emanating from Kang Woojin. From the depths of the character, a shadowy voice emerged, chillingly declaring, "It's dog's poop." A palpable malice coursed through his mind as the scene shifted to feet urgently moving along a tiled path. With unsettling stirrings, his ordinary world twisted and bloomed into something fantastical, a vibrant, dreamlike fairy tale. A panting, happy dog appeared, surprising the shadowy figure who gazed down at it. It was a dreamlike world where urgent sensations, like a glittering, glowing dog, compelled him to act swiftly and decisively. The shadowy figure dropped to their knees with a thud, their anger flaring as they confronted the small dog. A disturbing smile played on the shadowy figure's lips as they observed the dog, remarking on its cuteness and squishy softness. A single finger gently tapped the dog's nose. Surrounded by explosive fireworks and red splashes, the shadowy figure chillingly mused about violently bursting the dog open. Blood streaked around the shadowy figure's mouth, a grim testament to the violence that had transpired. With the performance complete, Kang Woojin stood calm and composed, his eyes gently closed. With a soft rustle, Kang Woojin's eyes slowly opened, revealing a faint, ethereal yellow glow. The female judge announced the performance had concluded. Both judges stared in utter shock, the male judge barely suppressing a gulp as he realized Kang Woojin had not only resembled the character but had transcended it. Assistant Manager Park, powerfully embodied and glowing with an eerie blue light, stood dramatically before them. The audition staff's words hung heavy in the tense, dim room, marking the abrupt end of Kang Woojin's performance. A sudden jolt of understanding surged through the female judge as she realized how impossibly, completely, Kang Woojin had embodied the very essence of the character, springing up in sheer disbelief. Her thoughts raced. Kang Woojin hadn't merely resembled Assistant Manager Park, he had surpassed him, conjuring a chilling vision of the glowing, knife-wielding figure surrounded by fallen, indistinct forms. The female judge felt a profound, almost painful astonishment, realizing that the character she had poured her soul into creating, one she thought no actor could ever truly animate, had just been flawlessly brought to life. All her creative anxieties vanished, rendered utterly pointless by Kang Woojin, whose golden eyes now glowed with an otherworldly light amidst the symbolic, explosive fireworks of his performance. It was an entirely new, unsettling experience for her, witnessing an actor's performance so potent it seemed to eclipse the very script she had meticulously crafted. Having penned countless scripts and encountered myriad top actors, including the renowned Hong Hai-yun, she confessed she had never before witnessed an actor quite like him. Her resolve solidified, she knew with absolute certainty that she could not, would not, allow Kang Woojin to slip away. A wave of relief washed over Kang Woojin as he reflected on the performance, inwardly declaring his deep dissatisfaction with the role itself. He concluded the intensity wasn't the role, but Assistant Manager Park's personality itself, explaining the vivid, almost overwhelming sensory experiences he had encountered. The script for Profiler Hanriang now lay before them. A few minutes prior, a hand carefully turned the page of Profiler Hanriang, a script an outsider had never before been allowed to read. As the audition staff instructed him to choose a role, Kang Woojin found himself utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the implications of their words about casting. A sudden, visceral urge for clarity overwhelmed him, and his hand seemed to trigger a blue vortex as he desperately sought time to process his jumbled thoughts. Enveloped within the calming blue vortex, a chibi Kang Woojin finally found a measure of peace, yet the chaotic events that had just transpired still gnawed at his mind. A confident smirk played on his chibi face as he reasoned through the situation, deducing that his seemingly impossible acting prowess must be the sole reason for this sudden, massive project offer. He acknowledged the unexpected power of his subspace experiences, resolving to delve deeper into its implications. He gasped in chibi surprise, discovering the Profiler Hanriang Part 1 script was not just high quality, but an astonishing grade A, indicating 100% reading potential. Pondering the grading system, he confidently predicted that an A-grade script like this would garner at least twice the viewership of a mere C-grade production. Though uncertain of the exact grading scale, a determined glint in his yellow chibi eyes showed he planned to experiment and master the different grades within this very script. With a gesture, the chibi Kang Woojin questioned the crime genre, immediately seeking out any smaller roles within the extensive script. A confident smile spread across his chibi face. He decided it was an opportune moment to leverage this chance and finally receive a true evaluation from the industry's titans. The system displayed the chosen, Profiler Hanriang Part 1, script, scrolling through a list of characters available for reading and experience points, including Assistant Manager Park. Strategically, the chibi Kang Woojin decided to bypass the prominent roles at the beginning, choosing Assistant Manager Park instead, believing it to be a much smaller part. A powerful, swirling blue vortex formed, signaling the complete and flawless preparation for the Assistant Manager Park reading, a truly high-quality, stray-ward drama script. Back in the present, Kang Woojin exuded quiet confidence, contemplating his performance and keenly anticipating the judge's evaluation. The female judge suddenly shot to her feet, startling Kang Woojin with the sheer force of her unexpected reaction. As the judge advanced with determined steps, a confused Kang Woojin wondered if her intense demeanor stemmed from anger or something far more unsettling. Kang Woojin's eyes widened in utter shock, his hands instinctively flying up as he was abruptly grabbed. The female judge passionately declared her unwavering desire for him to accept the role of Assistant Manager Park. With an ecstatic, desperate plea, she insisted that only Kang Woojin could truly embody the role. The male judge, though surprised by writer Park's reckless excitement in casting, found himself strangely understanding her fervent desire. He surmised her overwhelming need to possess this astonishing monster of an actor. In his mind, Kang Woojin was utterly overwhelmed, reeling from the sudden, forceful grasp of her hands. The audition staff, recognizing the incredible power of the subspace in evoking such a reaction, tactfully intervened, prompting a suddenly apologetic judge to release Kang Woojin's hands. The audition staff cleared his throat, calming writer Park before announcing a series of questions for a surprised Kang Woojin, shifting the mood to a formal inquiry. The male judge probed Kang Woojin about his self-study for super actor, asking for how long, while Kang Woojin internally cringed, knowing today was only his second day. Kang Woojin decided to play it cool, giving a vague answer about it having been a while as his acting tough persona clicked into place. The male judge pressed, his skepticism evident as he questioned the idea of decades of self-study, demanding to know the source of such extraordinary talent that seemed to defy the limits of solitary learning. Kang Woojin feigned profound ignorance, his wide eyes and sweat drop conveying a believable confusion. The male judge pondered, speculating that an actor of his caliber wouldn't remain undiscovered and, ruling out small theater companies, wondered if Kang Woojin had studied acting overseas. Kang Woojin's discomfort grew, his mind reeling at the escalating line of questioning about his background and overseas studies. The female judge, sensing his unease, offered a compassionate out, assuring him he didn't have to answer if personal circumstances prevented it. With a subtle smirk, Kang Woojin accepted the convenient excuse of secret circumstances that didn't exist, inwardly praising Hong Haiyun for the timely intervention. The male judge rationalized Kang Woojin's mysterious circumstances, ultimately concluding that, criminal or not, he simply could not afford to lose such an incredible monster of an actor. Both judges, now united in their curiosity, questioned Kang Woojin about his peculiar choice of the assistant manager Park role, finding it an unexpectedly difficult decision given his talent. Kang Woojin confidently declared his reason: he chose the role simply because its scene was the shortest, a blunt truth that visibly stunned the judges. The female judge stared in utter disbelief and frustration, unable to comprehend why anyone would choose such an inherently difficult role for the sole reason of its brevity. The male judge's jaw dropped in bewildered confusion, questioning if Kang Woojin was a true genius or simply an eccentric oddball for his inexplicable choice of such a troublesome role. A cynical smirk played on the female judge's lips. She saw through his facade, concluding he was subtly showing off, implying the role was effortlessly simple for him. Kang Woojin felt a rising tide of discomfort, acutely aware that everyone around him seemed to be lost in bizarre, misconstrued thoughts. Deciding an immediate escape was paramount, Kang Woojin stood, offering a polite but firm promise to consider their offer later. With a final, decisive movement, Kang Woojin departed. Pondering the bizarre encounter in the meeting room, Kang Woojin was suddenly pulled from his thoughts by the insistent vibration of his phone. It was Youngdae again, calling to remind Kang Woojin of their post-work meet-dinner plans. Youngdae's reminder about the borrowed script faded as the female judge quietly approached Kang Woojin from behind. His finger paused, hovering over the elevator button, as the female judge's voice called out his name, stopping him dead. She confronted him directly, her gaze piercing as she questioned his immediate rejection of the casting offer. A sudden, flustered realization dawned on Kang Woojin as he uttered her first name. His voice rose in incredulity as he finally recognized her, the sparkling, winking Hong Haiyun. While his inner chibi self dissolved into heart-eyed ecstasy over Hong Haiyun calling his name, Kang Woojin maintained his composure, insisting he still needed time to consider the offer. Internally, Kang Woojin shrewdly strategized, understanding that accepting too quickly would ruin his cool and arrogant act, a thought Hong Haiyun seemed to ponder. Leaning closer, Hong Haiyun, sparkling with curiosity, smoothly transitioned to asking if Kang Woojin was currently represented by an agency. His heart pounded fiercely, captivated by her undeniable beauty, as Kang Woojin nervously confessed he was not. Undeterred, Hong Haiyun pressed for a reason behind his lack of an agency, then abruptly circled back to her earlier query about his supposed overseas studies. Internally cringing, Hong Haiyun quickly acknowledged her mistake, swiftly changing the subject by asking Kang Woojin his age. Kang Woojin stated his age was 27, prompting a sparkling Hong Haiyun to reveal she was 2 years his senior. As the elevator doors began to slide open, Hong Haiyun confirmed he was indeed still without an agency, to which Kang Woojin confirmed. With a broad, sparkling smile and a wave, Hong Haiyun expressed her earnest hope to collaborate with Kang Woojin on the project. With a quick nod and a soft click, Kang Woojin subtly closed the door. A chibi Kang Woojin collapsed, dazed and floating in hearts, as the overwhelming reality of his conversation with Hong Haiyun finally sank in. The evening settled over the towering modern building, a silent testament to the bustling world within its illuminated windows. Kim Youngdae's enthusiasm for Kang Woojin's performance was overwhelming, making him want to simply shower the actor with praise. He declared his amazement, admitting the performance transcended mere acting, reaching a profound level he hadn't anticipated. The male judge noted the actor's effortless ability to transition back to himself after the scene, a technique rarely seen even among the most exceptionally talented. The female judge found herself torn between awe and disbelief that such mastery could come from self-study, while the male judge confessed to an unprecedented feeling of greed for the actor's talent. With a deep sigh, the female judge worried aloud that Kang Woojin might reject the role, questioning who else could possibly meet their high standards, a sentiment the male judge echoed. As the male judge pondered, a hint of reservation in his tone, Kim Youngdae voiced his own concern about Kang Woojin's hesitation to accept the offer. Kim Youngdae passionately argued that the reputation of PD Song and writer Park alone should compel any actor to accept the significant role, considering the top stars vying for it. He expressed his frustration, labeling Kang Woojin arrogant for not immediately accepting, questioning why they should even consider such a difficult individual. When the male judge asked for clarification, a chibi Kim Youngdae angrily explained it as the modern, my F*******ing way attitude. Kim Young-dae fumed, unable to comprehend why anyone would hesitate to accept a substantial supporting role like assistant manager Park, wondering if an ulterior motive was at play. The male judge, a smirk playing on his lips, speculated that Kang Woojin might be deliberately trying to inflate his value, perhaps thinking, "I'll give you time to understand my worth." Kim Young-dae reacted with shock and skepticism, dismissing the idea of offering high appearance fees to an unknown actor and hoping the judge's speculation was unfounded. The female judge admitted her unprecedented desperation and confusion, unable to distinguish between genuine strategy and mere guesswork in their predicament. Her voice laced with an intense warning, the female judge admonished them not to be stingy with their money. Kim Young-dae remarked on the female judge's intensity, finding her tone almost threatening, while the male judge expressed concern that overly generous terms could trigger industry-wide rumors. With a decisive writing motion, the male judge proposed a strategy: pay the actor above average to avoid gossip, but include a strict confidentiality clause in the contract. He then asserted his final decision, slamming his hand onto the table, convinced the actor was intelligent enough to have a reasonable estimate of his own worth. Kim Young-dae eagerly asked for permission to call the actor, but the male judge's silent, thoughtful gaze conveyed his lingering reservations. The male judge then made the call, his voice laced with a smirk as he asked Kang Woojin if he had considered the offer. Feigning curiosity, the male judge probed whether the actor's hesitation stemmed from the appearance fees. Seriously, the male judge proposed a meeting the following day to discuss practical conditions and allow Kang Woojin to make his final decision. A click signaled the end of the call, as Kang Woojin, or the staff member, agreed to meet at the Sea Blue studio at 10 a.m. Within his swirling blue vortex of thought, a chibi Kang Woojin appeared utterly bewildered by the unexpected mention of appearance fees. Deciding he needed answers, Kang Woojin resolved to ask Young-dae about it, entering a warmly lit meat restaurant to a cheerful welcome. Kim Young-dae greeted Kang Woojin upon his arrival, sliding the borrowed script and scenario back to him. Kim Young-dae playfully teased Kang Woojin about actually reading the script, who then confirmed he had, even making a copy of the detective agency scenario. Kang Woojin inquired about the detective agency short film, and Kim Young-dae revealed it would now be produced due to an investor, with auditions likely to follow. Kang Woojin asked if the short film would see a theatrical release, but Kim Young-dae curtly dismissed the idea, citing its non-commercial nature and the director's obscurity. Kang Woojin then asked what success would entail for a short film, and Kim Young-dae explained it primarily meant winning awards at prestigious film festivals. When Kang Woojin pressed for information on the production company, Kim Young-dae offered to send him a link to a film specialist community where he could find details himself. Kang Woojin then posed a hypothetical, asking what Young-dae would do if an unknown actor were cast by a major PD or writer, prompting Young-dae's confusion and skepticism. Kim Young-dae asserted with certainty that such a scenario was impossible, as no major project would ever risk casting an amateur when established actors would fight for the role. Kim Young-dae adamantly dismissed the notion of an unknown actor landing a role, completely unaware that a chibi Kang Woojin was inwardly apologizing, admitting that very situation was unfolding before him. After a thoughtful pause, Kang Woojin pressed Young-dae, asking how much he, as an unknown actor, would accept for an appearance fee, to which Young-dae declared he would gratefully take any amount, even a mere 3,000 won per episode. Kang Woojin understood Young-dae's sentiment but found the prospect of accepting only 3,000 won per episode quite disheartening. The thought gnawed at him, what if the offer really was as meager as 3,000 won? An unseen staff member greeted Kang Woojin, directing him inside the modern building. Kim Young-dae impatiently urged Kang Woojin to hurry, making Kang Woojin wonder if he was genuinely disliked. Kim Young-dae stopped, turning back to Kang Woojin with something important to say, catching him by surprise. Kim Young-dae explained that while he had production experience, this appearance fee negotiation was a first for him, making a surprised chibi Kang Woojin realize the true purpose of their meeting. Kim Young-dae revealed the fee would be above average, admitting his personal disagreement with the generous sum but acknowledging the PD and writer insisted on it. He cautioned Kang Woojin about the many eyes that would be watching, advising discretion to avoid rumors, and assuring him it was genuine help before meeting the PD. Kang Woojin reflected on Kim Young-dae's unexpected kindness, realizing the man was genuinely worried about him, and simply stated his understanding. As the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival, Kang Woojin inwardly hoped the fee would be more than 3,000 won, while Kim Young-dae announced their destination. A chibi Kang Woojin, with a sarcastic smile, resigned himself to not expecting much more. The door creaked open, and an unseen staff member announced Mr. Woojin's arrival to the PD. Kang Woojin greeted the male judge, who invited him to sit, prompting Kang Woojin to inwardly note the judge's consistent cynicism. Kim Young-dae presented Kang Woojin with his contract, sliding it across the table, as the male judge remarked on its complex details. The male judge immediately brought up the appearance fee, surprising Kang Woojin as he held the contract. Kang Woojin's eyes widened in profound shock. The male judge revealed the appearance fee was 250,000 won per episode, the weight of the number settling in the room as he asked for Kang Woojin's reaction. A wave of purple shock radiated from Kang Woojin as he gaped, gulping at the staggering 250,000 won, 800 times more than his previous estimate and well beyond his old monthly salary as a designer. The male judge misinterpreted Kang Woojin's frozen expression as dissatisfaction, silently wondering if it wasn't enough, and quickly emphasized the significance of the assistant manager Park role. The male judge then explained that while rookies typically earn 20 to 40k won per episode, they considered Kang Woojin a special case and felt it would be a shame to treat him as such. He further elaborated that the 250,000 won per episode was separate from additional fees, potentially reaching over 10 million won if the character appeared in flashbacks or dreams. Kang Woojin was utterly stunned, sweat dripping as he mentally reeled, wondering how much a top star like the glowing, idealized Hong Hae-yeon would command if he, a mere special case, was offered so much. The male judge complimented Kang Woojin, predicting he would soon earn tens of millions per episode, a prospect that made Kang Woojin reflect on whether such dreamlike success, only seen in headlines, could truly happen to him. The male judge then asked for Kang Woojin's opinion on the 250,000 won per episode, to which Kang Woojin internally acknowledged it was far from insufficient. The narrative voice itself wondered about Kang Woojin's current worth. Weighing his options, Kang Woojin pondered if 250,000 won per episode truly defined his value, seeking clarity over ambiguity. The male judge, observing Kang Woojin's thoughtful expression, worried he seemed disappointed, despite the generous offer. Recalling the female judge's intense warning not to be stingy, the male judge resolved to secure Kang Woojin at any cost. With a few, the male judge spontaneously increased the offer to 350,000 won per episode, declaring it a singular case and adding a confidentiality clause to the contract, much to Kim Young-dae's shock. When the male judge asked if the new offer was tempting, Kang Woojin, after a moment of processing the 350,000, calmly declared it was enough. Kim Young-dae sighed in relief, then began explaining the extensive contract details, starting with the full schedule for Profile Hanryang. As a chibi, Kim Young-dae rapidly poured out information about staff, set construction, and investors. A bewildered chibi Kang Woojin decided to simply remember the keywords. The male judge promised to send the official script book when it was ready and confirmed Kang Woojin was still unrepresented, a fact Kang Woojin affirmed. The male judge confidently assured Kang Woojin that his lack of an agency was no inconvenience, predicting that the entire entertainment industry would soon seek him out once Profile Hanryang was released, or even sooner. Kang Woojin then asked if he needed to prepare anything, and the male judge instructed him to focus solely on acting practice, handing him the first part of the draft script. The male judge ended the meeting with a final encouragement for Kang Woojin to give his best performance as assistant manager Park. Kang Woojin's path was now set in motion, carrying an unexpected weight of anticipation. His mind went blank, utterly consumed by the unbelievable reality unfolding before him. Overwhelmed, Kang Woojin grappled with the exhilarating questions: was his casting truly confirmed, and was he, Kang Woojin, now an actor? The prospect of being seen on TV, of even having a manager, filled him with an exhilarating sense of wonder. He recalled Young-dae's detailed advice on choosing the right agency, pondering the different paths ahead and when his own journey with one might begin. Kim Young-dae's questioning surprise left Kang Woojin momentarily bewildered. A determined Kang Woojin resolved to call his parents, his inner thoughts mischievously excluding his sister from the exciting news. His mother's unexpected reaction on the phone left Kang Woojin confused, wondering if she had somehow changed jobs. With a nervous chuckle, Kang Woojin finally divulged his monumental news: he was going to become an actor. A chibi Kang Woojin, lost in the stylized void, called out to his mother, bewildered by her sudden silence. His mother's single word, "son," hung heavy in the air, signaling a profound shift in her tone. An unsettling question echoed in his mind: do you want to go to the hospital? A jarring concern from another time. Just 2 days after his contract for assistant manager Park was finalized, the entertainment industry began to buzz with rumors about Kang Woojin. Whispers slithered through the shadows, confirming that writer Park's assistant manager Park role had been cast with a hidden actor. Given Profiler Hanryang's industry standing, rumors intensified, questioning the identity of the second confirmed actor alongside Hong Hae-yeon, especially after news leaked from Sea Blue Studio. Among the 100 staff members of Profiler Hanryang, the question of who won over the notoriously picky writer Park for the assistant manager role fueled avid discussion. Speculation swirled, with names like Kim Hyo-yeon and overseas actor tossed around, confirming that whoever landed the role must be an A-lister, as the rumors now reached every corner of the industry. Even as his name remained a mystery, Kang Woojin's luminous presence, seen only from behind, grew in quiet fame throughout the industry. Oblivious to his burgeoning fame, a chibi Kang Woojin pondered which roles to tackle next in Profiler Hanryang, prioritizing his research on the detective agency. Typing away, Kang Woojin scrutinized the film community link Young-dae sent, cautious of unverified information. An article on his screen about detective agency, a short film by Green Vision Films, caught his attention, its credibility bolstered by high engagement and an actress he knew auditioning for it. His fingers tapped across the keyboard, searching for director Shin Dong-chun and then Green Vision Films, but the internet yielded frustratingly little beyond a location and a specialization in short films. Pensive, Kang Woojin echoed Youngdae's sentiment. The independent film scene was undeniably tough, leaving him to wonder if he should abandon detective agency after finding so little. Yet, the scenario itself was too compelling to abandon. Even as a short film, detective agency sparked his curiosity and felt less burdensome than the ratings-driven world of TV dramas. He rationalized his interest, noting that even top actors often began with small projects, but resigned himself to fate if no spot for him existed. For now, his resolve hardened. Visiting the film company directly seemed to be his only viable option. Having thoroughly absorbed the detective agency script, Kang Woojin knew it was time to immerse himself fully in the fantastical realms of subspace readings. His finger reached out, a soft touch that seemed to make the blue vortex pulse under his skin, drawing a sharp intake of breath. A sudden, loud surge and a vibrating hum erupted, making him jump with confusion. His internal, chibi self questioned the sudden incoming call, realizing with a jolt who was on the other end. With a resigned sigh, the phone vibrated against his hand as he recognized the caller. After years of silence, his sister must have just heard the news from their mother. Convinced she was calling to mock him, Kang Woojin stubbornly refused to answer, picturing a glowing, idealized Hong Hae-yeon mockingly dismissing his new acting career with a burst of laughter. The insistent ringing of the phone fueled a vibrant, furious glow around his chibi form, every persistent chime making his frustration crackle. In a sudden burst of fury, he snatched up the phone, yelling, "Has she really gone crazy? Does she want to get scolded?" Then, a wave of confusion washed over him as he realized it was a different number entirely. Was his sister calling from a friend's phone? He decided to answer, offering a calm hello, only to hear the startlingly cheerful voice of Hong Hae-yeon on the other end. His chibi form froze in utter bewilderment, an overwhelming wave of shock blooming across his face as her words registered. His mind reeled, the pink swirls of fluster around him barely containing his shock as he desperately tried to compose himself, reminding Kang Woojin to maintain his tough act for the top actress, Hong Hae-yeon. Feigning perfect composure, he calmly reiterated, "Hello," a response that clearly surprised Hong Hae-yeon. Hong Hae-yeon, now composed, informed him that his unexpected casting as assistant manager Park had ignited a flurry of curious rumors among the staff. Feigning ignorance, Kang Woojin mumbled questions while the narrator affirmed that the role of assistant manager Park was indeed a hot topic, predicting Kang Woojin's imminent popularity at the first script reading. With a mischievous chuckle, Hong Hae-yeon shared her anticipation for the industry's surprise at the script reading, adding that she just wanted to pass along the news to him directly. Stunned by her laugh, Kang Woojin politely thanked her, while his inner chibi fumed, declaring he was resting and not to be forced into labor. His chibi form knelt in shock and excitement, his heart thumping as he realized he now possessed the top actress Hong Hae-yeon's number, and she had spoken to him so casually. An embarrassed Kang Woojin wryly contrasted the industry's sophisticated reactions with his family's, his mother's frantic, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" ignored calls, and the playful, almost mocking, "You're an actor now," from Hong Hae-yeon. Pushing aside the recent surreal exchange, Kang Woojin refocused his resolve on gathering information about the detective agency. Under a somber, overcast sky, a solitary building loomed, its glowing windows hinting at unseen activity within. Across the room, the man with the beard offered a warm greeting to Shin Dong-chun. Murmurs of discontent rose as Shin Dong-chun, profusely apologetic, blamed his extreme lateness on terrible traffic. The man with the beard continued his scolding, noting that the profiler Hanryang script meeting had also run late, causing Shin Dong-chun to freeze momentarily. Shin Dong-chun remarked on profiler Hanryang's recent buzz, adding that writer Park was likely very busy, with 2 to 3 episodes roughly complete and articles releasing tomorrow. Observing Shin Dong-chun eating kimchi with soju, the man with the beard questioned the melancholic sight, prompting a resigned reply about misery. Shin Dong-chun defended his misery, prompting the man with the beard to angrily demand if he had completely lost his spirit. Passionately, the man with the beard reminded Shin Dong-chun of his impressive past at SBC and his tough decision to leave, all to pursue his filmmaking dreams, not to make weak excuses. The man with the beard insisted Shin Dong-chun would soon succeed, especially since he'd even heard about an investor for his movie, leaving Shin Dong-chun in silent contemplation. Pondering, the man with the beard asked the name of Shin Dong-chun's project, which was revealed to be Detective Agency. With a weary but proud sniff, Shin Dong-chun confirmed the title, Detective Agency, a short film. The man with the beard expressed his impressiveness at the Detective Agency's estimated 30 million won production cost, which Shin Dong-chun updated to a potential 40 million. Shin Dong-chun then revealed the troubling caveat: the entertainment industry investor demanded their actor, Park Young-hyuk, be cast as the male lead, alongside a few rookies, in exchange for the funding. The man with the beard erupted in angry disbelief, instantly recognizing Park Young-hyuk as the actor who ruined his career, accusing GGO Entertainment of shamelessly exploiting Shin Dong-chun to rehabilitate his image. Reflected in his glass, the man with the beard's inner fury burned. He refused to let Detective Agency become a cleanup project for that bastard, after all his years of hard work. After a moment of thought, the man with the beard offered to introduce Shin Dong-chun to an actor, much to Shin Dong-chun's surprise, who questioned if all his connections were top-tier. The man with the beard explained that even top-tier actors considered independent scripts, but the actor he had in mind was not one of them, though he wasn't sure if he'd even accept. Shin Dong-chun, tilting his head in confusion, pressed for the name, as the man with the beard hinted at an actor they'd gone to great lengths to cast in their own drama. Kang Woojin, the man with the beard declared, as Kang Woojin's eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity, his name now resonating through the room like a profound declaration. The auditionee, coughing slightly, questioned the identity of this mysterious individual, prompting Kim Young-dae to emphasize the extensive effort they had invested in casting him for their drama. Kim Young-dae finally uttered the name, Kang Woojin, acknowledging that his status as a newcomer meant his unfamiliarity was only natural, yet the name itself seemed to resonate with an unspoken weight. The auditionee acknowledged Kang Woojin as a promising newcomer, but immediately questioned the practicality of securing him for a short film if he was already deeply involved in a major drama. Convinced that Kang Woojin was destined for stardom, the auditionee passionately argued for securing him to attract new investors, revealing the deep weariness etched into his soul after 3 years of relentless struggle. His voice trailed off, confessing the utter exhaustion he felt from watching his pride crumble and witnessing his cherished project, the Detective Agency, being so carelessly disregarded. A moment of stark, fractured silence fell, mirroring the tumultuous uncertainty that now permeated his resolve. Overnight, the entertainment world ignited in a spectacular blaze of headlines, as news of star writer Park Yoon-mi's new drama, Profiler Hanryang, erupted, promising another monumental wave of success. The articles continued to stoke public curiosity, hinting at dazzling details and promising the emergence of a truly standout scene-stealer actor, a figure designed to captivate all who beheld them. Riding the immense tide of public anticipation, the drama's elusive title, Profiler Hanryang, was dramatically unveiled at midday, crashing over the industry like a wave. As the news of Profiler Hanryang's burgeoning success captivated the public, Kim Young-dae, scanning the headlines, couldn't help but marvel at its impressive and undeniable impact. Though genuinely happy for his close friend's triumph, a quiet envy stirred within Kim Young-dae, quickly giving way to a new, pressing thought. Kim Young-dae's patience waned as he noted the time, 20 minutes past the promised 3 o'clock arrival for manager Park and the rookies from GGO Entertainment. With a frustrated sigh and a decisive shift in posture, Kim Young-dae resigned himself to giving up, convinced they believed themselves too important to keep appointments. A sudden, sharp knock interrupted his thoughts, drawing a surprised and questioning, "Excuse me," from Kim Young-dae. A momentary gasp escaped Kim Young-dae as a tall, imposing figure, obscured by shadows and wearing a mask, appeared in the doorway, prompting him to instantly assume it was one of the expected newcomers from GGO Entertainment. Kim Young-dae immediately chided the figure for their lateness, only for the mysterious individual to respond with genuine bewilderment, questioning if he was even the intended recipient of the reprimand. Realizing his error, Kim Young-dae quickly backtracked, speculating about Director Park's whereabouts before inviting the mysterious figure to come in with a heavy step. As the figure settled into the seat with a quiet thud, Kim Young-dae proposed they watch some acting while awaiting Mr. Park's return, though internally he harbored deep skepticism about GGO Entertainment's reputation for unremarkable rookies, finding little comfort in the newcomer's mere aloofness. Kim Young-dae's direct challenge cut through the silence, inquiring if the figure had truly prepared, to which the mysterious individual, after a pause, confirmed that he indeed had performances to showcase. With an unwavering gaze, Kim Young-dae granted permission, making it clear that only the performance itself mattered, not its duration. The screen then transported them into the dark, rain-soaked world of Detective Agency, a 45-minute short film chronicling a sudden, unsettling event that unfolded around a lone man named Kim Woojin, running his agency. One day, a client in his 40s appeared, consumed by suspicion, and urgently requested confirmation of his wife's fidelity, believing she was having an affair. As Kim Woojin discreetly pursued the case, observing the client's wife, his suspicions were confirmed. She was indeed meeting another man during her husband's business trip, shrouded in clandestine secrecy. Kim Woojin shadowed the pair relentlessly, the pursuit leading them deeper into isolation, eventually arriving at a secluded villa nestled within the remote Gangwon region. After an afternoon spent in an intimate embrace, the scene took a sudden, horrifying turn as the man's head plunged abruptly and lifelessly into his soup bowl. The wife, seeing the fallen man, made a swift call, and soon a burly figure appeared, callously dragging the body to a car before vanishing into the unknown, all under Kim Woojin's hidden, watchful eye. Stunned by the horrific murder he had just witnessed, Kim Woojin found an open window and, with cautious deliberation, slipped inside the villa, entering the very heart of the unfolding nightmare. Deep within the villa's confines, he soon found a basement door left ajar, and inside, another stranger lay motionless, face down on the grim floor. After confirming the man was still, miraculously, alive, Kim Ryujin's attempt to rouse him was cut short by sounds from upstairs, forcing him to swiftly conceal himself amidst the broken furniture of the basement. Within moments, Kim Ryujin found himself an unwilling fugitive trapped within the villa's walls, transforming Detective Agency into a breathless short film weaving together relentless tension, thrilling suspense, and shocking twists. To truly embody the protagonist, Kim Ryujin, an actor would need to command an unnecessarily intense atmosphere, delivering top-tier acting that could transform the entire villa into a visceral, hellish nightmare. Moreover, Detective Agency was meticulously crafted around its sound effects, making auditory presentation paramount, while also heavily emphasizing the protagonist's internal acting and nuanced facial expressions as crucial to its impact. That's all for now, the mysterious performer concluded, leaving the auditionee utterly stunned, his mind reeling as he struggled to comprehend the sheer, impossible challenge of the performance he had just witnessed. It's beyond belief, the auditionee silently marveled, feeling as though Kim Ryujin himself had materialized before him, his acting so vivid it surpassed reality, a style so utterly unprecedented it left him questioning GGO Entertainment's secret methods. Kim Young-dae, still reeling from the performance, stammered a question about the actor's tenure with GGO Entertainment, just as the doors suddenly burst open. A boisterous man with a wide smile burst in, loudly apologizing for his lateness and expressing surprise at the meeting, while Kim Young-dae, in his chibi form, could only utter a bewildered, "What?" Kim Young-dae, addressing the newcomer as Director Park, asked if he didn't recognize the performer, an inquiry met only with a stunned, silent pause. The man with the wide smile then clarified, stating there seemed to be a misunderstanding and admitting he didn't know the person either, leaving a bewildered Kim Young-dae to demand, "Who are you then?" With a quiet, yet utterly profound declaration that resonated through the room, the mysterious figure finally revealed his identity, "My name is Kang Woojin." Kang Woojin finally pieced together the strange turn of events, realizing the earlier confusion stemmed from an expectation of rejection after reading for the Detective Agency, yet everyone had acted as if they knew him. The realization solidified for Kang Woojin, he had been mistaken for another, and that the big guy, who had just burst in was undoubtedly the person originally expected. Amidst the growing chaos, the man with the wide smile anxiously questioned whether they should remain, while Kang Woojin internally identified him as the Detective Agency director, and Kim Young-dae erupted in frustration over the severely missed appointment. Abruptly rising, the man with the wide smile declared that remaining would only complicate matters, deciding it was best for them to leave, their business concluded. Kang Woojin, who had initially been drawn by his interest in grade B projects, inwardly acknowledged the challenge was formidable, his gaze unconsciously following the departing group. He accepted the inevitable truth that both lead and supporting roles were already filled, and while he had no desire for anything less, he couldn't deny the striking handsomeness and beauty of the other actors. Just as Kang Woojin decided to abandon his pursuit of Detective Agency, Kim Young-dae's voice suddenly pierced the air, calling out his name with a dawning, shocked realization. Kim Young-dae's mind raced, desperately trying to place the familiar name, Kang Woojin, wondering where he had encountered it, while the man with the wide smile looked on in silent surprise. As Kang Woojin's name echoed through his mind, Kim Young-dae's eyes widened in profound shock, realizing with an impactful thud of recognition that this was the very promising newcomer he had just discussed. An overwhelming possibility crashed down on Kim Young-dae, as his mind grappled with the notion that this person, standing before him, was the very Kang Woojin they had spoken of. The scene then shifted to a serene vista where a traditional Korean house gracefully nestled amidst the backdrop of a sprawling, modern city skyline. Kim Young-dae, surveying the elegant gathering, expressed a deep sense of reassurance in their convivial assembly, urging everyone to savor the meal and the breathtaking view before them. The male judge with the beard, startled by his phone, politely excused himself from the table. On the phone, the male judge explained to Dong-chun that he was in a meeting but would call back shortly, before respectfully addressing someone nearby as Hyung-him. The voice on the other end of the line described Kang Woojin with uncanny, almost psychic accuracy, over 180 centimeters tall, striking features, a cynical aura, and a deep voice, leaving the male judge utterly stunned, demanding, "How do you know about that?" The female judge, startled, questioned if any movie details had been shared, revealing that a man named Kang Woojin had also visited her earlier today, a coincidence that heightened her confusion. The name Kang Woojin caused a sudden, shared gasp of shock among the women, the significance of the revelation sinking in. The male judge, battling an internal worry that Kang Woojin might have leveraged their acquaintance, quickly clarified that he had only recently met Shin Dong-chun yesterday and thus, only recently learned of Kang Woojin. "What on earth is going on?" the female judge muttered to herself, her confusion mounting, before directly asking what Kang Woojin had done during his visit, to which the answer was simply, "He showed his acting skills." His acting, it was as if he didn't just embody a character I wrote, the female judge described with a sense of wonder, but brought it to life with a vividness that surpassed my own imagination, a truly rare and captivating talent. Despite her own lack of complete understanding, the female judge decisively announced she would contact Kang Woojin personally, but before ending the call, she had one crucial piece of advice to impart. Kang Woojin appeared out of nowhere to see you, the female judge pressed, her voice imbued with a stark warning, declaring that a phoenix had flown directly to him, and he would regret letting such a rare opportunity slip away. A sharp gasp escaped Kim Youngdae as the weight of her words settled, leaving him utterly stunned by the descriptor, "A Phoenix." While admitting he had never encountered such an acting style before, Kim Youngdae still questioned if Kang Woojin truly warranted such exceptionally high praise from his esteemed senior. The female judge confidently reminded him that both of them had been undeniably captivated by Kang Woojin's acting, implying her judgment extended far beyond his mere performance. "There's an inexplicable, mysterious texture to his very presence," the female judge described, suggesting a star quality unlike any other, confidently declaring that Kang Woojin was undeniably destined for top-tier stardom. The female judge expressed utter disbelief that Kang Woojin, whom they had struggled immensely to cast, had personally sought him out to showcase his acting, interpreting this unprecedented act as a clear sign of deep passion for his work. Kim Youngdae slowly processed the idea of Kang Woojin having a passion for his detective agency, a notion the female judge unequivocally confirmed. While the female judge openly wondered how Kang Woojin had acquired the script, a single, piercing glance from Kang Woojin's eye held an unreadable intensity, hinting at secrets yet untold. The female judge concluded with certainty that Kang Woojin, not one to seek work frivolously, had clearly demonstrated his profound admiration for detective agency through his unusual initiative. Director Shin Dong-chun pondered if what he felt for his script could truly be called affection. Director Shin Dong-chun's fury flared, his mind racing to understand how his script had fallen into another's hands. For a man like Kang Woojin, who rarely chased projects, the script for Hyung Shin-so had undeniably captured his enigmatic interest. He couldn't shake the notion that such effort could only stem from a deep affection for his work. The producer instructed the director to share the number, acknowledging the significant effort Kang Woojin had made. The producer commanded him to arrange a meeting, and director Shin Dong-chun, accepting the task, ended the call with a firm click. A surprising snicker escaped the producer as he admitted to a twinge of jealousy that someone so sought after had personally approached the director. The producer apologized for the sudden interruption and politely offered to resume their conversation. While the woman with long dark hair debated mentioning Kang Woojin, her colleague with curly brown hair prompted her to share what she had meant to earlier. The woman with curly brown hair, assertive, instructed them to opt for more understated outfits, to which her colleague acknowledged Team B's excessive eagerness. The woman with curly brown hair firmly told Ryu Young-min to adjust his diet even further, eliciting a shocked reaction from him. Top actor Ryu Young-min, with a charming grin, joked about his indulgence before agreeing to adhere to the writer's strict orders. Ryu Young-min inquired about the actor for assistant manager Park, only to be met with the producer's thoughtful, yet secretive, response of rumors and uncertainty. Frustrated by the pervasive secrecy, Ryu Young-min pressed the producer for a hint about the actor, citing the character's close ties to his own. The producer, with a patient smile, insisted Ryu Young-min wait for the surprise reveal on reading day, much to the actor's playful frustration. The producer, bursting with enthusiasm, proposed a workshop trip to build camaraderie among the team, convinced it would be an enjoyable experience for everyone. Under a soft, star-dusted evening sky, the modern building stood, hinting at the fantastical elements that often intersected with this world. As Kang Woojin wearily dried his hair, papers scattered on the floor with swirling blue vortexes hinted at the extraordinary depths of his inner world. Kang Woojin conceded with a sigh that Hyung Shin-so was likely out of reach, its roles finalized, a stark reminder of the brutally tough competition in showbiz. He reflected that even his subspace powers paled before the unwavering might of a signed contract, reminding him of his previous stroke of luck with Lazy Profiler. Though Hyung Shin-so was a disappointment, Kang Woojin attempted to detach himself, realizing it wasn't his only opportunity, before a sound from his phone caught his attention. The phone buzzed with an incoming call from an unknown number, prompting a familiar surge of annoyance and confusion about the recent influx of such calls. Kang Woojin answered, instantly adopting a persona for the unknown caller, who identified himself as director Shin Dong-chun from Blue Vision Films. Recognizing the square-jawed director, Kang Woojin's suspicion mounted as he directly questioned how the man behind Hyung Shin-so had acquired his number. Kang Woojin's surprise grew as director Shin Dong-chun sheepishly admitted Song Man-woo PD had provided the number, prompting an inner question about his involvement. Director Shin Dong-chun humbly requested another meeting, eager to discuss Hyung Shin-so further with Kang Woojin. The next morning, the bright, inviting cafe awaited their scheduled discussion. As the cafe door creaked open, Kang Woojin entered to find director Shin Dong-chun already waving him over. Director Shin Dong-chun observed Kang Woojin's nonchalant and aloof demeanor, confirming his senior's assessment of a truly unique individual, before Kang Woojin offered a simple greeting. Director Shin Dong-chun offered a somewhat belated apology for his sudden late-night call, which Kang Woojin dismissed, directly pressing him for the reason they met. Director Shin Dong-chun, his nervousness palpable, finally brought up the script for Hyung Shin-so, anxiously awaiting Kang Woojin's true opinion. While Kang Woojin listened, director Shin Dong-chun felt a profound emotional weight, as if he were confessing his most hidden feelings about his life's work. Kang Woojin, with a rare hint of shyness, confessed his deep attachment to the script. The word attached struck director Shin Dong-chun like a physical blow, and tears welled as the first actor ever expressed genuine affection for his long-ignored script. A single tear streamed down director Shin Dong-chun's cheek as he realized his senior had been right, feeling the profound healing of old wounds inflicted by years of neglect. With a radiant, grateful smile, director Shin Dong-chun poured out his heartfelt thanks to Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin remained composed, yet slightly uncomfortable, as the director's gratitude enveloped him. Kang Woojin tilted his head slightly, utterly bewildered by the sudden tears of the square-jawed director. A nervous sweat broke out as Kang Woojin, flustered, wondered if his carefully chosen word, attachment, had been too much, triggering the director's intense reaction. Flustered, the director awkwardly rephrased his question, asking more directly what Kang Woojin had liked about the script. Strategically, Kang Woojin decided to calm the director with praise, speaking in his composed persona as he highlighted the detailed psychological changes of Kim Ryujin as his favorite aspect. Director Shin Dong-chun listened in profound astonishment, marveling at Kang Woojin's understanding, so deep it felt as if he had literally journeyed into the world of Hyung Shin-so, and returned. His grip tightening on his own arm, director Shin Dong-chun internally challenged himself, questioning if he would truly abandon Hyung Shin-so for mere profit when an actor cherished it so deeply. Realizing Kang Woojin's top-notch acting and meticulous analysis, director Shin Dong-chun, with a confident resolve, declared he was flipping the table, leaving Kang Woojin utterly surprised. With a fervent plea and a determined gesture, director Shin Dong-chun asked Kang Woojin to take on the pivotal role of Kim Ryujin in Hyung Shin-so. Kang Woojin remained composed, processing the monumental offer that had just been placed before him. A wave of confusion washed over Kang Woojin, and he could only utter a stunned, vibrating, "What?" He questioned if he had truly heard the director's impassioned offer to play Kim Ryujin, only to confirm, with a jolt, that he hadn't imagined it. Kang Woojin clarified that Hyung Shin-so was not a mainstream film, but rather a work destined for prestigious festivals, and then inquired if the director was familiar with the Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival. The Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival stood as a beacon of cinematic excellence, its prestige for short films mirroring the grandeur of the Golden Dragon or Black Screen Awards for commercial blockbusters. Renowned Korean directors presided as judges, often joined by top actors serving as honorary panelists, underscoring the festival's esteemed reputation. For new directors and actors, winning at this festival was a direct ascent to stardom, a dream pursued by over 600 submissions annually, where even reaching the top 40 was like winning a cosmic lottery. In essence, the festival was an intense battleground for only the most serious and dedicated filmmakers. Yet, the judging standards remained rigorously strict, with top directors meticulously evaluating script, direction, and actor performances, though direction and acting carried the most profound weight. So rigorous were these standards that the grand prize was often withheld, with only 10 films securing it in 20 years, making it a guaranteed path to industry fame. Though he had never heard of the Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival, Kang Woojin quickly decided to feign familiarity, responding that he was somewhat familiar with it. Director Shin Dong-chun revealed the festival was 2 months away, but admitted the production of Hyung Shin-so was currently in disarray. As director Shin Dong-chun meticulously explained the convoluted history of Hyung Shin-so, Kang Woojin listened, acknowledging the narrative with steady nods. With a surge of fierce determination, director Shin Dong-chun declared all previous plans scrapped, vowing to restart the entire production with Kang Woojin at its core, begging him to take on the role of Kim Ryujin. Kang Woojin, alarmed, tried to temper the director's fervor, but Shin Dong-chun, slamming his fist on the table, vehemently denied pushing himself too hard. Surrounded by a metaphorical blaze of conviction, director Shin Dong-chun assured Kang Woojin he would shoulder every burden, asking only that Kang Woojin focus purely on his craft. With glowing eyes and a fiery aura, director Shin Dong-chun passionately pleaded for Kang Woojin to accept the role, declaring that only an actor who loved the character could truly bring it to life, completely overwhelming Kang Woojin. Overwhelmed by the director's sudden, fervent intensity after his tears, Kang Woojin resigned himself to the undeniable truth: stopping this man was simply impossible. Kang Woojin mused that while things had escalated beyond his expectation, his core goal of detective agency had been achieved, meaning his only real task now was simply to act. Concluding it was a favorable offer, Kang Woojin calmly accepted the role and promised his best, causing a visible jolt of surprise in director Shin Dong-chun. Director Shin Dong-chun, bursting with joy, clasped hands in mutual agreement. With burning conviction, director Shin Dong-chun vowed to secure everything, even offering to fund it himself if necessary, a declaration so fervent it visibly overwhelmed Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin reflected that he was now truly embarking on the path of an actor, deciding he needed to diligently begin studying films. With a hint of mischievousness, Kang Woojin wondered about the original lead actor, imagining their surely incandescent fury at being replaced. A man, utterly shocked, slammed his fist onto a table with a resounding bang, shouting in disbelief. His teeth grinding in raw fury, the man cursed Shin Dong-chun with simmering hatred. Seo Gu-seop, the CEO of GGO Entertainment, raged, unable to comprehend Shin Dong-chun's audacity in coming to his very company. The story ended with a cheerful reminder to the readers, expressing gratitude for their support. With teeth gnashing, the CEO seethed, his anger burning fiercely for Shin Dong-chun. CEO Seo Gu-seop of GGO Entertainment couldn't fathom the audacity, feeling deeply betrayed that someone would abandon him and his company. He roared, everything had been on track until just yesterday, but now, a sudden call revealed the director of Private Investigator had abruptly overturned all plans, actors and investors alike. The man in the red tie dismissively waved away the worthless script, telling Jong Hyuk to pick another, yet the blonde-haired actor found the sudden turn of events unsettling. Top actor Park Jong Hyuk, leaning back confidently, questioned why tactics would change so drastically and what justified overturning an entire production. A thoughtful expression settled on the man's face as a new, unsettling possibility began to form in his mind. He concluded that director Shin Dong-chun must have secured a top-tier actor for the male lead, otherwise, such a radical shift in plans made no sense. His thoughts drifted to the script itself, Private Investigator, a project that had languished for over 2 years, so much so that they had been the only ones to offer a decent deal for the short film. When asked if director Park had hinted at another actor, the man in the white shirt replied only that an unknown actor had been seen meeting him. The man in the red tie speculated that these were merely minor role auditions, and if a major actor were involved, Blue Vision Film Company would surely know, unless a secret conspiracy was already underway. Both men agreed that a top actor would gain no merit from Private Investigator, with even A-listers being excessive for the role, while a B-list actor would be the most reasonable replacement for the troublemaking Jong Hyuk, which still infuriated the man in the red tie. He then laid out a scheme: investigate Shin Dong-chun's circle for rumors of a high-profile actor, and if none surfaced, it meant Shin Dong-chun had fled with a nobody, ensuring the project's demise by preventing any new investment. Ease the situation, his subordinate questioned, as the man in the red tie vehemently ordered them to subtly spread the word to cut off all funding for Private Investigator, rendering it impossible to produce without money. Turning to Jong Hyuk, he instructed him to select another short film script from the Misa Scene Film Festival, promising his full support to ensure a performance that would eclipse Private Investigator. With a calculating glint in his eye, the man vowed to suppress Private Investigator as a matter of pride, ensuring his own project would win awards and make Shin Dong-chun bitterly regret his actions. A woman stood in the bustling lobby of BW Entertainment, engrossed in her phone. Her phone vibrated, drawing her into a contemplative silence. She read a text asking about Kang Woojin and director Dong-chun's short film, leaving her stunned that Kang Woojin would suddenly take on such a project without even reading the drama script she'd given him. With an intense determination, her chibi self exclaimed an emphatic yes at the offer to send the Private Investigator script. She wondered aloud why Kang Woojin would suddenly take on a short film after being part of a major project, her desire to see his performance in it burning brightly. In a vivid surge of despair, the main character's inner voice cried out, overwhelmed by the impossible task of matching Kang Woojin's talent and the terrifying certainty that Kang Woojin would soon eclipse all top actors. Amidst a shower of red sparks, the main character silently conceded that he harbored the same crushing feelings of inadequacy. Her face contorted with palpable anxiety as she held her phone, every second stretching with worry. A sharp knock broke the silence, just as she expressed her intense frustration at the thought of falling behind. As Hong Hae-yeon cheerfully announced her arrival, the office door flew open, surprising Ryu Young-min, who had just been about to contact her. Hong Hae-yeon cut straight to the chase, requesting Ryu Young-min to investigate the current status of a short film titled Private Investigator. Ryu Young-min looked up, clearly puzzled by her sudden interest in a mere short film. He teased her playfully, questioning if she, the female lead of idol profiler Hanyang, was considering a short film at this stage of her career. Hong Hae-yeon tried to downplay her interest, but a chibi Ryu Young-min burst forth, declaring he knew her too well and her intrigue was genuine. Ryu Young-min, understanding her nature, sighed as he realized she was asking him to delve into the entire history of the short film, Private Investigator. When Hong Hae-yeon insisted on knowing every detail, Ryu Young-min acknowledged the difficulty of unearthing information about a project that might have no existing records. Hong Hae-yeon clarified that PD Song frequently mentioned the film, and Ryu Young-min finally connected the dots, realizing it was Shin Dong-chun's project, the director who had vanished. Ryu Young-min playfully demanded to know what she would do for him in return, to which Hong Hae-yeon scoffed, claiming her support was already constant, sparking a lively exchange. Hong Hae-yeon then presented a bold condition, re-signing with the agency if they removed the manager Ryu Young-min disliked, even for the shampoo ad he had cancelled, leaving him internally stunned by the agency representative's audacious move. Ryu Youngmin playfully remarked on the artist's mischievousness, and Hong Hai-yun, exasperated, conceded the point but insisted on the manager's removal, which he finally accepted as an undeniable condition. Ryu Youngmin, with a knowing smirk, then pressed her for the true reason behind her sudden interest in private investigator, prompting a chibi Hong Hai-yun to internally concede his sharp perceptiveness. Her chibi self nervously mentioned Kang Woojin, which Ryu Youngmin's chibi self comically misinterpreted as a new boyfriend, leading to her exasperated shout of correction. Hong Hai-yun, with passionate gestures, launched into an enthusiastic explanation of Kang Woojin's extraordinary qualities and past adventures. Ryu Youngmin expressed disbelief that PD Song and writer Park Eun-mi would go to such lengths, especially since top actors typically struggle to work with writer Park, but Hong Hai-yun clarified that their obsession lay solely in creating compelling work, not superficial prestige. With a playful smirk, Ryu Youngmin observed that her true interest was in Kang Woojin's acting, not the private investigator itself, causing a flustered Hong Hai-yun to vehemently deny it. Ryu Youngmin pressed further, knowing she hadn't even read the script, implying her true motives lay elsewhere. Abruptly changing the subject, Hong Hai-yun asked about the agency's finances, leaving Ryu Youngmin utterly surprised by her sudden shift. Ryu Youngmin, processing her request for spare funds, mused that while an advance for a rookie was unusual, Kang Woojin was no ordinary talent, thus warranting diligent management and support. He gasped as the realization dawned on him. She intended to secure Kang Woojin before he could even finish the script reading, knowing he would be snatched up immediately. With a determined gaze, Hong Hai-yun faced forward, her decision firm. Ryu Youngmin, wide-eyed with surprise, reflected that after over a decade in the entertainment industry with Hai-yun, he had never witnessed her so anxious. He mused that Kang Woojin's talent must be so profound it unsettled Hai-yun to her core, wondering if it was a deep longing for his potential or a competitive fear of falling behind. Ryu Youngmin declared his intense curiosity about the actor who could stir such feelings in Hai-yun, deciding his first step would be to investigate the history of private investigator. Tapping confidently on his phone, Ryu Youngmin assured her he could quickly gather the necessary information through his extensive contacts. A thoughtful hum escaped Ryu Youngmin as Hong Hai-yun anxiously pressed him for an update on the situation. Ryu Youngmin revealed that director Shin Dong-chun had overturned everything, replacing Park Jong-hyuk and new actors, which led to GGO Entertainment's furious retaliation, pressuring other independent and short film production companies. He explained that GGO had originally been the investor, leaving the production now without funds, causing Hong Hai-yun to ponder deeply. With a sly, knowing smile, Hong Hai-yun reminded Ryu Youngmin that BW Entertainment was also preparing for investment. A soft chime announced an arrival. The man with a dark beard warmly welcomed Kang Woojin through the open door, to which Kang Woojin politely responded. The bearded man apologized for the sudden summons, explaining he wished to discuss the project and inviting Kang Woojin to take a seat. The producer explained that although it was called a studio, it was essentially a home, noting it was Kang Woojin's first visit. The bearded man suddenly interjected, asking how Kang Woojin obtained the private investigator script, startling him, and then wondered if they were acquainted. Kang Woojin, concisely answering, stated he received it from an acquaintance, questioning the relevance of its acquisition method. The bearded man chuckled, assuring Kang Woojin his previous question was merely curiosity, explaining his real interest lay in why Kang Woojin chose private investigator now, especially given the drama he was already working on. Kang Woojin questioned his surprise, as the bearded man admitted it was a gamble due to the film's nature and current difficulties, yet Kang Woojin emanated unusual confidence. Kang Woojin mused to himself, deciding to maintain a subtle, chic, yet vague demeanor, avoiding the truth about its B-grade status. He attributed his decision to a mere feeling, insisting it was primarily based on instinct. The woman was surprised by his simple answer, and the bearded man, impressed, wondered aloud if Kang Woojin possessed the insight of a genius. The woman asked if Kang Woojin usually had such good instincts, prompting the bearded man to express skepticism, questioning if Kang Woojin even understood his own words. The narrator defined an eye for a project as a crucial trait for an actor, often synonymous with instinct or intuition, highlighting its rarity. The bearded man's eyes widened, recognizing this instinct as a rare, almost innate talent. Kang Woojin silently acknowledged the profound implications if private investigator truly succeeded, a quiet yes escaping his lips. Kang Woojin confirmed his sentiment with a reserved, knowing response. The narrator pondered if Kang Woojin was a unique monster gifted with keen instincts, as a chibi figure urged viewers to react, follow, and comment. The man with the dark hair and beard was bewildered, questioning if Kang Woojin truly relied on a mere gut feeling, wondering what kind of intuition would lead him to believe detective agency would succeed. Kang Woojin mused on the man's surprise, finding it odd that intuition, a common concept, was questioned so deeply, before asserting with quiet certainty that detective agency would indeed thrive. The man in the red tie sensed Kang Woojin's seriousness but struggled to grasp the source of such quiet conviction, while the woman beside him worried Kang Woojin's stance was recklessly bold, particularly given the critical moment. In a stylized vision, Kang Woojin calmly uttered a simple query, yet the woman's inner world, depicted in chibi form, exploded with frantic questions, unable to comprehend such unruffled poise from an actor. The bearded man worried, knowing that if Kang Woojin had simply avoided profiler Ho Yang, he could have chosen his next project at leisure, yet he bafflingly picked a neglected short film, Detective Agency, though the narrator hinted at its unforeseen success. The narrative then soared into a vibrant vision, prophesying Kang Woojin's undeniable rise to a truly great actor, a unique star whose incredible skills, courage, and keen instinct would set him apart. Kang Woojin inwardly questioned the man's sincerity, as the bearded man playfully declared he would consult Kang Woojin for all future script choices if he ever started a production company. The woman with curly hair, flustered, then nervously pressed Kang Woojin about the fate of profiler Ho Yang, acknowledging they had pulled him into a project he hadn't chosen, and wondered if his dual presence could guarantee its success. In a whimsical chibi-style thought, the woman fretted over the treacherous drama industry where even top actors could flop, yet the chibi Kang Woojin confidently declared he joined profiler Ho Yang because he felt it would succeed. The woman's surprise was palpable, her face flushing as the bearded man, amused, playfully intervened, reminding her this passionate discussion was not the reason for their meeting. Snapping back to the present, the woman, flustered, remembered her purpose and smoothly slid the finalized script for episode 1 towards Kang Woojin, promising the subsequent episodes as they were completed, startling him. She explained that Kang Woojin's powerful portrayal of Assistant Manager Park had inspired a complete revision of the script, urging him to review episode 1 with the draft in mind, and he acknowledged with a steady resolve. The bearded man then shared another detail, mentioning a script reading that might take an MT format, causing Kang Woojin to inwardly ponder the implications of such an unusual group rehearsal. As Kang Woojin sought clarification on the MT format, the bearded man explained it was an unconventional gathering meant to foster bonding among a large cast and crew. The woman with curly hair chuckled, revealing the truth. The script reading was merely a guise for a fun social event, a casual admission that visibly surprised Kang Woojin. A realization dawned on Kang Woojin, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief as he privately mused on the surreal notion of going on a celebrity trip with stars like Hong Hai-yan, feeling his world expanding at an astonishing pace. The bearded man confirmed that MT format event would span a weekend, asking if Kang Woojin could attend, to which Kang Woojin readily agreed. As the bearded man continued, giving instructions to familiarize himself with the script for the upcoming reading, his phone vibrated with an insistent thrum, interrupting his words and drawing a curious hum from Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, suspecting a director's urgent call, calmly dismissed the bearded man's apologies, urging him to take the call if it was important. The bearded man quickly answered, and the director on the other end, Shin Dong-chun, requested a meeting for the following morning to discuss Detective Agency. As the bearded man confirmed the meeting, Kang Woojin, having overheard the exchange, quietly realized the director's identity. The bearded man then turned to the lingering question of Detective Agency, asking if its cast was finalized and when its script reading would take place, leaving Kang Woojin utterly bewildered by the unexpected shift in topic. Kang Woojin hesitantly revealed that he was, at present, the sole cast member for Detective Agency, a revelation that left the bearded man utterly stunned. The bearded man, concerned, stroked his chin, wondering why Ms. Hyung, who had shown interest, hadn't been contacted yet. He resolved to intervene if necessary, then pressed Kang Woojin for details on his upcoming meeting with director Shin Dong-chun. Apologizing for the rushed arrangements, the man with the dark hair and white shirt invited the newcomer to take a seat, which the other man accepted with an easy assurance. Cutting to the chase, the man with dark hair and white shirt revealed the grim truth: securing funding and investors was proving exceptionally difficult, made worse by GGO Entertainment's inexplicable interference, a harsh reality that shocked Kang Woojin. The man with dark hair and white shirt offered a disheartened apology for the bleak outlook, triggering a melancholic echo in Kang Woojin's mind, a familiar sense of disappointment akin to his past professional rejections. When the man with dark hair and white shirt offered his assistance, the other man firmly dismissed him, instructing him to focus solely on his acting while he would personally manage the daunting financial and corporate hurdles. The man with dark hair and white shirt then proposed a drastic measure, cutting scenes to entice investors, a suggestion that immediately prompted concern from the other man regarding its potential impact on quality. With a heavy sigh, the man with dark hair and white shirt reluctantly prioritized filming, offering a heartfelt apology to Kang Woojin for having to compromise artistic integrity despite his deep affection for the project. Kang Woojin's hand clenched into a tight fist as a wave of frustration washed over him. This was not the outcome he had envisioned, and a chilling question lingered: would Detective Agency truly become a forgotten dream? The narrative then took a melancholic turn, suggesting a film that would never see completion. Suddenly, a woman with long dark hair, cap-clad, entered the lounge, her presence startling the man with dark hair and white shirt, as she acknowledged their presence. The woman smoothly lowered her mask, a charming smile playing on her lips, as she playfully corrected someone, declaring them a director now. Hong Hai-yun, radiant and confident, then boldly declared her desire to act in detective agency, asking if her participation was acceptable, a question that struck Kang Woojin with profound shock. Both the man with dark hair and white shirt and Kang Woojin reacted with sudden, widespread shock and disbelief at Hong Hai-yun's unexpected declaration. The man with dark hair and white shirt, rendered in a chibi form, panicked internally, utterly baffled by the top actress's sudden decision to join a short film project. Hong Hai-yun playfully challenged Kang Woojin's seeming composure, remarking on his lack of surprise and questioning if he had anticipated her interest, prompting Kang Woojin to dramatically overemphasize his shock. Kang Woojin inwardly urged himself to temper his reaction, meekly affirming his surprise, but Hong Hai-yun, amused, saw through his feigned emotions, noting his face betrayed no real excitement. A new question then gnawed at Kang Woojin: how had Hong Hai-yun discovered the project? He suddenly suspected PD Song Manwoo as the source. Kang Woojin voiced his suspicion, asking if PD Song Manwoo had informed her, and Hong Hai-yun confirmed it, adding that she had already planned to contact him herself. Kang Woojin pressed for her sincerity, asking if she was truly serious about detective agency, and not merely jesting, but Hong Hai-yun, slightly annoyed yet unwavering, assured him she was serious, leaving Kang Woojin inwardly admiring her goddess-like presence even when complaining. The man with dark hair and white shirt, visibly relieved, expressed immense gratitude for her willingness to participate, stating he had no objections if she truly desired the role, prompting Hong Hai-yun to eagerly seek confirmation. The man with dark hair and white shirt, still disbelieving, struggled to grasp her genuine interest, but Hong Hai-yun firmly reaffirmed her desire, revealing she had already studied the script and wished to play the wife's role if the director approved. The man with dark hair and white shirt then voiced his significant concerns, highlighting that the wife's role was supporting detective agency, was merely a short film for a festival, and he simply couldn't afford her usual fees. Hong Hai-yun, dismissing his worries with a confident smile, assured him the budget would not be an issue, then subtly mentioned her connection to CEO Choi of BW Entertainment. The man with dark hair and white shirt acknowledged his familiarity with CEO Choi, surprised by the unexpected connection, then questioned BW's potential investment, to which Hong Hai-yun confirmed and advised a direct approach. Hong Hai-yun then requested strict confidentiality regarding her involvement until the film's submission, before briskly departing for her next schedule, leaving the man with dark hair and white shirt flustered but agreeable. Just before leaving, Hong Hai-yun turned back to Kang Woojin, asking his reason for choosing detective agency, and he, accustomed to the question, offered his usual, simple reply: just a hunch. Hong Hai-yun, amused by his answer, teased Kang Woojin about his unusual nature, but he humbly deflected her playful remarks. With a bright, confident smile, Hong Hai-yun declared, "We'll see," and then bid him farewell, urging him to stay in touch. A soft clink echoed through the room as Kang Woojin sat pensive on the sofa, the weight of the recent revelation settling around him. The man with dark hair and white shirt, erupting in shock, frantically questioned Kang Woojin's lack of prior knowledge, triggering a sudden realization within Kang Woojin. In a vivid, chibi-style thought, Kang Woojin replayed Hong Hai-yun's casual words about contacting her like a friend, while the chibi man with dark hair and white shirt, exasperated, called out his name again. Kang Woojin, now a relaxed chibi figure sprawled on his bed, simply sighed, acknowledging the overwhelming chaos of his day. The chibi Kang Woojin then smirked, realizing he would now work on 2 consecutive projects with Hong Hai-yun, and wondered aloud about Kim Myong's impending reaction, while a furious man in the background cursed. A sudden surge of motivation coursed through Kang Woojin, propelling him upright from his seat as he resolved to proactively rehearse all the roles for Lazy Identity Profile. He held the official script book, noting its substantial feel, and allowed himself to imagine the set, already envisioning his performance. With a resolute press, Kang Woojin initiated the process, a vibrant blue vortex swirling around him as he prepared to delve into the simulated scenario. Navigating the glowing digital screens, Kang Woojin mused on the convenience of the system, capable of effortlessly deleting the old script now that the new Lazy Identity Profiler was uploaded. He noticed, with a thoughtful hum, that the system meticulously recognized and separated draft scripts from finalized versions, treating them as distinct entities. A chibi Kang Woojin, floating amidst the digital text, expressed surprise at the script's new A+ rating, wondering if its quality had truly been upgraded beyond the previous A grade. Kang Woojin speculated about the flexible grading system, wondering if A++ or even S grade were next, concluding that the numerous revisions must have significantly improved the script's quality. Acknowledging his comparative lack of experience, Kang Woojin, with a determined gesture, examined the list of characters available for the Lazy Identity Profiler script, resolving to develop a solid foundation to match the caliber of top-tier actors. With a confident smile and a determined declaration to master every character, Kang Woojin watched as the system swiftly prepared and transferred the simulated scenario for Awakens, its implementation now at a full 100%. The unseen man declared his resolute intention to proceed with the contract, securing the stately villa. With a wide, curious smile, the man probed Kang Woojin's intentions for the villa, drawing a startled gasp from him. Kang Woojin confidently revealed his plans to transform the estate into a filming location, celebrating the hard-won contract now that investment was secured. Focused on the immediate task, Kang Woojin prepared to inform Mr. Woojin of the finalized contract, script reading, and filming schedule. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Kang Woojin, as a critical detail about today surfaced in his mind. A wave of surprise washed over Kang Woojin as he remembered that profiler Hanryang script reading was scheduled for that very day. Amidst the murmuring hum of a bustling crowd, Kang Woojin observed the sheer number of people gathered at the designated MT location. An audition staff member abruptly questioned Kang Woojin, implying outsiders were unwelcome, which left him momentarily confused. Just then, the radiant Hong Haiyun suddenly materialized, confidently declaring Kang Woojin was indeed Staff 4, profiler Hanryang, catching him off guard. The staff, recognizing Hong Haiyun, politely directed them through, leaving Kang Woojin utterly stunned by her unexpected presence. Hong Haiyun whispered intently to Kang Woojin, enjoining him to maintain their secret and then, with a subtle critique, remarked on his overly casual attire. With a light-hearted sigh, Hong Haiyun explained her own moderate dress and then offered advice to Kang Woojin, urging him to cultivate his image more carefully. Expressing frustration over Kang Woojin's appearance, Hong Haiyun commanded him to come with her for basic makeup, leaving him utterly bewildered. Hong Haiyun and Kang Woojin navigated their way through a large, bustling room filled with many people gathered around a long table. Hong Haiyun expressed her satisfaction with Kang Woojin's improved appearance, while he remained internally stunned, questioning if the surreal moment of her doing his makeup was dream or reality. Amidst the hectic shouts of the audition staff, Kang Woojin felt an unexpected wave of nervousness surge through him due to the overwhelming crowd. Inside, Kang Woojin frantically repeated affirmations, desperately trying to calm his rising anxiety and compose himself. Two men greeted Hong Haiyun with delighted surprise, expressing their pleasure at her participation, as Kang Woojin subtly tried to remain unnoticed behind her. As Hong Haiyun engaged in conversation with a blonde-haired man asking about the after-party, Kang Woojin desperately tried to compose himself and manage his expression. Kang Woojin was instantly captivated by Ryu Youngmin's voice, then utterly impressed by his handsome appearance and the enchanting aura he radiated. Ryu Youngmin asked Hong Haiyun about the actor for assistant manager Park, to which she playfully teased him, hinting the actor was right in front of them. Ryu Youngmin, mistaking Kang Woojin for a manager, praised his good looks and physique, prompting Hong Haiyun to playfully suggest he might be an actor, much to Kang Woojin's internal confusion yet secret delight. Ryu Youngmin leaned in, enthusiastically encouraging Kang Woojin to pursue acting given his remarkable looks, which made Kang Woojin internally flush with admiration for Ryu Youngmin's own striking handsomeness. Observing Ryu Youngmin's calm demeanor, Kang Woojin wondered if he was nervous, only to panic at his own internal distraction and delayed response. Ryu Youngmin abruptly spotted director Song Man-woo and writer Park Yunmi, and quickly scurried away to greet them, leaving Kang Woojin slightly awkward. After Ryu Youngmin's hasty departure, Hong Haiyun, with an amused expression, addressed the embarrassed Kang Woojin. Hong Haiyun instructed Kang Woojin to take assistant manager Park's desk, advising him not to be intimidated despite his profound internal nervousness. While Kang Woojin desperately tried to regain his composure, a man with a dark beard voiced concern to an unseen director about assistant manager Park's absence. As Kang Woojin fixed his gaze with determined intent, the man with the dark beard questioned if assistant manager Park was already present. Kang Woojin achieved a profound internal sense of control just as Ryu Youngmin reacted with a sudden turn of surprise. Kang Woojin's sudden movement caused a collective gasp and a moment of bewildered shock among Ryu Youngmin and the others present. Ryu Youngmin stared at Kang Woojin, a look of astonishment dawning on his face as he pieced together the realization. Ryu Youngmin asked if Kang Woojin was indeed the actor for assistant manager Park, which Kang Woojin confirmed with a confident self-introduction. Overwhelmed by the sudden scrutiny, Kang Woojin's chibi form reflected his anxious uncertainty while others murmured, questioning his identity as an unknown actor. The man with the dark beard, taking charge, introduced Kang Woojin as assistant Park's actor, then instructed everyone to open their scripts for the reading. Ryu Youngmin openly challenged the man with the dark beard, questioning the casting of an unknown actor and criticizing Kang Woojin's perceived stiff reactions. The man with the dark beard, with a confident smile, dismissed Ryu Youngmin's concerns, anticipating the widespread questions surrounding Kang Woojin. The man with the dark beard declared that Kang Woojin himself would provide the answers and then officially commenced the script reading. As the man with the dark beard began to read the first scene, depicting a police search in a mountain forest, Kang Woojin internally expressed his eagerness for the reading to finally begin. The narration revealed that Profiler Hanryang, a 4-episode drama set in 2010, featured Assistant Park as a major character in the opening scene, which detailed a serial murder investigation on a mountain. Ryu Youngmin grimaced with disgust at the script's description of the body, while the narration introduced the drama's main character, profiler Yu Ji-hyung, the carefree genius. The narration then introduced the passionate detective Jong Yun-hee as the female lead, prompting Hong Hae-yun to question why the carefree genius was involved. As the cast members discussed details of the crime scene from the script, Kang Woojin noted the surprisingly strong intensity of the reading session. Ryu Youngmin inquired about the red substance on the victim's fingernails, and as the answer was given, Kang Woojin contemplatively pondered its implications. Kang Woojin internally critiqued the casual delivery of lines by two of his fellow actors, finding their performances lacking. Frustration welled within Kang Woojin as he reflected on the dull delivery of lines that should have conveyed desperation, realizing it felt entirely different from his own immersive experiences. The man with the dark beard and the woman with curly brown hair critiqued an actor's flat performance, confirming Kang Woojin's earlier internal assessment. Kang Woojin confidently reflected on his deep internal experiences with the roles, believing his understanding surpassed the performances of his peers. Ryu Youngmin remarked on the surprising enjoyability of the reading, while another man meticulously detailed the crime scene elements, questioning their link to past unsolved cases. Hong Hae-yun then deduced that the murder method echoed a serial killer's signature from 2004, suggesting a flashy return after 6 years, as the scene transitioned to a quiet park. The man with the dark beard instructed Kang Woojin to deliver Assistant Park's solo introductory lines moderately, aiming to simply align the tone for the play's progression. Kang Woojin verbally agreed to the instruction, yet internally wrestled with the true meaning of moderate, questioning if it meant cutting emotion or performing roughly. Deciding to minimize movement, Kang Woojin resolved to focus intensely on expressing the core emotions of Assistant Park, drawing directly from his profound experiences to achieve the desired moderate outcome. Enveloped in a swirling blue vortex, Kang Woojin reflected on his countless readings and profound absorption of the character's every nuance. A glowing, smirking version of Kang Woojin, now dominant, asserted his transformed identity by covering the eyes of his regular self. Kang Woojin's eye was shown in an intense close-up, revealing a glowing yellow iris and blue-tinged hair strands, signifying his dramatic transformation. With a subtle smirk and eyes crackling with an otherworldly energy, Kang Woojin announced his full embodiment of Assistant Park. Kang Woojin's eye, now a piercing yellow, showed an unyielding, intense focus as he settled into the role. Ryu Youngmin, the man with the dark beard, and the woman with curly brown hair all flinched, wide-eyed and shocked, at the sudden intensity of Kang Woojin's acting. Kang Woojin's intensely focused, glowing yellow eye remained unwavering, sustaining the powerful transformation. Hong Hae-yun, wide-eyed and slightly scared, internally questioned if the intensity of Kang Woojin's acting had suddenly become far stronger than before. Kang Woojin's eyes glowed with an intense, slightly menacing yellow, reflecting the profound power of his performance. Ryu Youngmin flinched instinctively, visibly startled and scared by Kang Woojin's commanding presence. With a wide, unsettling, red-tinged smile, Kang Woojin, as Assistant Park, declared his unsettling presence. Kang Woojin, embodying the sinister Assistant Park, delivered a menacing line with a dark smile, fully embracing the character's chilling nature. Ryu Youngmin recoiled, his face etched with extreme shock and fear from Kang Woojin's performance. Ryu Youngmin, utterly astonished, stared with wide-eyed disbelief, questioning how such an intense performance could possibly be considered moderate. A chilling possessiveness underscored the man's words as he declared, "Ah, there you are." A sharp intake of breath preceded his venomous accusation, "You bastard." A shiver ran down Ryu Youngmin's spine, followed by a nervous gulp as the intensity of the performance hit him. His throat constricted as Ryu Youngmin internally questioned, "That acting, you call that moderate?" Bewilderment clouded Ryu Youngmin's mind, struggling to grasp what moderate could possibly mean in the face of such raw power. As Kang Woojin subtly smirked, Ryu Youngmin's thoughts raced with a mix of awe and dread, wondering, who is he? No, seriously, what is he? How can someone switch their emotions completely like that? His fist trembled with a furious disbelief as he grappled with the question, how much analysis and practice do you need to do to achieve that level of acting? No, is it even possible to achieve that through practice alone? Observing the unsettling figure, Ryu Youngmin's thoughts were a tangled web, confessing, right now, it's ambiguous to even call him an actor. Yeah, right now, he's Mr. Park himself. Mr. Park. Kang Woojin, now entirely Mr. Park, emanated a sociopathic pleasure as he hissed, "You're cute, so squishy and soft. It makes me want to pop you." With a steady voice, Ryu Youngmin announced, "Part 1 is over. Let's move on to Part 2 right away." Scene 1. In the interrogation room, Yu Ji-hyung and Mr. Park are confronting each other. Ryu Youngmin's gaze lingered on Kang Woojin, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his face as he thought, what's this? He's not even looking at the script. Does he think there's no need to even look at it? Ryu Youngmin acknowledged the raw power of the previous performance, adding, with how he acted as Manager Park just now, he must have analyzed and memorized the script like crazy. Kang Woojin then delivered his lines, his voice steady. You confessed, right? Why did you go through all that trouble just to confess? If you, an infamous serial killer, wanted to stay hidden, the case would have remained unsolved for a lifetime, don't you think so too? Kang Woojin continued, his words painting a picture of betrayal. Well, anyway, it's that unbearable feeling, you know, when you are wrongly accused of something you haven't done. Ryu Youngmin gasped, utterly stunned, as his mind reeled, wrongly accused. But you made a comeback with a new murder after committing 4 of the same in the past, didn't you? Ah, he really dives into the acting process quickly. With a dramatic turn, Kang Woojin's character revealed, that's exactly why I turned myself in. Someone was imitating my grand work. Alright, I admit it. He's a fake. If you don't believe it, you can investigate it yourself. As Kang Woojin's character confessed, that is the reason I confessed, to prove I didn't kill anyone. Ryu Youngmin's eyes widened in dawning realization, understanding the true depth of the character and thinking, is there another perpetrator? I understand why he's sitting there. A thoughtful expression settled on Ryu Youngmin's face as he considered, probably not just me, but everyone here probably does. The man with a dark beard calmly announced, next, fade out, yet Ryu Youngmin remained captivated by Kang Woojin's composure, questioning, by the way, how can he be so calm after showing such an impressive performance? Ryu Youngmin's inner turmoil wrestled with the question, is that level of acting, nothing to him, until the man with a dark beard broke through his thoughts with an exasperated sigh, calling his name. Ryu Youngmin's tentative, yes, was met with a stark warning from the man with a dark beard, don't lose focus. The man with a dark beard mused on the sheer power of the performance, asserting, he captivated everyone with just one performance. He's controlling the flow as he pleases. That person is no rookie, he must have a great past. Where did such an outrageous person come from? The man with a dark beard pressed, his intensity turning to a stern warning for Ryu Youngmin, you better stay focused, too. Ryu Youngmin swallowed hard, his expression resolute as he contemplated the consequences of failure, otherwise. As Kang Woojin stood with quiet intensity, Ryu Youngmin's thoughts echoed a profound challenge, don't you think you'll be overshadowed by his acting? A few hours later, as the script reading concluded, an enthusiastic staff member announced, everyone worked hard, and we've prepared a lot for the upcoming afterparty, so you can enjoy it. Of course, if you just want to relax, you can comfortably stay in your room. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, amid a rising murmur of voices. Amidst hushed whispers, a woman wondered, doesn't his acting give you chills? Yeah, as if you're really facing Assistant Manager Park. Is he trying to recover his emotions right now? The mood is very heavy. While others speculated about his profound emotional state, Kang Woojin was simply thinking, I'm so hungry, I'll make sure to feast on a lot of meat during the afterparty. Indeed, he was thinking of something entirely different. As Kang Woojin contemplated, everyone's leaving slowly, should I get going too? Or should I stay behind for a bit longer? A tap on his shoulder interrupted his thoughts, followed by a staff member's startled, huh? An energetic audition staff member, microphone in hand, introduced her, making team, to Kang Woojin, apologizing to bother him but asking for an interview, which made him silently wonder, making team. Kang Woojin recognized the making team from new tube, a fresh wave of nervousness washing over him at the prospect of an interview, but he ultimately agreed, all right. The audition staff member praised Kang Woojin's challenging performance and probed, how much analysis and practice did it take for you to grasp the hidden meanings behind the lines, to which he could only respond with a confused, A headache began to throb as Kang Woojin panicked internally, realizing he needed to use professional terminology to avoid appearing an amateur, and decided to subtly steer the conversation towards social life. Kang Woojin offered a simple, awkward explanation, I just thought the script was great, which the staff member accepted with a laugh, but a chibi Ryu Youngmin in the distance was unexpectedly touched by his humility. The audition staff member continued her curious inquiry, asking if Kang Woojin, who appeared like a comet, had been part of a theater troupe all this time, prompting a momentary pause from those listening. A wave of impressed murmurs seemed to wash over the room, causing Kang Woojin to sense the sudden attention and wonder, what's this? Surrounded by glowing, judging eyes, Kang Woojin's paranoia heightened as he wondered, is it just my imagination, or does it feel like everyone is looking at me? Like they're waiting for my answer or something. Dismissing his intense unease as mere imagination, Kang Woojin declared with a firm resolve, no, I'm self-taught. A chibi Kang Woojin sat amidst the surprised staff, met only by the audition staff members' bewildered silence. The audition staff gasped in utter disbelief, her thoughts a whirlwind of questions, self-taught. Are you joking? Really? Are you serious? While Kang Woojin, confused by their reaction, reaffirmed, yes, that's correct. I am self-taught. As murmurs rippled through the room, the audition staff expressed their astonishment, what did he just say? Self-taught. His acting quality isn't something that could be achieved by self-studying. But he said it with such a serious expression. The murmurs of confusion deepened as Ryu Youngmin, utterly bewildered, questioned, self-taught. I mean, what does that even mean? Amid the bewildered murmuring and gasps, the woman with long dark hair offered a subtle, knowing smile. Surrounded by glowing, judging eyes, Kang Woojin felt an intense paranoia building, wondering, what's going on? Why do I feel like the vibe has changed? Did I come off as a bit arrogant? But I wasn't lying though. No, but why are they looking at me so intensely? Feeling an overwhelming nervousness, Kang Woojin subtly shuffled away, mumbling, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at expressing myself, hoping to escape the awkward scrutiny. Kang Woojin's footsteps echoed as he walked away, leaving a trail of surprised silence in his wake. Wait, Mr. Woojin, the woman with long dark hair called out, an unexpected interruption that fueled Kang Woojin's hopeful speculation. Oh. The head of BHM Entertainment. I guess they're here to offer a contract. The man with a dark beard leaned in, his voice low with inquiry. Hey, Hong Hai-yun, was what he said earlier true? About being self-taught. Hong Hai-yun replied with a surprised, huh? Hong Hai-yun explained, oh, Appa. Yeah, that's right. You probably won't find anything even with your connections in the industry. I think acting was just a hobby for him. He even participated in Super Actor just for fun, leaving the man with a dark beard to ponder, no, does that even make sense? Acting isn't just a memorization subject, is it? What about overseas? The man with a dark beard pressed, to which Hong Hai-yun admitted, I don't know. His past is unclear, you know. He's got some kind of situation going on. He then asked her directly, so, what do you think after seeing him in person? The man with a dark beard smirked thoughtfully, confessing, I can see why you'd be so captivated. Honestly, my first impression of him was just average, but it's different now. As a sinister, wide-smiling face flickered in his thoughts, the man with a dark beard reached a profound realization, the visible acting was smooth and neat, and there was no sense of dissonance. He wasn't simply mimicking or reading what was written on the page. I've never seen an actor like that. That guy is a monstrous genius. Hong Hai-yun added, that's something everyone would envy. All the entertainment companies here are probably drooling over Mr. Woojin right now. As Kang Woojin walked on, he internally mused on the bustling opportunities, thinking, by now, there are probably quite a few entertainment companies that have handed Mr. Woojin their business cards. Hong Hai-yun challenged the man with a dark beard, but are you just going to sit there like this, Appa, only to be met with his determined reply, there's no way. With a deep, determined breath, the man with a dark beard declared, I also envy that talent. I need to make a move to get him. Amid the lively murmur of conversation, sizzling meat cooked on the barbecue, painting a festive scene. Amid the buzzing after-party, a man with a dark shirt inquired, hey, someone with great talent appeared today. Do you know where he is? I want to give him our company's business card, to which a male auditionee replied, the actor playing the role of assistant manager Park, right? I haven't seen him, as Ryu Youngmin observed, looks like everyone is only talking about that actor. With Kang Woojin's image burning in his mind, Ryu Youngmin reflected, Kang Woojin is an actor of a kind I've never seen before, and I can't even gauge his potential. The role of assistant manager Park would be a high point in any acting career. But to think that self-taught. What is even happening? As a woman with curly brown hair wondered, but as a newcomer, shouldn't Kang Woojin attend the company dinner, and a male auditionee speculated on arrogance, Ryu Youngmin realized, what's this? Gossip? Dismissing the talk as, how childish, Ryu Youngmin defended Kang Woojin, proclaiming, well, in my eyes, he's more like a monster than someone who can act a bit, before clarifying that the PD made attendance optional. With a slight show of concern, Ryu Youngmin explained earnestly, plus, after bringing out such deep emotions, those feelings can't just be cleared up in a few hours. From Woojin's perspective, he probably thinks attending the dinner would be a burden. The level of acting is just different from ours. That's true, he probably had to undergo a lot of meditation and other mental exercises before he began reading. Sharing his own experiences with a hint of vulnerability, Ryu Youngmin continued, exactly, while he may seem to have recovered quickly, it's clear that on the inside, he must be feeling like a mess. Talking to others in such a state would make it difficult for everyone. I've had experiences like that too. When emotions run high, I tend to get annoyed at the people around me for no reason. Ryu Youngmin concluded, he's probably struggling a lot right now, trying to recover from his own emotions, prompting an embarrassed, ahem. From the woman with curly brown hair before he pressed, everyone has experienced it, right? The difficulty of emotional recovery. An eager man with a red tie abruptly turned towards Ryu Youngmin, calling out, hey, Mr. Youngmin. Still. PD song. I wanted to ask you about something. Actor Kang Woojin, where on earth did you find him? Ryu Youngmin's exasperation was clear as he muttered, I don't even remember the amount of times I've been asked that question today, prompting the man with a dark beard to ask in surprise, what do you mean? The man with a dark beard investigated Kang Woojin's mysterious past, asserting, his acting is extraordinary and his past is unclear. I'm assuming he was overseas, to which Ri Youngmin concurred. After seeing Woojin, I also looked into it a bit, but since no one has heard of him domestically, I'm leaning towards the possibility of him being overseas. Then the man with a dark beard pressed, so, does that really mean his acting is self-taught? The man with a dark beard proposed, that's true, even you can probably sense that he's walking this path alone, right? To which Ryu Youngmin replied with a slightly amused smile, Kang Woojin himself is an existence that doesn't make sense. He's just someone who was born to act. That's absurd. Ryu Youngmin muttered before abruptly standing, his sudden movement a physical manifestation of his determination, as he asked, you're leaving already? His face etched with fierce resolve, Ryu Youngmin declared, I can't just sit here and enjoy, I'm going to practice more. The lead can't be overshadowed by the supporting role, right? Inspired, the man with a dark beard abruptly stood and declared, then, me too, followed by the woman with curly brown hair who decided, I guess I should review the script again, too. Taking a thoughtful breath, the man with a red tie observed, wow, Kang Woojin ignited everyone's passion. The quality of the drama will now rise by several levels, wondering if the actor himself knew the immense impact his presence would have. A heavy gloom washed over Kang Woojin as he lamented sleeping through the day, missing his anticipated beef. He sighed, contemplating the burden of his tough act, while Hong Hai-yun, watching him closely, wondered if he had truly recovered from the intense emotions of his last role. Her unexpected offer to drive him home was gladly accepted by Kang Woojin, who then shared his address on the Suji side. As Hong Hai-yun confirmed his destination, Kang Woojin's heart pounded with excitement at the thought of her escorting him. His attempt to thank her was abruptly cut short by an unexpected presence, leaving him startled. A man formally introduced himself as the producer, subtly inviting Kang Woojin for a private conversation. Hong Hai-yun clarified the man was her company's CEO, causing Kang Woojin to internally liken him to an all-powerful landlord given his investor status for detective agency. As Kang Woojin silently wondered about the sudden meeting, the producer, Choi Song-jian of BW Entertainment, subtly hinted at a prior connection. The producer mentioned his company's investment in detective agency, and expressed his desire to work with Kang Woojin, who internally questioned if this was the true purpose of their encounter. Cutting to the chase, the producer declared his knowledge of Kang Woojin's lack of an agency and expressed a personal desire to support him from the very beginning of his acting career. Kang Woojin was stunned by the contract offer, prompting the producer to elaborate on his small company's unique position and advanced startup methods. The producer gravely warned of the entertainment industry's brutal, jungle-like nature, emphasizing the need for focused care to secure an actor's career, leaving Kang Woojin internally overwhelmed. Kang Woojin, trying to project confidence, repeated the producer's grim, jungle, metaphor, then immediately recoiled, questioning his own ill-chosen response. The producer, taken aback by Kang Woojin's unexpected fortitude, gulped, internally marveling at his unique resilience and questioning his mysterious past. A sharp intake of breath underscored the producer's intense realization that Kang Woojin possessed an unyielding integrity rarely seen in new actors, solidifying his desperate resolve to secure him. With a hearty laugh, the producer promised thorough support if Kang Woojin joined, then probed whether he had received many other business cards, to which Kang Woojin confirmed he had. The producer then pressed about down payments, which Kang Woojin denied hearing about, though he vaguely recalled discussions of other conditions. Kang Woojin strategically opted for vagueness, stating he had heard unconventional conditions, which the producer pointedly echoed back. The producer readily agreed to match any conditions, spurring Kang Woojin to assert that his own conditions must also be heard, all while internally feeling the negotiations spiraling beyond his control. Determined to maintain his tough facade and having no other choice, Kang Woojin confidently declared he would consider the offer and make contact later. Finally arriving home, Kang Woojin found a soothing sense of relief and comfort in its familiar embrace. Flopping onto his bed, Kang Woojin felt a weary burden of contemplation regarding the unexpected influx of agency offers and the daunting task of choosing one. He decided to postpone agency decisions until after the detective agency shoot, smoothly drawing his script to immerse himself in its world first. As Kang Woojin prepared to begin, he was abruptly pulled into a mysterious, digital space, his attempt to start cut short by confusion. The shocking reveal of the script's title, Profiler Hanryang Part 1, with a stunning, grade S, left Kang Woojin gasping in disbelief. Floating amidst glowing papers, Kang Woojin was utterly baffled by the script's grade, recalling it had been A+ just moments before. Despite his confusion, Kang Woojin accepted the inexplicable change, acknowledging that some unknown event must have transpired as he prepared to move forward. With a powerful, excited gasp, Kang Woojin glowed brightly, preparing to begin the script reading for detective agency and embody the role of Kim Ryujin. The system announced the preparation was complete, confirming a high-quality script and 100% implementation, before initiating the immersive reading. Time advanced, bringing the cast and crew to the bustling outdoor set of a grand villa for the first shoot of detective agency. Kang Woojin observed the filming location, recognizing it with an uncanny sense of déjà vu, as it perfectly matched the villa he had experienced in his script reading. An audition staff member, mistaking him for a lost visitor, directed Kang Woojin to the actor's standby area, leaving him momentarily surprised. Kang Woojin nervously observed the other actors, wondering if they were his co-stars in Detective Agency. As the actors settled into their chairs, Kang Woojin silently reiterated his internal resolve to act tough, while another actor commented on the cold March air, grateful for the rare luxury of a seat for unknown talent. Two actors speculated about the unknown identity of the actress playing the wife, unaware that Kang Woojin was smugly aware of the answer. Kang Woojin was startled when the conversation shifted to the mysterious, unknown lead actor, realizing with a jolt that they were talking about him. The actors continued to speculate about the unknown lead, attributing his casting to investor influence, a theory Kang Woojin internally dismissed as inaccurate. As the actors continued to express doubts about the lead actor's potential performance, Kang Woojin felt an internal awkwardness, silently asserting his presence. Kang Woojin internally resolved to maintain his persona as a formidable actor, strategically choosing to remain detached from trivial gossip to avoid unnecessary conflict. The director, a man with a red tie, called for the briefing to begin, instructing someone to prepare, prompting the man with a cap to question, main actor. With a sudden, impactful movement, Kang Woojin rose to acknowledge the director, causing the man with a cap to fall from his chair in shock, along with wide-eyed reactions from the other actors. The man with a cap panicked, consumed by regret and fear of having angered Kang Woojin, while Kang Woojin simply remained silent, observing the unfolding chaos. With a cool, subtle shift in demeanor, Kang Woojin decided to set the record straight, revealing that he was not affiliated with any agency. Interpreting Kang Woojin's statement as a severe warning, the man with a cap frantically apologized, only for Kang Woojin to calmly ask what the problem was. Kang Woojin calmly dismissed the situation as a misunderstanding, but the man with a cap, still anxious, persisted in his inquiries, as another individual quickly slipped away. A dazzling, pink sparkle heralded Hong Ha-yeon's glamorous arrival, stunning the other actors into a collective, awestruck gasp of recognition. The director formally introduced Hong Ha-yeon as the wife character, leading to more exclamations of disbelief from the other actors at the revelation of a top star's presence. Hong Ha-yeon's familiar greeting to Kang Woojin ignited a flurry of shocked gossip and speculation among the other actors, who wondered about their close relationship. The director explained the strict confidentiality surrounding Hong Ha-yeon's role until the movie's release, then outlined the mandatory 5-day dorm stay for the rest of the cast and crew. With a final, energetic command, the director urged everyone to prepare for shooting in 10 minutes, receiving an affirmative chorus of readiness from the crew. As the director instructed Kang Woojin to get his makeup done for his first solo scene, Kang Woojin felt a sudden surge of nervousness about being the lead actor. Internally strategizing to maintain his tough act despite his growing anxiety, Kang Woojin accepted the outfit, which landed with a soft clatter, while a makeup artist began preparations. As Kang Woojin tried to steady his thoughts, Hong Ha-yeon suddenly leaned in, slyly asking if he had considered joining her agency, catching him completely off guard. Startled by Hong Ha-yeon's abrupt question, Kang Woojin replied that he would consider an agency after Detective Agency wrapped, prompting her to inquire about his desired conditions. Kang Woojin admitted his uncertainty regarding conditions, leading Hong Ha-yeon to offer gentle advice: actors should always understand and assert their own worth in negotiations. Hong Ha-yeon wished him luck with the shooting as she cheerfully departed, leaving a slightly flustered Kang Woojin calling out to her. Internally exasperated at not receiving guidance on determining his worth, Kang Woojin was abruptly called by a staff member to prepare for filming. Now in full detective costume, Kang Woojin focused his determination, resolving to perfectly embody the lead role of Kim Ryujin for the shoot, amidst the murmuring crew. He intensely concentrated, recalling every sensation and detail from his immersive, subspace experiences to bring vivid movement and depth to his character. With a powerful, golden flash from his eye, Kang Woojin fully immersed himself, declaring his complete transformation: "I'm Kim Ryujin." An observer, the man with dark hair and white shirt, expressed astonishment at Kang Woojin's immediate and complete character transformation, marveling at his ridiculously fast immersion. The man with dark hair and white shirt brimmed with excited anticipation, eager to witness Kang Woojin's performance during the actual filming. With a sharp click and a decisive action, the man with dark hair and white shirt signaled the start of the scene, as Kang Woojin began to walk away from the camera. In a moment of sudden mishap, Kang Woojin stumbled and fell to one knee, letting out a surprised exclamation. Hong Ha-yeon and the man with dark hair and white shirt collaboratively analyzed Kang Woojin's fall, realizing it perfectly embodied Kim Ryujin's intended clumsy and sloppy personality. Hong Ha-yeon was deeply impressed by Kang Woojin's immersion, marveling at how he brought the character to life, and silently acknowledging his exceptional acting amidst the murmurs of the crew. Hong Ha-yeon continued her profound analysis, concluding that Kang Woojin possessed an extraordinary dedication and intuition that elevated his acting beyond simple improvisation. The man with dark hair and white shirt wondered aloud if Kang Woojin was like a cheat code character, as Kang Woojin remained silently composed amidst the crew's murmurs. Internally, Kang Woojin let out a sigh of profound embarrassment, his chibi form mortified by his recent stumble. A buzzing sound accompanied his internal confession: he had genuinely tripped by mistake, a fact the narration confirmed as a simple accident. Kang Woojin inwardly cursed, mortified that his genuine stumble had been a mistake, as the crew's low murmurs only amplified his profound embarrassment. His mind raced, a chilling spiral of questions about pressure, nervousness, and whether his clumsy mistake had irrevocably ruined everything. A wave of panic washed over Kang Woojin. He wondered if his performance was ruined by the grass, desperate to know whether he should stop or wait for the director's command. In his internal, bewildered state, Kang Woojin couldn't comprehend the silent, observing stares, questioning why no one was reacting. With a deep, resolute sigh, he decided to push past his humiliation, focusing his will to once again embody Kim Ryujin and continue the scene. Despite the fear that gnawed at him, Kang Woojin forced himself to take a deliberate step forward, knowing he had to push through. A thrilling rush of purpose filled him. This ability to see through another's eyes, to experience the profound depths of a murder scene, was the irresistible force driving him forward. This intense, captivating connection to other lives was the undeniable force that propelled him onward. As he stood before the building, an otherworldly rush of clarity enveloped him, and he inwardly declared himself the silent, all-seeing witness to the unfolding drama. He felt an undeniable pull, an allure he couldn't resist, as the old doorknob rattled under his touch, inviting him into the unknown. His steps glided softly, a hush falling as he entered the threshold of the hidden space. The elegant room held an incongruously pleasant scent for a place connected to death, a detail he found unsettling and fundamentally false. A chilling question formed in his mind as he peered into the murky depths below: could this lead to a basement? A soft thud echoed as he reached the bottom, his breath catching in his throat at the sight of a figure sprawled on the ground. A tremor ran through him as he realized the figure was not another corpse but disturbingly, undeniably alive. A sudden terror seized him as he heard heavy footsteps approaching, screaming at him to hide before it was too late. Crouching behind the sofa, a silent creak of tension filled the air as Kang Woojin agonized over the living figure, unsure how to manage his presence. A chilling voice cut through the silence, declaring the man on the floor a witness who couldn't be left alive, and the implication struck Kang Woojin with stark terror. His entire being trembled uncontrollably, and Kang Woojin desperately fought to still his shaking hands and hold his very breath, terrified that any sound would betray his presence. A sudden thump beside him nearly made Kang Woojin scream. The shadowy figure was now terrifyingly close, intensifying his already paralyzing fear of discovery. A desperate, primal scream echoed in his mind, begging the terrifying presence to simply disappear. A gasp of genuine surprise escaped Kang Woojin as he suddenly found himself viewing the scene through a camera's lens. The man in the red tie stared in disbelief, questioning how such a wide and absurd gap in skill could exist between himself and another unknown actor. The woman marveled at Kang Woojin's profoundly improved acting, while the man with the beard sighed in awe, certain this performance would be a sensation at the film festival and expose any lesser, bribed awards. The woman confidently asserted that everyone should perform well, a statement so direct it caused the men nearby to visibly flinch. As the detective agency continued filming, a torrent of news and promotional cascades for profiler Henryang began to spread like wildfire, raising anticipation with every swirling rumor. The official YouTube account for profiler Henryang unveiled its first teaser and poster, and though merely a brief script reading, the views soared to unexpectedly immense numbers. A fervent public buzz erupted around profiler Henryang, fueling speculation whether the soaring anticipation was due to its inherent promise or the magnetic presence of its two titans, Hong Hae-yun and Kang Woojin. The audition staff's enthusiastic shouts of "cut" and "great job, Mr. Woojin" signaled the definitive end of the detective agency shooting, bringing a sense of accomplishment to the set. As Kang Woojin graciously thanked the congratulating crew, a profound and bittersweet feeling settled over him, the strange ache of completion. Despite the exhausting unfamiliarity of his first lead role in a short film, a significant milestone in his life, Kang Woojin felt a profound sense of accomplishment. A surprising, undeniable truth surfaced: despite everything, he had genuinely enjoyed it. Even a short film had been this demanding. In his chibi form, Kang Woojin worried about the epic scale of profiler Henryang and the urgent need to build his physical stamina. Just as he reflected on the profound worth of his experiences, his phone vibrated, pulling him back to reality with a bewildered, "Huh? Kim Young-dae?" The muffled murmurs of the crowd seemed to swirl around him as he instinctively turned, looking about with a surprised, questioning gaze. Kang Woojin simply asked, "What?" as Kim Young-dae's voice boomed through the phone, insisting he join everyone for a celebratory drink. Kang Woojin calmly refused the invitation, prompting Kim Young-dae's agitated questions about his sudden mysteriousness and whether he was merely pretending to be busy. With a decisive click, Kang Woojin ended the call, knowing his eventual revelation on TV would be far more impactful than a premature explanation or a forced, awkward lie. A sudden shout of, "Mr. Woojin," from behind startled him, sending a jolt through Kang Woojin as he spun around. With a forced composure, Kang Woojin responded, his mind racing with panic, wondering if the man with the beard had overheard his call as he casually asked about his apparent lack of tiredness. A wave of relief washed over Kang Woojin when the man with the beard, noting his composure, declared him an actor who lacked nothing, capable of handling anything, even a mega project like Profiler Hanryang. As the man with the beard spoke of immediate editing, Kang Woojin inwardly cringed, the words unexpectedly rekindling a past fear he had almost managed to forget. While the chibi-like man with the beard animatedly explained complex audio post-production, Kang Woojin simply agreed, inwardly admitting he understood none of it but would pretend for now. Kang Woojin inquired about the Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival schedule, learning that while not yet released, rumors placed it in mid-April, hopefully allowing for timely post-production completion. The man with the beard abruptly instructed Kang Woojin to buy a new suit for the event, prompting Kang Woojin to inwardly question the necessity, considering his existing, albeit cheap, attire. The man with the beard confessed that reaching the festival finals had been a mere dream until now, but with Kang Woojin, it felt like an undeniable reality, necessitating a sharp appearance before the industry's most influential figures. As the man with the beard remarked that such matters should be handled by an agency, he then astutely asked if Kang Woojin had received many business cards at the Profiler Hanryang reading, making Kang Woojin inwardly wonder if he possessed prophetic abilities. The man with the beard soberly explained the industry's harsh reality. Rookies rarely receive advances and often pay to join, facing 5 to 7 year contracts before seeing any profit, often after 3 to 4 years of struggle. But Kang Woojin was a rare exception. He was already earning a down payment, a privilege almost unheard of, and the man with the beard excitedly mused about the incredible scale of Profiler Hanryang and how much he should propose as a down payment. All the entertainment companies pursued Kang Woojin like a mystical prize, eager to bypass the hundreds of millions typically spent on training rookies who, even after 3 years, struggled to land even a minor role. Kang Woojin inwardly conceded the terrifying nature of the entertainment industry, while the man with the beard marveled at his unprecedented success, landing a lead role in Detective Agency and a supporting role in Profiler Hanryang back-to-back, a feat that surely had companies salivating. The man with the beard casually suggested setting Kang Woojin's down payment at a staggering 20 million won, a sum that sent a jolt of utter shock through him, leaving him speechless. The man with the beard advised Kang Woojin to consider his options carefully, then turned away, rummaging through his jacket with a mysterious, also. With a smooth motion, the man with the beard handed over the eagerly awaited script for parts 3 and 4 of Profiler Hanryang, which Kang Woojin accepted with a grateful, "Thank you." As the man with the beard departed, Kang Woojin offered a deep, respectful bow, expressing his sincere gratitude for the day's hard work. With the new script in hand, Kang Woojin deliberated, a rush of anticipation urging him to dive immediately into Profiler Hanryang Part 3. A weary, ugh, escaped Kang Woojin, signaling a profound exhaustion settling over him. In his chibi form, Kang Woojin longed for the sweet oblivion of sleep, overwhelmed by a weariness that made him realize how long it had been since he felt such profound peace. But a week had passed since he received those business cards, and with a sudden surge of resolve, Kang Woojin abruptly sat up, knowing a critical decision awaited him. He spread out the 8 business cards, his gaze lingering on the one from a film company as he began to weigh his options. Kang Woojin mused over the prospect of checking out all 8 agencies, deciding it would be too inconvenient and, more importantly, wouldn't align with the mysterious, tough persona he was cultivating. A shrewd calculation dawned on him. The interconnectedness of the industry meant any casual meeting would inevitably spark rumors, so discretion was paramount. His finger hovered over the cards, a subtle hesitation marking the weight of his next move. He realized his profound ignorance of the entertainment industry meant individually researching each company would be an overwhelming, chaotic endeavor. A clear solution formed in his mind as he tapped his phone, a path forward finally revealed. His determination hardening, Kang Woojin declared he needed experience, and with a decisive click, he brought the phone to his ear and introduced himself. A subtle sigh escaped, a quiet prelude to the unknown waiting behind the sterile glass doors of BW Entertainment. Choi Song-jian, his arms crossed, asked about her recent shoot, but Hong Hae-yeon's response was a heavy, non-committal, maybe. Maybe? Choi Song-jian pressed, as Hong Hae-yeon let out an exasperated sigh, her answer trailing off with a weariness that spoke volumes. Watching Kang Woojin perform and truly experiencing his acting firsthand were two entirely different things, Hong Hae-yeon realized, a profound sense of intimidation settling deep within her. It was in trying to match his intensity that she recognized the stark inadequacy of her own acting, a painful truth blossoming in her mind. Frustration coiled within her as she wrestled with the enigma of Kang Woojin's talent, wondering how he so flawlessly navigated vastly different roles, almost as if he harbored multiple personalities. A resigned sigh escaped Hong Hae-yeon, feeling the impossibility of emulating such genius, leaving Choi Song-jian to watch her with a bewildered look. Yet, a fierce resolve burned in her eyes. She would continue to observe Kang Woojin, for his acting was the crucible in which she sought to forge her own improvement. To achieve that, I must bring him here, Hong Haiyun thought, then abruptly asked Choi Song-jian about Kang Woojin's down payment, taking him by surprise. When Choi Song-jian admitted the decision was still pending, Hong Haiyun commanded him with steely determination to offer the highest possible amount, convinced they had to secure him. Choi Song-jian began to agree, but the sudden chime of his phone interrupted him, leaving Hong Haiyun confused. With a swift movement, Choi Song-jian answered the unknown number, identifying himself just as the voice on the other end introduced itself as Kang Woojin. In a fantastical blur, both Choi Song-jian and Hong Haiyun erupted into chibi-sized panic, screaming for him to answer quickly, their excitement overflowing. Choi Song-jian eagerly welcomed Kang Woojin, who apologized for his busy schedule, cutting straight to the point. He wanted to meet to discuss the down payment. Choi Song-jian, growing visibly nervous, tried to arrange a meeting near Kang Woojin's home, but his offer was met with a blunt, undeniable no. Kang Woojin, with an undeniable firmness in his voice, declared he would come directly to BW Entertainment. "Welcome," Choi Song-jian proclaimed, his voice echoing across the modern facade of the BW building. Inside, Choi Song-jian greeted Kang Woojin, humbly acknowledging the office's modest size but proudly emphasizing its scale for a startup. He attributed the company's existence to Hong Haiyun, prompting Kang Woojin to astutely inquire why she remained their sole top actor. Choi Song-jian explained his strategic focus on building a strong foundation around Hong Haiyun, then directly asked Kang Woojin if he had met with other agencies, to which Kang Woojin firmly stated, "You're the first." Kang Woojin then sheepishly corrected himself, admitting he had kind of met a few, prompting Choi Song-jian to wisely advise him to remain focused during this critical period. Skipping directly to the critical point, Choi Song-jian proposed discussing the down payment first, affirming his readiness to match any shocking conditions Kang Woojin may have received elsewhere. Kang Woojin nervously suggested a 20 million won down payment, his internal doubts already gnawing at him, wondering if it was too low. Mustering his courage, Kang Woojin mentally prepared to state his demand clearly, but as he began, Choi Song-jian abruptly called his name. "What do you think of 30 million won?" Choi Song-jian asked, his words hanging in the air. Kang Woojin's eyes widened in chibi-fueled shock, his mouth agape as he stammered, "Thir." He internally chastised himself for almost revealing his astonishment, battling his internal voice that screamed, 30 million won? What's happening suddenly? Kang Woojin stood, arms crossed, trying to process the bewildering turn of events. With a confident smile, Choi Song-jian boldly raised the offer yet again, declaring, 40 million won is possible, leaving Kang Woojin utterly stunned. Kang Woojin's inner world erupted in a comical fit of air boxing, furious that he had lowballed himself, desperately questioning the sudden, dramatic increase in the offer. Choi Song-jian calmly reiterated the 40 million won offer, which only deepened Kang Woojin's profound bewilderment. Kang Woojin internally wrestled with the surprising amount, blaming the ponytail ajushi for misguiding him, deciding to proceed cautiously and naturally as each second felt precarious. He then directly questioned Choi Song-jian about the reasoning behind such a high amount, prompting Choi Song-jian to explain the industry trend of avoiding traditional down payments. Choi Song-jian further elaborated that even top actors now receive non-monetary assets, a fact Kang Woojin acknowledged he had heard about. He explained that down payments were typically for transferring artists, not rookies, but Kang Woojin was a special case, a rare unknown actor with 2 projects already under his belt. Despite his unique situation, Choi Song-jian plainly stated that to the public, Kang Woojin remained an ordinary person, and in the entertainment industry, money flowed from recognition. He clarified that while some companies might balk at such a down payment, those who recognized Kang Woojin's potential would invest, solidifying the idea that recognition was paramount. Choi Song-jian praised Kang Woojin's incredible acting, acknowledging how it drew directors and production, but delivered a stark warning: the industry's future was always uncertain, and being an unknown actor only worsened potential failures. He emphasized that agencies, due to this uncertainty, would view a 40 million won down payment for an unknown as an investment in an ordinary person, thus capping offers at around 40 or 50 million won. With a decisive tap of his hand, Choi Song-jian declared that in this situation, the down payment was secondary to the crucial payment ratio and contract period. Kang Woojin's eyes lit up with new understanding, realizing his self-sufficiency in training, time, and money was a significant merit no matter the agency, a fact Choi Song-jian readily affirmed. Choi Song-jian then smoothly transitioned, suggesting that while Kang Woojin might not yet appreciate an agency's importance, he had devised a sweet down payment that reflected market trends. He explained the typical 5-to-5 or 6-to-4 payment ratio for rookie trainees, contrasting it with Kang Woojin's immediate readiness as a complete actor requiring no financial investment from the agency. Then, with a cunning smile, Choi Song-jian unveiled his astonishing offer, a 9-to-1 payment ratio, with BW taking only one, and a mere one-year contract, calling it a taste of BW entertainment. Kang Woojin's internal chibi self erupted in disbelief, wondering if it was all a misunderstanding or solely due to Hong Haiyun's influence, certain no one else could offer such conditions. He mentally confirmed the ideal nature of the 9-to-1 ratio and one-year contract for gaining experience, finding added comfort in Hong Haiyun's presence within the company. Leaning forward, Kang Woojin then proposed two non-negotiable conditions: no questions about his past, and complete autonomy over his project choices, stunning Choi Song-jian. Choi Song-jian acknowledged hearing about Kang Woojin's mysterious past from Hong Haiyun, then clarified the second condition, to which Kang Woojin simply stated he desired to decide his own projects. Choi Song-jian readily accepted both conditions, confirming they would be added to the contract, and Kang Woojin formally agreed, saying, "I'll be in your care." Overjoyed, Choi Song-jian erupted in laughter, his chibi form celebrating wildly as he welcomed Kang Woojin as BW Entertainment's second actor. Choi Song-jian then surprised Kang Woojin with a business card he'd received during a script reading, from a film company, hinting at an unexpected new opportunity. Choi Song-jian gasped, recognizing the card from Box Movie, a huge film company, and general manager Choi Daman, an influential figure, making Kang Woojin wonder if he'd been at the script reading too. Choi Song-jian's mind raced, connecting the dots to legendary director Woo Hyun-gu, whose next project was with Box Movie, and his close ties to general manager Choi Daman. Convinced they were trying to reel Kang Woojin in, Choi Song-jian declared that a meeting with general manager Choi was imperative, immediately making the call. Kang Woojin mused on the sheer scale of the opportunity, realizing he had made the right choice, as Choi Song-jian, on the phone, expressed surprise at a sudden request. "You want to meet right now?" Choi Song-jian exclaimed, his shock mirrored by Kang Woojin's equally startled reaction. The scene dramatically shifted, pulling viewers toward the imposing facade of the Box Movie Film Company building, emphasizing the sudden urgency of the meeting. Inside a formal meeting room, the two men sat, their silence thick with quiet expectation. Choi Song-jian's patience wore thin, muttering about the 30-minute delay, while Kang Woojin, unperturbed, idly noticed a familiar movie poster. The door creaked open, and a man with a red tie entered, offering a smiling apology for his lateness, taking Kang Woojin by surprise. Choi Song-jian silently dismissed the apology as a lie, recognizing the familiar words, as the man with the red tie warmly greeted Kang Woojin, who simply responded that he had been busy with a shoot. The man with the red tie, general manager Choi Daman, then expressed his deep disappointment over Kang Woojin's week-long silence, a thinly veiled upset that Kang Woojin keenly observed, even in his chibi form. Choi Daman, with a manipulative smile, informed Kang Woojin that director Woo Hyun-gu knew all about him and implied he was almost scolded for the lack of contact, while Choi Song-jian internally called out the obvious blame. Choi Daman then presented a script, smoothly suggesting Kang Woojin undergo an audition he assured would be a piece of cake given his acting prowess. As Kang Woojin silently flipped through the script, Choi Song-jian shrewdly observed Choi Daman's blatant promotion, calculating the immense influence Kang Woojin would wield by joining director Woo Hyun-gu's project. Choi Song-jian, despite his personal dislike for Choi Daman, pragmatically accepted the undeniable financial power behind director Woo Hyun-gu's film, knowing it was an opportunity too significant to lose. Choi Daman emphatically urged Kang Woojin to accept the project, stressing its unprecedented nature for an unknown actor, to which Kang Woojin replied with quiet skepticism, "Is that so?" When Choi Daman confidently assumed acceptance, encouraging him to join director Woo Hyun-gu's project, Kang Woojin firmly requested, "Yes, please refuse." Choi Daman, initially agreeing, suddenly paused, a dawning confusion spreading across his face. His mind reeled, leaving him in utter, chibified shock as he stammered, "What?" The man with the red tie confidently offered a prestigious project from director Woo Hyun-gu, suggesting immediate acceptance, but Kang Woojin calmly requested to refuse. Initially agreeing, the man with the red tie's smile faltered as the words registered, turning into a bewildered questioning. An utterly shocked gasp escaped him, unable to process Kang Woojin's astonishing request. Demanding clarity, the man with the red tie pressed Kang Woojin, questioning if he had truly heard a refusal, but Kang Woojin remained silent. Kang Woojin, his eyes glowing with quiet resolve, reiterated his firm request to decline the proposal, leaving the man with the red tie stammering in disbelief. The man with the red tie's mind reeled. Kang Woojin was undeniably serious, and he now understood why he was considered so special and utterly unpredictable. Agitated, the man with the red tie tried to reason with Kang Woojin, questioning his premature refusal of the script, but Kang Woojin calmly asserted his composure. The man with the red tie desperately pleaded with Kang Woojin not to squander such a monumental opportunity, only for Kang Woojin to defiantly confirm his intention to do exactly that. Realizing Kang Woojin was immovable, the man with the red tie swiftly decided to invent a diplomatic cover, enthusiastically telling manager Choi that Kang Woojin found the script amazing. A chibi Kim Youngdae questioned the manager's sudden praise, while Kang Woojin's attempt to interject was met with a wince of pain from the manager, effectively silencing him. Kang Woojin pondered if the manager expected him to play along, as the man with the red tie confidently declared Kang Woojin's eagerness to keep reading the script, fabricating a plausible reason for his presence. The man with the red tie expressed hesitation about freely distributing the script, fearing it might imply favoritism, a concern the man with the white shirt agreed could lead to trouble. Laughing heartily, the man with the red tie praised director Woo Hyun-goo's industriousness, all while internally planning to stall with small talk, believing it strange to leave so abruptly after seeing the script. The man with the red tie glanced at Kang Woojin, acknowledging his undeniable oddity, yet recognizing his newfound association with BW Entertainment. The man with the white shirt concluded the discussion, promising to check his schedule and follow up as soon as possible. Kang Woojin, displeased, questioned if he had to endure another wait, prompting the man with the red tie to reassure him, citing preparations for profiler Hanryang and promising personal contact. The man with the white shirt urged for a swift response, fearing the director's reprimand, to which the man with the red tie deferentially affirmed his commitment. The man with the white shirt offered a polite farewell, thanking them for their efforts as they departed. Kang Woojin looked bewildered as his manager seemed to blur past him with incredible speed. The man with the red tie swiftly halted Kang Woojin, leaning in conspiratorially to impart a message. The man with the red tie roared, demanding to know Kang Woojin's reasons for rejecting the project, causing Kang Woojin to wince and clutch his ears. Kang Woojin, with a subtle sweat drop of annoyance, revealed his true, fantastical reason: the subspace had graded the project as a dismal F. Kang Woojin explained how he had secretly slipped into the subspace during the meeting to check the project's rating. The subspace identified the negotiation scenario as a very high-quality movie script with 100% readability, yet shockingly, assigned it a grade F, leaving Kang Woojin bewildered. Floating in the ethereal void, Kang Woojin pondered how a script from a legendary director could be rated a baffling F, questioning if it foretold a box office disaster or something more sinister. Weighing his nascent acting career against the subspace's F-grade assessment, Kang Woojin mused on whether it was wiser to pursue guaranteed successes, or if artistic failures held value only after achieving recognition. Kang Woojin knew he couldn't reveal the true F-grade reason, while his manager's face reddened with extreme frustration, a silent testament to the impossibility of the situation. Deciding to employ a past cheat code, Kang Woojin simply stated that his intuition told him the project was bad, leaving his manager utterly bewildered. Exasperated, the man with the red tie questioned if Kang Woojin was ill or suffering a headache, unable to comprehend such flimsy reasoning, but Kang Woojin calmly assured him of his perfect health. As Kang Woojin resolutely repeated his request to decline the audition, his manager's internal frustration boiled, barely suppressing an outburst. His mind awash in a torrent of bewilderment and sweat, the manager pondered if Kang Woojin was a genius or merely a crazy lunatic, concluding the latter. Finally free, Kang Woojin let out a weary sigh, confessing his profound fatigue after the day's encounters. In his chibi form, Kang Woojin excitedly wondered about the reward, immediately considering if he should dive into practice. Steeled by resolve, Kang Woojin accepted the F-rated negotiation scenario, a script presented within the mysterious blue glow of his subspace. He thought it had been some time since he immersed himself in a script, and he reasoned that reading this one from a legendary director might unveil the mystery behind its F-rating before filming even began. As his finger tapped the glowing list of characters for negotiation, Kang Woojin expressed surprise at the name, James, wondering if it implied playing a foreigner for the first time. The subspace system announced the detection of a new language, English, and declared its preparation to initiate the reading process, leaving a bewildered Kang Woojin questioning its intentions. A powerful, swirling vortex of light erupted, signaling the magical commencement of the English learning process. A sudden impact left Kang Woojin utterly disoriented, floating in a strange, gray void, questioning its very existence. His confusion deepened as he tried to grasp his strange, disorienting surroundings. A murmur of surprise escaped him as a colossal, glowing, materialized from the dark, startling him. He gasped, the single letter, overwhelming his senses. A pained cry tore from him as glowing, abstract letters violently slammed into him. Dazed and disoriented, he tried to comprehend the recent, bewildering assault of letters. He plummeted, engulfed by a chaotic torrent of glowing letters that swirled around him. Amidst the barrage, cries of agony tore from him, overwhelmed by the inexplicable assault of countless glowing letters. The arduous reading of English finally concluded, leaving Kang Woojin utterly exhausted, panting on his bedroom floor. Startled, he reflected on the intense, vivid sensation, recognizing it as akin to his subspace script readings, and a thought began to form: could he now speak English? Utter shock rippled through him as he realized, with a gasp, that he was spontaneously speaking fluent English. In his chibi form, Kang Woojin gasped in amazement and overwhelming joy. His English pronunciation was flawlessly fluent, as if an entire foreign language had been miraculously implanted within him, making the subspace feel truly insane. Tapping thoughtfully on his phone, Kang Woojin wondered if his newfound fluency could open doors to Hollywood, then decided to test if he could also read the language. Delighted, he confirmed his immediate ability to read English, then a cunning realization dawned on him: the subspace could teach him other languages too. In his chibi form, Kang Woojin felt a surge of happiness for having read the F-grade script, despite still being puzzled by its low rating, grateful for the unexpected language acquisition. Still, the lingering question of the F rating gnawed at him, prompting him to type, seeking answers. The screen revealed a chilling account. A week prior, a director had promised a ride home but instead drove someone to a motel, prompting a terrified escape. The narrator was subsequently kicked out of the director's team, prompting a woman with long dark hair to thoughtfully inquire if there was any tangible evidence. A secret recording had been made upon entering the car, the narrator revealed, fearing disbelief, but the woman gently pressed a button, reassuring them that it was okay. The woman, her eyes fixed on the screen, expressed her long-held inability to confront such an industry giant, but now, with this undeniable evidence, she could upload it directly to YouTube. A knowing, determined smirk played on her lips as she recalled the director's imminent new project, set to begin around next week. A stark title proclaimed The Downfall of Director Woo Hyun-gu over a faded photograph, hinting at the tragic revelation to come. A voice, clear and expectant, called out for Mr. Woojin, signaling the start of a new day. CEO Choi warmly welcomed Kang Woojin, who returned the greeting with a respectful bow. CEO Choi suggested a casual tone, admitting his discomfort with formality, which surprised Kang Woojin, who then cautiously asked if he could truly speak freely. Choi nodded, then inquired if Kang Woojin had received details for the first shoot of Profiler Henryang, to which Kang Woojin replied that Ryu Youngmin and assistant manager Park would handle the initial cuts. In a whimsical shift, CEO Choi insisted Kang Woojin wasn't one to get nervous, but Kang Woojin, despite his confident facade, secretly confessed to a tremor of anxiety. Choi then detailed Kang Woojin's packed day, beginning with profile pictures and a trip to a celebrity-exclusive makeup shop, a plan that took Kang Woojin by surprise. Kang Woojin wrestled with the awkwardness of posing for profile pictures, wondering if this unfamiliar task was anything like acting, and a blush of embarrassment rose within him. CEO Choi informed Kang Woojin that they had declined the box movie audition, despite manager Choi Damon's fuss, a detail Kang Woojin had completely forgotten, offering a sincere thanks. Choi expressed concern over box movie's impression after their outright rejection, but Kang Woojin simply dismissed their director as narrow-minded. Choi pondered if declining after the audition would have been wiser, worrying about future projects with director Woo Hyun-gu, whose temperament was famously difficult, but Kang Woojin insisted on avoiding any engagement from the start. Within his mind's whimsical stage, Kang Woojin wrestled with the painful truth that he simply couldn't act in an F-grade movie, a shame he resolved to approach with detached composure. When Kang Woojin nonchalantly dismissed the issue, Choi was left in utter bewilderment, realizing the legendary director title held no sway over him and finding his lead actor truly strange. As the conversation continued, Choi asked if anything else was needed, and Kang Woojin requested a suit. Choi's chibi form asked why, while Kang Woojin, knowing director Shin Dong-chun was the true reason, decided to deliver a deliberately arrogant reply. Kang Woojin confidently declared his intention to wear the suit to the Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival, prompting Choi to marvel at his extreme belief that Detective Agency would even make the finals. Kang Woojin firmly believed Detective Agency would win an award, and Choi, embracing practicality, agreed to provide a suit, suggesting a suit photo for the profile, which astonished Kang Woojin. Bolstered by the unexpected generosity, Kang Woojin pondered if yet another impossible feat was within reach, then casually inquired if he could acquire a Japanese script, leaving Choi dumbfounded. Choi, perplexed by the unusual demand, pressed for a reason, but Kang Woojin merely dismissed it as a casual curiosity. Choi's mind raced with exasperation, wondering why his life was plagued by lunatics like Kang Woojin, who, much like Hong Ha-yeon, was utterly beyond his comprehension. Yet, a grudging respect settled within Choi as he admitted that, for all their strangeness, these crazy people possessed extraordinary talent. The sharp clicks of camera shutters filled the bright room, marking the rhythm of a new beginning. A hushed murmur of awe rippled through the onlookers as they admired the newcomer's striking handsomeness, a reaction Choi received with a knowing smirk, finding it entirely expected. As camera flashes immortalized his glamorous transformation, Kang Woojin's chibi self internally writhed in mortification, utterly unable to endure the snickering stares of the chief secretary and director. The woman with long dark hair, presumably the chief secretary, asked Choi for his opinion on Kang Woojin's picture, to which he eagerly turned to look. A captivating image of Kang Woojin, imbued with an almost magical intensity, elicited an enthusiastic declaration from the chief secretary: this was the one. As Choi began to discuss posting the image to the BW website, a sudden, inexplicable feeling caused his heart to thump, cutting off his words in surprise. The source of his distraction became clear as his phone displayed PD Song Man-woo, and Choi answered the call. On the other end, PD Song Man-woo inquired if Choi was busy, immediately pivoting to questions about Kang Woojin's adjustment and any meetings with other directors. Choi, asking for discretion, revealed that Kang Woojin had just declined director Woo Hyun-goo's next project, a bombshell that left PD Song Man-woo demanding an explanation. Choi explained Kang Woojin's refusal was based purely on a bad feeling after reading a few pages of the script, leaving PD Song Man-woo utterly confused by such an abstract reason. As Kang Woojin's ghostly image materialized in his mind, PD Song Man-woo pondered if such uncanny intuition was akin to activating a mystical totem, wondering if it extended beyond mere foresight. PD Song Man-woo continued to internally analyze Kang Woojin's strange intuition, questioning if he truly possessed an exceptional eye for promising projects, even before Profiler Henryang and Detective Agency had yielded results. PD Song Man-woo mused aloud about the true quality of director Woo Hyun-goo's script, swallowing hard as he imagined the uproar if Kang Woojin had accepted, ultimately concluding the actor was truly extraordinary. With a tone of resignation, Choi concluded his call with PD Song Man-woo, acknowledging that little could be done when the actor himself refused, and then the line disconnected. PD Song Man-woo, finding Kang Woojin profoundly intriguing, was suddenly pulled from his thoughts by an unexpected sound, startling him. A sense of mystery settled as PD Song Man-woo saw an unknown number calling, and he smoothly answered, formally introducing himself. The voice on the other end introduced himself as director Kwon Ki-taek, sending a jolt of pure shock through PD Song Man-woo, who could barely stammer out the legendary name. PD Song Man-woo swallowed hard, completely overwhelmed by the perplexing question of why one of the nation's foremost directors would suddenly seek him out. Director Kwon Ki-taek explained his curiosity led him to acquire PD Song Man-woo's number, before making an astonishing request to secretly observe the first day of his drama's shooting. Kwon Ki-taek insisted on seeing things in person, asking for a favor, while PD Song Man-woo secretly wondered why a director of his caliber would need to personally confirm an established talent like Ryu Young-min. PD Song Man-woo recognized Kwon Ki-taek's stubborn thoroughness and unwavering focus on skill, respectfully agreeing to provide the shoot details before ending the call. A heavy sigh escaped PD Song Man-woo as the weight of Kwon Ki-taek's impending visit settled upon him, leaving him to ponder the implications. Choi found himself unable to dismiss Kang Woojin, that peculiar monster, and asked about his conversation with PD Song Man-woo. Director Kwon Ki-taek, a pleased smile on his face, expressed his gratitude, confident the contact would smooth the path for his next project. Director Lee Gil-ju confided to the man with the wide smile that maintaining their current industry positions would prove challenging as both he and Kwon Ki-taek were launching new projects. The man with the wide smile mentioned Lee Gil-ju's upcoming project and inquired about auditions, prompting Lee Gil-ju to confirm he indeed wanted to discuss that very topic. Director Woo Hyun-goo began to recount an absurd experience, where a nameless person had shockingly insulted his audition. The man with the wide smile seethed with outrage at the audacity, declaring the unknown person should at least show politeness, while director Woo Hyun-goo struggled to recall the offender's name. Chewing furiously, director Woo Hyun-goo identified Kang Woojin as the insolent actor, vehemently demanding he be turned away from any future set, arguing that such a person, regardless of talent, deserved no success. The man with the wide smile calmly countered, asserting that an actor's skill was paramount and there must have been a reason for Kang Woojin's behavior, which only fueled director Woo Hyun-goo's furious outburst. As director Woo Hyun-goo's anger crackled, the man with the wide smile, now identified as Kwon Ki-taek, coolly accused him of lacking confidence, provoking an indignant retort about his rudeness. Kwon Ki-taek tried to de-escalate the heated exchange, but his vibrating phone abruptly interrupted him, catching his attention. A sudden, visceral shock tore through Kwon Ki-taek as he stared at his phone, his silent gasp drawing confused glances from the other men. As the other man whispered intensely to Kwon Ki-taek, director Woo Hyun-goo watched, growing increasingly perplexed by their hushed, secretive exchange. Kwon Ki-taek, suddenly flustered, rose abruptly and stammered about an urgent matter, shocking director Woo Hyun-goo with his hasty departure. Director Woo Hyun-goo fumed, bewildered by the mysterious whispering as the two men hastily rushed out, leaving him alone and confused. Kwon Ki-taek delivered a grave warning, telling director Woo Hyun-goo to cease his fixation on Kang Woojin, as far more pressing concerns loomed. Kwon Ki-taek delivered the devastating truth. Director Woo Hyun-goo's own life was collapsing, a pronouncement that sent a chill through the director, who numbly reached for his phone. A thunderous impact echoed as director Woo Hyun-goo's world imploded with the breaking news. His ugly truth had been exposed on YouTube by a YouTuber with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Director Woo Hyun-goo stared in utter horror, the shattering reality of his YouTube exposure leaving him gasping for words. Kwon Ki-taek delivered a chilling reminder of his earlier warning, confirming that director Woo Hyun-goo would now struggle to maintain his position. With a grim sigh, Kwon Ki-taek declared the director's career might be over for good, a lifetime sentence for the crimes he had committed, urging him to face his punishment and repent. Director Woo Hyun-gu, frantic and disbelieving, frantically insisted that something was wrong and he needed to investigate, even as Kwon Ki-taek calmly walked away, leaving him to his spiral. A cacophony of internal chaos erupted around director Woo Hyun-gu, mirroring the utter destruction of his world. Sweat beaded on his forehead as director Woo Hyun-gu cursed his ruined existence, the severity of his catastrophic downfall finally sinking in. The outdoor parking lot buzzed with the mundane sounds of a film crew preparing for a busy day. An audition staff member frantically urged the film crew to begin preparations while lamenting their team's missing walkie-talkie. Kang Woojin's breath caught as a wave of disbelief washed over him, a sense of immense scale striking him unexpectedly. Inside his mind, Kang Woojin was stunned by the massive building, its sheer size feeling like his very first real shoot, yet oddly reminiscent of a logistics center. A sudden, overwhelming nervousness made Kang Woojin's stomach churn, a feeling so potent it almost betrayed him as a nearby man observed him intently. The masked man noted Kang Woojin's wide-eyed surprise, concluding that despite appearances, this large film complex was clearly a new, overwhelming experience for the rookie actor. He muttered to himself, a hint of amusement mixed with concern that Kang Woojin's nervousness might cause mistakes during his acting. The man with the dark hair and beard, soon to be revealed as the producer, smirked, addressing director Kwon Ki-taek and sensing that something profoundly interesting was about to unfold. PD Song, beaming, happily announced that not only was the incredible Hyun with BW, but also the amazing Kang Woojin, prompting a knowing acknowledgement from the producer. Though he anticipated challenges working with such extraordinary talents, especially Kang Woojin, PD Song admitted he looked forward to it, and the producer echoed his curiosity about Kang Woojin's potential for growth. The producer pressed PD Song on whether Kang Woojin truly rejected director Woo Hyun-gu, and PD Song, rubbing his forehead, confirmed it, adding that Kang Woojin's decision was based solely on intuition. PD Song found Kang Woojin's intuition fascinating and looked forward to seeing its implications, a sentiment the producer acknowledged with a knowing smirk and a cryptic yes. As the indistinct chatter of the crowd grew louder, the producer quickly dismissed his previous comment as talking to himself, leaving PD Song utterly confused. The producer, startled by the sudden increase in noise, asked what was happening, just as an assistant nervously presented him with something urgent on her phone. The assistant warned them the newly published article was no joke, and the producer, along with PD Song, looked at the phone, their expressions turning serious. A wave of visceral shock struck both the producer and PD Song as they stared at the phone, their mouths agape in stunned silence. The assistant stammered, reading the headline aloud, director Woo Hyun-gu's disgusting real face exposed by a book YouTuber, leaving the producer reeling in disbelief. The producer, utterly bewildered, questioned what was happening, while PD Song confirmed the gravity of the article, stating it was far more than just a rumor. PD Song gravely contemplated director Woo Hyun-gu's impending doom if the allegations were true, causing the producer to pause, a sudden thought sparking a connection in his mind. A profound realization struck both men simultaneously, a shared understanding dawning on them with quiet intensity. Unaware of the storm brewing around him, Kang Woojin stood calm and composed, while the producer's realization intensified, his mind racing with sudden clarity. Kang Woojin inwardly reflected on his intuition, recognizing it as a powerful, almost mystical, totem that guided his decisions. PD Song gasped, wondering if Kang Woojin's intuition was a form of foresight that allowed him to see the future, while the producer, utterly bewildered, couldn't fathom how he could be so precisely right based solely on a gut feeling. The producer's mind screamed in silent questioning, wondering who Kang Woojin truly was, while Kang Woojin himself remained perfectly calm, observing the unfolding chaos. Amidst the growing commotion, Kang Woojin's chibi self chuckled with relief that his earlier nervousness, and its embarrassing byproduct, had been completely masked. A man cleared his throat, preparing to draw attention as the scene shifted to the imposing film complex. As he scrolled through the article, Kang Woojin finally understood why director Woo Hyun-gu's project had received such a low grade. The director himself was rotten. He had anticipated a total viewership failure, but Kang Woojin never imagined director Woo Hyun-gu's downfall would manifest in such a public and devastating way. PD Song aggressively demanded to know if Kang Woojin had rejected the director because he already knew about the scandal, while the producer yelled for an answer, startling Kang Woojin internally. As PD Song pressed him for an explanation regarding director Woo Hyun-gu, Kang Woojin, sweat beading on his brow, admitted that even he found it ridiculous, contemplating that his intuition might actually be a prediction of the future. Kang Woojin, with a cunning glint in his eye, decided his intuition was too unbelievable a detail, concluding it would be better to simply fabricate a simpler, more acceptable explanation. Kang Woojin calmly dismissed it as a mere coincidence, but PD Song, agitated, found the timing far too superb to accept such a simple explanation, while the producer watched silently. The producer, though outwardly accepting, inwardly scoffed at the idea of mere coincidence, conceding that the situation's perfect alignment was indeed unexplainable. The producer's thoughts lingered on Kang Woojin's uncanny intuition and, even more so, his astonishing composure amidst the surrounding chaos. The producer raged inwardly, convinced that Kang Woojin's unfazed demeanor meant such extraordinary situations were commonplace in his solitary and quiet past, as if this trivial affair was a daily occurrence for the oddball. In his mind, the chibi producer playfully suggested Kang Woojin's intuition was a totem, but quickly retracted it as a joke when his chibi counterpart seemed confused. PD Song informed Kang Woojin that today's schedule would primarily involve assistant manager Park and shooting only with Ryu Youngmin, as the other leads would join starting tomorrow. PD Song explained the immediate need for makeup and outfits before shooting, but before he could introduce the stylist, the producer curiously asked about them. PD Song called out for Soo-hwan and Yejung, leaving Kang Woojin wondering who they were. PD Song then announced he would formally introduce the new members who would specifically work for Kang Woojin. PD Song introduced Jang Soo-hwan as Kang Woojin's hairstylist and Han Yejung as his stylist, both greeting him enthusiastically, with Han Yejung proudly stating she had already prepared an outfit based on his Hanryang style content. Kang Woojin humbly accepted his new team, and PD Song, beaming, rallied everyone to do their best for Kang Woojin. PD Song, pleased with the prepared outfit for assistant manager Park, suggested they inspect it together, and Han Yejung readily agreed. Before leaving, PD Song cryptically hinted at an unexpected happy event for Kang Woojin, likening it to an old rattletrap departing and a sleek foreign car arriving. Kang Woojin pressed for an explanation, but PD Song merely glanced back with a mysterious smile, offering no further clarification. With a knowing look, PD Song clarified his cryptic message, stating simply that a foreign car was indeed at the filming site. With a final wave, PD Song abruptly departed, leaving a bewildered Kang Woojin wondering what he had meant. Jang Soo-hwan, wide-eyed with nervousness at the massive filming site, asked Kang Woojin if he was alright, admitting his own first-time jitters. Kang Woojin reflected, realizing his relative calmness might stem from his detective agency shoot, yet he knew he wasn't entirely relaxed. Kang Woojin calmly reassured Jang Soo-hwan he would soon be alright, prompting the stylist to secretly resolve to breathe deeply, while Kang Woojin's thoughts shifted to something new. The rapid clicks of a keyboard confirmed that the editing for Detective Agency was well underway. The director commanded the editor to rewind the most recent cut, and the editor quietly complied. The director, displeased, declared they needed to fix a previous cut, much to the editor's frustration, who pointed out it was the third re-edit with little time remaining. The director asserted that he could not slack on editing given the actor's sincerity, a point the editor conceded, albeit hesitantly. The frustrated editor warned that excessive greed would backfire, but the determined director insisted on making just a few more changes. The director leaned in, instructing the editor to delete a bust cut and replace it with a full shot, to which the editor, though weary, complied. The director's mind raced, determined to refine the edit just a little more, driven by the conviction that even if not perfect, it had to be done properly. His fierce dedication stemmed from a desperate desire to protect Kang Woojin from the disgrace of a total flop due to his own editing. The Detective Agency scenario, already titled, was initially graded B*. Another scenario, simply titled Detective, had achieved an impressive grade A. An empty black passenger van waited, still and quiet, in the designated spot. A precise tap emphasized a crucial section of the script. Ryu Youngmin exhaled sharply, and the man with the cap urged him to go, signaling their departure. The vehicle doors smoothly closed, sealing them into a bright, clear new moment. As Kang Woojin stepped from the van, both he and Ryu Youngmin privately vowed that their pride would not allow them to be dominated today. Ryu Youngmin's mind churned, focused on his character Yoo Jae-hyung's need to dissect assistant manager Park, to analyze and understand his every facet. He walked forward, driven by the intense desire to blur the very line between reality and the performance. Kang Woojin's confident approach sparked a silent, sharp reaction from Ryu Youngmin. Ryu Youngmin offered a greeting, thinking of Kang Woojin's unyieldingly heavy presence, while Kang Woojin internally noted his stylish appearance. A chibi Kang Woojin politely hailed Ryu Youngmin as his senior, yet the recognition struck Ryu Youngmin as oddly unpleasant. A woman's urgent call for Mr. Youngmin and Mr. Woojin, announcing the PD required a rehearsal, caused Ryu Youngmin to startle. Ryu Youngmin leaned in and spoke to Kang Woojin, who met his words with a questioning gaze. Ryu Youngmin asserted with confidence that he would not be dominated today. A chibi Kang Woojin blinked, perplexed, wondering what the fiery, smoking hot man was talking about. A low murmur of voices and movement filled the bustling set. As the man with the cap announced readiness for shooting, Kang Woojin let out a heavy sigh of resignation. A wave of nausea washed over Kang Woojin as he realized this was far more intense than anything he'd faced in the detective agency. Kang Woojin observed Ryu Youngmin's incredible composure, feeling like an imitator compared to a true professional. Kang Woojin accepted this harsh reality, knowing the acting itself would be real, just as the man with the cap called his name. As the man with the cap began to set the prop, Kang Woojin gasped in surprise when cold handcuffs clicked onto his wrists. Kang Woojin, now handcuffed, knew today's first scene for Profiler Hanryang was set after Assistant Manager Park had already turned himself in. At the heart of this enigma was Profiler Yu Jaehyung, who had meticulously traced Assistant Manager Park's past, and this scene marked their second fateful encounter. Surrounded by glowing traces and conceptual figures, Kang Woojin recognized the handcuffs for what they were, an obvious prop for a scene already in motion. As the audition staff's cry of "action" pierced the air, Kang Woojin's eyes flared, acknowledging the signal from within. Then, Kang Woojin began, drawing out the word, "so." With an unnerving smile that barely touched his eyes, Kang Woojin asked how he could be of assistance. Ryu Youngmin noted Kang Woojin's quickness and suggested they begin with casual talk, about everything and nothing at all. Ryu Youngmin started with pleasantries about breakfast, noting his craving for a hamburger, and Kang Woojin replied with a preference for shrimp, before Ryu Youngmin abruptly brought up his older sister. He then delivered the crushing blow, that his sister had committed suicide. Kang Woojin, startlingly composed, simply affirmed that he had indeed had an older sister. A chilling, sinister smile spread across Kang Woojin's face as his eyes glowed faintly, speaking only of his older sister. Ryu Youngmin quickly apologized, realizing he had misjudged the conversation and made a profound mistake as Kang Woojin remained silent. Kang Woojin dismissed the tragedy of his sister's suicide as mere small talk, redirecting the conversation to the data file, demanding to know what information it held about him. Ryu Youngmin admitted the file likely held everything, even his sister's story, prompting Kang Woojin to challenge him to use that information to uncover the real culprit. Ryu Youngmin exhaled, labeling Kang Woojin a mixed psychopath and sociopath, then revealed his deep dive into his life, believing sociopaths are shaped by their environment. Ryu Youngmin recited a grim litany of trauma, a gambling, alcoholic father's violence, a sister's suicide, and parents lost in a car accident. Yet, Ryu Youngmin revealed a strange detail in the case: his mother's instant death contrasted with his father's struggle from the car, bearing a small trace of resistance. The case closed swiftly without proof, but a strange, lingering doubt about it gnawed at Ryu Youngmin. Ryu Youngmin then hurled a direct accusation: was Kang Woojin, a born psychopath shaped by a hellish life, the culprit whose father's death awakened his pleasure in serial murder? Kang Woojin paused, then hinted cryptically at the publicly known works of his. A shadowy figure struggled violently as a blade plunged into them again and again. With glowing eyes and a provocative smirk, Kang Woojin challenged Ryu Youngmin, asking if he truly believed that was the whole story, or if an untold tale lurked beneath. Ryu Youngmin gasped, utterly stunned by Kang Woojin's words. The producer let out a quiet "ha," a small, knowing chuckle of appreciation. The man with the cap breathed, unbelievable, his wide eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. The man with the cap realized this powerful actor was the rookie he'd seen that morning, noting Ryu Youngmin's desperate struggle to not be dominated. Convinced this wasn't rookie-level acting, the man with the cap urgently asked about the actor's name, wondering who he truly was. Upon hearing the name Kang Woojin, the man with the cap's eyes widened in sudden, profound realization. He instantly recalled that Kang Woojin was the rude, unknown actor from a previous encounter. He sighed, acknowledging the actor's incredible skill, so amazing it almost negated the need for an audition, but wondered if the young man was tenacious or utterly fearless. Director Shin Dong-chun's thoughts drifted to the audition's president and the drama director, observing everyone's knowing nods, culminating in the triumphant realization: Kang Woojin secured the lead role. A staff member discreetly urged Director Shin Dong-chun to leave, as he was attracting too much attention, prompting the director to express his disappointed desire to watch until the very end. Director Shin Dong-chun pondered the captivating power of that young actor's performance. Kang Woojin, lost in thought, wondered what the other actor had been doing all this time, only to appear now. A voice echoed, "Cut. Great job. Let's take a break." A buzz of impressed voices filled the air, praising the truly amazing acting of both Mr. Youngmin and Mr. Woojin. Kang Woojin felt himself dying, overwhelmed by the intensity and relentless pace. This was far more difficult than the detective agency, despite his preparation. Kang Woojin tried to reassure himself that he wouldn't truly die, just as Ryu Youngmin shivered and wondered if it was just him feeling the cold. Ryu Youngmin empathized, saying emotional recovery was hard, even recounting his own hand cramps, leaving Kang Woojin utterly confused. Kang Woojin insisted he was merely cold, but Ryu Youngmin confidently asserted that emotional recovery takes time, recalling an earlier instance where Kang Woojin couldn't emerge from character. Kang Woojin exasperatedly tried to convince his sunbae that he was just cold, even revealing he'd slept through the after-party, but Ryu Youngmin simply smiled, dismissing it as emotional recovery. A chibi Kang Woojin offered sarcastic thanks for the understanding, then began to ponder. He anxiously wondered if anyone would ever believe him if he confessed it was all just concept acting. The staff's voice cut through the sterile quiet, announcing Kang Woojin's turn had finally arrived. As the staff called for Mr. Woojin, the weary senior actor, Ryu Youngmin, managed a tired, yes, his sigh betraying profound exhaustion. Ryu Youngmin reflected on the relentless schedule that had turned him into an acting robot, demanding multiple days of non-stop filming. Kim Youngdae chastised Ryu Youngmin for his mistakes, yet despite the grueling schedule, Kang Woojin observed a surprising, almost fiery passion ignite within the senior actor, even as the staff downplayed the number of errors. Kang Woojin silently acknowledged the vital role of his secret break room, a mystical room of spirit and time, without which his demanding life would have been unbearable. Despite the inability to sleep within that unique space, Kang Woojin found profound satisfaction in alleviating his deep fatigue and freely using his precious breaks. The producer observed Kang Woojin, surprised at his unexpected resilience given a schedule that would have utterly exhausted anyone else. The producer pondered Kang Woojin's incredible stamina, wondering if he was truly an inborn genius, before his phone vibrated, pulling him from his thoughts. He answered the call, formally greeting the director on the other end, regretting their delayed introduction. The producer gasped in surprise upon hearing director Kwon Ki-taek's name, quickly recovering to ask if Ryu Youngmin had been considered for his next project. Director Shin Dong-chun confirmed Ryu Youngmin's remarkable improvement, strictly enjoining confidentiality about his next project, to which the producer, now a chibi figure, readily agreed. Then, a deliberate pause, as director Shin Dong-chun shifted the conversation, finally asking for the producer's true opinion of Kang Woojin. Director Shin Dong-chun gushed about Kang Woojin, admitting the young actor had haunted his thoughts and was, in fact, the very reason for his call, demanding to know where such a talent had been found. The producer confessed that Kang Woojin hadn't been found, but had simply appeared as if fallen from the sky, a revelation that deeply perplexed director Shin Dong-chun. As the producer confirmed Kang Woojin's mysterious, almost sudden arrival, director Shin Dong-chun pressed for any available information about the enigmatic young man. The producer admitted his limited knowledge of Kang Woojin, describing him as deeply mysterious, especially given his claim of having learned acting entirely on his own. He added that any investigation would quickly reveal Kang Woojin had absolutely no connections within the domestic acting scene. The producer concluded that Kang Woojin had almost certainly taught himself, a stark pronouncement paralleled by Kang Woojin's own intense, glowing gaze. A chibi Kang Woojin sensed his ears tingling, a clear sign he was being talked about, and humorously blamed director Song for the ever-growing stack of misunderstandings. Suddenly, his manager approached, calling out to Kang Woojin, who looked up with a curious, huh. The manager offered a paper, and Kang Woojin, though grateful, was curious about its contents. The manager reminded Kang Woojin of his request for a Japanese script, sparking an instant recognition and an excited, internal cheer of, all right. Nice. With the Japanese script in hand, Kang Woojin felt a surge of triumph, knowing he would soon master the language just as he had English, his chibi self exclaiming enthusiastic greetings. The manager confirmed the difficulty in obtaining the original Japanese script, but Kang Woojin, immensely grateful, assured him it was more than enough. Kang Woojin inquired about the script's acquisition, to which his manager, with a hint of pride, simply replied that he happened to have some valuable connections in Japan. The manager found himself deeply troubled by Kang Woojin's sudden request, wondering if it hinted at unknown past connections to Japan, a question he couldn't even voice due to contractual obligations. He further mused if Kang Woojin was eyeing a Japanese debut, confused why he hadn't opted for English instead, while Kang Woojin remained inscrutably silent. A finger decisively selected a glowing blue vortex, poised to transport him into a new dimension of learning. Bathed in an ethereal blue glow, Kang Woojin smiled, his decision made, they would proceed with Japanese. His finger tapped the script, highlighting the third scenario, Tokyo Station, Grade 2. As a soft blue glow enveloped him, the preparation for an immersive Japanese reading swiftly completed, signaling its immediate commencement. After a moment of profound immersion, Kang Woojin emerged, declaring the experience, Sugoku 2, truly good, and promptly commanded his exit. A wide, confident smile spread across Kang Woojin's face, he had, once again, conquered another language, Japanese. The sudden insistent ringing of his manager's phone startled Kang Woojin, drawing a curious, huh, from him. The manager quickly answered, a smile touching his lips as he recognized the caller, Director Shin. Director Shin's eager, finally, signaled significant news as the manager discussed schedules, confirming Hyun's potential conflict but assuring Kang Woojin's readiness for whatever was coming. His manager then delivered the thrilling news, the editing for Detective Agency was complete and they were invited to a test screening, eliciting an electrifying response from Kang Woojin. Finally. Kang Woojin thought, his heart leaping with an anticipation that bordered on disbelief. Ryu Youngmin walked with purposeful strides down the clean, well-lit hallway, others following in his wake. A nervous chibi Kang Woojin trailed behind, confessing his disbelief and rising anxiety at the prospect of finally seeing a movie he had helped create. The manager greeted two men already present in what appeared to be a sound studio, the door creaking open. The investor joyfully congratulated director Shin Dong-chun, who, with humble politeness, immediately credited the investor for the success. The investor expressed concern over Mr. Woojin's pale face, attributing it to the notoriously strict director Song and the arduous shoot. From afar, Kang Woojin humorously wondered if the actor had been stranded on a desert island, realizing the manager's concern was comically misplaced. A chibi Kang Woojin expressed concern, but the exhausted chibi senior actor waved it off, claiming his severe lack of sleep and food was merely a usual occurrence. The chibi investor suggested postponing details, urging them to sit and watch the screening first, to which the chibi senior actor readily agreed. The investor admitted to a touch of nervousness, while Ryu Youngmin politely hoped everyone would enjoy the film. With a decisive click, a hand pressed a button, plunging the room into darkness. Ryu Youngmin's heart pounded with profound nervousness. This was his first leading role, his first real work, and he was about to witness it unfold. The investor announced the film's beginning, and Ryu Youngmin, with bated breath, wondered what the final product would truly look like. The screen illuminated with the bold title, Detective Agency, as a swell of music filled the room. A chibi Ryu Youngmin instantly cringed, his on-screen self sparking such intense embarrassment that he wanted to vanish. Throughout the 44-minute runtime of Detective Agency, an overwhelming mix of awkwardness and embarrassment washed over him. Yet, the finished Detective Agency felt like stepping into an entirely different dimension, pulling him into a continuous, profound immersion. It was as if he were watching his very own life unfold on screen, a deeply personal and almost surreal experience. With another decisive click, the lights flickered back on, breaking the illusion of the screen. The investor turned to him, asking, "How was it, Mr. Woojin?" and the senior actor remained silent, absorbing the question. With a confident smile and eyes that seemed to glow, Ryu Youngmin declared simply, "It was phenomenal." A chibi investor internally cringed, mortified that his falling scene had been kept, while a similarly embarrassed chibi Ryu Youngmin merely mumbled his name. The investor then pivoted to explain the significant changes to the Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival, now bolstered by new sponsorship and a considerably expanded scale. Thanks to these changes, the investor revealed, new acting awards for Best Performance and Grand Prize have been added this year, sparking a silent exclamation from Ryu Youngmin. Despite the major shifts, the investor confidently smirked, knowing that Detective Agency was destined to capture widespread attention. While Kang Woojin was utterly captivated by Detective Agency, a silent calculation seemed to pass across director Shin Dong-chun's face. A silent war was brewing within the broadcasting industry, as major stations began to fiercely checkmate each other with overlapping schedules. Whether by design or accident, the May drama lineup ignited an even fiercer promotional war between three major broadcast stations, each vying for dominance. The media, now reporting on this heightened competition, ensured that the drama scene became a hot topic once again. Amidst the bustling energy of the set, an audition staff member urgently directed extras and crew, their voices rising over the general din. Backstage, a serene calm settled as a staff member carefully applied makeup, while another prepared their attire for the upcoming scenes. With an expectant pause, Kang Woojin inquired about the start time, while director Shin Dong-chun remained lost in a contemplative daze. Director Shin Dong-chun then mused aloud about a familiar-looking man, prompting a curious question from Kang Woojin. The director internally pondered the identity of a strikingly handsome masked man, feeling an undeniable sense of familiarity despite the disguise. Abruptly, the producer emphatically declared his true meaning, asserting his point with agitated gestures as director Shin Dong-chun walked away. The male judge with a beard questioned the VFX team member's grasp of a concept, suggesting a struggle to articulate the hell in a fairy tale. Kang Woojin sensed a problem as the producer sighed with concern, troubled by the VFX team's difficulty in grasping the character's mentality for the critical CG-heavy scene. As the VFX team member questioned a scene in fluent English, Kang Woojin's inner chibi expressed fascinated surprise, marveling at his own effortless comprehension. A wave of worry washed over Kang Woojin, as he wondered if his intervention might be necessary despite his earlier hesitation. Realizing an opportunity to utilize his unique skills, Kang Woojin decided to embrace the challenge, rising decisively as director Shin Dong-chun called his name. The producer passionately argued that the physical location of the background was utterly irrelevant to the creative vision. He then instructed the VFX team member on how to visually convey a bright fairy tale tone with a deliberate dark and mysterious approach. The producer outlined a grotesque color palette for the scene, specifying purple ground, dark blue foliage, a black sky, and distinct colors for each character. Kang Woojin pondered the lack of acknowledgement for his potential contributions, suspecting his unknown identity was the cause. With a confident smirk, Kang Woojin revealed his true purpose, asserting himself as the actor destined for the role. Kang Woojin's inner thoughts reveled in the excitement of conversing with a foreigner, while the VFX team member continued his technical inquiries. Kang Woojin articulated his vision of portraying cruelty through a fairy tale lens, using the vivid image of a child witnessing spurting blood, which resonated deeply with the VFX team member. The VFX team member expressed gratitude for Kang Woojin's clarifying input, while Kang Woojin internally celebrated the thrilling novelty of his international exchange. A ripple of surprise spread through the crew, as whispers about Kang Woojin's native-like English sparked speculation about his mysterious past abroad. The producer affirmed his suspicions, confirming Kang Woojin's overseas background, noting his pronunciation was beyond even Korean-American standards. Director Shin Dong-chun was utterly bewildered by Kang Woojin's potential bilingualism, questioning his hidden history and shocking linguistic prowess. The masked man with a cap internally concurred, convinced that Kang Woojin's origins were indeed from overseas. The more people learned about Kang Woojin, the more enigmatic and peculiar he seemed to become. Kang Woojin amusingly considered his next opportunity to use Japanese, only to be snapped back to reality by a staff member calling his name. The staff member, impressed by his English, directly asked Kang Woojin if he had lived in the US, her curiosity palpable. The producer sternly admonished the staff member, signaling that some circumstances are best left unsaid, leaving her mortified by her inappropriate question. The producer swiftly asserted control, directing everyone to stand by for shooting, while the staff member privately conceded her conversational misstep. That day's scene involved a grim on-site inspection, reenacting Assistant Manager Park's heinous serial murders, with Kang Woojin participating in handcuffs. Narration explained the scene's grim requirements. Assistant Manager Park would reenact the murder while handcuffed, while the actual, brutal event would be shown through his disturbing flashbacks. Kang Woojin was tasked with portraying both the cold reenactment and the raw, violent murder, embodying both Assistant Manager Park's present and past selves. Despite his commitment, a profound discomfort settled over Kang Woojin, the unpleasant nature of the scene unsettling him more than he anticipated. He somberly reflected on the murder he had experienced in the subspace, accepting that his future experiences would not always be positive. For all its wonder, the subspace held a dark, hellish side that could utterly sway his ego, an unsettling truth as he drifted in its ethereal expanse. Yet, the accidental spark of concept acting had unexpectedly highlighted his own ego, demanding that he assert himself over the role he was meant to play. The transformative experiences kept him grounded in self-reflection, leading the producer to check on his readiness, which Kang Woojin confidently affirmed. The weight of his past experiences converged as his hands gripped the rope, handcuffed, with a raw, visceral tension. With a determined smirk, Kang Woojin commanded action, embracing the profound truth that these intense experiences were now his to command. As a furious crowd, their angry shouts echoing around him, demanded his death, Kang Woojin remained silent, standing amidst the hostile chaos. Kang Woojin smirked, a chilling detachment in his gaze, as he dismissively commented on the crudeness of the angry crowd. A hand pulled the red rope tight, drawing it taut around the neck of a teddy bear, a disturbing symbol of the violence unfolding. Kang Woojin's confident smirk widened as he gripped the red rope, deepening the intensity of the staged violence. From behind, Kang Woojin faced two glitching, distorted figures, caught in a surreal and unsettling memory. He looked down at the two glitching, distorted figures now lying lifelessly on the ground, a nightmare unfolding within his mind. The scene around him fragmented into a deeply glitching, distorted landscape, a swirling vortex of purple and green. A deep, resonant hum permeated the surreal, glitching landscape, as if the very ground was disturbed by his contemplation. A heavily glitched close-up revealed Kang Woojin's intense, menacing expression, the rope and the distorted teddy bear merging into a horrifying vision. The embodied character, with a sadistic smirk, brutally tightened a red rope around the neck of a terrified, glitching woman, her distress echoing his dominance. The embodied character mockingly assured the pleading, glitching woman that her death was an inevitable certainty that day. A violent impact resounded, followed by the glitching woman's piercing scream, as the scene plunged into chaotic pain. The embodied character held down the glitching woman, who weakly begged him to stop the torment. With tears streaming down her face, the glitching woman, a red rope tightening around her neck, desperately pleaded for her life. The glitching woman's scream tore through the air as a man, distorted and upside down, hung by a rope, while the embodied character stood impassively over him. The glitching woman choked and gasped for air, as the embodied character calmly addressed her, his voice a chilling counterpoint to her agony. With a cruel smirk, the embodied character demanded louder, more arousing screams, his sadistic gaze fixated on his victim. Kang Woojin's body vibrated with a sudden tremor of confusion as he stared at the distressed woman hanging upside down. A dawning horror widened Kang Woojin's eyes, a silent gasp catching in his throat as realization struck him. His entire body trembled as Kang Woojin, grappling with the rope, understood with chilling certainty that the hanging woman was no longer merely acting. The audition staff, pleased with the take, declared the scene complete, feeling no need for further shooting. With solicitous concern, the audition staff immediately checked if the dazed woman was all right and free of aches, as she vaguely confirmed her well-being while rubbing her neck. Still focused on her safety, the staff insisted on a closer look, leaving the woman bewildered by his unexpected attention. A sudden shift made her realize the character's aura had entirely vanished from the audition staff, transforming him from the madman he portrayed into someone utterly different. The narrator mused on how remarkable he truly was, as the staff apologized for the slight redness around her neck, eliciting a soft acknowledgement from the woman. She understood, pointing out his hands were redder than her neck. He had intentionally applied pressure to himself to create the rope's tension, ensuring it remained loose around her, a gesture for which she was grateful. Still cautious, the staff insisted the producer check her neck and arms, causing the producer to suddenly leap up in alarm, demanding to know if she was hurt. The staff explained his lingering concern about being too rough, then abruptly announced his urgent need for a restroom break. Kang Woojin's internal thoughts screamed with urgent need to pee, making him swiftly turn away, while the producer watched him in silence. The man with the dark hair observed Kang Woojin's departure, murmuring his relief at not feeling nauseous himself and acknowledging the actor's remarkable talent for composure after such an intense scene. Director Shin Dong-chun pondered if Kang Woojin was truly okay, before a gentle touch on his shoulder startled him from his thoughts. A man with dark hair confidently greeted Director Shin Dong-chun, asking if he remembered him, which prompted a confused "ah" from the director. Director Shin Dong-chun recognized him as Mr. Kim from Yulrim Film Company, who then demonstrated his impressive network by revealing knowledge of Director Shin's unannounced project with director Kwon Ki-taek. Mr. Kim questioned Director Shin's unexpected presence, prompting a man in a cap to exclaim in sudden realization that the masked person with the friendly voice he'd spoken to earlier was indeed Director Kwon. Director Shin Dong-chun greeted Director Kwon Ki-taek, quickly deducing he had come to see the actor, a point Director Kwon acknowledged with knowing satisfaction. Mr. Kim remarked that Director Kwon must have seen Kang Woojin perform, and with a confirming nod, Director Kwon unequivocally stated that the actor was amazing. Mr. Kim, probing for more information, asked if Kang Woojin, who reportedly spoke English well and studied abroad, knew where he had studied acting, which surprised Director Kwon into realizing this wasn't Mr. Kim's first encounter with the actor. Director Kwon explained he had been observing Kang Woojin for weeks, planning a proper meeting today, but felt it would be awkward to approach an actor still awash with the intense emotions from the recent shoot, deciding to leave instead. Mr. Kim expressed disbelief that Director Kwon would leave after coming all this way, but Director Kwon asserted he had seen enough of the acting to understand its worth, then paused before suggesting an alternative. Director Kwon proposed setting up a proper meeting with Kang Woojin at a more appropriate place, completely surprising Mr. Kim. The narration revealed Kang Woojin had received an overwhelmingly positive evaluation from director Kwon Ki-taek, prompting Mr. Kim to thoughtfully propose a meeting in 2 days, wondering if the morning would be suitable. With purposeful strides, Kang Woojin and Mr. Kim walked together down the clean, bright hallway. Mr. Kim hesitated, glancing uneasily at Kang Woojin, unable to complete his thought, leaving Kang Woojin perplexed. Mr. Kim sighed in internal frustration, wishing he could tell Kang Woojin to think things through, but found himself unable to, blaming a damn contract clause, while Kang Woojin remained utterly confused. Mr. Kim, recovering, asserted that director Kwon Ki-taek's reputation and honor far surpassed director Woo Hyung-goo's, a statement Kang Woojin acknowledged with understanding. Kang Woojin, having researched director Kwon's genius and prestigious awards, found himself remarkably unnervous, feeling the impressive reality hadn't quite sunk in. He wondered if his surprising lack of nervousness stemmed from only 2 months in acting, concluding he felt like the only truly calm one in the room. "Anyway, let's go in," Mr. Kim announced, moving to open the door, signaling the moment of truth had arrived. The door creaked open, and Mr. Kim entered, bowing respectfully as he greeted President Choi and began to acknowledge others in the room. The man with a wide smile offered a formal bow and a "hello, director," which Kang Woojin enthusiastically echoed with a loud "hello." "Mr. Kang Woojin," the man with a wide smile breathed, his voice carrying the weight of intense anticipation, "I finally get to see you up close like this." The man with a wide smile slid a script across the table, announcing it was for his next project, already distributed to other actors, and invited Kang Woojin to skim it before they discussed. "All right," Kang Woojin responded, but as his hand reached for the script, a mysterious, glowing blue vortex suddenly manifested beneath his touch. Within his mind, Kang Woojin's glowing form prepared to activate his unique ability, pondering, "Let's see, shall we check what its rating is?" He gasped as the system interface revealed the script, titled The Island of Disappearance, was only a grade D, deemed average quality with only 60% readability, leaving him utterly surprised. A chibi version of Kang Woojin floated in his internal space, deeply puzzled, wondering, why is the rating so bad? He realized with a start that this must be the same unfinished draft he'd seen before, an F-grade script deemed of very low quality and impossible to fully read, leading him to wonder if this current script was also incomplete. His thoughts raced, concluding that casting for an unfinished script was impossible, especially after the director had mentioned distributing it to other actors already. Though the director was remarkable, making him reconsider, Kang Woojin still found it puzzling for such a low-grade, poor-quality script to be produced, as if tapping at its very essence. As he read the military roles of lieutenant, sergeant, and private, a sudden wave of fear washed over him, dreading the possibility of being dropped into the middle of a battle. Just as Kang Woojin decided to exit his internal system, he froze as Mr. Kim, now identified as the man with dark hair and red tie, asked with concern if he was all right. "Yes, I'm fine," Kang Woojin replied, while internally admitting Mr. Kim was right to notice his pause and wonder if he didn't like the script from the start. Still, Kang Woojin decided he should show respect since the director had come all this way, resolving to read a bit more to try and decipher why the script's rating was so inexplicably low. He declared he would merely skim the script to grasp its overall atmosphere and determine if it suited his taste, then silently began turning the pages. The pages fluttered softly as Kang Woojin continued to silently turn them. Yet, the more he scrutinized it, the more he couldn't comprehend its low rating. He found no specific issues, deepening his confusion. With a sigh of frustration, he acknowledged his own limited insight and decided it was best to simply ask about the script. "Director, I'm sorry, but..." Kang Woojin began, his directness catching the man with a wide smile by surprise. "Is this script definitely the next project?" Kang Woojin pressed, startling the man with a wide smile into shocked silence. "Can I ask why you're inquiring?" the director cautiously asked, prompting Kang Woojin to animate his explanation. "I'm puzzled, it feels complete, yet only superficially so." "Just on the outside," the director echoed, to which Kang Woojin offered a polite apology, reminding him he had been told to speak comfortably. The director sprang up in disbelief, incredulously asking if Kang Woojin had come to such a conclusion after only a dozen pages, based purely on feeling, while Kang Woojin internally wondered if he had made a grave mistake. The director burst out laughing, exclaiming, "You really are impressive," as he admitted his initial skepticism, now realizing Director Song's words about Kang Woojin were true, leaving Kang Woojin utterly confused. "What do you mean by that?" Kang Woojin pressed, and the director, rummaging through papers, conceded he hadn't expected such project-spotting instinct from just a dozen pages, confirming that the script was indeed incomplete. "Now, let's read this one," the director announced, sliding another script forward, leaving Kang Woojin speechless with surprise. As Kang Woojin silently processed the new script, the director observed him, internally musing on how truly surprising this turn of events was. The director's internal thoughts revealed his initial plan to bring Kang Woojin on board without an audition, but his curiosity about the actor had led him to administer a subtle test. He marveled, unable to believe Kang Woojin had so quickly identified the script's issues, wondering how many screenplays the actor must have read during his self-study abroad to develop such an impossibly keen sense. A sigh of profound understanding escaped the director as he now grasped Director Song's description of Kang Woojin's unique star quality, finding both his acting and personality truly appealing. He watched Kang Woojin, holding his breath and hoping the actor would like this new script and choose to take the role. The narration dramatically revealed this was no ordinary part, but the lead role, as Kang Woojin stood bathed in the ethereal glow of his activated ability. The system interface now displayed an A+ grade movie script for The Island of Disappearance, proclaiming its very high quality and 100% readability, featuring a complex, sergeant, dual personality, role. His intense gaze settled on the words, identifying the role as that of a complex, dual personality villain. Kang Woojin's breath hitched, a surprised "oh" escaping him as the script's sudden depth caught him off guard. He realized the script had intensified, transforming into something monstrously complex, far exceeding his previous encounters with its suspenseful depths. The character's split personality fascinated him, a compelling enigma whose morality blurred between good and evil, much like a shadowed figure haunting his thoughts. The script's intriguing mysteries resonated deeply within Kang Woojin, stirring a quiet fascination, even as director Shin Dong-chun reacted with an unexpected as if a faint, whimsical melody had just played. Director Shin Dong-chun answered his phone with a click, his voice filled with surprise as he heard the news, leaving Kang Woojin silently curious about the sudden shift. A wave of pure shock washed over Kang Woojin as he heard Detective Agency had not only reached the finals but would be showcased at the prestigious Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival. His heart pounded with jubilant anticipation. The impossible dream of attending a film festival, just like on TV, was now a thrilling, awesome reality. A chibified director Shin Dong-chun wondered at the early selection, only to discover the committee's information revealed a staggering 30% increase in entries, pushing the total past 1,000. Director Shin Dong-chun shrewdly deduced that Hong Hae-yun's involvement was likely orchestrating the selections, focusing on films that promised audience buzz rather than pure quality. He clicked his tongue in affirmation, deciding they would prepare accordingly, while internally marveling at the insane, unprecedented speed of a film festival debut just 2 months after its appearance. Director Shin Dong-chun pondered the pull Kang Woojin had on even renowned directors, his mind briefly straying to the actor's excellent English skills and his utterly unique career path. A subtle snicker escaped director Shin Dong-chun as he internally conceded Kang Woojin's undeniable worth, fully justifying the once outrageous contract terms and leaving him curious about the future. Director Shin Dong-chun asked Kang Woojin for his initial thoughts on The Island of Disappearance, and the actor replied that while unfinished, it already felt interesting. A chibified director Shin Dong-chun instructed Kang Woojin to complete the script and prepare to discuss his favorite character, confirming a meeting with director Kwon would be set after the festival, to which Kang Woojin simply nodded his understanding. Kang Woojin, driven by an urgent need for experience and knowledge, unexpectedly asked for more scripts and scenarios, particularly those still in their planning stages, leaving director Shin Dong-chun surprised. A chibified director Shin Dong-chun probed for Kang Woojin's genre preferences, but the actor, represented by another chibi, seemed indifferent, declaring any script was fine as long as he could simply read it. Director Shin Dong-chun voiced his concern that playing too many intense characters could lead to typecasting, suggesting charming roles were key to building a fanbase. He then suggested rom-coms or melodramas, believing Kang Woojin's versatile features would suit such genres. The set flashed with triumphant energy as the director declared a cut, singling out Kang Woojin for his exceptional performance on the last shoot. The director, glowing with admiration, declared that Kang Woojin's portrayal of Assistant Manager Park was the absolute best he had witnessed in his entire career. The surrounding crew erupted in applause and shouts of praise, confirming Kang Woojin's hard work and great job. A chibified Kang Woojin, overwhelmed by the echoing claps, blushed while internally fumbling for a response, deciding to just express straightforward gratitude despite feeling like some kind of deity of acting. With a humble bow, Kang Woojin thanked everyone, sincerely stating how much he had learned. A subtle sigh escaped the room as Ryu Young-min, with a faint, charming smile, observed Kang Woojin. Director Shin Dong-chun instructed Kang Woojin, who subtly flinched, to wait in the car while he discussed matters with the production team. Kang Woojin bowed his departure, a peculiar, unsettling feeling lingering, as if something strange was amiss. A wistful glance passed over Kang Woojin's face as he felt an emotional pang, akin to leaving comrades after shared hardships in the military. High above, a resolute chibified Kang Woojin acknowledged he must grow accustomed to these small, poignant farewells. As he walked, Kang Woojin felt a deep sense of relief that it was all over, a quiet contentment settling within him. A sigh escaped him as his suppressed emotions threatened to spill over, making him glance around, hoping he was truly alone. A wide grin spread across Kang Woojin's face, erupting into quiet laughter as he justified this release of emotion after his hard work and tough act. His laughter abruptly ceased, cut short by a sudden rustling sound and a startling sense of presence. His eyes widened in utter disbelief, a name escaping his lips as he recognized the striking figure before him, Hong Hae-yeon. A surge of panic consumed Kang Woojin as he stammered a question about her presence, only to learn she had been waiting in the car, observing him from the very beginning. His face flushed with terror as he realized the full extent of her witness, a profound dread seizing him as she firmly grabbed his shoulder. Her voice snapped, filled with angry indignation, demanding he get a grip and declaring his earlier behavior utterly unacceptable. Director Shin Dong-chun arrived, bewildered by the sight of Hong Hae-yeon shaking a visibly confused Kang Woojin, and demanded to know if they were fighting. Hong Hae-yeon vehemently explained Kang Woojin had been strangely laughing and chuckling to himself, a bizarre and uncharacteristic display. She insisted Kang Woojin was possessed by Assistant Manager Park, not a psycho, prompting a concerned director Shin Dong-chun to suggest a psychiatrist, which only deepened Kang Woojin's confusion. Sweat dripped from his brow as Kang Woojin's mind raced, desperately searching for any solution to this escalating misunderstanding. Kang Woojin quickly clarified he was portraying a character from The Island of Disappearance, surprising Hong Hae-yeon who recognized it as director Kwon Ki-taek's next project. Hong Hae-yeon's surprise at the project's secrecy was met with director Shin Dong-chun's explanation. Director Kwon had verified Kang Woojin for a huge, upcoming foreign production. She pressed Kang Woojin, asking if he was practicing for director Kwon's project immediately after his previous role, but he awkwardly denied it, claiming mere boredom. When asked about the character, Kang Woojin could only vaguely describe a split personality, unable to elaborate further on its complex nature. A chibified Hong Hae-yeon instantly connected his maniacal smile to the split personality character, rendering Kang Woojin speechless and internally debating the term maniac. Kang Woojin cleared his throat, thanking them for their concern despite the misunderstanding, while internally vowing never to let his guard down again. Director Shin Dong-chun, showing genuine concern, offered Kang Woojin psychological support or, surprisingly, his very first day off, prompting a jolt of surprise from the actor. Kang Woojin nodded, accepting the day off and expressing his desire to watch Detective Agency in the theater, which reminded director Shin Dong-chun that the festival's opening ceremony was in just 2 days. Director Shin Dong-chun warned that seeing it on a large screen would be a completely different experience, advising Kang Woojin to cover his face just in case, to which he agreed. A soft sigh escaped him as Kang Woojin mused on the slim possibility of being recognized at the Detective Agency screening. He casually dismissed the notion, convinced nothing unusual could possibly happen. A man with a wide smile exclaimed with excitement over the film festival's extensive media coverage, eagerly noting that finalist screenings would run for an entire week, including the weekend. His heart thrummed with a joyful anticipation as he typed a message, wondering if he should persuade someone to join him for the short film festival that weekend. He hummed in thought as he read messages, one from a chibified Kim Youngdae questioning Kang Woojin's mysterious silence, reminding him of Woojin's perpetual excuses of being busy. His heart pulsed with a small anticipation as he deliberated whether to direct message Kang Woojin. Silence met his unanswered message, a flicker of annoyance crossed his mind, wondering why an unemployed person wouldn't respond immediately. With an irritated tap on his phone, he declared his decision to gather everyone for the weekend, pointedly excluding Kang Woojin. A green bubble of text, "The meeting place is," floated magically above a modern entertainment building. 3 men gathered together, one of them smiling broadly. Disguised by a cap and mask, Kang Woojin cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The instruction to "Let's meet at CCV Cinema" hovered in the air as various figures, including the secretly disguised Kang Woojin, moved through the bustling lobby. The murmur of the audience in the dimly lit movie theater filled the air, a hushed anticipation for what was to come. Amidst the quiet, some audience members were already engrossed, while one woman smiled calmly, and another seemed surprised. Kang Woojin, observing the unexpected turnout, felt a deep sense of surprise at the sheer number of people who had gathered for the screening. A wave of anxiety washed over him, a nervous sweat beading as he contemplated seeing himself on the big screen, with the audience's real-time reactions staring back at him. He drew a slow, deliberate breath, willing his heart to calm as the weight of the moment settled upon him in the dim theater. Then, a familiar voice cut through the quiet, a man with dark hair and a white shirt reassuring another with a cap that they were in the right place, stirring a flicker of recognition in Kang Woojin. Suddenly, a sharp, reverberating sound jolted several male auditionees, their eyes widening in collective shock at something unseen. Kang Woojin's internal world erupted in disbelief. The hopeless trio he knew were here, prompting the story to momentarily diverge and reveal what had transpired. Kang Woojin identified the first, Lee Kyung-sung, the chubby one, who casually commented on securing front-row seats. Next, he recognized Nayoung-gu, the charming and witty male entertainer, who grumbled about the inevitable stiff neck from waiting. Finally, Kang Woojin pointed out Kim Dae-young, the big guy, who explained that these were the only 3 available seats together. The sheer improbability of the entire hopeless trio being there shocked Kang Woojin, while the man in the white shirt expressed his outrage, and the man with a cap wondered if Kang Woojin's absence meant he finally had a girlfriend. 2 chibi figures representing his friends debated the likelihood of that scenario, with one quickly shushing the other. As musical notes swelled, the title, Detective Agency, flashed across the screen, signaling the film's beginning, and the man in the white shirt declared its arrival. A man with a wide smile questioned the lack of popcorn, but his query was abruptly cut short as both he and the man in the white shirt froze in startled reaction. With a sudden, shared gasp, both men pointed, utterly surprised by what had just unfolded on screen. As the film character, undeniably Kang Woojin, materialized on screen with the words, "Shall we go see the client?" a male auditionee cried out in disbelieving shock, "Kang Woojin. No way." 3 male auditionees, mouths agape and eyes wide, collectively questioned the impossible, "Why are you coming out from there?" The man in the white shirt demanded to know what Kang Woojin was doing, while the man with a wide smile questioned if it was truly him, prompting a skeptical retort about who else it could be. The man with a wide smile suggested calling or confronting Kang Woojin immediately, but the man in the white shirt insisted they watch the entire film first. An auditionee reeled from the absurdity of Kang Woojin's sudden appearance and questioned how he could possibly be acting with such unexpected skill. A producer, deep in thought, recalled Kang Woojin's earlier request for scripts, specifically 2 TV dramas and 1 unproduced movie scenario, confirming that Detective Agency had been among them. The producer continued his internal monologue, piecing together Kang Woojin's sudden busyness after inquiring about short films, wondering if he had quickly auditioned and landed the lead role. The man in the white shirt reacted with incredulity, realizing Kang Woojin's previous busyness was for filming and struggling to grasp how a designer could become an actor overnight. The man in the white shirt's off-screen shout of confusion echoed, while the man with a cap sat in pensive silence. Kang Woojin chuckled internally, noticing his friend's intense focus and musing that his secret had come out earlier than his original plan to reveal it around the premiere of Profiler Hanryang. He sighed, realizing he needed to offer some explanation, however unbelievable, wondering how to convey the improbable truth of his sudden acting career. The man in the white shirt let out a shocked, "What?" mirroring the other man's surprised "Huh." The film revealed Hong Hae-yeon, glowing and idealized, eliciting a dramatic "Hong Hyeon" from an unseen viewer. The man in the white shirt reacted with disbelief and anger at Hong Hae-yeon's unexpected appearance in a short film, culminating in a furious outburst directed at Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin inwardly noted the collective shock, realizing no one had anticipated Hong Hae-yeon's involvement. A bright, natural park scene offered a moment of tranquil beauty, contrasting the recent chaos. Kang Woojin cautiously peeked from behind a tree, a worried expression etched on his face. Observing his three friends, now looking serious in the park, Kang Woojin reflected on how his plans for immediately after the movie had utterly derailed. Just as he considered using one of his pre-planned excuses, a male auditionee suddenly pointed and yelled, recognizing him and sending a jolt of shock through Kang Woojin. Three angry male auditionees lunged forward, one shouting, "Catch that bastard," as Kang Woojin reacted with startled confusion. The man in the white shirt's enraged voice cut through the air, screaming for Kang Woojin to stop running. Huffing and puffing, the man in the white shirt demanded Kang Woojin halt, while the man with a wide smile questioned how he could be so incredibly fast. Na Young-gu, gasping for breath, desperately called for a halt to the chase, promising to talk, while Kang Woojin, still fleeing, demanded to know why they were pursuing him like wild boars. The man in the white shirt roared, justifying their pursuit because Kang Woojin had appeared as an actor rather than a viewer. Slightly annoyed, Kang Woojin agreed to explain everything if they would just calm down. The man in the white shirt, now holding Kang Woojin in a headlock, demanded an immediate explanation, eliciting an annoyed "Argh. You bastard!" from the struggling actor. Kang Woojin began his explanation, admitting he was the movie's protagonist, which the skeptical man in the white shirt found even more unbelievable, questioning his overnight transition from designer to actor. Kang Woojin further elaborated, stating he unexpectedly discovered his acting talent during the super actor audition, which piqued his interest in scripts, particularly the one for Detective Agency. He calmly concluded his narrative, explaining how his interest in Detective Agency led him to practice and audition, resulting in the director casting him and the film ultimately becoming a festival finalist. The man in the white shirt scoffed, questioning the plausibility of achieving such acting prowess in mere months, calling it pure cheating, while Kang Woojin inwardly acknowledged his pocket dimension truly was a cheat code. Kang Woojin offered a slightly apologetic affirmation, confirming the truth of his tale, which led the man in the white shirt to a dawning realization that he truly had been busy with filming. The man in the white shirt then asked if Kang Woojin intended to continue acting, to which he affirmed, but then earnestly requested their absolute discretion, emphasizing the need for confidentiality. A chibi version of the man in the white shirt acknowledged the obvious request, then immediately inquired about Kang Woojin's next project, which the chibi Kang Woojin vaguely confirmed as a confidential drama. The man in the white shirt bombarded Kang Woojin with eager questions about the drama's network and filming schedule, to which Kang Woojin calmly replied that the first episode would air very soon. The man in the white shirt reacted with excited surprise, vowing to check it out, then abruptly shifted gears, asking about Kang Woojin's relationship with Hong Hae-yeon while looking at his phone. A chibi representation of the man in the white shirt proudly declared he had Hong Hae-yeon's number, astonishing a chibi Kang Woojin, while he then mused aloud that Detective Agency articles were already pouring in, likely due to her appearance. The man in the white shirt's thoughts drifted to the rising mentions of Kang Woojin, noting his burgeoning recognition, and his curiosity was piqued once more. As the Mise-en-Scene Film Festival approached, the narrative wondered how Detective Agency would be received by the famous attendees. A flurry of applause erupted from the audience in the darkened theater. A man with a wide smile observed that the artwork's quality had significantly improved from the previous year, though a man with glasses expressed disappointment in the actors' performances despite strong direction. The man with glasses sought another opinion, while the man with dark hair and a hat inquired about the director's sentiments on the matter. Director Shin Dong-chun, revealed to be the Japanese master director Kyotaro Taniguchi, concurred with the sentiment. The man with glasses nodded in agreement, anticipating director Shin Dong-chun's perspective, who then began to speak of the next film. As musical notes swelled and the title, Detective Agency, reappeared, director Shin Dong-chun confirmed it was the next film to be screened. With keen curiosity, director Shin Dong-chun and another man intently watched Detective Agency unfold on screen. Director Shin Dong-chun remained captivated and silent, his thoughts deeply engaged by the film. Suddenly, director Shin Dong-chun's eyes widened in profound surprise as he stammered, "Who is that actor?" He pondered the extraordinary skill of the actor in the protagonist's role, wondering if such high-caliber performers truly existed in Korea, appearing only in short films. With murmuring around him, director Shin Dong-chun expressed his astonishment at the actor's powerful presence, which he noted even overshadowed Hong Hae-yeon's. A man with glasses stated his complete unfamiliarity with the actor despite his supposed theater background, a sentiment echoed by a woman who had never seen him in any stage plays. An unseen man revealed the actor's overseas background, eliciting shocked reactions from the women. The man with a wide smile added, with a knowing smirk, that the actor had spent a considerable amount of time abroad. The woman with long dark hair, now curious, asked if director Kwon knew the actor and where he had been, to which a man with glasses admitted he only had vague, second-hand information. With a confident smirk, the man with a wide smile predicted that this actor was destined to be Chung Muro's first blue chip of the year. On the movie screen, Kang Woojin looked out with knowing confidence, declaring that the upcoming closing award ceremony was truly something to anticipate, amidst the sound of applause. The momentous day for the closing and award ceremony of the Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival had finally arrived, marked by a flurry of camera flashes. Amidst the excited atmosphere, attendees, including Hong Hae-yeon, were met with dazzling camera flashes from an eager public. A dedicated photographer, capturing the chaotic energy of the event, meticulously documented the arrivals with a focused lens. Outside, as the host conversed with a colleague, they speculated about the arrival of notable figures like Hong Hae-yeon and Park Young-hyuk. The men continued their discussion, acknowledging that Hong Hae-yeon's presence often overshadowed others, including Park Young-hyuk, prompting a third man to interject. Inside a luxurious car, Park Young-hyuk, the male auditionee, vented his frustration that Hong Hae-yeon's prominence overshadowed his own issues, believing her personal appearance could change everything. He mused about articles comparing them, hopeful that this award ceremony would alter the narrative, a sentiment Young-hyuk's friend affirmed, mentioning circulating rumors. Park Young-hyuk confidently reassured Young-hyuk's friend that he wouldn't be eclipsed by something as mundane as detective agency, and with a determined agreement, they prepared to make their entrance. A car door abruptly swung open, drawing surprised attention from a woman and two men nearby. From within their car, Park Young-hyuk and Young-hyuk's friend reacted with competitive excitement as a barrage of camera flashes signaled an important arrival. The detective agency team, including Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon, arrived, confidently walking through a storm of camera flashes and public attention. Park Young-hyuk and Young-hyuk's friend, peering from behind a barrier, were utterly confused by the detective agency team's arrival, questioning if Park Young-hyuk had been there just moments before. Kang Woojin, overwhelmed by the sheer number of onlookers and the blinding flashes, felt a profound internal discomfort, bordering on nausea. Hong Hae-yeon playfully teased Kang Woojin about his stark reaction to the modest film festival, a term he inwardly scoffed at while silently admitting his intense nervousness. The clamoring reporters, demanding attention, called out to Hong Hae-yeon, pressing her for statements and specific poses. Hong Hae-yeon leaned intimately against Kang Woojin, who tensed in surprise, caught off guard by her sudden, unexpected closeness. She quietly instructed him to maintain a friendly facade for the cameras, a command he enthusiastically accepted, secretly reveling in the thought of bragging to his friends later. The host, with a welcoming gesture, directed the detective agency team into the hall, to which Kang Woojin simply acknowledged. The soft creak of a door opening offered a tantalizing glimpse into the space beyond. Inside the dimly lit auditorium, a low murmur of anticipation filled the air as the audience settled into their seats. The host directed the detective agency team to the center of the hall, causing many audience members to glance curiously as they walked, leaving Kang Woojin bewildered by the attention. Kang Woojin, feeling every eye on him, internally wondered if the pervasive feeling of being watched was due to actual scrutiny or simply his own inexperience with such public attention, nervously checking his microphone. The host, confirming everyone was seated, announced the imminent commencement of the ceremony, a declaration that visibly surprised Hong Hae-yeon. The award ceremony was dramatically declared to be officially underway. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, celebrating an unseen recipient of the Gold Award. The host announced the introduction of a new award category for emerging actors and actresses, revealing that the Best Acting Awards would begin with the Best Actress. He then introduced director Kwon Ki-taek, who would present the Best Actress Award, as the director walked onto the stage. The genial host reflected on the vibrant energy of this year's festival compared to the last, preparing to announce the winner. Hong Hae-yeon reacted with a burst of surprise as her name was called, winning the Best Actress Award for Detective Agency. As Hong Hae-yeon confidently made her way to the stage, the audience buzzed with murmurs of surprise and speculation about the potential Best Actor winner. Hong Hae-yeon gracefully received her Best Actress award from the host, expressing her gratitude. At the podium, Hong Hae-yeon delivered a gracious acceptance speech, acknowledging the talent of her fellow actors, thanking director Shin Dong-chun for Detective Agency, and expressing deep gratitude to her cast and crew. Unexpectedly, Hong Hae-yeon added a final remark, offering a congratulation in advance to someone, causing Kang Woojin to react with sudden surprise. A wave of confusion rippled through the audience as they wondered who Hong Hae-yeon's cryptic congratulations were directed at, while Kang Woojin internally questioned if she was congratulating him. The host then announced the Best Actor award, revealing that it would be presented by the distinguished director Kyotaro Taniguchi, who arrived on stage with a casual apology for his slight delay. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi expressed surprise that Hong Hae-yeon had already received her award, which she cheerfully confirmed was for Best Actress. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi then contemplated preparing some public relations while observing the crowded front rows, a comment that prompted Kang Woojin to internally consider making room. The host dramatically announced the Best Actor award recipient, Kang Woojin from Detective Agency. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi and the audience reacted with confused murmurs, speculating about Kang Woojin's identity and whether he was an unknown actor making a rapid ascent, as he rose from his seat. Hong Hae-yun and director Kyotaro Taniguchi expressed amusement and appreciation for Kang Woojin's confidence in rising before his name was fully announced, much to the host's shock. As Kang Woojin walked towards the stage, he was internally bewildered by his win, while Park Young-hyuk pondered the new actor's identity and seemingly stoic expression. The host heartily congratulated Kang Woojin on his win and the truly amazing work in Detective Agency, presenting him with a bouquet, which elicited a surprised response from Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin politely thanked the host in Japanese, remarking on the honor, which left the host and the woman with curly hair stunned and bewildered. The woman with curly hair and the host expressed their surprise at Kang Woojin's Japanese proficiency, prompting the host to question his background and how he attained such a native-level accent. Kang Woojin humbly downplayed his Japanese skills, insisting he only knew enough to communicate, but the host, genuinely impressed, declared his proficiency to be at a native speaker level. The host, astonished by Kang Woojin's exceptional acting and language skills, questioned why such talent was confined to short films, leaving Kang Woojin internally puzzled by the remark. Audience members, including a wide-eyed Park Young-hyuk, murmured in surprised speculation about Kang Woojin's origins, wondering if he was Japanese or had worked in Japan. Hong Hae-yun and another man pondered if Kang Woojin's connection to director Kyotaro Taniguchi stemmed from a background as a Korean resident in Japan, a thought that brought a smirk to director Kyotaro Taniguchi's face. From the audience, the woman with curly hair observed Kang Woojin on stage, internally questioning his mysterious identity and unexpected Japanese language ability. Kang Woojin, lost in thought, wondered about the unspoken past of the director who had just questioned him. The host, noticing Kang Woojin's distant expression, reacted with a questioning, Apologizing for his interruption, the host genially invited Kang Woojin to share his thoughts first, a request that surprised Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin internally deliberated on his acceptance speech, determined to craft a serious and polite message for the audience. Feeling overwhelmed by the flashing cameras and the intensity of the moment, Kang Woojin decided to keep his speech simple, focusing on a sincere expression of gratitude. He delivered a heartfelt and concise acceptance speech, acknowledging his past struggles, expressing gratitude for the wonderful people around him, and vowing to persistently do his best. The host congratulated Kang Woojin amidst sustained applause, then smoothly transitioned to announce the grand prize for a work as Kang Woojin made his way off stage. Kang Woojin graciously accepted the congratulations from Hong Hae-yun and other audience members as he walked down the aisle, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi speculated about the grand prize winner, while a chibi Kang Woojin, glowing with disbelief, internally marveled at his own unexpected win. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi confidently asserted that Detective Agency would win the grand prize, a prediction immediately confirmed by the host's triumphant announcement. Park Young-hyuk, overcome with emotion, clapped heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face as he offered his congratulations. As the film festival drew to a close with thunderous applause, reporters swiftly disseminated the news of the event to the world. The narration hinted at a significant news reveal as director Kyotaro Taniguchi and the woman with curly hair reacted to something on a phone, leaving Kim Young-dae in chibi form utterly confused. A man reacted with profound shock to his phone, while two chibi men behind him mirrored his astonishment with raised hands. 3 individuals, a man and 2 women, shared a moment of collective astonishment, their eyes wide with shock at unseen news. A triumphant text message on a phone screen, boasting about an award win despite it being just a short film festival, symbolized Kang Woojin's newfound recognition as an actor. Kang Woojin reacted with surprise to the enduring popularity of the article, a truly amazing turn of events for him. He pondered the unexpected surge in his popularity, crediting the film festival and Hong Hae-yun for his newfound recognition as his phone vibrated again. A flood of texts from family and friends, some congratulatory, others incredulous, confirmed his fame, making him realize this was only the beginning. With an exasperated sigh, he decided to postpone thinking about his sudden fame, setting his phone aside as he remembered his urgent meeting for the day. A man with a wide, hurried smile approached, his shoes squeaking on the floor as he apologized for his tardiness. The smiling man inquired about President Choi, and Kang Woojin explained the president's temporary absence with a slight bow. With a cunning glint in his eyes, the man suggested they begin, though he harbored many questions he believed Kang Woojin wouldn't easily answer. The project director offered his congratulations, eager to observe Kang Woojin's growth and seeing it as a more efficient path to understanding, which Kang Woojin gracefully accepted. The project director then probed for Kang Woojin's impressions after reading the material, to which Kang Woojin thoughtfully replied that it was very interesting. Pushing further, the project director asked which character had intrigued him most, prompting a thoughtful silence from Kang Woojin. With a serious gaze, Kang Woojin revealed his fascination with the character exhibiting a split personality, a choice that visibly startled the project director. With a subtle, cunning smirk, the project director mentally acknowledged the difficulty of the role before openly questioning Kang Woojin's surprising choice. Kang Woojin, though internally annoyed by the need for a reason, simply stated his preference for villains, a choice he secretly made purely for the enjoyment it offered. The project director, surprised by their shared intuition, then revealed he had already considered Kang Woojin for the role and formally extended an invitation to join the project. A wave of surprise washed over Kang Woojin, but he quickly composed himself, nodding decisively as he gladly accepted the offer. President Choi burst into the room, her hurried entrance marked by a slight creak, apologizing for a delayed urgent call before quickly correcting herself, declaring her arrival perfectly timed. The project director, smiling slyly, addressed President Choi, stating they should sign the contract today for the leading villain role as it aligned perfectly with his and Kang Woojin's vision, a declaration that utterly shocked Shin Dong-chun. The project director confidently explained that Kang Woojin was the very first actor confirmed for his project, then invited Shin Dong-chun to sit and discuss the upcoming schedule. Shin Dong-chun, utterly bewildered, mumbled his agreement while internally reeling at the thought, a master director offering a leading role to an unknown actor, not merely a supporting one. He pondered the immense leap this meant for Kang Woojin's career, anticipating the commotion it would cause, yet a quick glance revealed Kang Woojin remained unsettlingly calm. Shin Dong-chun flinched slightly as Kang Woojin met his gaze with an unnerving calmness. Kang Woojin's eyes, a calm yet piercing gold, held a secret depth as he looked on. Shin Dong-chun let out a sigh of sudden comprehension, realizing that Kang Woojin's calm demeanor was a subtle message. He should temper his surprise, focus on his work, and expect such extraordinary events to become commonplace. Clearing his throat, Shin Dong-chun expressed his appreciation to the project director but surprisingly suggested it was too soon to sign the contract, leaving the project director perplexed. Shin Dong-chun confidently proposed a verbal agreement for now, assuring them details could be sorted later, then turned to Kang Woojin for confirmation, as if this had been his plan all along. With a knowing smirk, Shin Dong-chun privately deduced Kang Woojin's strategy, to postpone the contract until his recognition exploded, thereby dramatically increasing his value, much like with his agency contract. Shin Dong-chun confidently assured Kang Woojin that he understood the plan to multiply his value and would handle the delay, while Kang Woojin remained utterly silent, his expression unreadable. Internally, Kang Woojin spiraled into a panic, his chibi form yelling in distress, fearing Shin Dong-chun's sudden actions might offend the master director and cost him the role. The project director, after a thoughtful pause, conceded to Shin Dong-chun's proposal for a verbal agreement, admitting his own hastiness, a surprising turn that left Kang Woojin's inner self utterly stunned. Shin Dong-chun, leaning in with a confident, reassuring whisper, promised to at least double Kang Woojin's value, or more, believing it entirely possible with the project director. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin remained utterly bewildered, wondering where this talk of a value had suddenly come from. The project director, seeing no reason to object if they were willing to raise the value, agreed as Shin Dong-chun excitedly elaborated on the immense publicity Kang Woojin would gain, urging them to just imagine the possibilities. The project director, with a confident smirk, predicted Kang Woojin would transcend being merely a blue chip in the film industry to become an absolute bombshell across the entire entertainment world. The black van's engine rumbled to life as it drove away from the building. Inside the car, a chibi Kang Woojin slumped exhaustedly, overwhelmed by the chaotic series of days he had just endured. Shin Dong-chun informed Kang Woojin about his upcoming schedule, revealing a flurry of contacts from various production companies and film studios after the film festival. Shin Dong-chun advised caution, suggesting they observe the situation and wait while the company organized itself, to which Kang Woojin calmly nodded his agreement. Realizing he had some unexpected spare time, Kang Woojin glanced around, considering he could start reading through the nearly finalized cast list for the upcoming project. Having already completed his initial reading, Kang Woojin swiftly reached for the script, contemplating a quick practice for a small role before heading home, the cover glowing with a mysterious blue vortex. Stepping into the ethereal, dark subspace marked by glowing white rectangles, Kang Woojin reflected on how long it had been since his last reading here. Holding the script, a confident smile on his glowing face, Kang Woojin asked himself, "Shall I begin?" as Private Kim, as he prepared for the immersion. As the glowing hexagonal interface confirmed his full immersion into Private Kim, Kang Woojin felt a nervous flutter, despite it being such a small role. The extraordinary experience was about to begin as the narration confirmed the reading was starting. A mystical, swirling blue energy ignited, radiating with sparkling light, signaling the full descent into the script's reality. Within the dense forest, bathed in a strange, vibrant purple glow, a torrent of unseen energy seemed to pour down. In the eerie purple-lit forest, Kang Woojin, now embodying Private Kim, shivered uncontrollably, gripped by an overwhelming fear. Private Kim panted heavily, his terror palpable, as he yelled aggressive threats into the mystical purple forest, his body still shivering. Private Kim's eyes widened in sheer terror, sweat beading on his brow as he clutched his pistol, pressing it tightly in a desperate grip. With a swift, tense movement, Private Kim sharply turned, raising his rifle as he screamed into the unnerving stillness, "Who's there?" Shivering violently, Private Kim stammered out names, "S. Sergeant Kim. S. Sergeant Park." His terrified eyes scanning the purple-lit depths of the forest. Tears streamed down Private Kim's terrified face as he desperately called out for his comrades, a gut-wrenching realization sinking in, everyone was gone. A sickening squish echoed as Private Kim looked down, his eyes widening in horror at the sight of a fallen comrade. Shivering and tearful, Private Kim stammered out another name, Sergeant Park, his gaze darting fearfully into the purple-lit depths behind him. With a crashing impact, a dark, shadowy entity suddenly attacked, pulling Private Kim away with a raw scream. A chilling thud echoed through the purple-lit forest as something fell, followed by a splatter of blood on the dark ground. A sickening squish and a heavy thud marked the final, grim moment as Private Kim's helmet fell to the blood-spattered earth. The elegant silhouette of the Class Hotel rose against the twilight sky. On a hotel balcony overlooking the city, a producer stood pensive, lost in thought, papers clutched in his hand. The producer sighed, an unknown Korean actor consuming his thoughts. Though he'd seen them only briefly, their veteran-level acting combined with rock-bottom recognition profoundly piqued his curiosity. He felt a surge of disappointment at the thought of such a talent remaining unrecognized, and his hand clenched tightly, crumpling the papers within his grasp. Taking a sharp breath, the producer's face settled into a determined smirk. His mind was made up to unleash that incredibly talented unknown actor upon the world, a phantom Kang Woojin faintly glowing behind him. Driven by a determined resolve, the producer began to walk with purpose, knowing he didn't just want to elevate the actor, but to work with him directly. The producer, a confident smile spreading across his face, made an urgent call, inviting someone to his room immediately, realizing he would need to extend his stay in Korea. In a celebratory extra scene, a chibi President Choi floated happily, wondering if she really won, as a smiling woman with long dark hair, alongside other smiling characters, informed readers they could continue the story from Chapter 53, Countdown, 3, of the novel. As Kang Woojin enjoyed his holiday at home, a pivotal event that would soon shift his world was taking place at the SBC broadcasting station in Mokdong. The atmosphere buzzed with expectation as the highly anticipated Profiler Hanryang project held its production presentation. Writer Park Yun-mi captivated the room, drawing all attention as she hinted at the arrival of an unprecedented scene-stealer actor. Park Yun-mi's bold declaration that her chosen scene stealer would overwhelm everyone ignited an immediate frenzy across public communities and media outlets for Profiler Hanryang. Feeling the immense pressure from Profiler Hanryang, rival networks MBS and TVM urgently began announcing and promoting their own upcoming shows. Their main trailers then flooded the digital sphere almost simultaneously, intensifying the competitive landscape. Kang Woojin was startled by the public's fervent anticipation, seeing comments rave about Hong Hae-yeon's stunning beauty and viewers holding their breath until the drama's release. Lying in thought, Kang Woojin admired the main trailer's top-notch quality, truly fascinated by how the scene translated so beautifully into the final video. Yet, an uneasy sweat broke out on Kang Woojin's brow as he downplayed his own significant contribution, remembering his video editing work from a past design company job. Then, a sudden, urgent thought made him abruptly sit bolt upright as if electrified. His eyes widened, his breath caught, and a single thought echoed, "It's crazy." An overwhelming wave of euphoria crashed over him, as he realized he had made it, 60 million won, transferred in one unbelievable go. A chibi Kang Woojin floated in pure, unfiltered joy, his first acting salary a sweet reality, as he happily wondered if the Hanryang payments would continue to flow in after the first episode. He was utterly overwhelmed, clueless about how to manage such an unprecedented sum, his thoughts battling between helping his parents first or saving for a new home. His profound financial deliberations were abruptly interrupted by the insistent vibration of his smartphone. The insistent buzz yielded a message from the president himself, a direct summons to the office tomorrow, with Soo-hwan and Yejin assigned to pick him up because of his own busyness. A puzzled frown creased his brow, as he wondered if something significant was happening that required such an urgent summons. The following morning, his arrival was met with a chorus of respectful greetings from unseen voices, a new reality that still felt surreal. Kang Woojin offered a polite greeting, but his younger colleagues, Soo-hwan and Yejin, immediately urged him to adopt a more casual tone, admitting his formality made them uncomfortable. With a thoughtful nod, Kang Woojin then inquired if the president was truly busy, a question met with an emphatic, almost exasperated, confirmation. Soo-hwan dramatically declared the company a chaotic battlefield, earning a swift reprimand from Yejin, who worried such intense language would only confuse Kang Woojin. Taking over the explanation, Yejin prepared to lay bare the full, complex current situation. In a chaotic, dreamlike vision of the office, a chibi employee's face strained under the auditory assault of incessantly ringing phones, signaling utter exhaustion. The office pulsed with frantic energy as staff members juggled urgent calls about Hong Hae-yeon's interviews, rushed deliveries for Kang Woojin, and incessant inquiries about both their schedules. A flustered delivery person added to the pandemonium, calling out where to put the quick delivery in the already overflowing office space. The office worker, visibly strained and battling exhaustion, found himself unable to articulate complete thoughts, his mind cycling between the omnipresent names, Hong Hae-yeon and Kang Woojin. His composure shattered completely, his body trembling uncontrollably as only the names Hong Hai-yun and Kang Woojin escaped his panicked lips in a desperate, broken repetition. An unseen figure slammed a fist, shattering the tense atmosphere with a startling call for an emergency meeting. Director Shin Dong-chun, taking charge, issued firm directives: maintain Hai-yun status quo, keep Kang Woojin's matters confidential until after Hanryang, and immediately identify the most urgent areas for new staff. With decisive authority, Director Shin Dong-chun declared the marketing team top priority, then, upon learning of other struggling departments, ordered a rapid assessment to bolster their numbers as quickly as possible. As the chaotic situation was explained, a chibi Kang Woojin, amidst stylized pandemonium, could only concede that the overwhelming chaos made perfect sense. Kang Woojin entered, offering a respectful bow as Director Shin Dong-chun greeted his arrival. Director Shin Dong-chun apologized for interrupting his break, then gestured broadly, emphasizing the palpable, undeniable chaos currently consuming the company. In a fantastical vision, Director Shin Dong-chun presented a literal mountain of scripts and interview schedules, leaving the chibi Kang Woojin utterly overwhelmed by the sheer volume. Kang Woojin confessed his unpreparedness and feeling overwhelmed by interview requests, prompting Director Shin Dong-chun to agree, advising him to maintain an air of mystery to protect his image. Director Shin Dong-chun meticulously outlined his strategic timeline, placing Kang Woojin's next major project after Hanryang's premiere, and gravely warned him to keep everything under wraps, even from close friends. Then, Director Shin Dong-chun, with a flourish, presented an even vaster collection of filtered project proposals, leaving an exasperated Kang Woojin wondering how he could possibly read them all. He encouraged Kang Woojin to choose instinctively, reminding him that the Kwon Ki-taek project was still in its early stages, allowing time for a few shorter works beforehand. Kang Woojin paused, pointing to a specific document, only for Director Shin Dong-chun to casually dismiss it as a mere cameo possibility. Director Shin Dong-chun explained that a director from the Mise-en-Scene Film Festival, already mid-filming, sought to meet Kang Woojin, who secretly attributed this unexpected opportunity to the subtle influence of B+. Suddenly, a staff member burst in, an urgent, panicked P-president, tearing through the room. The staff member urgently announced an unexpected arrival, startling Director Shin Dong-chun into demanding the visitor's identity. The staff member stammered in palpable fear as a shadowed figure, speaking in Japanese, emerged and politely apologized for his sudden, unsettling appearance. The man, with an air of gravitas, formally introduced himself and stated his precise purpose: he had come to meet actor Kang Woojin. Director Shin Dong-chun gasped in shock, recognizing the visitor as the famed Japanese director Kyotaro Taniguchi, sparking hushed murmurs of disbelief among the office staff. Kang Woojin, piecing together the identity, recognized the man he knew as Sang-jun Ajusi as none other than Director Kyotaro, wondering what profound reason brought him here. Director Kyotaro emphasized his personal visit as a sign of sincerity, offering to reschedule if it was an inconvenience, all while Kang Woojin grew increasingly puzzled by the director's intense, searching gaze. In a flash of insight, a confident chibi Kang Woojin realized his linguistic role, conveying to a surprised, equally chibi Director Shin Dong-chun that the esteemed director desired a meeting, which was enthusiastically welcomed. Director Kyotaro expressed profound relief that Kang Woojin spoke Japanese, admitting his previous visits to Korea had always been hindered by uncomfortable communication barriers. Director Kyotaro then directly asked if Kang Woojin could serve as an immediate interpreter, to which the actor readily and seriously agreed. Director Kyotaro thanked him, expressing regret for their brief past interaction and a bold assertion that Kang Woojin's immense talent was being wasted in his current position. He continued, declaring it a shame for Kang Woojin's talent to remain confined to the short film industry, leaving the actor deeply bewildered by the sudden, profound praise. Then, with an abrupt shift, Director Kyotaro asked about Kang Woojin's time in Japan, eliciting a vague, uncomfortable response about circumstances. Director Kyotaro quickly apologized, but Kang Woojin's confusion only intensified, an internal sweat breaking out as he desperately wondered the true purpose of the director's visit. Director Shin Dong-chun, visibly stressed, tentatively posed his burning question: was Director Kyotaro here for actress Hong Hai-yun? Then, with a nervous prompting, asked Kang Woojin to translate. Director Kyotaro unequivocally shook his head, clarifying that while actress Hong Hai-yun was indeed talented, his visit today was specifically, and solely, for actor Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin's mind exploded with questions. Me? He came because of me? But why? As Director Kyotaro then addressed him directly. Then came the stunning proposal, casually offered: what do you think about advancing to Japan? The question sent a shockwave through Kang Woojin, leaving him utterly speechless. An internal sweat broke out on Kang Woojin's brow. He couldn't believe it. Was this man crazy, asking him to advance to Japan after only 2 months of acting? Director Kyotaro, unperturbed, acknowledged his concerns and asked about confirmed projects. Kang Woojin admitted, with a heavy sense of uncertainty, that nothing was officially confirmed, not even Director Kwon Ki-taek's project. Director Kyotaro then unveiled his own significant plans, a confirmed project, an adaptation of a famous Japanese novel, already 80% complete. Then came the breathtaking proposal. Director Kyotaro declared his desire to work with Kang Woojin on that very project, leaving the actor in profound, utter shock. A lingering sweat clung to Kang Woojin as he stammered out a single, disbelieving question, trying to grasp the reality of the offer. For real? Director Kyotaro revealed his next project was already 80% complete, a confirmed adaptation of a famous Japanese novel. Then, Director Kyotaro stated his desire to work with Kang Woojin on that very project, leaving the actor utterly shocked. A wave of disbelief crashed over Kang Woojin as he stammered, questioning if this incredible offer was truly real. He tried to soothe his racing thoughts, reminding himself this didn't mean an immediate move to Japan. Ryu Youngmin, still reeling from the exchange, demanded to know what Director Kyotaro had said, and Kang Woojin simply stated the director wanted to work with him. Ryu Youngmin exclaimed in astonishment that Kang Woojin's master director magnet worked overseas too, to which Kang Woojin decided he would request the script for careful consideration. Ryu Youngmin nodded in agreement, finding merit in having diverse options, and Kang Woojin affirmed he would relay his decision precisely. Kang Woojin then politely requested to review the script before committing, and Director Kyotaro readily assented, nodding his approval. Director Kyotaro then inquired about the best way to contact them later, prompting a surprised, "Ah," from Ryu Youngmin before Kang Woojin translated the request. In a flash of simplified vision, Director Shin Dongchun offered his business card with an email, a gesture Kang Woojin translated as Director Kyotaro expressed his thanks. Director Kyotaro thanked them for the positive response, affirming his journey was worthwhile, and promised to send a completed script quickly, surprising Kang Woojin with his swift departure. Director Kyotaro explained he had extended his one-day trip specifically to meet Kang Woojin, and with their discussion concluded, he needed to return. With a warm laugh, Director Kyotaro bid Kang Woojin farewell, expressing his earnest anticipation for their next meeting. In a humorous, exaggerated inner vision, both Ryu Youngmin and Kang Woojin registered their utter surprise. Ryu Youngmin's voice rose in a chaotic exclamation, demanding to know what had just transpired and why Director Kyotaro had even come, to which Kang Woojin admitted his own confusion. Ryu Youngmin, nodding with newfound excitement, mused that his long-held overseas ambitions for Kang Woojin might materialize sooner than expected, though Kang Woojin urged them to keep the news quiet for now. Ryu Youngmin suggested they simply await the premiere of Profiler Hanryang while reviewing scripts, as Kang Woojin's phone vibrated, drawing his attention. Ryu Youngmin then started to relay a message from PD Song, leaving Kang Woojin with a questioning gaze. He explained that PD Song suggested a company dinner to collectively watch the premiere of Profiler Hanryang. Amidst the faint murmur of distant conversations, the building hummed with an unseen energy. Ryu Youngmin headed toward the car, but Kang Woojin remained, lost in quiet thought as hushed voices still drifted on the night air. Ryu Youngmin observed that reporters were undoubtedly awaiting the premiere, questioning Kang Woojin's thoughts on the imminent event, but Kang Woojin offered only silent contemplation. Kang Woojin finally admitted to feeling both hungry and excited, a surprisingly candid response that amused Ryu Youngmin, who playfully questioned his newcomer attitude. Internally, a chibi Kang Woojin panted with extreme nervousness, confessing this premiere anxiety felt profoundly different from his initial shoot, much to the amusement of his smug, glowing self. Kang Woojin informed Ryu Youngmin he would enter first, promising to tidy up before joining him. The doors slowly creaked open, revealing a glimpse of the bustling interior. A woman with curly brown hair exclaimed at Kang Woojin's arrival, and a man with a beard waved him over, beckoning him into the lively event. The woman then playfully greeted Assistant Manager Park, asking Kang Woojin how he had been, and in his chibi inner world, Kang Woojin politely greeted the director and the author. The bearded man congratulated Kang Woojin on his award, then, hearing of his linguistic talents, pressed him about his experiences in the US and Japan, making Kang Woojin deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the woman with curly brown hair seized Kang Woojin's hand, leaving him utterly bewildered. Kang Woojin, visibly sweating, questioned her actions, but the woman clarified she was simply praying as a devout follower of the Kang Woojin's totem legend. The bearded man sighed, suggesting they simply accept the strange scene, just as another man, adorned in a red tie, noticed Kang Woojin's arrival. A chibi Kang Woojin politely greeted his senior, who then turned to congratulate Hong Haiyun on her detective agency award, prompting her to greet Kang Woojin warmly. The woman leaned in, whispering a question about Director Kyotaro's visit and Kang Woojin's potential move to Japan, but he was completely entranced by her divine, intoxicating scent. In a humorous internal thought, a chibi Kang Woojin shrugged, uttering a non-committal, "I don't know," leaving a chibi Hong Haiyun utterly perplexed. Suddenly, the woman excitedly announced the commercials were on, signaling the imminent start of the show, and the man with the red tie confirmed it was beginning soon. A woman in a green hoodie nervously fretted about the ratings, which prompted a man in a gray hoodie to suggest they place bets, a long-standing tradition. Enthusiasm surged as Hong Haiyun bet 50,000 won on 10%, the man in the red tie declared 10.7%, and the bearded man boldly predicted 15%. Kang Woojin glanced around, observing the eager betting, and a flicker of curiosity made him wonder if he should join. With a decisive gesture, Kang Woojin declared he would bet 50,000 won on an audacious 20% rating. A collective blink of disbelief spread through the room as everyone gasped, questioning his bold prediction of 20%. The room erupted in laughter, with one man teasingly asking when ratings last hit 20%, and a woman jokingly questioned if Kang Woojin's prediction was too high, leaving a chibi Kang Woojin wondering if he had truly overshot. Just then, Hong Haiyun cried out that the show was starting, and all eyes, including Kang Woojin's, snapped to the screen. A nervous gulp escaped Kang Woojin as he acknowledged that the moment had finally arrived. The screen dramatically proclaimed the premiere of Profiler Henryang. This was a series with far greater reach than Detective Agency, designed to captivate a nationwide audience. The show's accessibility meant anyone could watch, a truth reflected in the surprised chibi faces of even his past acquaintances. Even Hong Haiyun, phone in hand, looked on in wide-eyed shock, perhaps sensing the drama's immediate impact. A hushed anticipation filled the room as everyone's gaze remained fixed on the unfolding narrative. The woman with curly brown hair voiced the collective thought, wondering aloud how many viewers the premiere had captured. Elsewhere, a man with a wide smile pondered the audience's reaction to his acting, while another grumbled about the surprisingly good performances making his article less dramatic, and a third vaguely recognized the actor on screen. Then, a man with glasses suddenly recalled the actor as the award winner from the Mise-en-Scene Short Film Festival, as his colleague struggled to remember his name. With a triumphant exclamation, the man finally remembered, it was Kang Woojin. A collective murmur of, wow, rippled through the captivated audience watching Kang Woojin's performance. The woman with curly brown hair boisterously praised the drama's excellent production, questioning the director's editing choices in a playful accusation, while the man in the red tie enthusiastically highlighted Manager Park's amazing scene. Kang Woojin smiled faintly, finding the show genuinely enjoyable and realizing that the initial awkwardness of watching himself had faded with each passing moment. Suddenly, his phone vibrated insistently, pulling Kang Woojin's attention away with a questioning "HM?" In his mind, a chibi Kang Woojin appeared utterly overwhelmed by the barrage of messages, wondering if everyone, even his family and old colleagues, had just watched the drama. The bearded man's bewildered, mirrored Kang Woojin's own confusion as he stared at his phone. A sudden hush fell over the room, making Kang Woojin wonder why everyone had abruptly turned their attention to director Shin Dong-chun. A man in a cap eagerly pressed for the ratings, but the bearded man remained silent, engrossed in his phone. The bearded man then slowly read the real-time ratings, MBS at 5.9%, TVM at 2.7%, and then, with a dramatic pause, and us. He then declared, with a triumphant smirk, their rating was an astounding 20.3%. A collective gasp of utter shock swept through the room as everyone processed the impossible 20% rating. The final, sensational reveal was an astonishing 20.38% rating. The man with the dark hair and beard deliberately paced his words, building the tension in the room as he revealed MBS's ratings at 5.9% and TVM's at 2.7%, before a collective gulp of anticipation filled the air. Then, with a satisfied smirk, he slowly unveiled their drama's own rating, a staggering 20.3%. The revelation hung in the air, leaving the entire group momentarily stunned into disbelief at the impossibly high number. The shocking figure of 20.3% reverberated, echoing the dramatic impact of the news. A woman in a white shirt gasped, her disbelief evident as she questioned the director, who calmly confirmed the astounding 20.3% rating. She continued, marveling at the rarity of such a high rating, especially since it had been years since any drama reached 20%, and the director agreed that a 20% premiere was almost unheard of. The director, contemplative yet self-assured, attributed their success to unprecedented promotions, the media's effective hooks, and ultimately, viewers choosing their show over others. He then observed that Kang Woojin's appearance as Manager Park in the latter half had critically sustained audience attention, suggesting it prevented viewer drop-off and likely even increased their numbers. A blonde-haired man exuberantly declared Manager Park's impact huge, then turned to Kang Woojin, playfully questioning his composure given the overwhelming success. But inside, Kang Woojin was a trembling chibi of disbelief, reeling from the S-rank rating, even as he outwardly denied being calm. The woman with long dark hair and the man with a wide smile then recalled Kang Woojin's earlier acting award, marveling at his immediate triumph with a 20% rated drama. The director chuckled, reminding Kang Woojin that he had also won their bet, having precisely guessed the 20% rating. A flicker of suspicion crossed the director's mind as he mused that Kang Woojin's exact prediction felt less like luck and more like some uncanny prescience. It was as if his foresight bordered on an extraordinary level of future prediction. The man with a wide smile voiced his eerie suspicion, wondering if Kang Woojin was even human to get the number so perfectly right, while Kang Woojin, suppressing a gulp, internally dismissed it as a lucky guess. Suddenly, Ryu Youngmin grabbed Kang Woojin's hand, effusively praising him as a totem and giving exaggerated thanks, prompting Kang Woojin to internally brace himself for the familiar onslaught of attention. Kang Woojin chose to feign nonchalance to avoid reacting, while Ryu Youngmin laughed, questioning his rider's passive demeanor. Ryu Youngmin declared Manager Park the undisputed winner of the bet and gleefully promised to distribute the 500,000 won prize money, prompting a chibi Kang Woojin to internally cheer for the unexpected windfall. The drama war that had captivated everyone, featuring 3 broadcasting stations, concluded with Profiler Hanryang emerging victorious, heralded for its overwhelming quality. News articles continued to dissect the drama's success, specifically highlighting the mystery surrounding Kang Woojin, the actor behind Manager Park, and revealing his past Mise-en-Scene Film Festival award, as his name proliferated through the media. This was only the beginning, as online and offline discussions buzzed with comments ranging from praise for the drama's talent to questions about Kang Woojin's past, and humorous exclamations, solidifying Profiler Hanryang's widespread influence. The drama's popularity spilled from the internet onto the streets, where Profiler Hanryang became the ubiquitous topic of conversation. Amidst this burgeoning fame, the air date for the highly anticipated second episode of Profiler Hanryang drew near. A murmur filled the office meeting room as people gathered around a table laden with snacks and drinks. A man with light brown hair asked Kang Woojin and a woman their preference for fried or seasoned chicken, to which Kang Woojin replied, fried, and the woman eagerly declared, I prefer seasoning. The woman with dark hair noted Kang Woojin's incessantly buzzing phone, asking who was so persistently trying to reach him. Kang Woojin paused, then vaguely dismissed the calls as, just people I know, his thoughts betraying a deeper internal processing. Internally, Kang Woojin felt overwhelmed and slightly panicked by the sudden barrage of messages from seemingly forgotten contacts, realizing everyone from his family and the CEO to the director was now trying to reach him. With a decisive mental tap, Kang Woojin resolved to ignore all non-essential messages, choosing to prioritize only work-related communications for now. The woman then remembered to tell Kang Woojin that she had posted 5 photos on his SNS earlier that day, a revelation that left him wondering, SNS? After confirming he indeed had an SNS account, Kang Woojin clarified that it had been set up for him after the Hanryang gathering, as it was considered a basic necessity. Kang Woojin internally pondered what kind of photos could have been posted, while the woman enthusiastically interjected that he always looked good in his outfits. She explained that the publicity team had included photos of Kang Woojin from the Mise-en-Scene Film Festival, along with various profile pictures and a casual shot from a recent barbecue. Suddenly, the man with light brown hair exclaimed in surprise, his attention instantly drawn to the screen, announcing, it's starting. In a vision, chibi versions of his colleagues excitedly speculated about the upcoming second season of Profiler Hanryang, wondering how wild it would be and whether Manager Park's screen time would increase. The man with dark hair and a red tie expressed his eager anticipation for tomorrow's audience reactions, asking Kang Woojin if he felt the same, to which Kang Woojin affirmed, I am, as the man silently wondered how chaotic it would be. Kang Woojin reacted with a questioning, as his phone buzzed again, momentarily pulling him from the conversation. It was a message from Ms. Hong Hai-yun, who informed him she had just followed his SNS and asked if he knew he had garnered a ton of followers. With a sudden curiosity, a chibi Kang Woojin tapped his phone, deciding he needed to investigate this claim of a ton of followers. His SNS profile displayed a stunning reality, 5 posts, 0 following, and an astonishing 31,000 followers. His eyes wide with shock, Kang Woojin stared at his phone, utterly bewildered, asking himself, what is this? Did 30,000 people follow my account? The realization hit him with a jarring clarity, 30,000 followers in just one day, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Scrolling through the comments, Kang Woojin read overwhelmingly positive feedback, expressing enjoyment for the drama, praise for his acting, and declarations of support, which made him murmur, wow. A blush spread across a chibi Kang Woojin's face as he finally understood the appeal of social media, likening the direct encouragement to having someone cheering for you in person. The man with dark hair and a red tie broke Kang Woojin's reverie, asking why he wasn't watching the drama and if something was wrong, to which Kang Woojin mumbled, ah. Kang Woojin quickly recovered, almost shouting, all right. I got it, before explaining that he was merely checking his SNS. The man with dark hair and a red tie acknowledged the explanation, mentioning he'd seen Kang Woojin's follower count around 20k at lunchtime, and Kang Woojin updated him, it's at 30k. The man with dark hair and a red tie calmly responded, that's good, prompting Kang Woojin to internally question his unruffled composure given the significant number. Kang Woojin pressed, isn't that quite a lot, but the man with dark hair and a red tie simply replied that it was, before confidently asserting it would likely increase even more by tomorrow. The other 2 colleagues, surprised, implicitly agreed with contemplative nods. The man with dark hair and a red tie then credited Kang Woojin with driving the blockbuster drama's pacing, explaining that public interest had sent the company into delightful chaos. While gaining fans was natural for an actor, the man with dark hair and a red tie emphasized how truly rare and exceptional such rapid success was for a debut drama. Kang Woojin leaned in, a thoughtful hand to his chin, as he internally processed the idea of actually having fans, pondering if this meant a fan club and future meet and greets. A chibi version of the man with dark hair and a red tie suddenly appeared in Kang Woojin's thoughts, humorously predicting he would have a fan club soon, making Kang Woojin recoil in shock and wonder if his mind had just been read. Kang Woojin cleared his throat, a slight flush on his face, before admitting that the whole situation was, despite his internal turmoil, quite amazing. Lost in thought, Kang Woojin quietly contemplated the profound implications of having his own fan club. Suddenly, the audition staff in a cap sharply scolded the long-haired woman for messing around, instead of reviewing the scripts she had just received, startling her. The woman immediately protested, but the staff member pressed on, noting a distinct change in her behavior since the mise-en-scene film festival, and addressed her by name, Warren. Warren defensively explained she was only briefly looking at a Profiler Hanryang article before promising to read her script, revealing her identity as Warren, the 8th-year leader of the girl group Ilani. The audition staff acknowledged Profiler Hanryang as a huge hit, casually mentioning its 20% rating and an even higher 23.2% for the second episode. He then asked Warren if she had congratulated Hong Hai-yun, playfully implying they were close, and teased that she should have gone instead, prompting Warren to pout and retort that she already had. The audition staff urged Warren to quickly land a hit project and study her script, citing the CEO's concerns, to which Warren defensively snapped, "I will. So just be quiet." Warren then pondered the fact that Kang Woojin starred in both Detective Agency and Hanryang, marveling at his impressively distinct acting styles and wondering about his background. Despite the lack of information, Warren's heart pounded with a burgeoning fangirl excitement as she discovered his new Instagram, already wondering when his fan club would form so she could officially begin her support. The audition staff abruptly scolded Warren again for not looking at the script, and she quickly shouted back, "Okay, I'm looking at it." Warren sighed and reluctantly began to review the script, turning the page to see its title. Her expression turned to one of curious puzzlement as she read the script's title, Friend Zone. In a stylized internal thought, Kang Woojin fiercely asserted his newfound triumph, rejecting the idea of being relegated to a friendly dinner with other actors, emphatically declaring, "No, I'm on top now." The screen then displayed a standard disclaimer, stating the fictional nature of the work and its associated production credits. Kang Woojin exhaled a long breath, a profound sense of relief washing over him after the unseen culmination of his efforts. He had finally managed to clear the backlog of ignored messages, though he admitted to strategically bypassing those from ambiguous relationships. As he smugly checked his social media, Kang Woojin's follower count approached an exhilarating 50,000, a testament to his burgeoning fame. Kang Woojin chuckled, a private amusement playing on his lips as he considered the unexpected joy of widespread attention, despite the worries it brought. Deciding to savor the present, he then rustled for the new scripts and scenarios his agency had sent, knowing his work awaited. He swiftly dismissed the scripts, each low-grade project, whether E or D, falling short of his burgeoning artistic standards. After ruthlessly discarding anything below a C grade, he mused on the stark reality: few projects remained, though the A and S grade ones were truly exceptional. He salvaged one, a B+ rated movie titled Dealer, questioning its worth among his selective pile. He recalled the manager, Ryu Young-min, explaining how the director of the Dealer project, having seen him at the mise-en-scene film festival, was eager to meet for a cameo role despite being mid-filming. With a hopeful rustle of the pages, he wondered if the B+ rating of the script could ultimately improve, making it a stronger contender. He rustled through the pages, surprised to find it was a crime thriller, and admitted he found the premise quite interesting. A sudden, persistent buzzing pulled him from his thoughts, causing his inner self to stir with curiosity. Answering the call, Kang Woojin listened intently as his president, without preamble, asked if he had reviewed the scripts. He admitted most of the scripts were underwhelming, but conceded that Drug Dealer was acceptable, and, with a slight hesitation, agreed to the cameo role. His forced laughter barely masked an internal flush of embarrassment, as Kang Woojin realized a profound misconception about him had now irrevocably solidified. Noticing the Drug Dealer director's apparent haste, he suggested a prompt meeting and readily agreed when given the go-ahead. Then, a new piece of information emerged. Producer Song had contacted him, leading Kang Woojin to ask if the president knew the industry titan, producer Yoon Byung-seon. Producer Yoon Byung-seon, a true powerhouse in domestic entertainment, was celebrated for consistently high-rating variety shows and projects that always commanded national attention. Kang Woojin confirmed his familiarity with the producer, though an inner voice questioned why such an influential figure would suddenly be contacting him. The proposal was to appear on producer Yoon Byung-seon's Sports Day YouTube channel alongside other profiler Hanryang actors, a promotional mix of variety and talk show formats. Startled by the suggestion of a variety show, Kang Woojin immediately countered, questioning if the president feared the concept itself might be at risk. He mused on the inevitability of eventually entering variety shows and reasoned that laying a foundation now, especially with Yoon Byung-seon producing, seemed strategically wise. With a surge of conviction, Kang Woojin declared his intent to take on the variety show, deciding to forge ahead without looking back. The serene blue of the sky gave way to the vibrant energy of a traditional Korean street, marking a shift in his day. With a gentle whoosh, Kang Woojin, accompanied by Ryu Youngmin, opened the sliding door to a traditional Korean building. Ryu Youngmin offered a respectful bow, greeting the unseen director, while Kang Woojin registered a subtle note of surprise. Director Kim Do-hee of Drug Dealer extended a warm welcome, thanking Kang Woojin for making time in his undoubtedly demanding schedule. Director Kim Do-hee remarked on his unexpected calm, finding him even more subdued than at the festival, prompting a man with glasses to chime in about Kang Woojin's usual composure. Yet, with a smooth gesture, the director noted that his acting brought a complete transformation, a rare versatility that few actors possessed. As Kang Woojin stared intently, Director Kim Do-hee found herself wondering with a hint of discomfort why he was glaring at her. Relieved, Director Kim Do-hee admitted Kang Woojin was an even better fit for the character than she'd imagined, then prepared to reveal the true circumstances of Drug Dealer. The grim reality was that Oh Jun-woo, one of Drug Dealer's actors, had suffered severe injuries in a car accident, forcing his departure from the project. Ryu Youngmin, surprised, clarified their intent, to have Kang Woojin take on the significant cameo, a role far more crucial than its designation implied. Director Kim Do-hee revealed her discovery of Kang Woojin's fluent Japanese at the Mise-en-Scene Film Festival, a crucial and unexpected requirement for the cameo role. She acknowledged the role's difficulty and his excellent acting, yet confessed that even making the proposal felt strangely unusual to her. Director Kim Do-hee enumerated the demanding Japanese language requirement, the role's inherent difficulty, the tight timeline, and the feeling that it was merely a patch job, prompting Ryu Youngmin to inquire about the remaining time. The director revealed the daunting deadline: filming had to conclude within 3 weeks, a timeline Ryu Youngmin immediately deemed challenging. Director Kim Do-hee sighed, conflicted, admitting that removing the pivotal role would sap the movie's energy, even as the man with glasses urged her to cut it. With a resigned acceptance, Director Kim Do-hee began to reluctantly halt filming, but was abruptly cut off by Kang Woojin's firm voice. With an emphatic impact, Kang Woojin declared his unwavering belief that he could handle the role, leaving Director Kim Do-hee utterly stunned. Kang Woojin confidently scoffed at 3 weeks, claiming he would master the role in 3 days and asserting that, regardless of its patch job origins, his acting would make it undeniably his own. To him, the Drug Dealer role, with its solid B+ rating, Japanese language requirement, and short filming period, presented an undeniable opportunity. He explained his logic, noting the rarity of A and S grade productions and the potential for the B+ rating to improve, before definitively declaring he would take the cameo role. Director Kim Do-hee and the man with glasses were left utterly stunned, while Ryu Youngmin offered a knowing smirk. Ryu Youngmin remarked, with a calculating glint in his eye, that Kang Woojin's crazy instinct had clearly resurfaced, then paused. With a pleased glint, Ryu Youngmin smoothly initiated negotiations, inquiring about the appearance fee and suggesting Kang Woojin's mid-project entry into such a challenging situation warranted additional consideration, which surprised Director Kim Do-hee. Director Kim Do-hee responded with a knowing smirk, acknowledging the validity of Ryu Youngmin's points. Ryu Youngmin offered a congratulatory word, a subtle affirmation that their meeting had concluded successfully. As Kang Woojin exited the car, Ryu Youngmin instructed him to rest, promising to deliver his schedule the following day, to which Kang Woojin simply agreed. Ryu Youngmin, with a rummaging sound, then informed him that even more scripts had arrived from the company and offered them for review. Ryu Youngmin, handing over 2 thick scripts with a rustle, advised him to focus only on those, a suggestion Kang Woojin readily accepted. One script, The Love That Freezes to Death, was by Lee Wool-seon, a star writer rivaling Park Eun-mi, and Ryu Youngmin emphasized the immense career impact if Kang Woojin transitioned to it after Hanryang. Ryu Youngmin stressed the immense opportunity, given Lee Wool-seon's rare use of newcomers, before revealing the second script was by Choi Na-na. Ryu Youngmin introduced Choi Na-na's Friend Zone, a Netflix short film competition winner by Park Eun-mi's assistant, but implied its short format might be a drawback. Ryu Youngmin cleared his throat, rustling the scripts, and explained that given Kang Woojin's schedule, he could only select one of the 2 romantic comedies. With another rustle of pages, Ryu Youngmin advised that Lee Wool-seon's script was the superior choice for Kang Woojin's future and buzz, though he acknowledged it felt disrespectful to disregard Park Eun-mi's connection. Ryu Youngmin presumed the choice was difficult for Kang Woojin, but the actor quickly dismissed the idea. Kang Woojin calmly stated the decision was not difficult at all, leaving Ryu Youngmin utterly bewildered. With a decisive rustle, Kang Woojin addressed his manager as president and declared his choice. With an emphatic thud, Kang Woojin confirmed his choice, Friend Zone, the script by Choi Na-na. Ryu Youngmin, aghast, questioned his choice, as if the story of Kang Woojin picking the unexpected was becoming a familiar, almost fated, ending. Kang Woojin, resolute, declared his choice to the president, his decision firmly made. The page rustled, revealing the chosen script, Choi Na-na's Friend Zone. Director Shin Dong-chun's voice hitched, a stunned, what, escaping him, his mind reeling at the unexpected choice. Director Shin Dong-chun pressed, his voice laced with disbelief, asking if Kang Woojin truly knew the prestige of writer Lee Wool-seon, to which Kang Woojin calmly affirmed he did. Kang Woojin internally acknowledged writer Lee Wool-seon's prominence, recalling countless articles that pitted her against the renowned Park Yun-mi. Director Shin Dong-chun's frustration mounted, demanding to know why Kang Woojin still chose the short story, the repetition of his question conveying his sheer bewilderment. Objectively, the script's ratings were remarkably similar, both The Love That Freezes to Death and Friend Zone hovering around average, offering no clear advantage. While impact might favor Lee Wool-seon's script, Kang Woojin's true reason for choosing Friend Zone was, to him, refreshingly simple. The script shimmered with a secret. It began with a passionate kiss, a detail that resonated deeply within Kang Woojin. He appreciated its bold opening, a kiss that thrust him into the present, then slowly unraveled the past, a narrative structure he found compelling. In stark contrast, The Love That Freezes to Death featured a male lead tormented by severe OCD, his aversion to touch creating an atmosphere Kang Woojin found inherently stifling. After enduring so much, Kang Woojin yearned for something warm and sweet, yet he knew he couldn't simply declare his preference for a kiss scene, letting out a subtle hum of contemplation. Deciding to couch his true motives in more palatable terms, Kang Woojin asserted that the chosen script possessed a refreshing story, its essence palpable from the very first line. Director Shin Dong-chun, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, inwardly questioned the simplicity of Kang Woojin's justification, wondering if his crazy but feeling intuition had once again taken hold. Outwardly, Director Shin Dong-chun affirmed his trust in Kang Woojin's instincts, but inwardly, a chibi version of himself lamented that another misunderstanding was taking root. Director Shin Dong-chun probed further, asking if Lee Wool-seon's work was subpar, to which Kang Woojin simply stated it was merely ordinary. When Director Shin Dong-chun pressed if it was truly unappealing, Kang Woojin clarified that it wasn't terrible, but the short story simply possessed a superior quality. Director Shin Dong-chun furrowed his brow, expressing grave concern over the potential backlash from offending a star writer like Lee Wool-seon, a misstep that could prove catastrophic for Kang Woojin's career. Kang Woojin, with unwavering confidence, proposed an audacious solution, tackling both scripts, promising to handle the impossible workload himself, a notion Director Shin Dong-chun found surprisingly appealing. With a determined nod, Kang Woojin agreed to the impossible timeline, prompting Director Shin Dong-chun to decisively declare that everything must be wrapped up by the end of that very day. The towering glass of the corporate building gleamed under the midday sun, a symbol of the ambitious stage awaiting them. Inside, Director Shin Dong-chun and Kang Woojin stood poised at a vast, polished table, the weight of the impending meeting palpable in the air. Director Shin Dong-chun, his hand firmly on Kang Woojin's back, instructed him to simply agree to everything, assuring him that all necessary coordination with Netflix was already complete. Kang Woojin acknowledged the instructions with a simple, yes, okay, the subtle creak of a chair underscoring the quiet tension. Lee Wool-seon, the acclaimed writer of The Love That Freezes to Death, offered an elegant greeting to President Choi and Kang Woojin, adjusting her shawl with a soft movement. Director Shin Dong-chun offered a warm, familiar greeting, while Kang Woojin, with a respectful bow, extended his own formal introduction. Lee Wool-seon remarked on Kang Woojin's rumored cynicism, but he merely shivered, a visceral chill running down his spine, as her commanding presence unsettlingly reminded him of his own mother. Lee Wool-seon admitted her surprise at the immediate call, which Director Shin Dong-chun quickly countered with effusive praise for her exceptionally well-written script. Turning her curious gaze to Kang Woojin, Lee Wool-seon asked his opinion, to which he diplomatically praised the script's immediate impressiveness and its unique portrayal of OCD. Lee Wool-seon observed Kang Woojin with a discerning smirk, noting that his aura was unlike any actor she had encountered before. Internally, Lee Wool-seon mused that Kang Woojin's unusual, non-actor-like quality was precisely what intrigued her, drawing her in with an undeniable magnetism. A pang of regret struck Lee Wool-seon, wishing she had discovered Kang Woojin before Park Yun-mi, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that despite his compliments, he was quietly declining her work. Director Shin Dong-chun, nervously sweating, diplomatically confessed that while the script was okay, Kang Woojin's burgeoning schedule made fitting in another project immensely challenging. Lee Wool-seon expressed her disappointment, which Director Shin Dong-chun acknowledged, voicing concern that the delicate situation could easily lead to damaging misunderstandings if it became public. Lee Woo-seon offered a surprising compromise, stating she would gladly fit even a small role into her schedule, a proposal director Shin Dong-chun hoped would assuage any potential misunderstandings. With a confident smile, Lee Woo-seon smoothly slid a paper across the table, proposing a role that would require no more than 1 or 2 days of filming. A finger pointed to the title, The Mysterious Man Next Door, a role that immediately piqued Kang Woojin's internal curiosity. As Kang Woojin's finger slid towards the shimmering blue vortex on the cover, the air around him began to hum with an otherworldly energy. Bathed in an ethereal blue glow, Kang Woojin declared he hadn't read the entire script, but as the pages rustled and his fingers softly tapped the paper, he prepared to dive into the role. Within the digital depths of the subspace, a list of roles for The Love That Freezes to Death materialized, and Kang Woojin's focus, with a decisive tap, locked onto The Mysterious Man Next Door. The system, with an otherworldly hum, announced the detection of a new language and the imperative to learn sign language, eliciting a surprised question from Kang Woojin. The system confirmed that Mysterious Man Next Door communicated through sign language, a valuable acquisition it quickly deemed advantageous, preparing the knowledge for transfer. The system initiated the sign language reading, recognizing it as a rare skill that would undoubtedly become a formidable strength, and Kang Woojin offered a knowing smirk in anticipation. A swirling vortex of energy erupted, accompanied by deep, guttural sounds, as the immense power of the language download coursed through him. Kang Woojin stood in stark silence, the shimmering lines of energy reflecting in his eyes as he endured the overwhelming process. His eyes, gleaming with an inner blue light, narrowed as he felt an indescribable force slowly shift and descend upon him. From the depths, ethereal, glowing hands reached out, their ghostly touch overwhelming him with agonizing sensations as they imparted the complex knowledge. With a final, agonizing gasp, Kang Woojin's struggle ceased as the intense process of integrating the new language, sign language, finally concluded. Back in the quiet room, Kang Woojin held the paper, his silence a testament to the profound experience he had just undergone. Internally, Kang Woojin assessed his state, noting a slight heaviness but a surprising lack of exhaustion, certainly an improvement from the grueling Japanese language download. With a surge of renewed confidence, Kang Woojin knew he could utilize the new skill immediately, his trust in the subspace's phenomenal power reaffirmed. Lee Woo-seon clarified that despite the proposed role requiring only a day or 2 of filming, its significance in the first 2 episodes was far from trivial. Lee Woo-seon further emphasized the role's rich potential for character development, a statement that drew blank stares and silent questions from both director Shin Dong-chun and Kang Woojin. Director Shin Dong-chun's eyes widened in startled disbelief, his voice rising in alarm as he gasped, sign language. Lee Woo-seon confirmed that the role primarily relied on sign language, deeming it far from easy, but Kang Woojin, beads of sweat forming on his brow, simply wondered, only that? Director Shin Dong-chun's worry intensified, realizing his hope for a quick, minor role had been shattered by the daunting task of learning sign language, prompting him to consider a new strategy. Director Shin Dong-chun let out a nervous laugh, admitting that while the role seemed significant, its demands felt overwhelmingly heavy, prompting Lee Woo-seon to inquire if he found it difficult. With unwavering conviction, Kang Woojin simply uttered no, leaving both Lee Woo-seon and director Shin Dong-chun utterly stunned. Kang Woojin, his gaze steady, confidently stated he could handle the role, adding that he wouldn't need to learn sign language from scratch. Both Lee Woo-seon and director Shin Dong-chun were rendered utterly speechless, their minds dazed by Kang Woojin's impossible declaration. Lee Woo-seon, still processing, questioned if he truly knew sign language, to which Kang Woojin calmly replied, yes, a little. Lee Woo-seon, her curiosity now fully piqued, challenged Kang Woojin to demonstrate his supposed sign language skills, and he readily agreed. Kang Woojin gestured towards a specific section of the script, his finger tapping the page as he began his demonstration. His hand moved with deliberate grace, each gesture flowing into the next, weaving silent words into the air. His hand shifted smoothly, embodying the silent language with an effortless elegance. Lee Woo-seon watched, utterly captivated, her impressed gaze following the fluid motions of Kang Woojin's arm. Her sharp eyes observed his minimal, natural movements, the subtle strength in his emphasized gestures, and the profound emotions conveyed entirely through his gaze. Emotions radiated from his eyes with such raw perfection, leaving one to wonder how such mastery could be achieved. With the silent eloquence of his hands, Kang Woojin concluded his demonstration, the lingering quiet filled with unspoken awe. Lee Woo-seon let out a soft, knowing laugh, her voice laced with amusement as she questioned his earlier, monumental understatement of knowing, a little, sign language. The rhythmic footsteps signaled an arrival at the imposing edifice of Netflix, a place where destinies were forged. A man's urgent voice cut through the quiet hallway, calling out to Haerin as she continued ahead, her purpose seemingly unwavering. The man pressed Haerin on her true intentions for the Friend Zone project, a tension growing between them as her reply remained evasive, leaving him to internally lament her excessive effort. The director's incessant calls vibrated through the man's hand, a direct consequence of Haerin's sudden interest, but she simply instructed him to dismiss them. He urged her against attending a potentially trivial meeting, worried about the rookie writer and the disastrous consequences of failure, but Heron remained unconcerned, her album success emboldening her. Heron clarified her presence was not for leisure but a calculated assessment of the project's core elements, the lead, the writer's approach, and Neoflex's commitment. In a whimsical chibi vision, Heron fretted over a kiss scene while her manager casually dismissed it, certain she wouldn't partake anyway. A staff member politely greeted Heron, then swiftly informed her that the general director's meeting was not yet concluded, catching Heron off guard. As the staff member requested a moment of patience, Heron sternly warned her manager to remain silent and let her manage the potential rejection of the project herself. The staff member's wide eyes conveyed her sudden realization of a grave error upon seeing Heron already within the meeting room, leaving Heron utterly bewildered. Director Kim Do-hee sighed, her voice laced with regret, realizing she had mistakenly guided Heron to the wrong meeting room. Heron's world spun as she spotted Kang Woojin, her stunned exclamation echoing the impossible question of his presence in that room. Kang Woojin observed Heron, his thoughts acknowledging her beauty even as he puzzled over her intense, unwavering gaze. After a moment of internal debate, Kang Woojin offered a simple greeting, which caused Heron to gasp with startled surprise and a faint blush. While Kang Woojin grumbled internally about Heron's perceived disdain and avoidance, her own thoughts were a chaotic explosion of fangirl ecstasy, her heart pounding at the overwhelming perfection of his voice and his unexpected presence. In a chibi moment of internal chaos, Kang Woojin's polite compliment sent Heron's heart into a frantic rhythm, while her manager merely noted her distinctly unique personality. Her heart pounding a furious rhythm, Heron declared her absolute need to escape and calm herself, abruptly pulling her bewildered manager away from the meeting. Kang Woojin, still puzzled by Heron's strange behavior, quietly inquired of the president, who dismissed it as mere lack of warmth, though internally noting her connection to Haiyun. The president flatly denied the notion of Heron being strange, simply labeling her as cold and stating her personality was irrelevant to his concerns. Director Kim Do-hee apologized for the staff's error, which Kang Woojin graciously accepted before probing for their intentions regarding Ms. Heron. The director confessed their own surprise at Heron's unexpected presence for a friend-zone meeting, though she casually dismissed it as a mere preliminary inquiry. The director speculated Heron was simply gauging the project's potential, while the man with glasses chuckled, asserting that someone of Heron's stature wouldn't typically waste her time on a fleeting, trivial meeting. The director confidently declared Kang Woojin's presence alone was enough for the project's success, a sentiment the writer enthusiastically affirmed with a fervent yes. The writer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked Kang Woojin why he chose friend zone, to which he internally screamed his true, scandalous reason, the kiss scene, but knew he could never utter it aloud. Kang Woojin offered vague praise for the script's directness and positive vibe, which the writer, despite her clear confusion, enthusiastically accepted. Just as the conversation seemed settled, the writer abruptly pivoted, asking Kang Woojin if he could sing or play the piano, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden change in subject. Kang Woojin confidently declared his singing and piano skills were not bad, his inner thoughts bursting with karaoke-fueled glory and a playful warning to others about his true, possibly terrible, vocal prowess. The writer clarified the scene was for the second episode, portraying the male lead singing and playing piano to draw the female lead closer, prompting Kang Woojin to inquire about its desired aesthetic. Director Kim Do-hee nervously suggested a professional singer and pianist's gravitas for the scene, a requirement that sent Kang Woojin into pensive thought. The director quickly laughed off the need for professional musicality, assuring them an ordinary performance, enhanced by editing, would suffice, a sentiment the writer enthusiastically echoed. Kang Woojin confidently reaffirmed his musical capabilities, then requested the remainder of the script, prompting the eager writer to immediately agree, thrilled he was now the male lead. Heron, standing outside, heard the sudden eruption of laughter from within the meeting room, leaving her utterly bewildered about its cause. In a whimsical chibi thought, Heron's curiosity burned intensely, desperately wanting to know the outcome of the meeting concerning Woojin. Director Kim Do-hee greeted Heron, a subtle hint of amusement in her voice about the long wait, which caused Heron to jump with shock and flustered denial. Director Kim Do-hee extended her gratitude for Heron's presence, who in turn acknowledged the script's intrigue, all while her thoughts remained fixated on whether Woojin's meeting had concluded. The director prepared to unveil Heron's co-star, an announcement Heron anticipated even as she internally debated the opportune moment to question Woojin's mysterious presence. The stunning revelation that Kang Woojin would portray the male lead of Friend Zone struck Heron with an electrifying jolt of absolute shock. As Heron's mind dissolved into a shimmering, idealized fantasy of Mr. Woojin, the director professionally confirmed his earlier commitment and the impending press announcement, utterly unaware of the fangirl chaos she had unleashed. Heron's manager, acknowledging the news of Kang Woojin's casting, then declared his intention to present several crucial conditions, raising the tension in the room. The manager began to lay down his first condition, the removal of the kiss scene, but a sharp stomp and a choked sound from him indicated Heron's immediate, silent intervention. Heron's foot landed with precise, silencing force on her manager's shoe. Haren's glowing eyes fixed on her manager, her whispered command to be quiet resonating with an undeniable, frightening authority. The city pulsed with the steady hum of traffic, cars flowing along the urban streets. Kang Woojin carefully rustled the pages, his mind absorbing the intricacies of Episode 2's script, its narrative now fully unfolding before him. As a luminous blue vortex pulsed subtly beside him, Kang Woojin decisively decided to immediately organize the burgeoning ideas inspired by the script. Bathed in an ethereal blue glow, Kang Woojin paused, preparing to delve into the depths of his unique system. Kang Woojin reacted with a startled, huh, as his system presented the Friend Zone script, specifically Episode 2, with an unexpected B+ grade, deeming it highly polished and 100% readable. Bathed in the system's blue light, Kang Woojin mused, confused, that Friend Zone was originally a B grade, sensing a shift from yesterday and a dawning, unsettling realization. A shocked realization dawned on Kang Woojin. Could the script's grade have surged simply because of his confirmation as the male lead, indicating a true awakening of his charisma? Still enveloped in the ethereal blue glow, Kang Woojin, incredulous, questioned if his presence alone truly elevated the script's grade, then wondered about the status of his other projects. Kang Woojin registered the unchanging B+ and C+ grades for his other projects, Drug Dealer, and The Love That Freezes to Death, deepening his perplexity over Friend Zone's unique progression. Pensive in the blue light, Kang Woojin pondered why only Friend Zone had seen an upgrade, questioning if other, hidden conditions might be at play within his system. A wave of intense shock washed over Kang Woojin as the Friend Zone script, enveloped in blue light, visibly transformed before his very eyes. The screen now declared Friend Zone an A-grade script, a breathtaking revelation that left Kang Woojin utterly astounded. Overwhelmed by the inexplicable transformation, Kang Woojin, still bathed in the unsettling blue light, urgently decided to extract himself from that disorienting mental space. As Ryu Youngmin cheerfully hummed, Kang Woojin remained deep in thought, still trying to grasp the sudden, inexplicable change that had befallen Friend Zone. Ryu Youngmin answered the phone with a focused intensity, confirming his understanding of the conversation. Kang Woojin, seeking answers, directly asked Ryu Youngmin what exactly was transpiring, catching him off guard. Ryu Youngmin relayed the news from the Netflix creative team. Haren had decided to take on Friend Zone, a revelation that surprised Kang Woojin with its suddenness. Kang Woojin internally pondered if Haren remained oblivious to his role as the male lead, given her earlier indifference, wondering if she truly knew he would be her co-star. Ryu Youngmin then revealed the shocking detail. Haren had been informed of Kang Woojin's leading role at the very beginning of their meeting, leaving him utterly stunned. Ryu Youngmin's smirk hinted at his cynical amusement as he pondered Haren's surprising decision, while a sullen chibi Kang Woojin slumped in dejection, embodying his manager's internal doubts. Ryu Youngmin's realization clicked. Haren's decision was the secret behind the script's A-grade, while Kang Woojin remained perplexed by her strange, dismissive demeanor. A chibi Kang Woojin, surrounded by crumpled papers, internally wrestled with the dilemma of an underwhelming male lead versus his own acting dedication, clinging fiercely to the prospect of an A-grade project. With a resigned sigh, a dejected chibi Kang Woojin acknowledged his waning motivation but ultimately resolved to simply focus on delivering a proper acting performance. After securing contracts for The Love That Freezes to Death and Friend Zone, Kang Woojin found himself on the recording day for the Sports Day segment of Profiler Henryang. The studio buzzed with activity, filled with equipment and crew, creating an overwhelming sense of anticipation among the onlookers. Kang Woojin found the sheer number of cameras and people staggering, realizing filming was already well underway. A chibi Kang Woojin, beads of nervous sweat forming, urged himself to stay calm, remember his concept, and pull himself together. As the man with the red tie playfully patted his shoulder, Kang Woojin confessed he felt so nervous he might throw up. The man encouraged Kang Woojin to just be himself, assuring him it would be fun and there was no need to overdo anything. As they moved, the man reiterated his instruction for Kang Woojin to stay focused, stick to the concept, and avoid any slips. Director Yoon Byung-san extended a warm greeting to Kang Woojin, expressing his genuine enjoyment of the drama. Under the oppressive weight of countless unseen gazes, a chibi Kang Woojin desperately tried to force himself to focus and stick to the concept. Kang Woojin formally greeted the director, who then praised his chillingly convincing portrayal of Manager Park, acknowledging the role's inherent difficulty. Kang Woojin agonized over the perfect response, acutely aware of the cameras capturing his every reaction. His simple yes hung in the air, leaving a chibi director Yoon Byung-san utterly bewildered. Director Yoon Byung-san, finding Kang Woojin's straightforwardness amusing, wondered if his responses were a sign of extreme nervousness or a peculiar sense of self. A chibi Kang Woojin, sweating with confusion over the concept of sense of self, could only offer a baffling, "I'll do my best," leaving the director completely perplexed. Pondering if Kang Woojin's demeanor was a display of unique determination or a complete disaster, Director Yoon Byung-san simply instructed him to take a seat. Director Yoon Byung-san mused on what a peculiar actor Kang Woojin was, just as a blurred woman called out to him. Hong Hae-yeon and Ryu Young-min arrived with a cheerful greeting, to which a chibi director Yoon Byung-san happily reciprocated, pleased to see the cast gathering. A voice announced for all actors to microphone up and take their seats, signaling the impending start of the recording amidst a low hum of activity. With a surge of anticipation, the recording officially began, reminding Kang Woojin to balance the concept with authentic reactions. As beads of sweat formed on a chibi Kang Woojin, director Yoon Byung-san enthusiastically welcomed the popular cast of Profiler Hanryang to Sports Day, allowing no time for overthinking. Director Yoon Byung-san prompted Ryu Young-min to introduce himself to the viewers, while Kang Woojin mentally rehearsed his own impending greeting. A chibi Kang Woojin intently practiced his self-introduction, repeating the precise lines of his identity as Manager Park in Profiler Hanryang over and over. Kang Woojin flinched as director Yoon Byung-san suddenly called on him, resolute to deliver his practiced introduction as one of the most talked-about actors. With a determined expression, Kang Woojin introduced himself as Kang Woojin, playing the role of Profiler Hanryang in the drama Manager Park. The introduction was silently evaluated by the chibi onlookers, deemed good enough to pass, yet something felt subtly off. As a wave of uproarious laughter erupted, a chibi Kang Woojin looked around, utterly baffled by the sudden amusement. The woman pointed out Kang Woojin's embarrassing mistake of calling the drama Manager Park, which he instantly realized was the downfall of his meticulous practice. A flustered chibi Kang Woojin attempted to claim his blunder was intentional, but the women, aware of his usual stiffness, met his excuse with unconvinced skepticism. Director Yoon Byung-san found Kang Woojin's unwavering seriousness almost charming, recognizing its potential for unexpected humor in the show. When asked about his most challenging moment during the shoot, Kang Woojin candidly replied, "Right now." Director Yoon Byung-san roared with laughter at the blunt honesty, then seized the momentum to announce the next segment, the character game. An explanation unfolded for the character game, where participants had to identify celebrities from pictures within 1 second to win prizes. A dazzling array of 10 prizes awaited the victorious contestants. A prize was swiftly removed, a harsh consequence signaling yet another round lost. As the sixth failure sent a gasp through the contestants, Kang Woojin felt a wave of relief that his turn hadn't arrived yet, acknowledging his own unfamiliarity with the entertainment industry. Director Yoon Byung-san suddenly called on a startled Kang Woojin, declaring it was his turn to play. Kang Woojin correctly identified Daniel Fassbender, sighing in relief that it was a well-known Hollywood actor. Director Yoon Byung-san confirmed the correct answer, but a subtle accent in Kang Woojin's voice piqued his immediate curiosity. The game continued with a rapid succession of correct identifications, each met with an approving, correct. Director Yoon Byung-san presented Kang Woojin with an image, promising an easy win if he answered correctly. A chibi Kang Woojin stared blankly at the photo of a glamorous woman, bewildered and suspecting a deliberate trick to confuse him. Time ran out, and Kang Woojin, trembling slightly, could only apologetically ask who the person in the easy photo had been. The woman angrily revealed it was her in the photo, confronting a flinching Kang Woojin, who weakly tried to explain the picture looked different. The man with the red tie abruptly inquired if Kang Woojin spoke English, drawing a questioning look from director Yoon Byung-san. The man elaborated that Kang Woojin spoke English at a native level, along with Japanese, immediately sparking director Yoon Byung-san's thoughts about an upcoming overseas variety show needing language skills. Director Yoon Byung-san pondered testing Kang Woojin's linguistic abilities while the man with the red tie clarified what native level truly implied. The man with the red tie, seeing director Yoon's shift in expression, realized the sudden interest in Kang Woojin's language skills likely stemmed from a planned overseas variety show. The man with the red tie further explained Kang Woojin's extensive linguistic talents, including sign language, prompting director Yoon Byung-san to inquire about his time living abroad. Director Yoon Byung-san, tilting his head, questioned the man's sudden interest in Kang Woojin's foreign language skills, which the man quickly dismissed as mere curiosity about his impressive pronunciation. Director Yoon Byung-san suggested they discuss Kang Woojin's language abilities further after the shoot, to which the man politely agreed. With a sly glance, the man with the red tie mused that Kang Woojin was becoming a master fisherman, charming even director Yoon. Since his debut, the question lingered, how many industry giants had Kang Woojin already managed to connect with? The bustling energy of the studio transitioned into the quiet calm of a city street. A chibi Kang Woojin sighed with relief inside the car as the man with the red tie complimented his performance. The man informed Kang Woojin that Profiler Hanryang was incredibly popular, reminding him that Manager Park's final appearance had aired in episode 4. The episode concluded with the tragic revelation of Manager Park, suffering from an incurable disease, hanging himself in the detention center after the real culprit was caught. A chibi Kang Woojin thoughtfully decided to check online for articles and community reactions. Scrolling through his phone, Kang Woojin was utterly astonished by the overwhelming public reaction and the sheer Manager Park phenomenon dominating headlines and comments. Kang Woojin marveled at the incredible reactions, astonished to see his character's name everywhere in public opinion and the media. The man with the red tie suggested it was time for Kang Woojin to move, as his rising popularity would make him instantly recognizable outside. As Kang Woojin considered moving, the man informed him an office would be arranged near the company, urging him to pack his things immediately. With a subtle smirk, a chibi Kang Woojin readily agreed, internally delighted at the prospect of securing a place in Seoul. The man then revealed an even bigger surprise. Kang Woojin had landed his first advertisement deal, which came much quicker than he had ever anticipated. Kang Woojin, still processing the news, questioned if he was truly doing an advertisement for TV or YouTube, then eagerly asked what kind it was. The man revealed it was a hamburger advertisement, leaving a chibi Kang Woojin utterly bewildered. A chibi Kang Woojin stared with incredulous confusion at the mention of a hamburger. The man revealed the advertisement was for a hamburger, leaving Kang Woojin speechless in his passenger seat. Kang Woojin's mind reeled, the absurd notion of a hamburger ad echoing in his disbelief. The man probed if Kang Woojin understood the logic, but Woojin only had more questions, utterly lost in the hamburger mystery. Then, as the man quoted a familiar line, "Did you have breakfast?" "I want a hamburger," Kang Woojin suddenly grasped the deeper meaning behind the offer. The man confirmed that the brand was impressed by Kang Woojin's eating scene as assistant manager Park, attributing a significant sales increase directly to that episode. The man celebrated Kang Woojin's record-breaking ad deal just 2 months after his debut, a sentiment Kang Woojin wholeheartedly shared, feeling a rush of inner delight. He then enthusiastically detailed the extensive plans for a formal TV commercial and YouTube ads, promising a substantial payout for Kang Woojin's rapidly growing fame. Kang Woojin, ever practical, inquired about the filming process, prompting the man to explain it would start with a single take and could potentially lead to an annual modeling contract. Confirming Kang Woojin's full commitment, the man was met with a confident declaration that any exposure was beneficial, with no downside even if the ad failed. Kang Woojin agreed to the ad but pressed for its concept, which the man revealed was inspired by his iconic assistant manager Park role. The man envisioned assistant manager Park casually enjoying a hamburger, a concept Kang Woojin found remarkably straightforward and appealing. The man explained his strategy of declining minor appearances and interviews, believing such engagements would diminish Kang Woojin's rising status. Kang Woojin nodded in agreement, even if he didn't fully grasp the nuances, while the man mentioned arranging quick magazine photo shoots and activities tied to profiler Hanryang instead. The man disclosed that the PR team would release teaser articles written by Hanyang the next day, intent on drawing significant public attention to Kang Woojin. The following day, just as Choi Song-jian had promised, a flurry of media articles began to surface, distinct from previous ones that solely linked Kang Woojin to his character roles. Media outlets amplified Kang Woojin's rising fame, with headlines reflecting both his blue-chip status and the intense public curiosity surrounding his still undecided next project. Suddenly, the projects Kang Woojin had been so secretive about, including Drug Dealer and The Lover That Freezes to Death, were officially announced to the public. News of Kang Woojin taking a supporting role sparked mixed reactions, with some fans disappointed by the choice, while others acknowledged its potential impact despite his newcomer status. Despite the slight disappointment, the move to work with acclaimed writer Lee Wool-seon after Park Yun-mi was seen as a significant, albeit perplexing, step forward for his career. The media's interest intensified further when Profiler Hanryang's 5th episode viewership ratings were released, showing a significant drop following assistant manager Park's death. The drastic 4% drop in viewership overnight, accompanied by public calls for assistant manager Park's return, inevitably boosted Kang Woojin's recognition and cemented his media presence. No longer an unknown, Kang Woojin had firmly established himself as a captivating newcomer, celebrated as one of the most promising actors of his generation. Footsteps echoed a steady rhythm. Walking along, Kang Woojin internally noted the sheer volume of articles now exclusively focused on him, just as the director had predicted. A woman excitedly gestured with her phone, revealing to Kang Woojin that his fan club, though newly established, already boasted over 3,000 members. The chibi woman then enthusiastically suggested planning a fan meet and greet, a notion that left the chibi Kang Woojin utterly bewildered. The woman mused aloud about whether the PR team had contacted the fan club manager, concluding they should also take proactive steps. Her thoughts then paused, pondering the oddity of the fan club manager's ID, female relative, and wondering why it wasn't the famous Kang Hyun-ah. The office door creaked open, and the man greeted Kang Woojin, who bowed respectfully upon entering the room. Hong Hae-yeon bid him a cheerful farewell, her radiating beauty a perfect start to Kang Woojin's day, as his chibi self happily thought. Kang Woojin was startled, his eyes fixed on a massive, familiar silhouette that eerily resembled Kim Dae-young. A dramatic reveal unfolded as the man smirked, completely shocking the chibi Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin's manager, seeing his shock, identified the smug-looking man as Kang Woojin's friend from the super actor audition, a face he remembered clearly. As Kang Woojin desperately pleaded for them to forget, Hong Hae-yeon recalled the friend's assertion that Kang Woojin was a designer, which the friend gleefully confirmed. Internally panicking and sweating, the chibi Kang Woojin considered fleeing or brushing it off later, then hastily tried to change the subject by asking if his friend knew about the ad concept. The manager prompted Kang Woojin to speak with his friend, and Woojin, annoyed, awkwardly questioned his friend's unexpected presence. The friend observed Kang Woojin's unusually serious and cold demeanor, an intense gaze unlike the Kang Woojin he knew, leaving him unsettled. Kang Woojin stared intently, causing his friend to nervously gulp. After a wary glance, the manager acknowledged understanding, while his friend looked uneasy. The friend cheerfully declared that Kang Woojin had become much brighter, a comment that utterly shocked the chibi Kang Woojin. The chibi Kang Woojin desperately protested, trying to prevent his friend from revealing more, while the manager, perplexed, questioned if that intense demeanor truly signified cheerfulness. The friend suggested that if Kang Woojin was now cheerful, it meant he was different before, a sentiment echoed by the president who noted Kang Woojin's past gravitas and aloof cynicism, prompting an angry, whispered demand from Kang Woojin to stop. Kang Woojin angrily demanded to know why his friend was there, to which the manager calmly explained that his friend had submitted an application for a new staff position. The chibi Kang Woojin reacted with a bewildered anger at the mention of new staff, his thoughts turning homicidal as his chibi friend winked smugly. Kang Woojin requested a private conversation with his friend, which the manager readily granted. Hong Hae-yeon questioned why the friend had brought Kang Woojin to the audition, prompting the friend to recall Kang Woojin's initial reluctance. The friend explained his actions, hinting at external factors like Hong Hae-yeon's presence and Kang Woojin's wasted talent, though he avoided mentioning the full course of pork belly. As his friend continued to speak, Kang Woojin abruptly grabbed his arm, silencing him and pulling him away from the surprised onlookers. Hong Hae-yeon and the manager exchanged thoughtful glances, realizing Kang Woojin's past might have been more difficult than they had imagined. The manager expressed his awe at Kang Woojin's quiet self-improvement through acting, concluding that despite the mystery, Kang Woojin was undeniably becoming a brighter person. Hong Hae-yeon agreed that Kang Woojin had proven his talent, while the manager pondered if acting was what ultimately saved him, adding to the perplexing confusion surrounding the actor. A door creaked open. Kang Woojin confronted his friend, demanding to know why he was there, but the friend confidently explained he was inspired by Kang Woojin's recent success and decided to take a chance. The friend scolded Kang Woojin for almost messing things up, while the chibi Kang Woojin defiantly challenged his accusation. His friend questioned Kang Woojin's tough act in front of Hong Hae-yeon, prompting a flustered Kang Woojin to admit it just happened, internally resigning himself to the irreversible situation. The friend inquired about Kang Woojin's interview at the company and his previous job, revealing his own long-standing interest in the entertainment industry and how the timing simply aligned. He explained that he initially wanted to work with Kang Woojin as an actor, but when that wasn't an option, he suggested starting as a manager's assistant and guard, which was approved. Kang Woojin asked about his friend's start date, and the friend confirmed he would wrap up his current job and begin in about a month. The chibi Kang Woojin reacted with utter shock, which his chibi friend confirmed as the truth. The chibi Kang Woojin pondered that having at least one person who truly knew him might be a welcome anchor amidst the wild challenges he faced. His friend playfully asked if Kang Woojin would maintain his serious persona, to which Kang Woojin, resigned, replied there was no turning back and advised his friend to match the vibe if he wanted to work there. The friend wondered if other acquaintances would notice the change, but Kang Woojin dismissed the concern, explaining his frequent moves since elementary school. Kang Woojin justified his tough guy act by reasoning that his middle and high school acquaintances wouldn't know his personal life, though his friends still found it potentially strange for people he had met. Frustrated, Kang Woojin admitted his uncertainty but resolved to find a solution, as he always had. An unseen voice reminded Haiju about a meeting with a model the next day, prompting her to ask for the model's identity. The woman in the green hoodie revealed the model was the rising star Kang Woojin, causing Haiju to gasp in shock and disbelief. The woman in the green hoodie, curious, asked if there was a problem, but Haiju nervously denied it, her evasiveness betraying her. Haiju then confessed that Kang Woojin had been her university classmate. Amidst the bustling urban landscape, the city thrummed with a vibrant, murmuring energy. Inside, the muted hum of distant conversation lingered, a prelude to the unexpected turns ahead. Kang Woojin savored the incredibly delicious burger, his thoughts adrift on the unpredictable path that had led him to model, while his manager silently acknowledged life's surprising twists. From beyond the glass, the faint murmur of conversation confirmed Kang Woojin's rising profile, as observers commented on his surprising good looks. Kang Woojin quietly registered his escalating popularity, as his manager playfully suggested he prepare for autograph sessions after the meeting. The meeting officially began with a polite creak of the door, as new arrivals exchanged formal greetings with Kang Woojin and President Choi. As the man in formal attire politely asked if they had been waiting long, Kang Woojin's attention was drawn to a woman's unwavering, almost unsettling, stare. In his mind, a chibi Kang Woojin felt a chilling unease, questioning the strange intensity of her gaze and whether it was merely his imagination. The woman directly challenged Kang Woojin, asking if he truly didn't remember her, leaving him utterly bewildered. Her revelation that they were university classmates struck Kang Woojin with immediate, profound shock. Internally, a chibi Kang Woojin gasped in disbelief, realizing he had narrowly avoided breaking his carefully crafted persona. Kang Woojin's chibi self pondered his college years as an unnoticed loner, genuinely confused why this former classmate could possibly remember him. The chibi Kang Woojin was gripped by a sudden panic over his college past potentially being exposed, quickly attempting to calm himself with a forced reassurance that he had done nothing wrong. The woman's disappointment was palpable, further entangling Kang Woojin in an internal struggle over the impossible awkwardness of the situation. With sincere regret, Kang Woojin admitted he simply did not remember her, which she acknowledged with a quiet, dejected sigh. As she stammered through her embarrassment, President Choi playfully observed that her lack of recognition from Kang Woojin essentially made them complete strangers. Kang Woojin's apology was immediately dismissed by President Choi, who laughingly attributed Haiju's forgettable past to her weak presence. As the woman pleaded for the teasing to stop, Kang Woojin's manager shrewdly noted the increasing number of past acquaintances resurfacing with his growing fame. Kang Woojin's manager fretted over the growing misunderstanding, realizing that without quick intervention, rumors about Kang Woojin's past could rapidly escalate. While Haiju tried to redirect the conversation to the advertisement, President Choi's observation that Kang Woojin was not an acting major made the actor flinch in surprise. President Choi continued to probe, asking Haiju about Kang Woojin's college popularity, which visibly embarrassed the actor who quickly denied being anything more than hair. When a colleague joked about his popularity with girls, Kang Woojin internally protested, his chibi self surrounded by muscular men, confirming his actual college experience was far from what they imagined. Haiju modestly confessed to a hazy memory of college but admitted she had excelled in design, even winning several competitions, which greatly impressed President Choi. Kang Woojin, sensing her disappointment despite her indifferent facade, offered a quick reassurance about his own college performance, noting that her emotional distance was ironically beneficial. Kang Woojin expertly steered the conversation back to business, prompting President Choi to apologize for the distraction before Kang Woojin moved to present the advertisement concept. President Choi's effusive praise for Kang Woojin's unexpected success in design, suggesting he possessed two brains, startled the actor, who echoed the word talent in disbelief. Kang Woojin privately acknowledged his perceived talent was simply a brutal necessity for survival, carefully choosing his words to present a more palatable, yet still truthful, explanation. A chibi Kang Woojin's eyes widened in an exaggerated burst of surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, really?" Kang Woojin nervously wondered if his explanation sounded odd, while President Choi, with sparkling eyes, conjured an elaborate theory about his design background being a deliberate acting strategy. An unseen presenter detailed the new burger advertisement concept, stressing the importance of embodying the distinct manager park vibe. The team outlined the various advertisement lengths and their extensive distribution across platforms, clarifying that the contract's extension would be tied directly to product sales. Kang Woojin internally confirmed the president's predictions were aligning, as President Choi efficiently arranged for a single day of filming to accommodate Kang Woojin's schedule. With a dazzling sparkle, President Choi unveiled the appearance fee, leaving Kang Woojin gasping in utter astonishment. In his mind, a chibi Kang Woojin was overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of the millions of won, marveling at the incredible value of a single advertisement shoot. President Choi sought final opinions, and Kang Woojin, confirming the agreements, affirmed his readiness to proceed. The meeting concluded with a firm handshake, President Choi expressing anticipation for their collaboration, and Kang Woojin promising his utmost effort. With plans for the filming day confirmed, President Choi departed, the door creaking shut behind him. As Kang Woojin made his exit, colleagues lauded his impressive yet kind demeanor, contrasting his aloofness with his unexpectedly pleasant voice. Haiju internally doubted the current perception of Kang Woojin, while her eager colleague pressed her for details about their college relationship and why he hadn't remembered her. While Haiju downplayed their college closeness, dismissing his memory of being a loner, her colleague insisted that Kang Woojin was actually quite popular among the many girls in their department. The colleague expressed surprise that Kang Woojin might have been unaware of his own popularity, while Haiju described his college self as quiet but never cynical, and confessed her shock at his transformation into an actor. The colleague pondered if Kang Woojin had worn a business mask at school, hiding his true acting personality, a thought Haiju considered with a thoughtful hum. A sudden realization struck Kang Woojin as he questioned the idea of his college self being a deliberate business mask. His heart thumping, Kang Woojin admitted his surprise at encountering a college acquaintance, realizing this was a situation that demanded more than simple caution. Kang Woojin contemplated preparing a script for inevitable future encounters, just as President Choi's voice cut through his thoughts, calling his name. President Choi offered to show Kang Woojin the newly released Sports Day episode, catching him completely by surprise. President Choi proudly revealed the Sports Day episode, pointing out that over half the online comments, praising Kang Woojin's cuteness and clumsiness, were entirely about him. Kang Woojin was stunned by the episode's explosive popularity, bewildered by his unexpected screen time and wondering what had transpired on set. President Choi explained that Kang Woojin's aloof demeanor had unexpectedly translated into comedic clumsiness for viewers, urging him to see the comments for himself. Despite his utter confusion at being compared to a cheeky golden retriever, Kang Woojin decided to embrace it as a fortunate, if bewildering, stroke of luck. Kang Woojin wondered why his face dominated the video thumbnail without his name, prompting President Choi to playfully quip that it was simply because he had a big head. Laughing, President Choi clarified his joke, explaining that Kang Woojin's prominent face on the thumbnail signified his role as the main focus of the first episode. Reading his character introduction, Kang Woojin realized the deliberate editing was crafting his clumsy vibe, revealing the nuanced process of character creation within variety shows. A chibi Kang Woojin gasped in disbelief at his own on-screen antics, while President Choi found the sequence utterly entertaining, foreshadowing an uncertain future for the actor. Kang Woojin marveled at director Yoon's mastery, confident the audience would adore the episode, just as President Choi informed him the media was already abuzz over his True Self debut. His curiosity piqued, Kang Woojin decided he needed to investigate the online reactions and engage with the community discussions himself. Reading the chaotic online comments about his performance and perceived personality shift, Kang Woojin felt a wave of exasperated overwhelm. Kang Woojin decided to dismiss the online chaos as temporary, believing it would soon be forgotten, but his manager was suddenly alerted by a surprising phone notification. President Choi answered his ringing phone, surprised to see director Yoon's name, and immediately adopted a polite, professional tone. President Choi spoke with director Yoon, confirming the episode's success and expressing gratitude for his masterful portrayal of Kang Woojin's character. Director Yoon lavishly praised Kang Woojin's performance, then proposed a formal meeting, not as a show director, but as the director of the HTBS variety department, hinting at an enormous opportunity. President Choi cautiously inquired about a new variety show, which director Yoon confirmed, immediately expressing his interest in casting Kang Woojin. Director Yoon proposed an in-person discussion, but President Choi privately worried about Kang Woojin's vulnerability in the cutthroat variety industry if he became too widely recognized. Director Yoon instructed someone to check Kang Woojin's schedule, specifically inquiring about his commitments for the entire second half of the year. An explanatory note clarified changes in the story's adaptation order, urging readers to understand the necessary shifts to sequentially showcase Kang Woojin's numerous projects. Haiju presented Kang Woojin with a script from a top writer for a magical girl movie, prompting a chibi President Choi to note its intriguing villain boss role. An unseen staff member enthusiastically urged them to commence the script reading. A terrified chibi Kang Woojin gasped at the S-Class script's content, watching in horror as a whip-wielding villain, likely his own character, dramatically declared, "I'll make it wet for you." A regretful chibi Kang Woojin apologized, confirming that despite the script's quality, the demanding concept of the role had ultimately scuttled their collaboration. A sleek, modern structure rose into the bright, urban sky, hinting at the professional world Kang Woojin was about to navigate. Director Shin Dong-chun, eyes widened in surprise and thought, curtly dismissed a subordinate with a sharp, "Then, go," who replied with a simple, "Yes, director." His breath escaped in a shaky whoosh as Kang Woojin wrestled with the unfamiliar anxiety of entering the entertainment department for the first time, silently urging himself to stay cool. As the door softly squeaked open, Kang Woojin entered the bright meeting room, respectfully greeting the man who immediately acknowledged his arrival. A chibi Kang Woojin pondered the purpose of the camera, as a chibi man with glasses reassured him it was only for optional behind the scenes if he agreed, explaining that many viewers enjoyed such content. The man with glasses smoothly slid the document across, presenting Kang Woojin with a new entertainment project proposal, greenlit but still in draft form. He proudly offered Kang Woojin the rough outline, declaring it among the best entertainment programs he had ever done, and slated for shooting later in the year. The man with glasses grandly unveiled the project's international scope, spanning English-speaking European countries, Japan, and potentially Korea, all to be divided into 3 quarterly episodes, leaving Kang Woojin stunned by its sheer massiveness. The project's true aim was to open Korean restaurants overseas, promoting culture and capturing both laughter and wonder from foreigners, a concept that drew an awestruck gasp from a man delighting in the food. Therefore, the man with glasses declared, they needed at least 1 or 2 foreign language speakers, then directly proposed the position to Kang Woojin, leaving him speechless with surprise. A chibi Kang Woojin stood agape, his mind swirling with an overwhelming mix of excitement and confusion at the thought of being cast by director Yoon Byung-san himself. Kang Woojin uttered, his mind racing to buy time and mask his surprise, keenly aware of the man with glasses watching his pensive silence with heightened anticipation. Another man at the table casually assumed Kang Woojin was simply pondering the offer, adding that he would enjoy foreign air again, a comment that utterly confused Kang Woojin. Drops of sweat prickled Kang Woojin's brow as he inwardly groaned at the glaring misunderstanding. It would be his first time abroad, not, again, just as the man with glasses clarified his casting wasn't solely due to language skills. With unwavering confidence, the man with glasses insisted Kang Woojin's unique character and the overwhelming positive reactions to Sports Day proved he was the standout choice among all contenders. "I'm feeling greedy," the man with glasses declared, his desire rumbling deep within him as he expressed an overwhelming longing to collaborate with Kang Woojin. A subtle smirk played on Kang Woojin's lips, his face partially obscured by shadow, as he finally broke the silence with a single, enigmatic word, "perhaps." Kang Woojin, his expression serious, shifted the power dynamic by asking if they would consider his conditions, which visibly startled the man with glasses. Kang Woojin internally rationalized that his eccentric personality, from Sports Day, surely made this bravado acceptable, for these conditions were essential not just for the project, but for his own future. The man with glasses readily agreed to accommodate any non-major conditions, a reassurance that brought a profound, audible sigh of relief from Kang Woojin. With a serious demeanor, Kang Woojin laid down his first critical condition: his past should not be heavily addressed, or even touched upon, in the project. The man with glasses, flinching with intrigue, wondered if it was a mysterious concept, but a chibi Kang Woojin firmly corrected him. He simply wished for them to focus on his current self. Kang Woojin further elaborated, insisting they avoid any insinuations about his past in post-production, for he had no desire to reveal his former self, a concern another man dismissed as a mere, basic aspect of image creation. The man with glasses inwardly mused that Kang Woojin's eccentric personality hinted at a deeper, more secret past, yet he swiftly promised to legally document the condition within the contract itself. Kang Woojin's gratitude was met with a hearty laugh as the man with glasses playfully reassured him, adding a pointed, jocular remark about not having committed any crimes. Kang Woojin remained silent, a moment that caused the chibi man with glasses to nervously reconfirm, with a forced laugh, "Why, you haven't, right? Committed any crimes?" "Of course not," Kang Woojin declared emphatically, even as he inwardly boasted of paying his rent on time, prompting the man with glasses to laugh off the tension and ask about further conditions. Kang Woojin laid out his second critical condition: he wished to know the other cast members in advance, believing it would be better to avoid any unwelcome surprises down the line. Another man at the table acknowledged the commonality of such a condition, then smoothly transitioned into revealing they were seeking a total of 6 cast members. The man confirmed on Jonghak and Ha Gangsu as cast members, with negotiations still underway for one more person, and, of course, including Kang Woojin. A chibi Kang Woojin looked on with wide-eyed admiration as the profiles revealed on Jonghak, a versatile top entertainer, and Ha Gangsu, a top actor whose talents transcended mere acting, were already confirmed for the project. The man with glasses casually dropped the name, revealing Ms. Warren as one of the 2 female cast members, a revelation that caused Kang Woojin to flinch in stunned recognition. The man with glasses explained Warren's extensive activity in Japan and their past collaborations, finally prompting Kang Woojin to confirm her participation with a soft, knowing, "Ah." The man with glasses, sensing an unspoken tension, specifically asked if Kang Woojin was uncomfortable with Warren, a question that startled him into suggesting Warren herself might feel more unease. A sense of wonder bloomed in Kang Woojin's mind as he inwardly pondered when he would ever again travel abroad for free, especially considering the bonus of increased recognition from a major director like Yoon Byung-san. The world map swirled in Kang Woojin's mind as a smirking chibi version of himself decided a large production was the ideal start for his entertainment career, eagerly anticipating the sheer fun of openly using English or Japanese alongside an idealized Hong Haiyun. Kang Woojin accepted the offer with a decisive nod, his commitment met with a delighted, bowing man with glasses who excitedly proclaimed he was already looking forward to their collaboration. The man with glasses immediately shifted to logistics, needing a discussion with President Choi and inquiring about Kang Woojin's filming schedule, who revealed an upcoming shoot for a Max Burger advertisement. With a pleased sigh, the man with glasses noted that Kang Woojin's very first commercial, a burger ad, would undoubtedly prove challenging, yet he expressed unwavering confidence in Kang Woojin's ability to excel. A chibi Kang Woojin, a giant question mark materializing beside him, pondered, "Why?" The chapter dramatically unfurled its title, "I was immediately mistaken for a monster genius actor," revealing the credits for this 36th episode. Time flowed onward, bringing the dreaded Max Burger shooting day into stark reality. "Ugh." Kang Woojin groaned, the burger feeling like a heavy weight, as a sharp cut rang out, halting the scene once more. The director, praising Kang Woojin's efforts but demanding more shots, instructed him to focus specifically on the burger this time, sparking Kang Woojin's internal realization of the true challenge he faced. Action rang out again, and Kang Woojin, forcing down another bite, inwardly cursed the endless repetition, realizing he had gravely underestimated the manual labor of commercial acting. "Cut," the director exclaimed, demanding a fiercer smile for just this one shot, a seemingly simple request that sent a wave of rapidly piling fatigue through Kang Woojin. A visibly bored chibi Kang Woojin inwardly yearned for a scripted drama or movie, as the relentless, rapid-fire commands of cut, action echoed, continuing their tiresome, unending rhythm. As the crew finally declared their work done, Kang Woojin let out a deep, shuddering sigh, profoundly relieved that the arduous ordeal was at long last over. Director Shin Dong-chun offered Kang Woojin a new Max Burger product, but Kang Woojin, haunted by the taste and feeling he might vomit at the mere sight, flatly declined. Director Shin Dong-chun smoothly slid a new document towards Kang Woojin, who leaned in, his curiosity piqued. Director Shin Dong-chun dramatically revealed the document was the official script for director Kyotoro's next work, a revelation that wrenched a sharp gasp of shock from Kang Woojin. As Kang Woojin's gaze slid across the script, he inwardly recalled director Kyotoro's words about adapting this very screenplay from a famous Japanese novel. The script's enigmatic title, The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger, boldly declared its Japanese origin and director Taniguchi Kyotoro's authorship. Kang Woojin, hand on chin, paused in thought, a nagging sense that he had heard the enigmatic title somewhere before, wondering if it was mere imagination. The pages softly rustled as Kang Woojin immersed himself in the script, noting every word was in Japanese, a language he could effortlessly read and speak, yet a subtle, but lingered in his thoughts. Director Shin Dong-chun explained that after Kang Woojin read the script, director Kyotoro desired a meeting, a revelation that implied Kyotoro's imminent return to Korea and left Kang Woojin utterly surprised. Director Shin Dong-chun cautioned that Kyotoro might still change his mind, yet a flustered chibi Kang Woojin couldn't help but wonder if this momentous visit was, in fact, specifically for him. Director Shin Dong-chun mused that director Kyotoro must truly like Kang Woojin, prompting Kang Woojin to inwardly resolve that he would make his decision after Kyotoro read the script, secretly hoping for that crazy feeling of his to ignite once more. Director Shin Dong-chun's thoughts rumbled with profound anticipation, inwardly speculating on the immense, unstated impact should Kang Woojin choose to collaborate with director Kyotoro. With a subtle slide, Kang Woojin shifted the script, dramatically revealing a hidden book adorned with a mysterious, glowing blue vortex on its cover. A bold, powerful declaration exploded forth, turned Korea upside down. The subspace Kang Woojin, glowing in the ethereal digital realm, calmly observed the floating white objects, his curiosity rising with a quiet, huh. The subspace Kang Woojin gasped in disbelief, discovering the seventh script, The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger, astonishingly rated A-grade and 100% ready for reading, within the shimmering digital interface. A sigh escaped the subspace Kang Woojin as he decided to read the script and abruptly exit, while the real Kang Woojin returned to reality, utterly confused by how the script diverged from the game he once knew. Kang Woojin's fingers quickly tapped across his phone screen, revealing the startling discovery of a best-selling book with the exact same title, popular even in Korea. Kang Woojin's eyes widened further as he recognized the novelist's name, Akari Takikawa, a truly famous author revered even in Korea. Kang Woojin connected the disparate pieces into a stunning mosaic, a Japanese master actor, an ultra-abnormal movie director, and a high-grade script. It was utterly amazing. Director Shin Dong-chun, his gaze fixed on Kang Woojin, awaited his weighty opinion. Was advancing into the Japanese market, after such a script, truly the right path? Kang Woojin, his expression alight with confident determination, declared it wouldn't be too bad at all, enthusiastically urging them to go to Japan right away. As Kang Woojin's work in Japan was confirmed, time moved forward, and the momentous filming day for Drug Dealer had finally arrived, a low murmur of anticipation rippling through the gathered crowd. Director Kim Do-hee, observing the unfamiliar faces, questioned their presence, only for a man to explain that they were distributors and production staff, their murmuring filling the air. The sheer number of onlookers suggested a deep concern, perhaps to monitor Kang Woojin due to the controversial film, or simply to ensure the delicate balance of the production, their quiet hum a constant presence. The man expressed his anxiety, wondering if Woojin truly grasped the Lee Sang-man character in just 3 weeks, but director Kim Do-hee firmly reassured him that they must trust Woojin, emphasizing that any disappointment would not be his fault. As the man suggested removing a subtle character alteration, director Kim Do-hee conceded she would consider it if it proved too much, though internally, she acknowledged the immense difficulty of expecting everyone to trust a rookie. Director Kim Do-hee then mentioned a rumor that Kang Woojin once lived overseas, speaking English like a native, a detail that surprised another woman who expected his proficiency to be in Japanese. She confirmed hearing the rumor from an acquaintance, along with the equally astonishing claim that Woojin was self-taught in acting, a revelation that left the man utterly skeptical, dismissing it as mere rookie spirit. Suddenly, a man's excited announcement sliced through the air, "Director Kang Woojin has arrived," jolting director Kim Do-hee with surprise. Her focus sharpened, a quiet anticipation building within her as Kang Woojin's decisive footsteps sounded, confirming his imminent presence. Actor Kang Woojin made his grand entrance, his arrival marked with a powerful thud. Kang Woojin, in a playful, introspective chibi form, wondered why so many people were staring at him and why the crowd seemed to swell, a bustling cacophony surrounding him. Director Kim Do-hee greeted Kang Woojin warmly, acknowledging his early arrival, and he respectfully returned her greeting. Director Kim Do-hee began to introduce the lead actors, but then paused, sliding some papers towards Woojin, piquing his curiosity with her sudden shift. Director Kim Do-hee nervously informed him of last-minute modifications to the Lee Sang-man scenes, offering the original script as an alternative, but Kang Woojin calmly accepted the challenge, agreeing to review the changes. Kang Woojin calmly understood that the subspace had surfaced, making the task entirely manageable, while Director Kim Do-hee internally fretted, misinterpreting his focused silence and quiet gasps as a sign of being overwhelmed. Just as Director Kim Do-hee started to backtrack, thinking the request was too much, Kang Woojin confidently interjected, stating he could master the new scenes in just 5 minutes, leaving her in utter shock. Director Kim Do-hee's face contorted in disbelief, questioning if he truly meant 5 minutes, her mind reeling from the audacious claim. Her thoughts echoed the skepticism of others, wondering if this was another instance of his rookie spirit, as two men openly questioned his arrogance in claiming such a feat in mere minutes, their whispers filling the air. Kang Woojin calmly announced that he was finished, leaving Director Kim Do-hee utterly bewildered by his impossible speed. Kang Woojin declared his complete readiness for the modified scenario and confidently urged for filming to commence immediately. Director Kim Do-hee, in a chibi state of complete shock, found herself speechless, realizing he had prepared in a mere 3 minutes, a collective murmur of astonishment rippling through the silenced crowd. The film set buzzed with activity on a city street, crew and extras preparing amidst a constant murmur. An unseen voice called for the sprinkler truck, and artificial rain began to fall, creating a damp atmosphere as silhouetted figures moved purposefully under umbrellas. Director Kim Do-hee, her voice filled with enthusiasm, eagerly confirmed if everyone was ready and then, with a decisive click, shouted for filming to commence. The scene officially began with a sharp action, the camera focusing on the characters' feet as they moved with a precise slide across the wet, glistening surface. Kang Woojin, embodying his character with a cool, dangerous aura, stood in the artificial rain beneath an umbrella, a cigarette smoldering as a faint gust of wind swirled around him. He exhaled a long "hoo" as the narration introduced Drug Dealer, a crime thriller movie. The film was set in Busan in 1988, a time when the drug market reached its devastating peak, overwhelming the Busan Metropolitan Police Agency as overseas narcotics flooded the city, further complicated by the emergence of Yakuza-affiliated gangs. Faced with an impossible situation, the police ultimately decided on a top-secret undercover investigation, choosing the reluctant detective Young Sung-hoon from the drug department, who, despite his ruffian nature, had no choice but to comply with pressure from his superiors. His initial objective was to earn the trust of the imprisoned drug king, Choi Juno, a mission he accomplished by getting himself incarcerated and, with police cooperation, successfully joining Choi Juno's illicit family. Upon his release from prison, Young Sung-hoon, aided by the drug king, established a formidable drug business in Busan, all while secretly funneling vital information about hidden drug criminals back to the police. Around that time, he encountered the brilliant drug manufacturer, Kim Hyun-soo, also known as Professor Kim, and together, they expanded their enterprise, becoming Busan's largest drug distributor. As their wealth soared, a clash with the police became inevitable, so the cunning Young Sung-hoon shrewdly shifted his focus to the Japanese market, a bold expansion where a crucial figure was about to emerge. That figure was Lee Sang-man, the character masterfully played by Kang Woojin, a dangerous man who reigned as the ruthless head of the Sang-man clan, Busan's largest gang. Leveraging his deep connections within the Japanese Yakuza, Lee Sang-man brokered a deal that propelled their operation into the Japanese market, cautiously using Young Sung-hoon as an intermediary to avoid direct, dangerous dealings with the Yakuza. Kang Woojin, his expression intense, declared his absolute transformation, stating, "I'm not Kang Woojin," as a glowing, sinister version of the character seemed to emerge and envelop him, signifying a complete absorption into the role. With an almost otherworldly flash, he defiantly asserted, "I'm Lee Sang-man himself," fully embodying the menacing persona. A subtle rustling sounded as Kang Woojin, now entirely Lee Sang-man, adjusted his sleeve with an expressionless focus. His hand moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion indicating a swift, decisive act. With grim focus, Kang Woojin whispered his urgent intent, stating, "I need to inject it quickly." His eyes widened with intense resolve as he declared, "Yeah, I should do it now," and gave the command to inject. An aggressive, internal voice, menacing and distorted, commanded him to inject it into your arm, a chilling dictate from within the character. His hands clutched together, trembling uncontrollably, a visceral manifestation of the intense internal struggle and physical turmoil. Then, a shadowy chaos seemed to erupt from within him, while the narration urged him to set yourself free, a dramatic liberation into the character's core. A concerned male auditionee broke the intense silence, tentatively asking if he was all right, as Kang Woojin maintained a poker face, a subtle flinch barely detectable. Kang Woojin, his glare sharp, challenged him, asking if he looked stupid, causing the flustered auditionee to nervously apologize and clarify that he only looked a little uncomfortable. The male auditionee desperately pleaded for mercy, Hyungnim, as he fell to his knees in the relentless rain, while Kang Woojin walked away with chilling indifference, leaving him to beg. Crying and gasping, the male auditionee's face contorted in utter despair, tears and snot streaming down as he pleaded, "I must have been out of mind. Please. Hyungnim." Kang Woojin calmly squatted down, casually smoking, while the tied-up male auditionee continued to beg for mercy from the ground. Kang Woojin commented on the man's thinness, then, with an unsettling tone, bizarrely commanded him to say, "Ah," leaving the auditionee utterly confused. The male auditionee recoiled in terror as Kang Woojin's hand roughly snatched his jaw, forcing it open. As a dark silhouette, Kang Woojin forcibly commanded the man to open his mouth. Kang Woojin indifferently forced something into the male auditionee's mouth, instructing him to eat and gain weight, while the struggling man choked violently. With a menacing gesture, Kang Woojin chillingly ordered for the male auditionee to be filled with concrete and thrown into the sea, as the man continued to choke and collapse. Kang Woojin then calmly inquired about the item at the top of the building, to which the still choking male auditionee confirmed its location, as Kang Woojin smoothly moved away. Kang Woojin stepped into the dark, dilapidated building entrance, a subtle, eerie sound accompanying his passage into the unknown. With a sinister smirk and an almost imperceptible laugh, Kang Woojin simply uttered, "Run." A silhouetted figure rushed frantically up the wet, metallic stairs in the rain, a whistling sound accompanying their desperate ascent. The narration ominously declared that death was now directly in front of the running figure, as a bloody, desperate hand reached out, a ghostly skull looming in the background. An unsettling hiss permeated the foreboding hallway, signaling the dark depths that lay beyond. A chilling smirk twisted on Kang Woojin's face, a silent command to run echoing from the depths of his unsettling performance. As the air rushed past, a figure desperately scrambled and whistled through the dark, rain-slicked alley. The terrifying truth was that death itself, bloody and manic, reached out from the swirling darkness. A low hum vibrated in the air as Kang Woojin slowly returned from the immersive scene, his intense focus dissipating. Amidst the growing murmurs of the crew, one woman gasped, "Crazy," while another wondered aloud, "What am I looking at?" The murmuring grew louder as a shocked crew member declared Kang Woojin amazing, questioning how he mastered the changed scenario so quickly, noting his technique and delivery were far from a rookie's. A man in a cap hailed the scene as legendary, confirming the relief that Kang Woojin's portrayal of Lee Sang-man had effortlessly resolved a truly difficult role. With such impactful acting, Kang Woojin was poised to steal the audience's attention the moment Lee Sang-man appeared on the big screen. Unaware of the profound reactions he had just caused, Kang Woojin simply looked confused, wondering what had happened. Internally, Kang Woojin questioned why everyone was so quiet, wondering if he had made a mistake, though he was sure his performance was flawless. As Kang Woojin decided to simply wait, director Kim Do-hee suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "Ah, oops." Cut, while he worried about the bit part actor's throat. Director Kim Do-hee rushed toward Kang Woojin, her voice filled with excitement, leaving him bewildered by her sudden approach. Gripping Kang Woojin's hand, director Kim Do-hee praised him, demanding how he mastered the new scenario in mere minutes, to which he could only utter, "What?" Kang Woojin simply stated he followed the script, acclaimed director Kim Do-hee found laughably unbelievable. With a sharp gasp of admiration, director Kim Do-hee thought that despite his hectic schedule, Kang Woojin must have put extra effort into studying her scenario, marveling at his portrayal of Lee Sang-man. Determined to match his intensity, director Kim Do-hee decided to reshoot the scene, aiming for an even more realistic portrayal of the Lee Sang-man that this studio monster had so desperately embodied, and Kang Woojin calmly agreed. As director Kim Do-hee excitedly proposed making the rain heavier, Kang Woojin inwardly observed her growing passion, but a more pressing concern emerged: would this mean he would be getting off work late? Kang Woojin suddenly paused, subtly shifting his attention, and called out, "Excuse me," to an unnamed man in formal attire, who hesitantly replied, "Yes." With genuine concern, Kang Woojin asked the man if his throat was alright, to which the startled man quickly reassured him he was fine. The man apologized, promising to perform quickly with no NGs, or no good takes, but Kang Woojin told him not to worry. As the man bowed respectfully, he inwardly mused on Kang Woojin's unexpected sweetness, thinking he had seemed cold but was surprisingly thoughtful. Amidst the murmurs of admiration for his perceived coolness and great personality, Kang Woojin bluntly revealed his true motive: he just wanted to finish early if there were no NGs, chuckling inwardly at his own pragmatism. Director Kim Do-hee's voice echoed, announcing they would proceed with the next scene immediately. Director Kim Do-hee, concerned, asked Kang Woojin if he was ready to move on immediately, offering a break first due to the critical importance of Lee Sang-man's upcoming drug scene. Kang Woojin insisted they proceed immediately, internally driven by his desire for no more work delays, and director Kim Do-hee assented, telling him to get ready. With a weary sigh, Kang Woojin settled at the table laid with drug props as director Kim Do-hee announced that the shoot would begin soon. As Kang Woojin's eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity, the narration revealed that for Lee Sangman, two distinct worlds coexisted. One of those worlds was a chilling reality, where Lee Sangman stood composed amidst a swirling blue vortex and shadowy figures. The other was death, where Lee Sangman lay disoriented, surrounded by the same ethereal blue energy and the grim tools of his demise. Kang Woojin sat, engulfed by the abstract blue vortex, his thoughts singularly focused on how to fully unleash those heavy, profound emotions. This was Lee Sangman's world, a chaotic and intense collision of reality and the encroaching shadow of death, vividly fragmented around Kang Woojin. Then, with a quiet hiss and the decisive call of action, the scene began. A single hand reached out, its touch barely disturbing the syringe on the table. A ragged exhalation escaped Kang Woojin's lips, already burdened by the character's profound internal struggle. His hand began to tremble violently, conveying a deep physical and emotional tremor. As Kang Woojin's silhouette shook uncontrollably, the room was momentarily illuminated by a flash and crackle, like lightning, filled with dread. His eyes wide and unfocused, Kang Woojin's mouth drooled and his body repeatedly flinched, racked by extreme discomfort and pain. A flash and a violent crackle accompanied Kang Woojin's convulsing body as he fell backward, his movements jerky and uncontrolled. With a horrifying scream of absolute agony and terror, Kang Woojin's face contorted, his body writhing in repeated, uncontrollable flinches. Amidst the rising murmurs, director Kim Do-hee, completely shocked, abruptly called, "Cut." "Okay," as Kang Woojin appeared dazed, the intense scene suddenly halted. Amidst the hushed murmurs, director Kim Do-hee, disheveled with profound admiration, declared Kang Woojin not a rookie but a true actor, praising his flawless portrayal of the scene she had poured her heart and soul into. Director Kim Do-hee inwardly reviewed her extensive research, remembering how she had interviewed addicts and studied countless videos, only to find Kang Woojin had cleared those incredibly high acting hurdles with shocking ease. As Kang Woojin's face twisted into a monstrous, screaming visage with glowing red eyes, director Kim Do-hee could only question in horrified wonder, just who the hell is that monster? Amidst the rising murmurs, a woman nervously voiced her worry that Kang Woojin's incredibly detailed acting might mean he actually did drugs, a concern director Kim Do-hee admitted had historical precedent. Director Kim Do-hee angrily challenged anyone to claim Kang Woojin's acting was truly real, demanding if they had personal experience with drugs, before suggesting they should first inspect her, the writer of the scene. As a man in glasses offered a quick apology, director Kim Do-hee sternly warned the crew not to question Kang Woojin, threatening to turn everything upside down if she witnessed such rude behavior again. Though annoyed, director Kim Do-hee begrudgingly understood their reaction, realizing that it only emphasized the profound realism of Kang Woojin's acting. The undeniable truth was that Kang Woojin's acting possessed an extraordinary and unsettling realism. As director Kim Do-hee approached, Kang Woojin assured her he was fine, despite his inner plea to escape the exhaustion and finally go home. Placing a hand gently on his shoulder, director Kim Do-hee urged Kang Woojin to take a break after the intense scene, but he responded, "Let's have a smoke first." Director Kim Do-hee froze in surprise when Kang Woojin, contradicting his earlier statement, simply said, "No, I don't smoke." In a chibi moment of bewilderment, director Kim Do-hee questioned how he smoked so naturally as Lee Sangman, to which Kang Woojin calmly replied, "I was acting." With a self-deprecating chuckle, director Kim Do-hee realized she had been completely fooled by his acting, admitting she was no different from the impressed crew members. An airplane ascended into the clear sky, its swift departure marking a new journey. As the van door rattled open, director Shin Dong-chun stepped out, surprised to see director Yoon Byung-san, remarking that "writer" had arrived sooner than expected. Director Yoon Byung-san explained his discomfort with reporters led him to skip the press conference, prompting director Shin Dong-chun to playfully chide him, saying a world-class writer shouldn't do such a thing. With a knowing smile, director Yoon Byung-san subtly accused director Shin Dong-chun of using him as a shield. Director Yoon Byung-san then revealed that director Shin Dong-chun, the renowned novelist Takikawa Akari, had secretly entered the country. Chibi director Shin Dong-chun laughed, denying he'd used him as a shield, claiming he merely wanted to make his appearance stand out, which chibi director Yoon Byung-san retorted was mean. Director Yoon Byung-san then questioned director Shin Dong-chun's early return, noting it had only been days since he sent the scenario to the Korean actor, but director Shin Dong-chun explained he had business and needed to assess Kang Woojin's situation. Director Yoon Byung-san observed director Shin Dong-chun's clear anticipation, who readily confirmed his eagerness to meet Kang Woojin, certain that he too would be impressed. Director Yoon Byung-san, declaring that not liking Kang Woojin would be a problem, then eagerly asked if he could witness the actor's performance firsthand. Director Shin Dong-chun began to suggest watching on the hotel's TV, but director Yoon Byung-san cut him off with a firm no. With a mischievous smirk and a sigh, director Yoon Byung-san declared he wished to see Kang Woojin's acting himself, not on TV, wondering if such a personal viewing was possible. The work concluded with a disclaimer that all names, characters, and events were fictional, followed by production credits. The film set buzzed with the energy of countless conversations and the constant beeping of equipment, a symphony of organized chaos. Amidst the rising clamor for more bloodstains on the set's central chair and strategic window blocking, a man at the table remained lost in his thoughts, absorbing the raw demands of the production. A sigh escaped Jin Jae-jun's lips as he muttered Kang Woojin's name, the weight of Ryu Youngmin's earlier warning now settling heavily on his mind. Ryu Youngmin's chilling words echoed in Jin Jae-jun's memory, a stark warning that this rookie, this monster, could consume him whole, leaving him in tatters. Today marked the filming of the perilous first encounter, where Young Sung-hoon, an ambitious man seeking to expand to Japan, would risk everything to meet the connected Lee Sang-man. Instead of a sterile office, their fateful meeting would unfold within the grimy confines of an abandoned warehouse, amplifying the scene's raw and stimulating intensity. As Kang Woojin offered a formal bow and a simple greeting, his presence instantly drew the attention of the crew, a subtle sparkle of deference shimmering around him. Kang Woojin, bowing respectfully, explained his previous absence and confidently asserted that he would now be Jin Jae-jun's constant presence on set. Jin Jae-jun politely affirmed his dedication, yet his mind reeled at Kang Woojin's unique, unreadable aura, a chilling blend of calm and coldness that transcended mere acting. As Jin Jae-jun fretted over Kang Woojin's inscrutable thoughts, a chibi Kang Woojin playfully mused about Jin Jae-jun's small face, casually deeming all top actors to be cheat characters. The audition staff declared that with everyone assembled, they would begin a light rehearsal for the scene where Lee Sang-man brutally interrogated his subordinate. The audition staff slid a prop knife to Kang Woojin, explaining that while blood would only be added for the actual shoot, the intensity of the scene was already palpable. Despite it being merely a rehearsal, Jin Jae-jun felt a knot of anxiety tighten, bracing himself for the powerful performance Kang Woojin was about to unleash. The sheer intensity of Kang Woojin's gaze, combined with the bloody prop knife in his hand, made him a truly monstrous rookie, the force of his acting synchronization almost a physical shock. The metallic click of the bloodied prop knives on the table foreshadowed the brutality about to unfold. Jin Jae-jun sat intensely focused, the subtle thump of the prop knife marking the quiet, heavy beginning of the scene. Kang Woojin, his expression cool, sharply questioned Jin Jae-jun's demeanor. Jin Jae-jun's character declared his desperate intent to sell drugs and secure passage to Japan, only for Kang Woojin's character to coldly dismiss the Japanese as picky. Jin Jae-jun's character confidently asserted his plan to cover their tracks, prompting Kang Woojin's character to demand he reveal what he had brought with a rustle of anticipation. With a soft drop, a small, glittering object landed on the table. Kang Woojin's character observed the object with a silent stare before simply identifying it as a diamond. A chilling thud accompanied Kang Woojin's character as he suddenly raised a knife, making Jin Jae-jun recoil in sheer terror. The blade of the knife stopped inches from Jin Jae-jun's throat, a sudden, terrifying halt that ripped a silent scream from his terrified lungs. His eye twitched, a frantic flutter that betrayed the profound distress seizing Jin Jae-jun in that terrifying moment. With an unsettling giggle, Kang Woojin's character scrutinized Jin Jae-jun's eyes, declaring they lacked the hollow despair of a true addict. Kang Woojin's character leaned in, his voice a low, threatening accusation, "Those are the eyes of a police officer, aren't they? You're a cop." As the harrowing scene unfolded, the crew stood transfixed, silenced by the raw, unscripted intensity that filled the abandoned warehouse. Kang Woojin's unyielding gaze shredded Jin Jae-jun's composure, making him question if this terrifying encounter was truly just a rehearsal or something far too real. Playing opposite Kang Woojin felt less like acting and more like being crushed by an invisible, relentless pressure. He felt himself utterly ensnared by the sheer, captivating intensity of Kang Woojin's gaze, pulling him deeper into the performance. As a violet light seemed to shimmer within Kang Woojin's intense gaze, Jin Jae-jun wondered if such raw, captivating charisma could truly be something one was simply born with. A chilling snicker echoed in Jin Jae-jun's mind, a shadowy premonition of Kang Woojin's true, unsettling nature lurking beneath the surface. With a swift grab, Kang Woojin's character seized Jin Jae-jun's arm, instantly escalating the physical tension between them. He felt himself falling into a watery abyss, utterly consumed and metaphorically sucked into the depths of Kang Woojin's eyes, losing all sense of himself. A chilling, echoing laughter from Kang Woojin's character filled the eerie, abandoned warehouse, sending shivers down Jin Jae-jun's spine. Kang Woojin's character's low, sinister chuckle reverberated, casting a dark shadow over the murky depths that reflected unsettling silhouettes of violence. With a sinister smile, Kang Woojin's character pressed his accusation once more, his words echoing the threat, "Those are the eyes of a police officer, you truly are one, aren't you?" Jin Jae-jun fought to maintain his composure, convincing himself that this overwhelming intensity was nothing more than a calculated ploy to expose him. Jin Jae-jun's character defiantly admitted his true identity, challenging his tormentor to stab him before pivoting to business, presuming a deep, intrusive investigation had already unveiled every secret. Kang Woojin's character confirmed his thorough investigation, admitting Jin Jae-jun's criminal history, yet noted an unexpected intelligence gleaming in his eyes, like that of a shrewd gangster. With the knife blade menacingly close, Kang Woojin's character declared his distrust of people, preferring to rely on the certainty of events, and then questioned if trust wasn't the ultimate foundation for any true business. Kang Woojin's character challenged Jin Jae-jun's character to orchestrate a headline-making event, prompting the bewildered man to ask for details. From a menacing low angle, Kang Woojin's character proposed a violent pact, demanding Jin Jae-jun's character brutally betray his backer, or face certain death himself. Prioritizing his survival above all else, Jin Jae-jun's character reluctantly agreed to the grim terms, earning a smug nod from Kang Woojin's character who recognized his intelligence. Kang Woojin's character, with a series of sharp thumps and clicks, issued his directives. Jin Jae-jun's character was to bring his factory and the professor to their next meeting. With a chilling snicker, Kang Woojin's character mockingly addressed Jin Jae-jun's character as a drug king, extending their dangerous game into the future. Startled, Jin Jae-jun repeatedly called out for Mr. Jae-jun, as if awakening from a profound, disorienting trance. The audition staff's shout of Mr. Jae-jun jolted him, pulling him abruptly from the depths of his intense focus with a shock of surprise. The audition staff lightheartedly teased Jin Jae-jun about his unusual focus for a mere rehearsal, to which he readily attributed his intensity to Kang Woojin's phenomenal acting. When the staff praised Kang Woojin's seemingly effortless performance, Jin Jae-jun almost confessed his own deep immersion, before quickly backtracking to insist he had, in fact, exerted immense effort. With a silent gulp, Jin Jae-jun reflected on how he had been profoundly immersed in the rehearsal, as if truly stepping into and out of the story itself, a sensation he had never before experienced. Jin Jae-jun pondered Kang Woojin's performance, concluding that it transcended even method acting, an almost fantastical display of talent from a rookie who was undeniably incredible. A man with a wide smile greeted Jin Jae-jun, revealing his own upcoming scenes with Lee Sang-man and his eager curiosity to witness Kang Woojin's performance in an opposing role. The smiling man recalled the grim plot point of Lee Sang-man killing Professor Kim, a detail Jin Jae-jun confirmed with a slight shock, marking it for the following day. Jin Jae-jun somberly mused on Professor Kim's impending miserable death, a brutal fate sealed by Lee Sang-man's hands, as Kang Woojin stood stoically in the distance. The crowd murmured with awe as a man with glasses giggled in amazement, exclaiming that Kang Woojin's portrayal of a drug addict was so profound, he had never witnessed such raw talent from a rookie. A buzzing confusion swirled around the chibi man with glasses, who tilted his head in bewilderment. Choi Song-jian, a man with glasses, answered his phone with professional gravity, identifying himself and greeting President Choi. The chibi man, an employee from director Taniguchi Kyotoro's agency, emphatically confirmed that he had indeed received the scripts. Choi Song-jian's eyes widened in utter shock as he learned that director Kyotoro was not only in Korea, but had already arrived, far sooner than anticipated. Though director Kyotoro had other plans before meeting Kang Woojin, he and his mysterious guest had specifically requested to observe Kang Woojin's acting in person, wondering if he was currently filming. Choi Song-jian swallowed hard, realizing that guest must be someone extraordinary, and confirmed that Kang Woojin was indeed currently shooting. Choi Song-jian inquired about Kang Woojin's schedule and was informed that filming was slated to conclude the following day, making it an opportune time for the visit. Choi Song-jian agreed to keep the director and guest's quiet observation a secret from Kang Woojin, believing any foreknowledge might interfere with his raw, authentic performance. Yet, he clarified that he would first need to secure consent from the local director, acknowledging that a refusal would render their plan impossible. Choi Song-jian promised to follow up after securing consent, internally relishing the fortunate timing that Kang Woojin's final, impressive scenes would coincide perfectly with the visitor's arrival. The stage was set for a day of ultimate reckoning. Lee Sang-man's final, vicious act would culminate in his own miserable, inevitable death. With a knowing snicker and a glint in his eye, Choi Song-jian eagerly anticipated the profound reactions that Kang Woojin's climactic performance would undoubtedly provoke. The audition staff awkwardly apologized that the raw drug dealer content might face censorship for the webtoon, a reality Jin Jae-jun's character stoically accepted as just content. As the audition staff bowed in gratitude for their understanding, Jin Jae-jun's character internally lamented the inevitable omission of Sang-man's portrayal, a performance he had eagerly anticipated. Kang Woojin, surrounded by a chorus of cheering chibi fans, cunningly anticipated the next episode's theme, then promised to unveil all the raw, unedited content, including bonus chapters, exactly as planned. Across the vast industrial expanse, the rhythmic gurgle of distant water hinted at both life and the unseen activities that churned beneath the surface. Amidst the bustling chatter of the film set, Kang Woojin quietly noted that this was his final day of shooting, his mind already anticipating the intensity of the scenes with his co-actor. From across the set, Kang Woojin spotted the male auditionee, a familiar face in the controlled chaos. The male auditionee offered a polite bow and a respectful, "Hello, sir," which Kang Woojin returned with a warm smile and an extended hand. Kang Woojin, determined to project maximum professionalism, met the male auditionee's firm handshake, while the auditionee humbly asked for his care and guidance. The male auditionee found himself unexpectedly nervous. Kang Woojin's intense gaze was unlike any rookie he had encountered, setting him apart from all the others. "Have you two finished greeting each other?" the male auditionee prompted, as the director then instructed Kang Woojin to prepare for his heavy makeup and costume. Noticing the male auditionee's somber expression, the director inquired about his well-being, but the actor simply dismissed it as a minor stomachache, sliding into a more pensive mood. Despite his discomfort, the male auditionee's dedication to his craft burned fiercely, and he sternly warned the director not to halt filming for his sake, even if he worried. The male auditionee mused over the director's unusual enthusiasm, sensing that Kang Woojin possessed an almost fantastical ability to ignite the passion and talent of those around him. A quiet hum of chatter drew the male auditionee's attention, as a group of people, including Kang Woojin, moved through the set. He wondered if these were the important guests expected that day, quickly concluding their masked faces signified their fame and desire for anonymity. Through his glasses, the masked writer, with the male auditionee's reflection caught in the lens, silently pondered the identities of the veiled figures. With a determined, now, let's start, the male auditionee called for the scene to begin, a clink of glass accompanying his readiness. As the male auditionee poured a drink, the narration unveiled the grim backstory of the scene, set long after Young Sung-hoon had slain the drug king, Choi Juno. The story delved into Young Sung-hoon's lucrative but dangerous alliance with Lee Sang-man, a police officer whose foray into the drug trade led to an inevitable clash with his former colleagues. This escalating conflict had slowed their illicit business, prompting Lee Sang-man's ruthless decision to eliminate Young Sung-hoon, though he also considered the potential damage to his drug supply. Instead of direct confrontation, Lee Sang-man cunningly decided to secretly subvert Professor Kim, the drug manufacturer, a plan put into motion as the director's sharp action signaled the scene's start. Professor Kim, played by the male auditionee, flinched as a sudden, intense heat coursed through him, betraying the potent effects of the drug he had just consumed. Lee Sang-man, portrayed by Kang Woojin, entered with a menacing smile, his tattooed arms a stark contrast to his polite inquiry about Professor Kim's elusive presence. Kang Woojin, as Lee Sang-man, inwardly noted Professor Kim's rapidly deteriorating health before launching into a chilling proposition: betray Young Sung-hoon and join him in a gruesome pact. Professor Kim, with utter disgust, vehemently rejected Lee Sang-man's offer, rising abruptly as he declared his refusal to deal with druggies and wishing to pretend he had heard nothing. Lee Sang-man's rage erupted in a chaotic burst of profanity, his fury overturning the table as he verbally assaulted Professor Kim for his defiance and perceived arrogance. Professor Kim froze, his wide eyes betraying a profound shock at an unseen, ominous threat lurking in the shadows around him. Lee Sang-man's smirk returned as he taunted Professor Kim, pressuring him to make drugs and subtly threatening him by suggesting Young Sung-hoon might already possess the crucial recipe. Holding a brick with chilling intent, Lee Sang-man coldly expressed frustration over Young Sung-hoon's inaction, his words a menacing prelude to the violence he now planned for the terrified Professor Kim. With a chilling declaration of, "I have no choice," Lee Sang-man brought the brick down, striking Professor Kim, whose wide, terrified eyes reflected the crimson gleam of impending doom. Lee Sang-man struck with brutal force, the impact a wet, sickening splash as Professor Kim's cries were silenced by a deluge of crimson, fulfilling the grim promise to cut off one mouth. As Professor Kim gurgled his last breaths, crumpled and broken on the blood-splattered floor, Lee Sang-man stood over him, mocking his dying stench with chilling indifference. Lee Sang-man, stepping away from the gruesome scene, issued cold, pragmatic orders for the cleanup and for Young Sung-hoon to be summoned, the rattling of disturbed objects punctuating his commands. With a blood-splattered, deranged smile, Lee Sang-man hissed out grotesque instructions for Professor Kim's body, painting a chilling picture of brutal desecration. The director's excited cut. Okay. That was good, shattered the illusion of horror, the abrupt return to reality contrasting sharply with the gruesome performance, yet he immediately called for another take. Still covered in fake blood, Kang Woojin, slightly tired, mused that the prop brick had been surprisingly light, almost slipping from his grasp, just as the male auditionee addressed him. The male auditionee proposed a more visceral action for the next take, suggesting Kang Woojin brutally grab his hair and lift his head after 3 hits, surprising Kang Woojin with his dedication to making the scene more impactful. Kang Woojin readily agreed to the male auditionee's intense suggestion, and from a distance, the director enthusiastically affirmed, "Great. Also, more." The director sighed contentedly, realizing the male auditionee's unusual excitement signified a profound respect for Kang Woojin, seeing him not merely as a rookie, but as an equal in the craft. The narration lauded Kang Woojin's performance as insane, yet brilliantly portraying his character's internal struggle between drug-fueled madness and a desperate, underlying rationality to survive. Through Kang Woojin's compelling portrayal, the audience could viscerally feel Lee Sang-man's life force draining, drawing ever nearer to his inevitable, tragic end. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting warm hues across the industrial set, the distant hum of the crew's preparations filled the evening air. Inside the dim but functional control room, the low murmur of concentrated crew members underscored the focused intensity of the ongoing production. The director's sharp instructions cut through the air, barking urgent commands for the crew to assemble and for the sprinkler truck to prepare, signaling the immediate start of the next intense scene. The director swallowed hard, the weight of the coming scene, Lee Sang-man's ultimate demise, settling heavily around him, mirroring the first drops of artificial rain. The script's dark lore unfolded, revealing Lee Sang-man's murder of Professor Kim, which had enraged Young Sung-hoon, leading him to ally with Lee Sang-man's disillusioned right-hand man for a brutal turf war. This final twist of fate lured Young Sung-hoon to the very site where Professor Kim had met his gruesome end, setting the stage for a climactic confrontation. The director's sharp instructions cut through the manufactured rain, preparing the somber scene where Kang Woojin, as Lee Sang-man, stepped from a car into the grim, watery tableau. With the director's emphatic action, Kang Woojin's character extended a hand into the artificial downpour, the cold rain reflecting the grim weight of the moment. Lee Sang-man, played by Kang Woojin, alerted his right-hand man to Young Sung-hoon's arrival, the tense silence from the male auditionee punctuated only by the subtle taps of his cigarette and a nervous sniff. As they walked through the simulated rain, the male auditionee's character, Lee Sang-man's right-hand man, made a pointed observation about Lee Sang-man's appearance, their footsteps echoing the somber mood. Under the cover of umbrellas and artificial rain, Lee Sang-man's right-hand man cast wary glances around the desolate industrial landscape, sensing unseen dangers. With a troubled expression etched on his face, Lee Sang-man's right-hand man questioned an unseen absence, receiving only a silent, non-committal response from the shadowy subordinate behind him. Lee Sang-man's chilling declaration that he was never here confirmed a profound betrayal, leaving his confused right-hand man standing isolated, acknowledged only by a subordinate. With a bitter smirk, the right-hand man denounced the betrayal as a poor goodbye, just as a glint of metal appeared at his neck, the sudden knife thrust confirming his worst fears. A brutal crash of violence erupted, the scene dissolving into abstract lines of dark red as Lee Sang-man's fatal strike landed, initiating the chaotic attack. Blood gurgled from the right-hand man's lips as he gasped out a defiant, enraged question, challenging his attacker's sadistic pause mid-stab. With a final, desperate act of defiance, Lee Sang-man's right-hand man demanded his attacker finish the job, the rumble of thunder echoing his command as shadowy figures closed in. The scene became a symphony of grim sounds, wet splatters, squishing mud, and spraying rain mixed with the dreadful gurgle of blood, a final, messy descent into death. On the cold, wet ground, Lee Sang-man's right-hand man lay bleeding, his life ebbing away amidst a scattering of discarded syringes, a grim testament to his final moments. With a final, rattling gasp, the right-hand man's body trembled, his hand reaching out in a desperate, fading gesture. As Lee Sang-man stood over the fallen figure, he uttered a cold, dismissive, "dumbass," sealing his victim's fate with a final, contemptuous thrust. Amidst macabre laughter, Lee Sang-man's right-hand man experienced a final, desperate jolt of twisted pleasure as a syringe pierced him, a hallucinatory escape at the precipice of death. Bathed in rain and crimson, the dying man shrieked a final, agonizing cry, caught between the terrifying ecstasy of his last high and the chilling reality of death's embrace. As Kang Woojin lay exhausted on the set floor, the muted chatter of the crew resumed, underscored by the silent, watchful presence of the two masked observers. The masked writer confessed his profound satisfaction in witnessing the live performance, finding it far more impactful than any recording, prompting his companion to ask for his full, unvarnished opinion. Visibly overwhelmed, the writer deferred his public comments, his inner thoughts a whirlwind of astonishment at Kang Woojin's flawless performance, realizing the actor was not only exceptional but his ideal type. The writer gulped, a profound realization dawning that Kang Woojin was a rare find, perfectly suited for a significant supporting role, specifically the character of Kiyoshi. Cheers erupted, and applause filled the air, marking a celebratory end to the day's work. Kang Woojin received enthusiastic congratulations and applause from the beaming staff, who thanked him for his hard work. Kang Woojin's manager leaned in, a conspiratorial whisper passing between them. He quietly confirmed that Kang Woojin had already not only read director Kyotaro's script, but was going through it a second time. The manager's revelation that both director Kyotaro and writer Akari were nearby instantly seized Kang Woojin's attention, jolting him with surprise. While his manager, now identified as President Choi Song-jian, apologized for the last-minute news, Kang Woojin struggled internally to regain his composure. President Choi Song-jian playfully teased Kang Woojin, asking if he wasn't nervous despite his calm demeanor. With a confident smirk, President Choi Song-jian nudged Kang Woojin, confirming their readiness to move forward. As they prepared to depart, President Choi Song-jian opened the car door, his presence exuding functionality and purpose. President Choi Song-jian introduced himself with impeccable Japanese, and Kang Woojin, bowing respectfully, thanked them for their personal visit, internally noting his manager's impressive linguistic preparation. Director Kim Do-hee then expressed gratitude for the sudden meeting, as Takikawa Akari, the writer, offered a polite greeting. Director Kim Do-hee confessed her deep impression of his acting, prompting Kang Woojin's inner chibi self to decide a reciprocal compliment was in order. Kang Woojin returned the compliment, revealing himself to be a fan, which clearly delighted the surprised director Kim Do-hee. Director Kim Do-hee mused over Kang Woojin's surprising composure for a rookie, finding him unshakable and difficult to read, while a mischievous Kang Woojin internally reveled in her analysis. Takikawa Akari then asked if Kang Woojin had read the entire script, to which he confirmed, adding that he could not simply call it A grade. Kang Woojin elaborated, explaining that the script was so captivating he lost all sense of time, finding its adaptation impressively well done, a comment Takikawa Akari acknowledged with thoughtful appreciation. Takikawa Akari formally extended an offer for Kang Woojin to join the project, a proposition that landed with a heavy thump, leaving Kang Woojin utterly stunned. Kang Woojin's mind reeled, a surge of excitement and resolve erupting within him at the prospect of expanding his career to Japan, recognizing the dynamic, exhilarating challenge ahead. With an eager and determined spirit, Kang Woojin accepted the opportunity without hesitation, much to Takikawa Akari's surprise and director Kim Do-hee's pleased smile. Takikawa Akari shared his high expectations for Kang Woojin, playfully acknowledging the momentousness of such decisions, and revealed plans for The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger to be released in both Korea and Japan. Takikawa Akari explicitly offered Kang Woojin the role of Kiyoshi, sending a jolt of shock through Kang Woojin, who immediately questioned the implications of such a significant character. As Takikawa Akari confirmed the gravity of the Kiyoshi role, Kang Woojin's internal processing intensified, realizing it was not a minor part but a central one. Takikawa Akari solidified the offer, explicitly stating that it was the drama's lead role, leaving Kang Woojin utterly speechless with profound shock. Takikawa Akari assured Kang Woojin that the character of Kiyoshi would be adapted to suit him, asking for his acceptance with a knowing confidence that elicited a widespread, meme-like surprise. Kang Woojin accepted, but the weight of being cast in a lead role began to settle in, a gulp betraying his internal struggle with the overwhelming challenge. The very question of what fate awaited Kang Woojin hung in the air, emphasized by the script for The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger being rated an impressive A. The script's evaluation intensified, now soaring to an A+ grade, signaling an even greater impact to come. With Kang Woojin's appearance in The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger confirmed, the entertainment world buzzed with anticipation for a new romantic comedy, A Guy Friend, further solidifying his rising star status. While the public lauded Kang Woojin, the media, driven by sensationalism, churned out conflicting headlines about his worth and the controversies surrounding his previous works. Yet, beneath the clamor of speculative articles and rumors, director Kwon Ki-taek stewed in discontent, his frustrations palpable to his concerned colleague. Knowing that Kang Woojin's situation would soon impact his own project, The Island of the Missing, the displeased director Kwon Ki-taek decided to strategically release an article. The exclusive news of rookie Kang Woojin joining legendary director Kwon Ki-taek's next film, The Island of the Missing, sent a massive ripple through the previously calm film industry. Public opinion ignited, with fervent online commenters expressing shock, anticipation, and unwavering support for Kang Woojin's burgeoning career, while another strategic player quietly observed. Meanwhile, PD Yoon Byung-sun, seeing the perfect moment, prepared to drop a massive lure, leveraging the immense buzz around The Island of the Missing to capture public attention. News broke that Kang Woojin was confirmed for PD Yoon Byung-sun's large-scale project, further igniting his meteoric rise and causing his influence to spread uncontrollably both online and offline. As Kang Woojin walked confidently into the spotlight, the media, production companies, advertisers, and digital platforms all scrambled to align themselves with his inevitable, overwhelming success. Inside the newly established BW Entertainment office, a chibi PD Yoon Byung-sun radiated excitement, a symbol of the ambitious future unfolding under the serene night sky. A chibi Kang Woojin lay exhausted on his bed, grappling with the relentless demands of his packed schedule and wondering how top actors managed such an overwhelming pace without breaking. He dismissed the thought of dying from overwork, instead shifting his focus to the next day's meeting for A Guy Friend, realizing with a jolt that he hadn't yet prepared for the singing and piano parts. Kang Woojin pondered how his subspace ability had allowed him to embody Lee Sang-min's smoking habit without prior experience, wondering if it could work the same magic for music. He hypothesized that the subspace cloned character traits into his body, explaining his cigarette cravings as Lee Sang-man, yet noting their complete absence when he wasn't acting. Determined, Kang Woojin resolved to test if the subspace could similarly impart singing and piano skills, much like it had with the smoking. Glowing with a faint blue energy, Kang Woojin focused, preparing to enter the subspace and confront the male lead character, Han In-ho. With a decisive tap, the system confirmed the selection of the sixth script, A Guy Friend, and brought up the character details for Han In-ho. Kang Woojin's eyes widened in disbelief as the subspace interface detected existing abilities and proposed reinforcing his singing ability and piano capabilities he hadn't known could be enhanced. Overwhelmed with awe, Kang Woojin marveled at the boundless power of the subspace, questioning its very limits as he braced for the unknown. The subspace completed its mysterious preparations, initiating the powerful reinforcement of Kang Woojin's singing and piano abilities. A flicker of confusion crossed Kang Woojin's glowing face as he tentatively observed the unfolding process, realizing this experience felt subtly different. He articulated his growing confusion, sensing an unfamiliar shift in the reinforcement process. Suddenly, his feet lifted from the ground, suspended in the air, a startling phenomenon. Floating amidst ascending, glowing cards, Kang Woojin stood on a beam of light, anticipating something monumental as a rhythmic thrumming sound began to build. Enchanting musical notes descended from above, weaving a magical melody into the ethereal space. A guttural cry escaped Kang Woojin as a tearing sensation racked his body, signaling the painful intensity of the ongoing transformation. His hands clenched into glowing fists, reflecting the strenuous, internal battle he was enduring. Pained grunts mingled with ascending musical notes, a visceral symphony of integration as the abilities fused with his very being. Kang Woojin gasped awake, sitting bolt upright in his bed, disoriented and dazed from the intense subspace experience. Reaching instinctively for his throat, a worried Kang Woojin wondered what profound changes had just transpired within him. He was astonished to discover that while his voice sounded familiar, its echo and vocalization had subtly transformed, now extended and richer. Furthermore, his fingers felt remarkably more flexible, and his mind swarmed with musical notes, as if he could effortlessly command a piano at that very moment. A new, unfamiliar warmth blossomed in Kang Woojin's chest, a profound stir of emotions that resonated with his very heartbeat, leaving him pensive. He realized these burgeoning emotions, fed by the music's melody, were making his emotional range richer, allowing him to feel things he had never before acknowledged. A confident smile graced Kang Woojin's lips as he foresaw the immense benefit these newly enriched emotions would bring to his future acting performances. A chibi Kang Woojin, now with a nervous sweat drop, humorously questioned how he could have been so confident in his singing and piano skills before, admitting they clearly needed reinforcement. He sheepishly realized the sheer embarrassment he would have faced on set without the subspace's intervention, ultimately triumphant in having acquired both singing and piano abilities. Someone declared their imminent return, their words hanging in the bright, hopeful sky. A man offhandedly wished her good luck as she agreed, tapping her foot lightly. The woman's mind raced, wondering if the day's meeting would finally reveal details about the OST, schedules, and the director chosen for the project, a heavy strain evident in her thoughts. She took a deep breath, steeling her resolve to confess her admiration that very day, convinced she could bridge the distance between them, her resolve echoing a soft rustle. Kang Woojin offered a polite greeting, but the woman flinched, her surprise palpable. In her mind, a chibi Kang Woojin stammered an awkward hello, while a chibi version of her simply replied, the moment whooshing by in a flush of embarrassment. She desperately tried to calm her racing heart, reminding herself of her simple goal, but her attempt to speak ended in a nervous stutter, her hands fidgeting restlessly. She called out, her voice slightly strained, and Kang Woojin turned to respond, a faint rustle accompanying his movement. Mid-sentence, she blurted out an excuse about needing the toilet and fled in a panicked swish, her whole body trembling with mortification. Kang Woojin, utterly bewildered, pondered the woman's strange behavior, finding her sudden avoidance absurd. He then noticed a silver bracelet lying on the pristine tiled floor, wondering if it belonged to Warren. Kneeling to retrieve it, he muttered to himself, a definitive refusal forming in his mind. Behind the partition, the woman hesitated, convinced that revealing her fan status would only make her appear strange. Kang Woojin let out a sigh, then his eyes widened in a chibi-like surprise as he noticed the person's feet moving away. In his mind, a chibi Kang Woojin reeled in disbelief, questioning how a top star like Warren could possibly be a fan of a complete newbie actor like himself. Kang Woojin mentally chided himself for his rising smirk, deciding it would be more natural to return the bracelet later and headed for the meeting room. He smirked, reflecting on past interactions, wondering if her initial coldness stemmed from shock, or perhaps the numerous misunderstandings he'd inadvertently caused. He pondered Warren's shy admiration, finding it rather cute, and decided to keep her secret for now, allowing the situation to unfold naturally. He wondered if she would eventually confess, though he wouldn't mind if she kept hiding it, quickly snapping back to reality to greet an unnamed president with a confident hello, as the door creaked open. Director Shin Dong-chun greeted him warmly, sparking a chibi Kang Woojin's internal recognition and surprise at the familiar name, the air sparkling with unexpected presence. Kang Woojin inwardly questioned Director Shin Dong-chun's unexpected presence, while Warren offered a nervous, hushed greeting. He addressed her directly, informing Miss Warren that she had dropped her bracelet, causing her to flinch visibly in surprise. Warren shyly accepted the bracelet, thanking him, while other men observed, noting their awkward interactions and the palpable tension between them. Kang Woojin, thinking Warren was quite cute, mused that their awkwardness merely meant they weren't close yet, while others murmured, agreeing with their own theories. Director Kim Do-hee cleared her throat, formally introducing Director Shin Dong-chun as the director for A Guy Friend, then directly questioned Kang Woojin about their acquaintance. Kang Woojin mentally resolved to greet the esteemed Director Shin Dong-chun properly after the meeting, while Director Kim Do-hee began outlining the project's key details, as Warren blushed, perhaps internally struggling with anticipation. Director Kim Do-hee detailed the short drama project, announcing that A Guy Friend would lead the bi-weekly releases, assuring everyone of their dedicated effort in production and promotion. She then revealed the project's planned Netflix Japan release, a significant detail that surprised Kang Woojin, who realized the project's scale was rapidly expanding. Kang Woojin made the connection, realizing the project's A-grade status likely stemmed from both Warren's involvement and the coveted Japan release. Director Kim Do-hee then proposed Kang Woojin participate in the OST, mentioning Warren's confirmed involvement, an offer that made him pause and consider. She elaborated on the OST structure, planning 2 to 3 songs, including a duet and solo tracks for the main actors, Kang Woojin and Warren, to be the central focus. Director Kim Do-hee justified the proposal by citing a scene where Kang Woojin's character, Han In-ho, would sing and play piano, while Warren's heart pounded with a secret, fervent hope that he would accept. Kang Woojin mused on his newfound, fucking dope singing and piano skills, deciding that despite never having done it before, it would be fine, and confidently agreed, eliciting an impressed, sparkling gaze from Warren. Director Kim Do-hee, intrigued by his unwavering confidence yet needing verification, swiftly proposed they head to the recording studio for a quick vocal check. As murmurs filled the recording studio, Song Ji-an arrived, declaring his intent to hear the king himself, drawn by the burgeoning excitement. Under the collective gaze, Kang Woojin felt a wave of embarrassment, his nerves already at their peak, attempting to reframe the intimidating studio as a casual karaoke room. Director Kim Do-hee reassured Kang Woojin not to overexert himself for the simple tone test, confirming his requested song, and he calmly agreed to begin. Director Kim Do-hee secretly hoped for at least average singing, while Warren, recognizing the song's inherent difficulty, silently agreed with the challenge ahead. A wave of astonishment swept over them, a stark, sudden jolt of surprise. Director Kim Do-hee could only stammer in disbelief, her internal thoughts confirming that his singing was simply crazy, as melodic notes seemed to physically manifest around Kang Woojin. Director Kim Do-hee questioned if Kang Woojin had been a singer previously, a notion Ryu Young-min initially dismissed before his own certainty wavered, leaving him to wonder. Pressing for an answer, Director Kim Do-hee was met with Ryu Young-min's evasive suggestion to listen further, while Director Shin Dong-chun simply admitted his own ignorance. Ryu Young-min speculated intensely, convinced such talent must stem from a hidden past as a faceless singer or overseas busker, the mystery causing him to gulp nervously. He mused if Kang Woojin's musical prowess was merely an acting aid, yet conceded that with such remarkable skill, a full-fledged singing career would be effortlessly within his grasp. Just what kind of life had Kang Woojin lived, and had he truly been fashioned differently by a higher power, as he sang with a serene focus, surrounded by radiating musical notes and shimmering light? The director's voice broke the trance, signifying the end of the mesmerizing performance as the abstract glow of musical notes faded. As Kang Woojin modestly emerged from the vocal booth, others barraged him with surprised questions about his unexpected singing prowess, while an auditionee wondered if he had been a secret singer all along. He modestly dismissed his talent as merely a hobby, yet internally, Kang Woojin reveled in his legitimate incredible performance, crediting the subspace for transforming his previously cracking voice into one of profound emotion. Ryu Young-min expressed disbelief at Kang Woojin's hobby claim, teasing that trainee singers would likely be incensed, while a chibi Warren in her thoughts declared herself his eternal fan. With a chuckle, Director Kim Do-hee sent Kang Woojin to rest, calling for Miss Warren to take her turn and sing whatever she was comfortable with, to which Warren instantly jumped up and agreed. Ryu Young-min enthusiastically praised Kang Woojin's indescribable skills, asserting that the combination of his voice with Warren's could top charts in both Korea and Japan. Miss Warren sang with intense focus, her voice resonating through the studio as shimmering musical notes radiated around her. Kang Woojin expressed surprise at their potential chart-topping duet, then internally recognized that, thanks to the subspace, the musical notes of Warren's song were now automatically forming in his mind. He thoughtfully gazed at a piano, a sudden, intuitive connection to Warren's song stirring within him. A powerful intuition surged through him, conveying an undeniable feeling that he could effortlessly play the song on the piano, amidst shimmering stars. From off-panel, a choked gasp of utter disbelief erupted as Kang Woojin confidently played the piano, musical notes dancing around him. Director Kim Do-hee gasped in utter astonishment, realizing he was playing the unfamiliar song live, without a score, and with the mastery of a seasoned concert pianist. Just who the hell was Kang Woojin, this enigma of a man? Ryu Young-min directly questioned Kang Woojin about a possible past as a singer or overseas busker, causing Kang Woojin to flinch before denying it, humorously mistaking busking for simply riding the bus. Ryu Youngmin, with a mischievous smile, pressed further, asking if it was a hobby or an acting aid, to which Kang Woojin vaguely agreed, internally noting that the misunderstanding had once again deepened. Ryu Youngmin thoughtfully inquired if Kang Woojin had ever considered a singing career, but Kang Woojin firmly rejected the idea, asserting that acting alone was already demanding enough. Ryu Youngmin then persuasively argued that using his extraordinary musical talents could significantly boost his influence as an actor, framing it as a valuable, second character, too good to waste. Kang Woojin pondered the suggestion, finding merit in the idea and acknowledging it would indeed be a shame to waste skills he had worked so hard to acquire, a hollow sound accompanying his deep consideration. His interest piqued, Kang Woojin asked about the specific idea Ryu Youngmin had in mind, who confidently asserted that combining all of Kang Woojin's diverse skills pointed to only one clear path. Ryu Youngmin shrewdly proposed opening a YouTube channel, a suggestion that struck a chibi Kang Woojin as surprisingly not bad, eliciting a soft chuckle. Ryu Youngmin affirmed the idea, but his explanation was abruptly cut short by the insistent ringing of a phone, drawing a surprised, "Huh," from Kang Woojin. Ryu Youngmin exclaimed in surprise, then informed Kang Woojin that director Kwon Ki-taek had announced the completion of all preparations for The Island of Missing, leaving Kang Woojin confused. He added that director Kwon Ki-taek wished to hold a meeting and greet everyone, a proposition Kang Woojin questioned with a thoughtful expression. The harmonious blend of ancient Korean architecture and modern cityscapes created a subtly murmuring contrast under the bright daytime sky. A man in formal attire stood, anticipating the unseen, his inner thoughts murmuring with the daunting realization that the room beyond the traditional doors likely held many top actors. With a resolute click of his jaw, the man declared the room an unknown battlefield, steeling himself with a focused control against the rising tension. Kang Woojin peeked into the busy room, his inner chibi self shocked by the sheer number of serious faces already gathered around the long table. His surprise intensified as Ryu Youngmin called out, revealing his own unexpected presence in the already crowded hall. Ryu Youngmin openly greeted Kang Woojin, prompting another actor, top actor John Woo-chang, to curiously ask about his location, while top actor Kim Lee-won remained observant. A wave of awe washed over Kang Woojin as he recognized the top actors, battling an internal struggle between his excitement to greet them and the self-restraint demanded by the moment. With a polite bow, Kang Woojin introduced himself, his simple greeting earning silent approval from an unseen observer. A stern voice cut through the air, criticizing his tardiness and implying a rookie should have arrived much earlier. Kang Woojin reeled in confusion, a flicker of annoyance sparking within him as he internally dismissed the comment as arrogant. Observing the judge, Seo Chaeun, Kang Woojin noted her unexpectedly wicked smirk, a sharp contrast to the kind and gentle public image she cultivated. He pondered her actions, questioning if she was deliberately provoking him or simply disliked him, concluding that the feeling was far from pleasant either way. Deciding to meet her open animosity with his own audacious honesty, Kang Woojin suppressed a gulp, resolving to confront her directly but with careful restraint. Kang Woojin then bluntly asked if she disliked him, instantly shocking Seo Chaeun and drawing surprised looks from Ryu Youngmin and another actor at the table. Seo Chaeun stood speechless, while Ryu Youngmin chuckled, finding Kang Woojin's bold, my way, personality utterly amusing. Seo Chaeun reiterated her complaint about his lateness, only for Kang Woojin to calmly counter that he had, in fact, been among the earliest arrivals. Kang Woojin clarified that he had arrived 45 minutes prior and was speaking with director Kwon Ki-taek, a revelation that visibly stunned Seo Chaeun. Flustered, Seo Chaeun accused him of attacking her without giving her a chance to understand, as Kang Woojin remained silently thoughtful. As a crackling tension formed around them, both Seo Chaeun and Kang Woojin engaged in an intense staring contest, each internally determined not to yield. The door slid open, and director Kwon Ki-taek arrived, apologizing for his slight delay, which Kang Woojin internally noted was due to a lengthy phone call. Everyone at the table quickly rose to greet the director, but he reassured them and insisted they remain seated, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Director Kwon Ki-taek, citing his lateness, announced his intention to get straight to the point, leaving Seo Chaeun trembling in shock while Kang Woojin stood eagerly ready. A wave of satisfaction washed over Kang Woojin, his character had been perfectly established and his inner chibi self beamed with proud affirmation. The director then stated that the script reading would likely commence at the earliest next month. He encouraged everyone to work together for a successful release and then invited them to enjoy their meals. Kang Woojin savored the delicious meal, the flavors sparking a jolt of pleasure, while Seo Chaeun watched him with palpable irritation. Seo Chaeun, still annoyed, pointedly questioned if he would continue to be late and bother them once filming began, leaving Kang Woojin confused by her intent. Kang Woojin, initially dismissive, then turned her own question back at her, asking if she, a senior actor, would cause trouble, shocking her into silence. Seo Chaeun feigned indifference, but Ryu Youngmin stifled a laugh, amused by her visible frustration at being challenged. Growing confrontational, Seo Chaeun directly accused Kang Woojin of having connections or backing, to which he simply, confusingly, replied, "Nope." Annoyed by the incessant questioning, Kang Woojin declared he was going to the toilet, leaving a dumbfounded Seo Chaeun behind. As he walked away, Seo Chaeun agitatedly questioned Ryu Youngmin if Kang Woojin truly lacked backing or if he was simply from a rich family, prompting Ryu Youngmin to comment on his unique character. Seo Chaeun insisted it was impossible for Kang Woojin to act as he did without connections, but Ryu Youngmin calmly suggested he might simply have no interest in conventional success. Ryu Youngmin thoughtfully mused that Kang Woojin felt entirely different from typical actors, concluding that his achievements spoke for themselves, rendering the need for backing irrelevant. Seo Chaeun, surprised, questioned if acting was merely a hobby for him, while Ryu Youngmin pondered Kang Woojin's diverse talents, including perfect English, Japanese, and design skills, implying acting wasn't his only pursuit. Ryu Youngmin asserted that Kang Woojin's acting career wasn't his entire life, causing flinches from the other actors and an internal reflection from Kang Woojin about his own hard-won struggles in the craft, then warned them to be nervous. Ryu Youngmin then revealed Kang Woojin's true backing with a confident smirk, his extraordinary skills. Seo Chaeun dismissed his words, insisting Kang Woojin was just a rookie without connections, to which Ryu Youngmin retorted that she was severely underestimating him. Ryu Youngmin warned Seo Chaeun that her hot temper would eventually lead to trouble, but she scoffed, defiantly dismissing his advice. A sudden buzzing sound interrupted the exchange, and Seo Chaeun reacted with a questioning, "Hmm?" A wicked smirk spread across Seo Chaeun's face as she looked at her phone, hinting at a cunning secret. A message flashed on the screen, declaring something was ready and requesting a clandestine meeting at 11 that night. Later, a black car rumbled through a misty night street, its engine sound piercing the nocturnal silence. The car's tires screeched to a sudden halt, marking an abrupt end to its journey. A person's feet, clad in dark flats, quietly stepped onto the dim ground, their subtle movements hinting at caution. A figure, disguised with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, cautiously looked around the dim outdoor setting, ensuring their anonymity. Someone rushed into a building housing dermatology and plastic surgery clinics, their hurried footsteps echoing the urgency of the late hour. A white van remained discreetly parked on the street, its presence quiet and watchful under the night sky. Inside the van, a man with a camera prepared to capture images, while his colleague remained alert, observing the scene. The disguised figure emerged from the clinic, flashes clicking as they were covertly photographed. As their target exited, the men in the car started their engine and decided to follow. The man with the camera confirmed he was capturing many photos, reassuring his colleague of their documentation effort. His colleague confidently dismissed concerns about the target's disguise, stating that her car's ownership alone provided sufficient evidence. The man in the white shirt then instructed his colleague to keep their findings secret from the chief editor for now, a directive his colleague acknowledged. The man with the camera expressed doubt, questioning if they were ignoring intel from Power Patch, but his colleague countered, wondering why their target would meet a plastic surgeon so late. Rattling bottles in a paper bag confirmed his colleague's suspicion as he declared, "I'm 100% sure it's propofol." The man with the camera worried about the clinic's inevitable denial, but his colleague confidently asserted they had enough evidence, including other targets, and only needed a little more seasoning to complete their exposé. He revealed their plan, to gather information on all targets before unleashing an explosive revelation next month, anticipating automatic investigations and procedures once the bomb dropped. With a sinister smirk, the man predicted the immediate and absolute downfall of Seo Chaeun and the others once their secrets were revealed. Elsewhere, Seo Chaeun drove, her eyes narrowed behind sunglasses, a determined intensity etched onto her face. An ominous text, pointed at by a finger, foretold the complete ruin of all advertisements and projects associated with someone, a stark premonition of collapse. A script titled "The Island of the Missing" was displayed, shockingly marked D-grade, prompting a confused "What's this?" from an unseen speaker. The unseen speaker expressed profound distress, questioning why an initially A*grade script had plummeted so suddenly to a D-grade. Kang Woojin sensed something profound was unfolding, yet he remained frustrated and isolated, unable to pinpoint its origin within the abstract expanse. He wondered if director Kwon Ki-taek was the cause, but then reasoned the script's grade would have been low from the start, before turning his thoughts to the staff. Dismissing the staff, as the grade wouldn't have plummeted so drastically if it were them, a tremor of worry ran through him as he considered the actors instead. Observing that, profiler Hanryang retained its S grade, Kang Woojin deduced that Ryu Youngmin wasn't the issue, shifting his suspicion to the top actors who had recently joined the project. His thoughts honed in on three names, John Woo Chang, Kim Lee-won, and, most prominently, Seo Chaeun, believing one of them must be responsible. Despite his strong intuition that Seo Chaeun was the culprit, Kang Woojin felt a deep frustration, realizing he was the only one aware of this truth and powerless to act alone. After a period of deep thought, a sudden flash of insight struck the chibi Kang Woojin, and he determinedly declared his exit from the subspace. Back in reality, slumped in his chair, Kang Woojin sighed with exhaustion, finding the whole situation annoying. With a rapid clatter of keys, Kang Woojin decisively began his online investigation, starting with Seo Chaeun. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a fervent hope driving him as he searched for any details about Seo Chaeun's current or upcoming projects. Kang Woojin's search yielded results: a romantic comedy film titled PMN, set for release in 2 months, and an action comedy, The Prosecutor's Manual, soon to begin filming. Continuing his rapid typing, Kang Woojin discovered John Woo Chang's drama, Royal Company, and Kim Lee-won's movie, Again Man. He then formulated a plan to obtain the scripts for all 4 projects, certain that checking them through the subspace would reveal a low grade in at least one. Holding his phone thoughtfully, he resolved to contact his president for assistance in acquiring the necessary scripts. With a determined tap on his phone, the chibi Kang Woojin, eyes wide with resolute purpose, pledged his unwavering commitment to save them. Above a sprawling cityscape, the dramatic title card for The Island of the Missing emerged under the luminous full moon. Kang Woojin softly greeted someone off-screen as a door creaked open. Inside the car, the man, dark hair, white shirt, greeted Kang Woojin, who, despite his tired slump, confessed to having a nightmare about the subspace scenario. Maintaining his composure, Kang Woojin lied about having slept well, prompting the man, dark hair, white shirt, to announce he had news to share. Chibi director Kim Do-hee cheerfully announced that Magic Dealer filming had wrapped quickly, believing his acting had moved them, and informed him he was chosen as the main male's guy friend, prompting a flicker of surprise in chibi Kang Woojin. The man, dark hair, white shirt, finally revealed that today was the long-awaited fan signing event, catching Kang Woojin completely by surprise. Kang Woojin's heart pounded with excitement as he questioned if it was truly happening, while the man, dark hair, white shirt, explained the immense effort invested in this first fan signing event before the official fan meeting. The man, dark hair, white shirt, detailed the event, sponsored by Max Burger. It would be held in their building's event hall for 3 hours, requiring Kang Woojin to help advertise them, with reporters and their PR team also present for filming. The chibi man, dark hair, white shirt, explained the event's unofficial capacity of no more than 400 people, a limit he wished he could surpass, causing the chibi Kang Woojin to question the number with wide-eyed disbelief. The man, dark hair, white shirt, further informed Kang Woojin that about half the attendees would be fan club members, including the general manager and official fan cafe operators, advising him to get close to them as they would meet again. The chibi man, dark hair, white shirt, recalled the general manager's unique nickname, Family Lady, which amused the chibi Kang Woojin, who wryly noted they weren't even his actual younger sibling. The man, dark hair, white shirt, confirmed his points and then, with a rustle, announced he had one last thing to tell Kang Woojin, sparking confusion in him. The man, dark hair, white shirt, swiftly handed Kang Woojin the scripts and scenarios he had requested yesterday, eliciting a gasp of surprise. The man, dark hair, white shirt, questioned why Kang Woojin, already busy, had asked him to obtain the scripts, to which Kang Woojin replied that it wasn't because he wanted to act in them. The man, dark hair, white shirt, pressed for the script's true purpose, and Kang Woojin explained they were for confirmation, being projects of the junior actors he'd met during The Island of the Missing meeting. The man, dark hair, white shirt, clarified, asking if Kang Woojin wanted to understand their styles and what kind of projects they had done, and Kang Woojin, with a hint of embarrassment, affirmed he wanted to understand their acting. When the man, dark hair, white shirt, pointed out Kang Woojin had never done this before, the chibi Kang Woojin awkwardly shrugged it off, claiming it was nothing special, merely curiosity about what they filmed. Kang Woojin silently praised the man, dark hair, white shirt's amazing efficiency in obtaining the scripts so quickly, while the man casually dismissed his thanks. The man, dark hair, white shirt, playfully insisted it was no trouble and encouraged Kang Woojin to ask him for such favors often, making Kang Woojin inwardly acknowledge his reliability. With a serious gaze, Kang Woojin began to review the scripts he held, a faint rustle accompanying his focused attention. A series of cascading shocks jolted through the ethereal space. Within the subspace, Kang Woojin smirked, having listed everything, eagerly anticipating the result of the script grading. His heart thumped in confirmation as he saw the F-grade and C-grade scripts, realizing his intuition had been correct. Kang Woojin pondered why only The Island of the Missing was D-grade, considering if Seo Chaeun's late joining was the reason, given that the other 2 works were either finished or starting soon. While Seo Chaeun was indeed the suspect, Kang Woojin grasped his head in concern, realizing he had little time to discover what she had done. He resignedly concluded that there was nothing he could do alone, deciding he would have to entrust this task to someone else. Relying on misunderstandings and his formidable character, Kang Woojin called out to the man, dark hair, white shirt, who responded with a surprised, "Yeah." The man, dark hair, white shirt, jokingly asked if he needed more scripts, but Kang Woojin clarified that he had something else to tell him. Amidst a clatter of abstract thoughts, Kang Woojin revealed his suspicions about Seo Chayun, prompting the chibi man, dark hair, white shirt, to ask with a confused, "What do you mean?" With an intense and calculating expression, Kang Woojin stated his intuition felt uncannily similar to a past event and planned to use misunderstandings to heighten the gravity of the situation. With a powerful, almost visible glare, Kang Woojin resolved to don a poker face heavier than ever, recalling his success with director Woo Hyun-gu. The man, dark hair, white shirt, flinched in surprise, internally noting that Kang Woojin was clearly not joking. Nervously, the man, dark hair, white shirt, wondered if Kang Woojin's crazy intuition had activated once more, asking if his feelings about Seo Chayun mirrored those he had felt for director Woo Hyun-gu. While strategically leveraging the misunderstandings, Kang Woojin confirmed that his feeling about Seo Chayun was indeed mostly similar to that previous time. His heart pounding with growing panic, the man, dark hair, white shirt, frantically urged Kang Woojin to believe his intuition, repeating, "Believe it," with increasing intensity. The chibi man, dark hair, white shirt, pressed for specifics about Seo Chayun, but the chibi Kang Woojin, with an evasive shrug, simply admitted he didn't know. Kang Woojin felt a smirk play on his lips, sensing the man, dark hair, white shirt, believed him to some extent, and explained it was difficult to articulate beyond his initial bad feeling about Seo Chayun. The man, dark hair, white shirt, questioned why Kang Woojin was only revealing this now, and Kang Woojin explained his hesitation, given the changed circumstances and his new status as a lead actor. The man, dark hair, white shirt, fidgeted nervously, contemplating if the situation was worth checking out, knowing Kang Woojin's peculiar intuition had always been accurate. The man, dark hair, white shirt, sought final confirmation, asking if Kang Woojin was truly sure, and Kang Woojin, with a decisive affirmation, stated he was. The man, dark hair, white shirt, then instructed Kang Woojin to focus on his schedule, assuring him he would personally investigate Seo Chayun, a declaration that deeply impressed Kang Woojin. Internally resolving to immediately unearth rumors about her, the man, dark hair, white shirt, then asked if there were any other suspects besides Seo Chayun, which Kang Woojin denied. With a sense of relief, the man, dark hair, white shirt, realized that Seo Chayun's involvement had not yet leaked to the press, identifying this moment as the perfect time for a strategic revelation. With a knowing smirk, the man, dark hair, white shirt, realized he needed to act quickly. A collective murmur filled the large hall as a curious crowd gathered, captivated by the smiling face of Kim Ryu-jin on the screen. The spacious event hall buzzed with the excited murmurs and camera clicks of fans eagerly awaiting the start of Kang Woojin's fan sign event. Overwhelmed by the adoring shouts and fervent compliments of his fans, Kang Woojin found himself momentarily lost in thought. A chibi Kang Woojin agonized internally, questioning the surreal reality of 400 people turning up for his fan sign event and whether any of this was truly real. His heart pounded with anxiety as the chibi Kang Woojin fretted over the basic mechanics of fan interaction, wondering if he needed to chat with each of them. The manager, guiding the event, informed Kang Woojin that the Kang Heart fan club's general manager would be the first to approach. Kang Woojin's eyes widened in surprise and confusion as he heard the fan club manager's nickname, Family Lady. The woman cheerfully introduced herself as Family Lady and the representative of his fan club, causing Kang Woojin to gasp and flinch in utter shock. In a cartoonish explosion of disbelief, the chibi Kang Woojin screamed internally as the true, shocking implication of Family Lady finally registered. Kang Woojin sighed with exasperation, barely suppressing a curse as he realized why his Family Lady sister had never contacted him when he was busy. A distressed Kang Woojin could only conclude that his sister hadn't founded the fan club alone, she must have established it with her friends, whose chibi forms cheered excitedly. Kang Woojin leaned in, his voice a frustrated whisper laced with unspoken curses, while his sister cheerfully explained she hadn't told him because she assumed he would be too busy. Veins throbbing, Kang Woojin fumed internally at his sister's intentional deception, while the manager jovially addressed her as the fan club's general manager. The manager, who was also the president of BW Entertainment, formally introduced himself and thanked her for her efforts, to which Kang Hyuna excitedly gasped in return. The manager remarked that Family Lady shared a strange aura with Kang Woojin, prompting the annoyed actor to finally admit that she was, in fact, his younger sister. The manager stumbled over his words, demanding clarification, as Kang Hyuna cheerfully introduced herself as Kang Woojin's younger sister, to his utter disbelief. Still utterly bewildered, the manager could only stare blankly as Kang Woojin, trying to maintain some decorum, discreetly instructed him to move on and talk later. Kang Hyuna thoughtfully wondered if her older brother was simply pretending to be cool, or chic, for the sake of the watchful crowd. The manager, still reeling, asked Kang Woojin if the woman was truly his sister, to which Woojin confirmed, adding that he hadn't known she was his fan club representative either. With a mischievous smile, the manager lightheartedly suggested they postpone their discussion until after the event, reminding an annoyed Kang Woojin of the many fans still waiting. As the murmuring crowd continued to huddle and wriggle with anticipation, a chibi Kang Woojin, dripping with sweat, realized just how demanding his new career truly was. Kang Woojin graciously thanked his fans for attending, announced an upcoming fan meeting, and reminded them to take their gifts and travel safely home. As fans called out his name, an exhausted Kang Woojin wondered if he would simply faint during a full fan meeting, prompting the woman to guide him to the waiting room. The woman informed Kang Woojin that the president of BW Entertainment and the fan club's general manager were both waiting for him inside. As the woman gestured for him to enter, Kang Woojin worried that his sister, Kang Hyuna, could utter something truly ruinous inside that room. The door creaked open, and Kang Woojin entered, bracing himself to intervene if his sister said anything embarrassing, as both the manager and Hyuna warmly greeted him. The manager settled in with a thud, suggesting it was time for their talk, and then playfully forgot Kang Hyuna's name, much to her slight annoyance and Woojin's nervousness. Kang Hyuna confidently corrected the manager on her name, prompting him to politely ask for her explanation of the fan club's origins. Kang Hyuna enthusiastically explained how she was surprised by her brother's sudden debut as an actor and how she then founded the fan club with her friends, as the manager listened attentively. As Kang Hyuna excitedly mentioned watching an episode of Sports Day, the manager wondered internally if Kang Woojin had even bothered to tell his family about his acting career. A full, red alert exploded within Kang Woojin's mind as he realized his sister was about to expose potentially embarrassing details about his image from that show. Kang Hyuna cried out in pain, clutching her stomach, as Kang Woojin feigned concern, asking if she suddenly had a stomachache. As Kang Hyuna attempted to protest, a chibi Kang Woojin thought with pained urgency that he might literally die if he continued trying to silence her. The manager approved Kang Hyuna as the fan club representative but sternly warned her to keep her identity secret, subtly probing to confirm that only her 3 friends knew the truth. The manager, his expression serious, stressed the harm a leak could cause her family, emphasizing she must ensure her friends kept the secret and that her family's status did not excuse irresponsibility. Kang Hyuna enthusiastically agreed, while the chibi manager complimented her bright and lively demeanor, pointedly contrasting her with her cold, older brother. Kang Hyuna seemed confused by the cold remark, but Kang Woojin, sensing an immediate crisis, quickly intervened and requested a private conversation with his sister. The manager, amused, granted Kang Woojin 10 minutes alone with his sister, who, upon sensing Woojin's terrifying, murderous mood, abruptly jumped up and hastily agreed to leave. "Have you gone crazy?" Kang Woojin demanded, as his sister physically resisted him, yelling, "Why?" A dynamic the narrator noted as surprisingly indicative of their good relationship. The manager's phone buzzed with an incoming notification, drawing his attention and leaving him in contemplation. The manager flinched in alarm, his eyes widening as he read a shocking notification: Seo Chaeun was being trailed by Power Patch. Though Power Patch often pursued trivial rumors, the manager couldn't ignore the possibility that their interest in Seo Chaeun signaled a truth, especially given the oddly accurate timing and Kang Woojin's strange intuition. A tense gulp caught in his throat as the manager pondered why Seo Chaeun was being tailed without any public news, worried that accurate information would take too long to acquire. If Seo Chaeun had indeed committed some transgression, the narration warned, its revelation after her casting news for The Island of the Missing would spell profound trouble. The grave risk was clear: the entire production itself might be utterly ruined. Realizing there was no other option, the manager decided he must fight this individual battle by covering their side first, confident in his own substantial credibility. Director Shin Dong-chun, now initiating a crucial call, apologized to President Choi for contacting him so abruptly, stating he had something important to discuss. Receiving reassurance from President Choi, Director Shin Dong-chun took a serious breath, preparing to be straightforward with the information he held. Director Shin Dong-chun made a drastic request, to immediately halt all media coverage and promotions for the actors, causing President Choi to flinch in shocked disbelief. President Choi expressed his utter shock, questioning why Director Shin Dong-chun would make such a request when full-scale actor coverage was set to begin in just an hour. Director Shin Dong-chun then dropped the bombshell, revealing his suspicion that a major scandal involving Seo Chaeun was about to break, leaving President Choi stunned. Director Shin Dong-chun affirmed his belief, prompting President Choi to press for clarification on whether it was a certainty or merely an expectation. Director Shin Dong-chun admitted the odds were 50-50, leading President Choi to wonder if the usually serious director had heard something substantial to make such a claim. Deciding that delaying promotions for a few hours was manageable, President Choi agreed to halt everything, trusting in the director's intuition. President Choi then directly inquired about the nature of the scandal, to which Director Shin Dong-chun cryptically replied that he had obtained some bothersome information. Director Shin Dong-chun believed the ominous media company, Power Patch, had already caught Seo Chaeun's scent, and he needed to discern if they were holding their information for strategic timing. President Choi expressed his deep uneasiness about letting the situation simply slide, and director Shin Dong-chun readily admitted he felt the same apprehension. While acknowledging the director's ultimate authority, President Choi made a resolute declaration: he would proceed with his own actions, whether trusted or not. As President Choi speculated that director Shin Dong-chun intended to investigate quietly on his own, the director asked when he could expect results if he chose to wait. President Choi estimated the results could come today at the earliest or in 3 days at the latest, and director Shin Dong-chun agreed he could delay for that timeframe. President Choi concluded the call with a satisfied smile, promising to relay information soon, pleased that this part of the complex plan was successfully handled. His eyes narrowed in a determined smirk. President Choi clicked his phone, already considering his next move. His next target was none other than the chief editor of Power Patch, a call President Choi initiated, having recently heard increasing gossip about Seo Chaeun. The sleek, towering structure of the corporate headquarters stood as a monument to ambition, a world apart from ordinary lives. Inside, the constant hum of a busy workday filled the open-plan office, a symphony of unseen efforts that punctuated the quiet ambition of its occupants. Then, the sharp slam of a door shattered the professional quiet as Woojin's chief editor, Lim Sang-moon, his voice thick with fury, demanded Kang Woojin's attention. Kang Woojin, remarkably calm despite the immediate rage, met the chief editor's outburst with a sarcastic query, asking if something had once again provoked him. The chief editor leaned in, his accusation sharp and heavy with meaning, demanding to know if Kang Woojin was still digging, causing a subtle, momentary recoil of surprise in Woojin. There was no point in lying. The chief editor knew Kang Woojin had been trailing Seo Chaeun, specifically for evidence of habitual propofol abuse. With a frustrated sigh, Lim Sang-moon expressed his annoyance that secrets, once whispered, could never truly be contained, demanding to know what information Kang Woojin had uncovered so far. As Kang Woojin detailed his progress, explaining he was gathering information on others involved, the chief editor abruptly cut him off with a forceful demand to immediately release the news. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man with glasses alluded to President Choi mentioning Seo Chaeun, acknowledging the growing whispers of rumors that had recently begun to surface. Lim Sang-moon explained the urgency, suggesting that if President Choi, a prominent figure, had caught wind of the scandal, then others likely knew, surprising Kang Woojin. The chief editor, leaning in with a demanding intensity, ordered Kang Woojin to quickly arrange and publish the story before afternoon, challenging him about letting such a monumental scoop be stolen. Furious at the thought of a leak, Kang Woojin slammed his hands down in disbelief, wondering who could have betrayed his meticulous investigation. His furious expletive hung in the air as his fingers flew across the keyboard, a rapid series of taps driving his anger into action. The explosive headline confirmed it: Power Patch had broken the story, exposing Seo Chaeun's hidden addiction, as a man walked by, thoughtfully observing the news. President Choi's aide, a man with glasses, calmly acknowledged that Power Patch had, as expected, published the damning news about Seo Chaeun's habitual propofol use. He contemplated the severe career-ending implications for Seo Chaeun if the investigation were to uncover the use of other drugs. Answering his phone, President Choi's aide confirmed he had seen the news, immediately assuming Director Shin's strategic involvement in the unfolding scandal. With a wry smile, the aide gently shook his head, surprising the director by denying his own involvement and instead attributing the success entirely to Woojin. President Choi, from his car, questioned if the aide had truly worked alone, admitting that he himself had dug up some of the initial information. Kang Woojin, bathed in an ethereal glow on a figurative stage, humbly asserted that he had only perceived the hidden undercurrents of the mission, playing a mere supporting role in the unfolding events. With a cunning smirk, the aide decided it was strategically meaningless for him to stand out, choosing instead to channel all the credit and its benefits directly to Kang Woojin. Even in his inner thoughts, depicted in a slightly comical, introspective chibi form, the aide admitted he wouldn't have uncovered the truth without Woojin's unique intuition. President Choi, his expression serious, emphasized his right to hear the full, unvarnished truth of what had transpired. The aide then reminded President Choi of director Woo Hyun-bu, recalling a time when Woojin had surprisingly rejected the director's offer. President Choi, taken aback, questioned if Woojin's rejection was merely due to being pressured into an unexpected audition. The aide explained that Woojin's decision stemmed from a profound intuition, a weird sense that rang an internal alarm, as a small, glowing image of Woojin hinted at his mysterious discernment. A gasp of surprise escaped President Choi as he realized that both the current situation and the past incident with director Woo Hyun-gu were attributable to Woojin's extraordinary touch. The aide clarified that while Woojin's ability wasn't supernatural, nor did it grant him perfect foresight, his instinct was undeniably profound, as Woojin himself was seen contemplating the shadowy depths of his own insight. President Choi, filled with admiration, expressed his amazement at Woojin's combined talents, his incredible acting skills and his uncanny ability to choose projects, declaring he had never encountered an actor with such multifaceted depth. Seizing the moment, the aide, pleased by President Choi's profound gratitude, slyly suggested that if the president truly felt indebted, a favor might be in order. President Choi readily agreed, declaring his commitment to repaying any debt incurred, prompting the eager aide to begin outlining his demands. The aide's first request was an increase in Woojin's appearance fee, which President Choi thoughtfully considered to be a fitting equivalent to his debt. With a triumphant gleam in his eyes, the aide then proposed a running guarantee, adding 101 to each guaranteed viewing, a cunning move that promised exponential returns. The sheer scale of the running guarantee materialized in an ethereal display of numbers. 101 per viewer could translate into millions, or even a billion, on top of the base appearance fee. The aide's voice strained with surprise as he acknowledged such conditions were usually reserved only for the most elite, grade A or S actors. Though a running guarantee carried inherent risks, the project, The Island of the Missing, was deemed destined for at least decent success, making the offer undeniably incredible. Still not entirely satisfied, the aide, with a sly smirk, pressed for an additional favor, suggesting that since the running guarantee was future-dependent, something else should be included. A chibi version of the aide gleefully suggested a nice car for Woojin, invoking a popular song meme, to which President Choi, laughing heartily, readily agreed, considering it a small token for saving a ruined movie. President Choi then shared his own news, revealing his intention to cast Ha Yura in Seo Chaeun's vacated role. The aide's chibi form reacted with astonished surprise at the mention of Ha Yura, a top actress who had achieved Hollywood fame, then revealed she had secretly returned to Korea for a special appearance, intended as a surprise by Woojin. The president noted that the cast was now one short, causing the aide to react with sudden tension, as he quickly mentioned that Hyun had already completed her shooting for Hanyang. With a knowing smirk, President Choi assured the aide that he understood the unspoken request and would confirm it directly with Hyun. The conversation concluded with President Choi promising to contact the aide soon, who responded with a satisfied acknowledgement. The aide looked at his phone, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face, realizing he had just secured an incredibly successful deal. The office door burst open, and Kang Woojin entered, greeting the president as the aide, now fully turned, welcomed him. The aide, rising abruptly, asked if Kang Woojin had seen the news about Seo Chaeun, to which Woojin confirmed he had. In a chibi-like reflection of his inner thoughts, Kang Woojin shivered, expressing his disbelief that the scandal involved propofol and contemplating the terrifying fragility of careers in the entertainment world. The aide informed Kang Woojin that director Kwon Gidok had provided many bonuses as thanks for their handling of the Seo Chaeun matter, a gesture that surprised Woojin. The aide, smiling broadly, playfully suggested Kang Woojin must have anticipated the bonuses, but Woojin, genuinely surprised, denied having thought of them whatsoever. The aide then informed Kang Woojin that Ha Yura would be taking Seo Chaeun's role, and Woojin confirmed he knew of her. Kang Woojin, impressed, mused on the quick resolution and Ha Yura's involvement, considering it a sign of a truly great director, just as the aide added that Hyun would also make a special appearance. The aide then unveiled the two benefits awaiting Kang Woojin, starting with a running guarantee, which completely bewildered Woojin, prompting a confused question about treadmills. The aide then revealed the second benefit: Kang Woojin would receive a new car of his choosing, a revelation that utterly shocked him. As the aide suggested a foreign brand would be better, Kang Woojin's inner chibi marveled with a thumping heart at the insane thought of getting a car bought for him. Kang Woojin's excited eye gleamed as his chibi form sped away in a car, triumphant thoughts swirling that his life, once perpetually walking, was now, unbelievably, becoming prosperous. Pondering car choices, Kang Woojin suddenly paused, a crucial realization arresting his thoughts. Before deciding on a car, Kang Woojin concluded he had something vital to check, reaching for a tablet with focused determination. Bathed in a blue glow, Kang Woojin contemplatively assessed the previous grade, mentally correcting his initial thought from A+ to at least a grade A. A gasp escaped Kang Woojin, his eyes wide and glowing with blue light, as he stared in shock and disbelief at something extraordinary. The screen revealed it: The Island of the Missing had achieved an S+ grade, leaving Kang Woojin utterly stunned as he questioned if a rank higher than S even existed. Still glowing with the fantastical blue light, Kang Woojin processed the S+ grade, noting it was 2 levels above the initial A+ and realizing S was not, in fact, the highest possible rank. He pondered if there could be a grade even higher than S+, but then dismissed the thought, acknowledging the subspace's inherent disregard for conventional logic. Kang Woojin speculated on the movie's potential viewership, comparing it to the S-grade Hanriang's 25% rating and wondering if an S+ movie would easily surpass 10 million viewers. With a confident smirk, a blue glow still radiating around him, Kang Woojin sighed, thoroughly satisfied with his discovery. The words, Grade S+, emblazoned the screen, and Kang Woojin let out a delighted, incredulous laugh, marveling at the astonishing revelation. Suddenly, a woman excitedly asked President Choi's aide about merchandise for Appa, catching the aide by surprise and clearly annoying Kang Woojin. As the woman animatedly proposed, Kangspo warning, for the merchandise, Kang Woojin reacted with utter horror, his eyes wide with panic as he tried to stifle her words. Time seemed to race forward, as breaking news announced that actress Seo Chae-yoon had finally broken her silence, delivering an official statement through her agency's homepage. But then, a rebuttal statement from Power Patch was released, a decisive blow that effectively marked the sudden and devastating end of Seo Chae-yoon's acting career. Seizing the opportune moment, director Kwon Gittik strategically posted an exclusive news article about his film, The Island of the Missing, featuring Hong Hae-yeon, expertly redirecting the frenzied public's attention away from the scandal. Thus, in the relentless churn of public opinion, Seo Chae-yoon was swiftly and completely forgotten. As the main news broke, officially announcing Seo Chae-yoon's police summons for habitual propofol administration, everything related to her career came to an abrupt halt, leaving many to wonder about the immense penalties she faced. The man with glasses remarked with a touch of resignation, realizing Seo Chae-yoon would likely not be seen again, then a question formed on his lips. Suddenly, the man with glasses exclaimed in surprise, discovering that Profiler Hanryang had finally launched on Japan's Netflix and wondered if he should check the initial reactions. The news articles questioned if Profiler Hanryang would succeed in Japan, given how many Korean hits failed there, but the man with glasses scoffed, his annoyance rising as he read the relentless negativity from critics. The car door opened, and Kang Woojin greeted the man with glasses, who warmly invited him inside. The man with glasses reminded Kang Woojin about the A Guy Friend OST recording that day, to which Kang Woojin confirmed his readiness, having intensely listened to the guide track beforehand. The man with glasses then stated they would head straight to the recording studio, leaving Kang Woojin momentarily bewildered by the sudden change of plans. The man with glasses answered his phone with a distinct click, a sly smile spreading across his face as he greeted PD Song. A sudden exclamation of "pardon" from the man with glasses cut through the air, startling everyone. Kang Woojin stared, wide-eyed and stunned, as the incredible news that Hanryang had hit #1 on Japan's Netflix washed over him. The man with glasses, in his cheerful chibi form, exclaimed with delight at the quick rise to #1, while Kang Woojin dryly reflected that the critics who doubted the show would now have to eat their words. Kang Woojin wondered, with a touch of apprehension, what the reviews would say, bracing himself for potential malicious comments as he began to scroll. Ah, there it was, a finger declared, landing on the search result. The comments poured in, praising Profiler Hanryang, calling the villain's acting terrifying and assistant manager Park handsome, with many asking about the rookie actor Kang Woojin, making him realize the responses were far from bad. As Kang Woojin noticed an increasing influx of Japanese comments on his social media, his chibi form gasped in realization, his follower count had somehow surpassed 1 million. The man with glasses concluded his call, assuring the other party he would relay the message to Kang Woojin, leaving Kang Woojin curious about the conversation. The man with glasses then informed Kang Woojin that PD Song had a favor to ask, a revelation that sparked his intrigue. PD Song, the man with glasses explained, was soon leaving SEC to go independent, and he hoped Kang Woojin would review the scripts he was writing as a representative of his new production company, leaving Kang Woojin's chibi form to exclaim in surprise. The chibi man with glasses elaborated that even a small hint would suffice, mentioning PD Song's belief in a strong totem, a phrase that only deepened the persistent misunderstandings already rooted within Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin mused to himself, acknowledging the principle of give and take and how vital connections were said to be in their industry. With a subtle smile, Kang Woojin declared his willingness to help if he could be of any assistance. He secretly harbored a far more ambitious hope, that if those scripts contained blockbuster projects, he would welcome them even more happily. The control room hummed with a low murmur of activity as people worked. A woman with a cap checked if Kang Woojin could hear her clearly, to which he affirmed, hearing her perfectly. She instructed Kang Woojin to sing without stopping for his first time, even if he got the lyrics wrong, and he readily agreed. Kang Woojin took a deep breath, trying to convince himself he wasn't truly nervous and that focusing on perfection was not the goal. With a decisive press of the button, Kang Woojin resolved to perform comfortably. As the song, Place, the Sixth Summer, unfolded, a man with a wide smile praised Kang Woojin's clean pitch and emotional delivery, while the woman with a cap agreed, noting the song was perfect for his voice. The narration eagerly anticipated the moment his voice would intertwine with the piano's melody, evoking a profound sense of running beyond time and space itself. The woman with the cap enthusiastically praised Kang Woojin for his excellent work and suggested they take a short break before commencing the piano recording. The man with glasses congratulated Kang Woojin on a recording well done, remarking on the greatness of both his solo and duet songs, a sentiment Kang Woojin heartily agreed with, declaring them his new favorites. The man with glasses then announced they would be opening Kang Woojin's YouTube channel within the week, sparking a sudden recollection in Kang Woojin that this had indeed been discussed before. The chibi man with glasses explained that YouTube was now an undeniable force, a crucial market where one could significantly boost their recognition. He then suggested they portray an image of doing it as a hobby, rather than something overly genuine, a concept that left Kang Woojin quite confused. He firmly explained that acting, Kang Woojin's main profession, could not be portrayed as a mere side venture on YouTube. After a moment of pregnant pause, the man with glasses suggested using Kang Woojin's vocal talents and foreign language skills as the central theme, a proposal that utterly surprised Kang Woojin. The chibi man with glasses clarified that Kang Woojin wouldn't be a dedicated YouTube singer but would simply arrange and cover existing songs, a concept his own chibi form acknowledged he was familiar with. He then emphasized the strategic timing of leveraging the global phenomenon of Hallyu, proposing they begin with K-pop covers. Kang Woojin, however, voiced his concern, pointing out the abundance of existing cover channels and the necessity for a distinctive aspect to ensure their longevity, asking what their unique approach would be. The man with glasses then offered a fresh idea, covering K-pop songs in English or Japanese, a suggestion that struck a chord of surprise in Kang Woojin. He confidently outlined the unique appeal, a cover by Kang Woojin, already highly recognized, possessing a singer's vocal ability, native-level foreign language fluency, and attractive looks, a rare combination sure to draw in viewers. The chibi man with glasses eagerly sought Kang Woojin's opinion, who, in his thoughtful chibi form, admitted the plan felt rather grand and impressive. Kang Woojin finally agreed, finding the idea promising, and the man with glasses excitedly elaborated on how this venture would not only showcase his vocal and foreign language skills but also attract a significant influx of overseas fans from English-speaking countries and Japan. He believed the channel had the potential for an explosive impact. The man with glasses even suggested inviting guests like Warren for collaborations if the channel flourished, then proposed, "Deal?" While Kang Woojin outwardly agreed with a resigned, "Sure, I think it'll be fun," his chibi form screamed in pure elation, convinced his life had truly become fantastic. The man with glasses quickly promised to arrange songs, lyrics, and the studio, but then warned Kang Woojin that he would become even busier, questioning if he could handle it. Kang Woojin forced a smile and agreed, but internally, a stifled gasp escaped him as he felt utterly overwhelmed, convinced he was heading for an early grave. His chibi form collapsed in despair, convinced he was going to die. His chibi self sprawled on the ground, lamenting that he might perish even before starting the YouTube channel, realizing he had severely underestimated his already packed schedule of OST recordings, ad shoots, and promotions. Suddenly, Kang Woojin sat bolt upright, realizing tomorrow was the script reading for A Guy Friend, and he knew he couldn't afford to waste another second, needing to dive into his preparations. He held the script, reflecting on the profound unreality of having his first lead role, realizing he was the one who would have to seize the project by the collar and propel it forward. His chibi form sighed under the immense pressure, then dismissed it with a determined shrug, resolving to focus solely on the act of acting. Kang Woojin found himself bathed in an ethereal blue light, his gaze fixed on a glowing object, questioning its mysterious presence. Before him, the grades of all his projects glowed mysteriously, having unexpectedly increased: Drug Dealer, earned an A, The Love That Freezes to Death, AB, and to his surprise, A Guy Friend, achieved an A+. Bathed in a blue glow, Kang Woojin wondered if this astonishing increase was somehow due to him, speculating if Hanryang's #1 success in Japan was the true cause. Kang Woojin smiled, pleased that his projects now boasted at least decent grades, and as he prepared for the upcoming reading as Han In-ho, a clear sense of purpose settled over him. With preparation complete for a very high-quality production scenario, Kang Woojin confidently declared, "Alrighty, let's get started," as he began the reading. The city's low murmur hinted at the bustling day ahead, filled with a quiet sense of anticipation. A sign marked the A Guy Friend script reading room, the low hum from within suggesting the critical event was about to begin. Behind the scenes, staff scrambled with demands for more chairs and name tags, an organized chaos setting the stage for the reading. Fellow actors buzzed with excitement, one exclaiming his eagerness to finally meet the popular Kang Woojin, another highlighting it was his first lead role in a commercial project since Detective Agency. They murmured about his rom-com debut, acknowledging their own rookie status paled in comparison, though he was, in their words, in another league. From behind, their silent thoughts echoed the industry's burning questions: what kind of monstrous rookie was Kang Woojin, and how did his acting truly differ from their own? Kang Woojin, tasked with the role of Han In-ho, felt a gulp of anxiety as he inwardly pondered what truly set him apart from the other actors. The door creaked open, and a woman with long dark hair, Miss Warren, greeted the room, immediately drawing excited welcomes from the men. Miss Warren, blushing under the overwhelming attention, offered a shy hello, internally acknowledging the awkwardness of the enthusiastic reception. She scanned the room, thinking most were unfamiliar rookies or less popular actors, which, given it was a short drama, she found both slightly embarrassing and expected. Her gaze darted around, searching for Mr. Woojin amidst the crowd. A sudden movement startled her, as Kang Woojin appeared, a blush rising on his cheeks as he quietly greeted her. Composing herself, Miss Warren stammered out a greeting, a flurry of hearts in her vision, then effusively congratulated him on Hanryang hitting #1 in Japan. But as she continued, lost in her excitement, she suddenly faltered, realizing all eyes in the room were now fixed intently on her. With an embarrassed flush, she confessed she had been talking too much, though Kang Woojin inwardly reassured her that she hadn't. Under the crowd's intense, unwavering stares, Kang Woojin internally groaned, reminding himself to endure the discomfort and at least offer a proper greeting. He bowed deeply, a formal gesture that resonated with surprising impact through the room, introducing himself as Kang Woojin. Miss Warren felt a flutter of awe at his commanding presence, while Kang Woojin, perplexed, wondered why his simple bow elicited such a dramatic reaction. The director, a man with dark hair, entered cheerily, asking why everyone was standing and if all the actors had arrived. He instructed everyone to take a seat, announcing that the reading would begin immediately. Just before starting, the director dropped a bombshell: there was a kiss scene at the beginning of the drama. His next words were even more shocking: he planned to alter it, leaving Kang Woojin and Miss Warren wide-eyed and stunned. Miss Warren gasped, demanding to know why, then instantly regretted her outburst, realizing her voice had been far too loud. Kang Woojin cautiously asked if his co-star was agreeable, while Miss Warren worried if the entire scene would be deleted. Internally, Kang Woojin's chibi self flailed in distress, screaming that he couldn't lose his only romantic project and wondering when he'd ever get another chance. The director clarified his intention wasn't deletion, but rather to deepen the scene, making emotions stand out more vividly and look more detailed. Kang Woojin pondered, deeper than a kiss scene, and questioned what the director truly meant. The director explained his dissatisfaction with the original first episode kiss, finding a mere, lips-touching moment too boring for a shocking opener. He unveiled his vision for A Guy Friend, describing a narrative structure that would traverse present, past, and future, aiming to immediately grab the viewer's attention by beginning with the dramatic ending. Kang Woojin silently lauded the talented director's bravo, while his excited chibi self shrieked at the prospect of a really deep kiss, finding it crazy. The director, observing the actors' silent expressions, worried they disliked the change, attributing their quietness to their lack of closeness. He considered reverting to the original script, noting that it was still an option, while Kang Woojin's chibi form expressed reservations about the potentially burdensome alteration. Kang Woojin, however, confidently declared his acceptance of the change, prioritizing the project's overall importance, which surprised Miss Warren. Blushing, Kang Woojin confessed his unprofessional, inappropriate thoughts to himself, yet externally declared, "We must do a deep kiss." Miss Warren echoed his sentiment, agreeing to the change for the project's success, a professionalism that deeply impressed the director. The director, pleased by their passion, promised to repay their dedication by producing a truly perfect scene. He then presented the altered script, explaining how the original scene would have started with a light peck from Han In-ho, shocking Lee Ba-min, before quickly transitioning. In the new version, he elaborated, after a brief separation, Lee Ba-min would impulsively charge back at Han In-ho. This deeper scene, the director clarified, was to portray the confusion of friendship turning into undeniable feelings, where control was lost through the intensity of the kiss. He emphasized the goal, to create a scene so profound that viewers would exclaim, "Whoa, this is really deep," as they watched. Both Kang Woojin's and Miss Warren's chibi forms inwardly acknowledged that deep, indeed perfectly described the scene. The director confirmed everyone had finished introductions and reviewed the altered script, then asked if they were ready to begin the reading. With a rustle of pages, the director immediately began, reading the opening scene, number 1. The cherry blossom trees lined the road. Among the crowd, Han In-ho and Lee Ba-min are walking. The woman with glasses felt a surge of nervous excitement, wondering what kind of acting Kang Woojin would deliver, even if it was just a reading. Observing his unexpressive demeanor, she worried if he was nervous or unwell, as he didn't seem to be bringing out the emotions yet. Kang Woojin's chibi form, however, was a sweating, trembling mess, screaming internally about the terrifying feeling of being constantly stared at. He pushed past his anxiety, reminding himself to disregard the audience and simply focus on embodying the character and the act of acting. Internally, Kang Woojin vowed to unleash the full spectrum of emotions for his role. Then, with a subtle shift, Kang Woojin, as Han In-ho, looked at Lee Ba-min, who walked steps ahead, with an undeniably strange gaze. He internally observed that the gaze seemed fond, yet unsettlingly, it wasn't. The other men gasped in shock and awe, marveling at how Kang Woojin had instantly conveyed Han In-ho's complex emotions with just a single gaze. He poured every nuanced feeling solely through his eyes, creating a palpable emotional depth. Miss Warren, wide-eyed and blushing, suddenly realized that this gaze unmistakably conveyed a man who was deeply in love with her character. The narration then introduced Han In-ho and Lee Ba-min as childhood friends in A Guy Friend, their lives naturally intertwined since youth. From primary school through high school, their friendship deepened through countless shared moments. Yet, a first, subtle crack was about to emerge in their comfortable relationship, requiring less than 0.5 seconds for perception to shift. A friend seen as such for a decade would suddenly appear strange, a woman's sparkling call to Han In-ho hinting at this change. Han In-ho, hearing her call, questioned her intentions. Playfully, the chibi woman urged him to smell something, which the chibi man dismissed as odorless, despite her cheeky retort. With an annoyed grumble, the man quipped if she had a death wish. The camera zoomed in, highlighting the intense anticipation as two pairs of lips drew intimately close. His gaze subtly shifted, looking away for a moment before returning with renewed intensity. The woman reacted with a surprised expression, her fingers lightly touching her lips as if in wonder. Then, amidst a flurry of cherry blossoms, the man passionately embraced and kissed the woman. The kiss deepened, an intense close-up capturing the raw emotion between them. Cherry blossoms gently stirred and fell around them, completing the dreamlike, romantic scene. Her hand drifted to her lips, a soft brush reflecting the lingering phantom touch of an impossible, cherry blossom kiss that left her breathlessly surprised. In that suspended moment, a cascade of sakura petals enveloped them as he tenderly pressed his lips to her cheek, drawing her into a world spun from desire. The air itself seemed to hum with anticipation, a whisper of fantasy as two souls, a hair's breadth apart, teetered on the precipice of a shared breath. The world was utterly saturated with the delicate beauty of falling cherry blossoms, their ethereal presence painting the brick wall in vibrant, captivating hues. With a sharp gasp, she abruptly sat bolt upright, her cry of "W8" echoing through the sudden return to a bright, mundane reality. Kang Woojin only offered a confused, as he tried to process the abrupt outburst. I am really sorry, she stammered, bowing deeply, while the others could only watch, still searching for an explanation. I need to go to the toilet quickly because I'm in a hurry, she blurted, leaving Kang Woojin to manage a surprised, reluctant, why yeah. Okay. He watched her rapidly depart, his thoughts confirming she was, indeed, really in a hurry. Deep within his mind, a chibi Kang Woojin paused, a tiny Hold on, signaling a new thought. His chibi self then realized with a slight distress that the same urgent call of nature now afflicted him. Leaning against the closed door, the woman let her thoughts wash over her, the silence amplifying her internal turmoil. Crazy, she internally exclaimed, her mind reeling, it's acting, right? But his gaze is really leaving her flustered and questioning the boundaries of performance. A wild palpitation pulsed through her as she declared his acting super realistic admitting, I'm going crazy for real. It feels nice but it's tiring. Though he expected a strong reaction, he inwardly mused, though I did expect this, I had no idea I'd crumble in just a few seconds. While mock wondering, but how could I stand such a melodramatic gaze? With two sharp gasps, she covered her face, entirely overcome as she acknowledged, his acting is beyond vivid. A worried sigh escaped her as she agonized, the kiss scene. Can I really do it? And then wondered if should I tell him to go easy on the filming day? Her chibi self declared with fierce determination, no. At times like this, I need to be stronger, vowing she would hate being a nuisance to Woojin more than dying. Just as she inwardly reinforced her actor's resolve, a distinct tap made her turn, surprised to find Kang Woojin unexpectedly present. Both were caught off guard, a shared gasp of and a questioning, hanging in the air as they encountered each other. Peeking from behind the doorframe, Kang Woojin offered a polite apology, I didn't know you were here. Kang Woojin reacted with a shocked, Kyan. Amartha Woojin, while her chibi self was utterly mortified, thinking, you said you were going to the toilet. With a quick nod, she flustered, yes. Yes. You're right. I am already back, then quickly blurted, it's just that I just had a phone call, so, as Kang Woojin watched her nervously. I need to go to the toilet too, Kang Woojin stated simply, leaving her chibi self to gasp in utter shock. She shyly called out, Mr. Woojin, prompting his curious, in response, a delicate moment of burgeoning connection. Internally, his chibi self was completely taken aback by her radiant beauty, his mind exclaiming, wow, amazing. She's really fucking pretty. No, he internally groaned as his personified instinct comically burst forth and demanded, instinct, you need to piss off. Kang Woojin asked, I'm sorry, but what are you doing? And she nervously clarified, I am checking our height difference. She elaborated, I want to check our height difference in order to prepare for the revised scene, prompting his full understanding, He readily encouraged, if that's so, then you can check for more, leading her to tentatively ask, then, can I put my arm on you a little bit? Like we're rehearsing. As you please. Of course. Anytime, he confidently declared, his chibi self secretly smirking with mischievous delight. With a soft, deliberate movement, she prepared to place her arm upon him. A distinct thump echoed in the moment as her arm made soft contact, a subtle warmth blooming between them. His heartbeat quickened, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, revealing his unspoken pleasure. Her face flushed, her own heart pounding as she shyly met his gaze. Their hearts thrummed in unison as she gently clasped her arms around him, lost in a shimmering, cherry blossom dream where only their connection existed. Yes, yeah. I think it's feasible, she managed, her face flushing as she quickly, awkwardly pushed away from the sudden intimacy. As she quickly hurried away, he smiled, thinking, seems like she got shy, and then added with a touch of warmth, cute. He confidently mused, when will she tell me that she's a fan, acknowledging, I never thought I'd get this kind of treatment, then added slyly, if I tell the others, they'd be jealous, right? Then, with a sudden jolt, his chibi self remembered his own urgent call, exclaiming, right, toilet. I'm in a hurry, quickly, as he dashed away. A few minutes later, the meeting resumed, the conversation continuing as if their brief, private interlude had never occurred. The woman's expression shifted, revealing a subtle surprise as she processed the latest development. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin offered a confident smirk, entirely pleased with himself. Both the cameraman and the blonde woman looked on with a shared expression of genuine surprise. This is not a quality of a short drama, it's to the extent that it's a shame that it's just 4 episodes, the cameraman praised, adding, right, Kang Woojin isn't popular for nothing. He's at a level where he's just playing with the emotions, to which the woman readily agreed. The cameraman further noted that, though the emotions in the script are a mess, Kang Woojin's expressions are clear. Kang Woojin subtly smirked as the scene transcended time, feeling as if, we're going back and forth from the past and the future, a sentiment the blonde woman confirmed, you're right. 3 distinct gasps underscored the profound impact as the observers exclaimed, it's really like, we're entering the reality of a guy friend, blurring the lines between fiction and their own perceptions. Hearty applause erupted, a clear sign of appreciation for a job well done. The president expressed his gratitude, thanking the actors for managing the extended reading necessitated by the revised script. He then announced he would forego individual meetings and immediately reveal the schedule for A Guy Friend, a sudden declaration that surprised both actors. The producer, with a light laugh, stated that filming would take at least 1 month and could potentially be longer, with the first day of shooting planned for July 20th. A wave of collective understanding swept through the staff as they realized the implications of the announcement, exclaiming. Then, that means. With rapid clicks of their keyboards, the women immediately began typing, preparing to disseminate the news. Only 10 days remained until filming began, a fast-approaching deadline. True to form, the reporters in the reading room wasted no time, quickly posting the news about A Guy Friend across the internet. Perhaps fueled by a push from Netflix, headlines proclaimed, Kang Woojin x wherein A Guy Friend had a vivid script reading, sparking immediate public interest. Online comments erupted with enthusiasm, praising Kang Woojin's acting, his appealing looks, and expressing immense anticipation for the monstrous rookie, Kang Woojin and Alina Waren's collaboration. Amidst the praise, however, a darker undercurrent emerged, with some commenting, how dare a piece of shit leaning on next to Waren. Get rid of your face, revealing a segment of the public who already disliked Kang Woojin. Unfazed by the negativity, Kang Woojin confidently deemed them, free viral marketing happy face thank you, the insults causing, no damage, barely registering an impact. Yet, Kang Woojin remained blissfully unaware of the deeper truth hidden amongst those hateful words. For among those who penned the hateful comments, one person, with a forceful impact, knew his past, a truth he had yet to confront. While headlines lauded Kang Woojin and Waren's chemistry, an unseen man with a beard seated, his thoughts raging, look good together my ass. Fuck. Kang Woojin, fuck you. Fuck. Fuck, the man muttered, a storm of fury consuming him as he repeated, how dare you lean on Waren. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck you. Recalling, even during high school, you were always fucking acting out. You haven't changed, he chuckled malevolently, resolving, this can't be done. I need to teach him a lesson. His fingers furiously typed, spreading hateful words that wished Kang Woojin, a retard should live like a retard forever, Woojin. He laughed maniacally, revealing his shared high school past with Kang Woojin, and concluding with sinister satisfaction, I think. He has a split personality. As the filming day for A Guy Friend finally arrived, the urban school campus buzzed with a quiet, expectant energy. On an outdoor paved area, crew members scrambled to sort equipment and distribute radios, an unseen voice urging quick preparation for the shoot. A formally dressed production staff member shouted to security, demanding they block the burgeoning crowd of students before the situation escalated on the pathway. Amidst the low hum of student curiosity, a woman with a bob asked about the filming, and a man with a ponytail readily supplied the answer, it was for A Guy Friend. The woman gasped in surprise, realizing it was the drama with Kang Woojin and Waren, straining to catch a glimpse through the throng. A hand dramatically pointed into the distance, drawing the blurred crowd's attention to something unseen. Kang Woojin, the male auditionee, turned his head with a cool confidence as excited shouts for his name reached him. The thrilled crowd praised Kang Woojin's handsome looks, many exclaiming it was their first time seeing a celebrity. Kang Woojin raised a hand to ward off the deafening cheers, envying the raw energy only youth possessed while remembering his friend so young. He winced, clearly annoyed by the loud shouts, as someone tried to help shield his ear from the overwhelming noise. A formally dressed man, covering his own ears in frustration, questioned if the composed actor before him was truly the Kang Woojin he once knew. Kang Woojin, shocked into a chibi form, asked why Kim Myoyeon was there, who explained he was substituting for a busy president, a testament to their long-standing unspoken bond. Kim Myoyeon, excitedly grinning and dreaming of Hong Hae-yeon, explained he was rushed into the role, much to the chibi Kang Woojin's annoyed disregard. Kim Myoyeon smirked, asking if Kang Woojin felt assured with his Haeungnam there, only to be playfully rebuffed as a bulky bastard. The main character expressed surprise and delight, greeting Woojin for arriving so early. He then inquired about President Choi, to which Kang Woojin explained his busy schedule prevented his attendance. The main character praised President Choi's work ethic and expressed his happiness at working with Kang Woojin again after Detective Agency. As the main character reflected on their rapid change in fortune, chibi versions of Kang Woojin and his manager, Dong Chun, recalled their past struggles as unknowns. The chibi Kang Woojin agreed, and the main character then gestured, pointing out familiar faces in the crowd. Kang Woojin realized several members from their Detective Agency project were present, prompting a surprised ah. Kang Woojin felt deeply touched by their unspoken support for a guy friend, resolving to greet them, a plan the main character happily endorsed. The main character revealed everyone was fired up, crediting Detective Agency for improving their situations and expressing their joy at Kang Woojin's success. He then outlined the upcoming filming schedule, emphasizing 2 days for lead actors' insert and cut shots, with plenty of work for supporting roles and extras. The narration detailed that filming would proceed in order at the sponsored location, with a move to the university planned within the week, as excited shouts erupted. Excited shouts from the crowd announced Waren's arrival, which Kang Woojin calmly noted as perfectly on schedule. Hong Hae-yeon gracefully greeted the director and Kang Woojin, as a chibi version of herself excitedly declared Kang Woojin looked 100 times cooler on set. The main character greeted Hong Hae-yeon, while Kang Woojin wondered if her striking elegance was enhanced by makeup. The main character mused on their improved rapport, hoping they would grow closer, as chibi versions of Hong Hae-yeon and Kang Woojin exchanged excited gestures. Hong Hae-yeon reacted with surprise as an announcement declared the arrival of the actors' outfits. Kang Woojin received a crisp white shirt, a flutter of anticipation in his chest as he pondered the unexpected return of wearing such an outfit. The soft light illuminated a school uniform shirt, held expectantly, its presence hinting at the scenes to come. The stage was set within a grand hall for an entrance ceremony. The vast hall was filled with the indistinct murmuring of students in uniform, a collective hum of anticipation. 2 stylized students observed, remarking that the actors looked like genuine high schoolers, perhaps due to their baby faces. Hong Hae-yeon, radiant in her school uniform, exuded a confident charm that promised to captivate viewers and heighten the drama's focus. Kang Woojin, equally captivating in his uniform, displayed a confident and determined demeanor. Kang Woojin internally expressed his nagging nervousness for this first scene, admitting it was a feeling he could never quite shake, no matter the project. As an unseen staff member called "Stand by," Kang Woojin closed his eyes, resolving to embrace the very nervousness he felt, to enjoy it. His inner monologue commanded him to harness that nervousness, to let the heightened heart rate fuel his performance. And then, as soft, sparkling pink petals began to drift around him, Kang Woojin stepped forward. Engulfed in a radiant, ethereal pink glow, Kang Woojin walked further into the dreamlike space, petals swirling about him. Action rang out, and Kang Woojin's eyes snapped open with fierce determination, ready to embody his character. The scene began with the simple word, first. From the podium, a man identified as the president welcomed everyone to the entrance ceremony. Kang Woojin yawned widely, stretching casually in his seat, seemingly bored by the proceedings. He wondered when the ceremony would finally end, then his curiosity piqued as he noticed something. Kang Woojin observed a woman in the audience, discreetly using her phone, her actions prompting his quiet inquiry. He speculated she must be pursuing her dream of becoming a composer, perhaps composing something even now. Kang Woojin decided to ignore her, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips as he anticipated the entertainment if she were caught. His mischievous smirk lingered, his eyes narrowed with an almost imperceptible hint of a challenge. Kang Woojin was suddenly surprised, a blush creeping onto his cheeks, as the woman he had been watching turned her gaze directly to him. The woman glared intensely, her expression conveying a potent mix of anger and defiance. Kang Woojin, shocked and wide-eyed, his blush deepening, questioned the woman's unexpected, fierce reaction. The woman aggressively challenged him with a defiant shout, leaving a chibi Kang Woojin shocked and utterly disgusted. As the woman turned away with a subtle smirk, the chibi Kang Woojin confidently surmised she was merely sulking. A smirk returned to Kang Woojin's face as he considered simply leaving her alone. With a confident smirk and petals dancing around him, Kang Woojin declared the situation would resolve itself without his intervention. The producer enthusiastically called, "Cut," praising the excellent performance, while Kang Woojin stood in the foreground. Two girls in school uniforms gushed about Kang Woojin's cuteness, admitting his smile had already made their hearts flutter. A man in a red tie praised the exceptional qualities of both Mr. Woojin and Miss Warren, noting how their perfect looks multiplied the romantic comedy mood. The man in the red tie announced they would move to the next scene immediately, as Kang Woojin looked down thoughtfully. His eyes wide with surprise and excitement, the man in the red tie then loudly declared the next scene was the kiss scene and urgently requested cherry blossom petals and strong wind effects. The chibi Kang Woojin blushed, startled and excited, as his heart pounded in anticipation for the unexpected news. The announcement hung in the air, emphasized by Kang Woojin's visibly blushing and excited chibi form. It was the kiss scene. The thought of kissing Warren, a top-tier girl group idol, felt utterly surreal, her inner self consumed by a flush of disbelief. Kang Woojin was abruptly pulled from his thoughts as a hand tapped his shoulder, startling him back to the present. Director Shin Dong-chun approached, a wide smile on his face, expressing relief that Kang Woojin seemed well, to which Kang Woojin replied with a hint of surprise. Despite his inner chibi self feeling nauseous at the prospect, Kang Woojin forced a composed front, telling himself it was just acting, as director Shin Dong-chun's chibi form casually reminded him the shoot was in 10 minutes. Kang Woojin calmly assented, and with a subtle smile, director Shin Dong-chun excused himself before departing. Kang Woojin's friend leaned in close, a raw whisper of intense, undeniable jealousy pouring into Kang Woojin's ear. Annoyed, Kang Woojin snapped back for his friend to be quiet, confessing his heart felt ready to burst, prompting his friend to offer something. With a flourish, his friend presented a bottle of gargle mouthwash, advising him to use it generously before his scene, which left Kang Woojin wide-eyed with surprise. Kang Woojin agreed and gargled vigorously, completely unaware of his friend's chibi form sulking with an adorable pang of jealousy. The director guided Warren through her blocking, instructing her to run towards Kang Woojin as they prepared the scene amidst the cherry blossoms. The director, apologizing for his greed in changing the scene to a deep kiss, offered Warren the chance to soften it if she felt uncomfortable. Warren confidently reassured the director that it was merely acting and she was perfectly fine, bringing a wave of palpable relief to him. With a soft blush and a sidelong glance, Warren affirmed her commitment, her thoughts solidifying her resolve for the scene. Even as her heart threatened to burst whenever she saw Kang Woojin, she found herself captivated by his simple act of gargling, his sparkling presence making even that seem utterly charming. She mentally wrestled with her impulses, reminding herself this was merely acting, before steeling her resolve to perform the scene flawlessly. As the staff announced 5 minutes until cameras rolled, Warren's chibi form erupted into a panic dash, remembering she needed to gargle and apply strawberry lip balm. Footsteps moved deliberately forward, signaling the start of the scene. Kang Woojin and Warren stood facing each other, a silent moment hanging heavy with unspoken anticipation. With subtle smiles and matching blushes, Kang Woojin and Warren exchanged formal words of anticipation for their shared performance. As the staff member called for readiness, Warren tried to calm her racing heart, reassuring herself that her thorough gargling meant she could remain composed. Warren internally hyped herself to maintain Kang Woojin's composure, just as the director's booming voice commanded, "Action." The staff called out Warren's character name, Lee Bauman, and she instantly transformed, playfully extending cherry blossoms for Han Inho to smell. She froze mid-gesture, her eyes widening in sudden, unexpected shock. Kang Woojin leaned in, his gaze softly sparkling with an impossible tenderness as he regarded the cherry blossoms. Her chibi form recoiled in a flash of sudden realization, her mouth agape in pure shock. As Kang Woojin leaned closer, his eyes seemed so filled with love that Warren questioned if this could truly be acting, her heart pounding with the unspoken emotions she felt. His deep, sweet eyes held an undeniable power, pulling her further into the illusion. Her heart pulsed, a rhythmic thudding against her ribs, as she felt herself utterly consumed, drawn inexorably into his gaze. Blushing intensely, Warren desperately wondered how he could convey such emotional depth, her inner plea a silent cry for salvation. As Kang Woojin's lips met hers, Warren let out a startled cry, the kiss deepening into the moment. Her heart hammered like a drum, each beat echoing her frantic thoughts that warned of an overwhelming, imminent arrival. As the kiss enveloped her, Warren's internal confession echoed, she was utterly screwed. The kiss continued amidst falling petals, consuming Warren so completely that her very thoughts were swallowed whole. She let out a bewildered sound, her mind a dizzying swirl of emotion during the kiss. A terrifying thought pierced her daze, she was going to ruin everything. In the height of the kiss, an unexpected hiccup escaped her, followed by her own bewildered exclamation. A murmur spread through the crew, questioning if the hiccup constituted a no-good shot and if they should halt filming, as the meaning of an NG shot hung in the air. The director, hypothesizing it might be an intentional ad-lib, decided to keep the cameras rolling, much to the surprise of another crew member. The director pointed to Kang Woojin's unbroken performance as proof of an ad-lib, certain he couldn't have missed Waren's mistake, while Waren, bewildered, resolved to simply continue acting. While her chibi form overthought the hiccup as Waren's intentional move, the real Waren, tears welling, panicked, realizing she was truly screwed. A murmur of admiration rose from the crew, convinced her hiccup was a calculated ad-lib that perfectly suited the moment, as the layers of misunderstanding piled up, portraying Bauman's surprise as adorable. Overwhelmed by her mistake and tears streaming, Waren resolved to apologize to Kang Woojin and the staff. Kang Woojin let out a questioning sound, his hand gently sweeping towards her. Waren gasped in surprise as Kang Woojin's hand gently moved to her face, a tender gesture amidst the chaotic moment. Waren's shock deepened, questioning why Kang Woojin continued acting as Han In-ho, despite her obvious mistake. Then, a sudden clarity washed over Waren as she understood his actions. She realized Kang Woojin was intentionally maintaining the scene, sending a silent signal that her mistake was fine and they should continue. A blush rising, Waren understood Kang Woojin was taking care of her, resolving then and there to continue the scene until its very end. Another hiccup escaped her lips, and in her mind, Waren exasperatedly labeled Kang Woojin a lunatic for his relentless, perfect acting. Everything Waren had desperately hidden within her heart was now bursting forth. The raw emotions she had tried so hard to conceal were finally escaping her grasp. Her gaze, once averted, now burned with the truth of what she had turned a blind eye to. The very emotions she had painstakingly avoided were now undeniably present, reflected in her wide, intense eyes. And the catalyst for this monumental emotional upheaval was none other than Han In-ho. Their feet stood intimately close, a silent testament to the undeniable pull between them. Their lips hovered, a breath away from intertwining in a soft, anticipated kiss. As cherry blossoms cascaded around them, the long-suppressed emotions within Waren finally exploded, culminating in a passionate, embracing kiss. The unseen speaker's exclamation hung in the air, hinting at an impressive spectacle unfolding on the busy set. The sheer intensity of the scene sparked comments among the crew, with one man whispering his jealousy and another predicting the stunned reaction of viewers. The director's excitement was palpable as he burst into praise, declaring the scene insane, before emphatically calling for a cut. Clapping his hands, the director beamed, loudly proclaiming that both actors had absolutely killed it. Woojin, however, was utterly confused by what had just transpired, while Waren awkwardly cleared her throat beside him. The director, full of enthusiastic energy, rushed towards them, promising that the production would eat everything up once released. He then asked Waren if her hiccup had been an ad-lib, a suspicion Woojin silently confirmed. Waren timidly suggested her hiccup had made the scene livelier, to which the director wholeheartedly agreed, praising her perfect portrayal of Lee Bauman's shock. Waren's thoughts raced, grappling with the possibility that her co-star was expertly salvaging her error, cloaking it as intentional brilliance. Woojin understood that the accidental hiccup had somehow enhanced the scene, and his quick thinking allowed them to embrace it. In Waren's eyes, Woojin was a paragon of acting, his quick wit and understanding shining with an almost divine grace, rendering him utterly amazing. Despite his earlier praise, the director suddenly suggested another take of the scene, this time strictly adhering to the original script, which caught the actors by surprise. While outwardly compliant, Woojin inwardly recoiled at the prospect of repeating the intense scene. Beneath his feigned dismay, Woojin's inner self gleefully welcomed the chance for another take, a blush betraying his hidden delight. This was chapter 52 of I Was Immediately Mistaken for a Monster Genius Actor. The intense passion of the scene culminated in a kiss, captured perfectly before the director's call. The director, profusely apologetic, informed them that despite their flawless performance, staff error necessitated 5 retakes. While both actors outwardly accepted the burden of retakes, Woojin secretly thrilled at the unexpected extension of their shared scene. Woojin, suppressing a smile, exchanged polite congratulations with Waren, acknowledging her excellent work as he tried to rein in his own hidden joy. Waren's whispered thanks for hiding it left Woojin utterly bewildered, unsure of what secret she believed he was keeping. Woojin internally wrestled with his confusion, debating whether to preserve his cool image or risk an awkward clarification. A staff member called Waren for her solo shot, instructing Woojin to wait patiently off to the side. As Woojin bowed and departed, Waren couldn't help but inwardly marvel at his inexplicable coolness. Ryu Youngmin approached Woojin, offering a supportive compliment for his hard work. Woojin humbly dismissed the praise, attributing the true effort to Waren, a response Youngmin found characteristic of his friend's unassuming nature. Youngmin then handed Woojin some papers, instructing him to familiarize himself with the contents. Youngmin revealed the papers contained Japanese lyrics for a YouTube song, surprising Woojin with the news that they would begin with that language. Youngmin further explained the progress on the English version and urged Woojin to review the Japanese lyrics in preparation. Woojin recognized the song, prompting Youngmin to confirm it was intentionally chosen as the first cover due to its significant connection to him. The unseen speaker detailed Ballerina, Lee Yunmi's legendary jazzy dance song, renowned for its powerful choreography and rap that captivated both Korea and Japan. With a flourish of commitment, Youngmin announced that a dedicated 5-person team, including a PD and editor, had already been assembled to manage Woojin's YouTube channel. As Youngmin confirmed the studio was rented and everything was nearly set, Woojin expressed his astonishment at the unexpectedly grand scale of the YouTube project. A staff member called out to Woojin, instructing him to change into a school uniform for his upcoming frustrating scene at the school. As the call went out for bully extras, Woojin's thoughts drifted to the specific scene this implied. He recalled the iconic scene where Han In-ho heroically rescued Lee Byung-min from bullies targeting her confident spirit. The director, a man with dark hair, mused that something felt lacking, prompting Woojin to inquire about his dissatisfaction. The director found the existing bully characters unconvincing, expressing a desire for more menacing faces and larger builds, which immediately worried the woman about additional extras. Another man, wearing a hat, interjected that casting additional bully roles on site was impractical, as the parts were already cast through auditions with their own specific scripts. The director, however, continued to scan the surroundings, wondering if someone on set possessed the intimidating face and imposing build required for a truly convincing bully. As the director pondered, Woojin's smirk revealed he knew exactly the person who fit the description of an extra with decent acting skills. Woojin smoothly approached the director, directly asking if he was open to adding another bully character to the scene. Woojin then suggested their own manager for the role, immediately catching the director off guard with his unexpected proposal. With a pointed gesture, Woojin named Kim Dae-young, their manager, as his candidate, eliciting a double take from the director. In a humorous internal clash, a chibi Kim Dae-young reeled in outrage, while a chibi Woojin calmly justified his choice by citing the manager's past acting club experience. Woojin subtly pressed his case, promising to fulfill his manager's dream, while inwardly admitting the plan was contingent on the director's approval, emphasizing the manager's suitable physique. The director, weighing the suggestion, speculated that makeup could conceal the manager's age, making him appear less like a forced addition, especially given his prior experience. The director proposed a test, suggesting a few cuts to see if the manager could indeed play the bully, a question that struck the manager with utter shock. With an emotional surge, the manager proclaimed his readiness for the role, pleasing the director who immediately instructed him to prepare his costume. Young-min, observing from a distance, wondered if the manager was actually shedding tears of joy. Young-min questioned the unexpected turn of events, and Woojin revealed the manager's sudden participation was, in fact, the realization of his long-held dream. Young-min was taken aback that Woojin remembered his friend's dream, who then deflected the sentiment by claiming it was merely a perfect opportunity. In an animated chibi exchange, Young-min playfully labeled Woojin a tsundere, to which Woojin responded with feigned innocence. A staff member announced their imminent move to the next location, prompting Young-min to urge Woojin to hurry along. Woojin acknowledged the instruction and walked away, leaving Young-min to watch him with a trace of curiosity. Young-min answered his phone, immediately adopting a formal tone as he addressed the caller as President. The caller, the promotion team leader, had 2 urgent matters to report concerning Kang Woojin. Young-min, unsettled by the sudden serious tone, nervously urged the caller to proceed with the urgent news. Kim Dae-young, the manager, excitedly inquired if there was even more good news beyond what he already knew. Then, a fresh piece of information hit the manager, leaving him utterly speechless with disbelief. Taking a decisive gulp, Young-min declared he would personally verify the information, instructing the caller to send him the data and resume other tasks. His gaze darted away as he uttered a grave warning about the potential fallout if anything went wrong. The impending situation, as Woojin stood pensive, threatened to ignite a major scandal. With a decisive gulp, Young-min declared he would personally verify the information, instructing the caller to send him the data and resume other tasks. A worried Young-min nervously considered the unfolding situation, a potential scandal that threatened to engulf Kang Woojin, who stood pensive nearby. An ominous thump echoed the grave implications that lay ahead, all for Woojin. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, the command ripped through the air, action. A startled female student shrieked, demanding to know what was that, as Kang Woojin fled the scene, a clear strike against the unfolding drama. Kang Woojin, internally acknowledging the other actor's detailed performance with a glance, reminded himself to focus, despite a brief internal flinch. Ryu Young-min probed playfully, "I heard you two are married," while Kang Woojin silently assessed the performance, concluding, "He's not bad. His phonation and tone are good enough." Ryu Young-min, with a swift, aggressive grab, tested the character's physical endurance, declaring, "Let's test this husband's physical endurance." A male auditionee, with a sudden stillness, halted an impending punch, warning, "Before you throw your punches, look up," leaving his opponent stunned. Cut, the director's furious command thundered, yet a knowing smirk played on Kang Woojin's face. Ryu Young-min, applauding the crew, announced the end of filming, declaring, that's the end for today's shooting. Great job, everyone. Great job. As relief washed over Kang Woojin, who longed for his bed, Ryu Youngmin's voice cut through his thoughts, calling out, "Woojin." Ryu Youngmin cheerfully patted Kang Woojin's head, praising his resilience. "You've worked hard. As expected, even with your busy schedule, you look fine," while Woojin inwardly grumbled that he would have died already if it hadn't been for the subspace. Ryu Youngmin leaned in, a serious whisper passing his lips. "Right, I have a few important things to tell you. Follow me to somewhere quiet." Kang Woojin agreed with a simple, "Okay," but his mind churned, wondering, What is it? As they walked, Kang Woojin keenly observed Ryu Youngmin, a quiet unease settling in as he thought, his atmosphere feels different from usual. Ryu Youngmin turned, initiating a question. There's something wrong? No, Woojin, by any chance?" Before trailing off, Ryu Youngmin then asked, "Have you heard of the Japanese talk show named Teo Talk Show?" To which a confused Kang Woojin replied, "No, I haven't." The Teo Talk Show was a decade-long staple of Japanese prime time, known for its decent ratings and a guest list primarily composed of top, even overseas, stars. Then, in a chibi revelation, Ryu Youngmin declared, "You've been invited to go on it," stunning Kang Woojin, who pondered, "Invited? Why would I appear on a Japanese talk show?" Ryu Youngmin suggested the invite stemmed from Hanryang being so popular in Japan, adding they'd even come to Korea for him, leaving Kang Woojin bewildered and thinking, personally, "What's this? Do they usually do this much?" Kang Woojin's burgeoning fame in Japan, fueled by Hanryang and a guy friend on YouTube, meant he was primed to star on the talk show. Ryu Youngmin, with a confident hiss of excitement, highlighted the immense impact and symbolic significance of Kang Woojin becoming the first rookie guest, assuring him he'd be an issue in Korea and Japan. Internally, Kang Woojin wrestled with a rising anxiety, wondering, will I be alright? He found the idea fun, but confessed to himself, I feel like throwing up. The ominous dread deepened for Kang Woojin, as he foresaw his fabricated character and its ensuing misunderstanding spreading like an irreversible blight beyond Korea and reached Japan. A wave of determination washed over Kang Woojin, pushing aside his fear with the thought, but I've always come this far, what's there to be afraid of, reminding himself it was just meeting them. With a determined chibi nod, Kang Woojin decided, let's just test the waters first, accepting that misunderstandings were already widespread. Kang Woojin finally agreed, yes, I think it sounds good, and Ryu Youngmin, a pleased smile spreading across his face, vowed, then, I'll tell them to match our schedule and come to Korea. Kang Woojin inquired, by the way, am I doing it alone, prompting Ryu Youngmin to infer that, they have not contacted Hyen yet, suggesting a solo appearance. In a chibi moment, Ryu Youngmin mused, they might be only inviting villains, for people, including you, and to Kang Woojin's surprise, it brought a wave of relief, making him less nervous. Ryu Youngmin, smirking knowingly, teased, OOPS, don't make it obvious that you like it, leaving an embarrassed Kang Woojin to fall into a thoughtful silence. Ryu Youngmin pressed, as expected, you also think this group appearance isn't good, right? Which only confused Kang Woojin, who protested, I don't though. Ryu Youngmin, with a decisive gesture, interrupted, it's fine. I also don't like the group appearances, then promised to advocate for Kang Woojin to appear solo on the show in the meeting. Ryu Youngmin gravely outlined the perils of a mismanaged group appearance, explaining how it would burden Kang Woojin with heavy responsibility and negate his rising value, leaving Woojin utterly bewildered. A chibi Kang Woojin, flustered, tried to agree, yeah. I know, but a stern chibi Ryu Youngmin emphatically countered, you don't. Ryu Youngmin leaned in with sudden gravity, signaling, Woojin, now this is the most important thing capturing Kang Woojin's full attention. Ryu Youngmin then presented his phone, instructing, look at this, and Kang Woojin leaned in, his curiosity piqued. Kang Woojin gasped in shock, a weighty realization hitting him as he read a message detailing his past self versus his present persona, confirming, the fact that I'm doing concept acting is finally starting to be revealed. Ryu Youngmin, serious and direct, explained that he needed to confirm it with you first to prepare for anything regarding Kang Woojin's past. Ryu Youngmin, in chibi form, tried to rationalize the situation, noting, these kinds of issues happen often, but a skeptical Kang Woojin choked out an internal thought, this is ridiculous. Ryu Youngmin warned of the lurking danger, if the reporters hear about this, things will get annoying, potentially causing a devastating scandal. Ryu Youngmin, his gaze unwavering, demanded, so, please tell me. Is there any reason this comment was posted, leaving Kang Woojin in an unsettling silence? The stark difference between Kang Woojin's real self and his current character meant that those from his past would inevitably surface. A distressed Kang Woojin agonized, wouldn't it be alright to tell him the truth, feeling a profound unease at the thought of further concealment. With a frustrated sigh, Kang Woojin resigned himself to telling the truth about his concept acting, lamenting, "How did things end up like this?" Kang Woojin, his voice wavering, began his confession to Ryu Youngmin, "President, actually, all this time." With a profound bow, Kang Woojin confessed, "I've been concept, and I've been acting," leaving Ryu Youngmin utterly speechless with shock. Kang Woojin squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable fury, knowing he'll probably be mad and yell at me, saying that I've been deceiving him. Ryu Youngmin's voice was a dark, dangerous whisper, "You," while Kang Woojin tried to steady his own racing heart, thinking, "I'm already prepared for this, so let's be calm." Ryu Youngmin leaned in, his voice cutting through the tension, "Are you saying you've been living your life pretending to be normal?" And Kang Woojin confirmed with a single, weighted, yes. A chibi Kang Woojin suddenly flinched, his mind reeling with confusion, blurting out, "Huh. Wait." Ryu Youngmin, adjusting his glasses with an amused smirk, declared, "You brat. That means you've been using your life as acting practice," leaving a stunned Kang Woojin to inwardly exclaim, I'm sure I told him the truth." A chibi Kang Woojin's frustration reached a peak as he agonizingly realized, "Don't tell me he took it as I've been living my whole life acting. It's a misunderstanding again." With a desperate, aggrieved protest, Kang Woojin threw his arms wide, crying, "This is ridiculous. Why does this happen even though I'm telling the truth? No, President. What I'm saying right now Ryu Youngmin, smugly patting Kang Woojin's head, assured him, yeah. I'll keep it to myself. Do you think I don't know how to do such a thing?" While a frustrated Kang Woojin collapsed, wailing, "But you don't know." Ryu Youngmin, with a deep, insightful thought, considered Kang Woojin's perceived lifelong act. If he didn't have his monstrous acting ability, he would have been bad in the beginning. Thus, in this shadowy, symbolic realm, Kang Woojin had dedicated his entire existence to acting ordinary. The revealing text illuminated the truth. Such odd words were understandable because Woojin has acted ordinary perfectly all this time, masking his true personality. Ryu Youngmin, with a cunning, thoughtful glance, mused on Kang Woojin's destiny, wondering if his lifelong acting was truly a path to becoming the actor he was meant to be. Indeed, Kang Woojin was nothing less than a monstrous genius. A distressed Kang Woojin, sweat beading on his brow, was gripped by panicked resignation. "I'm screwed," realizing that even if he spit the truth, no one would believe him. A chibi Kang Woojin, having gave up, shrugged, "Ugh, think whatever you want. It's better to go hard on the concept acting," a defiant thumbs up signaling, "Fine, let's see how far this can go." Ryu Youngmin, serious and advisory, urged Kang Woojin, "Your story. I think it's better to hide it. Don't go telling that to anyone, at least for your sake." Kang Woojin felt a deep resignation, thinking, "It seems like no one would believe me anyway," as Ryu Youngmin expressed concern that the unidentified people would ensure the story might keep spreading. Ryu Youngmin grimly stated that reporters have probably gotten a sniff of it already and are writing articles about you, the rapid clatter of unseen keyboards confirming his words. Ryu Youngmin, with a reassuring smile, told Kang Woojin to prepare for the inevitable explosion of news, but to leave it to me and focus on your acting, leaving a worried Woojin to question, "Is there any way?" In the fleeting realm of celebrity, attention was a capricious beast, obsessing for a moment before cooling, ever ready to shift to something else again. Ryu Youngmin, with a cunning smirk, outlined his strategy. It's best to cover an issue with another issue, by maximize the scheduled issues, while still hiding your past. With a determined, cunning grin, Ryu Youngmin declared their first move. "First, we need to quickly arrange the meeting for the Teo talk show. A tranquil Korean village unfolded, bathed in bright, clear light, hinting at a peaceful new beginning. As soft light filled the traditional room, a formally dressed man expressed his pleasure in Japanese, declaring the place great. The man instructed the interpreter to relay every detail precisely and slowly during the meeting, to which she agreed, nodding decisively. Then, Kang Woojin introduced himself, his voice cutting through the room, which caused the formally dressed man to stir in surprise. Kang Woojin apologized for entering the wrong room, but the formal man could only gulp, astonished by the sheer naturalness of his Japanese. The formal man complimented Kang Woojin's flawless Japanese, yet Kang Woojin humbly dismissed it, claiming it wasn't that good. The formal man pondered internally, noting Kang Woojin's pronunciation was already native-like, and wondering about this unexpected linguistic skill. Kang Woojin, composed, observed the man's reaction, feeling a surge of interest as the situation unfolded before him. In a whimsical mental scene, a chibi director Yoon Byung-san appeared, introducing himself as President Choi Song-jian, which piqued Kang Woojin's curiosity. Director Yoon Byung-san, still in his chibi form, then introduced himself as the talk show's main producer, prompting Kang Woojin to begin his own introduction. Director Yoon Byung-san, in chibi form, confessed his initial surprise that a Japanese talk show had taken such an interest in their actor, Kang Woojin. The formally dressed man explained that the show, Hanryang, was immensely popular in Japan, naturally drawing attention to its actors. Director Yoon Byung-san, in chibi form, playfully inquired about Kang Woojin's true popularity, which the formally dressed man confirmed without hesitation. The formally dressed man noted Kang Woojin was mentioned as frequently as the main characters in Hanryang, and wondered if his calm demeanor reflected disinterest or his usual self. Drifting into a brief daydream, Kang Woojin found the poised professionalism of the Japanese entertainment staff fascinating, comparing them to a documentary team. Kang Woojin mused that their professional demeanor would only enhance his concept acting, as the formally dressed man sensed a profound, almost mystical weight emanating from him. The formally dressed man deeply pondered Kang Woojin's aura, sensing a depth of hardship in the rookie actor that continually piqued his interest. Every project Kang Woojin had touched blossomed into a resounding success, making him increasingly fascinating to the formally dressed man who delved deeper into his story. The formally dressed man thanked the Japanese PD for traveling to Korea and inquired about his proposed plan, while Kang Woojin quietly observed his precise mannerisms. Director Yoon Byung-san, in chibi form, revealed his intention to spotlight the 4 villains from Hanryang, confirming the formally dressed man's earlier expectations. The formally dressed man expressed reservations about a group appearance, fearing Kang Woojin would unfairly bear the entire burden. Within the formal man's thoughts, Kang Woojin stood awkwardly among shadowed figures, as the man concluded that a group appearance with strangers would only create a super awkward image. He then gravely explained the delicate nature of the situation, suggesting that a solo appearance would be a more suitable alternative. Director Yoon Byung-san, in chibi form, weighed the logistical challenges of a solo appearance, contemplating splitting the show or dividing the actor's time. A fierce conviction gripped Director Yoon Byung-san. He realized that without Kang Woojin, Hanryang special episode would lose its purpose entirely, leading him to a critical decision. The worried woman asked the PD what he would do, to which the formally dressed man calmly replied, "All right." The formally dressed man abruptly declared to call off the entire plan, causing the woman to gasp in utter shock. He then declared with unexpected determination that only Kang Woojin should appear on the show, astounding both Kang Woojin and Director Yoon Byung-san. Director Yoon Byung-san's mischievous smile confirmed his intricate plan was unfolding exactly as he intended, while Kang Woojin remained composed. Director Yoon Byung-san remarked that the meeting had been a success, achieving precisely what they had aimed for. Kang Woojin mused that the outcome wasn't entirely what he desired, as Director Yoon Byung-san informed him that only the song recording remained for the day. A woman greeted them cheerfully, prompting Director Yoon Byung-san and Kang Woojin to return her wave. Director Yoon Byung-san introduced the woman from the YouTube channel team to Kang Woojin, and she warmly expressed her anticipation for their collaboration. The woman eagerly stated she had rushed there upon hearing the song arrangement was complete, a sentiment Director Yoon Byung-san readily echoed. Director Yoon Byung-san and Kang Woojin entered a room and were greeted by a man with a cap, a producer who had just turned to face them. Director Yoon Byung-san introduced the man as producer Kim Eun-young, highlighting his popularity and the intense negotiations required to secure his involvement. Producer Kim Eun-young humbly dismissed the praise, then instructed the crew to set up the camera, receiving a prompt affirmation. Producer Kim Eun-young offered to play the song for them while they waited for the crew to finish preparing. A finger gently pressed a button on the soundboard, and music began to flow. Kang Woojin was pleasantly surprised by the new arrangement, noting the beautiful piano intro replaced the original's warning sound and drums. He continued listening, appreciating how the voices blended into the melody, wondering if this refined style was what people called acoustic. When the music faded, producer Kim Eun-young inquired about their thoughts, to which Director Yoon Byung-san enthusiastically declared it amazing. Director Yoon Byung-san praised the arrangement for feeling both familiar and new, then asked Kang Woojin's opinion, who responded with a resounding double thumbs up. Kang Woojin internally noted his specific and positive impressions, especially how the intro and climax had lodged themselves in his mind. Director Yoon Byung-san heartily agreed with Kang Woojin, emphasizing the song's catchiness and the enhanced male vocals, causing producer Kim Eun-young to blush slightly from the praise. Producer Kim Eun-young instructed them to begin the song recording lightly, explaining that it would take more than half a day anyway, then asked about the 2 versions. Producer Kim Eun-young asked whether to start with the English or Japanese version, and Director Yoon Byung-san opted for Japanese first, leaving English as an option if time allowed. The man with a cap announced the camera was ready, and the woman informed Kang Woojin he could now enter the booth. A door creaked open. As Kang Woojin plodded into the silent recording booth, a wave of intense nervousness washed over him, but he tried to steady himself by recalling the casual ease of a coin karaoke room. Producer Kim Eun-young instructed Kang Woojin to start slowly, matching the intro's timing, and Kang Woojin readily agreed. Kang Woojin listened intently through his headphones, completely focused on the music. Director Yoon Byung-san uttered an impressed, "Wow," prompting producer Kim Eun-young to inquire about his reaction. Director Yoon Byung-san, in chibi form, internally lauded Kang Woojin's smooth, heavy low notes, distinct raspy voice, and incredibly natural Japanese pronunciation. Producer Kim Eun-young declared Kang Woojin a one-in-a-million talent with the craziest vocals he had ever encountered, to which director Yoon Byung-san smilingly concurred. Director Yoon Byung-san reacted with curiosity to a buzzing sound, indicating an incoming notification. He checked his phone, a look of surprise crossing his face as he saw the message. A bombshell dropped, news flashed across director Yoon Byung-san's screen, proclaiming the monstrous actor Kang Woojin was rumored to have a split personality, a development he had eerily anticipated. Director Yoon Byung-san, with a sly smirk, confirmed his advanced preparations to bury this issue with another, ensuring its swift demise. Director Yoon Byung-san chuckled to himself as news broke about his new variety show, Our Table, featuring a star-studded lineup including Kang Woojin, designed to create a new, overshadowing issue. A man with glasses questioned if the news of PD Yoon Byung-san's show was an attempt to bury the current controversy, but a woman doubted it would succeed. The man with glasses insisted the news would resurface even if buried, but then abruptly paused, a sudden realization dawning on him. He reacted with shock to something on a screen, prompting the woman to ask what he had found. A dramatic news headline revealed that the renowned Japanese tycoon and film director Taniguchi Kyotaro was unexpectedly casting a Korean actor for his new project, sending ripples through Japan. In an ethereal vision of the future, Kang Woojin sat at a piano, surrounded by falling cherry blossoms and a swirling blue vortex, his performance imbued with a dramatic, almost otherworldly power. The metropolitan expanse stretched endlessly under a bright sky, a landscape of opportunity and ambition. Within a grand hall, a quiet hum of activity filled the air as crew members prepared the elaborate set, the atmosphere charged with a collective anticipation for the performance to come. As the makeup artist gently worked on his face, Kang Woojin looked up in confusion when Ryu Young-min casually asked if he had seen the recent article. Ryu Young-min elaborated on the ridiculous article, claiming Kang Woojin suffered from a split personality, and pointed out its conveniently timed release on the last day of filming for A Guy Friend. The makeup artist flared in frustration over the hate comments, but Kang Woojin remained unperturbed, his calm indifference a stark contrast to her agitation. Ryu Young-min then brought up another serious article about director Taniguchi Kyotaro, causing Kang Woojin to flinch, wondering aloud about the mysterious Korean rookie actor mentioned within it. With his makeup complete, Kang Woojin stood, a confident smile on his face, as Ryu Young-min dismissed the bothersome articles, assuring him their president would handle everything. A subtle shiver ran through Kang Woojin as Ryu Young-min called him, his tone indicating an important conversation was about to unfold. With a conspiratorial grin, Ryu Young-min exuberantly declared he was Speed Song Seon and dramatically announced the Teo Talk Show, filming date and the completion of the cover song's editing. Kang Woojin expressed his surprise at the swift progress, and Ryu Young-min, beaming, offered to let him hear the skillfully arranged song. A contemplative look crossed Kang Woojin's face as he began to listen, his fingers gently touching his ear, absorbing the melody. He closed his eyes, momentarily lost in the music, confessing internally that while seeing himself on screen felt awkward, the sound itself was magnificent. Ryu Young-min outlined their extensive media strategy, 3 videos, including a simple interview, a 3-minute feature, and Japanese and English versions of his first, Ballerina, cover song. The rapid-fire planning continued as Ryu Young-min asked for his channel name, catching Kang Woojin off guard, as he hadn't considered it at all. A chibi Kang Woojin pondered names within his mind, eventually suggesting Kang Woojin's alter ego, which left a chibi Ryu Young-min utterly bewildered. Kang Woojin's brow furrowed with concern, wondering if his spontaneously suggested channel name was too strange or lacking the witty charm he had hoped for. To Kang Woojin's surprise, Ryu Young-min actually found Kang Woojin's alter ego quite good, believing its hastily conceived feel added a touch of humor. Ryu Young-min playfully teased Kang Woojin about secretly pondering the name, but Kang Woojin, slightly embarrassed, insisted it had only just occurred to him. With a magical sparkle, Ryu Young-min swiftly changed the channel name to Kang Woojin's alter ego, and confirmed his plan to upload the first video strategically. Ryu Young-min advised Kang Woojin to begin brainstorming ideas for a second cover song and other supplementary videos, anticipating the channel's official launch. Kang Woojin found Ryu Young-min's suggestion to cover J-pop or pop songs in Korean, much like adapting K-pop, to be an excellent creative avenue. The urgent shout of an audition staff member, announcing only 10 minutes until filming began, broke their conversation and surprised Kang Woojin. With the clock ticking, Ryu Young-min swiftly began explaining the crucial next steps, acknowledging the limited time they had. Ryu Young-min confidently stated he was handling the buzz around director Kyotaro's movie, The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger, which had already made headlines in both Japan and Korea. He recounted how he had subtly persuaded director Kyotaro to delay revealing Kang Woojin's involvement, deeming the initial timing unfavorable for their side. Ryu Young-min confidently explained that this calculated news release was designed to bury Kang Woojin's past controversies while simultaneously boosting projects like Teo Talk Show. He pointed out the strategic timing, noting that a guy friend was set to launch in Japan, following Hanryang. Despite the project's timing, Ryu Youngmin admitted Kang Woojin's popularity in Japan remained uncertain, a fact Kang Woojin acknowledged, confirming his reliance on Waren's established fame. With a sly grin, Ryu Youngmin unveiled the full extent of his plan, leveraging the news of the bizarre sacrifice of a stranger to their advantage, even if it felt a little manipulative. Kang Woojin wrestled with the ethical implications, internally conceding that for now, they would be pretentious, finding Miss Waren's involvement a necessary nuisance. Ryu Youngmin excitedly declared that revealing Kang Woojin's role in the bizarre sacrifice of a stranger would dramatically transform his career, making everything currently dull take a sharp turn. He envisioned the Japanese public becoming intensely curious about Kang Woojin, meticulously tracing his journey from profiler Hanryang to Teo talk show and a guy friend. Ryu Youngmin emphasized the mutually beneficial nature of their strategy, explaining that the movie itself would also gain popularity, before hinting at even more to come. A look of understanding dawned on Kang Woojin's face as he connected the dots to his YouTube channel, which Ryu Youngmin confirmed, highlighting the significant growth of his Japanese fanbase. Ryu Youngmin speculated on the immense surge in subscribers Kang Woojin's channel would experience if the bizarre sacrifice of a stranger also became a massive hit, drawing both Korean and Japanese fans. He emphatically stated that the majority of these new followers would inevitably flock to the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Ryu Youngmin then tempered expectations, clarifying that immediate explosive growth wasn't the goal, but rather a sustained strategy of continuously drawing attention and expanding their reach. Kang Woojin bowed in sincere gratitude, but Ryu Youngmin humbly dismissed the thanks, affirming that behind-the-scenes work was simply his expertise. As an unseen staff member announced the final shoot, a chibi Ryu Youngmin instructed a chibi Kang Woojin to quickly return to the filming site, which Woojin readily accepted. With a whoosh, Kang Woojin moved with purpose, his feet rapidly carrying him towards the set. The scene was set. Han In-ho was to play the piano and sing a song produced by Lee Bauman, one of the original soundtracks for A Guy Friend. The narration recounted a past incident where an unknown singer failed to perform Lee Bauman's song at a live cafe, leading the owner to refuse playing it altogether. Lee Bauman desperately tried to sway the cafe owner, but then, a pivotal figure suddenly appeared before them. The figure was revealed to be Han In-ho, positioned at the piano, as the audition staff called out for everyone to get ready. With profound concentration, the man gently closed his eyes, preparing to immerse himself fully in the performance. As the unseen speaker uttered, and, the man walked across a surreal landscape of musical staffs, entering a dreamlike space of sound. Engulfed in a glowing blue vortex and surrounded by falling flower petals, the man began to play the piano, his performance radiating an intense, magical power. As the director's voice boomed action, the man's eyes snapped open with a fierce, unwavering determination. The woman erupted in shock and anger, questioning the man's presence, while the cafe owner, equally enraged, demanded to know why he was on stage. The woman's shock deepened as she questioned if the cafe owner knew the performer, to which he profusely apologized, promising to remove him immediately. But then, the music swelled, causing the woman to flinch, her anger momentarily forgotten, replaced by a sudden, profound confusion. The performer, now identified as the male auditionee, played his song, The Fifth Summer, a faint smile gracing his lips as he recognized his own creation. The cafe owner, now visibly impressed, remarked on the performer's skill, asking if he was training to be a singer, which shocked the woman, who denied any knowledge of it. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. The woman confessed she had never witnessed anything quite like this before. The performer himself observed the unfolding reactions with a look of genuine surprise. Under the spotlight, the performer played on, captivating both the cafe owner and the woman, who watched, mesmerized by the musical notes floating around them. The performance continued, the blurred movements of the crew in the background fading into the intensity of the music. The director, with a triumphant shout of "Oh okay," and then, cut, beamed, offering enthusiastic praise to Mr. Woojin and Miss Waren for a job exceptionally well done. The audition staff expressed gratitude to everyone, which Kang Woojin reciprocated with a bow, thanking the director for his hard work. With an urgent scamper, Ryu Youngmin rushed towards Kang Woojin and the woman, declaring he had crucial information to impart. Ryu Youngmin then announced that both Kang Woojin and the woman were required to participate in a press conference for the short drama project, with a guy friend leading the discussions. Kang Woojin's eyes widened in surprise as Ryu Youngmin revealed a request from Japan Netflix, hinting at a potential trip to Japan to promote a guy friend. Ryu Youngmin clarified that the trip to Japan was a promotional event, a strategic pretext for a press conference coinciding with the official launch of A Guy Friend there. As Ryu Youngmin began to consult their agencies, a chibi Ryu Youngmin comically interrupted, confidently stating they would adjust the schedule, while a chibi Kang Woojin eagerly declared he must go, given it was his first lead role. With a sly smile, Ryu Youngmin whispered to Kang Woojin, urging him to look at his phone, teasing him with the words, "the public and the press." On the phone screen, a hot issue article declared that Korean rookie actor, director Kyotaro mentioned was quickly spreading through the community, with comments already speculating that Kang Woojin was indeed the one. The unseen frustration erupted with a sudden, jarring declaration. The silent edifice of ambition loomed, a monument to aspirations yet to be realized. Suddenly, a panicked Kang Woojin scurried through the pristine hallway, his frantic cries of "I'm late" echoing in the sudden rush. He gasped, freezing in mid-step as the thought of his promised 2-day rest from a guy friend filming crashed through his mind, leaving him bewildered. With the press conference still 2 days away, Kang Woojin flopped onto his bed, ready to reclaim every hour of lost sleep. As evening settled, Kang Woojin's peaceful rest was broken by the insistent buzzing of his phone. Annoyed, he saw Kang Hyuna's name flashing, deciding to ignore the ceaseless ringing for now. His eyes widened in confusion, a new text message angrily demanding why he hadn't answered her call. Kang Woojin's gaze settled on his phone, absorbing the online speculation that connected him, the Korean rookie actor, to director Kyotaro's award. A quiet "ah" escaped him as he scrolled through more comments, realizing the growing debate over his involvement in a Japanese project. A jolt went through him, the situation was spiraling, just as the president had warned. The phone rang again, and Kang Woojin was startled to see "President" light up the screen. With an elegant click, the president's voice came through, asking if Kang Woojin was resting well. The president then inquired if Kang Woojin had been following the media and public reactions, which Kang Woojin confirmed he had. The president's strategic question, "Should we unleash the Kang Woojin alter ego channel now?" made Kang Woojin's mind race. Feeling the perfect timing, Kang Woojin declared he would upload it immediately. A wave of nervousness washed over him, yet he tried to calm himself, unaware of the profound ripple effect his actions would soon create. This was the very channel, the Kang Woojin alter ego, that was poised to change everything. Within an hour, a video titled, "1, Alani/Ballerina, cover, Japanese.pr, had already garnered thousands of views. The channel exploded with activity, viewers praising Kang Woojin's virtually native Japanese and questioning the alter ego label, deeming it main job worthy. The rapid accumulation of subscribers hinted at the channel's massive impending impact, destined to redefine his entire future. As time raced forward, Kang Woojin mourned the fleeting end of his holiday, arriving at the press conference for a guy friend. A cacophony of camera clicks punctuated the air as photographers captured the bustling event. Amidst the blinding flashes, an unnamed speaker proudly announced a guy friend as the start of a new Netflix short drama project. Kang Woojin shielded his eyes, the ceaseless camera shutters creating an overwhelming, blinding assault. The host, smiling, opened the floor for questions, and a sea of eager hands shot up from the reporters. A reporter pointedly asked the director why he chose a short drama for a guy friend despite his success with Detective Agency and offers from the movie industry. The male auditionee chuckled, humorously attributing his involvement to a debt of gratitude he owed Mr. Woojin, eliciting a surprised reaction. The host then shifted focus, announcing that the next questions would be directed at writer Nana. Beneath the surface, everyone present held a singular, unspoken desire to learn more about the enigmatic Kang Woojin, who constantly drew the spotlight. While the room held its collective breath, the host continued, building anticipation for the moment when Kang Woojin's turn would arrive. When the host finally declared, "Questions for Mr. Woojin," a palpable wave of surprise washed over the audience. A sudden flash, a click, and Kang Woojin was utterly shocked by the sheer number of eager hands reaching for him. Internally, Kang Woojin panicked, realizing he must choose a reporter and quickly settled on one with a gentler demeanor. A reporter with curly brown hair began her question about the Japanese launch, and Kang Woojin wondered if his careful selection had paid off. But her smile turned sinister as she pressed, asking his thoughts on rumors identifying him as director Kyotaro's chosen rookie actor, shattering Kang Woojin's momentary relief. The host and the male auditionee exchanged looks of clear discomfort at the reporter's sharp, challenging question. The host attempted to interject, but the male auditionee decisively took the microphone, ready to face the inquiry head-on. His heart pounded as he declared with glowing determination, "I am, that Korean rookie actor." A stunned, heavy silence fell over the entire room, the audience utterly speechless. Disbelief rippled through the reporters, their mouths agape in wide-eyed shock. Flashbulbs exploded around him as rapid, accusatory questions about his meeting with director Kyotaro and the proof of his lead role status bombarded the male auditionee. Internally, the chibi Kang Woojin was overwhelmed, pleading for time to answer amidst the ceaseless flashes, wondering if his bold declaration was even acceptable. Just minutes before, in a backstage area, the producer had warned Kang Woojin that the Kyotaro question was inevitable, asking for his plan. Kang Woojin, with a confident smile, stated his intention not to evade it, and the producer agreed, confirming their prior discussion with director Kyotaro. With a nod of mutual understanding, Kang Woojin confidently declared he would handle the aftermath as he walked away, leaving the producer with a smile. From a distance, the producer watched Kang Woojin's performance unfold, a smirk playing on his lips as camera flashes illuminated his satisfied expression. A woman approached the producer, concerned about calming the escalating situation, but he merely suggested she step out of the fray. The woman thanked the executive director for accepting her request, while the producer expressed his gratitude for the invaluable publicity the event had generated. 49. They discussed how the dramatic turn of events at the "A Guy Friend" press conference ensured it would be talked about extensively in both Korea and Japan. Narration transition. The woman suggested contacting Netflix Japan to amplify promotions, and the producer firmly added that they should strongly push "A Guy Friend's" promotion. 51. She remarked that with all the pent-up attention now released, Kang Woojin would dominate the spotlight in both countries for a considerable time, a sentiment the producer readily affirmed. 52. Kang Woojin stood calm amid the sparkling lights, feeling a quiet sense of relief as events unfolded. 53. His thoughts drifted to Hong Ha-yeon, recalling her warning to be careful with his words from that point on. 54. Suddenly, Hong Ha-yeon shimmered into being, ecstatic and sparkling, practically screaming her joy at the news of Mr. Woojin becoming director Kyotaro's lead actor. 55. A chibi Hong Ha-yeon then remembered Woojin's Japanese song cover on YouTube, promising herself to check it out later, aware of the SNS buzz. 56. Another man observed Kang Woojin with a knowing grin, confirming his earlier suspicions about his identity. 57. A man in a red tie pondered, with a worried sweat, just how much bigger Kang Woojin's fame could possibly grow, already spanning from Korean to Japanese legends. 58. The panel hinted at the unprecedented heights Kang Woojin's career would reach, with the producer subtly observing his inevitable success. Narration transition. 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 Kang Woojin's unfiltered remark about taking on director Kyotaro's lead role immediately made his name the talk of the town. His confession sparked conversations everywhere, from online forums to bustling city streets, igniting public discourse across all media. Simultaneously, director Kyotaro officially acknowledged Kang Woojin's remarks, confirming the rookie actor as the lead in his highly anticipated project. Public sentiment surged with excitement and curiosity, as fans and critics alike in both Korea and Japan hailed his acting and wondered how a rookie secured such a prominent role. As if on cue, Netflix Japan announced Kang Woojin and Hong Ha-yeon's promotional trip to Japan for "A Guy Friend," dropping a teaser and their schedule simultaneously. The plane sliced through the vibrant blue sky, carrying them toward their new reality. They arrived at Haneda Airport, a gateway to the next stage of his burgeoning career. A low murmur filled the bustling terminal, a faint hum of the world they were about to re-enter. Kang Woojin expressed surprise at the quick flight, but his inner voice quickly reminded him to compose himself, lest his inexperience show. His manager grumbled about the crazy volume of casting calls pouring in, relieved only slightly that their Japan schedule provided a temporary respite. The manager explained his own efforts to filter the offers, then asked Kang Woojin about his preferences for the deluge of incoming projects. In his mind, a chibi Kang Woojin mused on the crushing weight of his current schedule, deciding it would be unwise to overcommit to new projects like The Island of the Missing or The Love That Freezes to Death. Kang Woojin firmly stated his intention to focus only on his current scheduled projects, a decision his manager readily affirmed, admitting he had thought the same. The manager suggested deferring new project discussions until after A Guy Friend and Drug Dealer were released, knowing the success would inevitably lead to a flurry of invitations for ceremonies and festivals, a prospect that secretly thrilled him. The manager then casually mentioned a call from director Kim Do-hee just before their flight, catching Kang Woojin by surprise. His manager revealed that Drug Dealer would have a blind premiere next week, a screening with no prior information, leaving Kang Woojin utterly confused. Kang Woojin struggled to place the concept, wondering if he had encountered it during his time with Detective Agency. He then questioned if the editing for Drug Dealer was already complete, expressing genuine concern about its unusually fast pace. The manager confirmed the movie was indeed about 90% complete, acknowledging with a decisive tap that the speed was still remarkable, as if the editors had poured their very lives into the work. The blind premiere for Drug Dealer was set for the end of August, with promotion starting after editing and a theatrical release projected for October or November. In his thoughts, a chibi Kang Woojin felt a strange nervousness, his heart thumping, knowing Drug Dealer would be judged by direct viewer numbers and sales, unlike his previous event-based projects. The manager then dropped a bombshell. Both A Guy Friend and Drug Dealer might be released in the same time period, leaving Kang Woojin speechless with shock. Kang Woojin conceded the possibility, recalling A Guy Friend's October release, while his manager confidently predicted that such an overlap could only amplify their success. The manager, smirking, laid out the full impact of having two massive, headline-worthy projects released back-to-back. His manager spoke of the contrasting roles of Lee Sang-man and Han In-ho, two characters embodying completely opposite genres and even carrying different sense of presence. Another stylized depiction emphasized the stark difference and Kang Woojin's incredible versatility between these roles. With a sly smirk, his manager asked if Kang Woojin wasn't curious about how the public would receive such polar opposite portrayals. Kang Woojin wondered if the experience would be like alternating between a hot and cold bath, as his manager swiftly produced a small book to detail their 3-day Japan schedule. The manager explained how he had already adjusted their overlapping schedules for A Guy Friend, promotions and the Teo Talks How, even fitting in a meeting with director Kyotaro. As the manager droned on with an exhausting, itemized itinerary of meetings and events, a chibi Kang Woojin, completely overwhelmed, could only beg him to stop. The manager, concerned, questioned Kang Woojin's ability to maintain his composure, but Kang Woojin confidently assured him he would manage, even resorting to the subspace if necessary. As a man loudly announced it was time to move, the manager speculated that a few reporters might have already gathered at the airport. The manager explained that since both his and Hong Hae-yeon's schedules had been released, along with the Teo Talk Show article, it would likely be noisy, but advised him to simply act as usual. The manager informed Kang Woojin that it would be better for him and Hong Hae-yeon to walk together from now on for a double shot, a suggestion that genuinely surprised Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin agreed, ready to proceed, while a chibi Hong Hae-yeon wistfully wished their schedule allowed her to show him a local foodie hotspot. Kang Woojin felt an invisible wall closing in around him, a tangible sensation of being encased as they moved forward. He realized they were sure to grab attention, but an unsettling thought nagged at him, weren't there strangely too many people already gathering? Hong Hae-yeon quietly noted their arrival, leaving Kang Woojin in confused anticipation. He simply asked what lay beyond the doors. Then, a sudden flash of light made the truth dawn on him, it was people. As they emerged, a torrent of shouts and incessant camera clicks erupted, engulfing Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon in a sea of flashing lights. A massive gasp escaped a chibi Kang Woojin as he raged internally, crazy. What is this? You call this a few people? His manager murmured, wondering if the crowd of 500 was, a little, compared to the 2,000 he expected, further dumbfounding a chibi Kang Woojin. Hong Hae-yeon, pulling at his arm, urgently commanded the overwhelmed Kang Woojin to compose himself, clench his teeth, and keep walking through the jostling crowd. Amid the deafening shouts of Kang Woojin, a chibi Kang Woojin felt an overwhelming nausea, as if he might vomit from the sheer sensory assault. The rigorous, Japan Schedule Day 1 officially began. Their first task was a crucial meeting with Netflix Japan to brief them on the upcoming event. Next came the A Guy Friend promotion and press conference, where camera flashes relentlessly punctuated the air. The third item on the agenda was a meeting with PD Shinjo of the Teo Talks How, amidst the soft murmurs of discussion. A chibi Kang Woojin slumped, utterly drained and wondering if this was finally the end of day 1, as a man warmly welcomed him to Japan with an amused chuckle. The man enthusiastically informed Kang Woojin that his name was currently the talk of the town, making him the hottest topic across all communities and social media. Then came the revelation that his YouTube channel had surpassed 1.05 million subscribers, leaving Kang Woojin utterly stunned. The man, a PD, expressed his amazement at such a rapid rise in his career, while Kang Woojin, still surprised, playfully embraced his new status as a million-subscriber YouTuber. He explained that due to the unexpected speed of Kang Woojin's success, they had completely revised their plans, adding more content and extending the recording time. They had made sure to include sufficient content to promote all of Kang Woojin's projects, including Hanyang, A Guy Friend, The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger, and even his popular YouTube channel. Then, with a slight hesitation, he subtly asked if Kang Woojin would mind singing a short line from his YouTube song during the talk segment. Kang Woojin readily agreed, much to the man's palpable relief, who then explained that since it was pre-recorded, they wouldn't be filming in airing order. He detailed how filming would be jumbled based on the situation and later reorganized in editing, suggesting they might even start the recording with audience Q&A sessions. The man then announced that for their convenience, Hong Hae-yeon would also join the talk segment, shocking both Kang Woojin and his manager speechless. His manager quickly clarified that Hong Hae-yeon's team had confirmed her brief appearance, and Kang Woojin realized even his manager had been caught off guard by the news. The man further revealed that the talk show audience would be mainly selected from Kang Woojin's fanbase, causing him to question the surprising fact. A chibi Kang Woojin gasped in delighted shock, 200 fans. I have 200 fans in Japan. The man then revealed they had received over 3,000 applications, making the selection process incredibly difficult, which left a chibi Kang Woojin screaming in utter disbelief. 3,000 applications, a chibi Kang Woojin shrieked, as the chapter closed on the shocking question of what his future would hold. The TBE Japanese private broadcasting station stood as a beacon of corporate precision under a clear sky. Kang Woojin, deep in thought, attempted to steady his racing mind with slow, deliberate breaths, the weight of the coming moment already pressing upon him. The day of recording had arrived with a sudden, jarring reality, leaving Kang Woojin utterly flustered by the sheer audacity of his own predicament, a main guest alongside Hollywood and top Korean actors. Then, a chibi Kang Woojin, a spark of determined resolve flashing in his eyes, vowed that everything would simply have to work out, gripping himself with an iron will of mind control. The president, appearing at the doorway, announced the recording was set to begin, and with a decisive shift, Kang Woojin affirmed his readiness. As they walked, the president casually mentioned the audience seats were completely filled, with 250 people, not the expected 200, prompting a startled "really?" from Kang Woojin. The president probed if Kang Woojin felt nervous, only to be met with the actor's calm assurance that there was little difference between Korea and Japan. A chibi president playfully observed Kang Woojin's indifference, unaware that his chibi counterpart was inwardly wrestling with an intense, mind-control battle. As Kang Woojin walked toward the stage, conjuring a dramatic vision of an auditionee with a zombie-like visage, the audience's low murmurs rippled with anticipation. "I'll put the mic on you," an unseen crew member stated as the president gestured, pointing out Karamatsu Soyo, the national MC of Japan, to Kang Woojin. A staff member then asked if Kang Woojin had heard of Karamatsu Soyo, emphasizing the MC's significant stature. Kang Woojin confirmed his familiarity, but his thoughts drifted to the murmuring audience, wondering if they were all Japanese. The staff member then reiterated that the recording would commence with an audience Q&A, assuring Kang Woojin that since it was pre-recorded, he didn't need to be too nervous and could ascend the stage whenever ready. And so, the recording began. Kang Woojin and Karamatsu Soyo exchanged greetings before jumping straight into the Q&A session. "Alright, shall we liven things up a bit now?" the host declared, announcing the start of the audience Q&A and a slight confusion from Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin mused about the presence of two interpreters, speculating one might be for someone not fluent in Korean, but the second left him wondering as a male auditionee looked up intently. The male auditionee communicated through clear, deliberate hand gestures, revealing that he was using sign language. A dawning realization struck Kang Woojin: the two interpreters were for someone who communicated with sign language, and a distant memory stirred that he himself knew Korean Sign Language. The president lamented the rarity of those who knew Japanese Sign Language, unaware that as he spoke, Kang Woojin, lost in thought, instinctively began to make a subtle gesture with his hand. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers as Kang Woojin's actions caught everyone by surprise. "Japanese Sign Language," a female judge exclaimed, her voice laced with intrigue amidst the murmuring crowd, utterly bewildered by what was unfolding before her. A chibi male auditionee, with an air of genuine curiosity, inquired how Kang Woojin knew Japanese Sign Language, catching the actor off guard and making him internally question his own knowledge. A wave of internal panic seized Kang Woojin, his mind reeling as he stammered, questioning why he knew Japanese Sign Language, despite not consciously recalling how or when he learned it. He tried to calm himself, a tense focus in his eyes as he made deliberate gestures, attempting to confirm if he was truly performing Japanese Sign Language correctly. "You're better at it than my sign language teacher," the male auditionee exclaimed with joyous gestures, cementing Kang Woojin's astonishing realization that he truly possessed the ability. As a staff member urgently rushed forward, calling Kang Woojin's name, the director's voice boomed, demanding a momentary halt to the recording. The astonished staff member questioned Kang Woojin about his unexpected proficiency, to which Kang Woojin hesitantly admitted he knew Japanese Sign Language and Korean Sign Language too. The staff member, impressed, listed Kang Woojin's linguistic prowess, noting he knew 4 languages, a calculation Kang Woojin updated to include English. Enthusiastically, the staff member proposed featuring both Korean and Japanese Sign Language on the broadcast, confident in its appeal, and Kang Woojin readily agreed. "Staging?" Kang Woojin repeated, confusion clouding his features as the staff member suggested restaging the scene for a cooler effect. The staff member asked for Kang Woojin's thoughts, explaining he couldn't see well from his position, to which Kang Woojin simply replied, "Yes." As Kang Woojin approached the male auditionee, suggesting they converse closer, the boy's surprise rippled through the stage. The staff member relayed the male auditionee's acceptance of the new arrangement, prompting a knowing dash from the president. The staff member praised Kang Woojin's outstanding move, affirming his intention to step down and personally answer questions as soon as they appeared. During a moment of rest, Kang Woojin slumped, reflecting that pre-recording, while less nerve-wracking, proved just as tough in its own way. Thinking back, it was peculiar, a new language, simply sign language, had been detected without further context, an inexplicable ability swirling around his very essence. He realized that if he merely thought of Korean, Japanese, or English, his body would autonomously perform the corresponding sign language. Yet, if he considered French, his hands remained still, a stark reminder that the ability only extended to languages he genuinely knew. With a knowing smirk, Kang Woojin concluded that sign language was akin to a passive skill, acquirable for any country once he mastered its primary language, thus explaining the system's universal term, the sign language. A chibi Kang Woojin beamed, delightedly realizing that mastering a language now came with a bonus sign language, acknowledging the potential future help of his 6 newfound linguistic skills. The president's abrupt entry startled both himself and a surprised Kang Woojin, who was seated in the pristine room. "You punk," the president began, his gaze sharp with suspicion, "answer me honestly. You're not human, are you?" which left Kang Woojin utterly bewildered. The president sighed with a resigned amusement, acknowledging the perpetual surprises accompanying Kang Woojin and declaring his decision to simply accept these inexplicable occurrences. He explained that Kang Woojin's unique past defined him, and he had instructed his entire team, including Yijong and Suwon, to embrace these unusual circumstances without question. Kang Woojin offered his gratitude, and the president, with a decisive tone, announced the imminent start of the second recording session. The president then revealed that the young boy Kang Woojin had communicated with was a huge fan, expressing his surprise at the boy's immense excitement, even noting he seemed on the verge of tears. "Come to think of it," Kang Woojin mused, realizing the rarity of communicating in sign language, even with admired actors, and acknowledging the profound isolation it entailed. The president, with genuine empathy, observed that unintentional isolation was far tougher than most believed, a sentiment that resonated deeply with Kang Woojin, who had experienced his own forms of misunderstanding. That day, marked by an unexpected connection, would undoubtedly remain the most memorable of the boy's life. The president sought guidance from the chairman regarding the study's cleaning, only for the chairman to dismiss him, suggesting he move on to another task. "Shingo," the chairman uttered in surprise, as his grandson enthusiastically burst into the study, proclaiming his presence. A chibi Shingo, radiating pure joy, excitedly exclaimed to his grandpa that something incredible had happened, reminding him about his audience seat at the talk show. The chairman stared, astonished to see his grandson smiling, a boy who once had a lifeless face, as Shingo effusively reported that the Korean actor, Kang Woojin, was remarkably skilled in Japanese Sign Language. A Korean actor knowing Japanese Sign Language struck the chairman as profoundly unusual, recognizing the immense difficulty of learning it without a compelling, personal reason. A sudden, empathetic understanding dawned on the chairman, his eyes widening as he realized the actor must share similar circumstances to his own, otherwise, there was no logical reason to learn sign language. The narrative unveiled a tragic truth: Shingo, his young grandson, was the sole survivor of a horrific car accident that had claimed the lives of his entire family. The aftermath of that devastating accident had left Shingo deaf and unable to speak, compelling his grandfather to immerse himself in sign language and the deaf community for his sake. Despite endless efforts and considerable expense, Shingo only seemed to recede further into himself, a deep sorrow clinging to him. However, things were about to change. The sight of Shingo's sudden, radiant smile felt like an impossible miracle, reigniting a profound sense of hope within his grandfather. "Did he say Kang Woojin?" the chairman whispered, his voice thick with overwhelming gratitude, feeling the sting of tears. Chairman Yoshimura Hideyuki of the conglomerate Yasuda Group allowed the audience members to remain, a quiet satisfaction settling within him as he considered the impact of the day. An important meeting was about to commence at the Toega Film Company, as director Shin Dong-chun announced a packed agenda for the day. The director detailed the project's complex schedule, including free time, filming, and promotions, with more issues looming on the horizon. One executive, director Taniguchi Kyotaro, congratulated Kang Woojin on the success of A Guy Friend and his YouTube channel, though Kang Woojin sensed an underlying unease. Kang Woojin, perceptive to the subtle shifts, openly questioned the prevailing dark mood in the room. With a heavy sigh, director Taniguchi revealed a major problem with the script reading, which had already been delayed from its original October schedule. Kang Woojin's breath hitched as he learned the script reading would be pushed back by half a year, into early next year. Director Taniguchi grimly disclosed that the project stood to lose half its total investments, intensifying Kang Woojin's dawning suspicion. Kang Woojin's question, edged with quiet concern, caused director Taniguchi to subtly flinch, betraying a hidden truth. Director Taniguchi dismissed the notion with a smirk, asserting the blame lay with narrow-minded individuals resistant to progress. A profound silence settled over the table, leaving the men to ponder Director Taniguchi's words in a moment of shared confusion. Director Shin Dong-chun leaned in, his hushed query prompting a hesitant, uncertain response from Kang Woojin. Director Shin Dong-chun voiced his long-held suspicion: Kang Woojin's rising popularity was now attracting a significant surge of negative attention and hate comments. Within Kang Woojin's vivid inner vision, Director Shin Dong-chun speculated that wary investors recoiled from his escalating power or the controversial notion of a Korean actor dominating such a prominent spotlight. The very fabric of the project seemed to splinter, threatened by the chaos that would erupt if its investment problems were exposed to the ravenous public. Director Shin Dong-chun expressed his deep frustration over the wasted promotional efforts, finding the investors' sudden, easy withdrawal suspiciously illogical. Director Taniguchi admitted that fans of the original work had been fiercely opposed to the project from the start, a resistance he had overridden to compel the worried investors forward. But with Kang Woojin's involvement, Director Taniguchi explained, investors became terrified of a widespread backlash, deeming them spineless for their immediate withdrawal. Kang Woojin and director Shin Dong-chun quietly contemplated the dire situation, the unspoken weight of their thoughts pressing down. In the digital labyrinth of his mind, Kang Woojin cried out in frustration as the cold, hard outcome of events solidified around him. The seventh scenario, titled The Bizarre Sacrifice of a Stranger, sat before him with a disappointing C grade, leaving Kang Woojin with a sense of regret for its mere averageness. He bitterly acknowledged the entertainment world's inherent difficulties, wondering if a new investor could truly salvage the scenario's grade before he forcefully exited the mental space. Director Shin Dong-chun's urgent words jolted Kang Woojin back to reality, confirming their only remaining option was a difficult period of waiting. Director Shin Dong-chun then signaled their departure, prompting Kang Woojin and Director Taniguchi to prepare for the trip to the airport with a silent, heavy nod. Director Taniguchi bid farewell to Director Shin Dong-chun, who, with a slight bow, promised to return with better news next time. Director Shin Dong-chun reassured Kang Woojin that the project, bolstered by his name's influence, would likely not be cancelled, leaving them with no choice but to wait. With a rustle of papers, Director Shin Dong-chun grimly explained that Kang Woojin would scarcely have time to worry about this project once he returned to Korea. Director Shin Dong-chun unleashed a torrent of upcoming obligations, overwhelming a chibi Kang Woojin, who felt the sheer weight of a schedule that stretched endlessly before him. The chibi Kang Woojin dramatically cried out in despair, wishing for oblivion rather than facing the monumental tasks ahead. Upon his return to Korea after meeting with Director Shin Dong-chun, Kang Woojin plunged immediately into a relentless schedule, leaving him no time to even breathe. His intense schedule began with the blind screening for the film Drug Dealer, a moment heavy with anticipation. Next came a blur of commercial shoots, followed by the rigorous work of stockpiling videos for his popular, Kang Woojin's alter ego, channel. Amidst the celebratory promotions for A Guy Friend, an entire week vanished in a blink, as if stolen by the whirlwind of his commitments. Meanwhile, the minor whispers in the Japanese media about the BSS project's risky challenges and investor withdrawal had rapidly ignited into a raging fire. The overwhelmed chibi Kang Woojin groaned in a primal cry of extreme stress. Drained and weary, the chibi Kang Woojin let out a massive yawn, his mind struggling to recall if today was the long-awaited script reading for The Love That Freezes to Death. Suddenly, Director Shin Dong-chun's urgent shout sliced through the air, startling Kang Woojin with news of immediate trouble. Director Shin Dong-chun confirmed the terrible news, that BSS investor withdrawal had exploded into headlines, creating utter chaos. Kang Woojin irritatingly recalled a previous assurance that this news wouldn't leak, but Director Shin Dong-chun advised a wary wait-and-see approach. Still, his thoughts drifted to the filming schedule, a script clutched in his hands as he considered the unfolding crisis. In the anxious confines of his mental interface, Kang Woojin worried the project's grade would plummet further, rendering it irrevocably helpless. A sudden, inexplicable change caused Kang Woojin to gasp in utter surprise. Then, an impossible shift occurred. Kang Woojin's jaw dropped, the seventh scenario had inexplicably transformed from a C to a shimmering S+ grade. Stuttering in sheer disbelief, Kang Woojin furiously questioned if the miraculous S+ grade was a bizarre error or truly real. The chibi Kang Woojin, deeply frustrated by the profound silence, bitingly demanded an answer. With a resigned sigh, Kang Woojin decided to exit the mental interface, trusting that the unknown circumstances would eventually reveal themselves. Director Shin Dong-chun suggested revisiting the situation tomorrow, but a sudden phone buzz interrupted Kang Woojin's thoughts. Kang Woojin answered, his voice laced with surprise at the unexpected call from Director Taniguchi Kyotaro. Kang Woojin cut off Director Taniguchi, acknowledging he was already aware of the grim news regarding the investors making headlines in Japan. Director Taniguchi confirmed the grave situation, lamenting that the investors had broken their promise of discretion. The sensational article, Director Taniguchi explained, now threatened the remaining investments, potentially delaying the project until mid-next year. Concerned for Kang Woojin's reputation, Director Taniguchi offered him a difficult out, allowing him to withdraw from the project without pressure. Before Director Taniguchi could finish, Kang Woojin cut him off with a resolute, unwavering declaration, he was fine. Kang Woojin firmly declared his intention to wait, affirming his unwavering commitment to the BSS project. Director Taniguchi's voice choked with raw emotion as he offered a heartfelt thank you, moved by Kang Woojin's selflessness. Regaining his composure, Director Taniguchi ended the call, promising to reconnect later as he had other urgent matters to attend to. A subtle, touched smile graced Director Taniguchi's lips as he found profound strength in the unwavering resolve of such a great actor. Director Taniguchi's phone buzzed with an incoming call from an unknown number, prompting a confused chibi version of himself to wonder who dared to interrupt. Director Taniguchi formally identified himself, met by the caller's polite and measured response. The caller's sudden query about the dire state of the BSS movie made Director Taniguchi flinch in startled surprise. Before Director Taniguchi could accuse the caller of being from the media, he was abruptly cut off by an astonishing offer: the unknown speaker would cover all lost investments. Director Taniguchi's eyes widened in utter disbelief as the mysterious caller casually offered to throw in even more funding. But an enigmatic condition arose: the Korean rookie actor, Kang Woojin, must remain on the project, while the fate of all others was irrelevant. Director Taniguchi, reeling from the offer, pressed for the caller's identity and their connection to Kang Woojin, as a curious chibi Kang Woojin observed the unfolding mystery. The caller cryptically replied, identifying himself only as someone profoundly familiar with Kang Woojin's suffering. Then, with a resonant finality, the voice revealed his powerful affiliation: he was from the formidable Kasihi group. The narrative paused, with the promise of more content and faster updates available from the archives. An unseen voice probed the dire situation of BSS in Japan, its urgency hanging over the serene city. The man in the suit confessed that the BSS project's situation was not just worsening, but its reputation had suffered significantly. Despite the challenges, the man in the suit offered a small comfort, mentioning that Kang Woojin's appearance on Teo Talks How had garnered over 20% viewer ratings, to which Woojin simply uttered an acknowledging "oh." He noted that public opinion in Japan was slowly shifting, but pressed Kang Woojin on whether he wished to withdraw from the still crisis-ridden project. Kang Woojin's resolute "no, I'll wait" was met with suspicion, as the man in the suit probed for his true, underlying reason beyond mere courtesy or loyalty. Kang Woojin's inner conviction whispered of a profound S+ upgrade to BSS, fueling his simple declaration: "I just want to do it." The man in the suit, musing if this was another one of Woojin's crazy intuitions, accepted his decision, regretfully informing him he couldn't accompany him to the reading due to the ongoing situation. Teasing, the man in the suit suggested Kang Woojin would be fine alone, entirely unaware that internally, Woojin's stomach churned with nausea at the thought of facing strangers. With a hesitant "but," Kang Woojin acquiesced, while the man in the suit gently reminded him that everyone would undoubtedly be talking about him. As Kang Woojin firmly grasped the doorknob, he dismissed the idea of people talking about him, a sentiment the man in the suit knew was perfectly consistent with his nature. The door slowly opened with a faint creak, and an unseen voice bid farewell, revealing a room filled with expectant faces. He stepped forward, his gaze meeting theirs, and with a simple "hello," introduced himself as Kang Woojin. As Kang Woojin entered the brightly lit room, a profound silence enveloped the attendees, their eyes following his every move. The murmurs began, two women whispering how Kang Woojin, despite the BSS project's chaos, appeared cynically calm, wondering if nothing truly bothered him. As whispers continued about how he was different from other rookies, Kang Woojin's internal world was a riot of panic, his chibi self screaming about the obvious reality of their gossip. Whispers rippled through the room as shadowy figures identified him, simply stating, "He's that Kang Woojin." Young Jang-hwan, the top actor playing Song Tae-young, observed Kang Woojin, musing that he hardly seemed a rookie, yet wondered what captivating quality drew all eyes to him. Lee Wool-seon, the esteemed writer, approached and offered a warm "hello," which Young Jang-hwan promptly acknowledged. Lee Wool-seon exchanged polite bows and greetings with a man, as others in the room looked on. Lee Wool-seon greeted Kang Woojin and introduced him to the sign language expert, whose role was to meticulously check his performance for errors and provide feedback. Kang Woojin, bowing politely, felt a pang of nervousness facing the expert, yet inwardly, he confidently leaned on the power of his subspace. Lee Wool-seon, with a sweeping gesture, instructed everyone to take their seats, signaling the imminent start of the reading. Lee Wool-seon leaned in, whispering to the expert for her first impression of Kang Woojin, to which the expert replied that it was still difficult to say. The sign language expert expressed her concern that while sign language thrived on emotion, Kang Woojin maintained a disconcerting poker face, seemingly devoid of expression. Lee Wool-seon questioned if his facial expressions were inherently flawed, prompting the expert to voice her deep concern about the potential consequences if this continued. This lack of expression would undeniably become a major problem. With introductions complete and the soft rustle of scripts, the reading began without delay. The drama, The Love That Freezes to Death, opened with Scene 1, revealing its protagonist, Song Tae-young, a kidult suffering from severe mysophobia, jolting awake. Young Jang-hwan, looking askance, silently heard the narration continue, detailing Song Tae-young's isolated life and hinting at the pivotal first person who would initiate a shift in his world. Scene 3 introduced the mysterious man next door, played by Kang Woojin, a figure Song Tae-young immediately disliked. Young Jang-hwan abruptly challenged Kang Woojin with a pointed "Hey, do you have something to say to me?" as the narration highlighted the mysterious man next door role's deceptive difficulty, demanding profound acting despite minimal screen time. Young Jang-hwan worried that if Kang Woojin's sign language was vague, the character would be hated, questioning how this rookie could possibly portray such a difficult role. And then Young Jang-won fiercely demanded, "Why do you keep looking at me? Either say something or walk away," wondering what kind of unexpected performance Kang Woojin would deliver. Murmurs spread, noting Young Jang-won's ad-lib as a prepared move to intensify the tension, a tactic he often employed when analyzing characters. Lee Woo-seon observed, mentally speculating on Kang Woojin's reaction, anticipating a light and casual response to the challenge. Kang Woojin's internal world erupted in a panicked, chibi-fueled frenzy, demanding to know why no one was stopping the scene, a desperate urge to act rising, only to be harshly dismissed. Then, a sudden jolt of realization halted Kang Woojin's thoughts. As the mute character, he had no lines, and thus, no need to speak aloud. Though he couldn't quite define it, a profound intuition settled over Kang Woojin, a quiet certainty that, somehow, everything would work out. His hand clenched, Kang Woojin affirmed his resolve, declaring this his first true act, driven not by the subspace's power, but by his own authentic self. Covering his mouth with a fist, Kang Woojin plotted an ad-lib that would leave Song Tae-young utterly speechless, oblivious to the mysterious man's true identity. As murmurs filled the air, someone questioned the meaning of what appeared to be sign language, leaving Kang Woojin briefly hesitant to respond. Lee Woo-seon clarified that bringing one's fist to the nose meant, "I like it," prompting the expert to connect it to Kang Woojin's subtle smile, realizing the deeper implication. Bathed in a soft, internal glow, Kang Woojin completed the gesture, his unspoken message resonating, "I like you." Awed murmurs spread through the room, everyone wondering how much he'd practiced, acknowledging he wasn't called a monstrous rookie without reason. Young Jang-won, visibly distressed, cursed his own worries, then frantically realized he'd forgotten his next line in the face of such unexpected competition. Amidst the murmuring, Lee Woo-seon observed the palpable shift in atmosphere, recalling writer Park Yun-mi's prediction of profound changes if Kang Woojin joined the reading. The narration noted the complete shift in all the actors' demeanors, suggesting a collective reluctance to be compared to a minor role now infused with such intensity. Lee Woo-seon lauded Kang Woojin's undeniable presence, a true mark of a top actor, then turned to the sign language expert, asking for her professional opinion on his performance. The expert, initially worried, now found nothing to criticize, praising Kang Woojin's smooth body movements and dynamic expressions, admitting he might even surpass her own skill. Lee Woo-seon mused on Kang Woojin's expert-praised sign language, realizing he possessed an innate, extreme quality that consistently captivated directors and writers alike. Like a chameleon shifting through 1,000 masks, Kang Woojin was truly an actor capable of adapting to any project, a man of endless faces. Lee Woo-seon quickly interjected, explaining that she typically observed early readings out of curiosity for actor interpretations and was generally open to ad-libs. As Young Jang-won flinched and a slight tapping sound broke the tension, Lee Woo-seon acknowledged his ad-lib wasn't bad, stating she understood his curiosity. Her words shimmered with an accusatory edge, as Lee Woo-seon questioned if the ad-lib truly fit Song Tae-young, suggesting it felt more like a direct test from Young Jang-won himself. Kang Woojin blinked in confusion, the sudden shift in atmosphere making it feel as though someone was being scolded, just after he'd been basking in the satisfaction of his growth. Young Jang-won apologized for going overboard, prompting Lee Woo-seon to calmly question why such an experienced actor was treading so cautiously. Addressing everyone, Lee Woo-seon acknowledged their curiosity about Kang Woojin, but advised them to channel it into determination, warning against allowing it to fester into jealousy or begrudgment. Realizing Lee Woo-seon's words were a veiled caution against jealousy, Young Jang-won bowed his head, apologizing to Kang Woojin for letting his curiosity get out of hand. Kang Woojin's chibi self breathed a sigh of relief, admitting his brain would have frozen with more ad-libs, but outwardly claimed it was fun, leaving a surprised Young Jang-won marveling at his composure. Lee Woo-seon then addressed Kang Woojin, expressing her desire to incorporate his recent ad-lib, believing it perfectly highlighted the distinction between Song Tae-young and the mysterious man next door. Kang Woojin pondered if she intended to add his ad-lib to the official script, then simply stated, "I don't mind." With a confident smile, Lee Woo-seon announced her intention to quickly modify the script to incorporate his ad-lib, eagerly anticipating the result. Even as Kang Woojin stirred up an unexpected storm at the script reading for The Love That Freezes to Death, a different kind of quiet tension held several men captive in a formal meeting room. Whispers of a mysterious figure connected to BSS began to surface in Japan, rapidly escalating into industry-wide rumors that the powerful Kasahi Group, a name synonymous with quiet dominance, was now setting its sights on the struggling company. Following the Kasahi Group's abrupt emergence, BSS swiftly released an official statement, proclaiming that their investment matters were decisively settled and they were fully committed to production, a pronouncement that felt eerily prearranged to observers. With no prior contact between the two entities, many initially dismissed the news as mere rumor, yet the sheer persistence and weight of the claims gradually convinced more and more people it was true. Public discourse swirled with skepticism, questioning the logic of a sole major investor stepping in when all others had fled, yet the official statement prompted a reconsideration, with many speculating about BSS's potential, especially with Kang Woojin's Hallyu influence. Amidst the relentless speculation, the Kasahi Group, known for its absence from the cultural industry, finally released an official statement, confirming their unprecedented involvement with BSS and validating every rumor. The story now shifted to the formidable KBC Drama Production Center, a hub of ambition and creative energy. A flurry of activity filled the set as crew members confirmed the completion of set inspections and lighting checks, urging everyone to hasten as shooting was about to begin. A staff member politely guided the writer to her seat, who paused to take in the bustling energy of the set. The staff member wondered about the unusually large number of actors on standby, musing that their presence was likely due to the natural curiosity surrounding the first shoot. He speculated further that their keen interest stemmed from the revised scene now incorporating ad-libs, but mostly, everyone yearned to witness Kang Woojin's live performance too. The writer, a woman with curly brown hair, offered a polite bow, and the staff member warmly welcomed her, thanking her for making the effort to attend the inaugural shoot. The writer assured them she was eager to be there, but as she glanced at another woman, a question seemed to form on the other woman's lips. The woman in the suit noted Kang Woojin's unexpected calmness, to which director Kim Do-hee casually affirmed that such composure was simply his nature. Director Kim Do-hee believed Kang Woojin was simply immersing himself in the challenging role, yet his true, rather mundane focus was on a pressing biological need. A voice pierced the air, signaling the imminent start of shooting and directing everyone to their positions, a call that was met with focused anticipation. As the first take was prepared, the PD suggested approaching it as a casual read-through, to which Kang Woojin readily agreed. Kang Woojin playfully promised he wouldn't ad-lib today, yet the PD, amused, responded that he wouldn't mind if he did, all while a hidden thought envied the man's impressive height. With a decisive click, the PD issued a final, sharp command for both actors to get ready, signaling the intense focus now required. Kang Woojin closed his eyes, a serene calm washing over him, and with a soft exhale, he fully embraced the character he was about to become. Within him, the enigmatic, mysterious man next door, long dormant, began to stir, ready to awaken and emerge. And with a profound, almost magical pull, Kang Woojin brought that persona forth, manifesting it into being. A silent moment of contemplation settled over Kang Woojin as he stood, lost in thought. In this deep, introspective space, the entire world seemed to hold its breath, hushed into a profound quiet. His hand paused, resting almost imperceptibly on the doorframe. He rubbed his eye as he peeked from behind his door, observing the composed figure of the mysterious man next door. Kang Woojin noted the mysterious man next door departing at his usual time, a steadfast routine that spoke of an almost admirable diligence. A spark of curiosity ignited within Kang Woojin as he realized the man was trying to communicate, and a profound desire to reciprocate that conversation welled up. Yet, a wave of apprehension washed over him, questioning if he truly could bridge the gap, fearing he might only scare the man away and never truly connect. A sigh of frustration escaped Kang Woojin as the man walked swiftly away, the moment to connect slipping through his fingers. A sudden thought struck Kang Woojin, and he instinctively started to speak, a desperate wait on his lips. A soft, quick movement accompanied his silent reaction. Kang Woojin watched the man walk away, an unspoken connection lingering between them, a shared essence the narration distilled simply as, like you. A collective murmur of awe rippled through the onlookers as Kang Woojin passed, marveling at his intense gaze and declaring such a masterful performance far beyond the reach of a mere rookie. The writer, both thrilled and humorously exasperated, declared that the script had literally sprung to life through the performance, acknowledging her standards were now impossibly high and perhaps she should never have witnessed such brilliance. A voice boomed, cut, praising the excellent take and announcing a 10-minute break before resuming. The other men continued to marvel at Kang Woojin's undeniable impact, admitting his performance was captivating and explaining that such immense talent naturally drew the attention of industry giants from both Korea and Japan. A sudden thought made Kang Woojin flinch as he remembered hearing about a Japanese chaebol involved in the BSS news, prompting him to wonder if it was the Kasahi Group. It struck Kang Woojin as peculiar that the Kasahi Group, known for avoiding entertainment, would suddenly get involved, a detail Song Jian had already shared, making him deeply question why a chaebol of that magnitude would suddenly appear. He wondered if director Kyo held some hidden connection, but either way, he felt a sense of relief that the investment issue was resolved, until his phone buzzed, pulling him into curious alertness. With a swift swipe, Kang Woojin answered, surprised to recognize the caller as Director Kyo, and responded with immediate respect. Director Kyo then confirmed that all problems had been resolved, wishing to personally relay the good news, which brought relief to Kang Woojin, though a lingering question remained. Kang Woojin paused, debating internally if his curiosity about the Kasahi Group warranted probing internal matters, ultimately deciding that if the issues were resolved, it was enough, and dismissed his own question as nothing. Director Kyo then thanked him for his consideration, which left Kang Woojin utterly bewildered, wondering why such gratitude had erupted so suddenly. Director Kyo explained that because of him, they had managed to scale up production, listing Kang Woojin's exceptional qualities, his fluent Japanese, overflowing confidence, bold drive, insane acting talent, and commanding presence. His influence extended even to stabilizing situations on the brink of collapse, and now it was clear, Mr. Woojin, in all his regal might, was connected to Chairman Hideki. Director Kyo mused on how far Kang Woojin had gone for BSS, concluding the lengthy call by promising to relay BSS's confirmed schedule through his agency. They would meet again at the script reading, Director Kyo stated, and Kang Woojin simply assented. He let out a choked gasp of confusion, still unable to comprehend why any of this success was attributed to him. Kang Woojin overheard students whispering about an article and the rumor of a chaebol resolving BSS's investment issues, leading him to conclude that the seemingly baseless speculation was, in fact, true. But then, a new whisper reached his ears, that Mr. Woojin is the son of a chaebol, triggering a stunned, disbelieving, "What?" from him. As the whispers intensified, with more people agreeing that the timing suggested a real connection, Kang Woojin felt a sweat drop trickle down his temple, overwhelmed by the inexplicable situation. Internally, Kang Woojin resolved to overcome this familiar misunderstanding, a determined thought that flashed through his mind, even as director Shin Dong-chun nervously stammered an address to an unseen director. An unseen voice observed the inherent difficulty of finding an actor already proficient in sign language, especially for a role with only a dozen such cuts. He elaborated that while many actors learned foreign languages, few bothered with sign language, a point director Shin Dong-chun absorbed with a thoughtful hum. He then emphatically reminded them of the film's significance as their 100th production and its International Film Festival aspirations, stressing that acting quality must be the absolute top priority. Under the immense, almost growling pressure of the intense, silhouetted figure, director Shin Dong-chun flusteredly promised he would do his best to find a suitable actor. The silhouetted man, holding up a phone with a knowing gesture, countered by asking if he hadn't already found someone, leaving director Shin Dong-chun utterly bewildered. Clearing his throat, the man then presented undeniable evidence. Kang Woojin, the very actor who had recently made headlines for his Japanese sign language on the Teo Talks How, was right there, prompting the question of his exclusion. Director Shin Dong-chun hesitantly justified his stance by citing Kang Woojin's rookie status and lack of experience, to which the silhouetted man calmly conceded the importance of experience. With a surprising intensity, the man then challenged the reasoning, questioning why acclaimed directors like Kwon or Kyotaro would still cast Kang Woojin, asserting that despite his inexperience, there had to be something profoundly special about him to warrant such choices. Director Shin Dong-chun quickly apologized for his oversight, and the silhouetted man, maintaining his composed demeanor, simply encouraged him to keep an open mind. Director Shin Dong-chun then proposed contacting Kang Woojin's representatives, and the man nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly before adding another instruction. With a decisive thump, the man, now revealed as On Gabak, a living legend in the Korean film industry, commanded that every single work Kang Woojin had ever appeared in be brought to him immediately. This tale, titled I Was Mistaken as a Monstrous Genius, was presented by HiveTune.com. An unseen voice acknowledged Kang Woojin's tireless efforts. Ryu Youngmin announced the completion of filming for The Love That Freezes to Death, and Kang Woojin let out a deep sigh of relief. Then, Ryu Youngmin slid a script into Kang Woojin's hand, leaving him with a quizzical expression. Ryu Youngmin clarified that PD Song had asked Kang Woojin to review the script, a request he silently acknowledged. As Kang Woojin scanned the praised chef script, he noted the protagonist was a chef, and a flicker of an idea began to form. Kang Woojin pondered if he could truly acquire chef abilities from the script, a subtle shift in his focus as the possibility dawned on him. A flash of insight struck him, realizing such skills would be immensely useful for the Our Table show. Inside the mysterious subspace, Kang Woojin discovered an unfamiliar element. The script, titled The Praised Chef, registered as a mere C grade within his subspace, prompting a dismissive thought that it was simply average. He shook his head lightly, correcting his hasty judgment. C grade wasn't bad, his own standards had simply ascended. Impatiently, Kang Woojin tapped the ethereal interface, willing the subspace ability to manifest a list of possible roles, including Jang Hyunjae. A resounding snap echoed as new abilities, chef technique, among them, surged through him, eliciting an ecstatic cry from Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin pondered the exact nature of this newfound chef technique. Then, a startled gasp escaped Kang Woojin as the subspace revealed yet another ability, chef recipe, doubling his unexpected gains. A jolt of realization ran through him. The subspace had never bestowed two abilities at once, and the timing of this unprecedented event felt eerily significant. A profound question emerged in his mind: was the very subspace itself undergoing an evolution? With growing confidence, Kang Woojin began to realize that the more effectively he utilized the subspace, the greater his potential rewards. In a vivid internal vision, he saw himself gratefully accepting praise from a director, leading him to wonder if such success correlated with an increase in his unique abilities. He clenched his fist, accepting that the subspace defied full comprehension, and decided to simply operate within its enigmatic parameters. Surrounded by swirling energy, Kang Woojin resolved to work tirelessly to maintain his commercial relevance and finally return to the tangible world. His gaze sharpened with a sudden intensity, reflecting a renewed focus. A wave of confusion washed over Kang Woojin as he perceived an unexpected presence in the dim, abstract space. He blinked in surprise, recognizing a translucent, ghost-like reflection that seemed to be a mirror image of himself. He mused if the dual abilities had manifested a duplicate self, finding the existence of another him both fascinating and profound. A swelling sensation enveloped him, followed by a gasp of awe as countless dishes began to materialize around him and his reflection. A strange, palpable sensation of crunching filled his mouth as he realized he could taste the ethereal dishes, causing a wave of discomfort to ripple through him. As he glanced at his reflection, Kang Woojin realized he was experiencing the chef recipe firsthand, literally internalizing the dishes before him. A series of sharp flashes accompanied his profound shock, confirming an undeniable and significant realization. A powerful surge of energy burst forth, revealing the true nature of the chef technique itself. Back in reality, Ryu Youngmin flinched slightly as he asked Kang Woojin for his opinion on the script. With a chibi shrug, Kang Woojin confessed his lack of interest in the script, prompting Ryu Youngmin to playfully threaten to relay his indifference to a surely disappointed PD song. Ryu Youngmin outlined an aggressive promotion strategy for Kang Woojin's upcoming releases, A Guy Friend, and Drug Dealer, catching Kang Woojin off guard with the news. Ryu Youngmin hummed thoughtfully, suggesting that with Kang Woojin's channel now boasting 5 million subscribers, it was time to diversify content beyond just vocals, sparking Kang Woojin's curiosity. Ryu Youngmin casually proposed cooking-related content, a suggestion that visibly shocked Kang Woojin, whose newly acquired culinary powers made the timing unnervingly perfect. Internally, Ryu Youngmin wondered about the suddenness of the cooking idea, but outwardly encouraged it, asking Kang Woojin for his specific vision. Kang Woojin suggested creating quick, simple recipes, prompting Ryu Youngmin to consider mukbang as a potential format. A comical sizzle and puff underscored Kang Woojin's confession that he lacked the aesthetic grace for delicious-looking eating, a sentiment Ryu Youngmin ruefully agreed with. Ryu Youngmin suggested having guests handle the eating portion, but candidly warned that without substantial cooking skills, the content wouldn't be sustainable long-term. When Ryu Youngmin proposed a preliminary test, Kang Woojin decisively agreed to host it immediately at his house, secretly eager to gauge his new abilities. Ryu Youngmin agreed with a polite laugh, privately convinced that Kang Woojin's cooking would be nothing more than average home-style fare. Ryu Youngmin erupted in shock and delight, declaring the food hundreds of times better than his mother's, demanding to know its secret ingredients. As Ryu Youngmin gulped down the meal in hurried excitement, Kang Woojin felt a wave of relief and newfound confidence, realizing the complex techniques and recipes had materialized instantly in his mind during cooking. Still in chibi form, Ryu Youngmin stared in amazement at Kang Woojin, who subtly turned away and humbly credited his parents for his culinary prowess. Excited by Kang Woojin's unexpected talent, Ryu Youngmin proposed a dynamic show concept where he would cook requested dishes for invited guests. Kang Woojin, finding the idea both fun and feasible, readily agreed, prompting Ryu Youngmin to promise further details. Ryu Youngmin continued to eat happily, a satisfied hum buzzing around him as he still processed the sheer deliciousness of Kang Woojin's cooking. Kang Woojin answered a call from PD Yoon, who immediately informed him that the schedule for Our Table had been finalized. The detailed plans for Our Table unfolded rapidly, a November trip to America, incorporating Korean culture, and a trial one-day restaurant in Korea for the entire cast, leaving Kang Woojin stunned. Director Yoon Byung-san explained they had already secured the restaurant location, planning a single day for filming before immediately launching into operation after the cast's cooking practice. Kang Woojin, in chibi form, silently nodded in reassurance, confident his newfound recipes and techniques would handle the Spartan production schedule, even as President Choi's overseas filming plans for The Island of the Missing were revealed. Director Yoon Byung-san detailed early preparations for the overseas trip, guest applications for the one-day operation, and the 5-item menu featuring basic Korean staples like kimbap, sundae, or tteokbokki. Kang Woojin silently absorbed the news that for the practice filming, each role would have a mentor, with the prominent chef Lee Yong-woo overseeing the cooking. In chibi form, Kang Woojin recognized Chef Lee Yong-woo as a familiar entertainment personality he had often seen on YouTube. The ticking of a clock reinforced the upcoming deadlines as Kang Woojin learned Chef Lee Yong-woo would provide recipes, though he was welcome to add his own creations, which the staff would evaluate during practice. A worried Kang Woojin asked about potential negative feedback, only to be informed that any unpopular dishes would naturally be excluded from the American market. The show's guidelines emphasized using established chef recipes for delicious reviews, but highlighted the greater challenge and potential reward of original, commercializable creations from the cast. Kang Woojin learned the cast would be divided into kitchen, hall, counter, and promotion sections, each with dedicated training and responsibilities. Director Yoon Byung-san began to ask for Kang Woojin's thoughts, all the while internally assuring himself of his own considerable cooking prowess. Director Yoon Byung-san, unable to envision Kang Woojin as a cook, silently concluded that he probably only prepared meals for himself. A cunning glint appeared in director Yoon Byung-san's eye as he realized Kang Woojin's unlikely cooking might just create a compelling, broadcast-worthy image. A decisive sense of resolve hardened the decision. Kang Woojin would lead the cooking segment, precisely because his unexpected culinary skills promised to attract significant attention. As Kang Woojin offered sincere thanks, Ryu Youngmin returned a sly grin, suggesting a shared understanding of their subtle machinations. Ryu Youngmin, speaking on the phone, internally relished the certain shock awaiting the Our Table team, eagerly anticipating the filming day. Director Yoon Byung-san, partially shrouded in shadow, voiced his anticipation for Kang Woojin's cooking, a statement laden with unspoken intent. With a maniacal cackle, director Yoon Byung-san revealed his true, malevolent hope, to witness Kang Woojin's spectacular failure. The serene beauty of the traditional Korean setting hinted at the hidden potential within its welcoming walls, a stage for the day's unfolding drama. Urgent commands echoed as staff members scrambled to set up the cast's table, each movement a hurried prelude to the event. A woman's excited voice cut through the air, announcing Kang Woojin's arrival, a subtle ripple of anticipation spreading with each deliberate step he took. Warm greetings welcomed Kang Woojin, with Hong Hae-yeon's particularly effusive hello underscoring the friendly, professional atmosphere. Before Kang Woojin could fully respond, top-tier boy group leader Yeon Baekwang burst forward with an overly enthusiastic welcome, catching him off guard. Yeon Baekwang, the popular boy group leader, poured out his fervent admiration, eagerly asking to call Kang Woojin Hyung after closely following his recent successes. Kang Woojin, surprised by the sudden sociability, offered a slight apology for his perceived tardiness. Top all-rounder entertainer On Jong-hak confidently explained the traffic delays, then swiftly suggested they forego further pleasantries to begin immediately. Kang Woojin noted On Jong-hak's cool demeanor, while the male auditionee instructed everyone to await their names before taking their designated seats amidst the ongoing preparations. With a sweep of his hand, the male auditionee declared that all the amazing individuals destined to light up the table had gathered, expressing profound reassurance at their presence. He then prepared to detail each participant's crucial roles and specific jobs for the day. The intricate team assignments for the one-day restaurant solidified, visually mapping Kang Woojin as kitchen assistant and Hong Hae-yeon as head chef, among others. The male auditionee explained that each team would receive specialized training from their assigned mentor before launching straight into the one-day restaurant operation. Before the main event, he playfully proposed an icebreaker, a character quiz, catching Kang Woojin by surprise with its sudden appearance. A woman issued an ominous warning, her shadowed eyes threatening consequences if Kang Woojin misidentified her again, leaving him visibly nervous. President Choi Song-jian attempted to kick off the quiz with Mr. Jong-hak, only to be abruptly interrupted by the insistent vibration of his phone. His expression turning to one of surprise and worry, President Choi Song-jian answered the call from an unknown number, identifying himself. A legendary voice on the other end introduced himself as Director On Gabak, a name that struck President Choi Song-jian with such profound shock it momentarily stole his breath, for the director sought to personally meet Kang Woojin. President Choi Song-jian's mind reeled with disbelief, questioning why a living legend of the Korean movie industry, Director On Gabak, would personally call him to meet Kang Woojin. He decided to focus only on the immediate objective of understanding the director's call, recognizing that the personal outreach signaled a deep eagerness. Trying to maintain his composure, President Choi Song-jian inquired if Director On's desire to meet Woojin was project-related, a question the director immediately affirmed. President Choi Song-jian awkwardly explained the difficulty of an immediate meeting, apologetically citing Woojin's incredibly tight schedule. He elaborated on Kang Woojin's jam-packed days, detailing a full day of shooting for Our Table, followed by an immediate flight to Vietnam for a month-long shoot of The Island of the Missing, leaving Kang Woojin wide-eyed and sweating. Apologetically, President Choi Song-jian requested a meeting after Woojin's overseas shoot concluded, a proposal Director On graciously accepted, acknowledging his own sudden demand. Relieved, President Choi Song-jian concluded the call, expressing his thanks and promising to follow up. As the call ended, President Choi Song-jian's mind immediately began racing, wondering if Director On Gabak's interest signaled a new production, a question he intended to investigate thoroughly. Amidst the murmuring, a crew member announced the cast's makeup was complete, prompting the male auditionee to direct everyone to their starting positions. Kang Woojin pondered if he would be cooking for the entire day, as the male auditionee explained that both he and Hong Hae-yeon would undertake the culinary task. The male auditionee clarified that to make the practice truly authentic, they would simulate a real operation, with staff acting as customers while Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon handled orders and cooking. He instructed Hong Hae-yeon to begin the cooking test, while Kang Woojin was assigned to the hall to assist with orders and general support. The male auditionee's wide grin marked the immediate start of the challenge, urging everyone to their seats, which sent Hong Hae-yeon into a chibi panic at the suddenness. A flurry of diverse orders erupted from the customers, from kimchi pancakes to tteok ramyun and bibimbap, creating a lively and demanding atmosphere. Hong Hai-yun, in a swirling panic, confessed her ignorance of the dishes, but the male auditionee calmly reassured her that time was available to search for recipes. Kang Woojin, taking charge, calmly suggested they tackle the tteok ramyun first, a decision Hong Hai-yun gratefully accepted. A man praised the pleasing presentation of the dish, and the male auditionee expressed his satisfaction as the customers contentedly enjoyed the food. Hong Hai-yun proudly announced the completion of her tteok ramyun, though the dish itself looked like a grotesque culinary disaster with strange, tentacled ingredients. The male auditionee, rendered a chibi form by the horror, winced and remarked that one could swim in the excessive soup, eliciting a shocked and indignant, "What, why?" from a chibi Hong Hai-yun. With a smirking challenge, Hong Hai-yun declared a player swap, inviting Kang Woojin to try his hand at cooking and see if he could do better. Hong Hai-yun asked if Kang Woojin would also begin with ramyun, but he firmly and directly refused. Kang Woojin confidently instructed Hong Hai-yun to gather all the ingredients, declaring his intention to cook every ordered dish simultaneously. Woojin's fancy cooking skills erupted in a flurry of precise, dynamic movements, leaving a chibi Hong Hai-yun and others utterly amazed by his speed and expertise. With a confident clap, Kang Woojin announced that all the beautifully prepared dishes were finished, spread across the table in an impressive display. Customers erupted in exclamations of delight and surprise, marveling at the deliciousness of every dish and questioning Kang Woojin's astonishing culinary talent. A man with glasses observed that Woojin's chef-level skills made a cooking mentor seem unnecessary, a point the male auditionee sheepishly conceded. A man with a hat entered, immediately captivated by the delicious aroma, and was surprised by the sight of the ongoing cooking. The chef character, wearing a hat, greeted the respectful chibi male auditionee, then observed the impressive number of dishes already prepared. The chef, while eating, grew thoughtful, then questioned why the food didn't taste like mere practice dishes, causing the male auditionee to visibly worry. The chef's questions grew more pointed, asking if these were samples or if another chef had been secretly invited, prompting a nervous and wide-eyed affirmation from the male auditionee. The male auditionee offered an awkward laugh, recognizing the unexpected and slightly embarrassing turn of events. Hong Hai-yun and two other individuals beamed with cheerful satisfaction, evidently pleased with the unexpected triumphs of their one-day restaurant. The kitchen buzzed with a busy, efficient energy, hinting that this one-day restaurant was yielding unexpected and highly broadcast-worthy results. As evening fell and lamps illuminated the traditional Korean building, a voice filled the air with congratulations and thanks for everyone's hard work, marking the conclusion of the event. The male auditionee praised the event's overall success despite it being a first, while President Choi Song-jian optimistically suggested that structural improvements could enable an overseas expansion. Another man praised the consistent flow of delicious dishes, marveling at Kang Woojin's chef-level skills, while Woojin himself pondered the sheer, unremembered volume of food he had cooked. The male auditionee cheerfully promised future overseas collaborations and timely schedule updates, thanking everyone for their great work that day. The male auditionee then called out to Kang Woojin, requesting a private moment with him. The male auditionee, with an encouraging smile, asked Kang Woojin if he could create a new dish before their American shoot, expressing firm confidence in his skills. With a strategic smile, the male auditionee pressured Kang Woojin to develop a new Korean dish for the American market, though he feigned giving him the option to decline. As the male auditionee waved a satisfied goodbye, Kang Woojin walked away, feeling resigned to the task despite the hollow offer of an easy refusal. Just as Kang Woojin thought he could finally leave, a chibi President Choi Song-jian abruptly appeared, startling him with an urgent, "Yes, President." The president whispered Kang Woojin's name, asking if he knew director on Gabak, a name Kang Woojin vaguely recognized. Kang Woojin's memory stirred, realizing director on Gabak was the legendary figure he'd seen on YouTube, then the president revealed the director had personally called, wanting to meet him. Kang Woojin was stunned, wondering if the legendary director sought to offer him a role, though the president found his reaction surprisingly bland. The president informed Kang Woojin that he was researching Director On's information and instructed him to simply be aware of the meeting, while Kang Woojin's thoughts drifted to his own demanding schedule beginning tomorrow. In a chibi form, Kang Woojin expressed his utter dread and suffocation at the thought of flying to sweltering Vietnam, the heat already an overwhelming presence in his mind. While Kang Woojin was en route to Vietnam for The Island of the Missing, his other drama, A Guy Friend, officially launched on Netflix, marking a pivotal moment in his career. Just as director Shin Dong-chun had envisioned, the intense kiss between Kang Woojin and Warren sparked widespread discussion, igniting a wave of positive reviews for A Guy Friend across all platforms. The series made history, outperforming numerous full-length dramas to become the first short drama to seize the #1 spot on Netflix's Korean Top 10 content list. As a result, entertainment headlines across various portal sites were dominated by A Guy Friend and the captivating transformation of Kang Woojin's acting, fueling anticipation for his diverse upcoming projects. Following this whirlwind success, the original soundtrack for A Guy Friend, sung by Kang Woojin himself, was released and swiftly climbed to #1 on Korean music charts within a single day. The immense popularity then surged into Japan, as A Guy Friend launched on Netflix Japan, immediately capturing the top spot and thrilling countless Japanese viewers with its emotional depth. Yet, A Guy Friend was not the only news circulating. Reports also confirmed Kang Woojin's role in The Love That Freezes to Death, set to showcase his significant stage acting, and teased PD Yuk Byung-sung's promising new project, Dream Concert. Simultaneously, the R-rated movie, Drug Dealer, also starring Kang Woojin, was released and immediately claimed the #1 position in ticket sales, defying expectations. At that pivotal point, no one could have possibly imagined the sheer magnitude of the impact that was about to unfold. They could not have foreseen just how massive a wave Drug Dealer would ultimately make. A bright flash filled the bustling village street with the murmurs of daily life. Amidst the murmuring bustle, an unseen speaker urged the crew to hurry, demanding more cameras as the script reading was about to begin. Kang Woojin, though he expected it, found the heat unbearable, groaning in physical distress at the thought of an overseas script reading, wishing they could just film in Korea. A man with a beard confessed his disbelief that Kang Woojin had truly taken on the challenging Corporal Jin Suncheol role, wondering if the rookie actor could handle his first full-length drama, to which his formally attired colleague agreed. His colleague worried that Kang Woojin, surrounded by senior actors, might become overwhelmed, but the bearded man dismissed it as simply the fate of a popular actor. The bearded man grimly declared that, whether Kang Woojin stumbled alone or pulled everyone down, this day would irrevocably mark a turning point in his acting career, leaving Ryu Youngmin in silent contemplation. As his colleague quietly asked if something was amiss, Ryu Youngmin admitted the full weight of reality had only just dawned on him upon seeing the set. The colleague confessed his own nervousness with a glance, prompting Ryu Youngmin to consider how much more anxious a rookie like Kang Woojin must feel, a sentiment his colleague wholeheartedly agreed with. The colleague mused that the role itself must be a heavy burden, but Ryu Youngmin merely offered a dismissive snicker and admitted he didn't know. Ryu Youngmin abruptly insisted they should only worry about themselves, leaving his colleagues confused by his sudden declaration. Ryu Youngmin declared an end to useless thoughts, steeling himself to focus solely on his own role as First Lieutenant Choi Yuri. In a rural village, painted in otherworldly hues of purple and blue, several villagers vanished, triggering a massive search operation by the police, firefighters, and military. Under the eerie, purple light, the situation dramatically worsened as a dozen more soldiers mysteriously vanished during the ongoing search. It was at this critical juncture that First Lieutenant Choi Yuri made his dramatic, light-infused appearance. As First Lieutenant Choi Yuri and his unit conducted their search, they stumbled upon an odd, foul-smelling cave, bathed in tense, mysterious light. Despite the eerie human screams echoing from the cave's depths, Choi Yuri made the grim decision to return to the entrance, fearing further disappearances. But the cave itself had strangely altered, its purple and blue depths now revealing unsettling new elements that had not been there before. Trembling with anxiety, everyone hurried from the cave, only to find the outside world transformed from day to an eerie night, and the soldiers who had waited for them were gone. Just as they realized they were trapped in an impossible place, a strange, noisy, long entity emerged from the purple-lit cave, unleashing utter chaos. Choi Yuri swiftly gathered his unit and fled, scrambling through the chaotic, rugged landscape as the sun inexplicably began to rise over the ridge. The world, once cloaked in darkness, abruptly brightened as Choi Yuri and his unit reached a cliff at the forest's edge. Below them stretched the ocean's endless, awe-inspiring expanse. In that moment, a shocking realization dawned on them, spreading from one to the next. They were irrevocably trapped on this unrealistic and lawless island. An unseen voice announced the immediate start of the script reading. As the audition staff instructed Ryu Youngmin to begin and he nodded in acknowledgement, Kang Woojin felt his heart begin to pound with anticipation. Kang Woojin silently urged himself to calm down and embody Jin Suncheol more clearly, a soft, deliberate shift in his demeanor, knowing he needed to be absolutely solid in front of so many important figures. Jin Suncheol was described as a timid man, burdened by low confidence and self-esteem. The scene shifted to a dreamlike, purple-tinged mortuary, where Jin Suncheol would have his agonizing final encounter with his deceased mother. With a heart-wrenching sob, Jin Suncheol cried out to his deceased mother in the stylized mortuary, desperate for answers to her inexplicable absence while he served in the military. Still sobbing, Jin Suncheol desperately pleaded for just a few more hours with his mother, the sound of his grief softly dragging across the stylized, dark mortuary floor, because he simply wasn't ready. Jin Suncheol winced in shock as a menacing alter ego cruelly commanded him to stop his wailing and leave, demanding if he planned to mourn all night. As Jin Suncheol defensively stammered about his mother's death, his dark alter ego advanced with deliberate steps, then chillingly accused him of truly thinking, good riddance. Jin Suncheol desperately tried to repel his alter ego with a surge of purple energy, begging it to leave him alone, only for the other to question his sanity. In the surreal, purple liquid, Jin Suncheol questioned his alter ego's identity, only for the glowing figure to assert that they were one and the same. Submerged in the oppressive purple liquid, Jin Suncheol desperately pleaded for more time, but his dominating alter ego harshly silenced him. With chilling finality, the victorious alter ego declared, "It's my time now." The alter ego's steps deliberately glided away. With a sinister chuckle, the alter ego sharply startled the medical staff member. With a chilling grin, the alter ego wondered aloud about the insurance money he would collect, eliciting gasps of horror from unseen onlookers. Then, with a sudden thump and sharp crack, Kang Woojin stared blankly forward, his eyes glowing red. A woman gasped in surprise, exclaiming how absurd the sudden character switch was, while a man noted Kang Woojin's dominant presence, showing no signs of intimidation. Ryu Youngmin asked if Jin Suncheol was coming to his senses, offering to sideline him if he was tired, but Kang Woojin as Jin Suncheol vehemently shouted that he could still do it. With a low murmur that rustled the air, Kang Woojin as Jin Suncheol unleashed a fierce curse, his glowing yellow eyes blazing with shocking intensity that drew a gasp of surprise. The woman frowned, amazed that Kang Woojin could so easily portray such a repulsive and unpleasant character, while Jin Suncheol's voice called out, questioning what he was doing, spacing out, demanding to know about the morning's task. Kang Woojin stuttered an apology, promising to complete the task right away, which startled the woman, who asked what was happening. His gaze had subtly shifted, and with a nervous gulp, she wondered if he muttered a harsh curse as the question arose. Was he merely adjusting his gaze when facing what he perceived as an easy opponent? A producer meticulously wondered if Kang Woojin had separately planned every nuance, his vocal emphasis, rhythm, tone, pronunciation, and even vocalization. At first, it felt like there were two distinct beings, Corporal Jin Suncheol and Mr. Kang Woojin. But now, with a soft emergence, it was no longer just two. A chilling whoosh and an unsettling hum confirmed it, there now seemed to be three of them. The tranquil forest was bathed in a brilliant, almost ethereal sunlight, illuminating every leaf. On the bustling set, an audition staff members shouted instructions cut through the rising murmurs, demanding supporting roles prepare for filming. Amidst the background hum of the crew, Ryu Youngmin exhaled, acknowledging that the previous script reading had, as he expected, been truly incredible. With a newfound resolve, Ryu Youngmin decided he would meet this challenge purely as an actor, a contender, stripping away any pretense of senior status as he and his co-star both held lead roles. This new project, The Island of the Missing, promised a psychological battle between him and Kang Woojin, a stark contrast to their previous collaboration on Profiler Hanyang. In a stark, conceptual space, the intricate dynamic between First Lieutenant Choi Yudi and Corporal Jin Suncheol was laid bare, a conflicted struggle between doubt and a desperate longing for trust. Ryu Youngmin continued his analysis, recognizing Corporal Jin Suncheol as a character even more ferocious than the infamous Park Derry, whose bizarre, otherworldly actions made him a potential villain in The Island of the Missing, promising an intense performance. A confident smirk played on Ryu Youngmin's lips, the stage was perfectly set for this challenge, and overcoming it meant surpassing his own limits. The actor, enveloped in a faint glow, silently declared his intention to harness this monstrous challenge for his own artistic growth. Ryu Youngmin glanced around, certain that others on set shared his keen awareness of the formidable acting challenge ahead. The audition staff called "cut," announcing it was Kang Woojin's turn for the next scene as a soft sniff punctuated the air. With a confident stride, an actor in military uniform stepped forward. His gaze was intense, yellow eyes burning with a focused, serious intent. In a stylized vision, a chibi Kang Woojin felt the palpable weight of everyone's intense stares, a pressure that felt strangely overwhelming. The director urged them to take it easy on the first cut, as Kang Woojin, looking anxious, gripped his head. This critical scene would feature only two actors, Corporal Jin Suncheol and the supporting role, Sergeant Choi. The director, holding his clapperboard, set the stage, several days into their terrifying entrapment on the mysterious island, for lives already lost to an otherworldly presence, with no escape in sight. A sniff from the distressed soldiers underscored their escalating stress and mental fatigue, which threatened to overwhelm them. Within this grim reality, First Lieutenant Choi Yudi's soldiers attempted to find brief respite, taking hourly turns to maintain their vigilant watch. Then, Corporal Jin Suncheol, previously quiet, began to move with a stealthy, determined pace, his form outlined by a strange purple aura that hinted at his hidden intentions. With the command, "Action," the scene commenced, marked by deliberate footsteps and a heavy thud in the eerie, purple-tinged forest. Trembling with fear and revulsion, a soldier cursed their predicament, utterly disoriented by their nightmarish location. A sudden rustle caused the soldier to flinch violently, his senses on high alert in the oppressive darkness. The first soldier, startled by the approaching figure, angrily questioned why the other wasn't sleeping, calling him an idiot for scaring him. Another soldier hesitantly asked Sergeant Choi if he was hungry, receiving an affirmative response as the sergeant restlessly surveyed their surroundings. The soldier then revealed he had found what looked like a fruit during a daytime search, but Sergeant Choi immediately instructed him to report it to the captain. Hesitantly, the soldier explained that there was only one fruit left, suggesting it wasn't significant enough to report to the captain. When asked where it was, the soldier pointed a trembling finger toward a distant, ominously glowing purple tree. The soldier then revealed he had found something else interesting, piquing his sergeant's curiosity. He recounted dropping one of the fruits down a cliff, only for it to disappear, an unnerving detail that suggested the island's strange nature. The first soldier, angry and disbelieving, accused him of lying, while the second insisted the fruit truly vanished and nervously questioned if they had entered through a cave. A soldier cautiously speculated that the cliff might conceal an exit route, prompting a surprised inquiry from the other. Stepping forward, the soldier demanded to know where this supposed exit route was. From the shadows, a sinister figure, its eyes and teeth glowing, smirked, relishing in the profound darkness. One soldier, startled, pointed out movement, prompting the other to confirm that something was indeed there in the dark forest. One soldier suggested they throw something down into the unseen depths, to which the other simply asked, "Throw what?" Two silhouetted figures plunged from the cliff edge with a splash, their fall stark against the dramatic backdrop. A soldier stood frozen at the cliff's edge, his hands raised in horror and protest, after being told he was the one to be thrown. A deep, guttural growl and maniacal laughter erupted from the shadowy figure, who trembled with malevolent glee. The soldier convulsed with uncontrollable, hysterical laughter, trembling violently on the forest floor. A subtle, almost sinister chuckle escaped the character's lips in a close-up. A heavy thud resonated through the dark, abstract space, signaling a sudden, unsettling impact. A soldier, kneeling and trembling uncontrollably, convulsed with violent retching, overcome by profound distress. Wiping his tears, the crying soldier questioned his own horrifying actions with profound regret. Still trembling and confused, the crying soldier desperately asked what terrible event had just transpired. In a surreal void, the soldier floated in distress, sobbing uncontrollably as a shadowy voice off-panel taunted him, demanding to know why he cried over Sergeant Choi. The shadowy figure, smirking ominously, reminded the weeping soldier that he never liked Sergeant Choi anyway, and dared him to recall the days of being bullied. As the soldier trembled, horrified by his actions, the shadowy figure callously reassured him that killing was fine here, granting them freedom in this dark place. A chilling chuckle accompanied the shadowy figure's suggestion that they should revel in this party, using it as an opportunity for revenge. Two soldiers, their flashlight beams cutting through the darkness, called out to Sergeant Choi and Corporal Jean, startling the shadowy figure who recoiled in surprise. The airborne soldier cried out apologies, gasping as he claimed he couldn't stop Sergeant Choi, while two other soldiers on the ground watched with flashlights. The soldier with the rifle reacted with shock, demanding to know what "stop what" meant, as the kneeling soldier despairingly explained that Sergeant Choi had already jumped. The crying character, distraught, blamed himself and promised to stop it faster next time. The crying face twisted into a sinister smirk as the shadowy figure mockingly echoed, "next time," transforming it into a chilling promise of repetition. The director called "cut," and the main character, Kang Woojin, and another actor subtly exchanged smiles after the intense scene. The director, in profound surprise, wondered how Kang Woojin could seamlessly transition between two distinct characters, noting it was more than just expressions, but a thoughtful embodiment. Two figures, shimmering with purple light, stood back to back, embodying distinct personas with meaningful gazes and intense actions, demonstrating a performance so convincing it felt like two separate individuals. One actor was utterly awestruck, chills running down his spine, and he openly declared that seeing Kang Woojin's acting in person felt as if the god of acting had possessed him, inspiring murmurs of agreement. With eyes closed in contemplation, the actor thought how difficult it was to maintain the three different internal worlds of the complex Corporal Jean Suncheol role. The director, concerned, asked Kang Woojin if he was alright to proceed to the next scene, to which Kang Woojin confidently affirmed. A subtle smile played on the director's face as he thought Kang Woojin's unflappable demeanor after such intense emotional acting highlighted his monstrous talent, then declared it "great" with a gasp of admiration. As the sun shone brightly once more, the scene shifted to a peaceful forest, and the call went out to "go again." A plane whooshed and rumbled overhead, cutting across a bright blue sky filled with fluffy white clouds, above distant palm trees. Wiping his brow, a man sighed in relief amidst the murmuring crowd, grateful to be elsewhere. The man smiled, sighing contentedly as he remarked on Vietnam's familiar and ever-present heat. Kang Woojin, though unseen, could only think of his exhaustion. Walking through the bright hotel hallway, Kang Woojin's mind churned with the standby call at 11 and the undeniable difficulty of filming overseas. His hunger was a pressing concern, but the sudden buzz of his phone pulled him from his thoughts with a quiet jolt of surprise. His mother's text, full of congratulations, only deepened his confusion, leaving him to wonder why so many messages had flooded his phone today. A gentle hum vibrated from his phone, and Kang Woojin puzzled over why director Kim Do-hee had sent him an article link. The news blared the astonishing fact that his film, The Drug Dealer, had soared to 1 million viewers in just 3 days, leaving Kang Woojin reeling in disbelief. A joyful grin spread across Kang Woojin's face as he felt the immense, unparalleled sense of achievement, but a sudden thought made him pause. For his first commercial film, predicting its trajectory was difficult, yet he considered if 5 million viewers would secure him an A grade, doubting it would climb higher due to its R rating. As 2S+ graded scenarios drifted into his mind, Kang Woojin swallowed, contemplating just how many viewers it would take to achieve that elite rank. A playful chuckle preceded Ryu Youngmin's voice as he teased, asking if Kang Woojin had already searched for news about the drug dealer. Director Kim Do-hee confirmed the film had passed its break-even point, securing Kang Woojin a bonus of more than double his initial fee, a sum Ryu Youngmin excitedly estimated to be over 100 million won. Kang Woojin's jaw nearly dropped at the mention of 100 million won, as Ryu Youngmin, phone buzzing wildly, confirmed that casting offers for him were now exploding. With a quick gesture, Ryu Youngmin told Kang Woojin to take the call while he headed to the restaurant, and a voice on the phone identified itself as Choi Song-jian. His gnawing hunger drove him to seek food quickly, but then something caught his eye, causing him to halt. A chibi Kang Woojin recoiled in exaggerated surprise, as a smiling man with a hat seemed to acknowledge his presence. He scanned the spacious dining area, his eyes darting across the room in search of an available seat. A tiny, chibi Kang Woojin brightened as he spotted the perfect empty table. Just as he was about to claim the seat, a man unexpectedly dropped into it with a sudden thud, catching Kang Woojin by surprise. Kang Woojin stared intently, wondering who this man was who had so casually taken his seat, pondering if he was a local or a tourist. Politely, in English, Kang Woojin asked the man to move, explaining that the seat was already taken. The man, slowly removing his hat, offered an unexpected compliment on Kang Woojin's natural English. With a dramatic flourish, the man introduced himself as the renowned director on Gabak. A profound silence settled between them as both men absorbed the unexpected revelation. A jolt of utter shock ran through Kang Woojin. He couldn't believe director on Gabak was here, while the director, with a gentle chuckle, claimed he was merely on vacation. Regaining his composure, Kang Woojin bowed slightly and formally introduced himself, to which director on Gabak responded with a pleased greeting. Despite his initial shock, a chibi Kang Woojin found himself staring intently, a thought forming that the director seemed like a surprisingly friendly, next-door grandpa. Director on Gabak declared that something felt odd, prompting a chibi Kang Woojin to lean in with a questioning gaze, asking for clarification. Kang Woojin inwardly mused that the director's sudden appearance was the oddest thing, but director on Gabak unexpectedly redirected, asking if he was referring to his acting. Director on Gabak clarified he was speaking of the Sports Day video, noting how Kang Woojin's gaze, often light, transformed completely when he embodied a character, causing the actor to flinch. A wave of profound shock washed over Kang Woojin. He couldn't believe his light gaze had been seen through, leading him to wonder in terror if this director possessed some extraordinary power. Director on Gabak praised Kang Woojin's method acting and asked how he mastered switching personas so easily, a question Kang Woojin vaguely dismissed, claiming he didn't remember the details. Director on Gabak hypothesized that Kang Woojin might act through memory, theorizing that recording each role would enable rapid emotional transitions, finding such a method utterly fascinating. Director on Gabak's probing question about his sign language skills made Kang Woojin visibly sweat, as he claimed to have learned it without any specific reason. Impressed, director on Gabak lauded Kang Woojin's national treasure-like attitude, and asked if he knew any other sign languages beyond Korean and Japanese, to which he humbly admitted to knowing some American Sign Language. Director on Gabak pondered Kang Woojin's profound and unique color as an actor, sensing there was still something more beneath the surface. He felt an unsettling certainty that Kang Woojin's true essence lay carefully hidden. Director on Gabak continued his internal assessment, detecting a profound difference, a subtle incongruity in the image Kang Woojin presented, as if something vital was deliberately veiled. In Kang Woojin's unwavering eyes, the director glimpsed an unfamiliar quality, something neither light nor heavy, that defied easy definition. Director on Gabak pushed back his chair and thanked Kang Woojin for the chat, then casually asked if Director Kwon was filming nearby, leaving Kang Woojin slightly confused. Director on Gabak mused he might just stop by the set, just as director Shin Dong-chun dramatically rushed in, calling out Woojin's name with urgent steps. Director Shin Dong-chun's shocked exclamation upon seeing director on Gabak was met with a calm, smiling greeting, as on Gabak addressed him as President Choi. Director on Gabak smoothly made his exit, promising to contact President Choi later, leaving director Shin Dong-chun to ponder the word coincidence with deep suspicion. Kang Woojin offered a quiet acknowledgement as director Shin Dong-chun stood lost in his own pensive thoughts. With an abrupt movement, director Shin Dong-chun, agitated, demanded to know what Kang Woojin had discussed with director on Gabak and why he was even there, only to receive the calm reply that he was just there for fun. Director Shin Dong-chun dismissed on Gabak's casual reason, convinced the legendary director was here solely to see Kang Woojin, finding it hard to believe he would come to Vietnam on a mere whim. Director Shin Dong-chun felt validated in his suspicion that on Gabak's presence was no mere coincidence, a sentiment Kang Woojin silently echoed. Director Shin Dong-chun predicted On Gabok would appear at today's filming, revealing he had already been investigating the director's recent activities. A low thrum filled the air as director Shin Dong-chun speculated that director On Gabok, though not confirmed, was likely preparing his 100th film for the prestigious King Film Festival. The narration unveiled the King Film Festival as one of the world's top 3 most prestigious international film events, a glittering platform where the very monsters of the global film industry gathered. Director Shin Dong-chun proudly recounted director On Gabok's legendary past, from winning Best Director at the King Film Festival in the early 2000s to consistently receiving nominations and seeing his actors claim awards. Director Shin Dong-chun declared On Gabok a living legend, only to be met with Kang Woojin's utterly shocked admission that he had never heard any of this information before in his life. Though details of On Gabok's 100th project remained unknown, director Shin Dong-chun theorized the award he was targeting at the King Film Festival was something momentous. With a dramatic flourish, the narration unveiled the grand prize, the Platinum Palme d'Or. A sudden realization struck Kang Woojin. Director On Gabok had specifically asked him about sign language, prompting a surprised echo from director Shin Dong-chun. Director Shin Dong-chun, knowing On Gabok's reputation, was certain such a question couldn't be meaningless, and a sudden, signaled his burgeoning insight. Director Shin Dong-chun explained that while Kang Woojin's acting was impressive, his recent display of sign language skills in Korean and Japanese media was likely what truly captured director On Gabok's attention. Director Shin Dong-chun nodded to himself, concluding that sign language must be an integral part of On Gabok's new project, recognizing that an actor with such skills was truly unique. With a triumphant laugh, director Shin Dong-chun confidently asserted that if his deductions were correct, director On Gabok undoubtedly wanted Kang Woojin for his project, leaving the actor in silent thought. A thoughtful silence stretched between the two, a subtle ripple of contemplation passing between them. With a knowing chuckle, director Shin Dong-chun casually asked if Kang Woojin, just in case, was also interested in the King Film Festival. Kang Woojin frankly admitted his disinterest in the King Film Festival, sensing instead that his instincts were trying to tell him something deeper. A blazing red alert flashed, screaming that director On Gabok was dangerous, a potent warning against the glowing figure. Kang Woojin confessed his strong intuition that he should avoid the director, finding the feeling of being seen through deeply unsettling, a revelation that shocked director Shin Dong-chun. Director Shin Dong-chun's face broke out in a cold sweat as the terrifying thought formed: if Kang Woojin rejected director On Gabok, it would undoubtedly lead to a monumental disaster. A chibi director Shin Dong-chun gasped in utter distress, utterly overwhelmed and questioning what on earth he was going to do. A low murmur spread through the film set as crew members whispered excitedly, questioning if the legendary director On Gabok had truly graced their set with his presence, wondering if his vacation stopover was more than it seemed. Director Kim Do-hee audibly gulped, the mere mention of the renowned director On Gabok leaving her speechless in thoughtful contemplation. Kang Woojin's mind buzzed with annoyance. He mentally groaned at the thought of facing that unpleasant director again, attempting to dismiss him as nothing more than a common grandpa. Wiping his brow from the intense heat, Kang Woojin proposed they take a moment to rest, deeming it essential before any filming could begin. A familiar voice announced, "Tada," bringing Kang Woojin face to face with the man he'd hoped to avoid, leaving him utterly shocked and internally screaming for a warning. Kang Woojin offered a polite bow, greeting the director while his mind raced with a singular, desperate thought: this situation was dangerous, and he needed to flee immediately. He attempted to excuse himself, citing makeup as his reason for departure, but the older man's voice cut through his flimsy excuse, calling out to stop him. The older man posed a direct question that reverberated with unspoken gravity: was he interested in the King Film Festival, leaving Kang Woojin speechless with surprise. Another observer marveled at Kang Woojin's luck, chuckling at the thought that even director On Gabok's interest in him and the King Film Festival might make him bow down, yet Kang Woojin calmly declared his utter disinterest, leaving the observer bewildered. A female judge snapped furiously, chastising Kang Woojin's perceived rudeness in dismissing the director, her sudden outburst startling him into feeling deeply intimidated. Maintaining his composure, Kang Woojin coolly stated that he was simply expressing his opinion and feigned ignorance as to why everyone was so agitated. Director On Gabok, after a brief glance, unexpectedly apologized for his staff's zealousness, then commanded everyone, much to the female judge's shocked embarrassment, to offer their own apologies. With a determined sigh, Director On Gabok reiterated his apology, then dismissed everyone, making it clear he wished to speak with Kang Woojin privately. As the other crew members dispersed with grumbling murmurs, Director On Gabok turned his thoughtful gaze back to Kang Woojin, directly asking why he harbored such disinterest. Internally battling his true feelings, that he simply wasn't interested and wished to avoid the director entirely, Kang Woojin crafted a safe, diplomatic response: he just wasn't particularly interested. Director On Gabok found his response unexpectedly intriguing, causing Kang Woojin to wonder with a jolt if his carefully veiled, light gaze had been detected, and if he should now dare to test it. The director, deep in thought, sensed something subtly off about Kang Woojin, a peculiar observation that surprised the actor's inner chibi self. Director on Gabak declared Kang Woojin truly unique, noting he could still perceive the same strange thing within his gaze as before, a revelation that instantly branded the director as profoundly dangerous in Kang Woojin's mind. Kang Woojin quickly denied understanding the director's cryptic words, but before he could elaborate, another man approached, beginning a new question. The approaching man gasped in surprise as director on Gabak stood, announcing his departure with a parting wish for good luck with today's filming. Director on Gabak cast a final, thoughtful glance at Kang Woojin, a profound sense of mystery settling over him as he mused that the actor seemed inexplicably shrouded in fog. The unnamed man anxiously pressed Kang Woojin, desperately asking if director on Gabak had openly questioned him about the King Film Festival, clinging to the hope that he hadn't. Kang Woojin calmly confirmed that yes, the director had asked, prompting the other man to demand with wide-eyed horror if he hadn't openly rejected him. With a subtle smirk, Kang Woojin, in his inner chibi form, casually stated he told the director he simply wasn't interested, eliciting a horrified scream of "Woojin" from the other man. The unnamed man, in a chibi form of utter distress, wailed that Kang Woojin had caused an unimaginable mess. Staff members called out their readiness and a 1-minute standby, as a crew member confirmed with a focused Kang Woojin that he was indeed prepared to begin. With a deep exhale, Kang Woojin declared his intention to focus intensely, pulling forth the persona of Corporal Jin Suncheol, deeply imprinted within him, as he was first up. As a strange, internal shift came over him, Kang Woojin embraced the character's unsettling intensity, proclaiming his hands to be God made for the gun, his eyes now the only trusted sight in an extinct world, and his personality delightfully off-center and drenched in blood. Action, was called, and as Kang Woojin's character trembled, his portrayal immediately piqued the curious interest of director on Gabak. Director on Gabak mentally assessed the trembling soldier, initially believing him to be weak and timid, yet sensing an unspoken, but an underlying complexity that defied simple interpretation. As the soldiers trembled with a quiet, watchful fear, a voice questioned if their stealthy escape was all they had, knowing they were to run at full speed the moment they heard the monstrous presence. Corporal Jin Suncheol trembled, desperate to reassure his terrified comrades, yet he hesitated, tormented by the fear that his words would be dismissed and unheard. As he hesitated, a dramatic whoosh swept through him, and his mind altered once more, hinting at an even deeper persona stirring within. With a subtle glance towards the crew, Kang Woojin's inner thoughts revolved around how he could subtly boast his character's two personas, pondering how best to express such a complex duality. A sudden, wide-eyed realization dawned on Kang Woojin, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he grasped the perfect solution: sign language. In a mystical, boundless space, glowing hands illustrated the profound truth. Even without words, it was a language capable of conveying the deepest, most boundless emotions. With a powerful whoosh, Kang Woojin fully embraced the sinister core of his character, declaring his God-made hands for the gun, his eyes as the sole trusted sight in an extinct world, and his personality delightfully off-center and drenched in blood. Director on Gabak gasped in a sudden revelation, grasping that Kang Woojin was portraying a complex dual personality, wondering if the actor truly intended to unveil such depths to outsiders. Director on Gabak intently observed, discerning that Kang Woojin was conveying entire explanations through his facial expressions, and marveling at how it perfectly exuded the very sign language he desired. With a sudden, explosive impact, Kang Woojin's boots planted firmly, conveying a powerful, unspoken command. A deafening bang shattered the silence, sending soldiers into a frenzy of terror and rage as one screamed at an unseen assailant, demanding to know why they had fired. Amidst the chaotic scramble of panicked retreat, a soldier desperately screamed for everyone to move, to run, to retreat from the unfolding nightmare. A soldier desperately struggled to rouse the fallen Jin Suncheol, gasping for air as he frantically demanded to know why his comrade wasn't running. One soldier hysterically declared the fallen comrade dead, striking the other dazed soldier to command him to stand up and hurry, receiving only a stunned "yeah, yeah" in reply. Director on Gabak's gaze sharpened in a sudden understanding. He realized with profound clarity that Kang Woojin was the true orchestrator of the scene's emotional intensity. Indeed, Kang Woojin commanded every beat, every tremor of fear, meticulously controlling the scene's entire pacing and tension. With a dramatic, powerful whoosh, Kang Woojin's portrayal transformed, revealing a terrifying, sinister grin and eyes that glowed with an otherworldly intensity. He was unmistakably responsible for the scene's most crucial and impactful part. The director called "cut" for a 10-minute break, while director Shin Dong-chun marveled aloud, surprised to still get goosebumps at his age from Kang Woojin's continuously growing talent. Director on Gabak, though deeply impressed by Kang Woojin's complete immersion, remained profoundly puzzled by the actor's occasional light, strange gaze and the mysterious fog that seemed to constantly surround him. According to those who knew Kang Woojin's past, he had seemingly lived an entirely ordinary life, yet the lingering question remained. Even if he tried to live ordinarily, the signs of his talent should have always been visible. The deeper mystery was why it was only now coming to light. A profound realization struck director on Gabak with shocking force, a single question echoing in his mind: what if everything he was witnessing had been entirely intended? Surrounded by spectral outlines of soldiers, director on Gabak mused that Kang Woojin must have deliberately hidden his extraordinary talent his entire life, waiting for this precise moment to proudly reveal it, the camouflage still permeating him. With a sharp gasp of realization, director on Gabak theorized that the glimpses of strangeness he'd perceived were merely a shell, cleverly used by Kang Woojin to confuse people and conceal his true core. Director Shin Dongchun asked for his opinion, and director on Gabak, deeply satisfied, expressed his gratitude, proclaiming it felt like he was witnessing proper filmmaking for the first time in ages. Director on Gabak knowingly affirmed that director Shin Dongchun had indeed come solely to observe Kang Woojin, then praised the actor's undeniable and incredible individual talent. With a thoughtful glance, director on Gabak acknowledged the extraordinary display, recognizing it as truly incredible dual personality acting. With a subtle puff of air, Kang Woojin instinctively glanced back, aware of the intense, unspoken observation from the director and crew. Kang Woojin's inner chibi self decided with a swift mental shrug to simply pretend he didn't know the director, who, in his own chibi form, seemed utterly shocked. Despite all the admiration, Kang Woojin's inner chibi self, glowing with distress, couldn't shake the troubling feeling that he had somehow ended up being despised. A voice announced the scene's completion, and the crew applauded, marking the end of another chapter of intense work. The crew murmured with relief as a man declared their escape from the demanding overseas shoot, though others clarified it was only the international portion that had concluded. A production lead then announced the next stage of filming would resume in Bio, urging everyone to rest well until then, to which the crew enthusiastically agreed. With the foreign shoot finally wrapped, President Choi yearned for his own bed but knew he first needed to meticulously review Kang Woojin's demanding schedule before they could return. A new thought struck President Choi: the year-end approached, a period notoriously chaotic and demanding for the entire entertainment industry. With Kang Woojin now the year's hottest sensation, President Choi confidently anticipated a deluge of casting offers to begin pouring in around November, a sly flicker of thought crossing his mind. The dazzling panorama of Kang Woojin's success stretched further, with certain nominations confirmed for drama awards including the SBC4, Profiler Hanryang, and the KBC4, The Love That Freezes to Death. Beyond television, his film, Drug Dealer, was poised for recognition at Korea's top 3 film festivals, including the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell Awards, with the Baeksang Arts Awards still a year away. In his mind, President Choi's chibi self gleefully calculated that if Kang Woojin attended every event, he would be present at more than 4 awards, already tallying the trophies he was bound to claim. As the words, next year, left his lips, President Choi paused, a sudden jolt of realization stopping his thoughts. He reflected that Kang Woojin's meteoric rise, a true typhoon of talent, had swept by so quickly that he hadn't fully grasped the passage of time. A memory surfaced, replaying his own past offer, a 9-to-1 payment ratio, a mere 1-year contract ending next March 15, inviting Kang Woojin to taste BW entertainment before deciding on an extension. The narration underscored the stark truth: accomplishments that most rookies struggled to reach in a decade, Kang Woojin had achieved in less than a single year. At this breathtaking pace, Kang Woojin was destined to become a pivotal actor, an untouchable force on both national and international stages. President Choi felt a surge of unbidden greed, a quick spark igniting the desire to be the unseen shadow guiding Kang Woojin's inevitable glory. Yet, a chilling thought emerged: once news of the expiring 1-year contract spread, other agencies would undoubtedly swarm Kang Woojin, and President Choi wondered if he truly possessed the strength to fend them all off. What truly unsettled President Choi was Kang Woojin's unreadable nature. He worried the actor had already made a decisive choice regarding his future. With a deep, weary sigh, President Choi forced himself to dismiss these anxieties, deciding instead to focus on company expansion and the undeniable certainty that director on Gabak would soon contact them again. A confident smirk played on his lips, a flicker of cunning in his eyes, as President Choi reminded himself that he still held the advantage and would risk everything to keep Kang Woojin under his wing. The irony hung in the air: Kang Woojin might have already made his decision long before President Choi began strategizing. A chibi Kang Woojin pouted, exhausted, yearning only to collapse into his bed, scoffing inwardly that President Choi's assumptions about his thoughts were entirely mistaken. President Choi was deep in thought, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, when his phone began to vibrate, pulling him abruptly from his calculations. The caller ID confirmed his suspicion: it was director on Gabak, the very person he had anticipated would reach out. A powerful roar filled the air as a plane ascended into the clear sky above Incheon Airport, marking a new departure. Inside the terminal, the low hum of countless conversations filled the bustling space. Kang Woojin groaned with exhaustion, his relief palpable at finally being back in Korea, while President Choi remained quietly observant beside him. A bead of sweat traced a path down President Choi's temple as he risked a nervous glance at Kang Woojin, sensing the critical moment approaching. President Choi answered, his voice betraying a hint of anxious tremor, as he nervously adjusted his glasses. Director on Gabak's voice came through, asking for a moment of President Choi's time, which was readily granted. Director on Gabak's next word struck President Choi with surprise: he wanted to offer Kang Woojin a role, even openly admitting his film could serve as a mere stepping stone, a concept that immediately troubled President Choi. Director Ahn Gabok calmly explained his absolute need for Kang Woojin in his 100th film, a project destined for competition at the prestigious King Film Festival. Despite the sweat beading on his forehead, President Choi outwardly declared he had already known, inwardly thinking he had intended to carve out time to discuss this exact matter. President Choi, eager to understand, pressed Director Ahn Gabok on his interest, learning it had initially sparked from Kang Woojin's sign language skill, a crucial requirement for the film. However, Director Ahn Gabok confessed his interest had deepened far beyond mere skill, now captivated by Kang Woojin's remarkable acting and the intriguing person beneath it all. Director Ahn Gabok then dropped a bombshell: Kang Woojin had expressed no interest in the Cannes Film Festival, a revelation that shocked President Choi's chibi form, confirming the actor's utterly unpredictable nature. With a knowing tone, Director Ahn Gabok surmised that President Choi was equally unaware of the underlying reason for Kang Woojin's disinterest, prompting a probing reason from the president. Director Ahn Gabok confirmed Kang Woojin's lack of interest in the Cannes Film Festival, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he hinted that the real significance lay in the nuance of the actor's exact words. A chibi Kang Woojin's words echoed, "No, I'm not quite interested in it," and Director Ahn Gabok emphasized that crucial, telling word. The implication was staggering. Kang Woojin's disinterest extended even beyond the world's top 3 film festivals, Cannes, Venice, and Berlin, meaning his ambitions targeted something far greater. If Cannes stood as the pinnacle among the world's premier film festivals, then what could possibly transcend it? The answer resonated with cosmic weight. The most prestigious ceremony, the ultimate dream stage for every actor across the globe, was none other than the Academy Awards, the Oscars themselves. Director Ahn Gabok mused on the sheer ambition of a first-year rookie setting his sights solely on the Academy Awards, a goal far beyond Cannes, confirming Kang Woojin's true, unwavering aim was indeed the Oscars. President Choi's chibi form recoiled in utter, radiating shock, hearing Director Ahn Gabok explain how he perceived Kang Woojin's true intent through his words and the fire in his eyes. A questioning smirk tugged at President Choi's lips as he pondered the audaciousness, the Academy Awards, a struggle for even 10-year veterans, now pursued by a first-year rookie. Then, a sudden, internal jolt made President Choi freeze, correcting his own thoughts. That wasn't quite right. The pieces of Kang Woojin's audacious plan began to click into place: his exceptional language skills, his drive to conquer Japan and beyond, the powerful tycoons already in his orbit, and the crucial condition of total autonomy over his projects. When viewed as a whole, it became undeniably clear that Kang Woojin was stealthily, yet confidently, striding toward the Academy Awards. A chilling question formed in President Choi's mind: had Kang Woojin orchestrated this entire path from the very beginning, a calculated route designed to fast-track him to the Academy Awards? The realization hit President Choi with profound certainty, a quick mental confirmation: Kang Woojin's ambition for the Academy Awards was not mere pretense but an authentic, deeply ingrained part of his very being. Director Ahn Gabok, however, cautioned that such a monumental goal demanded countless conditions, requiring a compelling filmography and achievements undeniable enough to earn universal approval. President Choi's mind clicked into place, an internal nod of agreement confirming his thought: nothing served as a better stepping stone than Cannes, as it would undeniably establish Kang Woojin's credibility for the Academy Awards. Director Ahn Gabok concluded, subtly affirming his confidence that President Choi now understood his complex strategic reasoning. President Choi conceded with an inner thought: Kang Woojin's singular weakness, his most glaring shortcoming, was the sparseness of his nascent career and filmography. Realistically, he knew, an Academy Award was currently impossible for Kang Woojin, but a sly flicker of an idea ignited within President Choi as he pondered that, however. The path, though impossibly narrow, glimmered. If a first-year rookie could ignite an unprecedented uproar at Cannes, a tiny, almost mythical chance at the Academy Awards might still exist. President Choi chuckled humorlessly, admitting his own audacity in now viewing Cannes as a mere stepping stone, knowing full well a rookie even gaining entry was an utterly unheard-of feat. Yet, standing beside Kang Woojin, President Choi felt a peculiar surge of conviction: if it was him, the impossible somehow felt within reach. With a fiery surge of resolve, President Choi's chibi self declared his audacious intent to make history, but not before resolving a critical matter. First, the contract renewal needed immediate attention, but before he could dwell further, a door burst open, and an urgent voice shouted for the director. Director Shin Dong-chun, startled and annoyed by the lack of knocking, demanded an explanation as the woman burst in, breathless, proclaiming she had incredible intel. The woman delivered her bombshell: Kang Woojin had signed only a 1-year contract with BW Entertainment, a revelation that left Director Shin Dong-chun utterly stunned, demanding clarification. Director Shin Dong-chun erupted in disbelief, questioning who would ever offer a mere 1-year contract to a talent as rare as Kang Woojin, a diamond in the industry, only for the woman to confirm the news with 80% certainty. Director Shin Dong-chun leaned back, a thoughtful hand rising to his chin, finding the news intensely intriguing and speculating about a hidden deal or circumstance behind such an unusual contract. The woman acknowledged the formidable tycoon surrounding Kang Woojin, a challenge they would have to face, yet defiantly declared it was no issue for them, prompting a thoughtful hum from director Shin Dong-chun. He cautioned against unnecessary trouble, stating that if her intel proved absolutely, 100% true, then there would indeed be no problem. He warned that a fabrication or rumor would spell disaster, but the woman, with a nervous gulp, insisted the information was too strategically vital to simply discard. With a confident smirk, director Shin Dong-chun instructed her to reconfirm every detail, for only then would they have the power to truly overturn the entire entertainment world. With a confident flourish, director Shin Dong-chun greeted Kang Woojin with a respectful, if curious, President. Kang Woojin took the papers, a thoughtful indicating his slight surprise at their sudden arrival. Director Shin Dong-chun, a mischievous glint in his eye, detailed the paper's contents, emphasizing the year-end schedules and prestigious awards show offers that would greatly benefit Woojin. Woojin acknowledged his understanding with a simple, yes, I know, leaving director Shin Dong-chun to ponder in silence. But then director Shin Dong-chun abruptly declared that the Academy Awards were impossible, causing Woojin to flinch in confusion. Inside his mind, a chibi Woojin scratched his head, wondering why such an impossible goal was even being mentioned, when even a nomination was a mythical feat. Director Shin Dong-chun merely confirmed the obvious, stating, of course. It's difficult this year, leaving Woojin internally flinching at the strange non-sequitur. A chibi Woojin threw his hands up in his thoughts, utterly bewildered by director Shin Dong-chun's bizarre fixation on the Academy Awards. With a sly smirk, director Shin Dong-chun then twisted the conversation, asking if Woojin had been aiming for the Academy Awards from the beginning, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Woojin's internal chibi screamed in incredulous shock, demanding to know when he had ever expressed such an impossible ambition. Woojin questioned why director Shin Dong-chun was bringing up director An, to which Shin Dong-chun replied with feigned awe at director An's scary insight into Woojin's mind. Woojin immediately denied ever telling director An such a thing, but director Shin Dong-chun smoothly countered that Woojin's personality must have hinted it. A chibi Woojin, beads of sweat forming, begrudgingly realized director An was the source of the misunderstanding and, rather than endure the awkwardness of correcting him, decided to simply play along. He further rationalized that even if his perceived goals had suddenly escalated, he was too lazy to correct anyone, deeming it an insignificant thought he'd kept to himself. Director Shin Dong-chun then cunningly suggested they keep this, between us two, subtly emphasizing the monumental difference between the Academy Awards and merely expanding into the Japan market. A chibi director Shin Dong-chun, beaming with assumed knowledge, asked if Woojin, as a pro, needed an explanation about the Academy Awards, only for a chibi Woojin to promptly and comically admit that he did. The swift path to Hollywood stardom, the narration revealed, led through Cannes, while the arduous alternative of endless auditions meant a minimum of 3 years starting from the very bottom. Director Shin Dong-chun then probed about any existing Hollywood connections, prompting Woojin to internally resolve that he needed to change the uncomfortable topic. Director Shin Dong-chun encouraged Woojin to speak his mind, then revealed director An's offer to act as a stepping stone by requesting a meeting where a scenario would likely be presented. With a cunning smile, director Shin Dong-chun presented Woojin with options, subtly pushing him to at least meet director An and examine the scenario. Despite his discomfort, Woojin internally conceded that he couldn't simply ignore director An's offer, deciding instead to view the meeting as practice for enhancing his concept acting. Beyond the obligation, a deeper curiosity stirred within him about the scenario itself, especially since it came from the Korean film industry's GOAT, whose work would surely be legendary. Alright, set up an appointment, Woojin decided, prompting an ecstatic okay from director Shin Dong-chun, who swiftly moved to make the arrangements. Yet, even as arrangements were made, Woojin's mind still hummed with the unexpected mention of the Academy Awards, a lingering question. A chibi Kang Woojin, dwarfed by the radiating lines of his thought, questioned if such a monumental aspiration was truly in our range. Later, under a vast, open sky, Kang Woojin offered a polite greeting to the director. As they settled into the modern meeting room, director An observed that it had sure been a long time. Papers slid onto the table, and Kang Woojin registered the presence of the script with a questioning "MHM?" Director An, the seasoned filmmaker, immediately addressed his imprudence back then in Da Nang, signaling his intention to get straight to business. Woojin expressed internal surprise at receiving the script so quickly, yet thanked director An politely as director Shin Dong-chun declared it would be their stepping stone. A page turned, dramatically revealing the script's title, Leech. A chibi Woojin pondered the stark simplicity of the title, Leech, his thoughts questioning its hidden depths. His internal screen proclaimed the scenario a grade S from the start, prompting a chibi Woojin to exclaim his awe, recognizing the undeniable quality of the Korean film industry's GOAT. The chibi Woojin then began to analytically speculate on the film's potential outcomes, wondering how to measure success if it were to compete at Cannes versus a general theater release. His chibi self tilted its head in puzzlement, questioning if the film's destiny lay solely at Cannes or if it would eventually grace movie theaters as well. Finally, a resolute Chibi Woojin declared that as long as it achieved huge success, the release method mattered little, confident that both paths could lead to triumph. Director An, a keen observer, noticed Woojin's subtle flinch and immediately called attention to it. Director Shin Dong-chun immediately questioned if something was amiss, but Woojin calmly assured him that he was just reading. Director An then pressed for his opinion, but Chibi Woojin, unable to reveal his immediate, uncanny understanding, internally knew he couldn't yet comment on the scenario's grade S quality. Woojin simply stated he didn't know yet, and Director An, understanding, readily agreed that it was indeed too soon to ask for his assessment. Shifting the conversation, Director An openly admitted his imprudence in Danang stemmed from his profound desire to cast Woojin in his project. Then, with an emphatic breath, Director An made his request official, stating his clear desire for Woojin to star in his movie. Director An, acknowledging Woojin's perceived ambitions beyond Can, immediately declared the Academy Awards still impossible for now, which shocked Director Shin Dong-chun and utterly baffled Chibi Woojin. Chibi Director Shin Dong-chun internally noted that only he and President Jang knew about Woojin's interest, while his external self sharply questioned where the Academy Awards discussion had even originated. Realizing Director Shin Dong-chun was indeed the cause of this grand misunderstanding, Woojin suppressed a surge of irritation and simply instructed Director An to please continue. Director An then laid out his strategic proposal, using his movie as a stepping stone, an accomplishment that could completely transform Woojin's career, and he was curious to witness how swiftly Woojin would seize the opportunity. The narration explained that while Can typically occurred in June, a fortuitous delay until next September presented a golden opportunity that strategically benefited them. Chibi Director Shin Dong-chun frantically muttered, sweat beading on his brow, calculating the brutally short window they had to crank in by January and crank up by June to submit the film for Can by September. Still, Director Shin Dong-chun reassured them, Director An's proven track record at Can meant an offer was already secured, guaranteeing a spot in the finals despite any evaluation. Director An advised Woojin to disregard others' opinions and decide purely based on his own future, to which Woojin resolutely agreed. Director An instructed them to contact him with their decision, and Woojin eagerly bowed, profusely thanking the director. Director Shin Dong-chun called out a final goodbye, as the door creaked shut behind them. Woojin remained silent, lost in contemplation, as Director Shin Dong-chun observed him with an expectant smile. Director Shin Dong-chun sighed, finally asking Woojin for his thoughts, only for Woojin to methodically state he needed to read it to be sure. Director Shin Dong-chun instructed Woojin to inform him once finished, but a sudden buzzing from his phone drew an annoyed from him. His phone nagged with urgent messages from the PR team leader, warning of trouble and demanding he check a news article, leaving Director Shin Dong-chun asking, article? A sudden, impactful force ripped through the comm. An exclusive news bombshell exploded. The monstrous rookie Kang Woojin had signed only a one-year contract with BW Entertainment, raising the shocking question of his impending free agency next winter. Director Shin Dong-chun's face contorted in furious disbelief, screaming, "This is fucking insane. How did your contract get leaked?" Clearing his throat, a visibly stressed Director Shin Dong-chun quickly pivoted, realizing the situation was about to explode and deciding to prioritize Woojin's schedule over the leaked contract details for now. Woojin calmly agreed, his internal thoughts confirming that he had ample time and a rash reaction would only lead to mistakes. Director Shin Dong-chun, despite his quick change of subject, found his mind bouncing with anxiety, wondering what unsettling thoughts were truly occupying Woojin. While Chibi Director Shin Dong-chun wailed in exaggerated despair, calling out Woojin's name and scattering papers, Woojin calmly considered his next move, finding a better agency. The tension lingered as Woojin remained silent and contemplative, while Director Shin Dong-chun slumped in prolonged distress. Chibi Woojin casually recalled his one-year contract, observing that the article had already gone public and inexplicably gone viral, yet Kang Woojin remained utterly unworried. The news of Kang Woojin's one-year contract expiration rapidly spread, stirring up Korean entertainment agencies as unprecedented details about the monstrous rookie's future became public. Kang Woojin's immense influence across Korea and Japan made the revelation of his mere one-year contract a shockwave, a truly novel concept that left the industry reeling. Online communities buzzed with disbelief, dismissing the one-year contract as a mere rumor, yet imagining the frantic scramble of agencies if such a shocking truth were revealed. The news ignited a frenzy among countless domestic entertainment agencies, who immediately began their concerted efforts to reach Kang Woojin. But amidst the industry's uproar, Kang Woojin, the very subject of the turmoil, remained utterly detached and unmoved by the escalating drama. Even as a news article directly speculated about his contract expiration and intentions, Kang Woojin calmly absorbed the words, betraying no inner turmoil. He internally scoffed at the idea of deliberately raising his value, dismissing the speculation as utter nonsense, for he held no particular thoughts on the matter. Though the president urged him to consider his options and schedule a talk, Kang Woojin had already made his decision, finding nothing left to contemplate. Resigned to let the contract situation run its course, Kang Woojin anticipated it would eventually fade, until a sudden buzz broke through his comm. A text arrived out of the blue from an entertainment president, bewildering Kang Woojin, who wondered how his private number had been obtained. Soon, a barrage of text messages from various agencies overwhelmed him, a sudden influx of attention that reminded him of a previous surge of unexpected interest. He reflected on the stark difference between receiving business cards and having agency presidents personally reach out, realizing the true weight of the articles now dominating the news. Kang Woojin shrewdly deduced that such direct outreach from top figures signaled his highly elevated market position and felt a pang of satisfaction for having proactively studied contract conditions. With a confident smirk, he decided to demand seemingly excessive terms, trusting that such audacity would naturally reveal his true market value. Suddenly startled, Kang Woojin was asked by the man with glasses if he had seen the sensationally popular Kang Woojin Alter Ego channel. The man with glasses excitedly explained the channel's massive success, detailing its millions of views and subscribers, and the deluge of cover requests from established artists. Observing the chart-topping success of their latest Miley Cara cover, Kang Woojin calmly attributed its triumph to impeccable song selection. Though the man with glasses celebrated, Kang Woojin's cluelessness about Miley Cara resurfaced, prompting him to internally lament his own shallow knowledge. The man with glasses then smoothly transitioned to their next content idea, informing Kang Woojin that 3 cooking concepts had been narrowed down. The first proposal involved Kang Woojin cooking for his subscribers, sharing delicious recipes like spicy stir-fried pork. Alternatively, he could host guests, preparing their requested dishes while engaging them in conversation. But the final option, avatar cooking, instantly piqued Kang Woojin's confusion, leaving him to question its meaning. The man with glasses clarified the avatar cooking concept, where a guest would act as the avatar under Kang Woojin's direction, a strong variety show style that Kang Woojin quickly approved. The man with glasses humorously considered the potential frustrations of a guest who couldn't cook, then asked Kang Woojin to choose his first guest. Kang Woojin thoughtfully named Miss Warren, to which the man with glasses agreed to arrange her appearance before inquiring about the avatar choice. When Kang Woojin admitted his uncertainty about the avatar, the man with glasses confidently took on the responsibility himself. As a man with a cap announced that filming preparations were complete, Kang Woojin calmly acknowledged the call to the recording room. Walking away, Kang Woojin expressed annoyance at the continuous buzzing of his phone, as the man with glasses watched him with a thoughtful gaze. The man with glasses silently debated whether to disclose the other agency's contacts, watching Kang Woojin, who remained oblivious to his internal conflict. Whispers and speculation filled the air as colleagues gossiped about Kang Woojin's calm demeanor amidst the contract rumors, wondering if he would truly change agencies, while the man with glasses listened intently. The man with glasses quietly affirmed that the competing agencies remained unaware of crucial advantages like Director On's exceptional foresight in project selection, evidenced by Cannes and Academy Award recognition. He reflected on the vast gulf these advantages created, acknowledging the other agencies' desperation as a sign of their own struggles, and resolving to give his absolute best. He vowed to surpass mere sincerity, determined to win Kang Woojin over completely. Despite his internal resolve, the chibi Kang Woojin still expressed annoyance and exasperation at the relentless stream of incoming messages. An unseen voice acknowledged Woojin's hard work as the day drew to a close, marking the end of a busy schedule. The man with glasses bade Kang Woojin good rest, who in turn calmly agreed. A sudden, urgent thought struck the man with glasses, realizing he needed to speak to Kang Woojin before it was too late. As the man with glasses began to speak, Kang Woojin interrupted him, addressing him with an unexpected formality. With a sudden, serious declaration, Kang Woojin announced his decision to take on the leech, leaving the man with glasses utterly shocked and bewildered. The man with glasses reacted in disbelief, asking if Kang Woojin's intuition had been triggered, to which Kang Woojin confidently affirmed his positive feeling and instructed him to accept the role. The man with glasses agreed to inform them the next morning, as Kang Woojin thoughtfully mentioned the Cannes festival opening in September of the following year. With a broad smile, the man with glasses expressed his anticipation for their future cooperation at Cannes, prompting a playful, confident smirk from Kang Woojin. The man with glasses paused in confusion, demanding clarification after Kang Woojin seemingly repeated the unexpected statement about Cannes. A dawning, hopeful realization washed over the man with glasses as he pieced together the timing of Cannes and Kang Woojin's contract, wondering if it meant Kang Woojin intended to stay. When asked if he disliked the idea, Kang Woojin, slightly annoyed, retorted that he was simply surprised by the man with glasses' sudden directness. Playfully wiping a tear, the man with glasses teased Kang Woojin as a tsundere brat, leaving Kang Woojin utterly bewildered as to why his reaction had been so surprising. The man with glasses questioned Kang Woojin's swift decision despite numerous agency offers, to which Kang Woojin asserted that further deliberation would be a waste of his precious, busy time. Kang Woojin clarified that he was already busy and would only get busier, opting to avoid unnecessary hassle, adding that no other agency could compare to their unique approach. The man with glasses reflected on Kang Woojin's unwavering trust and support, acknowledging the complex layers of past misunderstandings and BW Entertainment's unique familiarity with his concept acting. Despite his strong feelings, the man with glasses affirmed his commitment to meticulously review the contract conditions, then called out to Kang Woojin. He then asked Kang Woojin for his honest assessment of BW Entertainment, recalling their initial agreement to get a taste, and Kang Woojin simply confirmed it had been good. The man with glasses then outlined the main points for Kang Woojin's contract renewal, stressing the elimination of the inconvenient one-year term. He proposed a 3-year contract renewal, adjusting the profit ratio from 9 to 1 to 7 to 3, while reassuring that existing projects under the old terms would remain unchanged, before moving to discuss the down payment. The man with glasses then unveiled his final, shocking offer, to gift Kang Woojin the very house he was currently living in. Kang Woojin reacted with utter, screaming disbelief at the incredible offer of his house, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the gift. The chibi Kang Woojin gasped in overwhelming shock, revealing that the mansion being offered to him held an astounding selling price of 1 billion. Lying in bed, the chibi Kang Woojin's heart throbbed with disbelief, struggling to accept that the house could truly be his. He woke up confused as his phone vibrated persistently. Kang Woojin answered, politely greeting PD Song, who immediately apologized for the late hour of his call. PD Song then humbly requested a meeting the following day, offering to travel to Kang Woojin given his busy schedule. With a charming, sly smile, PD Song began to reveal the true purpose of his call. He possessed a script, a necessary evil, that he was incredibly eager to show Kang Woojin, hinting at a compelling project. As the man with a cap excitedly began to reveal a spoiler, the chibi Kang Woojin swiftly intervened, silencing him before he could ruin the surprise. The man with a cap playfully scolded the chibi Kang Woojin for almost spoiling the surprise, which quickly escalated into a humorous, mock confrontation. The voice of PD Song greeted Kang Woojin, thanking him for making time this morning. PD Song apologized for the inconvenience, but Kang Woojin dismissed it with a self-deprecating laugh, implying his availability as a jobless actor. PD Song then smoothly presented the new script, revealing it as the anticipated work from writer Choi Na-na, catching Kang Woojin's attention. PD Song shared his profound personal investment, having already signed the contract for the script as his company's debut project, a revelation that clearly surprised Kang Woojin after his recent work. The true weight of the offer settled in as PD Song declared both he and writer Choi Na-na believed Kang Woojin was the perfect choice for the male lead, leaving him utterly surprised. As Kang Woojin held the script titled A Necessary Evil, his curiosity about its content grew, noting its significant length as a 16-episode miniseries rather than a short film. Kang Woojin turned a page of the script, surprised by its intense opening and finding the immediate immersion into action captivating. He candidly admitted his deep interest, wishing he could devour the script immediately, a strong declaration that clearly surprised PD Song. PD Song pressed him on his commitment, and Kang Woojin, serious and confident, affirmed his belief in taking the role. PD Song, satisfied, then stood up, instructing Kang Woojin to thoroughly review the script and promising to leave him undisturbed. As Kang Woojin bowed slightly in gratitude, PD Song gave a final thumbs up before departing. With the story itself assessed, Kang Woojin decided to dive into the script's deeper, more fantastical aspects, where a blue vortex glowed on the cover. Within the abstract void of his system, a chibi Kang Woojin curiously explored the floating white boxes, until something unexpected caught his attention. A dramatic revelation shook the chibi Kang Woojin as his system declared Leech to be SS rank, making him question its previous, even higher, S++ ranking. A knowing smirk tugged at the chibi Kang Woojin's lips, as he instinctively understood this elevated rank was a direct result of his own performance, and he chided himself for the involuntary smile. The chibi Kang Woojin pondered the profound implications of an SS rank for a film festival submission, wondering if it might now transcend into a full theatrical release. Admitting his inability to confirm such details within the system, the chibi Kang Woojin then registered a new, confusing sensation. A sudden, wide-eyed realization dawned on Kang Woojin, as if a missing piece of the puzzle had just clicked into place. A profound hum resonated as the system unveiled the new script, A Necessary Evil, with an astonishing S++ rank, immediately exhilarating Kang Woojin. As they drove, PD Song asked if Kang Woojin's earlier conversation with producer Song had gone well. Kang Woojin affirmed the meeting was positive, prompting PD Song to reveal he had already informed director on about proceeding with Leech and publicly announced Kang Woojin's 3-year contract extension. PD Song acknowledged potential media buzz about the original 1-year contract, suggesting a strategic silence after the extension announcement to let the controversy naturally fade. PD Song then pivoted to a new topic, revealing the recent airing of The Love That Freezes, a fact that startled Kang Woojin, who had been too preoccupied to even notice. He showed Kang Woojin a phone screen filled with glowing social media comments praising his impactful sign language performance, but quickly added that this wasn't the most crucial detail. With a satisfied smile, PD Song revealed the drama's overall viewership stood at 12.8%, yet its peak rating had soared to an astounding 19.1%. A booming sound accompanied PD Song's emphasis that this peak coincided precisely with Kang Woojin's first appearance, unequivocally proving his significant ticket power. PD Song continued, highlighting Kang Woojin's impressive 7.5 million Masang score and his perfect track record of successful projects, solidifying his reputation as a truly trustworthy actor. Amidst a vibrant, level-up graphic, Kang Woojin's status and market value were visually depicted as having explosively skyrocketed. Kang Woojin noted the need to head to his next schedule, and PD Song, with practical consideration, advised him to rest during the drive. Recalling the first filming day for his cooking content with Warren, Kang Woojin decided to check if a teaser video had already been uploaded to the channel. The chibi Kang Woojin observed the overwhelmingly positive reactions to his cooking teaser video and pondered how adding more celebrity guests could further ignite its popularity. After absorbing the positive online buzz, Kang Woojin's attention shifted abruptly, a sudden realization pulling him back to the script. Feeling particularly good, Kang Woojin mused about trying out the new script, the blue vortex on its cover hinting at the fantastical immersion within. Recognizing the extended travel time as an opportunity, Kang Woojin activated his system to prepare the script for JOBLESS, its high quality ensuring 100% implementation. The system then detected abilities exceeding his baseline specifications, immediately initiating the acquisition of martial arts as a primary skill. Kang Woojin expressed his astonishment, realizing he could acquire action skills like martial arts even without explicit descriptions of the techniques, challenging his previous assumptions. Despite his lingering confusion, Kang Woojin gratefully accepted the unexpected gift of martial arts as the system commenced its preparation for reading the skill. With preparation complete, the system initiated the reading of martial arts, manifesting as swirling energy that consumed the space. Kang Woojin's eyes glowed with an otherworldly yellow as he registered a profound, disorienting change within himself. Still disoriented, Kang Woojin questioned the strange new reality, realizing he could distinctly feel the ground beneath his feet. Yet, the sensation was foreign, it felt less like a solid floor and more like he was pushing through fine, soft soil with every step. A sudden movement made Kang Woojin flinch, his gaze snapping to an indistinct shadowy figure looming directly behind him. An involuntary gasp escaped Kang Woojin's lips as the tall, black silhouette of the mysterious figure towered over him. A whooshing sound accompanied Kang Woojin's startled realization that his own body was moving autonomously, performing martial arts without his conscious will. Precise, sharp strikes resonated as Kang Woojin's body was guided through a series of martial arts movements, leaving him utterly bewildered by the unseen force. The shadowy figure executed a swift, fluid maneuver, flipping Kang Woojin through the air in a dynamic display of acrobatics. The chibi Kang Woojin, utterly disoriented, tried to process the rapid, involuntary sequence of movements, relieved that despite the bizarre experience, he felt no pain or discomfort. Lying on his back, Kang Woojin looked up in startled surprise as the shadowy figure smoothly leaned over him, its form now directly above. A searing, swishing sound filled the air as the shadowy figure completely enveloped Kang Woojin, fusing with him amidst a bright blue glow, eliciting a silent scream of surprise. With a soft gasp of realization, Kang Woojin's wide eye, now glowing intensely yellow, understood the profound transformation occurring within him. Amidst swirling blue and white energy, Kang Woojin felt an inexplicable sensation of something profound being imprinted upon his very being. The powerful, swirling energies continued their profound work, echoing a deep, resonant hum as the mystical imprinting process intensified. A confident, glowing finger emerged, signaling Kang Woojin's newfound mastery of martial arts and his readiness for the next step. With a satisfied chuckle, Kang Woojin, now brimming with confidence, decided to finally delve into the world of JOBLESS, as the system proudly announced its 100% implementation and commenced the reading. The bustling sounds of an outdoor crowd drifted through the air, signaling a return to a vibrant, sunlit reality. Walking through a serene garden path, director On Jae-bok praised their delicious meal, to which the older man, Shim Han-ho, simply agreed. Director On Jae-bok casually reminded Shim Han-ho that it had been nearly a year since his last project, a fact that surprised the veteran actor. Shim Han-ho then smoothly presented a document, which director On Jae-bok immediately speculated might be the veteran actor's highly anticipated 100th project. Shim Han-ho confirmed it was indeed his milestone 100th project, reminding director On Jae-bok of a promise with a confident smile, earning a polite laugh in return. Shim Han-ho, a veteran actor with 3 decades of experience, asserted with confident resolve that such a reminder was unnecessary. Director On Jae-bok inquired if he was the first to receive the offer, and Shim Han-ho reluctantly admitted he was not, his posture slightly deflating. The older actor's blunt declaration that director On Jae-bok was merely the second choice caused the younger man to pause, holding the script still. Director On Jae-bok pressed for the identity of the first choice with a hint of annoyance, and Shim Han-ho, feigning secrecy, agreed to reveal the confidential name. Shim Han-ho dramatically revealed the first offer went to Kang Woojin, a name that visibly shocked director On Jae-bak, whose thoughts conjured a powerful image of the star. Director On Jae-bak, acknowledging Kang Woojin's impressive work in The Drug Dealer, agreed to read the script, to which Shim Han-ho simply replied that he would await his decision. Director On Jae-bak playfully threatened to rush him, earning an annoyed retort from Shim Han-ho about concentration, while Ryu Young-min in the background suddenly registered their presence. A shocked Ryu Young-min realized he was witnessing the unexpected meeting of director On Jae-bak and the legendary Shim Han-ho, pondering the significance of their late-hour rendezvous. A decisive click confirmed Ryu Young-min had captured the moment, his mind already spinning with the potential for a groundbreaking media scoop. The scene ended abruptly, leaving the immediate future uncertain. The sudden message, reading terminated, jolted Kang Woojin back to reality, his breath catching in his throat. A long, drawn-out sigh escaped Kang Woojin as the full weight of his transformation settled upon him. He truly had changed. Within the chaotic crimson of his mind, Kang Woojin wrestled with the unutterable truth that something had been deeply imprinted, a violent madness from a character, reshaping him into a more agile, bold, and resolute man. As he examined his own hand, Kang Woojin felt his entire body had become both sensitive and unexpectedly flexible, a new, intensely violent capability unlike any of his smoother previous abilities. A dangerous potency coiled within him, and as Kang Woojin clenched his fist, he knew he had to master this volatile skill, lest its careless use unleash unforeseen problems. Yet, a knowing smirk played on his lips, controlling this power would pose no real challenge, for he had long ago mastered the precise art of moderation. In a fantastical inner monologue, a chibi Kang Woojin reminded himself not to get cocky, but to simply control his mind as always, allowing others to make him shine. The CEO announced their arrival, informing Kang Woojin that the producer awaited them in the studio, and it was time to go up. Kang Woojin acknowledged his CEO, just as Waren's sharp exclamation sliced through the air. Waren greeted Kang Woojin cheerfully, who noted her early arrival with a polite welcome. In a flash of exaggerated memory, Waren recalled arriving early due to surprisingly clear traffic, playfully blaming her manager's frantic nagging about punctuality. As murmuring crowds stirred around him, a man with a dark beard watched from inside his car, his silence heavy with unspoken intent. The bearded man seated, his body trembling with jealous rage as he declared Waren his own, cursing Kang Woojin for daring to approach her and pushing him past his breaking point. He could no longer tolerate the perceived betrayal, the bearded man whispered, his hand sliding to a knife amidst the scattered photos as he vowed swift punishment. A sinister grin spread across his face as the hooded man, brandishing a knife, promised a brutal punishment for their betrayal today. The director's call of "cut" brought a wave of relief and bustling chatter across the brightly lit studio set, signaling the end of the scene. Waren's manager, Young Jang-hwan, urged her to leave quickly for her next schedule, while Ryu Young-min echoed the sentiment to Kang Woojin. In her inner world, a chibi Waren gasped with regret, lamenting her next schedule that cruelly pulled her away from spending more time with Kang Woojin. Waren, in her chibi form, humorously tuned out her manager's insistent nagging about an upcoming photo shoot, preferring to focus her attention elsewhere. Waren yearned for just one more conversation before she had to leave, finding it impossible to depart without another word. A faint, pleasant aroma drifted towards Waren, sparking her curiosity about the exceptionally good perfume Kang Woojin was wearing. Deciding to act on her curiosity, Waren turned to Kang Woojin and directly asked him about the alluring perfume he wore today. Waren's thoughts of trying the scent were abruptly shattered by her manager's frantic, crashing shout of "Waren!" A chilling warning cry of "Watch out!" pierced the air just as the hooded man lunged forward, knife in hand, leaving Waren paralyzed with a silent scream. Consumed by rage, the bearded man lunged with his knife, bellowing threats for Waren to get away from Kang Woojin. The enraged man swung his knife with a vicious slice, a terrifying declaration ripping from his throat that Waren was his, and his alone. Waren's manager, the man with a cap, panicked, realizing the gravity of the unfolding disaster. Waren's eyes clenched shut, her body frozen in terror, unable to respond to the impending attack. A piercing scream tore through the air, marking a moment of extreme distress. Her eyes snapped open in surprise, reacting to an unexpected touch. Waren gasped, her eyes widening in profound shock at the unbelievable sight before her. Just as the assailant lunged, Kang Woojin swiftly intervened, grabbing the man's arm and shielding Waren, leaving everyone, especially Waren, utterly stunned. Still reeling from shock, Waren softly uttered Kang Woojin's name as he stood protectively before her. With a swift, firm impact, Kang Woojin kicked the assailant, sending him collapsing to the ground with a grunt of pain. As Kang Woojin firmly pinned the attacker to the ground amidst gasps from onlookers, the assailant cried out in agony about his arm, while Woojin calmly commanded someone to call the police. Amidst the growing murmurs of the crowd and his manager's concerned cries, Kang Woojin calmly assured everyone that he was all right. Waren rushed to check on Kang Woojin, but her manager remained perplexed, wondering at Woojin's swift, precise movements and unnerving calm in the face of danger. With a pounding heart, Warren was utterly awestruck, marveling at the incredible display she had just witnessed, finding Kang Woojin's actions undeniably cool. Despite his heroic actions, Kang Woojin felt no satisfaction, only a profound aversion to the violence, hoping never to experience such an act again as the attacker was secured. Kang Woojin pondered if the mere resolution of the situation was truly all that mattered, then a new thought struck him. Kang Woojin's concern prompted him to ask Warren if she was alright, to which she nervously, almost evasively, insisted she was fine. Seeing through her forced composure, Kang Woojin gently touched Warren's shoulder and suggested she return to her car, clearly sensing her lingering unease. A subtle smile touched Kang Woojin's lips as he suddenly recalled the name, Savile Allure, catching Warren entirely by surprise. With a gentle gesture, Kang Woojin took Warren's hand, reminding her that she had inquired about his perfume, leaving her flushed with surprise. As Warren delicately sniffed her hand, now imbued with the faint, sparkling scent, a quiet pleasure settled upon her as she confirmed it smelled truly nice. Watching Kang Woojin walk away amidst a soft, pink glow, Warren felt a quiet calm gently settle over her heart, soothing its recent turmoil. The murmuring crowd observed as police officers moved in, apprehending the hooded attacker and securing him in handcuffs. Police officers speculated the attacker was a deranged Saseing or stalker, revealing a disturbing history of strange letters sent to the company, though they never anticipated such an overt attack. Kang Woojin's manager expressed profound gratitude for his intervention, confessing he didn't know what would have happened otherwise, and urged him to report any injuries. With a serious gaze, Kang Woojin turned to his CEO, requesting that his name be entirely omitted should the incident find its way into the news. He wasn't comfortable with the inevitable commotion and media frenzy, Kang Woojin reflected, having never intended to wield his martial arts for anything other than his craft. In a frantic, chibified vision, Kang Woojin imagined a chaotic press conference, panicking about the smell of impending misunderstandings and the sheer agony of having to explain himself. Ryu Youngmin nodded, a subtle smile on his face, assuring Kang Woojin he would handle the aftermath, understanding that Woojin was uncomfortable leveraging such a grim incident for personal fame. Ryu Youngmin considered the logistical challenges of controlling the narrative, confident he could manage Warren's side regarding witnesses and CCTV, but anticipating difficulty with those in the parked cars. Ryu Youngmin conceded that some aspects might need to unfold naturally, though he grimly foresaw the incident being reported on a far grander scale than anyone expected. Ryu Youngmin explained that Warren's company would manage the aftermath, likely issuing a public warning to raise awareness, a necessary step that Kang Woojin readily accepted. In a tender chibi moment, Ryu Youngmin affectionately told Kang Woojin to use him as a shield next time, reminding him of his preciousness, a sentiment that visibly touched a chibi Woojin. Ryu Youngmin, dumbfounded by how Kang Woojin subdued the assailant, blurted out a hesitant, almost absurd question: was he some kind of secret agent, leaving Woojin equally bewildered. A fantastical image of Kang Woojin as a gun-wielding spy flashed through Ryu Youngmin's mind, a perfect protagonist with languages, music, acting, martial arts, and a mysterious past, making him excitedly wonder if this was all a setup for a spy movie. Kang Woojin calmly insisted he was merely an actor, nothing more, yet Ryu Youngmin incredulously demanded an explanation for his extraordinary feat, something no ordinary person could accomplish. Kang Woojin, slightly embarrassed, mumbled about a little hapkido from his elementary school days, a vague evasion that left Ryu Youngmin questioning such a modest claim, especially given the chibi Woojin's formidable hapkido display in his own mind. With a nervous chuckle, Kang Woojin awkwardly confirmed his hapkido story, while Ryu Youngmin, finding the explanation absurd yet amusing, decided it was simply best to accept it. A chibi Ryu Youngmin shrugged, resigning himself to the futility of ever truly understanding Kang Woojin's mysterious abilities. A startling incident had occurred. Singer and actress Warren was brutally attacked by an assailant in a parking lot, a grave event poised to shift the narrative. Inside a bustling meeting room, conversations buzzed about Warren's escalating incident, though one man noted her professionalism for continuing her schedule, a true testament to her dedication. The discussion then shifted to Kang Woojin, with an inquiry into his delayed confirmation for a role, leaving the team pondering his hesitation. A worried murmur swept through the room as colleagues speculated whether the demanding martial arts component of the role had become a daunting burden on Kang Woojin's already packed schedule. The man, however, deeply knew Kang Woojin wasn't one to shrink from any challenge, leaving him to wonder if a deeper, unspoken reservation had arisen after reading the full script. His train of thought was abruptly broken as Ryu Youngmin proposed moving to Plan B for the casting board, a surprising suggestion. Suddenly, a phone vibrated with an urgent call, the caller ID flashing, Kang Woojin, startling everyone present. The producer quickly answered, and Kang Woojin's voice came through, apologizing for his late response but confirming he had finally read the entire script. The producer offered to reduce the martial arts content if it felt like too much, but Kang Woojin firmly rejected the idea, insisting it would compromise the very essence of beneficial evil. A collective gasp of disbelief echoed as Kang Woojin declared he wouldn't mind even more martial arts, leaving the entire team utterly flabbergasted. The bewildered producer tentatively asked if more martial arts truly wouldn't be an issue, to which Kang Woojin confidently affirmed it was acceptable if it improved the overall project. With resolute determination, Kang Woojin declared his acceptance of the role, stating he would play Jang Yun-woo. A wave of relief and excitement washed over the team, one woman gratefully exclaiming her joy, knowing that Kang's team could always be relied upon. Yet, a tiny chibi Kang Woojin in his mind still fretted, hearing his manager express concern about his schedule and the impending martial arts practice. But the producer, with a knowing smirk, confidently dismissed the worry, certain that martial arts would be no obstacle for Kang Woojin. A narrator interjected, explaining that a simple martial arts test, assessing flexibility and form, would soon precede the script reading. Inside the car, director Shin Dong-chun acknowledged the news while Kang Woojin reacted with a curious hum, the sound of fabric rustling softly between them. Meanwhile, an unseen caller, Choi Song-jian, informed the producer about an additional filming meeting for our table, promising a schedule confirmation soon. Director Shin Dong-chun, with a confident smile, concluded his call by arranging a separate meeting to discuss further details. Done, you can leave the rest to me, Director Shin Dong-chun declared, stretching his arms, and Kang Woojin offered a grateful thank you for his manager's efforts. In a triumphant chibi vision, Kang Woojin's internal system proudly declared his SS rank upgrade for beneficial evil. Now that he was a lead, his status clearly soaring. Director Shin Dong-chun then realized he should contact Warren directly, remarking on the current frenzy of news articles, which piqued Kang Woojin's curiosity. Suddenly, a chibi director Shin Dong-chun recoiled in exaggerated shock at something on his phone, leaving a chibi Kang Woojin utterly bewildered. Director Shin Dong-chun, still reeling, began to articulate the stunning news: the actor-director on cast after him was. An exclusive news report then flashed, revealing director On Jae-bok, long out of the public eye, had been spotted dining with veteran actor Shim Han-ho, hinting at his potential role in the legendary 100th film. The very name, Shim Han-ho, evoked images of a colossal figure, one of South Korea's top 3 veteran actors, monster, whose vast filmography was truly the history of acting itself. The gravity of director On Jae-bok's acclaimed filmography, marked by International Film Festival awards, weighed heavily as director Shin Dong-chun realized Shim Han-ho's involvement would escalate the stakes to an unimaginable degree. The narration questioned how the public and entertainment industry would perceive Kang Woojin, a mere first-year rookie, in the wake of such news, and what Kang Woojin himself would truly feel. Director Shin Dong-chun worried Kang Woojin, though usually unshaken, might feel immense pressure from Shim Han-ho's potential involvement, while a chibi Kang Woojin's mind exploded with terrified disbelief at the thought of working alongside the legendary actor. It's not confirmed yet, director Shin Dong-chun began, gently poking Kang Woojin, but if it's true, what do you think? Kang Woojin simply responded with a calm and decisive, it doesn't matter, leaving director Shin Dong-chun stunned. A chibi director Shin Dong-chun burst with pride, but Kang Woojin's chibi self, with a nervous sweat drop, declared he would simply treat Shim Han-ho as another old man and approached the situation with extreme method acting. Director Shin Dong-chun paused, considering, as his phone began to ring with a low hum. Ah, he's calling. How scary, director Shin Dong-chun muttered sarcastically before answering with a smooth, yes, director On Jae-bok. Director Shin Dong-chun tried to shift the conversation, but Chairman Choi cut him off, directly asking if he had seen the articles about his film, to which Shin Dong-chun admitted surprise about Shim Han-ho's involvement. Director On Jae-bok explained his own surprise about the reporter's presence and stated he had called director Shin Dong-chun because he felt it was best to inform him directly. Director On Jae-bok then revealed he had also given the scenario to actor Shim Han-ho, prompting director Shin Dong-chun to eagerly, almost desperately, ask if Kang Woojin had also been mentioned. To director Shin Dong-chun's utter horror, a chibi version of himself cringed as director On Jae-bok casually confirmed he had explained everything, including that Kang Woojin was only the second person to receive the scenario. Director On Jae-bok mused that Shim Han-ho might still join, even without a confirmation, leading director Shin Dong-chun to anxiously inquire if Kang Woojin felt burdened by the news. Director On Jae-bok, with a knowing smirk, reassured him that Kang Woojin was completely unfazed, praising him as a solid kid with guts that are #1 in the country. And if actor Shim Han-ho does end up joining, director On Jae-bok mused, I think it would be best if the official casting announcement was released side by side. The narration explained the profound strategic benefit. Rather than a solo article, it was far more impactful for Kang Woojin's announcement to be sandwiched between the two legends, director On and Shim Han-ho. Director Shin Dong-chun heartily agreed to the joint announcement, finding it more respectful to Shim Han-ho, and offered his sincere thanks to director On Jae-bok. Director On Jae-bok then turned his attention to Kang Woojin's appearance fee, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. A subtle smirk played on director On Jae-bok's face as he looked at his phone, a silent decision clearly forming. The narrative itself chimed in, displaying a text message confirming the role's acceptance, promising that this has become interesting. A muffled murmur arose from a modern, multi-layered building, signaling a new, bustling environment. The murmuring sounds continued, indicating a vibrant, active office setting. As director Shin Dong-chun walked through the bright office, a woman asked about his talk with director An, to which he happily confirmed its success and the negotiation of a good appearance fee. A chibi director Shin Dong-chun ecstatically detailed the staggering 200 million won appearance fee, plus an additional 101 per audience member after the break-even point, acknowledging he had exaggerated quite a bit but still expressing genuine surprise at how much the figure had risen. Director Shin Dong-chun called out to Kang Woojin, requesting a moment to discuss something with him and Ha-yeon. Kang Woojin wondered about the other cast members, and Ha-yeon clarified they had finished filming long ago, with Ryu Youngmin explaining their separate schedule was due to an overseas location shoot. Ryu Youngmin reassured them, explaining that today's meeting was merely a brief briefing and schedule discussion, promising an early finish. Ryu Youngmin then casually asked Kang Woojin if he had considered the development dish he had mentioned previously, prompting a thoughtful, that, from Woojin. Kang Woojin tentatively asked if he could use his prepared dish, to which Ryu Youngmin, surprised and excited, enthusiastically granted permission. A chibi Hong Ha-yeon offered to help, and a chibi Kang Woojin assigned her ingredient prep, just as an unseen staff member announced it was time to shoot. With a flourish, Kang Woojin presented his completed soy sauce-based makuksu, a delicious slurp signifying its readiness. Kang Woojin explained his makuksu was specifically designed for the US market with a less salty broth, and that seasonings could be adjusted with perilla leaves, sesame seeds, and jjimjabin, much to the impressed wows of those tasting it. Ryu Youngmin ecstatically devoured the dish, shouting about its insane deliciousness and eagerly asking its name, utterly convinced it could be sold commercially. Kang Woojin thoughtfully suggested jjimjabin makuksu, a name Ryu Youngmin promptly approved with a satisfied thumbs up. Shifting to a more serious tone, Ryu Youngmin explained that the filming would have to be split into 2 rounds due to scheduling conflicts with the US shoot. He outlined the plan, 10 total episodes, with the first 5 filmed in a week, and the second round of filming scheduled around the first broadcast early next year, a plan met with silent nods. Ryu Youngmin continued, detailing how the locations and stores for Season 1's US arc were almost confirmed, involving about 2 days a week with a food truck and the rest operating out of a restaurant. Then, Ryu Youngmin revealed the exact departure date for the first round of filming was scheduled for late November to early December, a startling announcement that widened Kang Woojin's eyes. It's so soon, Kang Woojin gulped, overwhelmed by the imminent departure and the thought of encountering the completely different aura of actors in America. The narrative interjected, urging readers not to miss out and to visit the production company's blog for an exciting event. The narration highlighted the distinctly different and compelling auras of the 2 characters, hinting at their unique appeal. Director Shin Dong-chun, with a wide, speculative grin, asked if anyone was curious about how these 2 characters would look as collectible stickers. The final message urged curious readers to visit the production company's blog and participate in the event to discover more about the special collectible sticker goods. As the year drew to an end, the Korean entertainment industry surged with an insane flurry of activity and breaking news. This year proved several times more glamorous than usual, yet the most searing topic, by far, remained Waren's shocking incident. News broke of the stalker who attacked Waren, his chilling motive, "I punished her because she was too promiscuous," igniting a furious outcry online. As media and public opinion endlessly fanned the flames, the Our Table cast, led by Kang Woojin, prepared to depart for the United States. A chibi Kang Woojin felt his world expand with a whoosh, his mind reeling with the surreal question, are we truly going? Am I really going to America? And from a place Kang Woojin least expected, an unseen voice murmured, wow, crazy. A phone screen revealed the truth, this is Waren and Kang Woojin, followed by the stunned question, then Kang Woojin saved Waren? A man with a camera, bewildered, wondered aloud why Kang Woojin's involvement had been completely absent from news articles or YouTube videos, finding it incredibly strange. A sudden thought struck him, freezing his movements, he realized the implications of his own dashcam video. An unseen voice declared this a massive jackpot, a super jackpot, as a small incident began to sprout into a viral sensation, Waren stalker attack incident, my car's dashcam filmed it from right in front, not clickbait. The journey began at the sprawling Los Angeles International Airport in the USA. The terminal buzzed with the low murmur of countless travelers. Among the murmuring crowd, an unseen voice expressed awe, wow, crazy. Kang Woojin's throat tightened, unable to fully grasp the reality of being in America to film a variety show, he wondered if this was truly real. A woman watched Kang Woojin, who stood utterly dazed amidst the bustling airport. The woman, noting his distracted air, asked if he was lost in memories, to which Kang Woojin replied, it's my first time in America, what memories? Kang Woojin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple, internally dismissing the idea that she might be referring to his past, study abroad, and quickly deflected by claiming he was just thinking about a project. The woman advised him to take a break, but Kang Woojin assured her he was resting, his words hinting at the vibrant subspace where a stylized version of him floated in joyful repose. An older man, now that they had arrived, addressed the group with a smile, ready to outline their planned schedule in the U.S. He explained their plan to operate a food truck for the first 2 days at a street in North Hollywood Park, planning a relaxed first day to adjust before the real work began on the second. The older man playfully turned to Kang Woojin, asking what our leader thought they should do first on the second day, prompting Kang Woojin to question why he had been designated the leader. The man in the gray suit, with a smirk, insisted that as a mere figurehead boss, Kang Woojin, the chef, was the natural leader for their cooking-focused concept. The older man questioned if the manager was truly comfortable taking orders from a junior, but the manager, in a chibi form, cheerfully shrugged, admitting it was the most comfortable position to be in. The older man exposed the manager's true comfort before abruptly turning to Kang Woojin, startling him with a sudden demand for his input. Kang Woojin, with calm certainty, stated that after deciding on the menu, they should select and buy ingredients, earning an enthusiastic cheer from a chibi man with sparkling glasses who exclaimed, as expected of our leader. When the older man inquired if they would create all the selected menu items, Kang Woojin explained that due to limited space and tight workflow, about 2 items would suffice. The older man agreed to 2 items, declaring that the chef could comfortably decide on ingredients and that Kang Woojin would now take charge. An unseen speaker, having shared the schedule, urged everyone to move, receiving an affirmative chorus of agreement. As the murmur of the crowd surrounded him, Kang Woojin considered getting a feel for the area map on his phone while they walked to North Hollywood Park. His phone vibrated ceaselessly, causing Kang Woojin to question the unusual influx of messages. Ryu Youngmin approached Kang Woojin, his expression grim as he warned, "This is bad." Ryu Youngmin revealed that a dashcam video of Kang Woojin subduing Waren's attacker had gone viral, causing chaos in Korea, and making him a top news story. A chibi Kang Woojin, eyes wide with incomprehension, felt the situation truly mind-boggling, only managing a bewildered, "Pardon?" Kang Woojin, still reeling, questioned the sudden appearance of a dashcam video, to which Ryu Youngmin explained the impossibility of blocking citizen-recorded footage. Ryu Youngmin showed Kang Woojin the situation, revealing that Waren's publicizing of the incident had made him the hottest topic, rocketing him to real-time rank 1, causing Kang Woojin to panic and cry out, "No." A chibi Ryu Youngmin suggested Kang Woojin's phone was likely exploding, and a chibi Kang Woojin, listening to the incessant vibrations, conceded, "I think so." After a moment, Kang Woojin conceded that admitting the truth seemed better, prompting Ryu Youngmin to affirm he would make the official announcement in a few hours. The man in the gray suit suggested that admitting the truth was the better path, to which Kang Woojin, exasperated, replied, "This is driving me crazy, whatever." Ryu Youngmin advised a swift announcement but then cryptically told Kang Woojin he would have to deal with them first, leaving Kang Woojin puzzled as others began to turn their attention. His colleagues descended upon him, their voices a clamor of shock and accusation, demanding to know about the article, his flashy martial arts, and if the news was real. A chibi Kang Woojin, drenched in visible distress, realized his secret was out and lamented, "This is why I kept it hidden." A vehicle hummed, carrying its passengers along the road. Someone observed the breaking news on a phone screen, reading that Kang Woojin was the one who had saved Waren from the stalker attack, prompting a contemplative The chairman, holding his phone, mused aloud about when Kang Woojin had learned such skills, calling the video rare and noting that the man himself was endlessly interesting, with issues that never ceased. The chairman pointed out that Kang Woojin's continued influence was felt even when he was abroad, a fact the producer smilingly acknowledged as true. An unnamed man in formal attire informed the chairman that they had arrived at the hotel, surprising him. They had arrived for the illustrious Starry Night Award ceremony. The Starry Night Award ceremony, hosted by the Korean Film Actors Association, was less an awards show and more a prestigious year-end party where elegantly dressed guests mingled in a grand hall. The party gathered masters like director Ahn Gabak, alongside countless entertainment industry officials and numerous top stars. The chairman subtly reacted, his ears twitching as he overheard guests excitedly discussing the Kang Woojin video, comparing it to watching a movie. The chairman, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips, mused on Kang Woojin's continued presence even in his absence, deciding to fan the flames of speculation, knowing questions about Bleach were inevitable. The producer inquired about the chairman's plan, who then suggested that since the stage was already set, it would be an excellent time to announce the actor for Bleach right there. The producer asked when the chairman intended to make the announcement, predicting it would cause quite a stir, to which the chairman paused, deep in thought. An editor-in-chief from Power Patch swiftly approached director Ahn Gabak, eagerly requesting an interview. The eager man, with broad smiles and expectant glances, pressed the chairman for hints about the actors who had received the Bleach script, insisting that everyone was curious. The chairman, grinning mischievously, dismissed the commotion, while the producer looked on, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The chairman announced that 2 top-billed leads for Leech had been confirmed, one of them being the esteemed actor Shim Han-ho, which sparked murmurs through the crowd. The excited man speculated about the identity of the other lead, wondering if it could be another top actor among them. The chairman dramatically unveiled the other lead as Kang Woojin, causing the man's excited smile to abruptly freeze in shock. A collective gasp hung in the air, followed by a stunned silence that permeated the grand hall. The chairman, looking around with a mischievous smile, feigned innocence, asking why everyone appeared so dumbfounded after his revelation, as the flustered man tried to explain. The questions mounted. Kang Woojin was already a hot topic due to the Warren incident, but how had he landed a role with director on Gabak? The man's resolve snapped into place with a decisive flourish, realizing the details could wait. This was massive news that demanded immediate publication. The hall erupted into a chaotic buzz as calls of "this is a scoop" and frantic demands to publish the article faster than anyone else filled the air, wondering if Shim Han-ho and Kang Woojin were truly cast together. The man, having processed the news, then directly asked the director, "Is there a reason you chose Kang Woojin?" The chairman, a sly smirk on his face, cryptically answered, "Because he didn't seem particularly interested in the Cannes Festival." Kang Woojin's heroic story ignited across Korea like wildfire, his agency confirming every detail as chaos erupted once again. The intensity surrounding Kang Woojin only escalated as director on Gabak dropped the bombshell confirmation of his role in Leech alongside Sim Han-ho, fueling a media frenzy. Soon, Kang Woojin's story transcended borders, its grand narrative sweeping across the globe and inevitably finding him in the distant United States. In a luxurious outdoor setting, a professional woman stood by an older, relaxed man, their conversation poised on the edge of discovery. A pointing hand hovered over a smartphone, revealing a video that surprised the viewer, who exclaimed about the man's long-term training. Director Kim Do-hee confidently proposed adding this newly discovered Asian actor, whose action skills she observed in a video, to an upcoming screen test. Upon learning that Kang Woojin was already in LA for a shoot, the older man, later identified as Hollywood director George Mendez, promptly instructed her to call him in for the screen test. Hollywood director George Mendez mused aloud about the Korean actor, Kang Woojin, a name now echoing with unexpected significance. As Hollywood director George Mendez admitted his growing curiosity, Kang Woojin sat in quiet contemplation, the weight of those words settling around him. Kang Woojin observed the murmuring crowd, a quiet reflection washing over him as he noted the commotion had finally subsided. Colleagues reacted with shock to a sudden bombshell announcement, questioning its reality, while Kang Woojin silently anticipated the headache awaiting his return to Korea. A cheerful man proposed an immediate meeting to finalize the menu, prepare ingredients, and plan the workflow for their new business venture, all by the end of the day. Kang Woojin, deep in thought, consulted Young Jang-hwan about dishes for the kitchen team. Kang Woojin explained his food truck strategy, emphasizing that speed of service was paramount, suggesting just 1 rice and 1 noodle dish, both easily pre-cooked. He then proposed a non-spicy bulgogi rice bowl and makuksu with roasted seaweed flakes as their ideal menu. Kang Woojin affirmed their ingredient list, while Young Jang-hwan, smiling, outlined the food truck workflow, suggesting 4 people in the kitchen and 2 for serving. Young Jang-hwan meticulously assigned roles, placing Woojin and Ha-yeon in the kitchen, Warren and Baekwang as kitchen assistants, and Jong-hak and Gang-soo for serving, with himself joining the front. When asked about drinks, Kang Woojin analytically explained that offering them would slow down service and turnover, so they would stick to water for now. Kang Woojin squirmed uncomfortably as his colleagues, including Warren, praised him as a hero chef and director on Gabak's Man, with Young Jang-hwan concurring that not everyone could be a hero. Internally needing to change the subject, Kang Woojin suggested splitting into groups for ingredient shopping and dorm preparation, to which Young Jang-hwan enthusiastically agreed. An outdoor park setting murmured with unseen activity. Shadowed figures stirred around the newly set-up food truck, a hum of anticipation in the air. Inside the food truck, a woman, likely Warren, grew nervous, as Ryu Youngmin anxiously wondered if anyone would even come. While Kang Woojin cooked with a dazed expression, Ryu Youngmin pondered why he showed no nervousness, an internal thought from a colleague suggesting such things never flustered him. Suddenly, Warren and Ryu Youngmin excitedly pointed, proclaiming that their first customers had arrived, an elderly couple approached by a staff member. As a nervous lurch tightened in his chest, Kang Woojin readied himself. The first order came in, bulgogi 1. RSF 1. The intense clatter of cooking utensils surrounded Kang Woojin as he felt a passion akin to his first acting experience, driven by a powerful desire to serve a delicious meal. The elderly couple discussed the food truck, realizing it was part of a Korean TV program designed to introduce Korean food overseas. The elderly woman wondered if the staff were all celebrities, to which her companion, George Mendez, skeptically replied it would be difficult to expect much from the food. The elderly woman chided him for being picky, while George Mendez, defensively puffing out his cheek, asserted his broad culinary experience and research for his own restaurant. The food arrived with a soft clink, catching the elderly woman's attention. The elderly woman noted the good smell, and George Mendez, observing the noodles, remarked on their resemblance to Japanese ramen. Urged by the elderly woman to taste, George Mendez took a deliberate spoonful. His eyes widened in extreme surprise, a silent gasp escaping him. George Mendez ravenously devoured his noodles, startling the elderly woman with his sudden, intense eating. Contemplative, George Mendez admitted they had been wrong, prompting the woman to ask if the food was bad. George Mendez silently acknowledged the true chef before him, while Kang Woojin, seeing his serious expression, nervously sweated and his pupils trembled, fearing he had somehow messed up. A colleague suggested Kang Woojin personally ask the customers about the food, noting it would make for good pictures if the chef went, and allow him to showcase his English. Kang Woojin subtly smiled, realizing his colleague was expertly managing his screen time, and nodded his agreement. Smoothly approaching the table, Kang Woojin greeted the customers in English, asking about the food, which surprised George Mendez. George Mendez gave a thumbs up, declaring the bulgogi rice bowl absolutely amazing, while the woman confirmed the noodle dish was the best, bringing a profound sense of satisfaction to Kang Woojin. When George Mendez asked if the dish was common in Korea, Kang Woojin humbly revealed it was his own creation. George Mendez was startled, questioning if Kang Woojin was truly a chef despite hearing he was an actor, to which Kang Woojin calmly replied he was indeed an actor. Sparkles of awe surrounded the couple as George Mendez exclaimed his amazement that an actor could create such a delicious dish, then asked if they were the first to taste it. Kang Woojin confirmed they were the very first customers for his original dish, leading George Mendez to realize the unique honor of tasting something unavailable elsewhere in America. George Mendez inquired about the food truck's operating hours, and Kang Woojin explained their schedule of 2 days as a truck and 5 running a restaurant. George Mendez expressed his intent to return the next day and asked for a picture with Kang Woojin, who readily nodded his agreement. The elderly woman's camera clicked twice, capturing the moment. Kang Woojin bowed politely, wishing them enjoyment of their meal, and George Mendez kindly thanked him. George Mendez contemplated posting the picture on his SNS and recommending the place to acquaintances, while the woman smiled in happy agreement. He predicted her social media post would cause such a buzz that it might be difficult for them to visit the food truck again tomorrow. As George Mendez walked away, he delivered a final remark that thumped with revelation: the woman was a 1-star Michelin chef. The scene transitioned to the bustling expanse of LA International Airport. Within the airport, 2 uniformed women murmured with curiosity. A man informed a blonde-haired woman in a luxurious airplane seat that their flight would depart soon, suggesting she rest, and she assured him she would take care of herself. The man asked about her feelings on her first trip to Korea for film promotion, and the woman, still behind sunglasses, replied that it was not bad. Relief washed over the man as he then inquired if she had chosen a Korean YouTube channel to appear on, and she smoothly presented her phone. The screen displayed a specific YouTube video, Miley Kara Absolute cover, Korean Gar. Kang Woojin's alter ego, boasting over 15 million views. Hollywood superstar actress Miley Kara chuckled, then with a confident thump of her phone, declared her sole desire to meet Kang Woojin, instructing Jonathan to make it happen. The white commercial van sped away down the bright, clear street. Inside the spacious van, Kang Woojin and his companions were already settled, seatbelted for the journey ahead. Woojin's companion warned him of the impending chaos upon their return to Korea, as new articles emerged every second, even overshadowing Miley Kara's visit. Kang Woojin's inner self recoiled from the daunting thought of returning to Korea, but he quickly dismissed the fear, vowing to deal with it later. Pushing aside his personal anxieties, Kang Woojin instead concentrated on business, acknowledging that yesterday's customer turnout, while not huge, had still been good. He mused that another day like the last would be perfect, just as a murmur of voices from outside the van began to rise. Kang Woojin and his companion stared in comical shock at the impossibly long line, wondering aloud if it could possibly be for them. PD Yoon, the man with the beard, gravely ordered the driver, Gang-soo, to pull over, his concern evident as the tires screeched and he wondered if anyone on their staff had noticed the spectacle. As the van door slid open with a startled sound, the man with the ponytail, taken aback by the throng, urged them to open for the swarming customers. Kang Woojin, confused, questioned PD Yoon about the already formed line, prompting PD Yoon to demand that he reveal whatever he knew. The man with glasses, a slight grin playing on his lips, inquired if Kang Woojin remembered the elderly couple from yesterday, to which Woojin confirmed they had been their very first customers. The man with glasses then dropped the bombshell: the elderly man was a famous 1-star Michelin chef, a revelation that astonished Kang Woojin. The man with glasses explained that the chef's glowing social media review of their food truck had instantly gone viral, clarifying why the enormous crowd had suddenly appeared. Realizing the situation, the man with glasses energetically propelled everyone forward, shouting for them to open the food truck immediately as the crowd roared in anticipation. Amidst the pleased laughter of 2 grandfathers in his mind, a chibi Kang Woojin comically bemoaned how the older men around him always seemed to make such a fuss. The man with the ponytail observed with a knowing smile that Kang Woojin was undoubtedly in for a challenging day. The president, pausing amidst the urban bustle, registered a musical tone, prompting a curious murmur from him. Thinking, BW Entertainment, the president answered the phone with a polite greeting, then sincerely apologized for calling the other president despite their busy schedule. After learning something urgent had come up, the president suddenly gasped in surprise, his voice rising in disbelief as he repeatedly questioned the shocking news. The president acknowledged the astounding information he had just received, deciding to end the call for the moment. As the phone clicked silent, the president whispered in profound disbelief, questioning if what he'd heard was truly real. The president's thoughts reeled at the unbelievable fact that Hollywood superstar Miley Cara had specifically requested to appear only on Kang Woojin's alter ego. He pondered if she had seen the cover video of her song, though he rationalized that it wasn't entirely unheard of for a Hollywood star to appear on a Korean YouTube channel. Reviewing her conditions, to develop content around Kang Woojin's alter ego, include her movie promotion, and film before the 18th, the president concluded that all were feasible. With a confident smirk, the president decided to push for an elaborate package, envisioning an insane impact from a duet song, a talk segment, cooking, and even an avatar cooking segment. In his mind, the president conjured a sparkling vision of Miley Cara and Kang Woojin, eagerly wondering what their chemistry would be like and how Woojin would react to a Hollywood superstar. Miley Cara? Yes, I see, the president mused, before chuckling and concluding that Kang Woojin would likely be unfazed, displaying no change whatsoever. The president looked up in surprise as his phone played musical notes, signaling an incoming call. His brow furrowed in confusion as he saw the unknown number, but his surprise deepened when he realized it was an LA number. With a serious expression, the president answered the mysterious LA call, cautiously asking who was on the line. An explosion of intense surprise washed over the president as he exclaimed his shock at the news he was hearing. The president's voice reverberated with disbelief as he repeated the name, Winner Movie Pictures, its implications thudding heavily in his mind. The cool, artificial light of night cast an imposing silhouette on a towering skyscraper, its Art Deco spire reaching towards a dark, star-dusted sky. Kang Woojin let out a tired sigh, mindlessly drying his hair with a towel as he walked through the bright hallway. Though he had almost died from the day's cooking, Kang Woojin's chibi self acknowledged it had still been fun, contemplating their upcoming restaurant opening tomorrow. Just as he wondered how their day would appear on television, a soft knocking sound at his door interrupted Kang Woojin's thoughts, prompting a curious murmur. The chibi president announced himself, requesting entry to share urgent news, and a chibi Kang Woojin, granting permission, asked the sudden reason for his visit. As the door squeaked open, Kang Woojin asked what was wrong, and the president, acknowledging his tiredness, assured him he would get straight to the point. With a ghostly image of Miley Cara hovering, the president revealed that the Hollywood actress wanted to appear on Kang Woojin's alter ego, leaving Kang Woojin speechless with shock. While Kang Woojin merely responded, "I see," his inner self exploded in surprise, shouting, "What? Why?" and silently reminding himself to maintain his composed facade. The president observed Kang Woojin's expected composure, then hinted at another piece of news, piquing Woojin's curiosity. The president then declared that Winner Movie Pictures, a film company, wanted to see Kang Woojin, leaving him utterly shocked. Winner Movie Pictures, a mid-sized Hollywood film company known for production, had recently begun expanding into broadcast content, positioning itself as a significant player. Their recent triumph was director George Mendes's The Last Kill series, a project that had garnered widespread acclaim. The president explained that the company was now producing The Last Kill 3 and specifically sought an Asian actor skilled in martial arts for the project. The president deduced that Winner Movie Pictures must have stumbled upon the YouTube video of Kang Woojin subduing an attacker. The president informed Kang Woojin that the director wanted him to participate in a screen test in a few days, leaving Woojin utterly bewildered by the sudden invitation. As Kang Woojin calmly uttered, "And now it's Hollywood," his inner self screamed in disbelief, "I still haven't gotten used to the Korean entertainment world yet." Kang Woojin, in chibi form, comically doused his inner shocked self with a splash of water, commanding him to wait. Kang Woojin pondered the Hollywood offer, finding it fascinating yet simultaneously distant and unreal, questioning his own perception of it. He calmly reasoned that since nothing was confirmed, he could approach it lightly, like any other audition, simply going there to act. Kang Woojin mused that there was no harm in checking it out, and if he failed, he simply wouldn't do it, a casual assessment that left the president utterly bewildered. The chibi president expressed disbelief at Kang Woojin's complete lack of nervousness regarding Hollywood, to which a stoic chibi Woojin calmly replied that he simply had no thoughts. Kang Woojin inquired if he would be the sole participant in the screen test, but the president explained he was being squeezed into an already scheduled test with other international actors. The president stressed that even a minor role in Hollywood was on an entirely different level, despite its seemingly small status. He further explained that since the project itself was so famous, merely having the opportunity to act in it would dramatically boost Kang Woojin's market value. The president declared that securing such a role would allow Kang Woojin to rewrite history, a pronouncement that met Woojin's confident gaze. The president then presented audition sides from winner movie pictures, noting they would likely be used for the upcoming screen test. Having skimmed the script, the president noted its focus on action rather than dialogue, advising Kang Woojin to simply showcase his physical abilities, as that was what they would be looking for. The president, smiling confidently, confirmed the screen test timing worked perfectly, requiring only a single day's delay in their return to Korea after finishing their current filming. With a resolute nod, Kang Woojin agreed that a single day's delay was fine, prompting an excited president to declare he would contact them immediately. The president voiced his concern about the script's complexity and the pressure of comparison with other actors, but Kang Woojin confidently dismissed his worries, stating it wasn't that hard. Kang Woojin declared with unwavering confidence that no matter the country or background of the other actors, he would not be outdone, because he possessed the black square, the unique and powerful entrance to the subspace, his ultimate secret advantage. With a thoughtful swoosh, Kang Woojin reflected on how long it had been since he received audition sides, perhaps the first time since becoming a super actor, and considered what this meant for him. With a confident smile and an excited sound, Kang Woojin decided it was high time to revisit the subspace. The speaker firmly announced the closing of the door, marking an end and a new beginning. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, the team was thanked for their hard work and invited to gather for a group picture, even for a potential poster. With a wide smile, a man instructed Kang Woojin to stand at the center for the photo, recognizing him as the leader, and Kang Woojin simply agreed. As the camera clicked, the intense restaurant operation concluded in an instant, finally wrapping up the first round of their Our Table filming. After the long shoot, the Our Table team returned to Korea, greeted by a massive, enthusiastic throng of reporters and fans at the airport. Yet, even amid the cheers, an unsettling realization began to spread. Kang Woojin was missing, and the news ignited a rapid wildfire of articles, rumors, and tabloids. As speculation about Kang Woojin intensified, BW Entertainment released an official statement claiming he was simply taking a brief break in Los Angeles. But in truth, Kang Woojin was not on break, he was stepping into a vastly different reality, heading to the screen test for The Last Kill 3. Kang Woojin murmured in awe, a soft "whoa" escaping his lips as he realized the entire colossal building served as both set and studio, amidst the hushed murmurs of others. Kang Woojin admitted his nerves, recognizing the sheer difference from Korean productions, yet he swallowed hard, a desperate act of extreme mind control, determined not to appear amateurish after coming so far. As the blonde woman glided ahead, directing them to the waiting room, Kang Woojin thought to himself, okay, concept acting done, a subtle confidence beneath his seemingly nervous exterior. The waiting room door creaked open, revealing three figures seated in tense anticipation. Kang Woojin, from behind, let out a questioning, a ripple of surprise crossing him. Kang Woojin observed his competition, wondering if they were Chinese, knowing they certainly weren't Japanese. A palpable jolt of tension passed between them as the other actors exchanged wary glances and low mutters. An annoyed grumble sparked within Kang Woojin. He felt their condescending stares and vowed that results didn't matter as much as his absolute need to outperform every single one of them. With a confident smirk, a stylized Kang Woojin clutched the script, his inner actor proclaiming that he would always give his absolute best, even if his opponent were a mere grade schooler. The unseen speaker declared the previous screen test concluded, then simply announced, next, leaving the room suspended in anticipation. The producer with the dark beard remarked that the third Chinese actor had been the best so far, then announced the next contestant, the Korean actor, Mr. Kang Woojin. Producer Joseph Felton questioned the sudden inclusion of a rookie actor who had debuted just this year, wondering if this last-minute addition to the screen test was a deliberate attempt at change. As Kang Woojin confidently strode past, a female staff member casually dismissed his presence, stating he was just a minor role, while the chibi producer in the background mentally grumbled about the nagging. Kang Woojin introduced himself with a respectful bow, as a blonde-haired man observed him, impressed by his compelling looks and aura. Gary Peck, the stunt coordinator, noticed a heavy, slightly psycho presence about Kang Woojin, speculating if he had ever played a villain, before formally asking about his action scene experience. Kang Woojin calmly confirmed his experience in action scenes and ongoing training, leaving the stunt coordinator surprised by his native-like English. The producer with the dark beard expressed genuine surprise at Kang Woojin's remarkable composure for a rookie, then declared it was time to commence the test. The blonde-haired man questioned Kang Woojin about the mere days he'd had with the test material, but Kang Woojin simply dismissed his concern, stating, "It's fine." Kang Woojin confidently asserted his full acquaintance with the script and his ability to deliver without issue, surprising the blonde-haired man into simply agreeing to proceed. While the blonde-haired man pondered Kang Woojin's unexpected composure, the producers called action to begin the screen test. Kang Woojin stood, breathing heavily, as a crew member readied the clapperboard with a sharp clack. The narration began with awareness, a conceptual awakening in Kang Woojin's intense, stylized gaze. In this stark, abstract reality, a stylized Kang Woojin stood alone, poised on a floating white platform. A sharp, abstract line divided the scene, signaling a dramatic shift. The conceptual journey concluded with "Eliminate," as a stylized Kang Woojin confronted a shadowy, suited figure emerging from the stark white. With a powerful crash and thud, a stylized Kang Woojin delivered a forceful kick to the shadowy figure. Kang Woojin grappled with the shadowy figure, his firm grip and impact strikes landing decisively in the close-quarters fight. A determined Kang Woojin, surrounded by speed lines, maintained his focused expression through a swift, whooshing movement. With a powerful grasp, a stylized Kang Woojin seized the shadowy figure's arm, locking them in combat. A shadowy hand firmly grabbed, reaching out as a focused Kang Woojin stood in the foreground. With a fluid swish and a decisive thud, Kang Woojin executed a powerful spinning kick against the shadowy figure. "Eliminate," the narration declared, as both Kang Woojin and the shadowy figure fell to the ground with a definitive thud. "Eliminate," the narrative reaffirmed, as Kang Woojin stood triumphantly over the fallen shadowy figure, his arm raised. With glowing red eyes and a dark intensity, a stylized Kang Woojin embodied the finality of elimination. From off-screen, a voice dramatically stammered, "C-cut," signaling the abrupt end of the intense scene. Kang Woojin leaned over, panting, as a murmur spread through the dimly lit studio, leaving the blonde-haired man lying on the floor. The producer with the dark beard, visibly impressed, declared the role was Kang Woojin's, calling it "perfect," though he mentioned the shooting wouldn't begin until next June. The producer then personally requested Kang Woojin start in April, prompting a thoughtful from Kang Woojin, as murmurs rippled through the onlookers. In chibi form, Kang Woojin politely declined the early start, suggesting it would be difficult for him and that a future opportunity would be better, much to the chibi judges' collective shock. Producer Joseph Felton expressed his disbelief, scoffing at Kang Woojin's dismissal of a Hollywood opportunity as another chance, finding his strange refusal amusingly rare. The producer with the dark beard, looking shocked, clarified his offer as a final one, but Kang Woojin, still walking away, simply acknowledged it with an "I'm honored." Kang Woojin explained his inability to accept due to ongoing and scheduled projects, leading the female judge to inquire if all those contracts were finalized. Kang Woojin clarified that some contracts were finalized, while others were merely verbal agreements, prompting the producer to question if his schedule could then be adjusted. Kang Woojin, with a sense of resignation, reiterated that despite it being unfortunate, his prior commitments were fixed, and the timing simply did not align, content with having secured first place for now. The narration reflected on Hollywood's immense significance and the incredible opportunity, yet after the screen test, Kang Woojin had arrived at a clear conclusion. With a confident smirk, Kang Woojin internally declared that his acting, even his concept acting, was strong enough that he could easily make his way in Hollywood whenever he chose. A chibi Kang Woojin shrewdly pondered why he should rearrange his schedule, concluding it was better to return later, even more developed, rather than compromise his Korean connections now. The producer with the dark beard, perplexed, asked why Kang Woojin came at all if he had prior commitments, to which Kang Woojin pointed out that the director's side had called him there. The producer chuckled faintly, understanding Kang Woojin's point, and with a note of resignation, dismissed him, saying, "What a shame. You may leave now." As the producer suggested they consider the day's test as if it never happened, Kang Woojin readily agreed, the creaking door marking his departure. A relieved chibi Kang Woojin emerged, thinking, "Phew, it's finally over somehow," only to be immediately greeted by his manager, who eagerly asked about the test. Kang Woojin informed his manager that he passed but told them he would join next time, leaving his manager incredulous at his rejection of such a role. The manager, regaining his composure, praised Kang Woojin's excellent performance but then cautioned him about the confidentiality agreement he had signed regarding the screen test. As the manager began to warn about the dire consequences of a media leak, producer Joseph Felton suddenly rushed into the corridor, calling out for Mr. Kang Woojin. Producer Joseph Felton introduced himself to Kang Woojin, explaining his prior presence, while Kang Woojin's manager was privately astonished by his towering height. In chibi form, Kang Woojin confusedly asked who the man was, and a chibi man with glasses promptly identified him as the screen test producer. Producer Joseph Felton, with a welcoming smile, inquired if the man was Kang Woojin's manager. The manager confirmed his dual role as both manager and CEO, to which producer Joseph Felton expressed his delight and admiration for the phenomenal actor under his care. Producer Joseph Felton passionately recounted how Kang Woojin had overturned all expectations with a single scene in just one take, expressing his desire to speak again if an opportunity arose. As producer Joseph Felton departed, he urged Kang Woojin to remember his business card for any future visits to Hollywood, which Kang Woojin acknowledged with a nod and his manager with a bow. Kang Woojin's manager realized the true significance of producer Joseph Felton, recognizing him as one of Hollywood's most esteemed producers, and surmised he had taken a clear liking to Woojin. The manager mused that someday, given producer Joseph Felton's clear interest, Kang Woojin might indeed receive a project offer from Hollywood. The black limousine cut through the night, its engine a low hum, carrying a quiet mystery down the wet, reflecting street. A woman, her face alight with expectation, confirmed with her companion that Kang Woojin was indeed scheduled to return to Korea by tomorrow. Another man reassured his masked associate that Kang Woojin's return tonight meant their morning filming schedule would proceed as planned. With a bright smile, the woman excitedly affirmed she had reviewed the content, eagerly stating her desire to participate in every segment, from duets to avatar cooking. Her companion calmly instructed her to prepare her lines for the talk and cooking segments, to which she readily agreed. A soft melody seemed to drift around the woman as she hummed, lost in thought. Her quiet reflection was broken by a surprising text message, the sender's name, Joseph, sparking immediate recognition. The woman's brow furrowed, a flicker of suspicion crossing her mind as she realized Joseph had never expressed interest in Korea before. Joseph Felton subtly glanced at his phone, a question brewing in his mind about what schemes might be unfolding. The bustling city hummed with the indistinct murmur of crowds below, beneath the towering glass. The studio buzzed with an electric current of anticipation as fans exchanged excited whispers about Miley Cara's impending arrival, declaring their admiration. Amidst the fervent whispers of others marveling at his composure, Kang Woojin remained outwardly calm, a quiet presence holding his water bottle. Inside, Kang Woojin's mind exploded with a frantic disbelief, the prospect of meeting a top Hollywood actress feeling as surreal as encountering an alien. The announcement of Miley Cara's arrival ripped through the tense air, making Kang Woojin spin around in utter shock. As Miley Cara stepped into the dramatic spotlight, emanating an idealized glow, Kang Woojin found himself gasping, still mistakenly thinking she was the man from the earlier discussion. Amidst the murmuring crowd, Kang Woojin fixed his gaze forward, a quiet self-acknowledgement echoing in his mind as he reaffirmed his own name. Miley Cara, with a subtle smile, formally introduced herself to Kang Woojin and extended her hand in a welcoming gesture. As their hands met, Kang Woojin introduced himself, and Miley Cara praised his impressive English, having already been impressed by his online videos. Miley Cara, still observing him with keen interest, asked if it truly had been only a year since he became an actor, noting his strikingly different and quieter demeanor in person compared to his powerful on-screen roles. Miley Cara continued her internal evaluation, wondering how his low-tension presence could reconcile with his explosive talent, and Kang Woojin simply affirmed her question. Suddenly, Miley Cara asked if he knew Joseph Felton, a question that startled Kang Woojin, who then recalled the name as the producer who had given him a business card. A nervous hesitation caught in Kang Woojin's voice as he decided to conceal his true knowledge, feigning ignorance about Joseph Felton and asking her reason for inquiring. Miley Cara gently dismissed her question, and Kang Woojin exhaled a silent sigh of relief as the immediate tension diffused. Miley Cara then laid out the day's filming plan, explaining they would first record the duet vocal segment in the current studio before moving to another for the remaining content like talk and cooking segments. She then confirmed their choice for the duet song, Absolute, which Kang Woojin readily affirmed. In a playful, chibi exchange, Miley Cara inquired about the language for their duet, and Kang Woojin casually replied that either English or Korean would be fine. Miley Cara then strategically suggested Kang Woojin sing the song solo first, wanting to understand his style to better blend their voices for the duet. She requested he perform the Korean version he had previously posted, and Kang Woojin, agreeable, swiftly moved off to prepare, asking for a moment. As Chibi Cara mused flirtatiously on Kang Woojin's rugged handsomeness, a Chibi man's sweat dropped, reminding her that her thoughts might be heard by others. Miley Cara, a confident smile on her face, dismissed the concern, believing it was always better to express her feelings immediately, a faint melody seeming to play around her. A sudden shock registered on Miley Cara's face, her eyes widening in surprise as a faint musical note resonated around her. Miley Cara listened, utterly captivated by Kang Woojin's voice. It was so profoundly good that she felt he had completely transformed her own song into something new. Kang Woojin, lost in the sound, pondered how he had managed to infuse such raw emotion into his cover, a musical current flowing through him. With eyes closed, Kang Woojin deeply felt the surge of emotion, a powerful, unspoken connection to the music. Surrounded by a cascade of golden musical notes, Kang Woojin realized his emotions and vocals had become intensely heightened, a transformative effect he attributed to the countless roles imprinted within him. Singing, Kang Woojin experienced a profound revelation. He finally grasped the full emotional depth within Cara's song, Absolute, a feeling far beyond his previous performances. Cara's hit, Absolute, resonated with a message of freedom, sung with a despair that gradually bloomed into hopeful strength, vividly depicted as a chained figure reaching towards the light. But Kang Woojin sang it differently, infusing the melody with a raw, fierce anger, as if he were channeling the deeply pent-up resentment of another soul. The manager, surprised by the sheer leap in Kang Woojin's vocals, swallowed hard, wondering when and how such a drastic improvement could have occurred without any visible practice. The manager, utterly dazed, realized the profound impact of Kang Woojin's performance when even Miley Cara and her seasoned team were spaced out in such open awe. Miley Kara stared in stunned disbelief, internally questioning how such an exceptional talent could possibly be dismissed as merely a hobby. Her awe deepened, Miley Kara swallowed, realizing his live performance far surpassed any video, and her mind immediately raced to wonder about the power of his acting in person. Kang Woojin's concerned voice pulled Miley Kara from her reverie, and she stammered an apology for zoning out, assuring him she had listened well. Enthusiasm radiated from chibi Miley Kara as she praised the powerful vocals, eagerly suggesting they jump into recording immediately. As they subtly glanced at each other, Miley Kara wondered if Kang Woojin's powerful aura meant he was an alien, while he, in turn, found her abilities so ridiculous they seemed to hail from another planet. With a mutual nod, chibi versions of Kang Woojin and Miley Kara decisively agreed to simply perceive each other as aliens. Kang Woojin proposed a unique duet, suggesting she sing her part in the original English while he sang his in Korean, an idea that thrilled Miley Kara with the prospect of creating an entirely new song. Miley Kara then casually inquired if he had ever featured on an album before, and Kang Woojin, slightly surprised, confirmed he had not. She continued her line of questioning, asking about music video appearances, only to be met with another firm never. Miley Kara sighed with intrigue, her thoughts already leaning towards temptation after learning of Kang Woojin's lack of experience in music videos. Miley Kara found herself consumed by an intense desire to work closely with Kang Woojin, to watch and observe every facet of his talent. She desired to collaborate with him, whether his extraordinary vocals or his acting, whichever path their talents might take. The manager beamed, utterly satisfied, his mind filled with the fantastic sound of their duet, which had exceeded even his highest expectations. As Miley Kara and Kang Woojin harmonized, the manager strategically anticipated the coming media storm, already planning their own PR efforts for the inevitable buzz around Miley Kara's news. A pleased, slightly smug smile played on the manager's lips as he stood, contemplating his well-laid plans. A sudden shock jolted the manager as his eyes widened, realizing that the anticipated news had finally broken. News articles blazed across a phone screen, announcing Kang Woojin's prominent nomination for Best Rookie Actor in both the prestigious Blue Dragon Film Awards and the Grand Bell Awards. A triumphant smirk spread across the manager's face as he read the confirmation of Kang Woojin's expected nomination for Best Rookie Actor in both major film awards. Kang Woojin looked up, headphones still on, a surprised realization dawning that the year-end would prove far more tumultuous than he had ever anticipated. News articles flooded in after Kang Woojin's shoot, buzzing with Miley Kara's airport farewell and her unexpected closeness to him, a connection forged during her only Korean appearance on his YouTube channel. Yet, the film industry was already ablaze with news of various film festivals, highlighting Kang Woojin, the king of issues, and his nominations for Best New Actor at both the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell Awards. The prestigious Blue Dragon Film Awards and the Grand Bell Awards loomed, scheduled to unfold consecutively within a single, momentous week. As the film festival buzz intensified, broadcasters joined the promotional war, rapidly announcing their own drama awards, with gilded trophies shining bright. Even before official announcements, Kang Woojin's name was being whispered as a strong candidate for Best New Actor awards from SBC and KBC, elevating anticipation to a fever pitch. Amidst the year-end awards frenzy, a murmur rippled through the air as someone called out, announcing Kang Woojin's arrival. Kang Woojin returned to his primary role as an actor, resuming filming for The Island of the Missing, where an unseen crew excitedly remarked on his powerful impact on the nation. The bearded man praised Kang Woojin, observing his recent endeavors had set off a lot of bombs in a short time, to which Woojin modestly replied it wasn't intentional. The bearded man then affirmed Kang Woojin's readiness to act, receiving a confirming nod before instructing him to change and await their call to stand by. As an unseen speaker called for everyone to prepare, Kang Woojin found a surprising sense of ease settling over him, thinking the set felt like his most comfortable place. He paused, a strange realization dawning on him, when had he become so comfortable filming, a stark contrast to his usual nerves. His inner chibi self pondered if this drastic shift stemmed from his altered surroundings, concluding with a resigned acceptance that it must be so. Dressed in his uniform, Kang Woojin drew a deep breath, mentally steeling himself with a determined "Arg. Let's do this." The bearded man called out to Kang Woojin, beckoning him over, which made Woojin respond with a curious hum. A chibi manager explained that while everyone understood Kang Woojin's schedule, as a junior and rookie, he still needed to show proper, separate courtesy to his seniors. Kang Woojin offered a polite bow and expressed his gratitude for their consideration, leaving the bearded man confused, asking, for what? Kang Woojin felt he had caused inconvenience to the other actors due to his schedule absences, affecting both the filming timeline and their acting dynamics. The bearded man quickly reassured Kang Woojin not to worry, attributing The Island of the Missing's massive publicity directly to his rising star power. In a light-hearted chibi conversation, a woman asked which year-end award ceremonies they were attending, and Kang Woojin listed Blue Dragon, Grand Bell, SBC, and KBC, while a chibi Woochang added his own choices. The light-haired woman explained she only planned to attend the Blue Dragon and Grand Bell Awards, as she had no reason to go to drama ceremonies after touring Hollywood last year. In a playful chibi exchange, the bearded man teasingly suggested Kang Woojin might debut in Hollywood sooner than her, earning him a sharp, "wanna die," from the chibi light-haired woman. The bearded man then mused that Kang Woojin might have already received Hollywood contact, making Woojin flinch, but the man merely attributed it to actor's surprising intuition. Kang Woojin quickly denied the possibility, but the smiling Woo Chang humorously retorted that they would likely see him in Hollywood very soon. The bearded man inquired about Kang Woojin attending 4 ceremonies in his debut year, a fact the light-haired woman remarked was exceptionally rare for a newcomer to be nominated in all of them. Woo Chang, with a wide smile, teasingly envisioned Kang Woojin eating up 5 trophies in his first year, prompting the light-haired woman to tell him to worry about himself instead. The light-haired woman then asked Kang Woojin if he was done preparing, sparking confusion from Woo Chang and an inner chibi Woojin who wondered what kind of preparation she meant. The light-haired woman clarified that she was referring to tuxedos and other necessary items. But then, she casually added, "Your acceptance speech too," causing Kang Woojin's chibi form to flinch in utter shock. "Acceptance speech? What?" a flustered chibi Kang Woojin internally exclaimed, just as an unseen speaker sharply called for Mr. Woojin to stand by. The evening settled over a quiet residential street, where a grand house stood, marking the end of the day's commitments. His inner chibi self mused that filming had somehow concluded, as director Shin Dong-chun commended Kang Woojin for his good work. Director Shin Dong-chun then suggested they had another place to stop before heading back, much to Kang Woojin's inner chibi dismay, who just wanted to go to bed. Kang Woojin mentioned that today's schedule for The Island of the Missing was its last, prompting director Shin Dong-chun to remind him that all the year-end award dates were now officially out. Director Shin Dong-chun cast a knowing glance as Warren smoothly rolled a clothes rack into view with a soft rumble. With a shimmering flourish, Warren presented 4 sets of dazzling tuxedos, explaining that luxury brands had eagerly provided them, leaving only the pleasant task of choosing which to wear to each ceremony. Director Shin Dong-chun expressed genuine astonishment, admitting he had never seen luxury brands flock to a first year like this, a clear sign of Kang Woojin's immense power. Director Shin Dong-chun suggested they head to the fitting studio for the Blue Dragon Film Awards, and Kang Woojin readily agreed, his inner chibi self bursting with excitement over wearing a tuxedo he'd only ever seen on TV. A sudden vibration from his phone drew Kang Woojin's curious attention. A text message from Warren appeared on his screen, asking his current location, making Kang Woojin utter her name in surprise. Warren's next messages explained she was in Bio but planned a brief stop at the fitting studio on her way home, asking if she could drop by for a moment. Warren offered a small gift as thanks for an excessive incident, leaving Kang Woojin puzzled and wondering what it could possibly be. A blinding light seemed to emanate from an unseen object, revealing an impressive surprise. With an astonished sparkle, a hand held forth a luxury watch, prompting a shocked question about how such a lavish item could ever be called a small gift. Director Shin Dong-chun estimated the watch's value at over 30 million won, as Warren explained she had selected it specifically to complement the tuxedo. Kang Woojin expressed his thanks with a slight chuckle, and director Shin Dong-chun quickly assured him there was no need to refuse such a welcome gift. Kang Woojin, surprised to see everyone gathered, asked why they were all there, as Warren turned her head in question. Warren greeted Hong Hae-yeon, who sparkled in a dazzling outfit, and Hae-yeon confirmed she was also there for a fitting, just like Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin's inner chibi self gushed with awe at Hong Hae-yeon's stunning beauty, and she smoothly responded that his timing was perfect, as she had a gift for him anyway. Hong Hae-yeon then instructed someone named Dae-young to bring an item over, further piquing Kang Woojin's curiosity. Hong Hae-yeon explained her intention to give Kang Woojin a congratulatory gift for his first film festival appearance, feeling compelled by their shared agency to do something. As a man in formal attire swiftly brought forth a gift box, Hong Hae-yeon urged Kang Woojin to accept it, assuring him it wasn't crazy expensive. With another sparkling reveal, a hand pulled open a box to expose a pair of gleaming, obviously expensive luxury dress shoes, prompting yet another astonished exclamation about their value. Chibi Hong Hae-yeon scoffed internally at the claim of the shoes not being expensive, while Chibi Warren frantically tried to quiet her, urging her to watch her mouth. Kang Woojin graciously accepted the shoes, promising to wear them well, and Hong Hae-yeon playfully warned him to wear them comfortably but not too roughly. Director Shin Dong-chun then instructed Kang Woojin to try on the navy tuxedo, along with his new accessories, and present himself. Hong Hae-yeon then turned to Warren, asking why she was there, and Warren reminded her of the watch she had mentioned previously. Warren explained that the timing felt right to give him the watch, to which Hong Hae-yeon responded with surprised delight that she had finally bought it. Chibi Hong Hae-yeon commended Chibi Warren for finally deciding, while Chibi Warren's internal thought revealed her relief that she chose the 30 million won watch instead of the 50 million won one, worried it might have been too burdensome. With a simple declaration, Kang Woojin announced he was dressed, causing all eyes to dramatically turn his way. A stunned silence fell as the onlookers registered his appearance, wherein barely managing a soft, wow. Chibi Hong Hai-yun, utterly startled, blurted out an impressed, "D-damn handsome," which prompted Chibi Waren to question what she had just said. Director Shin Dong-chun let out a knowing smirk, predicting a deluge of articles about Kang Woojin, whose stunning tuxedo would undoubtedly captivate all in the next chapter. The night sky glittered with 1,000 fleeting stars, each camera flash a momentary, bright constellation announcing a grand event. The red carpet unfolded like a path to destiny, momentarily blinding with every burst of light from the unseen, eager crowd. Shouts of admiration and requests for attention erupted from the crowd, each demand punctuated by a blinding flash. Amidst the buzzing anticipation, reporters wondered aloud about the delayed arrival of Kang Woojin, the one everyone truly waited for. A sudden screech of tires pierced the night, and the crowd collectively turned, a ripple of excitement breaking through the calm. A single, deliberate footfall landed on the vibrant red, igniting fervent questions about the identity of the newcomer. Then, a luminous figure emerged, bathed in a cascade of flashes, as the crowd finally roared Kang Woojin's name. Kang Woojin's inner world screamed, "It's too blinding," as a wave of dazzling light threatened to shatter his composure, yet he fought to maintain his footing. Onlookers whispered, bewildered by Kang Woojin's unyielding calm, questioning if this truly was his first film festival given his unwavering expression. Through the haze, Kang Woojin's vision sharpened, bringing with it a surprising realization that this overwhelming spectacle might actually be better than he'd imagined. With newfound resolve, Kang Woojin raised his hand, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledged the fervent crowd. His inner chibi self savored the exhilarating rush of the spotlight, finding a thrilling taste in the blinding flashes and adoring waves. Even a seasoned reporter, initially dismissive, couldn't help but acknowledge Kang Woojin's brief but undeniably impactful presence. It was undeniable, among all the luminaries present, his presence shone brightest. The prestigious 41st Blue Dragon Film Awards commenced amidst the low hum of anticipation from the gathered attendees. The very air in the hall thrummed with the presence of countless top actors, a fact whispered in awe among the audience. Kang Woojin mused on the sheer number of stars gathered, a novel sight made even more thrilling by the unsettling knowledge that they all seemed to know his name. A man with a cap leaned over, baffled by Kang Woojin's unflappable calm, questioning how a first-timer could appear so completely at ease. Kang Woojin confirmed his inexperience, yet the man with a cap observed the subtle glances and whispers from other actors and the broadcast team, already signaling Kang Woojin's burgeoning stardom. The man with the cap, brimming with curiosity, shifted his gaze to the stage, wondering about the impending start of the ceremony and its sequence. As the presenters formally declared the commencement of the awards, Kang Woojin's inner strategist meticulously predicted the exact flow of the first half, down to the celebratory performances. The man with a cap eagerly suggested Kang Woojin prepare, yet the actor remained still, a silent, unreadable presence. Kang Woojin's mind raced with insights about the new actor category, identifying the previous year's winners as presenters, even as the real-world sounds around him became a muffled haze. The presenters on stage, with a flourish of expectation, officially declared the commencement of the Best New Actor Awards, heralding the first monumental moment of the night. The presenter began the ritualistic announcement of nominees, each name and film title met with resounding applause. Then, an intense, piercing gaze filled the screen, as the presenter declared the final nominee, Kang Woojin for his unforgettable role in Drug Dealer. The presenter engaged the murmuring crowd, asking if Kang Woojin was the expected winner, deepening the suspense before the big reveal. As the presenter dramatically built up to the Best New Actor announcement, a palpable excitement rippled through the audience and beyond, as others watched from afar. A single, powerful word resonated: congratulations. The climax of the announcement arrived. The Best New Actor award went to Kang Woojin for his groundbreaking performance in Drug Dealer. Kang Woojin stood amidst the roaring applause, utterly dumbfounded, whispering, "Huh? Me?" as the man beside him watched in silent surprise. A collective gasp rippled through the audience as many turned, startled by the unexpected jolt of surprise. His head spun, legs threatening to give way as a torrent of sweat beaded on his brow. Kang Woojin desperately tried to empty his mind, to find a sliver of clarity amidst the overwhelming chaos. With a firm yes and a defiant internal roar of being an arrogant, monstrous rookie actor, Kang Woojin strode forward, impervious to the dizziness, towards the stage. A sudden, sickening realization slammed into Kang Woojin. Every carefully prepared word of his acceptance speech had vanished from his mind, leaving him utterly panicked and momentarily frozen. As Kang Woojin made his way, his neutral expression invited murmuring speculation from the audience, who wondered if he had expected the win, all while articles about him were already guaranteed to explode across the media tomorrow. The chairman, an astute observer, interpreted Kang Woojin's lack of feigned surprise not as indifference, but as the quiet certainty of a winner, further cementing his unconventional nature. On stage, presenters extended their congratulations in a magnificent bouquet, noting Kang Woojin's serious demeanor, which hinted at fireworks yet to come. The weight of the flowers surprised him, adding to his dazed confusion as he stood, a question forming in his mind. A torrent of fear seized Kang Woojin as he faced the sea of legendary actors and directors, their collective gaze an overwhelming, impossible weight pressing down on him. Taking a deep breath, Kang Woojin decided to keep his speech concise, understanding that too many words could betray his vulnerabilities or create unintended misunderstandings. Kang Woojin began his speech with a conventional gesture of gratitude, extending thanks to his parents, friends, fans, and the dedicated team behind Drug Dealer. A profound silence descended upon the hall, broken only by the expectant hush of the audience as Kang Woojin paused, his words suspended in the air. Whispers rippled through the crowd, wondering if that was the extent of his speech, while Kang Woojin remained silent, seemingly unperturbed. Internally, Kang Woojin wrestled with his limitations, acknowledging his struggle with words and debating whether a simple, bland thank you would be better than nothing. In the audience, murmurs began to circulate, as onlookers noticed Kang Woojin's unusual gaze sweeping across the other actors present. With a sudden, fierce resolve, Kang Woojin decided to forge a new image, one of a formidable, even monstrous, talent, declaring that his ambition transcended even this prestigious award. With a simple, final, thank you, Kang Woojin bowed, a gesture that contained more unspoken defiance than mere politeness. A ripple of shock and confusion spread through the audience as they struggled to decipher Kang Woojin's cryptic parting words, interpreting them as a subtle warning or challenge. The chairman mused on Kang Woojin's audacious declaration of ambition, while another man gravely observed that the rookie had effectively declared war on the entire Korean entertainment world. A sharp gasp of recognition escaped the chairman as a crucial truth he had momentarily overlooked resurfaced in his mind. The chairman's thoughts concluded with a stark realization: Kang Woojin, radiating an almost otherworldly glow, truly was an arrogant, monstrous actor. As Kang Woojin walked off, the man with a cap offered a wry smile and a word of caution, acknowledging the refreshing boldness of his speech but predicting a storm of disapproval. Yet, his inner chibi self remained utterly bewildered, genuinely questioning why his straightforward ambition and simple words could have caused any offense. With the oblivious Kang Woojin departing the stage, the Blue Dragon Film Festival, momentarily stunned into silence, slowly, almost reluctantly, regained its rhythm. The awards continued with director Kim Do-hee accepting the Most Popular Film Award for Drug Dealer, followed by a vibrant array of performances and additional accolades, culminating in the Popular Star Award. And then, the announcement came once more: the Popular Star Award was also bestowed upon actor Kang Woojin, marking his second triumph of the night. The audience erupted in applause, stunned by Kang Woojin's unprecedented double victory. No debut actor had ever claimed both Best New Actor and Popular Star Awards in a single festival. Kang Woojin's double win undeniably cemented his place in history, and as the ceremony continued into its second part, Jin Jae-joon claimed the coveted Best Actor award. The grand finale arrived as Drug Dealer swept the Best Picture award, bringing the Blue Dragon Film Festival to a triumphant close, all watched by Kang Woojin's knowing eye. Indeed, the entire festival had morphed into a resounding, unforgettable award party, singularly dedicated to the phenomenal success of Drug Dealer. Bright camera flashes erupted, painting the grand building in dazzling, momentary streaks, signaling the start of a night destined for impact. Amidst an explosive cascade of camera flashes, reporters clamored for attention, barraging Jin Jae-joon and Miss Ha-yeon with questions about their anticipated wins and quick interviews. A restless murmur rippled through the gathered paparazzi as they impatiently questioned when the elusive Kang Woojin would finally emerge. Then, a single foot stepped onto the vibrant red carpet, an unspoken declaration as blinding flashes erupted around him. As Kang Woojin moved with confident composure, a barrage of insistent questions followed his every step, probing the sincerity of his calm demeanor and audacious acceptance speech. Inside his mind, a chibi Kang Woojin winced, his ears aching from the clamor, but the stern reminder from a chibi man with glasses echoed that at least one interview was non-negotiable. Yet, a sense of calm had settled over Kang Woojin, his perspective sharpening to the point where he could discern the distant apartment buildings, a stark contrast to his initial arrival. He wondered if the residents were watching him from afar, and then, a deeper introspection led him to recall his own life a year prior. Kang Woojin remembered sharing drinks with friends, marking the year's end, and how award shows on television had then seemed like a separate, unattainable world. Now, however, Kang Woojin found himself standing firmly within that very world, reflecting on the strange, neither long nor short, period of a single year that had brought such immense change. Before this new life, Kang Woojin had lived a repetitive existence, commuting to and from work, a life he still acknowledged as valuable. But now, his every word and action were magnified, becoming instant headlines across news articles. A chibi Kang Woojin shrugged off the notion that his acceptance speech was mere showmanship, playfully dismissing such misunderstandings as trivial and deciding to simply enjoy the ride. With unwavering intensity, Kang Woojin met the flashing cameras head-on, firmly stating that his controversial words were born of pure sincerity. His aide, a man with dark hair and a white shirt, swiftly pulled Kang Woojin away from the murmuring crowd, apologizing for their abrupt departure due to another pressing schedule. In a flurry of motion, a chibi aide whisked a sleepy chibi Kang Woojin into a rapidly departing car, escaping the persistent cries of the press. As the car sped away, the crowd's questions still echoed, and Kang Woojin's manager, a man with dark hair and a red tie, sighed, wondering if Kang Woojin had caused another scene. Kang Woojin looked down, a touch of remorse in his voice, explaining that he had merely intended to express his ambition with moderation, speaking from his heart. The manager, a man with glasses, sighed again, acknowledging Kang Woojin's honesty but finding his declaration of winning Best Actor next year a bit audacious for a new award winner. As Kang Woojin gazed out the car window, the manager reminded him of the brutal nature of the entertainment world, anticipating the many industry figures who would not look favorably upon him. With a nonchalant air, a chibi Kang Woojin shrugged, declaring that his words were already out, and the potential criticism bothered him not at all, a sentiment his manager found thrilling. The manager smirked, concluding that the noise marketing, created by Kang Woojin's outspokenness had already succeeded, guaranteeing him significant hype regardless of criticism. Kang Woojin held his phone, a pensive look on his face, understanding that the situation was already irreversible. Planning to fully embrace this persona, Kang Woojin observed a news headline on his phone proclaiming his warning to top actors at the Blue Dragon Film Festival. Indeed, after the Blue Dragon Film Festival, Kang Woojin's name dominated every headline, his controversy sparking a media frenzy. The world buzzed with countless articles and online comments through the night, some finding his declaration of war hilarious, others condemning it, reflecting the public's shock, anger, and even amusement. Despite the surge in hate comments, Kang Woojin's subscriber and follower count skyrocketed, his influence growing massive, proving that even negative attention could be beneficial. His burgeoning influence continued to expand through other award ceremonies, culminating in the announcement that Kang Woojin had won the Best New Actor award at the 56th Grand Bell Awards for Drug Dealer. Accepting his third trophy, Kang Woojin confidently promised results that would silence all current controversies in the coming year. Soon after, Kang Woojin embraced his fourth trophy, the New Wave Award, becoming the first rookie ever to achieve 4 crowns, a truly noteworthy record. However, his domination was far from over, as the Scene Stealer Award was announced as the next category at the SBC Drama Awards. A presenter with a wide smile announced the Scene Stealer Award, explaining it honored the year's most outstanding supporting roles, to be given to 2 people. The presenter then declared Kang Woojin, for his role as Park Dae-ri in Profiler Hanryang, a winner, solidifying his undeniable presence as the night's main character among countless honorees. Yet, this was not the grand prize, the ultimate recognition. Nor was it the Top Excellence Award, still another high honor that had been bestowed. Instead, it was the Best New Actor Award for Profiler Hanryang that went to Kang Woojin, an undeniable testament to his rapidly ascending success. With palpable excitement, the man with a wide smile announced that a Special Acting Award, questioning if such an unprecedented honor had ever been given before. As applause echoed, Kang Woojin was called to the stage once more, having swept home 3 trophies at the SBC Drama Awards alone for his role as Park Dae-ri. With this, Kang Woojin had amassed a total of 7 trophies, an unrivaled historical achievement in the Korean entertainment industry that solidified his legendary status as a monstrous actor. Despite this splendid record, Kang Woojin sensed a murmur of doubt still lingering among some, questioning the sincerity of his bold declaration. Outside, one man in a blue suit expressed confusion and disgust, wondering what exactly was happening. In a grim, shadowed interior, a terrified, injured soldier cried out for Suncheol, as another soldier desperately tried to comfort him. The injured soldier flinched, then whispered the name, Jean Suncheol, his eyes wide with fear. A sinister, distorted face with glowing eyes emerged, smirking, questioning, "Who are you?" injecting a chilling sense of dread into the scene. A shiver passed through the bloodied soldier, his face contorted in pain and terror. With a maniacal grin and wide eyes, the sinister figure reveled in the chaotic situation, finding it fucking fun and full of sweet and salty, dramatic highs and lows. 2 men in formal attire discussed Kang Woojin's acting, impressed by his exceptional ability to convey a dual personality solely through subtle facial expressions. The producer, having come to address the war declaration controversy, let out a sigh of relief, concluding that Kang Woojin's talent would overcome any potential problems. As crew members applauded, Mr. Woo Chang was congratulated on finishing his last scene, though he playfully lamented being the only one done. Mr. Woo Chang praised Kang Woojin's insane acting, admitting he was genuinely scared, but Kang Woojin, looking a bit disgusted, just wanted to know if filming was finally over so he could leave. Kang Woojin internally recoiled from the unbearable, stinky smell of fish sauce that had been sprayed on the set for realistic effect. Disgusted, Kang Woojin questioned if he was the only one bothered by the smell, wondering if his unique cooking ability made him more sensitive, as others looked at him normally. A woman in a green hoodie asked Kang Woojin if he was feeling uncomfortable, but he feigned ignorance, questioning, "What feeling?" A chibi Kang Woojin speculated that the group of men in suits observing the set were not merely on a scheduled inspection but were actually there to check up on him, confirming his suspicions about their motives. His fellow actors confirmed his fears, explaining that far more people had shown up than expected, likely due to his war declaration, a fact that annoyed them but left Kang Woojin shocked. Kang Woojin, wide-eyed, questioned if his mood was truly affected, while another actor calmly advised everyone to ignore the observers and continue as usual. The other actor laughed, confidently stating that Kang Woojin was not the type to be easily shaken, while a chibi Kang Woojin shrugged in confusion, deciding to remain silent. The first actor tried to pivot to rehearsing the next scene, but another actor, frustrated, complained about not having a group dinner on his last day. Kang Woojin critically observed the actor's expanding depth, noting the seamless handling of his gaze and expressions, which signaled a dual personality with increasingly viscous emotional appeal. The producer, deep in thought, wondered if the actor had practiced, then concluded that his acting had become impeccably solid despite any lack of time. It was as if, the producer mused, the actor had somehow acquired and imprinted the necessary skills into his very being, visualized by digital interfaces surrounding him. With a satisfied smile, the producer expressed his keen anticipation for the coming year. Pondering the actor's bold declaration, the producer wondered what kind of extraordinary performance Kang Woojin would deliver next. The audition staff's sharp calls for cut and bust shot, standby, cut through the murmuring activity of the set, as crew members scrambled to prepare the next take. Amidst the low hum of the production, two women observed Kang Woojin from behind, their quiet smiles hinting at an unspoken appreciation. While unseen voices praised his new beard, remarking on how surprisingly good it looked, Kang Woojin remained contemplatively silent, perhaps still adjusting to the unfamiliar sight himself. Yet, another voice sharply disagreed, deeming the beard terrible, a sentiment that perfectly mirrored Kang Woojin's own chibi-formed inner complaint that it made him look utterly homeless. The beard's purpose was rooted in the script's dark backstory. Corporal Jin Suncheol, Kang Woojin's character, had been forced into hiding in the mountains after pushing a fellow soldier from a school rooftop. Some time later, this very character would dramatically reappear to rescue Hayura from a brutal attack. She was being assailed by the malevolent villagers of a place known only as the Island of the Missing. With a crisp cut, the director called for Miss Yura to infuse her next reaction with more dramatic shock during Kang Woojin's appearance, to which she promptly acknowledged. The director's action command signaled the restart, and Kang Woojin prepared, his expression serious and focused. This intense moment, the narration revealed, was the climactic final shot for his character, Jin Suncheol. The director's declaration of cut echoed across the peaceful, sunset-drenched landscape, signaling the completion of the shot. With the shot confirmed finished, the actress exhaled a relieved phew, a sentiment echoed by the satisfied sigh from Kang Woojin. Great job, Kang Woojin offered sincerely, extending a hand to the actress who sat looking up at him. She thanked him, returning the compliment, just as another man enthusiastically called out Kang Woojin's name. The man with the red tie effusively thanked Kang Woojin for his hard work, admitting that Kang Woojin's talent had raised his own creative standards. When asked if he would finally rest after filming, Kang Woojin revealed his packed schedule of domestic appearances before heading to Japan for the BSS filming. The man in the red tie, humorously wide-eyed, expressed concern that Kang Woojin was working himself to death, urging him to rest and send his regards to director Kyotaro. As others rushed past, thanking Kang Woojin for his hard work, the actress next to him lamented that everyone was leaving, signaling the wrap-up of the day. Kang Woojin received a flurry of congratulations and good wishes, bowing slightly in appreciation for their kind words about his future projects. He reflected on how, just months ago, project endings would evoke a lingering emotional weight, but now, his mind was already eagerly fixed on the next challenge. As people dispersed around him, a profound question settled within Kang Woojin: had he grown so accustomed to this relentless cycle of projects that it no longer moved him? Excited calls of Hyung Nim and Woojin Oppa, you're here, heralded Kang Woojin's arrival, echoing through the city twilight. A group joyfully celebrated the completion of The Island of the Missing filming, showering congratulations among themselves. A chibi Kang Woojin, looking utterly spent, admitted his team seemed happier than him, musing that the brutal commute between Seoul and Bio had left him utterly drained. Great job, both of you, Kang Woojin said to his team, sliding into the car with the profound relief of having completed a massive, grueling assignment. But before he could fully relax, the woman with the bob cut eagerly stopped him, her phone in hand, to exclaim over the absolutely insane reactions to his channel's recently uploaded videos, particularly the one featuring Warren, which had already hit 6.82 million views. Tada! She continued, sharing that even a teaser with Kara had garnered 3.12 million views, and noted the increasing influx of international comments. A chibi Kang Woojin, intrigued by the insane views, prepared to delve into the comments, but his manager frantically intervened, stopping him mid-reach. Appa, don't look at the comments on SNS or YouTube today, she warned, concerned about the increasing hate, but Kang Woojin, unfazed, simply dismissed them, insisting he didn't care. A chibi Kang Woojin, looking smug, attributed the hate to the Blue Dragon incident, shrugging it off with zero damage taken, then realized the persistent itching in his ears meant people were indeed gossiping about him. Ryu Youngmin, already seated in the vehicle, extended a hand, offering some papers to Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, noticing an odd detail on the pages, asked what they were, and Ryu Youngmin explained they were the storyboards for tomorrow's Necessary Evil stunt test, sent by PD Song. Ryu Youngmin began his urgent briefing on Kang Woojin's punishing upcoming schedule, confirming the script reading and crank-in dates for BSS were now set. His announcement that Kang Woojin would be commuting between Japan and Korea from the 20th onwards, sparking a fucking brutal and inescapable schedule, reduced his chibi team to shocked and tearful despair. Ryu Youngmin detailed the plan. They would condense BSS filming days as much as possible, and all of Kang Woojin's existing Korean schedules would be crammed into 1 or 2 days. He then revealed an added complication: they would need to depart for Japan on the 18th, 2 days earlier than planned, for media interviews, a fan signing event, and a photo shoot. Ryu Youngmin, sighing with a mixture of exhaustion and pride, admitted this was an already heavily filtered schedule, then asked Kang Woojin if he knew how many Japanese variety shows were clamoring to book him. A curious chibi Kang Woojin asked if there were many offers, to which a chibi Ryu Youngmin proudly declared there were easily 10 from the previous month alone, more than even Waren's popular group received. Ryu Youngmin asked if he should book one of the variety show offers, but Kang Woojin firmly shook his head, instructing him to continue rejecting all of them. A sweat-dropping Kang Woojin mentally declared that Your Table was already enough variety for him, conceding that such shows were far more draining than acting, and decided to immerse himself in the stunt storyboard instead. Flipping through the pages, Kang Woojin noted new stunt movements and directions, finding them surprisingly cool. He realized that even without his subspace ability, the action scenes vividly formed in his mind, feeling as if the movements were becoming an ingrained part of his very being. A subtle blue energy pulsed around Kang Woojin as he intently absorbed the details of the stunt storyboards within the vehicle. With a determined gleam in his eye, Kang Woojin confidently believed he could perfectly reenact the stunts, comparing it to how his acting skills strengthened with every character he embodied. He pondered if this newfound sensation extended to the martial arts he had mastered, wondering if the influence of Last Kill 3 was the unexpected catalyst. A smirk played on Kang Woojin's lips as he acknowledged the truly amazing powers of the subspace, ready to delve deeper into his abilities. He wondered if it was time to polish the martial arts skill that had become so deeply embedded in his body. The tranquil setting of a modern building at sunset provided a brief calm before the storm. Inside, sounds of striking filled the air as several men practiced intense martial arts stunts, while 2 observers watched their movements intently. One man confirmed to his bearded companion that Kang Woojin had properly received the stunt storyboards and schedule, to which the other nodded in affirmation. The man in the white shirt expressed concern about the rushed schedule, noting Kang Woojin would need time to familiarize himself with the movements, but the bearded man explained Kang Woojin's impending travel to Japan and packed schedule left no room for delay. The bearded man smugly suggested the test itself wouldn't take long, as they only needed to assess Kang Woojin's martial arts form, a point the other man chuckled in agreement with. A thrill of anticipation coursed through the man in the white shirt. He was finally going to witness Kang Woojin's martial arts form in person, especially after hearing about the black box footage, leaving him curious about the actor's true capabilities. Amidst quiet sighs and unspoken thoughts, 2 men in the foreground reacted with evident discomfort to the loud laughter of their colleagues. One man skeptically questioned if Kang Woojin would actually show up for the test, while the other, sighing, resignedly affirmed that the lunatic would indeed make an appearance simply to display his form. The men discussed Kang Woojin's martial arts skills, noting that the black box footage suggested he was better than average, and the stunt director had even confirmed his actual martial arts training. One man, with a smug smile, theorized that Kang Woojin had merely learned basic self-defense and gotten lucky, confidently predicting he would be too nervous and mess up all his movements tomorrow. With a subtly sinister expression, one man proposed a plan to make the stunt choreography, subtly, more difficult, prompting confused questions from the others. He justified his insidious suggestion with a cunning smirk, claiming that making the stunts harder for new action actors made the experience more memorable. With a wide, almost maniacal grin, the man challenged, "Aren't you curious if he really has the guts for it?" Oblivious to the unfolding machinations, Kang Woojin continued to seriously review the storyboards, bathed in the soft glow of the car's interior. A chibi Kang Woojin scratched his ear, annoyed, wondering if his ears itching again meant people were talking about him. The day dawned, or perhaps faded, over the sleek, modern architecture that promised new beginnings and daunting challenges. Within the expansive studio, bodies moved with focused intensity, their practiced martial arts forms slicing through the air with swift, fluid grace, all under the watchful, murmuring gazes of the crew. Kang Woojin, completely awestruck, could only swallow hard, his mind reeling at the sheer immensity of the action school and questioning if the strange apparatus hanging from the ceiling were the legendary stunt wires themselves. As they approached, one man expressed surprise at Kang Woojin's early arrival with a polite nod, while another offered a professional greeting to director Shin Dongchun. The man in the white shirt then introduced Kang Woojin to the martial arts director for Beneficial Evil, who offered a warm, if subtly assessing, welcome. As their hands met, Kang Woojin mentally registered the martial arts director's formidable grip strength, while the director smoothly inquired about Kang Woojin's time constraints. Kang Woojin apologized for his limited availability, to which the director reassuringly dismissed his concerns, acknowledging his busy schedule and inwardly calculating how to maximize their precious hour. The martial arts director observed Kang Woojin's unshakable composure, surprised he hadn't asked a single question and finding him even calmer than he appeared at their initial meeting. Kang Woojin introspectively celebrated his own unyielding aura and boldness, recognizing the crucial rookie quality of maintaining one's pace in unfamiliar, high-pressure environments. A chibi Kang Woojin burst forth in inner wonder, questioning the authenticity of the impressive nunchaku and swords, only for an unseen hand to swiftly correct his childlike assumption about the sword. The chibi martial arts director instructed a chibi Kang Woojin to prepare for the demonstration, prompting Kang Woojin to agree with a serious, almost militaristic posture. The martial arts director offered to demonstrate the sequence from the storyboard first, allowing Kang Woojin to observe and acclimate, to which Kang Woojin calmly assented. Kang Woojin observed the muscular male auditionee, internally comparing his imposing physique to formidable figures he'd encountered before, a subtle acknowledgement of power and potential challenge. While one auditionee smugly pondered testing Kang Woojin's courage, another whispered his nervous reservations about the unfolding situation. With a sly smirk, the auditionee dismissed any concerns, affirming his intention to introduce just a touch of tension into the upcoming demonstration. A disembodied voice then sharply cut through the air, signaling the start of the performance with a decisive, ready, shoot. This action sequence depicted a tattooed, bear-like figure from Beneficial Evil rallying his colleagues to overwhelm Jang Yunwoo, a brutal display of orchestrated aggression. Kang Woojin observed the demo, deeming its pace a bit slow, and decided he would match that measured rhythm during his own turn. After the demonstration, the martial arts director asked Kang Woojin if he was ready to perform, offering a second viewing if needed, but Kang Woojin confidently declined. The man in the white shirt quickly accepted Kang Woojin's confidence, proposing they start with the one-on-one shot before the group sequence, as a muscular auditionee quietly expressed his disbelief. The male auditionee, his posture suggesting readiness for a challenge, wondered if Kang Woojin was a pushover, while Kang Woojin calmly stated his intention to follow the rehearsed movement path. An unseen voice guided the performers through the sequence, instructing them to enter their opponent's space, trip their leg, and then strike their neck and face, emphasizing a light touch for the initial run. The muscular auditionee greeted Kang Woojin with an overly enthusiastic claim of being a fan, to which Kang Woojin, though mentally noting the man's truly killer physique, offered a polite but reserved thanks. With closed eyes, Kang Woojin meticulously prepared himself, calling forth the persona of Jang Yunwoo from Beneficial Evil and his intrinsic martial arts prowess. His eyes glowing with an almost otherworldly intensity, Kang Woojin reminded himself that this was merely acting, a scripted play demanding only realistic portrayal, even as a stylized, menacing image of his opponent seemed to taunt him from below. As the opponent lunged forward in a blur of motion, Kang Woojin swiftly reacted, initiating the sequence with immediate, decisive action. With focused intent, Kang Woojin grappled his opponent, executing the crucial initial move of digging into the other man's personal space. The male auditionee registered the unexpected contact to his leg, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he realized what was happening. The male auditionee found himself unexpectedly on his knees, stunned by Kang Woojin's unyielding stability and wondering if he had mistakenly held back his own force. A pained grimace crossed the male auditionee's face as he realized his error, lamenting his failure to execute the planned fall. The male auditionee sheepishly apologized to the director, blaming his nervousness in front of Kang Woojin, prompting a stern command to regain his composure. The male auditionee offered another apology to Kang Woojin, attributing his misstep to nervousness, but Kang Woojin, with an understanding pat, reassured him that mistakes were natural and no apology was needed. A sinister smirk spread across the male auditionee's face as he silently relished the apparent success of his mischievous prank. As the action command echoed, the male auditionee, consumed by a malicious grin, lunged at Kang Woojin, his inner thoughts revealing an insatiable desire to continue his prank due to Kang Woojin's earlier reaction. The male auditionee exerted effort, attempting to lift Kang Woojin in a grappling maneuver, his muscles straining with the task. He contemplated twisting his waist to unbalance Kang Woojin, eagerly anticipating how his opponent would react to the sudden, destabilizing force. Kang Woojin found his hands flailing, instinctively gripping the male auditionee's pants in a moment of surprised confusion amidst the struggle. In a shocking, sparkling display, Kang Woojin inadvertently pulled down the male auditionee's pants, revealing his exposed rear. Horrified by his accidental action, Kang Woojin profusely apologized, immediately offering to help his red-faced and embarrassed opponent pull up his pants. Panic seized the male auditionee as he stared wide-eyed, wondering if Kang Woojin's unexpected move was a retaliatory attack and if his prank had been fully exposed. The male auditionee barely had time to process his revelation before Kang Woojin, with sudden determination, swiftly delivered a punch, sending him further backward. With intense focus, Kang Woojin executed another precise martial arts maneuver, his hand expertly grabbing his opponent. As he fell, the male auditionee's pants ripped further, a testament to the force and unexpected outcome of Kang Woojin's actions. The male auditionee lay defeated on the ground as Kang Woojin stood victorious, the encounter decisively concluded. Stunned silence fell over the martial arts director and the man in the white shirt, who watched in disbelief as Kang Woojin stood over the defeated Cheolgyu, while murmurs rippled through the other onlookers. The man in the white shirt, amidst the murmurs, realized with astonishment that Kang Woojin had instantly adapted the trajectory of the fight when Cheolgyu went off script, concluding the sequence just as the storyboard intended, save for the accidental pants pulling, pondering if this was an intentional character adaptation for Jang Yunwoo. Cheolgyu, twitching in terror, panicked that his body moved on its own due to the martial arts energy, convinced that Kang Woojin's calm demeanor meant he had orchestrated the entire situation. The man in the white shirt, utterly bewildered, questioned how Kang Woojin could possess such precise martial arts skills and wide vision to adapt so quickly, wondering if he was truly a genius and why he chose to perform in such an unusual manner during his first demonstration. A sudden, shocking realization dawned on the man in the white shirt as he connected Cheolgyu's earlier mistakes, concluding that Kang Woojin must have noticed the prank and intentionally played along. The man in the white shirt erupted in fury, yelling at Cheolgyu for daring to pull such a prank on set, while Cheolgyu cowered in fear as Kang Woojin watched calmly. Kang Woojin stared in utter confusion as the martial arts director, the man in the white shirt, and director Shin Dongchun all bowed deeply to him, leaving him bewildered as to why he was receiving apologies. Director Shin Dongchun and the martial arts director offered sincere apologies, blaming themselves for not managing the situation properly, which only deepened Kang Woojin's bewilderment about the unexpected formal apologies. The man in the white shirt offered to replace the entire team, revealing that Kang Woojin had prevented a critical oversight from going unnoticed in the second cut. Director Shin Dongchun, a slight smile playing on his lips, then accused Kang Woojin of having known about the prank from the beginning, demanding to know when he had caught on. A chibi Kang Woojin fretted, utterly perplexed by the accusation of having known about the prank, recognizing the familiar, unsettling scent of another deepening misunderstanding. Pressured to answer, Kang Woojin uncomfortably admitted he roughly knew, prompting the martial arts director to question his uncanny ability to deduce it so quickly. The martial arts director, impressed, mused that he would have simply gotten angry, while Kang Woojin sheepishly explained he simply acted as his character, Jang Yunwoo, would have. The martial arts director, a mischievous smirk dancing on his face, lingered on the peculiar, final move that resulted in the pants coming down. He then playfully proposed incorporating the pants-pulling incident directly into the script for Beneficial Evil. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the bright, professional world of Hollywood CBC broadcasting station hummed under a clear sky. Amidst a flurry of camera flashes, a blonde-haired man on a talk show inquired about a recent visit to Korea, shifting the topic of conversation. Jamie, the host of a top U.S. talk show, asked Lee Wool-seon who had impressed her most in Korea, to which she enthusiastically named Kang Woojin, describing him as truly like an alien. Lee Wool-seon passionately praised Kang Woojin's unparalleled top-tier skills in acting, vocals, cooking, and martial arts, leaving the blonde-haired host utterly surprised by an actor he'd never heard of. Lee Wool-seon suggested checking out Kang Woojin on YouTube, explaining that he wasn't yet known in Hollywood, while secretly planning to establish his reputation to smooth their future collaborations. Lee Wool-seon, surrounded by ethereal light, envisioned her ambitious plans to produce Kang Woojin's next single, album, and music video appearance, anticipating his inevitable rise to stardom. The broadcast of The Jamie Show instantly ignited an explosive reaction when Miley Cara spoke Kang Woojin's name. Across America, news outlets raced to report on the story, with headlines sensationalizing Miley Cara's mention of Kang Woojin as an alien and speculating on their closeness, while edited clips from the show went viral. Miley Cara's words lit a fuse, sparking intense rumors of Kang Woojin's Hollywood debut, as domestic media eagerly joined the speculative frenzy. Amidst the media storm, Kang Woojin found himself at the airport, preparing to depart for his scheduled engagements in Japan. A cacophony of murmurs filled the crowded space, an undeniable prelude to the impending chaos. A barrage of flashing cameras and shouted questions assailed Kang Woojin, demanding to know his feelings about his Japan trip and Miley Cara's explosive alien comment. Though Kang Woojin internally bristled at the overwhelming scene, a tiny, rational voice reminded him that completely ignoring the press would do more harm than good for his budding image. With a composed resolve, Kang Woojin declared his readiness to answer questions, and a fresh wave of flashes erupted from the eagerly awaiting reporters. Kang Woojin pointed to a reporter, who promptly asked the intrusive question of whether his private relationship with Miley Cara was as close as her public mention suggested. Kang Woojin's straightforward denial of a close bond with Miley Kara was met with an immediate, pressing follow-up about any potential Hollywood plans. After Kang Woojin offered a concise reply, his manager promptly intervened, signaling for the next reporter to ask their question. A reporter inquired about his feelings regarding his historic casting as the lead in a Takikawa Akari live-action adaptation, causing Kang Woojin to internally deliberate on a modest response. Kang Woojin declared himself unshaken, a statement that surprised the reporter, who then insisted on knowing if he felt any pressure as the sole Korean actor in the project. With unwavering confidence, Kang Woojin reiterated his lack of pressure, and the floor was open for the next question. A reporter pointedly recalled his Blue Dragon Film Awards declaration, then challenged his mindset for filming with an entirely Japanese cast, yet Kang Woojin internally believed his approach remained unchanged. Amidst the rising murmurs, Kang Woojin firmly declared that his ambitious mindset remained unchanged, asserting that the location or his collaborators were entirely irrelevant to his performance. The manager, citing the impending flight, abruptly concluded the press conference and began to usher Kang Woojin away through the persistent, clamoring crowd. The crowd erupted in astonished speculation, interpreting Kang Woojin's confident words as an audacious declaration of war against Japanese actors, vowing to overpower them with his acting prowess. Inside his head, a satisfied chibi Kang Woojin agreed that his statement struck the right balance of politeness and cool, utterly oblivious to the storm of misinterpretation brewing around him. The news headline blared Kang Woojin's provocative claim, "I'll steamroll the Japanese actors with my acting," foreshadowing the significant and unforeseen ripples it would soon create. The narrative shifted to Tokyo Haneda Airport, where Kang Woojin's arrival would soon be marked by new developments. Kang Woojin and his manager proceeded through the bustling airport terminal, unaware of the impending shift in atmosphere. Kang Woojin shivered at the unexpected cold, a faint question escaping his lips as he glanced around. A dazzling barrage of camera flashes confirmed the presence of a massive press contingent, yet Kang Woojin, now accustomed to such spectacles, simply noted his familiarity with the chaos. As Kang Woojin wondered at the unusually vast crowd, director Shin Dong-chun's alarmed shout suddenly pierced the din, calling out his name. Director Shin Dong-chun, with a strained urgency, relayed that Kang Woojin's interview had caused a disastrous ripple effect, as Kang Woojin listened intently on the phone. A bold headline declared Kang Woojin's controversial steamroll comment had now erupted across Japan, fueling widespread outrage and cementing his excessive confidence in the international news cycle. A chibi Kang Woojin blinked in utter bewilderment, a small, confused sound escaping him as he tried to process the abrupt shift in atmosphere. An even fiercer, more chaotic throng of shouting reporters and fans engulfed Kang Woojin and his manager, their incessant camera flashes adding to the frenzied atmosphere. A bewildered, sweating chibi Kang Woojin realized the excitement had intensified dramatically, wondering if the articles had merely added fuel to the fire, or if his words had been grotesquely distorted. Amidst the cacophony, a perplexed chibi Kang Woojin pondered why the aggressive shouts from the flashing crowd sounded suspiciously like insults rather than mere questions. The manager, his jaw clenched, instructed Kang Woojin to ignore the agitated, low-tier reporters, as Kang Woojin surmised his CEO was likely far more furious than he was. Knowing that making excuses would betray his carefully crafted image, Kang Woojin confidently dismissed the controversy, activating his ordinary citizen buff as he declared his profound indifference. Director Shin Dong-chun, with a knowing smile, praised Kang Woojin's handling of the situation, adding that the buzz around a Korean actor leading stranger was already significant. Industry figures confirmed the beneficial notoriety, and the chairman, clearly pleased, observed how director Shin Dong-chun's intentional distortion of the comments was effectively generating even more advantageous chaos. Director Shin Dong-chun, gesturing decisively, suggested they begin subtly altering public perception, starting with the immediate fan signing event. Kang Woojin calmly confirmed the expected number of fans for the signing, subtly hinting at his preparedness. A confident chibi Kang Woojin calmly reassured himself, certain that managing 300 fans would be perfectly fine, as he'd successfully handled similar numbers back in Korea. A staff member's startled "pardon" signaled that Kang Woojin's assumptions were about to be dramatically challenged. Two staff members exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned by the revelation that not 300, but a staggering 1,000 people had shown up. The woman, with a touch of exasperation, explained that while 300 were planned, countless other eager fans who missed pre-registration had simply arrived, creating the overwhelming crowd. She continued, revealing that over 800 devoted fans now waited outside, their only hope being a fleeting glimpse of Kang Woojin. The woman noted Kang Woojin's recent surge in popularity, a sentiment even his manager found a bit overwhelming, as murmurs rippled through the staff. Director Shin Dong-chun pondered the difficulty of signing autographs for the multitude outside, suggesting a brief greeting, and sought Kang Woojin's opinion. With a soft, grateful chuckle, Kang Woojin readily agreed to any plan, expressing deep appreciation for the fans who had traveled simply to see him. A sudden realization struck Kang Woojin as he recalled a powerful quote, "For us, it's just a few minutes, but that memory lasts a lifetime for the fans." Kang Woojin reflected on the importance of fan service, wondering if the profound sentiment from a video he'd watched could guide his actions in this overwhelming situation. Kang Woojin unexpectedly proposed singing the Male Friend OST for the fans, a suggestion that left director Shin Dong-chun utterly surprised. Kang Woojin reasoned that simply greeting fans who traveled so far felt insufficient, suggesting 2 songs, the Male Friend OST and a YouTube cover, would be perfect for the convention hall's acoustics. Director Shin Dong-chun approved the fan meeting vibe plan, and when asked about his vocal stamina, Kang Woojin confidently assured him that 2 songs would be no challenge. To honor the pre-registered attendees, Kang Woojin suggested offering them gifts, then allowing the remaining outside fans to enter the venue after the official signing concluded. Director Shin Dong-chun swiftly agreed to the refined plan, assuring Kang Woojin that he would inform the staff immediately. Director Shin Dong-chun, a confident smirk playing on his lips, foresaw how this exceptional fan service would smoothly reshape Kang Woojin's image, envisioning him performing to a roaring crowd. Excited fans captured the electric moment on their phones, eager to immortalize Kang Woojin's unexpected performance. An emotional fan declared she could die happy after witnessing Kang Woojin's surprise concert, a sentiment quickly echoed in news reports detailing the unexpected performance for over 1,000 fans. Fortunately, Kang Woojin's fan signing event concluded without a hitch, a success that brought a satisfied good from the chairman. The chairman then inquired about the upcoming Stranger script reading, to which the woman promptly provided the exact date and time. Despite the woman's concern about the expected swarm of reporters, the chairman confidently dismissed her worries, resolute in his decision to attend. The chairman asserted his obligation to attend, explaining that as the landlord of the Kasahi Tokyo Hotel, the chosen venue for the Stranger script reading, it was only proper for him to offer his greetings. The chairman, with a knowing smirk, hinted at a specific person he intended to observe, while Kang Woojin, diligently absorbed in his script, eagerly awaited the impending Stranger reading. The sheer scale of the Kasahi Tokyo Hotel stood, silent and imposing, as the whispers of an impending event began to stir. Inside, the grand hall hummed with a growing crowd, their murmurs blending with the incessant, almost metallic clicks of cameras, capturing the anticipation of the moment. As the murmurs continued, a flurry of polite Japanese greetings filled the air, attendees eagerly welcoming directors and writers to the prestigious event. Attendees observed the presence of writer Takikawa Akari, noting it was only natural for her to attend given the project's considerable buzz. The chosen venue, the Kashihi Tokyo Hotel, sparked speculation among the attendees, hinting at the powerful Kashihi group's backing of the project. Whispers of hope circulated among the expectant crowd, wondering if Chairman Yoshimura Hideki himself would grace the event with his presence. A wave of excited gasps rippled through the hall as the realization dawned that the chairman had, in fact, arrived. Chairman Yoshimura Hideki made his deliberate entrance, his footsteps echoing a stately rhythm down the opulent corridor. Amidst the swirling crowd, Chairman Hideki exchanged polite greetings, acknowledging gratitude for the venue and accepting compliments on the work. Attendees could barely believe Chairman Hideki had actually shown up, a subtle rustle of surprise spreading through the hall. The chairman offered an unexpected apology, causing a sudden ripple of surprise to pass through the stunned observers. Kang Woojin's arrival, late due to traffic, caused a noticeable stir, his name whispered with a sudden thump of recognition among the murmuring crowd. Chairman Hideki stepped forward, declaring he had been waiting, a statement that left Kang Woojin visibly stunned by such direct, personal attention. The crowd's murmurs intensified, their thoughts trembling with disbelief at the idea that Chairman Hideki would personally wait for a Korean actor. The female judge was internally stunned by Chairman Hideki's presence, confirming her suspicions of a connection to the film, but puzzled by his personal anticipation for Kang Woojin. A chibi Kang Woojin puzzled over the chairman's identity, a faint flicker of recognition sparking in his mind as he humorously wondered if this old man was merely a staff member waiting for him. Kang Woojin politely apologized for his delay due to traffic and introduced himself, prompting Chairman Hideki to praise his fluent Japanese and impressive sign language skills he'd seen on television. Kang Woojin, internally wondering if the chairman had watched his Teo talk show, was then told by Chairman Hideki that he had become his grandson's idol, even his very dream. In a hushed, earnest tone, Chairman Hideki poured out his profound gratitude, declaring that Kang Woojin had changed his grandson's life and that the child was his entire world. A chibi Kang Woojin stood utterly bewildered, questioning the chairman's intense gratitude and its complete lack of context. Someone interjected with a formal introduction, clarifying that this was Chairman Yoshimura Hideki of the Kashihi Group, the benefactor who had graciously lent them the hotel. The realization struck Kang Woojin that he had seen the chairman in an article, feeling a surreal disbelief at meeting the prominent figure from the news in person. Kang Woojin was politely advised to greet the other actors, to which he respectfully bowed and agreed before departing. A singular question mark hung in the air around Kang Woojin, reflecting his deep, unspoken confusion. An internal thump of discomfort echoed within Kang Woojin as he realized the weight of every gaze in the room was fixed uncomfortably upon him. As a flurry of introductions washed over him, Kang Woojin struggled to retain the new names, internally resigning himself to forgetting them in the overwhelming moment. When a woman introduced herself as Misaki Toka, a name that made Kang Woojin instinctively flinch, a profound, unbidden realization seemed to strike him. The woman, unsettled by his sudden, unblinking focus, hesitantly asked if something was amiss. The woman internally questioned the intensity of Kang Woojin's gaze, a blank, emotionless stare that deeply unnerved her. As the woman announced the script reading would begin in 10 minutes, a swift whoosh of her arms signaled the impending formality, leaving Kang Woojin still utterly perplexed. With a decisive click, the introductions concluded, and the voice declared that the script reading would now officially begin. A click marked the start of Scene 1, immersing them in a classroom where a male student endured the cruel torment of bullies. With another click, the adaptation of The Strange Sacrifice of a Stranger was revealed as a revenge drama, with Kang Woojin set to embody the central figure, Iota Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi, a Zainichi Korean, endured relentless high school bullying for his perceived gloominess, his robot-like passivity only intensifying the abuse. Suddenly, a female student appeared, her voice cutting through the cruelty with a defiant, "Stop it. Don't do that." The new transfer student, Misaki Toka, confronted the bullies directly, demanding to know if they truly found joy in their cruel actions. She became the first person to ever extend true concern to Kiyoshi, her simple question, "Are you okay?" piercing his hardened indifference. A sudden flinch seized the woman, her eyes widening with a silent exclamation of shock and dawning realization. Kang Woojin's mind raced, a chilling thought blooming that the blank stare he received earlier was Kiyoshi's, making him wonder if he had already become the character, seeing him as Toka would. Internally, Kang Woojin reeled at the swift, unnoticed transformation, yet his voice remained steady as he calmly asserted, "I'm fine." Through Toka, Kiyoshi's indifferent heart found human respect and concern for the first time, her presence halting the relentless bullying, if only for a brief period. He cherished the peaceful moments spent eating and talking with Toka, a fleeting respite from his brutal reality. But Kiyoshi remained tragically oblivious, the torment had shifted to Toka, who lacked his stoic resilience, her name a heavy call in the air. Toka, bruised but unbowed, looked back and uttered a heartbreaking truth, "I don't regret meeting you." After a beat of silent processing, Kiyoshi, expressionless, declared the simple, everyday fact that it was time for lunch. Then, in a moment that would forever be seared into his memory, something unfolded directly before Kiyoshi's eyes. Kiyoshi stood, his back to the world, a solitary figure against the muted green of the wall. A sinister mutter escaped someone who had almost missed a hilarious sight, as a figure hurried past, their footsteps a faint patter. A taunting voice asked Kiyoshi if he had witnessed the spectacle, adding with dark amusement that they should have arrived sooner. A voice gasped in raw disbelief, stunned by the incredible height from which she had fallen. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Another guttural scream echoed, as if reality itself was tearing apart before his eyes. A voice, heavy with despair, confessed, "I regret it, Toka." A profound shift occurred, as one hand lay open in helplessness while another clenched into a resolute, desperate fist. Screams of terror erupted, desperate pleas to "call the police," filling the air as students scattered in panic, yet one figure remained eerily calm amidst the chaos. To the panicked question of what had happened, Kiyoshi responded with an unsettling calm, a soft, "It's okay." A chilling quietness settled, broken only by a lingering drag of silence in the aftermath. The quiet thud of footsteps echoed through the desolate classroom, a sound that underscored the weight of Kiyoshi's new reality. With a decisive stroke, a hand began to write a new name, Tsukumomori Shinisuke, across the page. 9 people remained, a silent tally that Kiyoshi dismissed with a decisive rip of the paper, knowing the time for vengeance was not yet now. He acknowledged his current limitations, realizing that while one person might be manageable, confronting all 9 at once was impossible without more strength, intelligence, and experience. He resolved to subtly glide into the shadows, to become a stranger to the world, to be forgotten by all until his moment came. Whether it took 1 year or 5, he envisioned his eventual return, a time when he would fade from memory, acquire all he needed, and then, only then, would his plan begin. He knew there would be many victims, an inescapable, truly strange sacrifice. His actions were driven not by hatred or bloodlust, but by a chilling, almost academic necessity. It was simply homework. For Kiyoshi, he was merely fulfilling a grim obligation, doing what he perceived needed to be done. The narrative shifted to a fantastical summary of completed missions and achievements, celebrating an S+ rank level up for Kang Woojin as Kiyoshi, alongside progress for other characters, all signaling that the story was to be continued. Addressing the assembled readers, a man at the podium solemnly announced that he had something important to convey to them today. A murmur spread through the audience, some questioning the sudden seriousness, others playfully chiding him that such a grave demeanor didn't suit him. He pondered their collective lack of eloquence, much like Woojin, debating internally whether to begin with a respectful bow or a confident declaration. The murmuring audience, growing restless with the hesitation, began to speculate, wondering if this was that announcement they had been anticipating. He finally revealed the news. Season 2 would conclude with episode 85, promising an even more exciting season 3 for them all to eagerly anticipate. In the professional calm of the conference room, the participants gathered, unaware of the seismic shift about to occur. A collective, startled gasp filled the tense silence, signifying the profound and unexpected impact of the unfolding performance. A heavy sense of dread had seized the speaker before the reading even commenced, knowing that linguistic mastery was not enough for nuanced performance. Yet, the instant Kang Woojin's opening words resonated, a profound realization struck: it was no longer Kang Woojin who stood before them. In his place, a chilling void had manifested, Kiyoshi, a vessel utterly devoid of human sentiment. No action seemed governed by reason, instinct, or the flicker of emotion, rendering Kiyoshi's presence daunting and inexplicably macabre, drawing a shocked gasp from the observers. Indeed, Kang Woojin embodied Kiyoshi as a mere mechanism, a system existing solely to execute its designated function with chilling detachment. The script described Kiyoshi motionless in a frantic classroom, his gaze fixed vacantly, as the world plunged into chaos after 2 students' deaths, prompting the academy's desperate struggle for normalcy. Meanwhile, as others fled or withdrew, Kiyoshi, committed to a long-term stratagem, remained indifferent, meticulously gathering knowledge through his studies. 1 year turned into 5, and the world allowed Kiyoshi's existence to fade into obscurity before he declared his grim commencement. But the wheels of his design were already turning as Kiyoshi, with sinister glowing green eyes, declared his intention to initiate the second sacrifice. The male auditionee revealed his chosen target, Ko Nakayama Ginzo, causing a man in a white shirt to flinch in surprise. As the man listened, startled, Kiyoshi described Ginzo's refined and radiant exterior, highlighting his captivating talent and his profound distance from Kiyoshi among the 9. Despite his marriage and established home, Ko Nakayama Ginzo remained chained to his carnal desires, ambitiously hiding a multitude of ignominious secrets, as Kiyoshi observed. With a chilling green glow, the male auditionee explained that Ginzo's macabre immolation would command attention, casting a shadow over the remaining 8. He declared his plan to sow discord within Ginzo's household, coldly noting that Ginzo's wife remained outside the scope of his obligations. The chairman reflected in disbelief, questioning if such a transformative display could truly be categorized as mere acting, wondering if all actors were this formidable. Dismissing the thought, the chairman concluded that Kang Woojin was a rare talent, recognizing that other performers delivered only conventional portrayals. The chairman pondered Kang Woojin's overwhelming magnetism, his uncanny ability to enthrall an audience under a trance, a priceless gift transcending simple charisma, as murmurs and camera flashes filled the room. With a slight, thoughtful smile, the chairman finally grasped director Kyotaro's fixation on Kang Woojin, admitting his own enthrallment. As the scene faded out for a brief intermission, a low buzz indicated the transition, leaving the chairman and others in a professional calm. While murmurs filled the background, the president spoke on his phone, confirming a delivery and prompting the chairman to listen intently. A cunning smile played on the chairman's lips, signaling his intention to finally set his long-awaited plans into motion. The president expressed his frustration, running his hand through his hair and questioning if he had met with failure once again. He worried that BW Entertainment had become too small for talents like Hyun and Kang Woojin, which prompted his search for investors to expand. Yet, the president felt suffocated by potential investors who sought to reduce him to a mere figurehead, intent on controlling his management. The president turned in surprise as someone swiftly walked past him. A woman formally addressed the president, and his eyes widened in shock upon recognizing Chairman Hideki. As the president pondered why Chairman Hideki sought him out, Riri translated the chairman's profound praise for Kang Woojin's unparalleled performance. Chairman Hideki, smiling, expressed his belief in Kang Woojin's immeasurable worth and boundless potential, before stating his intention to present a proposal. The chairman proposed enlisting Kang Woojin as a brand ambassador for various Kasahi Group subsidiaries, leaving the president utterly dumbfounded. The president, still agape, reeled from the sudden, unannounced proposal, while Riri calmly presented him with the Korean drafted document. Chairman Hideki casually revealed his awareness of BW Entertainment's expansion plans, offering a personal investment independently of the Kasahi Group, leaving the president completely overwhelmed. The president, suspicious, questioned the chairman's personal funding of BW Entertainment, certain that the Kasahi Group's involvement meant a deliberate setup. Panic swirled in the president's mind. He desperately needed to understand how Chairman Hideki knew about BW Entertainment's plans, yet felt he couldn't press for an exhaustive explanation without appearing unseemly. The president, regaining his composure, politely expressed gratitude for the offer but stated that such a significant decision could not be made instantly. Admitting his overwhelmed state, the president boldly asked Chairman Hideki what had sparked his interest in BW Entertainment. Chairman Hideki confidently attributed his interest entirely to Kang Woojin's captivating performance, allure, and palpable aura, which had left him without a doubt. With prophetic certainty, Chairman Hideki declared that he could not remain idle when encountering someone destined for global fame, affirming Kang Woojin's truly precious quality. The president, surprised by such lavish praise, wondered if Chairman Hideki truly possessed such a visionary eye for talent, despite suspecting Woojin was the catalyst. Chairman Hideki then revealed that his motivation was not solely Woojin's talent, but also a personal debt he owed Kang Woojin, shocking the president even further. The president realized, with widening eyes, that Chairman Hideki's entire approach, including the investment, stemmed from a past connection and a desire to favor Kang Woojin, who stood silently powerful. Despite the underlying circumstances, the chairman formally requested a business strategy or prospectus, urging the shocked president to proceed with a positive outlook. The president, now composed, formally agreed to convey the chairman's sentiments, and Chairman Hideki suggested a more thorough deliberation at a later time. The chairman requested strict confidentiality regarding their discussion and began to depart, prompting the president to question his early exit from the script reading. Chairman Hideki stated his primary objective, to observe Kang Woojin in the flesh, had been met, and then took his leave, as the president and Riri bowed respectfully. The president pondered the mysterious favor Chairman Hideki owed Woojin, wondering what had transpired between them to warrant such a staggering sum. Worried about Kang Woojin becoming a target due to his extraordinary deeds, the president questioned his true identity, while Kang Woojin stood with a subtle, confident smirk. As a chibi version of the unnamed man with glasses was overwhelmed by the hotel's gold-gilded opulence, Kang Woojin remained in his usual thoughtless state, unfazed. Subsequently, later that afternoon, the script reading for The Unknown Parasite concluded amidst applause and murmuring, leaving one man to reflect that it was finally over and truly draining. As camera flashes filled the air, several individuals at the table observed quietly, marking the end of the event. Director Shin Dong-chun confidently asserted that selecting Woojin was undeniably the correct path, believing any friction would only expose the inadequacies of others' talent. Director Shin Dong-chun reflected that even if some actors departed, galvanizing others would be a greater victory, and fortunately, no performer had acted unprofessionally. With a sly smile, Director Shin Dong-chun acknowledged Kang Woojin as an actor who ignited professional greed, resolving a multitude of issues simply by his presence on set. Director Shin Dong-chun eagerly anticipated the male auditionee's performance once principal photography officially began. The president informed Kang Woojin that it was time to depart, and Kang Woojin acknowledged him, rising from the table. The president paused, surprised, as his phone rang, displaying Director On Gabok's name. Answering, the president greeted Director On Gabok and asked if he was already in Japan for The Unknown Parasite script reading, while Kang Woojin waited patiently. Director Shin Dong-chun confirmed the script reading had just concluded and, with a sharp intake of breath, proposed a meeting after 8 p.m. if the caller's schedule allowed. With a sly smile, Director Shin Dong-chun extended an invitation to the Tokyo International Film Festival, specifically asking if Woojin would accompany them. The Tokyo Film Festival, Japan's most illustrious short film festival, drew iconic directors, celebrated thespians, and figures of global renown, rivaling the prestige of Korea's own mise-en-scene. Director On Gabok, a jury member for the festival, confirmed the final day's proceedings, anticipating an evening party. The man in the white shirt mused about the spectacle Woojin's appearance would create, eager to discuss something important, prompting Director Shin Dong-chun to confidently volunteer to handle the invitation. The air itself vibrated with the murmuring of influential titans from the film and entertainment industries, all anticipating what spectacle Woojin's entrance would bring. More than a mere spectacle, this had the potential to send shockwaves through the Japanese entertainment industry, prompting Director Shin Dong-chun to decisively contact Woojin at once. As Director Shin Dong-chun's whispered details painted a picture of the Japanese Film Festival's social gathering, a chibi Woojin pondered its true nature. Kang Woojin, mulling over the invitation, found the prospect of a gala annoying yet couldn't deny his intrigue at the mention of elite Japanese actors, eager to gauge its true measure against the mise-en-scene. With a composed certainty, Kang Woojin decided there was no reason to refuse, prompting an excited Director Shin Dong-chun to confirm he would immediately inform the director. As a rustling sound heralded his approach, Director On Gabok addressed Woojin, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Director On Gabok, having overheard the conversation, genially inquired if Woojin would also be attending the Tokyo International Film Festival, to which Woojin, observant, returned the question. Director On Gabok's affirmative reply was met with a respectful nod from Woojin, who mused that such attendance was only natural for a legendary figure in Japanese cinema. Director On Gabok, with a warm smile, invited Woojin to attend together, as the Grand Roppongi Hills Mori Tower in Minato City, Tokyo, stood as the iconic host of the Tokyo International Film Festival. A constant murmur filled the opulent air, the sound of countless voices weaving through the grandeur of the event. A blinding volley of camera flashes erupted, each burst searing a fleeting image onto the retina as paparazzi clamored for their shots. Kang Woojin strode down the red carpet, a composed figure bathed in the relentless, dazzling storm of camera flashes. As murmurs filled the air, some observers branded his ice-cold gaze as arrogance, while others, sensing a deeper truth, perceived the aura of a legend in the making. The colossal Roppongi Tower commanded his attention, yet the overwhelming crowd below, to Kang Woojin, felt less like an esteemed gathering and more like a mere throng of tourists. With a rustle of movement, Director On Gabak greeted Director Kyotaro, acknowledging his arrival after too long, while onlookers watched the significant encounter. Director Kyotaro offered his respectful greetings to Director On Gabak. Director On Gabak, leaning in conspiratorially, noted that everyone stole glances at Woojin, their feigned indifference unable to mask the intrigue or competitive spirit he had ignited. Woojin insisted he had no intention of drawing attention, but Director On Gabak, amused, recognized the familiar, indifferent composure that defined him. Director On Gabak praised Woojin's unwavering indifference, unaware that Woojin's thoughts had drifted to the absolutely mouth-watering sushi being carried past. Breaking his sushi trance, Woojin redirected the conversation, reminding Director On Gabak of the matter he wished to discuss, a question the director was now eager to pose. Director On Gabak proposed an astonishing role for Woojin, a judge on the Bleach auditions, a suggestion that struck Woojin with such surprise it momentarily stole his breath. A chibi Woojin's mind reeled in utter disbelief at the idea of him being a judge, even as Director On Gabak calmly asserted that his acting caliber alone was justification enough, transcending any questions of experience. Director On Gabak acknowledged the world might deem Woojin too young, but having witnessed his unprecedented talent, he urged him to consider the offer over the holidays, despite any natural caution. Woojin, thoughtfully agreeing to consider the offer pending his schedule, brought a wave of relieved laughter from Director On Gabak, who expressed his profound gratitude. A fan, barely containing her excitement, shyly approached Woojin, proclaiming her immense admiration for his work in Hanryang and A Guy Friend. With a sigh of contentment, Director On Gabak observed the undeniable truth: people were beginning to gravitate around Woojin, drawn by his burgeoning presence. As murmuring conversations in English filled the air, a man with glasses turned, his attention drawn to the growing crowd around Woojin and Director On Gabak. Megan Stone, the casting director for Last Kill 3, expressed genuine surprise at spotting Kang Woojin at the Tokyo International Film Festival, noting the considerable time since their last project. Amidst general laughter, a man with a dark beard pondered how Kang Woojin came to stand so comfortably among cinematic giants like Director Kyotaro and Director On Gabak. Megan Stone revealed that even Joseph Felton harbored curiosity about Woojin, suspecting it stemmed from his extraordinary, breathtaking martial arts prowess. Despite the buzz, Megan Stone admitted they hadn't witnessed his acting firsthand, prompting the man with orange hair to skeptically recall Director George's dramatic claim of being intimidated to the point of fleeing. The notion of fleeing felt far-fetched to Megan Stone, but with a determined hum, she knew she had to witness Kang Woojin's acting prowess herself to believe it. Megan Stone decisively declared her intention to postpone her flight by a few days to witness Woojin's acting, brushing off the orange-haired man's question as she prepared to add one more crucial point. As Megan Stone walked, already thinking of informing Joseph of Kang Woojin, the scene shifted, crossing oceans to the bustling streets of Los Angeles. Producer Joseph Felton listened intently on the phone, calmly expressing his appreciation for the update. A notification buzzed as producer Joseph Felton pondered Woojin's presence at the festival, knowing it was due to director Kyotaro's project, and with a touch of envy, reflected on Megan's luck in witnessing his acting firsthand. Kang Woojin, with arms crossed and a serious gaze, affirmed his desire to cross paths with Joseph Felton again soon, vowing to make the necessary preliminary arrangements, starting now. Producer Joseph Felton, with unsettling calm, ordered the confidential Last Kill 3 screen test video of Kang Woojin be forwarded to a famous Korean YouTuber, prompting a shocked query from the bald man about its secrecy. Producer Joseph Felton scoffed, revealing that the confidential status was merely a face-saving measure for director George Mendez. From his producer's perspective, he saw a clear strategic advantage in making it public. When the bald man pressed for the advantage, producer Joseph Felton explained that leveraging Korea's cultural juggernaut would not only bolster the project's profile but also elevate Woojin's standing, skyrocketing his market value. As producer Joseph Felton expressed his eager desire to collaborate, pledging to secure Kang Woojin's future, Woojin, in a profound parallel thought, silently vowed to clear his own path for a journey to Hollywood. A chibi Woojin, grumbling with utter exhaustion, yearned for his hotel bed, regretting his decision to attend the gala at all. A soft notification pulled Kang Woojin from his thoughts, prompting a curious glance at his phone. More notifications buzzed, and Woojin, still regretting the party, suddenly remembered the debut episode of Our Table had premiered yesterday, a viewing he had missed due to his hectic Japanese schedule. Upon checking, Kang Woojin's eyes widened in genuine surprise and awe. The first episode's viewership rating had soared to an incredible 15.6%. Recalling the Miley Kara episode clip had also been uploaded, Woojin, spurred by further notifications, considered diving into the audience's response. A chibi Woojin recoiled in awe, shouting in his mind as the astronomical 9.67 million views on the Miley-Kara collaboration video stunned him, confirming Kara truly existed on another level of fame. With a pleased rub of his hands, a chibi Woojin reveled in the countless English praises, feeling exhilaratingly like a blossoming global sensation, though he conceded it was mostly thanks to Kara. The car door opened with a sudden movement as director Shin Dong-chun, apologizing for his delay in finalizing an investor, asked Woojin if he had been waiting long. Woojin calmly assured director Shin Dong-chun it was no trouble, only for the director to reveal another meeting was imminent. As if from a dream, director On Gabok's voice echoed in Woojin's mind, announcing an offer to be a brand ambassador for the Kasahi Group, a revelation that shocked a chibi Woojin who recognized it as the conglomerate owned by the very chairman he'd met earlier. Director Shin Dong-chun then revealed the Kasahi Group was their new investor, and to maintain confidentiality, the public narrative would frame Woojin as their new commercial model, specifically chosen to boost his Japanese activities. Director Shin Dong-chun detailed the extensive advertisement deals with 3 subsidiaries and the handsome compensation, leaving a chibi Woojin utterly amazed by the full backing of such a major conglomerate. A chibi director Shin Dong-chun, eyes wide with amazement, wondered how such a massive investor was reeled in, crediting the president's power, while a chibi Woojin realized with a jolt that his own unknown connection to Chairman Hideki was the true spark. Director Shin Dong-chun informed Woojin that commercial filming would now overlap with his BSS production schedule, drawing a sigh of resignation from Woojin, who conceded that a crammed professional life in Japan was better than none at all. Woojin mused about the malicious comments this news would undoubtedly incite in Japan, but with a dismissive rustle of thought, he decided it wouldn't bother him, he had far more important things to focus on. His thoughts turned to the looming BSS rehearsals, the unofficial start of production tomorrow, and his unyielding resolve to showcase his acting prowess to every Japanese actor and staff member. He vowed to give his absolute all in this production, a crucial step for his second chance at life and a profound tribute to all those who believed in him, his resolve burning with an internal thud. With eyes glowing faintly, Kang Woojin looked forward, his gaze fixed with an intense and unshakable resolve for the challenges ahead. A soft murmuring drifted across the serene village, hinting at the distant stirrings of life. On the bustling film set, urgent commands sliced through the murmuring as crew members meticulously adjusted cameras, readying for the day's critical shoot. A director's sharp voice, amplified by a megaphone, cut through the air, signaling the actors to their stations with an urgent demand. Hushed whispers of concern about the immense hype surrounding Kang Woojin's performance weighed heavily, but he exhaled, internally dismissing the comments as unproductive stress. With purposeful footsteps through the ethereal mist, Kang Woojin declared his readiness, a quiet determination fueling his next step. The wooden surface creaked softly beneath his careful steps. The male auditionee confessed his unease about filming the opening scene under intense scrutiny, asking Kang Woojin if he, too, felt the weight of media and public expectations. Kang Woojin, in his chibi form, calmly asserted he was simply there to act, leaving the male auditionee awkwardly flustered and questioning if that was truly the case. An unseen voice crisply called, "Stand by," prompting the male auditionee and Kang Woojin to exchange professional wishes, each a quiet affirmation of the work ahead. As the director bellowed, "Action," Kang Woojin instantly plunged into the ethereal void, a cascade of shimmering, whistling energy marking his transformation into Kyoto Kiyoshi. Within this otherworldly space, an oppressive, palpable sense of emptiness enveloped him. A sudden jolt of awe went through the crew, who marveled at Kang Woojin's effortless ability to convey an entire story with an unparalleled expressiveness in his eyes. The male auditionee groaned in distress, a chilling premonition of unforeseen disaster returning as Kang Woojin emerged from the mist. The narration shifted to Nakayama Ginzo, the second victim, whose secrets were unearthed over a month of relentless stalking and threats, pushing his company and reputation to the brink, fostering crippling doubts within him. Ginzo's once peaceful daily life was irrevocably shattered, rendering him unable to function, as he desperately turned to alcohol in a futile attempt to numb the relentless, extreme anxiety. Then, after a particularly destructive drinking binge, Ginzo passed out, unknowingly entering a new, foreboding chapter. Ginzo awoke in a disoriented haze to a chilling, unseen voice, asking if he was awake. Ginzo jolted awake on a swaying boat, his confusion deepening as a shadowy figure loomed over him, familiarly addressing him by name. Ginzo's panicked questions about his location and his captor were met with a soft, unsettling hiss as the shadowy figure tauntingly revealed their shared past as classmates. The shadowy figure chillingly admitted to being the source of Ginzo's daily torment, leading Ginzo to a horrified realization about the sinister messages he had been receiving. A sudden creaking sound made Ginzo jump, his mind racing to identify the ominous presence as yet another shadowy figure was revealed. With a quick, anxious glance to the side, Ginzo's terror deepened. Ginzo recoiled in extreme, visceral terror at the menacing figure's appearance. The shadowy figure cruelly mocked Ginzo's terrified expression, prompting Ginzo to desperately demand his identity, his voice trembling. The shadowy figure cryptically promised to reveal his identity, eventually, but first, with a soft thud, he announced an introduction to someone else. The first shadowy figure then ominously introduced the second, darker figure, chillingly stating that this person would be taking care of Ginzo. Ginzo's terrified query about being dealt with was met with a gruesome clarification. He would be handled there and found naked by morning, urged to surrender his body to the waiting figure. A sickening thud accompanied the shadowy figure's explicit and disturbing description of the caretaker's prison past, leaving Ginzo utterly horrified and disgusted. With a desperate cry and a choked gasp, Ginzo screamed and lunged forward, his terror pushing him into a desperate, chaotic act. With a brutal impact, the shadowy figure swiftly overpowered and pinned Ginzo down, eliciting a guttural cry of agony from him. Trembling and coughing, Ginzo desperately gasped for air, pleading for his life and mistakenly accusing his attacker of being Matsuno Tsukasa's enraged husband. The shadowy figure, unperturbed, coldly dismissed Ginzo's frantic guess, remarking with chilling certainty that Ginzo truly did not remember him. As the shadowy figure uttered the name Masaki Tsukasa, Ginzo gave a thud of despair, his body trembling as he recalled seeing her often, and a horrifying possibility began to dawn on him. Ginzo stammered, his mind suddenly seizing as the full, horrifying gravity of the situation crashed down on him. Confronted by Kang Woojin's absolute aura and overwhelming performance, Mr. Ogamoto found himself shrinking back, utterly consumed without even realizing it. Trembling and shaking, Mr. Ogamoto internally berated himself for being so dazzled by Kang Woojin that he couldn't act, desperately urging himself to speak and pull himself together. Mr. Ogamoto stammered through his lines, frantically trying to recall them, until an off-screen voice sharply called, "Cut," demanding another take. The director critically informed Mr. Ogamoto that his emotion was overwrought, instructing him to restrain his tone and broaden his range, emphasizing that his performance felt too much like acting. Hushed whispers confirmed that while Mr. Ogamoto's acting seemed competent to some, the director clearly held him to a higher, more discerning standard. Hushed whispers among the crew conveyed a shared awe for Kang Woojin's performance, describing it as profoundly different, so real it transcended mere acting, with every soft word resonating clearly. The director praised Kang Woojin's mesmerizing performance before calling action, once more, sharply observing that Mr. Ogamoto was unintentionally becoming a sacrificial lamb in comparison. The director clarified that a single star was not enough for a complete movie, rather, the true essence lay in the seamless chemistry between every actor. A startled flinch from Mr. Ogamoto followed the sharp call of Henji, as the voice bluntly stated that he needed to step up to match Kang Woojin's performance. Trembling with frustration, Mr. Ogamoto inwardly agonized, questioning what he was truly missing when his lines and emotions felt correct. Dejected, Mr. Ogamoto's thoughts turned inward, agonizing over whether his acting had always been so subpar, and expressing profound disappointment in himself. Kang Woojin observed Mr. Ogamoto with thoughtful concern, wondering if his shortness of breath was due to the artificial sea fog, which he knew could be harmful. Deciding he should advise him, Kang Woojin gently told Mr. Ogamoto to try a slower rhythm between beats, which left Ogamoto confused. Mr. Ogamoto pondered Kang Woojin's cryptic advice, wondering if it meant he was rushing his lines and needed to leave more space for emotional beats. In chibi form, Kang Woojin bluntly confirmed that Mr. Ogamoto had indeed been rushing, specifically his breathing, leading Ogamoto to humorously accept the truth from the master himself. Kang Woojin then advised Mr. Ogamoto to lift his head and take a deep breath to feel better, which Ogamoto internally interpreted as a subtle instruction to remain calm and control his overwhelming emotions. A soft chuckle of self-deprecation escaped Mr. Ogamoto as he thanked Kang Woojin, then inwardly reflected on his own impatience, wondering if he had truly rushed his lines as if pursued. The film set continued to buzz with the murmuring sounds of ongoing activity. The director, surprised, pondered if Kang Woojin had offered Mr. Ogamoto pointers, then called standby, while internally debating if it was just casual small talk, given Woojin's known reserved nature. As action was called, onlookers observed the actors, misinterpreting their previous exchange as a deep conversation likely prolonged by the scene's extensive takes. Two skeptical crew members discussed how Kang Woojin utterly dominated Yasuda's acting, finding it absurd that a rookie with only a year of experience could be giving advice to an established actor they had just met. As one woman expressed doubt that acting could transform overnight, a mysterious, stylized woman abruptly interjected, directly questioning her identity. A collective gasp of shock, accompanied by a crackle of sudden realization, reverberated through the crew as the director registered an intense, unexpected event. Murmuring with astonishment, crew members exclaimed over Yasuda's sudden, dramatic transformation in acting, wondering if Kang Woojin had somehow cast a spell on him or definitively given him advice. The director chuckled softly, marveling at Mr. Ogamoto's complete 180-degree turn in acting, and wondered aloud if Kang Woojin truly had offered him advice. Kang Woojin possessed an extraordinary, transcendent power, capable of elevating his co-stars and reaching a level far beyond that of a mere actor. With a puff of air, the man, light brown hair, decided to watch his own breathing, once again proving that Kang Woojin had unintentionally sparked yet another humorous misunderstanding. Amidst the misty dawn of the outdoor set, the director's voice echoed, "Okay," through the dim light, setting the tone for the scene being filmed. The arduous first scene of BSS was finally wrapped, eliciting a sigh of deep relief from the director. The director mused over the takes, deeply impressed by the profound shift in Ginzo's portrayal, which now revealed a fragile adult masking a child's terror. With a sudden clap, the director's booming voice cut through the set, igniting the scene with a decisive action. In a surreal, green-tinged vision, the first male auditionee's question about Misaki Toka sparked a chilling recognition in the muscular man, who then identified him as Iota Kiyoshi. The first male auditionee confirmed his identity with a chilling calmness, prompting Ginzo to frantically dismiss the encounter as a mere prank, desperate to deny a dark past resurfacing. Toka is dead, the first male auditionee declared, and Ginzo flinched, the stark revelation sending a shiver through his core. The first male auditionee's voice became a sinister pronouncement, detailing Toka's tragic leap while subtly accusing Ginzo of contributing to the crushing weight that pushed her over the edge. Ginzo's mind reeled in a spiral of internal panic, realizing the first male auditionee sought revenge and desperately questioning the terrifying extent of his knowledge. In a somber vision of the past, Ginzo rationalized that Toka's cowardice ensured her silence, allowing him to cling to the false hope that only he and his accomplices knew the chilling truth. Ginzo pleaded with Kiyoshi, desperately attempting to justify his past actions by claiming a misunderstanding, even feigning regret and insisting he would have protected Toka. With piercing insight, the first male auditionee calmly declared Ginzo's calculating nature, knowing that even now, Ginzo desperately probed the depth of his knowledge, which caused Ginzo to recoil in shock. With eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity, the first male auditionee chillingly permitted Ginzo to continue his charade of innocence, while Ginzo himself realized Kiyoshi was utterly unhinged. Ginzo's body jerked as he desperately cried out for help, but the first male auditionee calmly affirmed the chilling truth, "Ginzo, there's no one here." The first male auditionee revealed their desolate location as Toka's forgotten hometown, a place once slated for tourism but abandoned after the economic bubble burst decades ago, leaving it in decay. With chilling control, the first male auditionee explained that while an investigation was inevitable, he had already sent a message from Ginzo's phone to his wife, ensuring his absence remained unsuspected for now. Ginzo's bewilderment escalated to fear as the first male auditionee smoothly presented him with his own phone, instructing him to make a mysterious call. The first male auditionee revealed the name Ginzo was to call, Horinuchi Amy, one of the 9 classmates, a revelation that plunged Ginzo into utter, terrified silence. The first male auditionee's chilling instruction to deliver the message, "Misaki Toka has returned," made Ginzo's blood run cold as he finally grasped the full terrifying scope of the revenge plot unfolding. When Ginzo questioned his connection to Toka, the first male auditionee chillingly affirmed his role, declaring he was merely doing his job as a stranger. The first male auditionee offered Ginzo a deceptive path to freedom, promising he could go home if he made the call, a prospect Ginzo desperately grasped with a surprised glimmer of hope. Ginzo flinched, utterly terrified as the first male auditionee delivered a deeply menacing threat, betraying the instructions for the call would result in him being dealt with immediately and found naked by morning. Ginzo trembled, frantically assuring his compliance, as the first male auditionee calmly reaffirmed the chillingly limited extent of Ginzo's role, only to make the call. A chilling creak underscored the narration's sinister promise that once the call ended, Ginzo would indeed be sent home. Ginzo's terrified expression affirmed the grim unspoken truth, returning him alive would be another matter entirely. A monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing eyes seemed to confirm the chilling narration, returning Ginzo alive would indeed be difficult. With a sickening thud, Ginzo slumped lifelessly into the boat, his fate sealed. A final, soft thud echoed over the eerie green water as the older man and the first male auditionee stood in solemn silence, gazing ahead. The older man gravely warned the first male auditionee that detectives would soon be in hot pursuit, urging him not to drop his guard despite the concealment of the fog. With a solemn gaze, the first male auditionee addressed the older man as Mr. Misaki Shutoku, implying that such deep involvement was unnecessary. Misaki Shutoku, Toka's father, spoke with a sorrowful determination, confessing his raw longing to simply see his daughter once more. The narration revealed Toka's father had been a broken man since the tragic loss of his wife and daughter, a state that prompted the first male auditionee to reveal the full, agonizing truth of Toka's suffering. Enraged by the painful truth, Toka's father, Misaki Shutoku, determinedly cast his lot with the first male auditionee in his quest for revenge. Shutoku, with solemn resolve, explained his plan to disappear, believing his silence would confuse detectives, and then apologized for leaving such a heavy burden of vengeance upon the first male auditionee. "I'm counting on you, my daughter's stranger friend," Shutoku declared, entrusting the first male auditionee with his final vengeance, who responded with a grave, silent acknowledgement. The first male auditionee murmured that Shutoku hadn't needed to go so far, and with that quiet reflection, their somber alliance came to an end. In the solitary mist of the green-hued landscape, the first male auditionee stood alone, contemplating the path ahead. The first male auditionee's thoughts turned strategic, weighing the complex challenge of protecting Shutoku's involvement without exposing his own shadowy presence at the scene. With a resolute air, the first male auditionee uttered his thanks and then, after a brief, telling hesitation, dismissed Shutoku, signaling it was time for them to walk separate paths. Amidst the green-tinted mist, the first male auditionee stood in somber isolation, a silent sentinel of the unfolding vengeance. With a quiet exhale of grim satisfaction, the first male auditionee acknowledged 2 targets eliminated, his resolve now firmly fixed on the next name on his list, Horinuchi Amy. As the name, Horinuchi Amy, resonated like a silent decree, the first male auditionee's gaze hardened with an unyielding resolve. A single, stark thought acknowledged the cold, a chilling reflection of both the physical air and the emotional desolation within him. The bustling film set was alive with a rising murmur of excited conversations and curious whispers. Amidst the murmuring awe, the sheer impact of the performance felt as though Iota Kiyoshi had startlingly leaped straight from the pages of the script into vibrant life. Kang Woojin's acting had reached an unparalleled depth, inspiring awe as his already top-tier skills continued to grow endlessly. Only Kang Woojin, an acting monster, could portray such piercing yet hollow bloodlust, a feat that drew a hearty laugh of admiration from the director. The narration boldly predicted that the Iota Kiyoshi Kang Woojin had brought to life was destined to carve an epic, historical legacy within the Japanese film industry. The director enthusiastically declared, "Cut." Okay, leaping up to praise the actors for perfectly delivering the exact performance he desired. The director approached with appreciation, thanking Kang Woojin for his hard work, a courtesy Kang Woojin respectfully reciprocated. With a touch of humorous curiosity, the director then questioned if Kang Woojin had offered Mr. Ogamoto some advice during the shoot, a query that left the chibi Kang Woojin utterly confused. Chibi Kang Woojin's memory clicked as he recalled advising Mr. Ogamoto to breathe deeply, an instruction he had given because the actor seemed to be in a surprisingly dangerous state. The director expressed profound gratitude that the actor had done his job, to which Kang Woojin modestly replied that intervening before an accident was simply the right thing to do. The director nodded, realizing with relief that an accident could have ended the day's shoot, while Kang Woojin inwardly calculated that a fainting actor would have meant days of costly postponement. The director showered Kang Woojin with praise for his unexpected care for fellow actors, crediting him with Ogamoto's awakening and pressing for details on the advice given, a query that left Kang Woojin feeling profoundly confused. Kang Woojin hesitantly explained his simple counsel to Ogamoto, merely to take a deep and slow breath, a seemingly minor detail that left the director utterly intrigued. The director smoothly contemplated that breathing had indeed been the perfect solution for Ogamoto, while chibi Kang Woojin remained hilariously puzzled by the whole situation. Amidst the murmuring of curious actors, Ryu Youngmin pressed Yasugta, questioning the mysterious boat conversation with Kang Woojin and the noticeable, dramatic shift in his acting that followed. Ryu Youngmin's introspective thoughts confessed that he couldn't possibly explain the profound truth. Kang Woojin's overwhelming presence had not merely advised, but had consumed him, unlocking his character's true potential. With a joyous laugh of revelation, Ryu Youngmin declared that, for the first time in his acting career, he had truly awakened and immersed himself in a role, thanks to Kang Woojin's advice. The narration issued a subtle, threatening warning for everyone to stay on their toes, as Kang Woojin's shoot would conclude in mere days, signaling an impending shift in the dynamic. The ominous narration concluded with a chilling warning: anyone caught in the orbit of hydrogen-filled Kang Woojin would find their very reality irrevocably transformed into the world of BSS. A general murmuring swelled among the large crowd gathered on the school field. An audition staff member, with a cap, urgently asked if school uniforms had been distributed, and received a clear confirmation that they had all been handed out. The audition staff called for a camera test, as the first filming location schedule had now officially concluded. Then arrived Detective Yoshizawa Mokio, portrayed by Mana Kosaku, who, the script revealed, would relentlessly hunt the stranger Iota Kiyoshi until the bitter end. After those initial scenes, filming shifted to the school to capture the crucial flashback sequences that marked the very beginning of BSS. The president approached, his voice carrying clearly as he called out Kang Woojin's name. The president shuffled papers, announcing that the advertising contract with the Kasihi Group was finalized and presenting the storyboard, which visibly startled Kang Woojin. The president explained the schedule for 2 commercials, one for construction and another for food, noting their strange rush but deeming it best to complete them early regardless. The president emphasized that the timing was perfect, as filming for The Island of the Missing had just concluded, leaving them free for upcoming press conferences, promotions, and the audition for Leech. The president chuckled, praising Kang Woojin's absolutely great performance from the day before, which had evidently left film producers and distributors completely captivated. Kang Woojin mused that he hadn't even noticed the impact of his performance due to his immersion, just as the president began to add more information, interrupted by a buzzing phone. The president, surprised by a call from the office, quickly gestured an apology, excusing himself from Kang Woojin. His eyes widened behind his glasses, betraying his profound surprise. Amidst the murmuring crowd, the president noticed some unfamiliar foreigners, observing them with a strange sense of recognition. The president internally wondered if he had seen these foreigners somewhere before, specifically the lady with the brown bob cut, or if it was just his imagination. He was positive he had seen her face before, but he couldn't quite place where or when, a frustrating puzzle. The president gasped, a sudden, sharp intake of breath, as he reacted with profound, vocal disbelief to the news on the phone. Amidst the growing murmuring of the crowd, Kang Woojin stood, a bewildered expression on his face. Kang Woojin turned, his attention sharply captured by the president's urgent call. The president urgently beckoned Kang Woojin to come with him for a second, while a confused Kang Woojin silently questioned the sudden hushed urgency. With shuffling steps, Kang Woojin walked alongside the president, his concern clear as he asked if something was amiss. The president swept his hand, instructing Kang Woojin to look at a video, leaving him utterly puzzled. Breaking news screamed about phenomenal actor Kang Woojin secretly taking a Hollywood screen test, one step away from debut, with commenters reeling in disbelief and excitement over the conclusive proof and the audacity of Winner Movie Pictures casting a one-year veteran. A bewildered chibi Kang Woojin gasped, utterly shocked and anxious, wondering how a YouTuber knew about his top-secret Hollywood screen test, suspecting the very production company that promised confidentiality. Kang Woojin, suspicious, directly asked the president if he was behind the leak, who immediately denied any involvement and assumed Kang Woojin was innocent as well. The president, adopting a serious, analytical tone, deduced that the leak's incredibly specific details could only have come from an insider. The president reassured Kang Woojin that the leak wasn't a problem, given the existing hype and his connections with influential figures. The president logically explained that it would only be a headache if they were the leakers, but since they were innocent, he instructed BW Entertainment to remain silent, a point Kang Woojin conceded. The president surmised the leak likely originated from the Hollywood production company, Winner Movie Pictures, yet he tilted his head, puzzled by what they would gain from such an action. Regardless, the president confidently declared that while Korea might descend into chaos over the news, it was best to simply ignore it, as there was no real problem for them. Kang Woojin pondered that silence was often the best response when there was no point in a counter, but then something caught his eye. Kang Woojin subtly pointed, recognizing the lady, and the president acknowledged her sudden, unexpected appearance that very day. Kang Woojin, still trying to place her, asked the female judge if she knew the woman, who then revealed she was a casting director present during the Last Kill 3 screen test. The president exclaimed in realization that she must be the casting director from Winner Movie Pictures, then immediately questioned why someone from Hollywood was even here. The president's suspicion deepened, finding the timing far too perfect for coincidence. A Hollywood casting director appearing just as Kang Woojin's screen test video leaked was simply too strange. Realizing direct confrontation was the best way, the president moved swiftly, leaving Kang Woojin to question his sudden departure. The president bowed respectfully in greeting, and the female judge, recognizing him, acknowledged him as Mr. Kang Woojin. The female judge politely greeted him, admitting that although she knew he would be there, she had hesitated to approach him right away, drawing murmurs and quick glances from onlookers. The female judge conspiratorially suggested they keep their connection a secret and speak privately, prompting Kang Woojin to wryly point out that she was the one who came looking for him. The female judge, with a sly, knowing smile, admitted to having a connection with the director and using her work trip to Japan as an opportunity to stop by, implicitly confirming she knew Kang Woojin would be there. Kang Woojin, dismissing her explanation, deliberately held up his phone, shifting the conversation to a video that had just appeared on a Korean YouTube channel. Kang Woojin then confronted her, asking if her team had leaked the specific, confidential information about his Last Kill 3 screen test, causing a ripple of shock among them. The female judge, startled and defensive, immediately denied the accusation amidst the murmuring, insisting it definitely wasn't them. Amidst the rumbling commotion, the flustered female judge abruptly turned away, asking for a moment to herself. The president asked Kang Woojin what the female judge had said, and he responded with a resigned sigh, concluding that they should just ignore the situation, as expected. The president decided to have a word with her himself, just in case, giving a firm nod as he walked away. A chibi Kang Woojin, exasperated, lamented the impending media frenzy that would surely cause him a headache for quite some time. Kang Woojin firmly decided to focus on acting and, with a resolute turn, resolved to head to the subspace for some much-needed rest. With a mystical whoosh, Kang Woojin entered the subspace, noting with relief that his grade had fortunately remained unchanged. As he looked closer, a quick, surprised realization flashed in his golden eyes. A blank card appeared, bearing the stark title, Detective Agency. His golden eyes remained intently observant, a silent understanding dawning. He reflected on the surprisingly large number of roles he had accumulated, each a distinct world within him. A sly, glowing chibi Kang Woojin suddenly grew curious, pondering if it was possible to somehow mix the diverse roles he had imprinted. He chuckled at his own thoughts, deciding he should focus on his current project and rest, when suddenly, a powerful magical crackle sounded, and he was astounded to learn he had acquired role synthesis, without even comprehending it. Receiving no response, Kang Woojin mused, wondering if the very absence of an answer implied that some action had already been initiated. He dismissed the idea of a joke, knowing the subspace never acted meaninglessly, yet he remained puzzled by the distinct lack of any major visible changes. But then a magical sparkle ignited a thought: if he had clearly acquired something, had his inner world fundamentally changed? Up until now, the worlds of numerous projects had imprinted within him, his abilities densely piled, all contained within an image like a single, stylized door. Accessing any project's world always began by opening a mysterious door, which then unfolded a new reality through the eyes of the chosen role. It had always been impossible to summon just a role without its entire project, a fixed framework that severely limited his acting freedom. However, something had fundamentally shifted. A new, slightly different scenery now revealed imprinted roles standing in rows within small rooms, as if patiently awaiting their master's command. Kang Woojin, glowing with realization, wondered if this meant he could now use each role however he pleased, contemplating the profound meaning of role synthesis. The profound implication dawned on him: he could freely pull out and use the individual roles themselves, regardless of their original projects. Kang Woojin found himself immersed in a dark, abstract expanse, contemplating the profound implications of his role synthesis ability and wondering if it meant he could truly wield each character at his will. He continued to ponder the nature of his power, observing a mysterious figure near a glowing, door-like frame, questioning if he could indeed bypass the confines of any story's world. The abstract space shimmered with a magical flicker as Kang Woojin, slightly stressed, wrestled with the mechanics of his ability, asking himself how exactly he could pull and use any character freely. A low magical hum vibrated around him as Kang Woojin decided to test his theory, walking towards the glowing, colorful doors that floated before him in the curious, experimental space. With a rapid, ethereal swish, Kang Woojin summoned Kiyoshi Iota from BSS, drawing the character from a glowing green door into the expectant, magical void. Next, with a swift whoosh of magical energy, Kang Woojin called forth Kim Ryujin from Detective Agency, even as the essence of Kiyoshi integrated within him, creating a dynamic magical flow. He then conceptualized layering Kim Ryujin's persona over the already absorbed Kiyoshi within himself, standing calmly amidst the silhouettes of his internalized roles. A wave of nausea swept over Kang Woojin, and he gagged, finding the process of layering characters within him unsettling and wondering if the strange sensation was due to it being his first attempt. His breath caught in his throat and Kang Woojin gasped, wide-eyed and confused, as a faint blue aura glowed around him, signaling a profound internal alteration. Though the framework of his perception still resonated with Kiyoshi's world, his lines, his thoughts, his very heart, Kang Woojin knew something fundamental had shifted. A subtle internal shift occurred as new, unsettling urges manifested, a sudden craving for cigarettes and a feeling that everything was simultaneously tiresome yet strangely intriguing. The realization struck him with the clarity of lightning: the merged state was distinctly not the original Kiyoshi. Analyzing the subtle shifts in inflection, emphasis, and tone, Kang Woojin concluded that Kiyoshi and Kim Ryujin had truly synthesized into a new entity. From this synthesis, a mysterious and entirely different being had been born, an entity that was curious, dry, and yet, somehow clumsy. Deciding to further experiment, Kang Woojin resolutely prepared to reverse the process, declaring his intention to remove Kim Ryujin from his merged being with a swift whoosh of magical intent. A sudden, surprised realization dawned on Kang Woojin as he discovered that after removing Kim Ryujin, only the original Kiyoshi remained. A knowing chuckle escaped Kang Woojin as he smirked, recognizing the immense potential of his new ability to craft scenes and elevate character portrayals. With an intense and decisive gaze, Kang Woojin declared his exit, a swift whoosh of energy signaling his departure from the abstract space. Now back in the real world, Kang Woojin confidently reviewed a script, internally searching for the perfect scene to test his newfound ability. In the abstract space of his mind, Kang Woojin affirmed his decision to keep Kiyoshi Iota as the foundational character, but with the intent to powerfully amplify his traits. Contemplating a specific part of the script, Kang Woojin wondered aloud if this particular choice would make Kiyoshi's character appear even more bizarre. In a dismissive yet determined chibi form, Kang Woojin shrugged, resolving to simply give his idea a shot. On the bustling, busy set, soft chattering filled the air as the crew and extras moved about. Amidst the tense and speculative murmurs of the set, a blonde-haired man questioned if Kang Woojin's side had leaked a video, though another dismissed such baseless speculation. A focused woman, determined to investigate the leak later, professionally inquired about the scene they were about to film. The woman voiced her concern that the upcoming bullying scene, depicting a bruised and disheveled Kiyoshi, might not effectively showcase Kang Woojin's true acting prowess. The blonde-haired man expressed concern, explaining that Kiyoshi Iota, a character whose heart had died, typically showed little action, leaving the group worried about the scene. Whispers filled the set as preparations finalized, and an unseen staff member called out, "Stand by," while Kang Woojin sat dejectedly, surrounded by the bullying cast. "Ready, cue," commanded an unseen staff member, and the blonde-haired man's hand extended menacingly as he confronted Kang Woojin, demanding his allowance. Kang Woojin, with passive submission, provided the money, its rustling sound confirming the exchange, and the blonde-haired man, pleased, suggested they go to karaoke. The woman and the blonde-haired man exchanged disdainful comments, mocking Kang Woojin and calling him creepy and boring. A finger poked his cheek as the blonde-haired man taunted Kang Woojin, demanding a reaction from the silently enduring Kiyoshi. His cheek was tapped again, and Kang Woojin internally noted that Kiyoshi was originally supposed to utter a simple, "stop it," in this moment, highlighting the character's typical passivity. Kang Woojin, within his conceptual space, decided this was the perfect moment for role synthesis, specifically combining Kiyoshi with the dual nature of Corporal Jin Suncheol from The Island of the Missing. He reflected on Corporal Jin Suncheol's dual nature, encompassing both a timid coward and a violent brute within his essence. Kang Woojin resolved to synthesize Kiyoshi with Jin Suncheol, who evolved from timid to violent, and layer an acting skill onto him, dismissing any need to portray a mere bully. With a mischievous glint in his eye and a contemplation of sparkling possibilities, Kang Woojin decided to proceed, confident that he could always rewind if it failed, and eagerly anticipating the audience's reactions. A desperate whimper escaped Kang Woojin as he portrayed a profoundly terrified Kiyoshi, his body trembling, glowing with purple energy, and pleading with his tormentor not to strike him. A collective gasp of surprise escaped them, their clothing rustling from sudden movement as the bully characters reacted with shock to Kang Woojin's intense performance. The blonde-haired man, wide-eyed with confusion, noted that while Kang Woojin's voice remained Kiyoshi's, his expression and the overall atmosphere had drastically changed. The blonde-haired man expressed extreme bewilderment, describing Kang Woojin's performance as bizarre, sensing two distinct personalities flickering within Kiyoshi, who now possessed a serious gaze and faint purple glow in his eyes. A sudden jolt of realization struck him, and the blonde-haired man, flustered and awkward, struggled to resume his dialogue, expressing surprise at Kang Woojin's unexpected acting prowess. Frustrated, the blonde-haired man demanded that Kang Woojin, as Kiyoshi, show anger, provoking him to react. His hand swiftly grabbed the collar of Kang Woojin's shirt, as the blonde-haired man, smirking aggressively, continued to provoke him. With a sudden, menacing shift, Kang Woojin, his jaw tight and face tense with scratches, spoke with aggressive intensity, addressing his tormentor as a piece of trash. Kang Woojin, his eyes glowing red with fury, squeezed his opponent's collar with terrifying force, violently threatening to cover him in cement and drop him in the ocean. Horrified and disoriented, the blonde-haired man's terrified eye reflected a shadowy figure, as he articulated his bewildered confusion at Kiyoshi's personality shifts and the sensation of other characters emerging. A low murmur rippled through the bewildered onlookers, with Kang Woojin visible in the background, appearing distressed amidst the commotion. Despite the murmurs of the crew, the director firmly rejected the woman's concerned suggestion to halt filming, even as the actors appeared to be going off script. The director, smoking subtly, ordered to continue filming, appreciating how Kang Woojin's portrayal of Kiyoshi had utterly devoured the script. He observed that while Kang Woojin's Kiyoshi was now more withered and shriveled, the essence of Kiyoshi Iota still resonated, portraying a dramatic and transformed character. A profound sigh escaped the director as he recognized Kang Woojin's extraordinary acting, deciding he must not miss this rare talent and would even alter the script to accommodate it. The set remained filled with hushed murmurs as everyone watched, mesmerized by the unfolding scene, the key figures observing in silent contemplation. The questions hung heavy in the air, stirring fresh murmurs among the onlookers as the blonde-haired man wondered why Kang Woojin, with such unprecedented acting, had turned down Last Kill 3. A silent recognition dawned on the director as he speculated that Kang Woojin's performance, rich with acting tension and martial arts skills, was a deliberate declaration of his presence and talent, even beyond Hollywood. A spark of insight flickered in the woman's mind as she confidently concluded that Kang Woojin was demonstrating his ability to take on any role he desired, certain that Hollywood would seek him out rather than the other way around. The director discussed Kang Woojin's upcoming collaboration with director on Gaebok for the On Film Festival, anticipating the remarkable work they would create together. The group engaged in excited speculation about Kang Woojin's future, predicting he would achieve unprecedented success in Hollywood, surpassing the need for auditions by dominating the Kim Film Festival. Their heads tilted in chibi confusion as the director credited Joseph Felton for his foresight, sparking questions among the group. The director, with analytical certainty, deduced that Joseph Felton was likely responsible for leaking the screen test information for Kang Woojin's Last Kill 3. The woman deduced Joseph's motive, believing he recognized Kang Woojin's significant value, but dismissed his efforts, confident that his contrived script would ultimately be futile. She made a swift, dismissive gesture, declaring that Kang Woojin needed no one's help. She observed Kang Woojin, represented by the determined man, carving out his own path at an incredible speed, his journey dramatically spotlighted. A knowing chuckle escaped her as she predicted that Kang Woojin, having already made his powerful declaration, would feel no particular gratitude towards Joseph. The director recalled Kang Woojin's genuine annoyance when questioned about the actual screen test video for Last Kill 3. In chibi form, the director let out a mischievous, knowing chuckle, wondering how Joseph would react to this information, while a chibi Kang Woojin in a thought bubble sensed he was being talked about. Amidst the ceaseless hum of a city alive with countless stories, life moved on. The film set buzzed with a low murmur, a hive of activity preparing for new realities to be forged. Casual whispers floated through the air, debating whether Woojin was truly Hollywood-bound or if it had merely been a screen test. Their curiosity piqued, they wondered if the foreign visitors were indeed Hollywood scouts, now mysteriously absent from the set. A heavy question hung in the air, would Woojin truly leave for Hollywood once this project concluded, leaving the auditionee in silent contemplation? The male auditionee found a small measure of relief, knowing director Kyotaro's strict orders kept direct questions about the widespread article at bay. Trapped in a swirling vortex of negative articles about greed and ruin, his phone relentlessly buzzed, pushing the chibi actor into an anxious sweat. With a determined sigh, the male auditionee pushed his worries aside, resolute on the filming ahead as the flashback faded to the present. The scene shifted to Horinuchi Amy's dimly lit karaoke bar, where Kiyoshi, played by Kang Woojin, prepared for his ominous homework, Amy's bizarre sacrifice. The scenario demanded an elevated tension from Kiyoshi, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, challenging Kang Woojin to embody a profound shift. Yet, Kang Woojin felt the portrayal was flat, and his mind turned to an inventive solution for this crucial scene. A brilliant spark indicated the merging of realities, as Kang Woojin resolved to infuse the powerful Kim Ryujin persona into his current role. A low hum of murmurs filled the set, then cut sharply as the call for "stand by" echoed, halting all movement. The director's command of action ignited the scene, and with a soft thud as he sat, the bartender extended a welcoming query. Kang Woojin's character requested a beer, and the bartender, played by the blonde-haired actor, acknowledged the order. The casual air fractured as Kang Woojin's character posed a subtly challenging question, making the blonde-haired actor visibly flinch in confusion. As Kang Woojin's character commanded him closer, a jolt of fear coursed through the blonde-haired actor, his mind screaming, "What's with his eyes?" With a dramatic exhale, Kang Woojin's character, unsettlingly aware of the blonde-haired actor's intense reaction, revealed his knowledge. "You're Horinuchi Amy's lover, aren't you?" With chilling precision, Kang Woojin's character uttered the name, Horio Aishi, and the blonde-haired actor's world crumbled around him. The blonde-haired actor stammered in sheer terror, no one supposed to know that, before the command to cut, mercifully broke the suffocating tension. Horio Aishi's emotions were too weak, a voice critically declared, prompting the blonde-haired actor to humbly apologize for his performance. The blonde-haired actor offered a sincere apology to Kang Woojin, who, dismissing it gently, wondered if this struggle was the mark of a rookie, reminiscent of his own beginnings. His chibi form pondered, genuinely wanting to help, and a brilliant idea surfaced, suggesting the use of body movement might just be the guidance the struggling actor needed. With a subtle gesture, Kang Woojin offered a piece of wisdom: if facial expressions alone are difficult, try adding some movement, leaving the blonde-haired actor utterly bewildered. Then, with a sudden thump, a glass toppled, spilling beer and eliciting a shocked "OMG" from the blonde-haired actor. As his chibi form flustered in self-reproach, embarrassed by his mistake, the blonde-haired actor silently wondered about the beer's sudden, curious appearance. A sudden, perplexing flash of insight illuminated the blonde-haired actor's mind. Kang Woojin's mistake was the very movement advice he had given. "I'll try it your way, Mr. Woojin," the blonde-haired actor declared, grabbing Kang Woojin's hand in an excited grasp, leaving him utterly bewildered. In their chibi forms, Kang Woojin awkwardly granted permission, while the blonde-haired actor, realizing his spontaneous grasp, marveled at Woojin's profound gratitude for a simple suggestion. A low murmur rippled through the crew as they observed Kang Woojin's subtle movements, discerning his unspoken, blocking, advice and recognizing the kindness beneath his composed exterior. Amidst the lingering scent of spilled beer, his chibi form sweat in acute embarrassment, mentally chastising himself for the blunder, even as he reflected on his own discreet, considerate guidance. A knowing smirk played on the producer's lips, noting that after Yasuda, Kang Woojin was now mentoring a minor actor, before he sharply called, again, and action. The blonde-haired actor realized Kang Woojin's subtle, blocking, perfectly aligned with his director's vision, marveling at the on-the-spot genius that only vast experience could explain. With an intense stare, Kang Woojin's character repeated his unsettling revelation, "You're Horinuchi Amy's lover, aren't you?" eliciting a confused, wary response. "That's it," the blonde-haired actor exclaimed in sudden realization, knocking over a glass with a soft thump, while noting Kang Woojin's surprised expression. With a chilling hiss, Kang Woojin's character delivered his ominous threat, "Come here, or I'll scream." In a low whisper, Kang Woojin's character imparted a secret instruction, "Let's meet after this. There's something I need you to do," just as the director called, "Okay. Cut. Let's move on to the next scene," the director called, and with a soft swoosh of activity and murmuring, the set began its transition. As Detective Yoshizawa Mokio was called to prepare, a new character entered the unfolding drama. Driven by the revelation that Ginzo had called Amy moments before his death, Detective Yoshizawa Mokio set out with determined purpose to confront her. With a soft swoosh, Mokio and Kiyoshi's paths briefly crossed for the very first time. Kiyoshi's utterly expressionless face, as he stomped away, unsettled Mokio, leaving a lingering sense of unease. With a determined stomp, Mokio dismissed the fleeting discomfort, resolute in moving forward with his own objectives. Mokio mused, certain he knew no Kiyoshi on set and that the man posed no threat to his intricate filming plans, resolving to execute his own agenda silently until the final cut. Mokio began his interrogation of Amy, who remained visibly shaken by her last call with Ginzo, noticing her eyes waver as he presented a picture and directly asked if she knew Misaki Shutoku, the presumed murderer. Yet, her denial of knowing Misaki Shutoku rang hollow the moment she heard the name, betraying a deeper connection. The truth of her connection was undeniable. She had to know Misaki Shutoku, his surname inextricably linked to the enigmatic Misaki Toka. I see, Mokio intoned, shifting his query to her last call with Ginzo, but Amy, with a distressed gasp, insisted the noise had rendered every word inaudible. Already teetering on the edge from Ginzo's last words, Amy's grasp on reality began to slip further with the news of Misaki Toka's return, her delusions worsening. Amy's eyes wavered once more, betraying her shock as the word accomplice hung in the air, confirming Mokio's suspicion that Misaki Shutoku was not alone. Her mind fractured, Amy pleaded with herself, trembling and screaming internally, I'm not a bad person. It wasn't my fault. If it weren't for her. I wasn't the one who killed her. That's enough, please leave. Amy cried, abruptly standing, attempting to end the interrogation, but Mokio, still riddled with questions, vehemently protested. I said leave. Amy shrieked, prompting Kang Woojin to intercede, convincing Mokio to retreat for now, though Mokio sensed a profound unease in her desperate outburst. With her mind frayed, Amy reached out to Horio Eishi, who gently assured her, it's fine. Amy, if something is bothering you, just tell me everything. Leaning into his comforting words, Amy broke down in heaving sobs, finally confessing, actually, I didn't like Misaki Toka ever since she transferred. But Amy was about to learn a brutal truth. Why is someone that should have died still alive? Amy cried, her hand squeezing the phone in desperation, as the narrative recalled a fateful day on that rooftop. Unbeknownst to her, this very choice she made would spiral into a fatal mistake. Horio Eishi cautiously twirled, his footsteps echoing as he navigated the ominous street, phone clutched in hand. You've come, Kang Woojin's character stated, his voice cutting through the silence, as Horio Eishi spun around, struck by utter surprise. With an ominous glow in his eyes, Kang Woojin's character reached out, his demand clear, give it to me. A visible flutter of anxiety crossed Horio Eishi's face, betraying his deep reluctance to surrender whatever he held. As the small recorder exchanged hands with a soft thump, only Kiyoshi truly comprehended the devastating ordeal it promised to unleash upon Amy. A brief interlude provided a promotional message. Kang Woojin's voice cut through the tense air, a forceful demand to surrender the item. The blond man could only gulp, his apprehension a heavy weight in the bright, unforgiving room. A small, dark object exchanged hands with a soft thud, sealing an unspoken agreement. With a sigh of resignation, Horio Eishi passed the small black object to Kang Woojin, the power in the room shifting irrevocably. Kang Woojin calmly, almost clinically, inspected the device, his gaze intense. A chilling confession spilled from Kang Woojin's lips over the phone, as he revealed a dark desire to have personally ensured Misaki Toka's demise after the rooftop jump. Horio Eishi's nervous smile barely masked his hope, as he sought reassurance that the promised money would indeed be delivered. Kang Woojin's single, sharp word of quiet silenced Horio Eishi, his hand involuntarily shooting to his mouth in a stifled gasp as Kang Woojin rummaged through his bag. Kang Woojin's offer of a mere 10% instantly ignited Horio Eishi's indignation, his hand freezing mid-reach as he protested the broken promise. With cold calculation, Kang Woojin laid out his terms for monthly payments, the implied threat of returning the recording hanging heavy in the air. We can pretend there was no deal, Kang Woojin stated, and Horio Eishi, desperate, lunged to seize the money that was offered, sealing his fate. Kang Woojin ordered Horio Eishi, Amy's hidden lover, to vanish for half a year, casting a grim shadow over his immediate future. In illicit, smoke-filled rooms, Horio Eishi's handsome facade crumbled to reveal a dark secret, a crippling gambling addiction that left him deep in debt to the Kabukicho Yakuza. Horio Eishi's vulnerability was easily uncovered, and now, he was firmly bound by the very money Kang Woojin strategically gripped in his hand. Kang Woojin knew he must never fully quench that desperate thirst, for only then would his control truly remain. With the Yakuza's shadow always lurking, threatening to erase Horio Eishi without a trace, Kang Woojin positioned himself as the man's sole, terrifying hope. Kang Woojin presented a map to a Chiba fishing village, cutting off Horio Eishi's attempt to question contact, firmly declaring that only he would initiate future communication. Horio Eishi hesitated, his movements uncertain, until Kang Woojin's commanding voice echoed the order, "What are you doing? I told you to disappear." With a sudden, scuttling urgency, Horio Eishi hurried away, compelled by the undeniable command. "It'll be fine for a few months," Kang Woojin mused, calmly anticipating Horio Eishi's inevitable struggles, but dismissing them as utterly irrelevant to his grander scheme. For Horio Eishi, a terrifying, hopeless fate awaited. He was ultimately destined to be delivered into the merciless hands of the Yakuza. The recording, Kang Woojin realized, was not for Amy, but a strategic tool, a key to his next assignment, a target of revenge he had chosen for himself. The recording was the crucial key to controlling Suzuki Itsuma, the third assignment, a formidable figure from high school with powerful family backing and a mid-sized company. Kang Woojin wondered with a soft, trembling thrill what expression Itsuma, the company's next heir, would wear when the incriminating recording arrived. Itsuma's desperate plea for the phone to connect echoed in the urgent, green-lit space around him. "Itsuma. Oi, Amy," he cried into the phone, his voice laced with worried concern, seeking a desperate reassurance of her well-being. With Horio Eishi, her sole pillar of support, suddenly gone, Amy cowered on the desolate floor, her world crumbling around her. A choked cry tore from Amy's throat, her despair palpable as she clutched the phone in trembling hands. Amy's mind began an endless collapse, her terrified gaze fixed on a translucent, ghostly apparition of Toka, signifying her descent into madness. Her thoughts blurred into a chaotic storm as visions intensified, Amy screaming at the phantom Toka to disappear, then desperately crying out for Eishi to return. Iota Kiyoshi, the true architect, systematically orchestrated Amy's mental collapse, tormenting her with unsettling photos and anonymous messages designed to shatter her sanity. He ruthlessly assailed her mind, relentlessly shaking her very sanity until it fractured beyond repair. From her unseen torment, Amy's desperate plea echoed, "Please save me, Itsuma. Toka keeps visiting me every day. I can't take it." Amy shrieked, threatening to confess everything, convinced Toka would show mercy, but Itsuma desperately tried to calm her, insisting Toka was dead. "She's not. Toka is alive." Amy screamed hysterically, convinced Toka would come for Itsuma too, leaving him to realize that reasoning with her was utterly useless, her mind was completely shattered. With a frustrated sigh, Itsuma conceded that persuading Amy was impossible, deciding to take her to the school as a last resort. His hand clenched around his phone, betraying Itsuma's deep internal conflict. He couldn't simply abandon Amy. Itsuma's frustration flared as he recalled his sacrifice, realizing he had no time for such unnecessary headaches, now that he'd agreed to die in Amy's stead. A bustling hum of activity filled the rooftop as the crew busily set up equipment for the day's shoot. On this day, the rooftop would bear witness to Itsuma's simulated murder of Amy to bury his past, and the director keenly observed, anticipating the Japanese actors' performances. The actors, keenly aware of Kang Woojin's observant gaze, cast nervous glances, realizing his presence amplified the pressure on set. Damn it, the actor thought, regretting his lack of practice, acutely aware that Japanese actors now faced a simultaneous dual battle of performance and expectation. As characters in BSS, they faced a bizarre sacrifice by Kiyoshi's hand, while as actors, they were utterly overwhelmed by the colossal, glowing presence of Kang Woojin's acting. Yasuda had been right, the actor realized, he had to push himself or risk being forever compared to that monster. Yet, a deeper resolve began to stir. "I won't give up," the actor declared internally, understanding that his career would be buried if he faltered here. Kang Woojin's spirit blazed with defiance, determined to hold his ground against all odds, whether before the public or within the entertainment industry itself. He vowed to fight against that perceived monster until the very end, his resolve unyielding. "Action!" cried the staff, and instantly, Amy's terrified scream tore through the air as a shadowy figure seized her with a chilling grasp. Amy gasped, choking, convinced Toka stood before her, but Itsuma calmly denied the spectral presence, his hands tightening around her throat. "Why the heck is this suddenly happening?" Itsuma questioned, his surprise quickly turning to alarm as he began to choke and struggle. "It's okay, Amy," Itsuma murmured, his hands moving with chilling calm to gently cover her face, promising a final, grim peace. With a chilling thud in his chest, Itsuma pondered the bitter irony, did her threats to confess to the police still hold any meaning now? His thoughts were a cold, cutting accusation, Amy had brought this tragic fate upon herself. "Okay, cut," the audition staff called, signaling the end of the intense scene on the rooftop. "Mr. Woojin," the staff called, his words cutting through the air, causing a collective, startled intake of breath among the actors. The audition staff directed everyone to the parking lot for the next scene, a crucial transition that Kang Woojin quietly noted. The next scene would depict Kiyoshi, phone in hand, grimly recording every detail as Itsuma murdered Amy by pushing her from the rooftop. A chibi Kang Woojin pondered his schedule, wondering if this was the last scene for the day before more BSS and ad shoots, then a return to his Korean commitments. Mr. Woojin, do you perhaps know how to play piano? The audition staff asked, his question catching Kang Woojin by surprise. Internally, Kang Woojin knew his imprinted skills allowed him to play most instruments, but he humbly responded, yes, I know a little bit. The audition staff's excitement soared. He enthusiastically asked Kang Woojin to play later, hinting it could be a powerful addition to the Kiyoshi role in the movie. A scene from the original novel unfolded, painted with hues of reminiscence. In that tender memory, Toka, a master of the keys, patiently taught Kiyoshi the art of the piano. The audition staff proposed a piano performance to convey Kiyoshi's dry longing for Toka, and Kang Woojin readily agreed. The audition staff thanked Kang Woojin, promising a scene update once plans were finalized, which Kang Woojin calmly acknowledged. Well, a little bit usually means just the basics, the audition staff mused, a hint of skepticism in his private thoughts. No way he's amazing at piano too, right? Huh, the staff internally scoffed, finding the notion utterly incredulous. Huh, the audition staff gasped, his world tilting as ethereal musical notes suddenly shimmered into existence. The audition staff exclaimed in profound shock, as Kang Woojin played with an intense, otherworldly focus, notes swirling like stardust around him. A single, dramatic question hung in the air, echoing the collective bewilderment, what's going on with Woojin? The city's grand facade stretched into the evening, setting a magnificent stage for the unfolding drama. As they traversed the elegant hallway, Kang Woojin's body ached with a stiffness that settled deep in his bones. Time had slipped away unnoticed, Kang Woojin reflected, lost within the demanding whirl of an entire day's magazine shoots. It's been a long day, the man with the ponytail stated, his concern evident, asking if Kang Woojin was holding up, to which he calmly affirmed he was fine. The manager then praised Kang Woojin's incredible talent, informing him that the BSS shoot would begin tomorrow and the production team was already settled at the Casey Tokyo Hotel for the upcoming scenes. Thanks to Chairman Hideki's influence, the grand venue for filming was easily secured, with the real work set to begin tomorrow. The manager directed Kang Woojin to the restaurant where the director and actors were already gathered for dinner, and Kang Woojin acknowledged the instruction with a nod. The manager announced his departure to rest, instructing Kang Woojin to call if anything arose, and Kang Woojin wished his president a good rest before the elevator chimed. As he turned, Kang Woojin let out a surprised exclamation, a sudden encounter catching his attention as a note clarified that all future pink speech bubbles would be in Japanese. "Excuse me, Mr. Kang Woojin," a woman called out, causing Kang Woojin to turn with a puzzled expression. With sparkling excitement, the girl introduced herself as Asami Yusako, while the woman with curly brown hair apologized for her fans' overwhelming enthusiasm at such a chance meeting. The girl's innocent demeanor reminded Kang Woojin of Kang Hyuna, prompting him to resolve to call her after dinner, before extending his hand and introducing himself as Kang Woojin. The girl glowed with joy, declaring this meeting a dream come true, listing every one of Kang Woojin's works she had consumed and promising to watch BSS at least 5 times. The woman expressed her profound gratitude, explaining it was the girl's birthday and that Kang Woojin's unexpected presence felt like an incredible gift. Kang Woojin, kneeling to her level, asked about her dreams, and the girl excitedly declared her aspiration to become a voice actress, just like her mother. Kang Woojin inquired further, asking about her favorite movie, and the girl's face lit up as she enthusiastically named Howl's Moving Castle. Kang Woojin's mind immediately recognized the film as a world-renowned animation from a Japanese legend. A whimsical carousel of memories spun into his mind, recalling the iconic main theme, Merry-Go-Round of Life, an OST he had heard countless times. Yet, strangely, the full musical score for the animation unfurled vividly in his mind, as if he had played it thousands of times before, even though he'd never seen the sheet music. He silently concluded this surge of impossible knowledge stemmed from his subspace ability, before signing an autograph and offering his earnest support for her dreams, thanking her for being his fan. Clutching her hands and sniffling back tears, the girl bid her emotional farewell, overwhelmed by the encounter. As they walked, his president reflected on the profound impact Kang Woojin had just made, acknowledging that few professions allowed one to gift a lifelong memory with just a few words. A heartwarming sensation bloomed within him, and Kang Woojin pondered if this deep sense of pride was the elusive feeling of job satisfaction. Yet, an unexpected problem arose, his hands tingled with an insistent, almost magical itch to play music. The opulent hotel interior, with its high ceilings and ornate details, promised a backdrop of sophisticated grandeur. A soft murmur of conversations filled the spacious, elegant restaurant, bustling with diners. With Song Jian resting in his room, the woman with curly brown hair guided Kang Woojin further into the inviting restaurant. Kang Woojin paused, a quizzical expression crossing his face as something caught his eye. He realized it was the same girl from the elevator, recognizing her amidst a birthday celebration, a delightful coincidence. Then, Kang Woojin abruptly halted, a fresh wave of surprise washing over him. His gaze landed on a magnificent white grand piano, a profound question echoing in his mind, a piano? His fingers still yearned to play, and seeing the grand instrument, he wondered if it was truly functional or merely an elegant decoration. The woman explained that a pianist was scheduled for later, prompting Kang Woojin to inwardly wonder if that meant the instrument was free for now. Mr. Woojin. Over here. Director Yoon Byung-san called out, waving him towards a table. Director Yoon Byung-san enthusiastically ushered Kang Woojin to a seat beside him, and Kang Woojin politely greeted the table as he approached. The director detailed tomorrow's early 7 a.m. start, expressing his anticipation, and after Kang Woojin acknowledged, a blonde-haired woman inquired about his recent magazine shoot. His gaze kept drifting back to the grand piano, its presence a persistent, alluring bother, fueling his overwhelming urge to play. A chibi Kang Woojin pouted, debating whether to yield to the temptation, worried it would only lead to further misunderstandings and complications. So what? He finally thought, his expression resolute. He was already steeped in misunderstandings, and he decided he would just ask. Beyond his own urge, he resolved to support the girl's dream and give her an unforgettable birthday present, carefully considering the perfect song. The choice became clear, the famous Merry-Go-Round of Life, the OST from her favorite work, would be his magical gift. A sudden memory surfaced of the director asking him to play the piano previously, and with a swift movement, Kang Woojin stood, politely informing the surprised blonde-haired woman he would return in a minute. He approached a waiter, respectfully asking if it would be all right for him to play a song on the piano himself. The waiter, surprised, affirmed his permission but questioned Kang Woojin's ability, to which Kang Woojin responded with an enigmatic, "I'm not sure. Maybe." Before the waiter could fully process his answer, Kang Woojin abruptly sat down at the piano, eliciting a bewildered "pardon" from the surprised man. His fingers poised over the keys, a single tap heralded the beginning. At a nearby table, two women reacted, one asking what song it was, while the other exclaimed, recognizing it as the theme from Howl's Moving Castle. A female judge gasped at the player's incredible skill, while a man beside her abruptly realized who was at the piano. Musical notes shimmered around Kang Woojin as he played, his identity now openly questioned by the stunned onlookers. Director Yoon Byung-san stared in utter disbelief, murmuring in shock about Kang Woojin's sudden piano performance and marveling at a skill that could rival professional pianists, demanding it be recorded. The man with the hat was dumbfounded, reflecting on Kang Woojin's monstrous acting, linguistic prowess, and top-tier singing, completely bewildered by this new, incredible piano talent. Kang Woojin continued to play, a calm awareness of the impossible settling over him, as his skill defied all realistic expectations. Beyond mere skill, his piano melody wove a spell throughout the room, stirring a complex tapestry of emotions within everyone present. The same ethereal melody resonated uniquely within each listener, touching their hearts in profoundly different ways. This was more than music, it was a transcendent performance that stirred the very depths of the heart. The man with the hat mused in contemplative awe, not knowing how Kang Woojin achieved such feats, but profoundly struck by the mere fact of his existence. He concluded that was all that truly mattered, as Kang Woojin continued to pour his soul into the music. As the final notes faded, a subtle smirk played on Kang Woojin's lips, just as the first claps erupted. The room exploded into a thunderous standing ovation, shouts of, "Thank you for the incredible performance," and, "It was the best I've experienced," filling the air. Startled by the overwhelming applause, a chibi Kang Woojin flustered about the proper etiquette, before deciding simply to bow in acknowledgement. Amidst the fervent applause, the young fan beamed up at him, her silent exclamation filled with pure admiration. With a warm smile and a subtle wink, Kang Woojin wished her a happy birthday, promising to root for her dreams. Overwhelmed with joyful sobs, the girl turned to her mother, realizing Kang Woojin had played the song because of their earlier conversation about her love for Howl's Moving Castle. Wiping away happy tears, the girl declared she would never forget this incredible day, this gift that was truly unforgettable. The woman with curly brown hair, deeply moved, marveled at Kang Woojin's incredible character, astonished he would play the piano for a fan's birthday after such a brief encounter. Overcome with gratitude, she resolved that such a heartwarming story needed to be shared with everyone. Unbeknownst to Kang Woojin, the woman tapping on her phone was Asami Saya, Japan's top-tier voice actress, and her actions would create an unforeseen, significant impact on his future. The bright, unassuming facade of the building stood serenely beneath a clear sky, hinting at the ordinary day ahead. In the brightly lit, open space, a palpable expectation settled as the crew prepared for the next take, signaling, cue. Kang Woojin, his arms still bandaged, looked down with a profound seriousness, his gaze a subtle shift inward. The director, a man with a dark hair and a red tie, noted the unexpected filming of a scene not in the original schedule, yet found the resulting atmosphere exactly what he desired. The producer explained how Kang Woojin's earlier piano performance had dramatically altered the production's course, leading to the hurried reinstatement and filming of a scene previously cut from the novel's adaptation. A deep satisfaction hummed within the producer, remembering the profound impact of Kang Woojin's piano performance, which had captured everyone's souls. As glowing particles danced in the soft light, Kang Woojin sat at the piano, a silent resolve forming within him. He simply could not let the opportunity pass him by. Musical notes shimmered as Kang Woojin gently placed his hands on the keys, acknowledging that it had indeed been a very long time since he last performed. As the familiar melody filled the cool, ethereal air, onlookers startled with recognition, the director identifying it as the exact song Kang Woojin had played 2 days prior. Yet, a woman quickly observed a profound difference in feeling. The director found the playing stiff and dull, another man suggested it was merely professional skill, and even Kang Woojin himself admitted the music felt devoid of emotion. The director, his voice catching, wondered if Kang Woojin was acting even through his piano playing, declaring the stark difference gave him goosebumps, as the producer watched, deep in silent thought. The producer, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, understood Kiyoshi's performance as a monologue whispered only to himself, a character with no intent to convey anything to another. Then, amidst floating musical notes and dramatic lighting, a green-haired woman subtly appeared, a silent answer to the producer's thought of what would happen if the person Kiyoshi truly wanted to reach was suddenly before him. Kang Woojin turned, a palpable surprise washing over him as he faced the enigmatic green-haired woman who now stood by his side. As the soft green light enveloped them and musical notes danced, a faint, undeniable trace of emotion began to infuse the previously withered performance. The director, wide-eyed with astonishment, exclaimed that the performance now brimmed with emotion, as if Kang Woojin was speaking directly to Toka through the piano, the dramatic shift inciting murmurs of bewildered wonder. A satisfied hum escaped the producer as he inwardly conceded the performance was even more bizarre than intended, yet perfectly conveyed his vision of Kiyoshi Iota's heart as merely strange, not truly dead. The director observed the shocked reactions of the two women, confirming his intention had perfectly struck its mark as murmurs filled the bright, open space. As the staff enthusiastically declared, "Cut," and praised his great performance, Kang Woojin quickly rose, convinced that not only those present but all future audiences would be captivated. He mused with quiet confidence that every future audience member would inevitably fall for the absurd variation he had just delivered. The producer approached with gratitude, thanking Kang Woojin for his hard work on the sudden edition, and Kang Woojin reciprocated, noting the near completion of the BSS filming. The producer confirmed Kang Woojin's immediate return to Korea, to which Kang Woojin affirmed, stating that the BSS shoot would be wrapping up by the time he rejoined them. Kang Woojin offered a polite bow, apologizing for his temporary departure, but the producer graciously reassured him, looking forward to their next shoot. As the producer mentally noted Kang Woojin's next schedule, a food commercial for the Kasihi Group, a chibi Kang Woojin internally fretted over his impossibly tight schedule, lamenting the immediate travel to Korea after the shoot. Just as Kang Woojin contemplated his upcoming work on Bleach in Korea, a chibi man with glasses abruptly materialized, calling his name with startling urgency. The chibi man with glasses, still startled, accusatorily demanded to know what exactly Kang Woojin had done, leaving him looking utterly puzzled. Kang Woojin, still holding his phone and with a bandaged cheek, simply tilted his head, uttering a bewildered pardon. The man with glasses then revealed the chaotic truth. Japanese social media, from YouTube onwards, was plastered with Kang Woojin's name and the viral video of his piano performance, with comments ranging from awe to disbelief. A chibi Kang Woojin, wide-eyed and utterly bewildered, could only let out an incredulous, drawn-out, huh? The man with glasses, a smirk playing on his lips, then asked a tense question, wondering if Kang Woojin had played the piano knowing such a viral explosion would follow, leaving Kang Woojin in a silent, nervous sweat. Kang Woojin outwardly feigned foresight, claiming he had indeed figured as much, but internally, a chibi version of himself screamed in utter panic, completely bewildered by the magnitude of the viral explosion. A chibi Kang Woojin expressed intense confusion and frustration, questioning why his single piano performance had caused such an exaggerated fuss, affirming that today, as usual, he was utterly flustered. Even as Kang Woojin filmed a new ramen commercial, the digital world was alight with frantic hashtag Kang Woojin and hashtag Kang Woojin piano tags, showcasing both overwhelming adoration and persistent negative skepticism across Japanese social media. However, a pivotal post from voice actress Asami Saya, the mother of the girl who received Kang Woojin's piano performance as a birthday gift, abruptly appeared on Japanese social media, drastically shifting the public atmosphere once more. Asami Saya's explanation of Kang Woojin's true motivation for his piano performance went viral, sparking an overwhelming, emotional outpouring across Japanese netizens, turning a simple heartwarming tale into a story of cinematic proportions. Under a dramatic spotlight, Kang Woojin now stood on a metaphorical pedestal, as public perception transformed from suspicion to deep emotion, indifference to fervent favor, and finally, adoration approaching worship, with countless hands reaching toward him in reverence. Soon, the astounding news of Kang Woojin's piano skills, which had completely captivated Japan, spread to Korea, igniting a fervent, day-after-day buzz across both nations. Meanwhile, the soft hum of an airplane cut through the ethereal night sky, marking a journey. In the luxurious privacy of a first-class cabin, the CEO expressed relief over their secret departure from Japan, free from reporters, and Kang Woojin respectfully agreed. Leaving the tumultuous buzz of Japan behind, Kang Woojin boarded his flight, bound for Korea. A bead of nervous sweat trickled down Kang Woojin's temple as he privately admitted his actions felt akin to dropping a nuclear bomb and fleeing, despite having never calculated such a massive outcome. A serene chibi Kang Woojin optimistically believed things would quiet down after his Korean schedule, utterly unaware, as the narrator clarified, of the true, escalating extent of the situation. Shifting his focus, Kang Woojin recalled his upcoming role as a judge for it leached upon his return to Japan, thoughtfully deciding to give the relevant documents another thorough read. The narrative of Bleached began with a series of articles delving into the clandestine world of a powerful conglomerate family. The story unfolded a glamorous life fraught with hidden darkness, endless incidents, and unexpected accidents, before abruptly transitioning to the stark reality of a massive manufacturing company's warehouse. Within the bustling, industrial expanse of the manufacturing warehouse, where Korean and foreign workers moved in a constant flurry, the protagonist of Bleached was indistinguishably lost among them. This was Park Ha-sung, a man consumed by the loss of his family and suffocating under a mountain of debt, a character whose existence revolved solely around working himself to death to pay it all off. His life was a relentless cycle, mornings as a non-regular worker at the manufacturing company, nights as a designated driver, and any spare moments, even on weekends, filled with a desperate scramble for short-term part-time jobs. Having abandoned college due to poverty, Park Ha-sung possessed few notable skills beyond a subtle knack for observation and a surprising confidence in sign language, learned from his deaf mother, a bond now a distant memory. One day, he found himself working a short-term part-time job at a charity event hosted by a large church, a lavish gathering that was, in truth, an exclusive assembly for the powerful elite. And there, amidst the vibrant green expanse, he walked toward a fateful encounter with individuals he should, by all accounts, have never met. Within the elegant depths of the ornate mirror, he encountered the powerful silhouettes of Yoo Hyun-ji, the eldest daughter and mistress of a conglomerate family, and her husband, Chairman Yoon Jong-bae, the legendary male Cinderella. Serendipitously, Yoo Hyun-ji, who was deaf just like his late mother and communicated solely through sign language, found an unexpected conversational partner in Park Ha-sung. Observing his wife's rare, happy conversation, the chairman proposed that Park Ha-sung become her companion, an offer Park Ha-sung, deeming it a waste of his precious time, initially attempted to politely decline. But a desperate thought of significantly higher earnings suddenly flashed through his mind, forcing a conflicted smile as he stammered a polite refusal, citing his current work duties. Seeing a flicker of Park Ha-sung's inner desperation, the chairman, with a predatory keenness, handed him a business card and a cascade of 2 million won, a clear intention to purchase his unique sign language skills and his time. Uncertain of the business card's true purpose, Park Ha-sung remained with Yoo Hyun-ji until the party's end, engaging in trivial conversation through the silent language. After the party, after much hesitation and a lingering sense of an opportunity, Park Ha-sung finally chose to contact the number on the business card, his finger hovering over the screen. Immediately after their contact, the chairman called, and shortly thereafter, his presence materialized ominously before Park Ha-sung's studio apartment. Once inside the luxury sedan, the chairman divulged that he had never witnessed his usually indifferent wife smile so genuinely, then made a shocking offer, to pay off Park Ha-sung's debts and propose a job. The chairman offered Park Ha-sung the enticing position of his wife's secretary, a role that came with a monthly 6 million won salary and required him to move into their mansion as a constant companion, but was, in truth, a gilded cage more akin to servitude, as currency notes floated around them. But the chairman had one more unsettling demand, revealed in the unsettling curve of his shadowy smile, for Park Ha-sung to make his wife blindly reliant upon him. To Park Ha-sung, who had desperately toiled under a crushing mountain of debt, the chairman's offer was an excessively sweet, dangerously irresistible temptation, like a shadowy hand reaching into his soul. With a grim, resolute smile, Park Ha-sung uttered the fateful words, "I'll do it," accepting what he knew, deep down, he could never refuse. He believed this agreement, solidified by a handshake in the stylized darkness, was the ultimate shortcut to transforming his life, but it was, in fact, only the ominous beginning of a profound catastrophe. The city hummed with a familiar, indifferent rhythm as Kang Woojin's path began to diverge from the ordinary. As a sleek black van awaited, Kang Woojin stood in a moment of quiet contemplation, poised on the edge of a new demand. A rush of exhaustion swept over chibi Kang Woojin, who, despite arriving in Korea just moments ago, found himself immediately lamenting his impossibly packed schedule. The CEO expressed deep regret that Kang Woojin's schedule was impossibly packed, even after attempts to free it, but Kang Woojin, with a calm resignation, simply accepted his fate. The CEO then revealed that the uncomfortable elements surrounding Kang Woojin's judgeship for it leached had been largely resolved, though the caliber of the participating actors remained top tier. While the CEO playfully inquired if Kang Woojin felt any nervousness, a chibi Kang Woojin confessed internally that he was, in fact, quite intimidated and questioned his own decision to participate, wondering if merely sitting still would have been even worse. Despite his inner turmoil, Kang Woojin maintained a composed exterior, assuring the CEO that everything was as usual. With a surge of determined energy, a chibi Kang Woojin braced himself for his new role as an audition judge for Leech. A low murmur rippled through the auditorium, signaling the anticipatory hush before the theatrical proceedings commenced. Kang Woojin silently mused on the theater's unexpectedly grand scale, finding it far from the small venue he had anticipated. The chairman approached, his footsteps resounding on the stage as he warmly greeted Kang Woojin, acknowledging his weary journey straight from Japan. Kang Woojin respectfully returned the chairman's greeting, and the chairman, in turn, thanked him for his time, reassuring him there was no pressure to do anything but simply observe. The chairman, curious, then pressed Kang Woojin about the unexpected piano video that had caused such a stir in Japan, to which Kang Woojin modestly admitted it had become a bigger topic than he intended. The chibi chairman playfully praised Kang Woojin's mysterious talent, noting that his skill far surpassed a mere year or two of playing, leaving chibi Kang Woojin blushing with embarrassment. The chairman then shifted topics, inquiring about Kang Woojin's involvement in PD Song's upcoming project, Beneficial Evil, which Kang Woojin confirmed, noting the news must have spread while he was abroad. The narration underscored Kang Woojin's pivotal role in the Korean acting scene, warning that any setback to him would be an immense loss for the entire industry. In a moment of serious contemplation, the chairman revealed his personal ambition to find an actor capable of swiftly bridging his legacy and goals to Hollywood. Kang Woojin subtly acknowledged the chairman's veiled support, internally labeling the old man a true tsundere for his secretly caring nature. The chairman continued, revealing that one more actor had been confirmed for the cast, specifically for the role of Yoo Hyun-ji. Kang Woojin reacted with visible shock and wide-eyed recognition as the chairman announced that the confirmed actress for Yoo Hyun-ji was the renowned Oh Hye-young. Actress Oh Hye-young was introduced as a veteran of over 25 years, whose timeless beauty belied her age, maintaining a luxurious and sophisticated image that kept her at the forefront of the industry. Kang Woojin mused on the uncanny perfect synchronization between the actress and her role as the chairman walked by, playfully asking if he was already rehearsing. Actor Shim Han-ho greeted Kang Woojin with a broad, friendly smile, extending a hand as he complimented Kang Woojin's work and inquired if he had begun analyzing Leech. Impressed by Shim Han-ho's presence, Kang Woojin affirmed he was still in the process of analysis, and as they shook hands, Shim Han-ho expressed his keen anticipation. The chairman's voice boomed across the auditorium, announcing the imminent start of the audition and instructing everyone to take their seats amidst a rising murmur. As the judges settled into their red seats, the chairman asked for the first actor's name, confirming it as Jin Jae-jun. The judges discussed the unusual setup of an actor taking on a director's role in the audition, with Ryu Young-min preparing to announce the acting partner when an unseen voice interrupted him. With a determined declaration that caught the chairman by surprise, Kang Woojin volunteered to be the acting partner. A collective gasp and murmur swept through the judges as Ryu Young-min, the chairman, and the others reacted with profound surprise and confusion to Kang Woojin's unexpected offer. The chairman, though acknowledging the benefit to the evaluation, questioned Kang Woojin's sincerity, to which Kang Woojin calmly affirmed his willingness to serve as the acting partner. As Kang Woojin contemplated the profound impact his spontaneous decision would have, the chairman voiced his concern and questioned Kang Woojin's sudden motivation amidst the buzzing murmurs of the crowd. A flustered chibi Kang Woojin internally confessed his true, humorous motivations, sheer boredom, a touch of nervousness, and the impracticality of simply sitting idle. The chairman directly pressed Kang Woojin for his true reasons, and Kang Woojin struggled to formulate a publicly acceptable answer, knowing he couldn't simply say, "Because I'm bored." With a confident smirk, Kang Woojin delivered a cryptic answer, suggesting his decision would provide a better perspective. The narration revealed Kang Woojin's deeper intention to confront the actors who had been intimidated by his judging presence, many of whom had already withdrawn from the audition. The narration further explained the chairman's desired outcome, to filter out superficial pride and attract only those actors who would desperately cling to the role, demonstrating true dedication. Even the remaining actors carried a subtle discomfort, so Kang Woojin intended to use his actions, not just words, to unequivocally demonstrate his rightful place as a judge. The chairman deferred to Kang Woojin's decision, and a relieved Kang Woojin secretly thought he hadn't overstepped, while the narration issued a stern warning to the auditioning actors to brace themselves. Ryu Young-min questioned Kang Woojin about his script, but Kang Woojin, radiating confidence, dismissed the concern with a simple, "I'm fine." Ryu Young-min, stunned, pressed Kang Woojin if he truly intended to perform without looking at the script, to which Kang Woojin decisively replied that it would be better. A stunned Ryu Young-min, a concerned man with glasses, a supportive Shim Han-ho, and an understanding chairman reacted to Kang Woojin's surprising confidence, offering a mix of concern and encouragement. With a decisive stomp, the stage awaited its next act. As Kang Woojin and the auditionee faced each other on the Stark stage, the narration questioned how the unfolding performance would reveal Kang Woojin, now with his metaphorical seal broken. The male auditionee reeled in disbelief and fear, realizing that the monster, Kang Woojin, who had once been his co-star in The Drug Dealer, was now his acting partner, a stark reversal of their previous positions. The male auditionee's internal monologue raged, recounting the stunning reversal of their positions since The Drug Dealer, where he was once the lead and Kang Woojin a cameo, now seeing Kang Woojin as the dominant force. The chairman then asked Jae-jun, the male auditionee, which of the 3 partial scenes he had prepared. The male auditionee confirmed he had prepared the intense confrontation scene between the Chaebol family's eldest son and Park Ha-sung, and the chairman instructed him to begin when ready. The male auditionee, surprised and worried, observed Kang Woojin's apparent nonchalance regarding the script, while the narration reminded him of Kang Woojin's legendary feat of mastering a revised scenario in just 10 minutes during The Drug Dealer. A dawning and unsettling realization shuddered through the male auditionee as he wondered if Kang Woojin would truly portray multiple characters beyond Park Ha-sung, questioning if such a feat was even possible. The male auditionee dismissed his apprehension, assuming Kang Woojin would simply read the other roles casually, and then declared himself ready to the director. As the chairman commanded, "Ready action," the narration introduced the male auditionee's character, Yoon Ja-ho, the eldest son of the Chaebol family in The Leech. With palpable nervousness, the male auditionee began the scene, his voice tight as he inquired about mother's condition. A subtle, knowing smirk played on Kang Woojin's lips as the narration pondered how he would embody Park Ha-sung's transformation from defeatism to burgeoning desire. The male auditionee nervously corrected himself, explaining that mother had instructed him to use the term, prompting Kang Woojin, embodying a glowing Park Ha-sung, to question the casual address. As the male auditionee tried to explain his use of mother, Kang Woojin, still smirking, provocatively suggested he should then be called older brother, which enraged the auditionee into an angry outburst. The male auditionee, his anger boiling over, grabbed Kang Woojin by the collar, yelling at him to stop calling her mother, but Kang Woojin, calm and dominant, refused, asserting mother would be sad. Kang Woojin calmly refused to stop, stating that mother would be sad, which caused the male auditionee to tremble and fall silent in stunned shock. The enraged male auditionee furiously pointed a finger, demanding that Kang Woojin, as a servant, simply suck blood like a leech and not dare to meddle in affairs beyond his station. As the stylized background glitched, the male auditionee questioned the surreal shift in reality, but Kang Woojin, calmly defiant, asserted they were indeed in the same place. Kang Woojin intensified the unsettling atmosphere, insisting that they were in the same, glitching reality together, further unnerving the male auditionee. The male auditionee sat stunned on stage, while Kang Woojin remained composed, and a low murmur rippled through the audience, reflecting their shared astonishment. Ryu Youngmin, deeply impressed, realized Kang Woojin had no intention of a half-hearted performance, expressing astonishment at how swiftly he had unveiled Park Ha-sung's hidden depths. Ryu Youngmin uttered Ripley's syndrome, a profound insight that the narration confirmed as the very essence of the character Park Ha-sung. The narration explained that in The Leech, the character's profound transformation was meant to be a gradual, intricate build-up, not an abrupt emotional display. The chairman, astonished, questioned if such an immediate and nuanced portrayal of Ripley's syndrome was even possible, confessing that Kang Woojin's performance surpassed his own imagination for the character. In a moment of clarity, the chairman finally understood director Kwan's previous sentiments. The narration concluded by asking what director's heart wouldn't pound with excitement when their creation roared to life with such raw power in reality. Figures moved through the brightly lit hallway, each path unknown. A murmur went through the waiting area as Han So-jin couldn't believe Kang Woojin would be her audition partner, fearing anyone less than perfect against him would be completely overwhelmed. Despite her apprehension, Han So-jin quickly dismissed Kang Woojin's presence, fiercely determined that no matter who her partner was, she would secure the role. Han So-jin, a rookie in her 3rd year, had once shone brightly, earning the Best New Actress award the very same year Kang Woojin had swept the Blue Dragon Film Awards for Best New Actor. Yet, her hard-won achievement, after a brief period of anonymity, was inevitably eclipsed by Kang Woojin's sudden, overwhelming ascent. A fierce tremor ran through her as Han So-jin clenched her fists, declaring that having him right before her meant an opportunity to surpass him, refusing to yield to despair. The audition staff called her name, and Han So-jin sprang to her feet, her moment of truth finally at hand. As she walked, Han So-jin realized that Kang Woojin being her partner might actually be an advantage. Han So-jin introduced herself with a deep bow, and the older judge, with a knowing smile, acknowledged his enjoyment of her acting. Internally, a gasp caught in her throat as she perceived the judges as imposing giants, forcing herself to maintain composure while outwardly offering a polite thank you. She extended her hand, expressing a polite anticipation for their work together, a sentiment Kang Woojin calmly reciprocated. As her gaze sharpened, Han So-jin's inner resolve burned, she would definitely beat and surpass Woojin. In her mind's eye, a chibi Woojin offered an indifferent shrug, telling her to do as she pleased, leaving her chibi self utterly bewildered. A frustrated gasp escaped her as Han Sojin inwardly seethed, enraged by his casual dismissal and reaffirming with burning resolve that she would absolutely surpass him. With the staff's call for action, the audition truly began as Han Sojin prepared to embody Yoon Jimin, the youngest of 3 children. The scene erupted in a fierce argument between Yoon Jimin and her father, Chairman Yoon Jong-bae, as Han Sojin furiously demanded to know why he sided with a leech servant. Kang Woojin calmly delivered his lines, his subtle words causing Han Sojin to flinch as she realized with dawning shock that he wasn't playing Park Ha-sung at all, but rather Chairman Yoon Jong-bae. Han Sojin, fully immersed in her role, continued her furious tirade, railing against the leech bastard and demanding he leave her room. Kang Woojin's voice shifted, a subtle, possessive weight in his tone as he uttered, "My daughter," making Han Sojin flinch again. An eerie smile stretched across Kang Woojin's glitching face as he ominously pressed his daughter, demanding she look him in the eyes and deny her involvement. One of the older judges sprang to his feet, utterly speechless and shocked by the intensity of Kang Woojin's portrayal. Her eyes widened, pupils glowing with shock as Han Sojin's mind reeled. Kang Woojin had truly become Chairman Yoon Jong-bae, feeling like a completely different person. As Kang Woojin continued, his face still glitching with the character's essence, he inwardly reflected that it was as if something else had truly merged with him. Chairman Yoon Jong-bae was a man consumed by power and dominance, seeing love and affection as mere instruments to preserve his control. Even his children were but final safety measures to retain his wife, for he merely mimicked paternal love, having never known true affection. That chilling portrayal was why he chose Kiyoshi for this role synthesis, for just as Kiyoshi saw bizarre sacrifices as mere homework, so too did the chairman see his family. Yoon Jong-bae perceived his children as mere objects, inconveniences if lost, but ultimately disposable. Such was the chilling essence of Chairman Yoon Jong-bae he had interpreted, as he leaned in, smirking, to tell his daughter he cherished her with manipulative advice to own the leech. He pressed his manipulative advice, saying one could only cherish what they could also break, his words making his terrified daughter tremble as he questioned if she understood. Han Sojin's mind reeled, her eyes wide with confusion. This wasn't the Chairman Yoon Jong-bae she knew, and she couldn't comprehend his dark interpretation, especially the idea of breaking what was cherished. With a calm, unsettling smile, Kang Woojin explained that all possessions eventually rot or break, and it was a ruler's burden to dispose of them, leaving Han Sojin with an overwhelming urge to flee. Kang Woojin, his eyes glowing red and his face glitching with a distorted smile, declared his daughter a true ruler, one who breaks what they own, solidifying Han Sojin's terrified thought that she was facing a monster. The intense scene concluded, leaving both actors in a profound, heavy silence. A ripple of murmurs spread as the chairman, utterly astonished, exclaimed that he now understood why such immense talent, capable of performing without a script, made Kang Woojin indispensable as a judge. The chairman, deep in thought, took a sharp breath as he realized Kang Woojin's incredible versatility, from embodying Ripley Syndrome's Park Ha-sung to flawlessly pulling off Chairman Yoon Jong-bae. The true reason Woojin volunteered as acting partner, rather than a judge, was to personally demonstrate the exacting standard he expected for every single role in the film. A smile played on the chairman's lips as he concluded that Kang Woojin's performance was a silent declaration of his complete mastery, able to pull off any role on his own. He realized Kang Woojin was subtly challenging everyone to analyze until exhaustion and to dig even deeper into their roles. Subdued murmurs filled the room after the powerful display. The woman, a subtle grin playing on her lips, expressed her awe, admitting she had witnessed something truly incredible, far beyond what she'd expected. Finally, at director on Gabok's signal, the long and intense auditions concluded with a collective sigh of relief. Kang Woojin, wiping a bead of sweat, internally reviewed the intense session, satisfied that he hadn't slacked as an acting partner and had seamlessly used synthesis to avoid overlapping roles. The man with the ponytail thanked Kang Woojin for his hard work, prompting a curious hum from him. In his mind, a chibi Kang Woojin startled, wondering if he had made a mistake as the acting partner, especially since he hadn't even given his absolute all when playing other roles. As his chibi self walked, Kang Woojin tried to rationalize, concluding that top actors should expect such versatility from him, so there shouldn't be any problem. The chairman called out Woojin's name, and he turned, a question in his eyes. The chairman explained that Woojin had firmly established his authority as a judge, simultaneously setting an unprecedented standard for acting, leaving Woojin perplexed. In his mind, a bewildered chibi Kang Woojin questioned the very idea of a standard or judge's authority, feeling he had merely acted as a partner. The chairman confidently affirmed that the veterans understood Woojin's hidden intent, while a panicking chibi Woojin sensed a profound misunderstanding as everyone around him nodded in unsettling agreement. No, don't panic, Kang Woojin internally admonished himself, resolving to maintain his stoic persona, and calmly stated that he had simply done what he could. The man with the ponytail directly asked how much time Woojin had devoted to interpreting Chairman Yoon Jong-bae, catching him off guard as he stammered that it wasn't much. Woojin admitted he had only prepared the role in his spare time, prompting the man with the ponytail to question how he balanced that with Park Ha-sung and other roles. Though Woojin insisted he only did enough not to be lacking as a partner, the man with the ponytail profoundly realized that what they had witnessed today was far from the full extent of his abilities. Footsteps echoed as a woman entered, greeting someone, which piqued the chairman's curiosity. The chairman acknowledged Hyeryong's arrival, and she, with a relieved smile, informed him that she had fortunately made it just in time for the auditions. Hyeryong greeted Woojin, playfully calling him a celebrity, while a chibi Woojin was internally starstruck, unable to believe he was meeting her. Kang Woojin formally introduced himself with a bow, to which Hyeryong playfully retorted that everyone in Korea already knew his name. Hyeryong praised his acting, admitting it made her realize she needed to stay on her toes, and now understood the exceptional standard he was setting. As a chibi Kang Woojin pondered, still confused about this mysterious standard, the chairman subtly observed him with a knowing smile. Kang Woojin, Oh Hyeryong, and Sim Han-ho, all core actors for Leech, were gathered, and Woojin couldn't help but reflect on his own position as a monster actor, standing among legends with decades of experience. This is quite something, the chairman declared, officially concluding the Leech auditions amid murmurs, reminding everyone of the strict non-disclosure agreement. Sim Han-ho informed the director he would be leaving, and the director graciously acknowledged his hard work. Kang Woojin bowed, excusing himself for another schedule, and the director thanked him for his hard work. Hyeryong, her brow furrowed with concern, asked the director if actor Sim would be alright. The director smiled confidently, dismissing her concern by reminding her that Sim Han-ho was not someone to worry about, and suggested they simply await what he would deliver. Hyeryong observed that Woojin's immense impact had sent the audition evaluations in a strange direction, but the director firmly disagreed. Sim Han-ho, as he walked away, offered a definitive counterpoint, stating that to him, Woojin's performance had made everything clearer. The black van traversed the bright, bustling city streets. Kang Woojin let out a quiet sigh of relief, the tension of the auditions finally beginning to recede. The auditions had miraculously concluded without a problem, though Kang Woojin mused about the subtle illusions that had guided them there, wondering if his first official schedule was indeed a meeting about beneficial evil. His manager, excitement practically vibrating from him, thrust a phone forward, proclaiming that Japanese social media was utterly ablaze with talk of Kang Woojin. As the manager pointed to a social media post, the unfamiliar Japanese characters only deepened Kang Woojin's confusion about what exactly was being said. A sudden understanding flickered within Kang Woojin. This social media storm must be connected to that child he met in a Japanese hotel elevator, whose mother was a famous voice actress. The manager and the driver leaned in, demanding to know the story behind the viral Japanese post, eager to understand its sudden explosion across social media. As Kang Woojin translated the Japanese, the manager's eyes widened in disbelief. The mother of his young fan was a renowned Japanese voice actress. The manager excitedly scrolled through his phone, revealing how the voice actress's post had not only sent all of Japan into a frenzy but was now dominating top trends and variety shows. The driver declared the voice actress's post had transformed the piano performance buzz into a heartwarming narrative. Acclaimed Kang Woojin met with a questioning gaze. The driver insisted the situation had entirely transformed, evolving from a mere viral issue into a genuinely touching story that resonated deeply with people's hearts. The driver praised Kang Woojin's sincerity as a magical force within the stuffy entertainment industry, a truth the actor quietly conceded to himself. This seemingly ordinary sincerity had blossomed into a heroic tale, the driver explained, noting Kang Woojin's unique ability to deeply touch Japanese public sentiment, a reaction far more intense than even in Korea. Imagining a chaotic swarm of Japanese reporters, the driver asked if Kang Woojin intended to reply to the voice actress, but the actor internally dismissed it as fussy and unnecessary. He hadn't played the piano for this. Kang Woojin firmly decided to let the social media buzz unfold on its own, a sentiment the driver agreed with, noting that the Japanese media was already covering it extensively without any strategic input from them. The driver, with a confident smirk, declared he would first assess the situation, then predicted that upon his return to Japan, Kang Woojin would likely be treated like an actual hero. As they arrived at the towering corporate buildings, Kang Woojin formally greeted Producer Song. Producer Song greeted Kang Woojin with a warm laugh, acknowledging his recent surge into the headlines, while Sim Han-ho watched. Producer Song explained the meticulous pre-production of Beneficial Evil and their simultaneous decision on its final destination, a phrase that immediately piqued Kang Woojin's curiosity. Kang Woojin realized Producer Song must be referring to the broadcasting station, a detail he had never actually heard before, and expressed his surprise. As an independent producer, Producer Song clarified that choosing the right platform was paramount, revealing he had met with every major broadcaster and OTT service during Kang Woojin's time in Japan. Producer Song explained that while there was already significant interest in Beneficial Evil, Kang Woojin's recent headlines had caused broadcasters to practically beg for the chance to air it, as Sim Han-ho nodded. With producer Manhwa's reputation, writer Choi Han-a's brilliance, and Kang Woojin's rising star power, this was, in essence, an all-in situation for Beneficial Evil. Given the stellar evaluations for Beneficial Evil's narrative and atmosphere, producer Song felt it would be a waste to confine it to domestic stations, despite SBC initially being the top contender due to their past success. The producer's revelation of a Netflix offer sent a jolt through Kang Woojin, who, despite noting similar terms, realized the streaming giant wanted to embrace the entire project for a global launch, a concept he found utterly mind-boggling. Kang Woojin's surprise was palpable. He couldn't fathom a global launch appearing out of nowhere, needing clarification that Beneficial Evil would truly be released worldwide. The producer, with a confident gesture, affirmed their ambition to aim Beneficial Evil directly at the global market, declaring that its main stage would encompass the entire world. While the producer emphasized Kang Woojin's crucial opinion on the global launch, Sim Han-ho voiced a significant concern. The enticing prospect also carried substantial risk. Producer Song acknowledged that a domestic broadcast promised a guaranteed level of success, primarily due to Kang Woojin's established reputation as a ratings magnet. He then contrasted this with the overseas market, warning that while a massive hit could bring staggering payoffs, a flop would result in an impact twice as devastating. Given the inherent risks, producer Song assured Kang Woojin he wouldn't be forced into the decision, prompting the actor to inquire about writer Han-a's opinion, as Sim Han-ho listened. The producer explained that writer Han-a was agreeable to any platform, consumed by her furious writing, then firmly declared he would follow Kang Woojin's lead, knowing the actor would carry the weight of Beneficial Evil. The producer outlined the full pre-production system and Netflix personnel involvement if they chose the streaming giant, leaving Kang Woojin to internally wrestle with the immense responsibility resting on his shoulders. Acknowledging he couldn't grasp all the complex interests at play, producer Song urged Kang Woojin to trust his sharp intuition and choose the path that held the most personal meaning. Kang Woojin expressed that a global launch didn't strike him as a bad idea, prompting the producer to challenge him on his readiness for such a massive undertaking. With a surge of conviction, Kang Woojin declared his readiness, and both the producer and Sim Han-ho rose in acknowledgement. Then what the hell, producer Song exclaimed, extending his hand, let's take over the world with Beneficial Evil and run like our lives depend on it to match your ambitions, Kang Woojin. As Kang Woojin shook the producer's hand, agreeing to the global launch, he felt an overwhelming sense that while he remained still, the scale of everything around him was inexplicably, ridiculously expanding. Despite his inner anxieties, Kang Woojin resolved to simply focus on his acting, while the producer confirmed he would contact Netflix to finalize arrangements. A sudden thought made Kang Woojin drop back into his seat. What would happen to Beneficial Evil's mysterious grade if they truly went forward with Netflix? He knew he had to quickly check. A sudden rush of abstract lines signaled a shift. Kang Woojin uttered a surprised gasp as he found himself in a glowing, minimalist void. A wave of realization washed over him. The grades for all his works had inexplicably risen by one level, leaving him utterly bewildered as to why. He then glanced, eagerly wondering about Beneficial Evil's own elevated grade. A shock coursed through him as the panel revealed an unprecedented SSS++, grade 4, Beneficial Evil, updating the maximum possible score once again. Kang Woojin gulped, utterly astounded by the massive leap in grade, and a sudden thought struck him. Could the Netflix discussion be the reason? A wide grin spread across Kang Woojin's face as he imagined the global launch becoming a massive, worldwide phenomenon, dubbed into countless languages and igniting the entire world. He had to restrain his overwhelming urge to share the news, reminding himself that he couldn't predict the future and must instead focus intensely on the one thing he could control, his acting. Kang Woojin then realized that even Bleach's grade had increased, wondering if director On Gabok's post-audition words about setting a new acting standard were the catalyst. Perhaps, he mused, it was the recruitment of top-tier talent like the legendary Oh Hyun and the other exceptional actors from the audition that had elevated Bleach's standing. The sheer, insane caliber of Bleach's cast dawned on Kang Woojin, eliciting a heavy sigh of awe and pressure. He knew then that he would have to deliver nothing short of a truly intense performance. The van door rattled open, and Sim Han-ho stepped inside. As Kang Woojin tried to recall his next schedule, his manager's excited shout of his name cut through his thoughts. The manager excitedly announced the audition results for Bleach were finally out, catching Kang Woojin completely by surprise. The manager presented an article confirming the official cast lineup for Bleach, a prestigious list that included Sim Han-ho, Kang Woojin, Oh Hyun, Jin Jae-jun, and Han So-jin. Kang Woojin wondered with concern if Hyun and Warren hadn't made the cut, internally debating if reaching out to them would be a comforting gesture or an unnecessary imposition. The manager asked if they should contact Hyun, but Sim Han-ho dismissively waved away the concern, stating Hyun's extensive experience in the industry. Sim Han-ho assured Kang Woojin he didn't need to contact either Hyun or Warren, as they were seasoned professionals, a thought that allowed Kang Woojin to resolve his dilemma and maintain a poker face. Sim Hanho confidently asserted that their teams would have already handled any comforting, then swiftly transitioned the conversation to the next schedule. Sim Hanho animatedly rattled off a jam-packed schedule, including an IOTM character interview, a promotional teaser, and a Kang Woojin alter ego YouTube shoot with Ryu Young-min, leaving Kang Woojin overwhelmed by the sheer volume of tasks. Sim Hanho casually mentioned interest from Hyuksang, immediately prompting Kang Woojin to wonder if he meant the prestigious Hyuksang Art Awards. With a confident smile, Sim Hanho explained the Hyuksang Art Awards, predicting that given his current momentum, Kang Woojin would likely walk away with more than just a couple of trophies. A gulp caught in Kang Woojin's throat as Sim Hanho told him to eagerly anticipate the Hyuksang Art Awards in mid-March. Following the official cast announcement for Leech, the new production, Beneficial Evil, starring Kang Woojin, PD Song Man-woo, and writer Choi Nana, was poised for a worldwide Netflix debut. Public anticipation soared to impossible heights, yet a cacophony of online comments also brought forth a wave of skepticism, questioning the global viability of K-dramas and praying for the production's quality. Naturally, this ambitious move by PD Song Man-woo, fresh off a smash hit, was met with a brewing storm of doubt, especially from the domestic networks that had fiercely competed for the project and lost. Whispers spread through the industry, as shadowy figures chuckled about PD Song snubbing local networks, and questioned the actual odds of his audacious Netflix venture succeeding. It was a bitter cocktail of resentment for being cast aside, mixed with cold, hard assessments of a market where industry experts warned it was too soon for creators unknown to foreign audiences. But PD Song Man-woo, swamped by the colossal task before him, simply dismissed the critics as absolute busybodies, lacking the spare energy to fret over public opinion. Meanwhile, the behind-the-scenes featurette for Island of the Missing, introducing Ryu Young-min as Lieutenant Choi Yute, surged across all streaming platforms. In a mere 2 hours, the clip exploded online, easily clearing over 500,000 views, a testament to its immediate, captivating power. The sheer force of this hype, driven by legendary director Kwon Ki-taek's vision, concentrated entirely on Kang Woojin, whose enigmatic role and out-of-this-world versatility captivated audiences, leaving them clamoring for the film's release. Riding this explosive wave of popularity, the momentum for Island of the Missing showed no signs of slowing down, bringing the story to the cable network HTBS's variety show division. Amidst the bustling office, a woman urgently informed producer Yoon that the latest viewership numbers had dropped, prompting his eager demand to see them. Propelled entirely by Kang Woojin's incredible star power, the show's ratings had already climbed to a staggering 19%, leaving everyone in awe as papers rustled nervously. A collective gulp echoed through the room as everyone held their breath, desperately hoping to shatter the elusive 20% milestone, while the man with glasses prepared to announce the official count. With a triumphant shout, the man with glasses announced the impossible had happened. A viewership rating of 20.48% erupted through the room, sending excited murmurs through the thrilled audience. Colleagues celebrated the miraculous achievement of cracking 20% in the current television landscape, as the man with glasses humbly attributed the credit to the exceptional cast. Yet, everyone agreed that casting Kang Woojin was a stroke of pure genius, crediting his shimmering presence and perfect punch as the absolute anchor of their success. As producer Yoon savored the triumph, writer Kim called out to him, prompting him to turn with curiosity. Leaning in conspiratorially, writer Kim whispered that she had just spoken with a major food manufacturer's marketing team, leaving producer Yoon surprised and keen to know their demands. With a sudden, audible gasp, writer Kim revealed the manufacturer's intense interest in mass-producing and commercializing Kang Woojin's seaweed flake makuksu recipe, utterly shocking producer Yoon. The idea of selling the seaweed flake makuksu on the market lingered in his mind, almost too incredible to believe. Somewhere, someone declared their perfect creation was ready, hinting at the successful development of the commercialized product. Amidst murmurs of approval, unseen voices praised the exceptionally well flavors, celebrating the incredible work behind the new dish. The man in the apron thanked everyone for their fantastic job, and his colleague, Woojin, offered sincere praise for the delicious meal. Woojin, looking around in confusion, wondered aloud where CEO Choi had disappeared to, only to be told he had slipped away for another business meeting. Realizing he didn't have CEO Choi's direct number, Woojin asked his colleague to relay a message, which was promptly accepted. Woojin's request, to set up a meeting to discuss transferring to CEO Choi's agency, sent a dramatic gasp through his colleague, who reacted with utterly cartoonish shock. With his current exclusive contract nearing its end and his company on the verge of a corporate split, the move to BW Entertainment was a genuine leap, leaving his colleague to ponder the potentially complicated mess. His colleague solemnly agreed to deliver the message to the CEO, and Woojin, with a slight bow, expressed his trust in the matter. The news that Ryu Young-min wanted to sign with them felt absolutely massive, but as Kang Woojin pondered it, a sudden buzzing from his phone broke his thoughts. With impeccable timing, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. Kang Woojin answered the call from the CEO, who inquired about the filming and announced he was already on his way to meet him. Kang Woojin excitedly shared the pretty big news about Ryu Youngmin, prompting a shocked "what?" from the CEO, who couldn't believe a top star wanted to jump ship to their agency. Recognizing the immense, almost fated opportunity to acquire a top-tier star like Ryu Youngmin, director Yoon Byung-san, without a moment's hesitation, decided to reach out to him that very second. The CEO then revealed he had more updates for Kang Woojin, having just wrapped up a discussion with producer Yoon, leaving Kang Woojin utterly perplexed. The CEO dropped another bombshell. Nongshim wanted to manufacture and launch Kang Woojin's seaweed flake makuksu as an instant cup noodle product, sending a wave of surprise through him. Director Yoon explained Nongshim had first approached the production team, and while he had anticipated some interest, he never expected them to move with such incredible speed. Director Yoon then laid out the full commercial and brand ambassador deal, a brand new commercial with Kang Woojin as the face, a flawless and organic synergy, and a lucrative, long-term ambassadorship opportunity to elevate his public profile. The CEO's insistence on the flawless timing and organic synergy left Kang Woojin utterly flustered, overwhelmed by the truly wild, almost fantastical reality of getting his very own brand of cup noodles. Finding no conceivable downside, Kang Woojin, with a thoughtful resolve, agreed to the amazing opportunity, eager to see his product on store shelves. Director Yoon confirmed he would handle the Nongshim discussions and, with a brief exclamation, announced the finalized dates for the second filming block. Director Yoon explained that the nightmare of coordinating schedules and the logistical hurdles in LA meant a significantly shortened 4 to 5 day shoot for the next block. Despite the tight schedule, Director Yoon stated that with ratings hitting the roof, the showrunners were determined to maintain the full runtime, even if it meant filming the season finale back in Korea. Director Yoon outlined a brutal itinerary of variety show appearances and a judgment set immediately after the second shoot, leaving Kang Woojin utterly dismayed by the grim reality of his packed schedule. A few days later, the scene shifted. Amidst quiet murmurs, several serious-looking individuals were gathered around a table in a modern, formal setting. Director Kim Do-hee reported that pre-production and set preparations were running behind schedule, prompting Director On's frustrated demand for the earliest possible table read. Director Kim suggested mid-March, but Director On adamantly refused, vowing to pull consecutive all-nighters to grind out storyboards if necessary, insisting the script reading be moved to March 6. Director On's aggressive timeline, a table read on the 6th and production cranking in on the 8th, left Director Kim incredulous at the mere 48-hour turnaround. Director On pressed whether they could pull it off, but Director Kim, despite admitting it wasn't impossible, worried whether the cast and crew would go along with such a demanding schedule. With stern determination, Director On declared they would simply have to hustle, running post-production and editing simultaneously, and commanded Director Kim to notify the talent of the March 6 script reading and March 8 principal photography. As Director Kim confirmed her understanding, a sudden grasp on her arm and a subsequent phone buzz startled her, leaving her confused. Director On, suddenly standing and surprised by his phone, quickly told everyone to hang on a second. A surge of suspicion ran through Director On's mind. Why on earth is this guy calling me out of nowhere? A soft creaking sound filled the air, perhaps a door. With a decisive tap, Director On answered his phone, questioning the caller's purpose. Director On, recognizing the name, greeted Mr. Joseph Felton, who, with a confident sniff, expressed his pleasure that On remembered him. On, feigning politeness, questioned how he could ever forget such a powerhouse Hollywood producer, before Felton, with a smile, requested strict confidentiality for their discussion. Felton then revealed his shocking desire to shadow and observe On's production set, startling On, who realized Felton was already tracking his current project. Felton confirmed he knew the working title, leaving Director On astonished by the impressive reach of his intelligence network, stretching all the way from Los Angeles. Felton explained that major Hollywood filmmakers and festival scouts were already closely tracking On's next project, recognizing it as his historic 100th film and his clear target for another grand prize. Director On, still curious, pressed for the true reason behind Felton's sudden desire to visit his set, prompting Felton to reveal he was personally flying to Korea for a specific actor who had thoroughly caught his eye. Felton explained his belief that true acting talent could only be evaluated live on set, needing to witness performance firsthand to be absolutely certain beyond post-production variables. When Director On probed further, Felton vaguely referred to his assessment of the actor's limitless potential. Director On's mind raced, grappling with the mystery of why a household name like Joseph Felton held such personal interest in a local Korean talent, already tracking his project, and most importantly, who this unknown actor could be. Felton casually mentioned an upcoming trip to Seoul to iron out logistical details with a theatrical distributor, subtly aligning it with his desire to scout On's film set. Felton suggested the timing could align quite perfectly, and, with a polite inquiry, Director On, acknowledging the travel distance, agreed to the plan, revealing they had just locked in their crank-in date and shoot schedule. Pondering the difficulties of his project and the distant prospect of reciprocating Felton's kindness, Director On offered a resigned, fair enough, as Felton concluded the call with a confident request for a heads-up before his arrival. The impressive modern edifice stood as a testament to the city's ambition. The room buzzed with the rapid clicks of cameras, signaling the start of a lively press event. Amidst the murmurs of the packed conference, one reporter wondered if it was a mere press release, then realized it was due to the presence of director Kwon Gidok, top actors, and the rumored Kang Woojin. Whispers and murmurs filled the muted hallway as attendees speculated about Kang Woojin's notorious elusiveness, yet staff insisted he would make an appearance. The door slid open with a sharp squeal, instantly met by a blinding burst of camera flashes. Kang Woojin stepped through, his presence immediately announced by exclamations and a rapid-fire barrage of camera clicks. Internally, Kang Woojin wondered at the sheer scale of the entrance and the overwhelming number of reporters, each click a sharp reminder of the spotlight now fixed upon him. His mind replayed the staff's casual cues that had led him, unthinkingly, to be the very first to face this intimidating crowd. A junior colleague offered Kang Woojin a more prominent seat, but he politely insisted that the exact arrangement held no real significance. Internally, Kang Woojin felt a nervous sweat form. It struck him as incredibly awkward to be placed directly beside the esteemed director. The host declared the full main cast of The Island of the Missing was assembled, prompting a subtle startle from Kang Woojin. The host, acknowledging his renown, then formally invited director Kwon Gidok to introduce himself and his highly anticipated film. Kang Woojin offered a polite greeting to the director as the host smoothly began to introduce the next speaker. A blinding volley of camera flashes erupted, startling Kang Woojin with its sheer intensity. Though the immense pressure threatened to overwhelm him, Kang Woojin composed himself and introduced himself as Corporal Jin Seoncheol from the Island of the Missing. A reporter, typing furiously, silently conceded that the palpable tension and the focused intensity of her colleagues were truly unlike anything she had experienced. Kang Woojin swallowed hard, his thoughts confirming this was the intense reality of starring in a legendary director's film, a world vastly different from his past experiences. While introducing himself as First Lieutenant Choi Yuri, the actor inwardly struggled with the suffocating pressure, desperately trying to maintain his professional facade. The host then smoothly concluded the introductions, announcing her intention to move on to questions for the actors. The host promptly turned to Kang Woojin, addressing him as the industry's hottest actor, and asked about the unique allure of The Island of the Missing. With a confident internal smirk, Kang Woojin declared the film's unique appeal lay in its relentless plot twists, promising audiences an unceasingly gripping experience. The host expressed heightened anticipation for the film, while Kang Woojin mentally congratulated himself on a perfectly delivered response. The host then probed further, asking what new image Kang Woojin, known for his transformative roles, would present this time, causing him to visibly flinch. His mind, engulfed in a sudden, terrifying blankness, screamed in panic as he realized this unexpected question had completely caught him off guard. Resigning himself to the moment, Kang Woojin decided to give a raw, unfiltered answer, vaguely describing his character as a timid piece of trash. The host, clearly bewildered, asked for clarification, only for Kang Woojin to firmly repeat his shocking description, a timid piece of trash. As chuckles rippled through the room, the host nervously fumbled an acknowledgement of his answer, while Kang Woojin remained utterly bewildered by their amusement. The host then briskly announced the end of the actor-specific questions, inviting the reporters to pose their own. A sea of hands shot up in a flash of eagerness, impressing Kang Woojin with the reporter's sheer speed. The host selected a reporter in a navy tie from the front row, who immediately sprang to his feet with an eager gesture. The reporter addressed Kang Woojin, commending his flawless track record and recent Midas touch reputation, earned from his latest film surpassing 8 million views. He then directly challenged Kang Woojin to predict the film's box office success, questioning if it could achieve the rare feat of 10 million views. Though he recognized the sensitive nature of the question and the option to equivocate, Kang Woojin firmly uttered a simple, resonant yes. With unwavering conviction, he declared that the film would indeed surpass 10 million views. The room instantly erupted in murmurs and a flurry of camera flashes, as the reporter, visibly surprised, pressed Kang Woojin for his reasoning. With a confident smile, Kang Woojin simply stated his prediction was based solely on his intuition, causing another wave of murmurs through the crowd. The press release for The Island of the Missing stretched for nearly 2 hours, with articles already flooding the internet even as the event continued. While director Kwon Gidok's involvement alone generated immense anticipation, Kang Woojin's intense presence and provocative answers about playing a timid piece of trash and his intuition for 10 million views dominated the headlines. As The Island of the Missing garnered more attention, the conversation invariably shifted to Kang Woojin, sparking a polarized online debate about his intuition and his zero-filter attitude. Simultaneously, the buzz around Kang Woojin intensified, fueled by reports of top actors seeking his agency, his cooking commercialization, and his rapidly growing international SNS following. Like threads of fate, every burgeoning event seemed to weave itself intricately around Kang Woojin. These threads moved with a swift, almost orchestrated precision. As Kang Woojin navigated his demanding schedule, time flowed inexorably forward, until a crisp March morning finally dawned. Amidst the final clicks of cameras, Kang Woojin, accompanied by his team, boarded a plane bound for Los Angeles. The plane ascended, a sleek metal bird slicing through the endless blue. The sprawling expanse of Los Angeles now stretched before them. A vehicle hummed steadily along the sun-drenched roads. Inside a plush vehicle, Robert confirmed with producer Joseph Felton that their intricate Korea schedule was now flawlessly confirmed. Joseph outlined their precise arrival and meeting itinerary in Korea, while Robert strategically proposed a preliminary visit to director On Gabok's film set. Robert then inquired if Joseph had already reached out to director On, which Joseph confirmed, adding he would re-establish contact upon their arrival in Korea. Robert, startled by news on his tablet, brought up Kang Woojin's concurrent arrival in LA, which Joseph smoothly confirmed. Robert, reading an article about Kang Woojin's filming schedule, expressed concern that Joseph might miss an opportunity to meet him, even offering to alter their flight plans. Joseph, however, asserted his preference to assess Kang Woojin as a pure actor in Korea, while Robert distractedly mentioned the commercialization of Kang Woojin's cooking. Robert, acknowledging Kang Woojin's undeniable versatility across multiple ventures, nevertheless voiced his concern that such widespread activity might dilute his acting intensity. Joseph, with an enigmatic smirk, countered that Kang Woojin seemed to defy typical expectations, noting that even Megan Stone, a veteran of Hollywood's elite, had recognized him as a true star. Robert then recalled Megan Stone's impending trip to Korea for the Baeksang Arts Awards, which Joseph confirmed was also a cover for her to pursue other strategic projects. Robert noted Megan Stone's consistent international scouting, leading Joseph to underscore the necessity of possessing global, comprehensive actor intelligence for any successful Hollywood casting director. Robert casually asserted that Megan Stone's trip wasn't explicitly for Kang Woojin, yet Joseph's knowing smirk suggested otherwise, a powerful image of Kang Woojin shimmering in his thoughts. The car door jerked open with a soft thud as the driver announced their arrival to Joseph. With a subtle, contemplative smile, Joseph considered an additional, unspoken plan, should their schedule permit. As he exited the vehicle into the bright Los Angeles air, Joseph decisively suggested they consider attending the Baeksang Arts Awards. A car tire squealed briefly before coming to a stop. An air of confident poise emanated from Lee Woo-seon. Her lips curved into an alluring smirk, radiating undeniable power. An author's note explained the slight alteration in story sequence between the webtoon and the original work, requesting readers' understanding for the necessary adjustment to showcase Kang Woojin's numerous projects. But then, a sudden, emphatic realization demanded attention. The man, papers in hand, swallowed hard in disbelief, beginning to articulate a profound realization about this very chapter. Another voice dramatically finished his thought, declaring that this was, in fact, the 100th chapter, eliciting a collective gasp and roar of murmurs from the room. 3 chibi figures exuberantly celebrated the milestone, with one expressing heartfelt gratitude to the readers and another excitedly mentioning a special merchandise giveaway. Kang Woojin's chibi form revealed the tempting giveaway included autographed Polaroids showcasing his dual on-screen and off-screen personas, prompting an immediate surge of excitement and a rush to the production company's blog. A few days later, the distant click of cameras heralded a significant return to the modern airport. A chaotic flurry of murmurs and flashing lights impatiently awaited. As Kang Woojin returned to Korea after completing the second shoot for Our Table, the insistent clicks and a restless murmur followed his every step. Despite the persistent murmuring crowd, Kang Woojin inwardly groaned that flying truly wasn't his thing, as the president, sensing his exhaustion, asked if he was tired. The president, ever direct, immediately informed Kang Woojin of a script reading for it leached scheduled for that afternoon, which Kang Woojin quietly accepted. Internally, Kang Woojin fretted over past misunderstandings during the leached audition, sighing as he desperately hoped this script reading would unfold smoothly. The sleek, modern architecture of the building stood as a silent witness to the unfolding events. Inside, a large meeting room hummed with soft murmurs as people began to gather around the long table. Unseen individuals whispered their surprise at Kang Woojin's unexpected early arrival and apparent lack of arrogance, as he calmly read his script. A chibi Kang Woojin anxiously wondered if he should have toned down his audition performance, feeling self-conscious and awkward as he sat alone. His relief was palpable when a woman arrived, greeting him politely with a bow. Though inwardly pleased, Kang Woojin greeted her, regretting that he hadn't arrived even earlier. The woman sincerely praised his incredible audition performance, which left Kang Woojin slightly taken aback. She then declared her unwavering determination to surpass him, leaving a chibi Kang Woojin utterly confused by her competitive spirit. Kang Woojin responded with a composed, "Well, do as you please," while the woman inwardly saw him as an insurmountable mountain, unwavering in his calmness. Yet, her resolve did not waver, and she affirmed her anticipation for their collaboration. Kang Woojin agreed, but their quiet exchange was suddenly interrupted by the arrival of another woman. 2 senior actors, a warm woman and a polite man, advanced into the room, causing a chibi Kang Woojin to exclaim their titles in surprised respect. The senior actress playfully told Kang Woojin to call her Tuni and remarked on his recent, constant media presence. Kang Woojin politely greeted her, while the woman in the white shirt silently admired his composure in front of such a respected senior, feeling a pang of jealousy. Kang Woojin then loudly greeted Shim Hanho, triggering the woman in the white shirt's shocked reaction to his disheveled appearance. A sudden, startling gasp rippled through the room as all three reacted with wide-eyed surprise. An imposing older man, Shim Hanho, made his dramatic entrance, radiating a commanding presence. Both women gasped at his unkempt appearance, wondering aloud if he had been living and training in the mountains. Internally, Kang Woojin marveled at Shim Hanho's overwhelming aura, then bowed respectfully to the senior actor amidst the women's continued surprise. Shim Hanho confidently declared his acting might be wild, deeply impressing Kang Woojin, who immediately considered how to adapt such powerful delivery for his own future performances. A chibi Kang Woojin grappled internally with finding a witty yet respectful response to the senior actor's challenge, navigating a delicate balance of arrogance and courtesy. Kang Woojin, with unwavering eye contact, confidently accepted the challenge, stating his readiness for whatever was to come. The silent, tense exchange between the two actors captivated the entire room, drawing every eye. Onlookers reacted with astonishment, gossiping about Kang Woojin's boldness in challenging a legendary actor, while the producer calmly advised everyone to stand back and witness the unfolding drama. The director silenced a worried staff member, proclaiming that this intense encounter would ignite the actor's passion, while the staff member recognized the characters from the script, Park Hae-sung and Chairman Yoon Jong-bae. The senior actor, smirking with amusement, acknowledged Kang Woojin's immediate and confident response, playfully noting there was much to learn from him. Kang Woojin, slightly flustered, clarified his statement, as the senior actress playfully interjected, suggesting the senior actor was placing too much pressure from the start. A chibi senior actress pointed out the visibly terrified younger actors, but a chibi senior actor stoically dismissed her, claiming he only stated the truth. The director entered the room, asking if everyone was present, drawing the attention of all the actors, including a surprised Shim Hanho. The director then instructed everyone to take their seats and prepare for introductions, signaling the official start of the script reading. With a quiet rustle, the script reading finally began as a hand turned the page. The director read the opening monologue, and Kang Woojin delivered his first line, "I don't know anymore, who I am, or why I even exist. I'm just completely lost," which echoed the project's central theme. The first scene immediately commenced, with Kang Woojin and the senior actress conveying their roles through fluid gestures alone. The blonde man and the woman in the white shirt expressed their awe at the actors' nonverbal performances, noting how expressions and delivery replaced dialogue to clearly convey the situation. Suddenly, the man with dark hair and beard, fully in character, abruptly questioned the blonde man, who flinched at the unexpected intensity. With a sinister smirk and piercing eyes, the man delivered a chilling line, "Make sure to keep my wife entertained. Just don't go seducing her." The narration revealed that Shim Hanho's portrayal of Chairman Yoon Jong-bae appeared fundamental on the surface but secretly held a hidden knife, terrifying the blonde man and the woman in the white shirt. The three actors, glowing with ethereal blue light, were like monstrous talents, capable of masking their true emotions and weaving intricate lies with deceptive performances. Despite delivering their lines precisely as written, the more the acting progressed, the more profoundly chilling the atmosphere became. The man, remaining in character, instructed Kang Woojin on his character's sole goal, to make his wife blindly dependent, to which Kang Woojin expressed confusion and hesitation about such a profound task. The man sternly commanded him to simplify his approach, emphasizing that success depended entirely on a change in mindset. With an eerie blue glow and intense gaze, the man delivered a powerful line, urging a change in perspective and to shed the gaze of defeat. The director internally observed how Shim Hanho's portrayal of Chairman Yoon Jong-bae differed from his original vision, presenting a clownish exterior masking a defeated desire for dominance, and marveled at his rapid mastery of such a complex character. Kang Woojin, emanating a green aura, challenged the senior actor's philosophy with a piercing question, asking if simply sharing the same world was enough, proving he was not to be outdone. The director, smiling faintly, perceived Kang Woojin's consistent intensity, concluding that this was a battle between true acting monsters. He eagerly anticipated the ferocity that would unfold once actual filming began. A call echoed through the air, "Joseph," drawing attention to producer Joseph Felton. Joseph's bald colleague asked about his plans for the bleached script reading, but Joseph expressed his desire to witness Kang Woojin's acting only at the official shoot. The bald man affirmed he would adjust Joseph's schedule, prompting a confused from Joseph as he looked at his phone, a soft melody playing. Joseph, surprised, heard a voice ask, "Joseph, where are you right now?" After inwardly wondering, "Miley." Joseph replied that he was in Korea, and the caller clarified she knew that, only seeking his specific location. Joseph's eyes widened in shock and disbelief when the caller revealed she was also in Korea, questioning why she wasn't working on her album in LA. Miley, seated secretly in a car, explained her discreet arrival in Korea and instructed Joseph to maintain confidentiality, then shifted to a more pressing matter. Miley revealed her knowledge of Joseph's plan to visit the bleached filming set, causing Joseph to grow suspicious and question how she knew. Miley playfully explained her discovery was accidental, a misunderstanding where her team was mistaken for Joseph's, then directly asked why he was attending the bleached set. Joseph defensively stated his producer role justified his presence, questioning Miley's interest in the movie, to which she clarified her focus was on a specific actor within the film. Joseph deduced Miley's interest was Kang Woojin, prompting her to inquire if his own visit was for the actor and if he was connected to the past Hollywood Screen Test article. Joseph tried to deflect, citing the many talented actors on the bleached set, but Miley dismissed his evasiveness, proposing they attend the filming set together. Joseph internally weighed Miley's request, realizing he couldn't ignore her significant presence and seeing an opportunity to gain a favor. Joseph reluctantly agreed, but questioned Miley's true motives for being in Korea, before she abruptly ended the call, stating she had other business. Joseph reflected on Miley's ambiguous intentions, but concluded her presence in Korea was undeniably linked to Kang Woojin. Narration speculated that Miley might have recognized Kang Woojin's potential long ago during his movie promotions, pondering her mysterious intentions. A chibi Kang Woojin walked with palpable embarrassment and anxiety, sighing internally that he hoped readers would appreciate his autographs for the 100th chapter commemoration, despite his fear that nobody would want them. An older man suddenly called out, "Woojin," startling him into turning with a questioning look. The eager old man asked if he could receive one of the two-piece Polaroid photo sets being given away, leaving Kang Woojin confused. Kang Woojin internally expressed his exasperation, noting he didn't even possess one for himself, as a promotional text urged readers to visit the production company's blog to join the event. The first official day of filming for Bleached began with a low hum of anticipation among the assembled crew. Kang Woojin couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size and impressive quality of the set, wondering if such a magnificent house truly existed in Korea. Footsteps sounded as the chairman, his face alight, greeted Kang Woojin, eager for his opinion on the impressively realistic set. Kang Woojin confirmed the set's amazing quality, assuring the chairman it perfectly captured the scenario's vibe, to the older man's audible relief. The chairman then warned of a tight shooting schedule, emphasizing they would need to push themselves from that day forward. The chairman casually mentioned potential all-nighters, leaving Kang Woojin to sigh internally about his lost free time, contemplating his unique refuge in the subspace. As the crew murmured around them, the chairman instructed Kang Woojin to stand by, leaving the actor with a puzzled expression. With a knowing glance, the chairman wondered if they had finally arrived, sparking further confusion in Kang Woojin. A sudden shock rippled through the onlookers as two unexpected figures, producer Joseph Felton and a woman, made their appearance, drawing murmurs and gasps. Kang Woojin's mind reeled in absolute shock, recognizing Miley Kara and Joseph Felton, struggling to comprehend why these two global figures were suddenly on the bleached set. As Joseph waved and the woman remained composed, Kang Woojin desperately tried to maintain his poker face, wishing he could simply disappear from their sight. Joseph cautioned Kara to remain discreet, urging her to conceal her identity, but she firmly declared her intention to greet Kang Woojin. Joseph noted Kang Woojin's subtle acknowledgement of their presence, while Kara mused on the fascinating contrast between the actor's hobby persona and his intense dedication to his work. The call for 10 minutes until standby galvanized the crew, creating a flurry of rushing movement as filming was about to commence. Joseph, exhaling with anticipation, admitted his profound eagerness to witness Kang Woojin's performance unfold. A low murmur filled the air as the film crew and staff assembled on the set, all eyes, perhaps subconsciously, drawn to Kang Woojin. Director Kim Do-hee, having already witnessed Kang Woojin's audition, still felt compelled to observe his performance again. She pondered how Kang Woojin would fully embody Park Hae-sung within the complete set and blocking, an element missing from his initial audition. As the final minute to standby was called, Kang Woojin let out a deep breath, recognizing this grand set was a stark contrast to the small theater of his audition. This was the true world of Bleach, a realm where he felt no need to hold back for anyone, ready to unleash his full capabilities. He resolved to reveal the true Park Hae-sung, a character who had long concealed his immense strength, signaling his readiness for the scene. With a brilliant flash and crackle, Kang Woojin's eyes began to glow, perfectly synchronizing with the director's powerful call of action. The current scene, mid-story, demanded emotions that were outwardly calm yet deeply unsettling, a complex challenge Kang Woojin met, a subtle green aura swirling around him. He perceived the opulent mansion as a deadly battlefield, where a single misstep in his deal with Chairman Yoon Jong-bae could mean the end of his very existence. "Well, it's fine," Kang Woojin declared with a powerful swish, his voice filled with an uncanny confidence, as he felt his entire being had seamlessly blended into the very fabric of the mansion itself. With a primal squeeze, he felt the mansion was now his, a home he could cherish or utterly obliterate at his whim. A sinister grin twisted his lips, this place was no longer a rental, but his, entirely his, he affirmed, glowing with a dark energy. Kang Woojin, humming softly, stopped mid-tune, a hint of surprise touching his features. The creak of a door announced two unfamiliar women, and when Kang Woojin questioned their presence, one introduced herself as an affiliate of a play sponsored by the lady of the house. The women confirmed his identity, one asking if he was the lady's son, while the other casually mentioned hearing about her two children. Yes, that's right, Kang Woojin affirmed with a powerful, glowing grin, leaving no room for doubt. This, he understood, truly was his world now. A stunned silence fell over the set, broken only by murmurs, until the chairman, clearly overwhelmed, stammered a command to cut. Director Kim Do-hee swallowed hard, realizing Kang Woojin's audition was merely a teaser. His current performance made the elusive Ripley syndrome feel terrifyingly real, a revelation the script alone could not convey. She felt Kang Woojin's acting conveyed a direct, visceral message, an implicit warning about the suffering one must endure, urging them all to remain vigilant. The chairman pressed Kang Woojin, questioning the stark difference between his audition and current performance, to which Kang Woojin coolly explained he had merely performed adequately before. Adequately, the chairman repeated, shocked by the admission, while Kang Woojin internally wondered if he had overshared, believing his approach to auditions was a common industry practice. The chairman chuckled, realizing he had mistakenly believed Kang Woojin's audition performance was his peak, quickly correcting his misjudgment. The chairman privately mused that what Kang Woojin deemed adequate was, for most, a genius beyond comprehension, an accidental phenomenon to be accepted, not understood. Perhaps, the chairman concluded, Kang Woojin represented an entirely new breed in the world of acting. With a sweeping gesture, the chairman urged Kang Woojin to climb to the very pinnacle of his craft, not just to move hearts like his, but to earn the profound admiration of even greater figures. With a pat on his shoulder, Kang Woojin firmly declared he would make it happen, though he quietly felt merely witnessing such an achievement would be reward enough. The chairman, a sharp glare of realization crossing his face, suddenly understood that the actor Joseph had expressed interest in was none other than Kang Woojin himself. Joseph uttered a surprised "oh," as Kara pointed out that Kang Woojin's viral Hollywood screen test made perfect sense for a famous producer to travel so far, escalating the situation into something truly interesting. Joseph questioned if Kang Woojin's extraordinary performance could even be categorized as mere acting, to which Kara replied that he clearly required no preparatory process to access deep emotions. It was as if his very purpose was to embody truth itself, possessing an unspoken knowledge that made his every expression perfectly clear and profoundly impactful. They marveled at such unprecedented acting, wondering how Kang Woojin achieved such authenticity, as if he had lived through every role, eagerly anticipating the stir he would undoubtedly cause in Hollywood. The director's voice boomed, cut, signaling a much-needed short break. With heavy footsteps, Kang Woojin exhaled, admitting the profound exhaustion from his intense performance, unaware of someone approaching. Mr. Woojin, a voice called out, instantly catching him by surprise as he tried to place the familiar tone. Miley Kara? Kang Woojin gasped, as she, with a sly smile and hushed tone, suggested they retreat from prying eyes to discuss her sudden appearance, promising an explanation. All right, Kang Woojin agreed, his mind racing with disbelief, wondering if Kara, of all people, had truly come to the bleached set specifically for him. His heart thumping nervously, Kang Woojin chastised himself to remain composed, refusing to believe Kara's presence could be about him, even as he anxiously looked around. Kara praised his acting with genuine enthusiasm, asserting she would have deeply regretted missing it, a compliment that only earned a simple, "Is that so?" from Kang Woojin, who had often downplayed his talent. Kara then confessed that while other matters brought her to Korea, meeting him was the paramount reason, leaving Kang Woojin utterly astonished at her direct admission. She revealed her intention to propose a collaboration for her new album, inviting him to work on a song and appear in the music video for her title track. Kara admitted such a direct outreach was unprecedented for her, then asked for his thoughts, leaving Kang Woojin utterly bewildered and unable to process anything. This is crazy. Kang Woojin thought, completely overwhelmed by the idea of Kara wanting to collaborate, quickly deciding he first needed to discuss the monumental proposal with his company. Okay, then I'll wait, Kara said, walking away with a final instruction to contact her, leaving Kang Woojin in a state of utter, lingering confusion. Joseph inquired if Kara's business was concluded, to which she confirmed her mission was accomplished and she planned to depart soon. Joseph, surprised, asked why she hadn't spoken to Kang Woojin, but Kara explained that their initial eye contact was enough, as her true purpose was merely to gain confirmation. When Kara asked if Joseph had received his confirmation, he affirmed it would necessitate a complete revision of all his plans, then turned the question back to her. Kara, though unsure of the final outcome, declared she would now simply await an answer, while Kang Woojin remained caught in his state of surprise. With a ripping sound, Kang Woojin's Gimjaban Maksuk's cup noodles exploded onto the market, instantly becoming so popular that people lined up before stores even opened, much to the chibi onlookers' delight. Kang Woojin was utterly mortified by the dumbass double thumbs up pose emblazoned across the National Cup noodle packaging, feeling his carefully crafted concept crumbling into pure embarrassment. No. Get it together, he inwardly scolded himself, knowing he had to maintain his persona, especially with the Baeksang Arts Awards looming tomorrow. Yet, Kang Woojin remained blissfully unaware of the monumental stir his infamous double thumbs up would ultimately create at the upcoming Baeksang Awards. A sleek black limousine idled in the dim night, its presence a quiet prelude to the events about to unfold. Inside the opulent limousine, Kang Woojin's gaze was transfixed on his phone, a startled exclamation escaping his lips. As Kang Woojin scrolled through the news, his mind reeled at the reports of his cup noodles causing open runs and product shortages, a phenomenon so surreal he thought it only happened to others. The woman in the green hoodie, his manager, confirmed the cup noodles' meteoric hype was no joke, attributing its runaway success to the collaborative efforts and, of course, Kang Woojin's own formidable popularity. The manager further explained how the cup noodles' virality had erupted across every social media platform, with even the general public eagerly purchasing and uploading their own review videos, a truly organic explosion of hype. Gazing at the astonished expression of the man beside him, Kang Woojin couldn't help but reflect on his own uncanny intuition and the Midas touch he seemed to possess, turning everything into an unimaginable jackpot. As the imposing awards venue loomed, Kang Woojin felt an almost mystical certainty that he was destined to ignite an unforgettable sensation at the Baeksang Art Awards tonight. The red carpet unfurled beneath a blinding, relentless assault of camera flashes, a dazzling overture to the night's grand spectacle. With a graceful slide, a sleek black shoe met the plush red carpet, each flash of light marking a step into the unfolding drama. A relentless barrage of camera flashes and urgent questions about his cup noodle phenomenon and impending awards threatened to consume Kang Woojin as he navigated the frenzied red carpet. In his chibi form, Kang Woojin inwardly groaned as the deafening clamor threatened to burst his eardrums, the incessant camera flashes blinding him worse than even the Blue Dragon Awards. His heart hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs, overwhelmed by the relentless focus of every eye, as Kang Woojin struggled with each heavy step to compose himself. A sudden, terrifying lurch sent his heart plummeting, his mind screaming at the humiliating prospect of a public fall. With a sudden, desperate grab, Kang Woojin arrested his fall, his hand darting out just as a bystander cried out in alarm. In a flash of chibi relief, Kang Woojin gasped, exulting in his martial arts reflexes that had miraculously prevented an utterly catastrophic fall. But his desperate recovery had frozen him in an unnaturally awkward pose, leaving him trapped between the ridicule of a stumble and the equal absurdity of feigning indifference. Then, with a resolute tap on his smartphone, a sudden, audacious plan began to crystallize in his mind. He resolved to shatter this crisis with unadulterated shamelessness, preparing to unleash an unexpected, charming deflection. With a cheeky wink, Kang Woojin transformed his near tumble into an impromptu fan service selfie, delighting the excited fan and deftly redirecting attention from his momentary lapse. His chibi form slumped in utter exhaustion, the relentless camera flashes feeling like physical blows, as he sighed, "Let's go inside, now." His footsteps fell softly, carrying him deeper into the grand hall where the true spectacle awaited. The immense scale of the awards hall struck Kang Woojin with awe, its multiple supersized screens creating an almost fantastical, overwhelming display. As Kang Woojin navigated the hall with Hong Hai-yun, they were immediately intercepted by an enthusiastic couple, who lavished him with praise for his past work and eagerly inquired about his current filming. His mortification flared anew as the couple joyfully questioned the impossible scarcity of his cup noodles and the infamous pose, prompting a silent scream of profound embarrassment from Kang Woojin. Suddenly, Hong Hai-yun's sharp voice cut through the clamor, demanding why Kang Woojin was still lingering and startling him with her unexpected presence. Whispering an urgent warning that he would be trapped, Hong Hai-yun deftly steered Kang Woojin towards their seats, his nod a silent acknowledgement of her tactical intervention. Yet the relentless stream of greetings continued to assault Kang Woojin, each polite exchange and weary bow draining his energy with an alarming speed. In his chibi form, Kang Woojin's patience frayed to a thin thread, a sweat drop tracing his brow as he silently screamed, "How much longer must this parade of greetings endure?" With a profound sigh of relief, Kang Woojin finally slumped into his seat, a full 20 minutes after his arduous journey through the celebrity-filled hall began. A collective murmur rippled through the audience before a sudden, brilliant flash of light heralded the formal commencement of the ceremony. The Baeksang Art Awards formally commenced, with the presenters immediately announcing the first highly anticipated category, Best New Actor in TV. The male presenter, clutching the coveted envelope, offered his congratulations as the Best New Actor category, split into film and TV, was formally introduced. The screen blazed to life, dramatically proclaiming Kang Woojin the winner of Best New Actor in TV for The Love That Freezes to Death, a surprising triumph given his more anticipated role in Profiler Henry Yang. While Kang Woojin's performance in The Love That Freezes to Death was undeniably brilliant and had truly reshaped industry standards, the narrator observed a curious undertone of suspicion surrounding this specific, unexpected victory. As murmurs rippled through the audience, two women whispered about Kang Woojin's almost detached calm, noting the awards committee's impossible dilemma in daring to deny him what was clearly his due. As the ceremony progressed through further awards, Kang Woojin's name was conspicuously absent from the film nominations, a strategic omission designed to prevent public fatigue from his overwhelming, consecutive triumphs. As numerous other categories concluded, and the theater awards drew to a close, the final, pivotal segment of Part 1, Best Supporting Actor in TV, loomed on the horizon. The female presenter, her voice tinged with wistful nostalgia, shared her vivid memories of receiving an award on that very stage before building anticipation for the upcoming nominees. As his image blazed onto the screen amidst a burst of sparkling fireworks, Kang Woojin's inner thoughts playfully critiqued the audience's insufficient fervor, demanding a more rousing reception. The presenter, her excitement a tangible thing, confessed her growing nervousness before the impending announcement, a secret fervent hope for her personal bias to triumph swelling within her. With a small, triumphant leap of joy, the presenter's wide smile stretched across her face as she proclaimed the winner, her voice ringing with genuine, surprised congratulations. A wave of triumph swept through the hall as Kang Woojin was unequivocally declared Best Supporting Actor in TV for his compelling work in Profiler Hanryang, drawing sincere congratulations. The entire hall buzzed with an astonished clamor at Kang Woojin's unprecedented double triumph, the woman with the short bob emphatically declaring it a groundbreaking first in the annals of industry history. While onlookers mistook Kang Woojin's poised calm for utter indifference, his chibi form exploded with a silent, incredulous question, I won Best Supporting Actor. For real? An older man chuckled, remarking how Kang Woojin's bold declaration at the Blue Dragon Awards was now undeniably manifesting, while his manager pondered an even grander, yet unfulfilled, destiny. As he accepted the gleaming award, Kang Woojin's thoughts soared beyond the confines of the hall, sensing his ultimate dream of Best Lead Actor would be realized not in Korea, but in a grander arena. Clutching the heavy award, Kang Woojin drew a sharp, conscious breath, his mind racing to concoct an acceptance speech that would be anything but ordinary for such a significant triumph. In a flash of audacious insight, a scandalous idea ignited within his chibi form, and with a defiant sigh, Kang Woojin resolved to brazenly embrace his shameless plan. With a confident, knowing smile, Kang Woojin proclaimed his words already exhausted, choosing instead to convey the depth of his feelings through a singularly unique gesture. A ripple of confusion spread through the audience as Kang Woojin deliberately set his gleaming trophy and bouquet aside, his intentions utterly obscured. Then, with an audacious flourish, Kang Woojin struck his infamous, solemn, double thumbs-up pose, a bold, undeniable declaration. A profound, heavy silence descended upon the entire hall, stretching the moment into an eternity as Kang Woojin bowed, his audacious gesture leaving an undeniable, lingering impact. Laughter finally erupted through the audience, a collective release as they delightedly critiqued Kang Woojin's unique, audacious gesture and his truly singular character. His chibi form burned a mortified crimson, utterly undone by his own shameless act, yet he fiercely coached himself to maintain his tough persona, believing unwavering audacity could conquer all. The second part of the Baeksang Art Awards unfurled, revealing further triumphs as Profiler Hanryang claimed Best Drama, Drug Dealer seized the grand prize, and even Kang Woojin's closest colleagues secured their own well-deserved trophies. As the ceremony finally drew to a close, Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yeon made their exit, still relentlessly pursued by a barrage of flashing cameras. Annoyed by the probing questions regarding his historic double win, Kang Woojin curtly dismissed the unprecedented achievement as both unknown and utterly insignificant to him. A news article blared the unprecedented details of Kang Woojin's double award triumph, ironically juxtaposing his historic achievement with his utterly nonchalant dismissal. Producer Joseph Felton smirked, his eyes glinting with a knowing satisfaction as he read the news, confirming his expectation that Kang Woojin's life was perpetually devoid of quiet days. Joseph Felton's quiet contemplation was broken by his bald associate, who, with a swift gesture, asked if he had seen this particular article. Joseph Felton's phone screen blazed with Hollywood news. Miley Kara was rumored to collaborate with a Korean actor, a development he knew would electrify Korea very soon. The bald man swiftly deduced Kara's visit to Korea was linked to the burgeoning rumor, but Joseph, with a knowing smirk, revealed Kara's own team likely orchestrated the strategic leak. Joseph elaborated on Kara's calculated move, seeing her deliberate signal to the world, convinced that she, like himself, had been utterly captivated by Kang Woojin and had moved with decisive speed. With a determined, almost predatory smirk, Joseph Felton resolved to act with matching urgency, driven to secure a project that would perfectly harness Kang Woojin's escalating, undeniable power. News exploded with word of Kang Woojin's historic wins at the Baeksang Arts Awards, a triumph that solidified his place in the industry. Across online forums, impassioned fans celebrated Kang Woojin's unprecedented dual victory, while a cynical few murmured about industry traditions, dismissing his success. Within the industry itself, a woman voiced her concern that despite his undeniable talent, Kang Woojin's rapid ascent challenged long-held traditions and rules. Yet, Kang Woojin himself remained utterly unconcerned, letting the ongoing storm of opinions merely swirl around him. Kang Woojin met the world with an unyielding confidence, unaffected by any external pressures or scrutiny. Amidst the bustling cityscape, the towering Owlin film studio stood as a testament to cinematic ambition. Inside a vast screening room, a soft murmur of anticipation filled the air as it awaited its audience. A man in a cap, eyes wide with surprise, remarked on the unexpectedly grand scale of the screening venue. The unnamed man in formal attire greeted Kang Woojin, expressing genuine gratitude for his presence despite his demanding schedule filming Leech. The unnamed man lightheartedly prodded Kang Woojin about his bold 10 million viewers ambition, much to Kang Woojin's feigned irritation. Kang Woojin offered an apology for his earlier remark, but the unnamed man, with a broad smile, assured him that it had merely fueled his own dedication. Confidently, the unnamed man detailed the film's impending completion, projecting a May release and revealing that distribution efforts were already in motion. As the unnamed man confirmed the official release and upcoming press preview, Kang Woojin gasped, truly surprised that the film was finally seeing the light of day. Soon, more guests, including a man with blonde hair, arrived, their greetings echoing through the bustling hall as the venue filled with anticipation. The unnamed man then directed everyone to their seats, ready to commence the test screening without further delay. A tremor of nerves ran through Kang Woojin as he settled into his seat, deeply aware that this, his first leading role after Drug Dealer, was a legendary director's SS-grade project, its potential beyond his wildest imaginings. The industry buzzed with speculation that The Island of the Missing, an SS-grade project, possessed the raw potential to eclipse Drug Dealer's A-grade success and surpass 10 million viewers. The sheer, dizzying prospect of 10 million viewers struck Kang Woojin with cartoonish shock. The aspiration was immense, for in the annals of Korean cinema, reaching 10 million viewers was a truly rare feat. As the test screening was announced, an unbearable anxiety clenched Kang Woojin's gut, his heart thumping in his chest as he longed to see the results immediately. He wondered, with a sense of mystical hope, what destiny awaited The Island of the Missing. Time flowed onward, marked by the unwavering sun. Inside a darkened cinema, the audience stirred with murmured anticipation, their collective gaze fixed on the screen. The press premiere for The Island of the Missing commenced with a flurry of camera flashes as the cast and crew stepped onto the stage. Yet, Kang Woojin inwardly cringed with embarrassment as audience members clamored for the dreaded finger heart and even his infamous double thumbs-up pose. With a dramatic, blood-splattered title, The Island of the Missing began, promising an ominous journey into its depths. The industry insiders observed that Kang Woojin, once again, vanished into his character, his immersive presence intensifying the moment he appeared on screen. Initially, the film faced skepticism from critics, who viewed its grand claims with a jaundiced eye. But then, the film's shocking quality utterly captivated the critics, their expressions frozen in astonished praise. As the credits rolled, a wave of applause swept through the cinema, bringing the premiere of The Island of the Missing to a triumphant close. A man with blonde hair, delighted, exclaimed that the final version was vastly superior to the test screening, making his second viewing even more enjoyable. While one woman expressed pleasant surprise at the film's quality, another, jaded by past disappointments, found herself underwhelmed, particularly after the mysterious creature's appearance. A confident critic, however, declared that Kang Woojin's performance was beyond reproach, proclaiming him possessed by the god of acting. He knew he had found his headline, a phrase that would capture the essence of Kang Woojin's performance. News articles swiftly spread, amplifying the extraordinary success and unanimous praise for The Island of the Missing after its premiere. Even the most cynical critics and reporters were swayed, offering nothing but glowing praise for the film, especially its acting. Public screenings of The Island of the Missing began nationwide, drawing both general audiences and a host of celebrity acquaintances. May, with its numerous holidays, was always a fierce battleground for films, a peak season for cinematic releases. The Island of the Missing plunged into this competitive arena, targeting the May 19th release date amidst a slew of other blockbusters. The film found itself at the epicenter of an intensely competitive release schedule, a true cinematic gauntlet. The movie war officially erupted on May 19th, with The Island of the Missing bravely leading the charge. Despite the impending grand release, Kang Woojin had already departed, leaving for Japan. As Kang Woojin drifted into a doze on the plane, he mused on his relentlessly packed schedule, wondering if he should delve into the world of BSS within the subspace once more. He found himself contemplating a profound shift in his acting, a newfound comfort and ease that transcended mere practice. Kang Woojin realized it was a deep, incredible change within him, feeling his inner burden vanish as if a wall crumbled, even as a sudden tremor and shattering sound erupted from his tablet. A startling purple light enveloped Kang Woojin as he reacted with sheer shock, confronted by a system notification of unique abilities and freedom of the role. Bewildered, Kang Woojin questioned the system's freedom of the role, comparing it to the boundless possibilities of an open-world game where he could wander freely. He pressed the system for more answers, suspecting a significant change had already occurred during his last role synthesis. He paused, sensing something new, as a subtle impact resonated within the abstract space. Kang Woojin, peering into the ethereal void, questioned the nature of the transparent, glass layer before him. He tried to touch the invisible barrier, concluding its non-physical nature, yet a new thought began to form in his mind. As Kang Woojin reached out, the glass layer crackled and then shattered completely, catching him by surprise. Sharp, transparent shards now floated ethereally within the black void. Kang Woojin turned, utterly confused, asking aloud what had just disintegrated around him. A worried daze settled over Kang Woojin as he felt himself inexplicably drawn deeper into the subspace. He consciously attempted to regain his composure, noting that the changes now were fundamentally different from anything he'd experienced before. He mused on the inner transformation, a sensation that felt as if both his own inner space and the potential paths his characters could take had expanded boundlessly into infinity. A profound disbelief washed over Kang Woojin as he silently remembered how the subspace once confined him to predetermined roles. Before, his roles were meticulously charted, and he simply embodied them with flawless precision, walking a single, unalterable path. Now, the very framework of his abilities had shattered, granting him the power to directly influence and alter roles, emotions, and even scenarios themselves. This revelation meant he possessed the ability for uninhibited creation, yet still maintained the flawless embodiment of any role he chose. Amazed, Kang Woojin realized adlibbing was now possible and, with a slight tremble of eagerness, decided to test this newfound power. With eyes closed and a resolute determination, Kang Woojin prepared to enter the world of Park Hae-song from Leech to experiment with his abilities. He fully grasped the implications. The singular path that once defined his roles had vanished, replaced by boundless freedom. This transformation meant Kang Woojin could now freely alter a character's dialogues and emotions, all while preserving their essential identity. Kang Woojin shrewdly decided to integrate this change gradually, intending to practice internally until he achieved complete mastery. He concluded that the system's message about unique abilities surging beyond basic specs unequivocally signaled a profound improvement in his acting skills, making him far better than before. He vowed to endlessly refine this new freedom, strategically blending it with his existing skills to achieve maximum synergy in every situation. Already deemed a monstrous actor by many, Kang Woojin now ambitiously aimed to transcend even that, becoming an even crazier monster in his craft. The set hummed with the busy energy of the crew. An impatient director demanded to know when the props would arrive, while another reassured him they were being prepared amidst the set's bustling tension. Kang Woojin anxiously wondered how the island of the missing would fare, though he knew the CEO would likely inform him later. He decided to focus, finding something inherently strange in the document before him. Though the film version of BSS underwent numerous adaptations, its beginning and ending faithfully adhered to the original work. The ending for Iota Kiyoshi underscored karmic retribution, a stark reminder that one must ultimately bear the full price of their actions. Kang Woojin found himself bothered by the film's ending for Kiyoshi, deeming it somewhat disappointing upon closer reflection. The narration posed profound questions. What truly constituted wrong in Kiyoshi's world? Did good and evil hold any inherent meaning, and who bore the ultimate responsibility for judgment? Kang Woojin, feeling decisive, asserted that Kiyoshi himself, not the director, writer, or audience, should be the ultimate judge, as the story unfolded from his unique perspective. Yet, Kiyoshi, the ultimate stranger, never leaned toward any side, simply acting with an unwavering, mysterious determination. Pondering Kiyoshi's nature, Kang Woojin questioned if he should remain a stranger to the very end, especially since he merely manipulated others to do his homework, raising doubts about the concept of his karma. The narration definitively stated that Kiyoshi was not one to deliver a message or repent, a stone through and through. He would never truly change or accept consequences. With an intense, enigmatic gaze, Kiyoshi knew no wrong or regret. Revenge was merely a restoration, and his meticulous nature meant even his own end would be carefully orchestrated. Kang Woojin, deep in thought, considered that Kiyoshi would never accept fault, prompting him to wonder if the ending should change, and if his words alone could truly effect such a shift. A woman called out to Kang Woojin, urging him to get on standby, to which he promptly assented. The man with the beard then informed Kang Woojin, with a touch of surprise in his voice, that one of the scenes was about to change. The man explained the change concerned Kiyoshi and Detective Mokio's first meeting, planning to shoot two versions, one precisely storyboarded, and another allowing actors free improvisation. He proposed that Kang Woojin and Mr. Kosaku freely express themselves, noting his discussions with writer Akari and the staff had already concluded. Kang Woojin realized this improvisation was a perfect chance to utilize his newfound freedom of the role, confidently asserting it would be no difficulty for him. The director revealed the scene's importance as the probable finale of BSS and announced the significant guests expected on filming day, including writer Akari, studio executives, and chairman Ashimura Hideki. Kang Woojin acknowledged the news, then a mischievous thought sparked. With the writer present, should he finally ask her about his ideas? Kang Woojin decisively concluded he would simply present his idea to her, adopting a nonchalant attitude about its potential outcome. Addressing the director and writer directly, Kang Woojin posed a challenging question: wouldn't Kiyoshi, true to his nature as a stranger, ultimately choose to return to everyday life? He insightfully elaborated, suggesting Kiyoshi's true motivation was to show Toka he was still fine as a stranger, needing her to check his homework. Kang Woojin declared that retributive justice ill-suited Kiyoshi. Instead, he envisioned a character who would live well, as if nothing happened, a statement that visibly shocked the director and writer. Kang Woojin strategically assessed the impact of his words, considering how the suggested change might alter the script's grade, potentially dropping it to AB. He reflected that even a lower grade might still protect Kiyoshi's essence, though he knew the ending might not change at all, and potential fan backlash from deviating from the original was also a concern. Kang Woojin clarified his intention. He felt Kiyoshi's character was compromised by the existing ending, and the director acknowledged his understanding, while the writer remained silent. The director worried, recognizing the immense challenge this change posed, certain to draw fan backlash, break clichés, and face difficult acceptance from both the public and the industry. Yet, BSS itself was inherently unconventional, and Kang Woojin was the dramatic, pivotal card chosen to overturn the established trends of the Japanese market, its actors, capital, and directing. Recognizing the inherent twist of casting a Korean actor, the director resolved that if they were to commit, they would go all the way, implementing Kang Woojin's suggestion to make Kiyoshi shine even brighter, then asked him to hold for a moment. The director called the writer over, who turned silently, heightening the quiet expectation in the room. Iota Kiyoshi was always an isolated outsider, having formed no true connections even after his homework was complete, but then, the crucial, reflective question arose: what if Misaki Toka had been alive? A melancholic vision suggested that if their connection had remained unbroken, allowing them to grow together, their paths would have diverged into a vastly different, more romantic future. But with Toka gone, he descended into complete isolation, transforming into something even darker, leaving a despairing question: did his revenge, his homework, ultimately mean nothing? Perhaps, the narration mused, he simply wanted to live, substituting the meaning of life with homework, to endure, indifferent to judgments of selfishness or wrong methods, because his life had already shattered. To survive, Kiyoshi calmly carried out what had to be done, a methodical journey back to his starting point, which, to him, was his revenge. Having concluded everything, Kiyoshi seamlessly blended back into everyday life, an anonymous stranger who had returned to his chilling origin. The writer revealed with a touch of regret that this was her original first draft ending, which she had been forced to abandon due to tangled interests, worldwide fan expectations, and the era's atmosphere. She admitted to burying the idea deep within her heart, while Kang Woojin expressed genuine surprise that he, an actor from another country, was the first to articulate it. The writer, in a moment of vulnerable confession, affirmed Kang Woojin's deep understanding of Kiyoshi, admitting his suggested ending had been her original vision, which she changed out of fear. The director voiced strong, cautious concerns that changing the ending would provoke public backlash, fan complaints, and industry resistance, inevitably leading to major controversy and harsh criticism. Yet, the writer boldly declared she would regret not changing it, finding the prospect of a little chaos more appealing, but humbly acknowledged the director's permission was paramount. With determined resolve, she preferred storms and tidal waves to calmness, eager to realize what she couldn't before, and challenging the director on whether he was prepared to face the consequences alone. The writer suggested he mention her stance publicly, but the director resolutely refused to harm her, adding that Kang Woojin, having acted the role, would inevitably share the burden. The writer, still concerned, questioned if Kang Woojin could truly handle the fallout, but the director confidently reassured her that he would be fine. After all, he was a monster who simply refused to compromise with the world, a powerful, unyielding force. For all these compelling reasons, the director calmly and decisively declared that they would revise the ending of the BSS. He explained that only Kiyoshi's ending would change, while Mr. Kosaku's scene would largely remain, but emphasized the crucial need to maintain the emotional flow given Kiyoshi's altered narrative. The director authoritatively instructed them to review the current side script first, promising revised storyboards would be sent by day's end. Kang Woojin mused, pleased, that the change would bring Kiyoshi greater impact, and praised their quick work, while the man with orange hair voiced his fervent concern about an impending fan uproar. The director defiantly dismissed the concern, stating that was precisely why this was the finalized ending for BSS, leaving the man with orange hair utterly shocked. The man with orange hair anxiously asked if Kang Woojin was prepared for the heaviest brunt of public backlash, but Kang Woojin remained calmly unfazed. Kang Woojin internally dismissed concerns about backlash, musing he could simply ignore it or retreat to Korea, an attitude the narration declared was not bluffing, but the true mark of a confident big shot. The man with orange hair praised Kang Woojin's impressive qualities, leaving Kang Woojin puzzled and wondering why the situation felt so oddly familiar. Now with the side script in hand, Kang Woojin, feeling a mix of anxiety and curiosity, pondered entering the subspace to check its grade. Kang Woojin's other self, glowing with mysterious confidence, began to reveal something, a hint of expectation on his face. With a triumphant smirk, his other self declared that changing the ending had undeniably been the right answer. The vision revealed the scenario 4, the bizarre sacrifice of a stranger, had achieved a triumphant, definitive SSS grade. Kang Woojin privately relished the deep satisfaction of the SSS grade, despite knowing he couldn't openly brag about it. Kang Woojin's other self, pondering the dual release of the BSS in Korea and Japan, wondered with confusion if the results would be combined or separated. Kang Woojin, with a resigned shrug, dismissed his confusion, concluding that the mysteries of the subspace would simply work themselves out. The internal vision abruptly signaled an exit. A profound sigh of relief escaped Kang Woojin. With the BSS issue resolved, he could finally allow himself a moment of peace. But then, a man with a ponytail approached, interrupting his thoughts and calling out for a moment of his time. The man with the ponytail delivered urgent news. An article had emerged in domestic media about Miley Kara potentially collaborating with a Korean actor, with rumors spreading internationally. He then excitedly revealed they had released an exclusive confirming Kang Woojin's participation in Miley Kara's next album, predicting absolute chaos. Then came the dramatic reveal of what Kang Woojin was surely most curious about, the eagerly awaited results of The Island of the Missing. The news was record-breaking. The Island of the Missing had soared to 5 million viewers by day 6, drawing nearly 1 million a day, and was dramatically rewriting the history of the Korean film industry. He declared that if this momentum continued, Kang Woojin would soon achieve the monumental status of a 10 million viewer actor. The looming skyscraper cast a long shadow, a silent monument to the industry it housed. On the bustling film set, a cacophony of voices rose, urging caution amidst the tight spaces and demanding that everyone move as safely as possible. Amidst the set's casual hum, a woman worried aloud if the changed ending would be acceptable, fearing backlash, while a man grimly added that they'd be lucky if it was only that bad, anticipating the fury of original fans. Despite the growing apprehension, Kang Woojin remained an enigma of calm, his composure fascinating to the observing crew members. Within his own mind, a chibi Kang Woojin, a single drop of anxiety beating, wrestled with the intense reaction to the abrupt ending change, yet resolved to focus on filming, with the comforting, if slightly cowardly, thought of escape. The current scene being filmed marked the tragic end of Homework with Itsuna's death, Kiyoshi's final destination, though Kiyoshi himself never soiled his hands directly. Kiyoshi masterfully manipulated Itsuna, orchestrating the removal of others and subtly gathering evidence that would incriminate Itsuna as a murderer, then delivered a 3-day ultimatum: turn himself in or face the full weight of the law. Faced with the terrifying prospect of losing everything he had meticulously built, Kiyoshi chose a different path than surrender, a desperate choice that would bring about his ultimate end. In a tragic final act, Kiyoshi met his demise by swallowing pills on the very rooftop of the company that was meant to become his legacy. A crew member called for Kang Woojin to stand by, signaling the continuation of the day's intense work. The crew member recognized the upcoming sequence as a pivotal moment, the scene where Kiyoshi would reveal his emotions for the very first time. The crew member pondered the formidable challenge awaiting Kang Woojin, wondering how he would possibly navigate such a complex emotional performance. Indeed, this scene carried immense weight, for its flawless execution was essential to amplify the changed ending's impact manifold, making it undeniably the most difficult of all. Yet, the narrator held profound confidence, knowing that such an extraordinary actor would undoubtedly craft a scene beyond all imagination, requiring no direction. Kang Woojin pondered if this was his first real-world portrayal of such raw, internal acting, a unique challenge he had yet to unleash upon an actual audience. A tremor of nerves ran through him, but he knew he had to suppress it, to maintain a calm exterior for the arduous task ahead. As a shadowy, glowing version of himself emerged, covering his eyes, Kang Woojin prepared to draw forth the Kiyoshi within. With a resounding action, the scene erupted, Kiyoshi standing menacingly over the despairing figure on the floor. The character, Itsuna, reflected internally, a sense of finality washing over him as he wondered if he had truly returned to the beginning. Then, an odd sensation gripped him, as multiple objects thumped to the ground from his grasp. A strange queasiness settled over him as more objects fell, an indescribable feeling he struggled to comprehend. Kneeling over the other man, Itsuna's eyes focused on a small, crumpled note he held. A choked gasp escaped Itsuna's lips, his head tilted back in sudden distress. Looking up at the vast, star-strewn sky, Itsuna wondered if she was watching this desperate moment. With a sickening squish, Itsuna forced the crumpled note into his mouth, consuming his own dark secret. As he continued to chew with a disturbing squishing sound, a peculiar boredom washed over Itsuna, making him question the very act of swallowing the paper. He stood motionless, his thoughts consumed by the desire to flee, questioning if he should finally leave this grim scene. But then, an unseen force stopped him dead in his tracks. He looked down at the figure lying against his legs, a subtle rustle of fabric breaking the silence. A wave of frustration and despair crashed over him. He couldn't leave, his homework was finished, all targets eliminated, and this was truly its final, desolate destination. He concluded, with chilling resignation, that the meaning of his existence now ended. A single tear traced a path down his cheek, as he questioned if this could truly be the end. A guttural sob tore from his throat, his hands clenched tightly as he admitted the profound fear that consumed him. His sobs echoed the depth of his despair, as he wept, sniffing, wondering where he was meant to go now that his path as a stranger had reached this agonizing point. His cries intensified, a broken lament for a life without direction, resentment swelling for a world that allowed such despair, and dissatisfaction with an existence ending so pathetically. The crew observed the raw, emotional scene in hushed awe. The man with the dark hair and beard marveled at the actor's quiet, yet profoundly emotional sobs, questioning how anyone could portray such sorrow without obvious tears. Kiyoshi's tears were a desperate cry, a wail of realization at the insignificance of his own meaning, yet they also held a lingering compassion for the fragmented pieces of himself he couldn't abandon. His emotions finally burst forth, a symbolic crumbling of his shell, revealing an empty husk that couldn't leave even after reaching its final destination, signifying Kiyoshi's first outward emotional revelation. The meaning of his revenge-driven existence, though as trivial as a grain of millet, was far from futile, holding profound reasons and inherent significance. In that moment, Kiyoshi achieved true emotional growth, a sprout of hope unfurling, the first step towards a new life and a return to ordinary days. The crew member recognized that Kang Woojin was truly breathing life into the altered ending of the BSS. Only by witnessing this pivotal scene could the audience truly grasp Kiyoshi's final, complex gaze. The narrative proclaimed the new beginning of the stranger, destined to blend into the sea of ordinary people, as Kang Woojin looked directly at the viewer. The director's sharp cut brought the intense scene to an abrupt halt. The crew observed Kang Woojin as he gathered himself, understanding that an actor who had poured everything into a performance needed space to process his heightened emotions. Internally, Kang Woojin frantically wiped his face, aghast at the bodily fluids, worrying he had lingered too long and wondering if his sobbing was convincingly portrayed. Deciding to project confidence, Kang Woojin rose, his movements observed by an unnamed man in formal attire. An unnamed man with glasses, deeply moved, encouraged Kang Woojin to take his time, while Kang Woojin himself was utterly bewildered by the compliments. Kang Woojin's confusion shifted to a dawning realization as the man with glasses spoke of being moved, and a chilling suspicion began to form. The bizarre emotional resonance, the dramatic, tearful reactions from the onlookers, including the president, confirmed Kang Woojin's suspicion. His acting had once again taken on a life of its own. Despite his confusion, Kang Woojin acknowledged the enthusiastic praise and applause from the crew, recognizing that the unexpected emotional outcome worked heavily in his favor. The man with glasses, genuinely concerned, asked if Kang Woojin was all right after such an intense performance, while a confused Kang Woojin questioned if the concern was about his snot. Feigning toughness, Kang Woojin inwardly noted the ease of his recovery, realizing the memory of the experience was a valuable tool for future roles. The man with glasses lauded Kang Woojin's insane talent, and the man with the camera agreed, asserting that any other actor would have failed miserably. The man with the camera explained that the cut was unnecessary due to the exceptional performance, and the narration further illuminated how directors sometimes manipulate actors with false encouragement. The narration deepened, describing Kiyoshi's shell crumbling, his very existence breaking down, promising an explosive ending for BSS, while in the present, the man with the camera excitedly told Kang Woojin the next scene was the last. Kang Woojin, a bead of sweat forming, noted the man with the camera's intense, almost burning excitement, understanding his passion for the final shoot. The next crucial scene would be Kiyoshi's first face-to-face confrontation with Detective Mokio, the newly altered ending of BSS. In the revised narrative, Detective Mokio, discerning the presence of the stranger, immediately journeyed to Kiyoshi's house. Mokio confronted Kiyoshi, questioning him about Misaki Toka, but Kiyoshi feigned ignorance, claiming never to have heard the name, following the original storyboards. Kang Woojin pondered how to approach this final scene, given the creative freedom, determined to use his freedom of role without abandoning Kiyoshi's core character. He concluded that role synthesis was the only answer, a path to unlocking the full freedom of role for the performance. He mused on the perfect role for synthesis, one that mirrored Kiyoshi but could diverge dramatically, offering an unexpected twist. With a decisive creak, Kang Woojin reached for one of the symbolic doors. A smirk touched Kang Woojin's lips, his eyes glowing with determination, as he found the perfect character for the role. On the final filming day for BSS, an unseen voice crisply called "Action," amidst the murmuring crew, setting a dynamic and anticipatory tone for the pivotal shoot. Observing the ordinary number 7 door, the detective reflected on how unexpectedly mundane it seemed for a place where a man like Kiyoshi might live. The sudden, unexpected clatter of the door opening violently startled the detective, who cried out as it nearly slammed into him. Still reeling from the shock, the detective demanded to know who had opened the door, as an unseen voice mused on how swiftly the final day of filming had arrived. Other crew members conversed, noting that more actors and even people from the distribution company were expected, with the possibility of Chairman Yoshimura Hideki himself attending. A woman gasped in disbelief at the mention of Chairman Yoshimura Hideki, her wide eyes fixed on where the man suddenly pointed. The chairman's commanding footsteps heralded his arrival, sending murmurs of surprise and confirmation through the bustling set as he truly appeared. Amidst the excited murmurs, a voice called out, "This way, please," as the orange-haired actor then addressed the main character, probing, "Are you Mr. Iota Kiyoshi?" Kiyoshi, startled and suspicious, questioned how his name was known, prompting the main character to probe deeper, asking if he remembered Misaki Toka. Kiyoshi, with a dismissive shrug, claimed complete ignorance of the name, leading to the abrupt command from the unseen staff, "Cut." Director Kim Do-hee instructed them to follow the storyboard for the initial shot, but then to improvise freely, an instruction both actors acknowledged and accepted with nods. The chairman, observing director Kim Do-hee, reflected on the unexpected improvisational turn, acknowledging that having come this far, all they could do was watch it unfold. Director Kim Do-hee contemplated how Kiyoshi's deliberately created confusion, a merge of characters and a sharper adaptation of the original work, was designed to test Detective Mokio. Director Kim Do-hee then questioned if the script was now truly improvisational, a dramatic shift the chairman confirmed he had specifically come to witness. The chairman, his expression serious, thoughtfully observed the situation, recognizing it as a truly rare and significant occurrence. A palpable tension permeated the set as the orange-haired actor addressed Kang Woojin by name, signaling a crucial moment. Kang Woojin calmly absorbed the instruction to maintain basic dialogue but improvised the rest, finding comfort in the freedom from prior rehearsal. As the standby call echoed, Kang Woojin internally affirmed his readiness to unleash the synthesized Kiyoshi, merging two complex characters. As the director shouted, "Action," a blue vortex shimmered around Kang Woojin, who, despite the fantasy of role synthesis, felt a sudden, thudding realization that the theme had been thrown off, making things awkward. A soft knocking echoed from the door as the detective, playing his role, wondered if anyone was home. The detective continued to knock, a strange sense of expectation washing over him, as if the door itself demanded a secret password. The door suddenly flew open with a sharp bang, causing the detective to recoil with a surprised grunt. The detective stumbled back, caught off guard, as Kang Woojin, emerging from the doorway, flinched, hands instinctively raised in a defensive posture. The detective quickly recovered, apologizing for his startled reaction, and then, shifting back into character, introduced himself as a detective, directly asking if the other was Mr. Iota Kiyoshi. Kang Woojin, sensing the detective's silence and hesitation, felt a growing unease, wondering why his counterpart wasn't responding, and if something was profoundly amiss. The narrator explained how the scene depicted Kiyoshi meeting Mokio, a convergence that felt like two people merging into one, prompting Kang Woojin to inwardly ponder if this truly was a role, while playfully remarking that Kiyoshi had grown more handsome. Kiyoshi stammered an incoherent response, gesturing awkwardly, prompting the detective to demand what he was trying to convey. The detective, growing increasingly annoyed, accused Kiyoshi of making fun of him, eliciting only more hesitant sounds from Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi, gesturing with his hands, claimed an inability to hear, sparking Kang Woojin's sudden realization that this was an improvisation, a brilliant use of sign language that the detective, still speaking aloud, couldn't understand. Kiyoshi, his gestures akin to a confession, expressed his surprise that nothing was happening, a stark reminder of past events where similar dramatic actions had yielded no reaction. Both Kang Woojin and the detective reacted with a sudden jolt of surprise, the detective gesturing intensely towards Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, surprised, questioned why the notepad was being presented, its appearance unsettling the flow. Kang Woojin swiftly wrote a message, offering to communicate through writing or lip reading, courteously asking the detective to speak slowly. The detective, observing Kang Woojin, silently grappled with a profound bewilderment, wondering if Kiyoshi was genuinely unable to speak or merely pretending, astonished by the expert level of his sign language. Kang Woojin, holding the notepad, then directly asked Kiyoshi if he remembered Misaki Toka, to which Kiyoshi calmly confirmed their past as classmates. Kang Woojin reflected on his strategic choice of the mysterious man next door, for his role synthesis, realizing that Kiyoshi's use of sign language, which forced the detective to re-evaluate his investigation, was precisely the intentional narrative flow he, or rather, Kiyoshi, desired. Kiyoshi was portrayed as an elusive, mist-like enigma, a stark contrast to Mokio's directness, remaining forever unknowable despite the detective's most thorough investigations. The detective, defeated for the moment, bowed apologetically and stated he would return at another time. The main character raised his hands in a swift, silent gesture, halting the bewildered detective. The detective, confused, questioned if the main character's hand gestures were a form of farewell, still trying to decipher the unspoken communication. A collective murmur of surprise rippled through the crew as they processed the unexpected twist of Kiyoshi using sign language, deeming it the most astonishing event of the day. The producer chuckled, recognizing the unparalleled out-of-the-box interpretation as uniquely Kang Woojin's, impressed that his known sign language skills were used in such a pivotal moment. The narrator pondered deeply about the profound emotional impact this meticulously crafted scene would have on the audience. An off-panel voice sharply called, "Cut," and the producer immediately approached Kang Woojin, pressing him to reveal the meaning of the sign language he had just used. Kang Woojin clarified that his sign language began with an apology for not hearing well. The producer, impressed by Kang Woojin's ability to create an entirely new, deceiving scene on the fly, nonetheless pressed for the meaning of the final sign language gesture. Kang Woojin hesitated, and the producer, sensing something profound, flinched in sudden, wide-eyed surprise. The producer, making a swift decision, announced they would incorporate the sign language and add further directing, then asked to speak with Mr. Kosaku. The producer informed Mr. Kosaku that, due to the sign language, additional cuts would be integrated into his scene, assuring him the existing set would pose no issues. Mr. Kosaku, utterly perplexed, questioned the producer about the hidden meaning of the final sign language and what compelling reason led to the addition of more scenes. The producer, with a knowing smile, decided to keep the meaning a secret, revealing only that the next additional shoot would take place in a police station, set roughly 2 weeks after Detective Mokio's initial encounter with Kiyoshi. The narrative explained that despite Japan still reeling from serial death cases, the police had suspended their investigation due to the sheer volume of other ongoing cases. One day, at the police station, Mokio observed a witness communicating through sign language, interpreted by another, a seemingly mundane sight. The sight of the sign language immediately conjured Kiyoshi in Mokio's mind, bringing back the vivid memory of the final gesture Kiyoshi had used. Mokio, trying his best to recall the intricate movements, awkwardly approached the interpreter and asked about the meaning of the sign, desperate for an answer. The interpreter, her expression thoughtful, began her explanation with a note of uncertainty. The interpreter then revealed the profound meaning of the sign: "I plan to live an ordinary daily life now." Mokio chuckled softly, a wry smile spreading across his face as the meaning resonated, but the word, "now," lingered, a subtle question. The narration stated that Kiyoshi's message was an answer yet remained profoundly vague, as Mokio held the paper bearing Kiyoshi's name. A crumpled piece of paper dropped into a trash can, symbolizing the enduring uncertainty of Kiyoshi's declaration, whether it signaled a return to normalcy or a long-delayed homecoming. In that definitive moment, Mokio finally, chillingly, came to see Iota Kiyoshi not as a suspect or a mystery, but as a complete stranger. The platform buzzed with the urgent directives of a film crew, their Japanese shouts emphasizing the need to film quickly and leave. As a voice directed the setup of extras, Kang Woojin stepped into the crowded train car. Director Shin Dong-chun's voice boomed through the megaphone, his intensity signaling Kang Woojin's cue. With the crisp command of "action," Kang Woojin began to move with confident purpose through the bustling walkway. A faint, ethereal shimmer seemed to trail Kang Woojin as he continued his journey through the crowd. His steps ascended the staircase, a brief pause hinting at the deliberate rhythm of the performance. Kang Woojin's foot tapped lightly as he continued his ascent, lost in the role. An observer noted the subtle shift in Kang Woojin's actions, recognizing a profound emotional change that transcended the surface portrayal of Kiyoshi. A sharp gasp punctuated the man's thoughts as he realized Kang Woojin's performance seemed to speak directly to the audience, or perhaps to unknown strangers. Kang Woojin's serene expression conveyed a profound message: he was living an ordinary life, despite everything. Director Shin Dong-chun's satisfied expression broke the tension as he finally called, "cut," signaling a successful take. Amidst the celebratory applause, the director declared that this project would be one he remembered for a very long time. 2 crew members warmly thanked Kang Woojin for his consistently great acting, praising him as the best, and he returned their respectful bows. An older man with a white beard quickly approached Kang Woojin, acknowledging his hard work even though the project wasn't quite over. With a warm smile, the older man extended his hand, expressing his genuine enjoyment of working on the film with Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin bowed and shook the older man's hand, graciously stating he'd learned much, while internally pondering the quiet completion of yet another project. Kang Woojin felt a complex mix of satisfaction and unease. The Kiyoshi role had left a deep impression, a lingering sense that something profound remained. In a playful internal vision, Kang Woojin, in chibi form, wondered if his lingering feelings were due to filming abroad, or perhaps the new abilities like role synthesis he'd gained. A soft, shimmering green light surrounded Kang Woojin as his thoughts drifted, unable to pinpoint the exact source of his profound feelings. The name Kiyoshi and his world seemed destined to remain with Kang Woojin like an indelible afterimage, glowing in his mind as he faced a bright, ethereal exit. A gentle smile touched Kang Woojin's lips, a simple, contented acknowledgement that the experience had truly been fun. The twilight glow settled over the elegant Kasihi Tokyo Hotel, marking the setting for the next chapter. The grand ballroom echoed with murmurs of delight as guests savored the luxurious afterparty, surprised by the main investor's generosity. A curious woman scanned the room for the director and Kang Woojin, learning from a man that Chairman Heitsky had summoned them to an important meeting about BSS. The chairman addressed the assembled group in the luxurious meeting room, offering words of sincere appreciation for everyone's hard work. The chairman explained his intention for the gathering, to discuss the altered ending of BSS and preemptively prepare for the inevitable fan controversy upon its release. Despite acknowledging the film was mostly complete, the chairman pressed the director, a subtle tension in his voice, to confirm his absolute confidence in its quality. The producer scoffed confidently, asserting that this film, in all his years in the industry, would undoubtedly prove to be his absolute best. A man with glasses interjected, acknowledging the film's quality, but redirecting the conversation with a sharp, "Excuse me." The man with glasses proposed scaling back the full promotional phase for BSS 2 months before release, arguing its initial buzz already secured ample recognition. The man with glasses detailed his plan to minimize backlash by reducing promotional scale, prompting the chairman to confirm his intention to curb negative reactions. A sudden jolt of surprise struck Kang Woojin when the chairman turned to him for an opinion, prompting him to deflect the question back to the higher-ups. Kang Woojin sighed internally, finding the idea of scaling back promotions cowardly, but consoled himself with the thought of simply returning to Korea if things went awry. Cutting through the cautious discussion, Kang Woojin boldly declared they should amplify the promotions even further, stunning those around him. The chairman, after a moment of consideration, agreed with Kang Woojin, realizing that any retreat in promotion would only invite scorn and heighten negative reactions. The chairman, impressed, articulated his understanding of Kang Woojin's bold suggestion, to dramatically amplify all promotional activities and push straight through, despite the risks. Kang Woojin mused inwardly, acknowledging the chairman's shrewd conclusion and finding an unexpected satisfaction in the audacious proposal. The chairman mused on the madness required for such a move, while the producer emphatically agreed, likening BSS to a great tree strong enough to withstand any storm. In a flurry of anxious chibi steam, Kang Woojin fretted over the suddenly heavy atmosphere, internally panicking that his impulsive suggestion was actually being taken seriously. The chairman decisively declared the plan to amplify promotion several times over, then directly asked Kang Woojin if he would join the demanding promotional schedule for BSS. Kang Woojin confirmed his week-long availability for promotional activities, including press conferences and stage greetings, which the chairman readily accepted. Recalling Kang Woojin's busy schedule, the chairman politely dismissed him and another man, who promptly stood to leave. As Kang Woojin and the other man quietly departed through the door, the chairman watched them go, lost in unspoken thought. The chairman uttered a profound truth, declaring that every industry, without exception, needed a superstar, catching the producer completely by surprise. In his mind's eye, the chairman saw Kang Woojin illuminated by spotlights, understanding that a single towering star could draw all attention and smooth every path, making him the undeniable center of BSS. The chairman interpreted Kang Woojin's sudden, bold suggestion as a calculated move, speculating he was aiming for one massive, big hit, a thought that left the producer confused. Actor Kang Woojin was renowned for his confrontational approach, consistently ready to declare war at film festivals and press conferences, a history suggesting his latest suggestion to escalate promotions meant he was poised for another explosive move. With a knowing smile, the chairman mused that Kang Woojin possessed a shrewd businessman's mindset, regretting he wasn't in another field, and eagerly anticipated what the actor would unleash next. The chairman envisioned Kang Woojin, surrounded by glittering light, wondering what kind of explosive impact he would create, whether at a press conference or elsewhere. The chairman confidently predicted Kang Woojin's inevitable global ascent, noting the actor was already receiving calls from Hollywood and soon would conquer the world market. Anticipating Kang Woojin's momentum, the chairman decided it was time to strategically expand their own market into Hollywood, knowing the actor's breakthrough was imminent. The chairman, in a chibi thought bubble, thoughtfully pondered the strategic implications for BW Entertainment's overseas branch. A sudden, chilling premonition of more work piling up struck the chibi man with glasses, prompting him to resolve contacting CEO Choi immediately. From the front seat, a colleague praised Kang Woojin's hard work, informing him he'd soon return to Korea to finish The Leech and urging him to rest. Kang Woojin decided to check the results for TIM, or The Island of the Missing, on his phone, but a sudden sound made him react with a questioning, He answered the call, recognizing the voice as director on Gabak and greeting him professionally. The caller stated they would get straight to the main point, acknowledging both their busy schedules, and Kang Woojin agreed. Kang Woojin's eyes widened in shock as he learned the Cannes Film Festival was set to open on September 30th, running for 10 intense days. The Cannes Film Festival, a magnificent gathering of the world's most prominent film figures, possessed an overwhelming status and immense impact for any actor, dwarfing even the Academy Awards in its artistic prestige. Top Hollywood actors fiercely competed for Cannes Awards, yet for Korean actors, wins were so rare they could be counted on one hand, their achievements mostly centered on directors. In his chibi form, Kang Woojin contemplatively mused on the September 30th Can opening, feeling surprisingly calm, imagining it would be much like the Blue Dragon Film Awards he'd seen on TV, as Songjin had once described the King Film Festival. The older man advised Kang Woojin not to dwell on the Can news excessively but to simply keep it in mind for now, a suggestion Kang Woojin readily accepted. The older man, expressing an unnecessary worry, urged Kang Woojin never to forget Park Hae-sung, prompting a confused "ha" and an internal question of what the man thought of him. In a chibi moment of pouting annoyance, Kang Woojin dismissed the warning as merely an old man's unnecessary worry, attributing it to the elder's relentless schedule. With genuine sincerity, Kang Woojin reassured the caller that he would always keep Park Hae-sung in mind, finding comfort in the advice, and ended the call. Confirming with the director, a spark of excitement danced in Kang Woojin's eyes as he realized he would be going to France for the Cannes Film Festival for the very first time. As an airplane soared majestically against the twilight cityscape, Kang Woojin mused with a whimsical sparkle, pondering just how many times he had already traveled abroad this year. As filming for BSS concluded, it officially entered post-production, sparking immediate online discussions and news coverage across Japan, with questions arising about Kang Woojin's casting, though many defended him as an already established star. Abandoning their usual gradual approach, the production company and distributor decided to go all in, immediately launching promotions for the film. Director Kyotaro officially began post-production editing, while the rest of the cast, notably excluding Woojin, had already commenced their promotional schedules. Meanwhile, back in Korea, TIM continued to make headlines after surpassing 12 million viewers, though its weekday audience had begun to dip, signaling a slowdown in momentum. As the competing films briefly found relief in TIM's easing momentum, a decisive stride announced Kang Woojin's return. With camera flashes capturing his every move, Kang Woojin, the undeniable center of attention, strode confidently forward. The sleek car glided forward, carrying its important passengers through the city. His manager expressed deep concern, urging Kang Woojin to take the day off and questioning if he was truly all right. Kang Woojin calmly reassured his manager that he was fine, asserting that he preferred to tackle his responsibilities head-on rather than postpone them. His manager, accepting his resolve, began to detail an extensive schedule of surprise greetings, promotional videos, interviews, photo shoots, and collaborations, leaving Kang Woojin utterly surprised. In a chibi moment of sheer panic, Kang Woojin sweated profusely, wondering if he had made a mistake and dreading the late hours his seemingly endless schedule would demand. His manager casually continued, listing even more commitments for the following day, including a commercial meeting and a return to filming for Bleach. In a chibi moment of grave realization, Kang Woojin understood he would be joining the final, most intense stretch of Bleach's filming. The manager, with a serious but encouraging gaze, urged Kang Woojin to push through the packed schedule, explaining it was vital to compensate for the promotional work missed for TIM. While Kang Woojin's return had stabilized TIM's box office numbers, reaching the all-time #1 spot, requiring 3 million more viewers, remained an incredibly difficult challenge. Kang Woojin reflected on the 3 million viewer gap, understanding that films like TIM often saw sharp drops in their latter half, a pattern he had observed with Drug Dealer as well. In a chibi moment of deep frustration, Kang Woojin sighed, envisioning TIM stalling just short of the top spot, a thought that ignited a fierce resolve within him. He envisioned a future where TIM didn't just threaten the #1 spot, but conquered it, setting an unprecedented, one-of-a-kind all-time record. Standing triumphant in his imagination, Kang Woojin saw his first leading role achieve an overwhelming box office record, earning him yet another, first-ever, title. With a determined breath, Kang Woojin declared with unwavering resolve that if he had come this far, he would turn things around, even if it meant pushing his body to its absolute limits. He affirmed his commitment to succeed no matter what, then his thoughts drifted to his upcoming stage appearance, wondering what might unfold. Kang Woojin picked up a script, asking his manager what it was, and learned it was one Hae-yun had received. His manager encouraged him to read the script, presenting it with a subtle gesture, as Kang Woojin thoughtfully considered it. Amidst glowing digital screens, Kang Woojin decided to read the script, reasoning that if Hae-yun was considering it, it was worth checking out, and could offer a small mental respite. Confronted by the system's B+ grade for the script titled, Stopped by France, Kang Woojin initially found it somewhat disappointing. In a flash of self-reflection, Kang Woojin reconsidered, realizing that his own standards had become unrealistically high, as projects rated S or above were exceptionally rare. He rationalized that even B+ projects were considered top-tier in the industry, citing it the love that frees to death, which had achieved a 10% viewership rating despite its own B+ grade. Tapping the digital script decisively, Kang Woojin concluded that a B+ was indeed worth pursuing, seeking an affirmation that it was, unequivocally, a good script. The system confirmed his selection of Stopped by France and began listing available characters for reading, a list on which Kang Woojin spotted the unusual name, Dominique Dubois. With a sharp intake of breath, Kang Woojin mused on the unusually foreign name, a thought that rapidly evolved into a dawning realization. His finger decisively tapped the screen, selecting the name, Dominique Debues. As the system detected a new language and prepared to acquire French, a surge of excitement filled Kang Woojin, knowing a new world of experience was about to unfold. The modern glass high-rise stood tall under the bright sky, marking a shift in their journey. A staff member in formal attire politely guided Kang Woojin and his team through the modern hallway. With steady footsteps echoing, his manager, Jong Min, asked Kang Woojin for his thoughts on the script he had read earlier. Kang Woojin offered a lukewarm assessment, stating the script was all right, prompting Jong Min to acknowledge his feedback and offer to relay it to Hyun. In a chibi thought bubble, Kang Woojin mischievously reflected that he should be thanking Jong Min, eager to put his newly acquired French skills to good use at the upcoming Cannes Film Festival. As he pondered where he might get the chance to use his new French skills, Kang Woojin suddenly noticed something ahead. A chibi Kang Woojin casually informed his chibi manager that he was stepping away to use the restroom, to which the manager readily agreed to wait. He looked around cautiously before entering, relieved to find the hallway empty. Kang Woojin confidently practiced introducing himself in French, noting the language's unique pronunciation and how distinct it felt from English or Japanese. His thoughts then casually drifted to lunch, specifically hoping for a meaty meal. A sudden voice startled Kang Woojin as another man abruptly called his name from behind. The man with light brown hair, Ryu Jongmin, expressed his surprise at Kang Woojin speaking French, which sent a chibi Woojin into a sweating internal panic, before he quickly dismissed it as simple practice for the Cannes Film Festival. Ryu Jongmin, however, logically countered that with interpreters provided and the festival months away, preparing a French speech only made sense if Kang Woojin anticipated accepting an award, causing more internal panic. Kang Woojin reluctantly admitted he was merely practicing ahead of time, which Ryu Jongmin met with a knowing, ah. Ryu Jongmin, with a cunning smile, then deduced that Kang Woojin wasn't just practicing a greeting, but an acceptance speech, teasing him about his absolute confidence in winning at Cannes. As a chibi Kang Woojin internally raged against Ryu Jiangmin's relentless teasing, the latter calmly reiterated that such specific preparations unmistakably signaled an expectation of winning an award. A flustered Kang Woojin attempted to backtrack, claiming he only planned a French opening, but internally resolved to maintain his confident facade, finding it too awkward to retract his words. Ryu Jongmin pressed further, shocked, questioning if winning was simply a default expectation for Kang Woojin, which sent the chibi Woojin into a frantic internal scream, revealing he had only rambled about wanting meat in French. Ryu Jongmin then imagined the profound impact a French acceptance speech at Cannes would have, suggesting it would shock everyone and likely earn a standing ovation, prompting a chibi Kang Woojin to respond with curious wonder. Jongmin elaborated on the rare and incredibly moving moment it would be for a Korean actor to deliver an acceptance speech in French on a French stage, a point Kang Woojin quietly conceded as true. With a thoughtful hum, Ryu Jongmin then pressed Kang Woojin further, questioning how his French could also be native level when his English already was, leaving Kang Woojin utterly flustered and speechless. As Jongmin urgently called out to Kang Woojin, his manager's opportune arrival, though a relief for Woojin, was met with clear annoyance from Ryu Jongmin. With a profound sigh of relief, Kang Woojin felt saved as Jongmin announced another schedule, providing a narrow escape from the awkward conversation. The surprise stage greeting for TIM commenced as planned, with the cinema screen displaying the names of the attending cast, Ryu Jongmin, Kang Woojin, Ha Yura, and Kim I-won. A buzzing murmur erupted from the audience, shocked and excited by the unexpected announcement, questioning if the stage greeting and the listed actors' appearance were truly real. Two audience members reacted with profound surprise at the sudden stage greeting, eagerly pointing towards the impending appearance of the actors. Amidst roaring cheers and blinding camera flashes, the cast of TIM made their grand entrance, waving to the utterly thrilled audience. With a final flourish of camera flashes, the surprise stage greeting for TIM successfully concluded, leaving a lasting impression on the enthusiastic crowd. This electrifying event marked the official launch of a full-scale promotional campaign for TIM, strategically centered around Kang Woojin and the entire cast. The seemingly unchangeable history of Korean cinema began to be dramatically rewritten, as TIM ascended to the coveted all-time #1 spot, exceeding all previous records.